I just peed into a dried up well, and suddenly the well started spitting out gold ingots like crazy. When I thought the well had become a spirit, another sacrificial letter flew out from it. Little did I know, I had been worshipped as a divine savior by a dynasty in ancient China. All because that day, I got drunk and collapsed by the well to rest when suddenly a white undergarment landed on my face. Who's down there? Come out now. I, Jungyu, gritted my teeth, grabbed the grilled fish from my takeout order, and threw it straight into the well, thinking it would surely teach the prankster inside a lesson. Meanwhile, in the Western Liang Kingdom, Empress Fong Hongfu was still binding her chest for ease in battle when a round plastic container suddenly appeared on the altar. Inside, a grilled fish soaked in fiery red dried peppers caught everyone's attention. The Minister of Works picked up the disposable plastic food container, examined it closely, and said, "This object is truly a masterpiece, sturdy, wear-resistant, and even transparent. What kind of master craftsman could have created such a thing?" The Minister of Revenue also chimed in. "This must be a celestial artifact, bestowed upon us by the gods above. It even contains cooked rice inside, clearly meant to feed us." Empress Fong Hongfu gazed at the few portions of rice before her. These were the hope for her and her generals to go into battle. She immediately set up a large pot to cook porridge and declared, "After eating your fill, follow me to offer sacrifices to heaven. Then join the battle together." Seizing the moment while the fire was lit for cooking, Fong Hongfu swiftly wrote a new sacrificial prayer. "Noble deities, half a year ago the Huns invaded. Our men of Xiliang fought bravely, but now there are no males over 10 years old left in the kingdom. We rely on the women's army to defend the city. While the people are displaced and live in constant peril, Hongfu was willing to offer everything, praying for the gods' mercy to protect our city and save our people." With that, Fong Hongfu led her officials in kowtowing. The sacrificial prayer, along with a gold ingot, vanished from the altar. I, Jungyu, sat in front of the dried-up well at my home, staring intently at its mouth. Suddenly, a palm-sized gold ingot weighing about a pound, worth roughly over 3 million at today's gold prices, shot out. Pressing down on an ancient letter, I reached out to catch the ingot, my arm sinking under its weight. Setting the ingot aside, I carefully examined the letter, my heart pounding. Even now, I couldn't accept that the ancient well in my home could connect to the past, specifically to a kingdom called Xiliang. So, I wrote 4 questions in my notebook. Who are you? Where are you? What is the current year? What do you need? After writing, I tossed it into the well. At that moment, all the ministers of Xiliang sat in a circle, happily sipping porridge. Then, a sheet of paper drifted down from the altar. The crowd marveled at the paper's thinness and smoothness, barely deciphering the words. The leading scholar, Chen Menger, trembled as she reported, "Your Majesty, the letter seems to ask, what is the current year? Who are you? Where is this place? And what do we need?" The Empress frowned slightly, finding it odd that the celestial deity would ask such simple questions instead of inquiring about enemy numbers, siege tactics, or their own defense strategies. She summoned her maids to prepare brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, then wrote, "I am Fong Hongfu, Empress of Xiliang. It is now the 8th year of the era, and war and famine have swept through our matriarchal kingdom. The nation desperately needs water and food. If it can save my people, I am willing to serve as a slave without hesitation." I, Jungyu, used my phone to translate the latest prayer text, and real gold and silver came gushing out from the well. I couldn't help but believe it. Searching Xiliang on my phone, I thought it was just a minor state after the Qin dynasty, barely mentioned even in unofficial histories. But thinking of how a peerlessly beautiful empress ultimately perished in war, as a man, I knew I had to do something. So I wrote 2 words, "Wait for me." I, Jungyu, immediately thought of instant noodles, the modern food everyone loves to hate. Though universally deemed unhealthy, they're high in oil, salt, and carbs, and incredibly convenient. I drove straight to the largest supermarket in the county and urgently asked, "Where's your manager? I have a big deal to discuss." The saleswoman patiently replied, "Young man, you can tell me what you need." I cut to the chase, "How many instant noodles and bottled water do you have in stock?" "I'll take everything." Before I finished speaking, she said, "Follow me. I'll take you to the manager." After a brief 10-minute talk in the manager's office, he gave me a 30% discount totaling 320,000 yuan. Upon returning home, a white paper was placed on the well wall, which read, "Many thanks for the divine mercy, but the Huns are attacking day and night. Our soldiers have gone without food or water for over 10 days and are now in dire straits. We implore the deity to act swiftly." I, Jiangyu, was also anxious, but there was nothing I could do at the moment. Loading and shipping the supplies would take time. I wrote, "Fong Hongfu, hello, my name is Jiangyu. In 1 hour, I will send you a type of food called instant noodles, along with clean drinking water. You can cover them with a bowl to steep or boil them in a pot for half the time it takes an incense stick to burn." I even drew a few simple sketches to illustrate the process of preparing the noodles. Fong Hongfu and the ministers waited eagerly for the food, but this time, Only papers appeared on the altar. Disappointment flickered in their eyes. Chen Menger held the paper and stroked it, saying, "Exquisite craftsmanship, truly befitting the celestial realm. Such an unseen artistic style, using only the simplest black lines to depict everything so vividly. It's a divine masterpiece." After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the Empress felt as though the flowers were wilting. Suddenly, boxes of instant noodles began falling from the sky. What is this? Square and somewhat soft, could this be the square noodles the deity mentioned? The Minister of Works was so eager that his whole face strained as he bit down with all his might, finally tearing off a piece of the craft paper. After chewing for a while, his face turned red with effort, and he barely managed to swallow the shredded paper with a gulp. He sighed and said, "This is dry and hard to swallow without water, but compared to roots and tree bark, the texture is much better." The Minister of Revenue chimed in, "So even the immortals don't have it easy. I thought celestial food would be delicious, but it's only slightly better than roots and bark, maybe even worse than what we usually eat." From a corner, Chen Menger timidly raised her hand and said, "I think, what the deity meant for us to eat wasn't these things. According to the drawings, it should be the square noodles inside a small round container." The Minister of Works coughed and complained, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Now we don't even have water to drink." Chen Menger trembled fearfully and said innocently, "You didn't ask me." Before she could finish, a case of mineral water, 24 bottles of Nongfu Spring, fell from the sky. What exquisite craftsmanship! How could there be such a transparent bottle? But how should this thing be opened? Everyone studied the small bottle together, their throats feeling parched, yet unable to drink from it. Fong Hongfu decisively ordered, "Use a knife to cut open the bottle, drink first, think later." The warrior drew his sword, split the bottle open, and gulped down the water noisily. Another hour passed, and I, Jiang Yu, finally managed to toss over several tons of instant noodles and bottled water. Leaning against the well, panting heavily, I felt completely drained. Picking up pen and paper, I wrote, "This is all for today. Tomorrow, I'll try to prepare more food and water for you." Fong Hongfu had already set up a pot to boil water, pouring in bottled water after breaking open the containers. The water sources in Zhangye City had long been poisoned, leaving them no choice but to use bottled water for instant noodles. One minister, unable to contain his curiosity, dipped a slender finger into the seasoning packet and tasted it, saying, "It's salt. The noodles bestowed by the gods contain salt. This must be refined through divine magic, pure in taste, unlike our coarse salt, which is bitter and harsh." 5 minutes later, the Empress raised her hand and declared, "My lords, please partake. This noodle is truly a delicacy of the mortal world." The noble women of the Daughter Kingdom were utterly famished. Having endured a 10-month siege with no food or water, they now had sustenance and the mercy of the gods. At this moment, they felt invincible. Fong Hongfu quickly finished a bowl of noodles and, while waiting for the next batch to cook, continued her reply to me, "Jiang Yu, thank you, Divine One, for bestowing us with food. Once the soldiers are fed, they will fight with all their might to defend our homeland. Additionally, the water you gifted is sweet, but Hongfu and the soldiers do not know how to open the containers. We had to use knives to break them. Please, Divine One, enlighten us. After this battle, we humbly ask for your sacred name. Hongfu vows to build a temple in your honor and serve you as your devoted servant." Jiang Yu looked at the reply letter floating up from inside the well, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, revealing half a mouthful of large white teeth. Lei Feng said that helping people is the essence of happiness, not to mention that he was helping the ancient magnificent Empress of Shilong. "Pick up a pen and paper and write back. No need to be polite, we are friends. Mineral water, I forgot to remind you, you need water to hold the cap to unscrew, and in the future there is no need to call me immortal, I am just an ordinary person, you can directly call me Jiang Yu. In addition, this pen for you, each time the reply is too slow, with a signature pen to reply to the letter is faster." The signing pen and the book were transported together from inside the ancient well. Chen Menger stumbled over to translate Jiang Yu's words, and this time the translation was accurate. The Empress looked at what was written in the book in front of her. "Jiang Yu, the name is so common, are immortals really common? But it feels like the other party's magic power is limitless, and they can turn out delicious noodles and clean water in a short time." Not wanting to think about that much for the moment, Fong Hongfu slightly clumsily gripped the signing pen and casually scratched 2 times on the book in awe. It is truly a divine brush, with such delicate lines, with a fainting fragrance, and after writing it does not need to be dried, the ink dries directly. Chen Menger also interjected, "The pictures drawn by the immortals are drawn with this kind of pen. Having such a divine pen and a convenient paper, the knowledge inside the immortals' world must be as vast as a sea of smoke." The military generals wouldn't understand this, and Grand General Nia Wenjing said with a straight face, "There's no need to care about that much. With the immortals sheltering Shilian, the war with Xiongnu will definitely be invincible." Fong Hongfu pursed her lips and smiled gently, "Great General is right, after the generals have eaten their fill, our army will surely be invincible, and after I write back to the immortals, I will kill the enemy along with you. Fong Hongfu replied to the letter clumsily with a grip on the brush, but the speed was indeed much faster than the brush writing, and one page could be written with many words. Immortal Jiangyu, see the letter as a person. The Red Whisker is very grateful to the immortal help. Now the war is tight. The Red Whisker also want to go into battle to kill the enemy. I hope that the immortal blessing of this battle victory. The Red Whisker grateful. Jiangyu looked at the reply letter, wanting to let himself bless the other side to win the war. He is not the king of the wishing pool inside. How can he have this ability? But there are still ways to help each other. A short and succinct reply of one word. Etc. He was ready to find a few pieces of weaponry for Fong Hongfu to take advantage of. As a science student, he knew that the fixed smelting technology was backward, and a lot of items that were ordinary now, in ancient times, were divine weapons. Unfortunately, a lot of things were controlled knives now, and he didn't have any at home, pulling out a couple of baseball bats from the corner, or he had deliberately bought them back for self-defense, only 3 in total. Throw the baseball bat into the well along with the written reply. These 3 baseball bats will be given to you as weapons for the time being. I'll give you some good stuff when I have the chance later. This battle must be won. I have a lot of things to ask you later. Good luck. The Empress's slender hands gripped the baseball bat, only to feel that this weapon was incomparably smooth. The front side is big, the back side is small, the front side is thick, the back side is thin, and it's incredibly hard. Girls like big, hard things. General Wan Yu held a baseball bat in one hand, and the 2 bats struck together with a crisp ringing sound. She brightened up and said in surprise, Your Majesty, this item is made of solid steel, and the big head has the effect of breaking armor. If everyone in the army is equipped with one, our army will definitely be invincible. Fong Hongfu also became more and more satisfied with holding the baseball bat. The corner of his mouth curled up and said, I Ching and I will have one each, and the remaining one will be bestowed to the vanguard officers in the army. Wan Yu held the baseball bat in his hand, growing more and more in love with it, and had no intention of returning it. Ancient smelting technology is not developed, the temperature of the charcoal fire is not enough, not to mention refined steel. Refined iron is rare. The emperors used bronze swords. Fong Hongfu waved the baseball bat in her hand, making a cracking sound, and said with a firm expression, All imperial guards and military generals, come with me to defend the city in charge, and defend the country to the death. Kill, kill, kill. 3 loud shouts shook the heavens, and although they were shouted from the mouths of women, the morale of these people, well fed and well drunk, was even greater than that of the men. Chapter 6 The Horn of Counterattack. Zhengye City, Daughter Kingdom. On the city wall, some of the imperial guards arrived first, some 2 men lifting up a large pot, some carrying dinner plate lunchboxes filled with steaming hot noodles. The female soldiers defending the city changed down half of them and ate first. Only when they were full did they have the strength to fight. The female soldiers stood in 2 lines, one in front of the cauldron, where each could receive a bowl of boiled noodles. Another team of imperial guards cameoed as the fireheads, handing out buckets of instant noodles and bottles of Farmer's 3-punch mineral water to each of them from start to finish. The leader of the imperial guard standing in front also loudly explained that the instant noodles are directly eaten, mineral water must be unscrewed, the bottle can also be reused. The walls were shouting and fighting, and the sound of sucking bubbles rose and fell from below the walls. All the generals exclaimed that the bubbly was delicious and the mineral water sweet. In a few minutes, the generals had all finished eating, which was one of the benefits of fast food, being able to eat quickly and continue into battle. The Huns had been attacking the city for 5 consecutive hours, giving the soldiers no time to catch their breath. Likewise, the Huns had not rested, and the initial group of dark-skinned Hun soldiers who had climbed the walls with strange grunts and sardonic grins now looked tired. The well-fed and well-drinking female soldiers replaced the soldiers who had been guarding the city for several days without any water or rice. The Imperial Forest Army was at the forefront of defending the city, the best soldiers of the Western Liang country, and the command belonged only to the Empress. At this point the garrison, facing the exhausted Huns, began to counterattack rapidly. The Hun soldiers were momentarily unaware, and countless of them were cut over and crashed down to the city wall. The women soldiers were not weak in battle, but mainly because the city was besieged, everyone had no food to eat, and what little they used to eat was scanty, no salt intake, and all of them were weak, so how much fighting strength could they have? A bowl of instant noodles replenishes enough carbs and salts to power a little pulse back. Although the Huns are tough and brave, but the long-term lack of food and clothing, salt is still the most precious thing. The usual marching food is just chaff and vinegar cloth. Long siege of the city naturally also consumed a lot of strength. All the soldiers ate their noodles and drank their water and went into battle again. But after eating and drinking, morale reached its peak and everyone was confident about the battle. After all, having just drank such sweet water, and with delicious bubbly to eat, it would be a crime to win this battle. The Empress left the civil ministers to open the barn and release the food, and all the people in the city were allowed to receive a small bowl of instant noodles. The Empress stood on the city wall with her military generals and all the imperial guards, and the Huns below were densely packed as if they could not be killed. Huns are barbaric and backward, but they are also intrepid, and the deaths of their companions in battle, on the contrary, stimulate their bloodlust even more. There were even savage soldiers who hugged the thighs of the dead soldiers and began to gnaw on them, their faces covered in blood as if they were evil spirits crawling out of hell. The Empress frowned, so trapped that the soldiers had no time to rest, and she had to admit that female soldiers were inherently a shade worse in endurance compared to men. Prolonged fighting is not good for Xiliang. This time is the first battle to turn the tide in Western Liang, not only to win, but to win beautifully. Instead of consuming Huns and Huns and Huns like this, fighting is destined to be a losing battle, and it's not good for morale for a long time. And now that Xiliang is blessed by the immortals, after this battle, the immortals will surely send down more supplies, and by then, it will be more certain to take on the Xiongnu. The Empress ordered to the general beside her. General Wang, you come and lead the soldiers to guard the city, all the imperial forest troops are fully loaded and ready to go, charge the counterattack with me, and kill the Xiongnu without a single piece of armor. Wan Yu knelt on one knee and said, yes, sir. Lan Xaner, the commander of the imperial forest army, also knelt down and said, I am willing to be born and die for His Majesty. If they were usual, they might advise Fong Hongfu not to risk her life, but on the battlefield, military orders were like mountains, and everyone had to follow Fong Hongfu's orders. Fong Hongfu was dressed in bright silver armor, holding a black ghost head painting baseball bat, and the general was the first to rush out by opening the city gates. When the Han soldiers saw the stunning Empress, countless of them screamed in excitement. Han Vanguard officer Huyen Yu was the most excited. Don't move, watch me personally take down the Empress and send her inside my tent at night. Looking at the Empress' delicate face and slender figure, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Empress herself is highly skilled in martial arts, belonging to the world's first-class experts, would have liked to charge and kill some, to a decapitation plan, in one fell swoop to wipe out the other general today Zen. The vanguard officer told the soldiers to retreat to the sides, which was just what the Empress wanted, even though it was only the vanguard officer. Decapitating the other side could be a fatal blow to the Huns. Huyen Yu looked at the Empress and snorted, ha ha, poor Empress of the daughter state of Western Liang, not even a decent weapon in your hand. I advise you to surrender early, you can become this general's concubine and keep your life. The Empress' complexion was clear and cold, ignoring the other party's mockery, cut the crap and see the truth under the hands. Huyen Yu was covered in wooden armor, holding a cold and shining scimitar, which at a glance was known to be a sharp weapon to see blood and seal the throat. Xiongnu barren and backward, no smelting technology, even Huyen Yu as a vanguard will only be clad in wooden armor. Ordinary soldiers wear sheepskin coats, but also because of the huge difference in equipment, Xiliang can hold out until now. The Empress' legs exerted force and the white steed she sat down on ran towards Huyen Yu. Huyen Yu was not to be outdone, and charged with a strange cry. The two exchanged blows. Huyen Yu's eyes flashed a trace of contempt. He also thought that the Empress was just an ordinary wooden stick in her hand, and when her hand rose up and her sword fell, the stick must be split in two. However, the weapon two boxes collision, face changed dramatically, a mountainous force came, not yet reacted, the hand of the weapon was knocked down. Fong Hongfu multiplied the attack, and before the other party could react, a stick had already smashed on top of the heavenly linkcap. Huyen Yu's brain and blood burst out, red and white flowing all over the place, like tofu brain that had just been poured with red soup in the morning. Huyen Yu can become a vanguard, personal force is not weak, in front of the Empress, even a round cannot go. The Xiongnu soldiers were silent, the Empress was valiant, and the Xiongnu were cowed by just one strike. Wan Yu and the Western Liang vanguard officers also followed behind the Empress with baseball bats in hand, and countless Han soldiers went under the bats. The powerful baseball bat can easily knock down the opponent's weapon, and when it hits the enemy's body, it will break the tendons and bones, or the internal organs will be broken and spit out blood. Wan Yu's baseball bat itself was white, and it had been dyed red after cracking a dozen brains in a row. At this time, inside the Xiongnu military camp, the Han military counselor Jiang Lul advised, General, the front line reports, the vanguard will be beheaded, our army morale is low, on the contrary, the other side of the imperial army, morale, invincible, it is better to retreat first, siege but not attack, live to exhaust the other side. The Han general today Zan angrily slapped his seat, the solid wood seat smashed to pieces and wood shavings scattered in all directions. Chapter 7 First Success. Damn it, I was about to break through Zhangye City and capture the Empress alive, but I never imagined that there would be another change. The military division Jiang Luo is originally a Han Chinese soldier's son, but why he was pressed by his elder brother Zhang Yi, and has never been able to make a name for himself. Simply throw yourself into the Huns and try to make a big splash. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. Today, Zen never believed Jiang Luo, but had to recognize the other party talent. Since the military division, the troops are like a bamboo, a one-stroke attack to the western Liang capital city of Zhangye. Today, Zen said unwillingly, tell the generals to charge another wave, and wouldn't it be a pleasure to take down the world's #1 beauty, Fong Hongfu. Jiang Luo cursed the other party pig brain, but the surface is still peaceful and said, General, the other party's morale is like a rainbow, once again charge do not know how many warriors to lose, surrounded but not attacked, the other party lack of food and clothing, and no use of water to go, then the Empress will not be at your mercy. Today Zen heard the words and instantly figured out the joints, thinking of Fong Hongfu's soft and charming petite body, his heart was on fire. Ha laughed and said, still, the military division thinks long-term, pass the order, sound the retreat. Underneath Zhangye city, under the leadership of Empress Fong Hongfu and Great General Qingyu, the female soldiers of Western Liang fought bravely to kill the enemy. That's the way morale is, once you're up, you're down, you're up. The Huns had been continuously attacking the city for a few hours, and were again led by Fong Hongfu to decapitate the vanguard general. Under the leadership of the Empress, the elite imperial army was like a sharp knife, interspersing back and forth through the Hun forces and knocking the enemy out of the water. Xiang knew morale collapse, has long been timid, heard the sound of gold horn, as if hearing the straw that saves the day, listened to the horn began to retreat in an orderly manner. The Empress naturally understands the reasoning of the poor enemy, and with the help of the immortals, it is all the more important to think long-term at the moment. The female soldiers of Xiliang on the city wall, looking at the retreating Huns, all cheered, and even more, sat in place with tears of joy. A long drawn-out war consumes the most patience. Zhangye is the last city of Xiliang, there is no way to retreat. Everyone defending the city is holding the determination of certain death and the lack of clothes and food. From the 18 cities in the beginning, Xiliang has now been defeated in successive battles, leaving only the last capital city of Zhangye, which shows that the war was grueling. This victory in the war gave confidence to all the soldiers. The female soldiers began to methodically clean up the battlefield, and many of the robes were talking and laughing in the morning, but in the afternoon they were already separated from each other. The loot was packed up. The bodies of the Western Liang soldiers were disposed of properly, and as for the Hun corpses, they were stripped of their clothes and either burned up in a fire or buried on the spot. Naturally, the Empress didn't need to worry about these small matters, and the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Mandarins took the lead in tallying the battle losses and spoils. The war was over, and the people of Xiliang had finished their noodles. Basically everyone had a small bowl. The people were still disheveled and in rags, but after having a full meal, everyone had a light in their eyes. The Empress returned to the altar with her group of ministers. The leader bowed and said, many thanks to the immortals for giving us food. Red Whiskers has nothing to show for it, just a few gold and silver mundane things. I hope that the immortals will not abandon them. This cup of clear wine, please honor the immortals. Jiang Yu waited for a long time at the ancient well in a mood of apprehension until a sacrificial text representing victory, 10 neatly stacked golden treasures, and a jasper-colored, beautifully carved wine cup. The wine glass is clear in color. The wine is slightly cloudy, and the walls of the glass are carved with dragons and phoenixes. Jiang Yu picked up the glass and drank it all in one go. The taste was similar to yellow wine, but the flavor of the wine was a few points lighter, almost like a combination of yellow wine and beer. Ancient distillation technology is not enough. Basically Wusung drink 18 bowls is this kind of cloudy wine. At the bottom of the cup, 4 small characters were engraved, Western Liang Imperial. Although Jiang Yu does not understand, but the most basic truth, the chaos of the world of gold, the world of antiques, this small wine cup in front of me, I am afraid that it is worth more than all the gold dollar treasure. Put pen to paper and write back to the Empress again. Red Fu, this battle is a victory to be congratulated, but it's too much effort for us to communicate. I'll beam you over a tablet with a camera on it, video me whatever you need, and by the way, take pictures of your surroundings. In order for the other party to learn how to use the tablet, Jiang Yu was especially careful to draw several sketches. The tablet's power on button, and the location of the camera's icon were all carefully marked, so that the Empress could learn. Chen Menger looked at the flat plate in her hand with a curious face. This thing is not gold or wood, it is heavy and smooth in the hand. What kind of immortal weapon has the immortal bestowed this time? The Minister of Public Works took it over and studied it twice and said, this object is square and heavy. According to my opinion, the immortal must have given Neza the third prince's golden brick, and if this object is thrown out, it will surely cause that Hun general's head to be broken and bloodied. The Empress spoke, first, give me a good look at the immortal's letter as well as this object. Although Fong Hongfu does not understand the simplified Chinese characters, but the simple strokes can still be understood. Put the tablet computer, find the boot button, some uneasy with a lot of force to press down. The flat screen lit up and the minister was surprised. Just what kind of magic treasure is it? It can actually emit such a dazzling light. The world of immortals is truly extraordinary. There are images in the light, unbelievable, unbelievable. If every soldier had this, a night attack would surely give the Huns a headache. The Empress' veiled hand gently scratched the screen to unlock the flat screen, again surprising the ministers. This object can actually change pictures. Could it be that it has learned the Big Dipper change? But what is the immortal's intention in bestowing such a magic treasure? This object doesn't seem to have a strong attacking power. Could there be other wonderful uses? The Empress followed the icon instructions, tapped on the camera, and pressed the small circle at the bottom again, clicking just in time to take Chen Mengya in. The ministers gathered in a circle, looking at the crystal-clear picture of Chen Meng'er in Tutang. The Minister of Public Works, De Clever, spoke again. Your Majesty, I understand, this object must be the legendary immortal artifact soul-regaining magic box. When a picture appears inside, the soul is taken away, and this person will die within 7 days. Great General Wang Yu said excitedly, with this object, collecting the souls of Han General Today Chan and Dogleg Zhang Lure, this battle will be won. Upon hearing this, Chen Meng'er sat down on the ground with both feet soft and cried. Your Majesty, spare my life. I have not violated the state law and family rules on weekdays. The only thing I have lost my heart is that I don't like to wear a belly band. After all, I am too big to wear a belly band, so please return the soul to me, Your Majesty. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice is a little gloating. She is a typical poor breasts cute type. Chen Meng'er is not only big, but also quite, do not love to wear a belly band also always reveals less than half of the part, ruthlessly stimulate her. At this time it is even more flirtatious. Dreamer, you can rest assured to go, we will definitely use this immortal weapon to break the Huns in a big way, by then your sacrifice is valuable. During the war, everyone's nerves are on edge, and at this point the initial comeback and proper flirtation with relaxation can also be a better morale booster. And the other ministers didn't believe that the gods would actually bestow immortal weapons that didn't distinguish between enemy and friend. Chapter 8, The True Face of the Empress. Inside everyone, only Chen Meng'er was truly scared, and large pearl tears fell down barreling down her face. The results didn't fall on the floor, they all hit their full firmness, and a single tear fell into 7 or 8 halves. The Empress sighed helplessly. Her own this university scholar is good at everything, just a little too delicate, nothing like to cry. Softly consoling voice, no need to cry, according to the fairy tips, this object should be a tool for information dissemination, and not some kind of demented magic box. I will also put myself in it in a while. Chen Meng'er's big, delicate eyes glistened with tears as she asked uncertainly, really? I don't have to die? The Empress affirmed, no need, aren't you alive and well now, crying mid-sentence? Chen Meng'er looked like a terminally ill patient who had been cured all of a sudden. Standing up and looking down at herself, she said, Your Majesty is brilliant, since you finished, I really feel like I've been cured all of a sudden. After studying it for a while, the Empress had almost figured out part of the tablet. Reversing the camera, Fong Hongfu's stunningly beautiful cheeks appeared in the screen. The red lips are delicate, the cheeks are stained with a lot of blood, and the bright silver armor is also stained red with blood, a true battle-damaged version of the makeup. After fighting for a long time, Fong Hongfu's face looked a little haggard and had the appearance of a sickly beauty. Looking at himself inside the screen, Fong Hongfu silently turned off the flat panel and said, Let the palace maid prepare hot water, I want to bathe and change. Female for pleasing oneself, although Fong Hongfu was a female emperor, but also cannot avoid a little girl mind, not to mention that as an emperor, since it has been promised to the immortal as a slave for the maidservant, a beautiful maid is more pleasing to the eye. The palace maidens stepped up to prepare the water source. The drinking water inside the city as well as the moat outside the city had been poisoned by the Huns, but after boiling the water and filtering it with charcoal in a simple way, bathing was still no problem. At first, some people also tried to drink, a small amount of drinking water vomiting and diarrhea, poisoning face. Those who drank more than 1 gourd of water were all poisoned to death, and at a terrible price, all the people in Xiliang gave up drinking the poisoned water. Jiang Yu waited for a while, and there was no reply from the Empress's side, and it was getting late, so he simply slept honestly. There were no words in the night, and with the Empress in mind, I didn't sleep much, and I had a few strange dreams, but in the morning I had already forgotten exactly what I dreamed. Simply wash up. Before going to sleep yesterday, Jiang Yu ruthlessly filled up the history about Xiliang. Only the useful information on top of the official history is really too little. Searching around on my phone, most of them are wild stories. What is certain, though, is that the odds are that Western Liang existed in history, there's just no evidence left. Speaking of Shillong, many people may still be unclear. A Journey to the West, the great name of the daughter kingdom, spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. But Journey to the West is also a reference to also wild history, so the exact timeline and dynasties are still confusing. In one night's time, the Empress had already teleported the tablet back. Jiang Yu's mouth showed a smile. Worthy of being the king of a country, learning modern technology products is estimated to be a handful. The tablet had been Kong Wu's unused item, and its greatest use was probably to have nothing to do but watch the wonderful little movies of his little life. Before teleporting over, afraid of dirtying the eyes of the ancient silly white sweet Empress, he also deliberately restored the tablet to factory settings. When I opened the album, there was an extra video and a photo. Jiang Yu looked at the photo a bit surprised. This look of the Empress feels a bit different from what he imagined. Instead of being as motherly as Wu Zetian in the TV series, what happened to being a bit soft and cuddly? And the breasts are too full to be at all majestic. Kong Wu opened the video and just as it started to play he couldn't take his eyes off of it. Fluttering like a stunning goose, graceful like a swimming dragon. Glory to the autumn chrysanthemums, luxuriant spring pines. It is as if the moon is covered by light clouds, and the air is floating in the air as if the wind is flowing back to the snow. When you look at them from afar, they look like the sun rising in the morning. When you look at them, they look like infinite flowers coming out of the water. All the beautiful words in the world to describe the Empress paled in comparison, and any woman paled in front of him. Slightly with the curved corners of the mouth as if the ice melted under the touch of green, straight nose to her soft face added a few points of majesty, eyes as if the 2 winks of spring, I flow, just a glimpse will contain all the depth of love. 3,000 green silk casually draped behind her, a plain lining, outside wearing light blue muslin hanbok, but unfortunately more than a few patches. After all, the famine shortage of supplies, the Empress of the extra clothes are sent to the people, the rest of the clothing can only be sewn. In order to make herself appear more soft and beautiful, the Empress deliberately did not wear imperial yellow robes, but instead chose Jiangnan gentle plain hanbok. After all, there is no witch maid wearing imperial robes. Just for a moment, Jiang Yu began to be filled with righteous indignation. The Huns are really too abominable, bullying my Empress and destroying my rivers and mountains. In this life and in this world, he will definitely be at loggerheads with the Huns and help the Empress recover the great mountains and rivers. The Empress owed her body slightly in the video, and her voice, which was like a clear spring in the mountains, sounded softly. Thanks to the Immortal for the noodles, and the water source, and especially for the divine weapon the Immortal gave me, which has been tried and true against the Huns. It is a pity that such a divine weapon must be like a phoenix feather, and I think it is that the immortal world has not seen much. At the end of the video, the Empress stammered for half a day, her face reddened and said, "Promise to give Immortal as a slave and a servant. Naturally I am true to my word. I don't know if Immortal is satisfied with the slave girl." In just a few words, Jiang Yu was directly hung into a warped mouth, not to mention being a slave or a servant girl. As long as he could see the Empress every day, he would be satisfied. This is much better looking than the women on tees who just wear less to attract eyeballs. At the very end of the video, a few people and ministers also accidentally enter the country. Jiang Yu see very clearly, the minister's ragged, flatbed in the photo of that person, round full and erect pectoral muscles are exposed to a large part. Wait until the weather turns cold, it is estimated to be frozen, good things to take good care of. As for the ordinary people, they were even more unclothed, and each woman with a beautiful figure could only barely cover her key parts. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel pity in his heart. Western Liang had a hard time, lack of clothes and food, and there were no weapons, the district baseball bats. He just knew that ancient wars required more blunt weapons, so he transmitted over a few. It was unthinkable that the supplies in Western Liang had been so scarce that a baseball bat was already a godsend. It looks like there is a long way to go if you want to help Xiliang, but with the high technology of the new 21st century, Jiang Yu has no worries. In the middle of thinking, Jiang Yu's cell phone rang. Seeing the address book notes, he frowned inside or answered. A pretentious voice came over the phone. Chapter 9, Ex-Girlfriend Calls. "Honey, let's make up. I just fell in love with a bag. I'm only $3,000 short of getting it. If you transfer money to me, I can forgive you." Kong Wu snorted and said, "I'm sorry, we've broken up." Hang up without hesitation. He and Su Qinyan had more than a year's relationship, and when they were together they couldn't recognize each other's true colors, and only after they separated did they realize that they had really lost their lives. He is a polytechnic man, meets the fishing woman, is really reasonable, cheated feelings and money, and finally happy to mention a green hat. The reason why the other party called back is nothing more than playing enough, but also play rotten to be kicked away, when the authorities has always thought that the feelings of the most important, separated for a period of time before determining that the other party just wanted Jiang Yu to provide a stable life is just. But at this time, the delicate Empress was waiting for her own rescue. Where did he have the time to pay attention to the slag woman? And when he had the opportunity in the future, he would definitely take revenge on the other party ruthlessly. Locking the door of the house, Kong-woo drove off, or the last supermarket, and called the manager of that supermarket in advance. Jang knew this kind of big customers cannot meet a few a year. The other party early in the supermarket door waiting for him, politely handed a 9 to 5, a nodding look, this era, who will be in the god of wealth. Kong-woo took the cigarette out of politeness, but didn't light it. He rarely smoked except when he was particularly sad. Time is precious, the people of Shillong have not been able to eat, and without being polite with the manager, they directly said, "How much of all the rice do you have here?" "I'll take it all." A smile appeared on the supermarket manager's face, worthy of being a big customer. The last time he bought instant noodles as well. As long as he opened his mouth it was all inclusive. "Respectfully," he said, "Mr. Jiang, wait a moment, I'll ask someone to do some statistics and give you an offer later." Jiang Yu was not polite. A big grin sitting on top of the boss chair said, "There is another thing, you as a supermarket manager, there should be a lot of food supplier contact information, right? Put the manufacturer's phone, whether it's rice, or flour, sugar, salt manufacturer's contact information I want." After saying that, Jiang Yu pulled out a bunch of red Mao grandpa from inside the bag, preliminary estimation, almost 2 or 3 million. He is not afraid of the other party is not hard, or working, their own this money is almost equivalent to the other party's 2 months of wages, and said that the supplier has no loss to him. If the other party did not know what to do, he himself could learn about it from other sources, and the cooperation between the two was considered to have come to an end. The supermarket manager's eyes lit up for a moment when he saw the money, but he still said hypocritically, "How can this be done? Please don't, please don't." Jiang Yu bold big hand waved, "Let you take the money after we are brothers. In addition to these large number of demand for things, in the future the other hundreds of thousands of small supplies I also come to you." Supermarket manager is just mean to push a little. To be honest, he was afraid that Jiang Yu really take back the money when the time to cry cannot come. After all, he hadn't paid anything, just a few phone calls, and by the time the tens of thousands of dollars arrived, what the money did not smell good. So many girls with unhappy families, gambling fathers, sick moms, broken homes new to him, aren't such young girls worth saving? Jiang Yu smiled and stuffed the money into the hands of the other party and said, "It is just right to add a V letter. While you count the inventory have time, send the corresponding contact information to my V letter can be." Sitting inside the manager's office and drinking tea for a while, the supermarket staff moved quite quickly. Although it is the town's largest supermarket, the inventory is not too much. Rice and flour added up to 8 tons. When you do the math, the large size bags, which are only about 200 bags, add up to just over $30,000. It is estimated that these things will be enough to hold out for a day or two in Xiliang, and have to save a little bit of food. After all, the soldiers and the people together are almost small 100,000 people. After the checkout, or the supermarket's old rules of delivery, or the last batch of delivery workers, Jiang Yu to each pack a small red envelope, instructed the other side to unload the rice in their own yard on the good. He was going to continue to wander around the town. Western Liang lacked more than just food, and to defeat the Huns, the most important thing was weapons. The baseball bats that he casually teleported over to the ancient world have become divine weapons. The modern casting process has reached its peak, but the standardized cold weapons are unopened artifacts. Even if the artifacts of the open blade, ordinary forging process to the battlefield will be easily hacked curled edge. As for the real pinnacle of cold weapons, like the Longquan treasure sword and the Kaiser blade that cut iron like mud, for the time being, he really couldn't afford it. A top-notch cold weapon costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, and wanting everyone in the army to be equipped with it would require astronomical amounts of Mao grandpa, and all of these swords and knives are hand-forged by masters, so I'm afraid that even if the few surviving cold weapon masters in the country were exhausted, they wouldn't be able to build them. Kong-woo was fretting as he drove slowly down the road when a bearded figure surfaced. His eyes lit up. The art of war, professional things need professional people to do, they cannot figure out. In front of them is not a talent inside their own village. The bearded man is called Huang Zhang, 2 years older than Jiang Yu. If Jiang Yu grew up as a positive teaching material in the eyes of the neighbors, Huang Zhang is the proper negative teaching material. Not being a good student from a young age, he entered society after graduating from elementary school and became a standard 3-day starving 9-pound punk. Although it is a gangster, but the reputation is okay, never bullied the village people, and then because of righteousness to take the blame for his brother, in prison for 10 years. After coming out, there is nothing to do, because left behind the record, trying to find a job is also everywhere frustrated. Used to be together with a lot of rich people, he has a good reputation, relying on the former brothers to help, can only barely get by. Jiang Yu gently pressed the horn, rolled down the window and said, "Brother Huang, why are you going? I'll give you a ride?" Even if they don't contact each other often, no matter how to say it, is also a hair of the same village, and Jiang Yu, as a college student, or the best mixed in the village, does not dislike him. Huang Zhang, a mudleg, he is naturally willing to deal with each other. Huang Zhang said cheerfully, Harm, every day at home there is nothing to do, there are a few friends who take over the project, I run the building materials market, help buy some materials to earn an errand fee. Jiang Yu smiled and said, okay, brother Huang, after you come out, as long as you get down to business, do whatever you want, you're also getting better. Huang Zhang also commercial bragged, with brother you cannot compare, I just earn a pocket money, which is like you, annual salary or several million. Jiang Yu did not answer, digressing, and said, Huang brother you are young before the mighty, but the boss of our Baohua town, known for fighting hard. By the way, like what do you guys used to fight with while you're young? Chapter 10, Procurement of Rebar. Huang Zhang is a man who is a middle-aged bachelor and has accomplished nothing, and the only thing he can brag about is the heroic deeds of his youth. He said with a fluttering brow, when it comes to dry fights, Xiao Jiang is not me bragging, the entire Baohua town I recognize the first, no one dares to recognize the second. Want to take advantage of the weapon, it is best to be powerful, and common household items are the best, like what water pipe, screwdriver, big wrench, baseball bat, are all powerful first-class weapons. Daggers, machetes and so on, look fierce, in fact, is a bluff, really fight, where thicker cannot cut through. Huang Zhang said more and more energetic. Jiang Yu hastily interrupted and said, Huang, although you say things are good, but it feels that the firepower is still too weak, there is no longer, every day more common, preferably a moment to make the other side can lose the combat power of the weapon? The other party said all these things Jiang Yu had considered, and the best thing to use among them was a baseball bat, which was far from the weapon that Jiang Yu had envisioned. Huang Zhang was a little difficult, also Jiang Yu's request was relatively high, with his years of experience in fighting, it was a little unexpected for a while. He slapped his head, excitedly said, good brother, you can try a thick rebar. It happens that big brother these days also running construction companies, this thing whether hardness or toughness, are first class, want to fire hard, but also can be sharpened in front. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, searching for him in the crowd, suddenly looking back, that person is at the end of the lights. When he was at the supermarket this morning, he was bored and brushed the teaser, and he also brushed an interesting blogger who wanted to grind HRB 400 rebar into an embroidery needle, and went to the river every day to grind rebar. The blogger was also a persistent man, going to the river every day for over 5 years, only smoothing the surface of the rebar slightly. Something so hard, cut to the right length and then polished sharp, put into the ancient times, it was definitely a divine weapon. It's just as well that I'm going to the construction market, so I'll stop by and look for a source then. Jiang Yu excitedly said, Huang, really have you a moment to go to the building materials market to help me choose a number of, the right size of the rebar, you know more people in this area, by the time, brother I still know the rules, the tea fee is not less. Huang Zhang said with some urgency, Jiang old brother what are you talking about, your Huang brother although there is a record, but in you how to say is also from childhood to the bare buttocks grew up brother, your brother to help you do things still take money, that into what things? The other side of the words are out, Jiang Yu also do not know how to answer, the benefits must be given, the money this thing, let other people earn, it is better to let their own relatives and friends to earn. When Huang Zhang helped his friend to take the cylinder was heavily sentenced, visible each other is a righteous person, mother in the world also urged himself, make friends even if it is better to be a true villain than a hypocrite, he naturally will not treat each other poorly. The building materials market wasn't too far away, and the whole town wasn't too big, so Jiang Yu drove for about 10 minutes and had stopped at the building materials market. Huang Zhang took him lightly to find a steel bar store, and before going there, he already knew what kind of building materials Jiang Yu wanted. He had also told Kongwu that he would just haggle with the shopkeeper once he was inside the store. Building materials procurement water is too deep, misrepresentation of prices, substandard, do not know the ordinary people simply cannot grasp. Jiang Yu also did not say anything, watching Huang Zhang and the shopkeeper bargaining, and finally, a ton of factory price of 3,500, the shopkeeper is responsible for processing, the processing fee of 2,000 per ton. Negotiate a good price, Jiang Yu is not nonsense, first to the shopkeeper transferred to the 200,000 deposit, after processing, shipped in batches to Jiang Yu's home. According to Jiang Yu's requirements, when the time comes, each rebar is cut into 1.5 meters to 3.5 meters. The tips were polished into sharp diamond shapes, the shorter ones for melee weapons, and the longer ones as weapons for battle formations lined up in a row, in an effort to equip everyone in Xiliang with them. After the deposit, Jiang Yu to buy rebar at below market prices thanks to Huang Zhang, naturally cannot forget the benefits of each other, to each other WeChat transferred 2 WT fee, but also instructed each other must be received, or else it is not to take their own as a brother. Huang Zhang cannot shirk, and his days are really not good now, and finally can only say, "This money is considered to lend you, useful to my place," is a word of matter. Jiang Yu waved his hand and left first. The Empress at home was still waiting for her to be rescued. He couldn't delay too much time here. After a few steps, a scuffle sounded up ahead. Sometimes it's really amazing how the world is so big, but some specific points in time are small. The country's biggest preference is to see what's going on, the crowd surrounded by the center of the sound of a low man's voice, stinking, "My own house, their own decoration with what their own master, lest he to point fingers. You think I really passed the house to you, don't dream." There was a woman sitting on the ground covering her face, her tears could not stop falling, and her heart could not be more aggrieved. It is Jiang Yu's ex-girlfriend Su Qinyan. When he was with Jiang Yu when the other side to have been hooked up, it is not easy to catch a rich big brother, but also thought that you can live a good life, living on the other side of the big cake. When discussing the renovation today, the old man finally showed his original form. In fact, Su Qinyan also experienced it a long time ago, or else he would not have called Jiang Yu in the morning, "Just want to find the next home in advance." Unfortunately, the other party's flip-flopping was faster than he thought. The old man put down harsh words, "Who the hell do you think you are? You still want to marry me and want a house? I'm just getting a freebie to play with, and babysit for me in the meantime." Su Qinyan cried into tears. She was suddenly a little disheartened. The people in this world are really too bad. They are just not loyal to the feelings, want to use their own body to catch the Kai-Z only. They are a woman, born is not supposed to spend men's money to live. Why are these men so stingy? Just like Jiang Yu, at the beginning, clearly promised to give me $10,000 of pocket money every month, and then I didn't just cheat on her, didn't I just ask out two old men? My heart is still with her, why don't you stay with me properly? Woohoo! As for this old man is even more hateful. When I lied to me that I would buy me a car and a house, and he himself also afforded each other to live in the tens of thousands of dollars a month, and finally kicked off. Kangwu was holding back his laughter in the crowd, and if it wasn't for the fear of being discovered by the other side, he would have really wanted to laugh for 10 minutes. Good and evil will be rewarded, and there is a cycle of reincarnation in heaven. If you don't believe me, look up and see who the heavens have spared. Jiang Yu silently stepped back from the crowd without letting Su Qinyan see him. Back to the car in an unbelievably comfortable mood, the three great joys of life, the night of the wedding, the golden list, the ex-girlfriend was hit by a car and died. Chapter 11, Hongfu offers dance. Happy to be happy, business can't be forgotten. Fong Hongfu's side is still waiting for supplies. There are several water stations inside the town. Driving to the first one first, and where he usually bought barrels of water, the owner of the water station was a middle-aged man in his mid-40s, with a sharp-inch head and dark cheeks. Usually sell water, also deliver water, long time to do manual labor, face more or less some vicissitudes. Inside the store, Jiang Yu opened the door and said, "Boss, how many more barrels of water do you have here?" The water station is almost 100 square feet or so, with empty barrels piled up on the left and barrels of water on the right. The boss do not know how to reply. After all, has never met this kind of customer, up to ask how much is left. He still want to all the package not? Before answering, Jiang Yu directly waved his hand and continued, "You calculate the price, I'm all in." The boss asked uncertainly, "Brother, don't joke, now these water in the store you buy it is estimated that you can't finish it in 10 years. Jiang Yu is also lazy to explain, directly said, "This you do not care, directly tell me how much money on the line, I directly check out." Looking at Jiang Yu's serious tone, the boss was sure that the other party was not joking, roughly counted the number and said, "Brothers, I still have more than 1,000 barrels of water here, usually sell 20 a barrel, count you cheaper, a barrel of 15, the bucket deposit of 30. 45 for a barrel of water, 45,000 for 1,000 barrels, and I'll keep the rest for the usual operation of the water station. Do you think that's okay?" Jiang Yu also do not ink, sharp checkout, on this water, are not enough to Shilian 100,000 people to stuff their teeth. And the scale of this kind of water station is really too small. In the future, or to find a first-class distributor or direct docking manufacturers, tens of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars to spend money, it is too slow, and laborious procurement of supplies, a day consumed, and may not even be enough. On the way back, whenever I met a water station, I continued to order water repeatedly, and several water stations in the town were booked empty by themselves, spending a total of more than $300,000. These days big spending. Jiang Yu's deposit also consumed half, a day hundreds of thousands of flowers, even the landlord cannot stand awe. In a few days there is a chance that you can take out the Shilong Yuanbao and the Jadeite cup to realize the cash. It is estimated that you can sell it for $8 or $10 million in any case. On the road Kong Wu drove while thinking about his bright future. When he arrived home, the supermarket porters were still waiting for him inside the yard, purchasing rebar and drinking water. Delayed for a while, the workers unloaded the car and waited for almost 2 hours. It's a good thing that Jiang Yu gave generous tips, and they didn't have any complaints. The leader of the star-hopping finally Jiang Yu waited for the moon, hurriedly went forward and said, "Boss Jiang, the rice and flour you want according to your requirements have been unloaded at the well, you check the quantity." Jiang Yu looked at it. The general number is about the same, but also too lazy to count carefully, and give the workers and drivers each 500 red packets. Everyone left with smiles on their faces, and I guess the next time they come back, everyone will want to rush in, not to mention waiting a few hours. Waiting a day won't make them mad. Taking out his tablet, Kang Yu first recorded a video for the Empress of the mountains of rice and noodles around her. And said, "I will immediately send you a part of rice and flour and drinking water. When the time comes you can eat rice, steamed buns, today can only buy these, in the future the food you do not have to worry about, it will be more and more." Teleporting the tablet through the dry well, he didn't wait for the Empress to reply, and he was a little tired after running around for a little while today. There wasn't much to do in the time it took to wait for the bucket of water to be delivered, so I simply nestled down on the couch and rested. The Xiongnu did not attack in for the time being, and a brief respite came to Western Liang. It is even more important to stabilize the hearts of the people at this time, and there is still a small portion of the instant noodles and mineral water left from the last Kang Yu delivery. Fong Hongfu didn't skimp, and set up a cauldron at the entrance of the palace to cook noodles, so that all the people inside the town could receive noodles to eat. However, order must be observed. Next to the cauldron guarding the imperial guards, if there are troublemakers, unruly people, no need to report, you can directly beheading, the very period of time to do extraordinary things. All of Fong Hongfu's mind was now focused on the gods and goddesses, and she was still referring to herself as a little maidservant. "I think the immortal magic power is heavenly, his own looks and figure and so on is also good. When a serving maidservant should be more than enough, the immortal will not care about their own. With the food and immortal weapons given by the immortal, the people would not starve to death, and he himself could lead the warriors to expel the Huns, but how could he meet the immortal? One can't serve the statue day after day." Fong Hongfu was rambling in front of the altar, just when the tablet was teleported over. Fong Hongfu the first time to open the video red brick and white tiles, the walls are plastered with white light as if glazed things, the windows are transparent, look into the room inside a glance. Is this the immortal world? So chic, a little different from the cloudy one imagined it to be. There were quite a few snakeskin bags piled up on the ground to attract the Empress's eyes, but unfortunately she didn't recognize what it was. Jiang Yu's low voice did make her understand. The immortal still remembered her, and the ground was littered with grain, so much grain that it took the immortal some effort to collect it. The short 1-minute video was quickly played out, and could not see the true face of the immortal. Fong Hongfu had some regrets. The curiosity of the heart was also aroused. What do immortals really look like? Do they look like a monk with hair and a face? Or 3 heads and 6 arms? Or a green face with fangs? A head with 2 horns? 2 wings on their ribs? But no matter what it looks like, as a little maidservant herself, she still has to serve well, and if she can give birth to an heir for the immortal, then she can be crowned as a prince. The Empress, in order to wait for Jiang Yu's reply, in the morning, she also deliberately combed and dressed up, traced the eyebrows and eyes, thinly coated with rouge. The already extraordinary appearance adds a few points of splendor. Fong Hongfu had already learned to take pictures with the tablet, and told the maid to hold the angle, following the usual courtesan's example of slightly bowing and saluting. "Thank you for remembering immortal. At this time the people of Xiliang finally have food to eat. The Red Whisk fights against the Huns are also more confident. I believe that with the help of the immortal, this battle is bound to be victorious. The Red Whisk is unable to return the favor, but can only offer a dance for the immortal." After saying that, Fong Hongfu flicked her water sleeves and her eyes gently looked forward, a gentleness that belonged uniquely to Jiang Yu. She danced like a phoenix in the air, revealing the aura of a king between her hands and feet. Her eyes, deep and bright, as if they could penetrate the heart. A gorgeous palace dress. Fong Hongfu stood on the white jade stage, light veil like clouds, fluttering with the wind. She stepped on the rhythm, elegant as a stunning, graceful as a swimming dragon. Every turn, are just like a star falling to earth. As the palace zither player played and the music rose, Fong Hongfu's dance steps became more and more agile, as if she wasn't in the middle of the earthly world, but dancing in the clouds. Her sleeves waved out elegant arcs. The kind of stunning beauty that seems like it doesn't belong on earth. Chapter 12. Before Kong Wu could fall asleep, he heard the sound of cars outside his door and several water station owners lined up at the front door. One by one, the cars were brought in and the buckets of water were placed in the yard first. After sending off all the water station buses, Jiang Yu looked at the supplies all over the floor and began to fret. This time, unlike last time, it was much easier to move instant noodles and mineral water compared to 100 pounds of rice per bag. He sighed, if only he could teleport supplies with his mind. The thought had just crossed his mind when the bucket of water in front of him disappeared into place. Sure enough, it works. Imagine all the supplies teleporting over, and in the blink of an eye, all the supplies have disappeared into place. As for Jiang Yu himself, he felt like he had been a one-night, 18-time groom, his eyes were godless and his body was emptied. Holding on through gritted teeth, he used the last of his strength to get back to his room, not even making it to his bedroom, and passed right out on the couch. In the Western Liang female kingdom, Fong Hongfu and the ministers and generals looked at the altar with bated breath, having waited for more than 2 hours. Finally, countless bags of rice appeared on the altar, along with flour, buckets of water. The ministers looked at the snakeskin bag and wondered, what is this thing? It's so strange, the surface is so smooth, and there's a strange sound in your hand? I couldn't even tear it with all my strength just now, it's actually so tough, it's worthy of being a divine creation. It clatters inside, could it be that this place is filled with corn? In that case, Western Liang is saved. One of the ministers dared to draw his sword and cut open the rice bag, the white rice flowed out and the minister's eyes went straight. Rice, it's white rice, so white and flawless that only immortals can grow it. This rice is white and flawless, as if it were a pearl, a rare sight on earth. This rice is smooth and delicate to the extreme, touching it in the hand, it is as smooth as silk, it is worthy of being immortal rice. When you look at rice this well and steam it into rice, I can't even imagine how delicious it really is. I have never, in my entire life, seen rice that looks so good. The minister of the household is in charge of farming, picking up a grain of rice and putting it in his mouth, his silver teeth biting down hard, and a crisp crunching sound rang out. The minister of the household was surprised and said to the Empress, Your Majesty, this rice is a rare sight, even eating it raw into the throat is incomparably smooth, it is worthy of being the grain of the immortal world. The Empress rushed to the altar and bowed slightly, tears flashed in her eyes and said, What virtue and ability does Hongfu have, to actually be able to get such love from an immortal? My people of Western Liang can also live, after this battle is won, I will definitely set up a temple and mold a golden body for the immortal. Fong Hongfu's gratitude was overflowing, but unfortunately the tablet had already teleported back to Jiang Yu in the morning, it was the same old story of writing and offering to thank the heavens. Thanks to the immortals, with this food, if we save some money and make some thin porridge, it will be enough for the people to eat for 4 or 5 days. Although the immortals have sent down a lot of clean water, the water source is still slightly insufficient for porridge. If possible, I hope the immortals can grant some more water sources, and Red Whiskers will once again kneel down to thank them. Kang Wu, who had slept for more than 3 hours, was woken up by the phone, and when he looked at the call, the good mood of rest was gone. It was none other than his own unlucky ex-girlfriend. Picked up the phone in a bad mood, who is it? On the other side of the phone, Su Qinyan pinched her throat, Jiang Yu, let's start over, this time I want to live a good life with you. Jiang Yu wanted to just hang up the phone, but when he turned his head, he thought that letting the other party off easily like this was really cheap for her. He said with an evil smile, Baby, I knew you couldn't let me go, it just so happens that this time I received a big project, it won't be long before I can earn a lot of money, it just so happens that you can help out as well, and by then we'll be wealth free. For this ex-girlfriend of his, Kang Wu couldn't know better, incomparably brain-dead and with a particular fondness for big pies. The only reason why he is with himself is just to get a springboard from a stable life, but unfortunately the other person is so brain-dead that he can't even evening out the big bucks. Su Qinyan said with surprise in her voice, Thank you husband, I know you are the best for me, tomorrow I will go to your house to find you, and make it up to you then. Hearing this, Jiang Yu was disgusted for a moment, he didn't want to touch the crappy goods that others had used at all. Hurriedly said, I'm too busy on my side, I don't have time for now, I still need quite a lot of goods in these few days, it's just that you can help to get them. When I free up my hands, when the time comes, the house and car will match you together, in helping you start a company. Jiang Yu lied while having a bad chill, but Su Qinyan really believed it and said in surprise, Thank you husband. Too lazy to make false pretenses with the other party, Jiang Yu directly said, I'm too busy on my side no, I'll contact you tomorrow, you can find yourself a place to land first. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone, as for letting this disgusting woman live in his house, absolutely impossible. Kang Wu struggled to get up, still feeling sore, and ran to the well, where there was an extra paper offering next to the tablet. The tablet would be left open for a while, and the phone would be used to translate the offering, and it was clear that the Empress was overwhelmed with gratitude for him. However, his own hundreds of thousands of supplies sent over can only barely be enough for Xiliang to hold out for a few days, and raising more than 100,000 people, Jiang Yu also felt the pressure. There is still a lack of water on the Western Liang side, and today the county's water station has been all wrapped up, so buying more mineral water is probably just a drop in the bucket. It's a good thing that Jiang Yu had already thought of a solution in the afternoon. Mineral water is hard to find, and tap water isn't plentiful. Jiang Yu opened his tablet and was going to write back to the Empress, but when he clicked on the video that the Empress had uploaded over, he couldn't take his eyes off of it for a moment. How much care did Manhwa put into pinching people to mold the Xiliang Empress so beautifully that just one look could make one fall deeper into it? The front and back figure, the delicate dance posture, and the white skin, none of them let Jiang Yu fall deeply into it. For just a second, Kangwu felt like he believed in love again. All of a sudden he could understand why ancient kings didn't go to court early in the morning, and with such a stunning beauty offering her dance, the whole world didn't feel so important. Holding a flat plate, Jiang Yu some see not enough, but Xiliang at this time lack of water, or first do business is important. Turning on the flat screen video with the camera pointed at the wellhead, Kangwu said to himself. On your side, if you're still there, prepare containers for water as much as possible, and I'll immediately beam over water to you, which will probably be enough for Xiliang to drink for a few days. Teleporting the tablet over, Kangwu went to hook up the hose. On the Western Liang side, the Empress had already sent people to guard the wellhead day and night, and the guards could be the first to notify the immortal when he sent a message. During the time that Jiang Yu was asleep, they opened the bucket and drank a lot of water, and they sighed at the sweetness of this water. Chapter 13, Tianshui. Western Liang was not rich in water, with more deserts, Gobi beaches, and lush plateau landscapes, and the well water they used to drink had a bitter taste. Most Xiliang people had never drunk such sweet water in their lives. Moreover, the one containing the immortal water is still a transparent immortal bucket. With this exquisitely crafted bucket, there will be no fear of Huns poisoning in the future. Just as the tablet teleported over, the guards flew to report to the Empress. The Empress looked at the tablet, but unfortunately, she still hadn't seen the likeness of the immortal she had been longing for, and could only hear each other's voices from the video. Ordinary low baritone voice, but sounds so pleasant to the ear, immortal for Xiliang so dedicated, their own as a female Empress but a little unresponsive. At the moment, it is still the most important to collect the water source as soon as possible, mobilize the army and all the people in the city, every household will move the water tanks to the inside of the palace, and then they can receive the immortal water. Under the general mobilization of the nation's army and people, after less than an hour, the altar was densely filled with water tanks. Fong Hongfu told the palace maid to pick up the tablet. It seems that every woman wants to look her best in front of the camera. Adjusting to a good-looking angle, Fong Hongfu started to talk back to Jiang Yu. Many thanks to the immortal for the precious water source, Hongfu was grateful and is ready to receive the water. It's just that I haven't seen the immortal's face so far. Hongfu was very curious about what the savior of Western Liang actually looks like. I hope the immortal can let Hongfu have a glimpse next time. Tablet appeared in the mouth of the well. We'll open the video. Xiliang action is quite fast, but Fong Hongfu want to see his appearance, his own and ordinary 99.6 dozen workers. If you see the immortal's filter is estimated to be broken. For the time being, it is better to keep a little mystery, mainly compared with the magnificent Empress. Jiang Yu is really some inferiority complex, even if it is the other ministers of the daughter country, put into the modern era, also killed all the netroots seen inside the teasing sound. The other side was ready, and Jiang Yu inserted the pipe into the wellhead, opened the tap, and began to pour water into the west cooler. Still using the back of the tablet, he recorded video of the running water and spoke back to the Empress. The water has been sent to you, just let me know when you're done picking it up and teleporting the tablet back. I'm pretty ordinary looking, so you don't have to expect too much, you can see it later if you get the chance. Waiting for the other side to receive water is also boring. It just so happens that in the morning from the supermarket manager to ask for a lot of food suppliers' phone number, Jiang Yu one by one to call. 4 suppliers were contacted for 300 tons of rice and 100 tons of flour. It's not that the supplier doesn't have any more rice, but Jiang Yu is out of money. Rice 12,000 a ton, flour 13,000 a ton. The price of this batch of grain adds up to more than 6 million. Jiang Yu himself does not have so much money, or temporarily pay a part of the deposit, and then pay the final payment in a few days. Spent more than $1 million in deposits again. Poor Jiang Yu now deposit is left 13 million, but he is not panicked. There are still 11 large Xiliang Tongbo at home. Even if you do not go to sell the antiques, melting after the sale of gold can be sold for a few million. Not to mention the exquisitely crafted jasper wineglass. Jiang Yu did not understand antiques, but the workmanship was so exquisite, and it was also an ancient court item, so I'm sure the price was definitely not cheap. The tablet and water are transmitted separately. Above the Western Liang sacrificial platform, a column of water flowed down in mid-air, clear water filling the inside of the water tank. The Empress watched as the water source descended from the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. The most troubling thing about Xiliang right now was the water source. In the short term, people do not eat food is not a big problem, but if you do not drink water for 7 days will certainly die. From ancient times, water has been the source of life. The Minister of Works received a cup of water from the sky and gulped it down in a big gulp. This water is sweet, but it has an indescribably strange taste compared to the water inside the immortal barrel, but it's much better than Shiliang's original water source that was full of bitter flavors. Instead of drinking the water, the Empress was the first to pick up her tablet, as if she was finally waiting for a reply to her letter from her young lover. Jiang Yu's low voice came out from inside the tablet, although this time, he still didn't see the immortal's face, and Fong Hongfu was a little disappointed. But Kong Wu also said that his looks were ordinary. These words at the very least proved that Jiang Yu had a personal likeness, and Fong Hongfu couldn't help but be happy. After all, the other party wasn't some demonic immortal with a green face and fangs, a beast's head, or 3 heads and 6 arms or anything like that. Western Liang has gained a lot of supplies in the past few days, and the Huns have not been idle there either. Inside Hun General Jean Ricken's tent, he and his dog-legged army division were discussing a plan. In terms of intelligence, the Huns were indeed far worse compared to the Han Chinese, and Jean Ricchan himself had a clear cognizance of this, as he humbly asked Jiang Luer for advice. Warlord, although the siege can trap the Empress Fong Hongfu, however, our army consumes astronomical amounts of grain and grass as people eat and chew on horses every day, and this year itself is a famine year, so if we continue to wait, I'm afraid our army's grain and grass won't be able to carry the consumption. Jiang Luer touched his mustache, that treacherous look as alive like an ear inside the cartoon came out. He said unhurriedly, General, don't be anxious, it's not just about attacking the city and capturing the Empress alive, I've already thought of a plan. Several times of attacking the city, Xiliang is just relying on the city wall to defend. If we talk about force, my Hun warrior can beat 5 female soldiers of Xiliang by himself. In addition to the last time the Empress Fong Hongfu counterattacked, the imperial troops on the other side of the high morale are soldiers against the battle and do not share the casualties. The rest of the casualties of the soldiers, most of them are attacked when the city was stoned to death, or by the bow and arrow shot to death. Very few soldiers died in the White Blade battle. Jean Ricchan laughed and said, my Huns are based on the desert grassland by virtue of bravery, and the female soldiers are naturally no match for my Hun warriors, but what does this have to do with how to attack the city? Jiang Luo pressed down with one hand and said, General, don't be in a hurry, I observe that the trees near Zhangye city are lush, let the soldiers cut down the trees first, then let the skilled craftsmen inside the barracks do it together and make new siege equipment, and when the soldiers climb up the walls, wouldn't it be as easy as a slap in the face to take down Xiliang? Jean Ricken's eyes lit up. I don't know what kind of equipment the military strategist is talking about. Can you let this general have a look? Jiang Luo smiled deviously and said, General doesn't have to be in a hurry, you can naturally see it in a few days. For the Huns, Jiang Luo had always been on guard against the other side, and the Golden Sun cicada was even more vicious and venomous, so being with the other side was tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger. It's just that he needs the army to fulfill his ambitions and prove that he's the #1 soldier of the world. Jean Ri Cicada is no better. As a great general, why don't you know that Jiang Luer has been hiding? Just for the time being, he still uses the other party, and he is not good at tearing his face off. Chapter 14, Xiliang Tongbao. The 2 bad seeds, Jiang Luer and Golden Sun Cicada, were still discussing, and Jiang Yu and Fong Hongfu they had no idea at this time. Jiang Yu turned on the tap for a full 4 hours before Fong Hongfu's side initially filled up the water supply. Received the tablet back, turned off the faucet, and Sister Moon had popped up. Tomorrow there are still a lot of things that need to be dealt with. Jiang Yu did not chat with the Empress and rested early. This evening is different from the past, after all, there are still nearly 100,000 people to feed themselves. After a night without words, Jiang Yu woke up in the morning and washed up, looked through his cell phone address book and found someone he hadn't contacted in a long time. The man's name is Su Hailey. When he was reporting for a job in a large company, the two had a partnership. Su highly valued his skills, and has been trying to dig him to jump ship, but the treatment is vague, and has been saying that the two of them will start a business together, so Jiang Yu politely rejected the other side. To put it bluntly, they also don't want to pay treatment or contribute funds, they just want to whore out his skills. Most of the other side's business model is like this, basically not investing anything themselves, all rely on a variety of relationships, using the smallest leverage to pry the maximum benefit. Of course, most of the other side's businesses were failures, but casting a wide net and catching more fish, there were still several businesses that were very successful and made the other side earn a lot of money. Cooperation with the other party. Jiang Yu is not this idea, however, the other party's character is not bad, the most important thing is that the other party is still a collection of everyone. He has seen with his own eyes a holy decree in the hands of the other party. Jiangnan Su's gardens are many, most of them have a source, and a small number of them are no longer known exactly who built up the gardens. This is the case with the well-known Harmony Garden in Jinling. After the government took over, although they are all ancient buildings, they suffered from a lack of evidence and did not know how to publicize them to the public. And he knew this so highly. Jiang Yu personally saw that the imperial decree is that Shenlong put in garden reward to a dynastic third-grade officer, through this imperial decree, can also prove that the other party in the collection of the strength of the world. Jiang Yu also hopes to be able to through the other side can open their own contacts in the collection world. After all, the future of the treasures from the Western Lian want to go out, or private transactions are best. Inside the phone came the middle-aged man's voice, rarely seen, small ginger you busy people how to have time to contact me? Jiang Yu also smiled politely and said, Brother Su, hasn't it been a long time since I've looked for you for a drink? It just so happens that there are still a few good things in my hand, so I'd like to ask you to take a look at them. A chat to the antiques, the other party can come to the force, rush to say, what good things, did not find before, small ginger you are still interested in the collection. Jiang Yu casually prevaricated, ancestors passed down the things, recently need capital turnover, to see if you are interested. Su highly this person has no interest in anything else, although it is grassroots entrepreneurship, after the money, in addition to socializing and drinking, do not smoke, do not visit prostitutes, do not gamble, the standard good man. Only for the collection of interest, he operates a large-scale leisure and tourism farm inside, he also built a museum inside, put his own treasures are on display inside, can be said to be a great satisfaction of vanity. And it wasn't the first time he and Jiang Yu had met, so he was still willing to trust each other. Sharp replied inside the phone, no problem, when the time comes, you can just bring the treasure over directly, just so you can give your brother Sumi a look. Hanging up the phone, time is short and the task is heavy, a lot of the final payment in the back has not yet been paid, their wallets are completely empty. Su highly runs a hotel in the city center, he usually stays basically in the hotel, almost 2 hours drive from Jiang Yu's house, which is not too far. Jiang Yu took the golden dollar and went straight to it, and when he arrived at the other party's hotel, Su highly was waiting for him at the door early. Seeing the other person's outfit, a strong air of thuggishness, big bald head, white half sleeves, small shorts, and the standard flip-flops. Su highly smiled and greeted Jiang Yu, little Jiang, you're usually too busy to come and see old brother me is really rare. Jiang Yu and the other party just nodded their heads in a generalized friendship, but the face should still be done well, older brother is joking, your business is too big, usually day to day, I'm not afraid of disturbing you. Kangwu also wrapped his arm intimately around each other's shoulders and the two of them went upstairs together. Inside the tea room, Su highly did not expect Jiang Yu to take out anything valuable at first, after all, the other party is not even a collector, what good treasure can there be? When Jiang Yu handed the gold dollar treasure to the other party's hand, Su highly still did not care, flipped the gold dollar treasure, the bottom clearly written, Shilong Tongbao 4 big words, Su highly's face changed greatly. Putting on a new pair of glasses for a closer look, his hands were shaking a little, and he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Where did you get it? This yuan bao came from Western Liang? Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't tell the truth, but just prevaricated, family heirloom, recently used more money before wanting to get out, is this thing very precious? All I know is that it's pure gold. Su highly said with a trembling voice, precious, more than precious, if this thing is true, will once again fill a gap in domestic history? Jiang Yu at the other side said, Brother Su, I see the 2 words written on it Xiliang, also check the history, inside the official history, this country seems to have never existed Su highly replied, you're right now only wild history has partially recorded Xiliang, but I know a lot of friends in archaeology, and through the timeline strings and some other corroboration, the country of Xiliang existed. The reason why there are no records is also because that time was very special, Xiliang perished during the period of the Five-Husband Rebellion, the Han Chinese were dying out, and naturally the history books and materials were all burned by the Hu people. However, according to multiple accounts of wild history that corroborate back and forth, the last empress of Western Liang, Fong Hongfu, had a story as magnificent as an epic. Facing a siege by the Huns, he held out for 10 months with no water or food, and finally launched a counterattack against the Huns with all his soldiers and people. The Xiongnu general coveted the empress's posture and wanted to capture each other alive during the duel, but it was just a pity that the empress preferred to die rather than give in the last battle, hacking down hundreds of Xiongnu soldiers, and finally killing herself under Jianye city. The empress was also the only emperor of that period who never yielded until her death, and although she was a woman, her temperament was not inferior to that of Qin Huang and Han Wu. Compared to the price of antiques, Jiang Yu is more concerned about the life and death of the empress. Now as long as he closes his eyes, his mind is full of the empress's beautiful appearance, so the beauty of the final demise, he cannot accept in any case. Chapter 15, Antique Shops. The good thing is that Jiang Yu can now connect to the ancient times, with their own help. The empress's personal force is also the world's first class, really cannot, their own to get a few racks to save the life of Maxim, hanging pots to help the world Gatlin. Enough for the Huns to drink. Su highly some anxious pulling Jiang Yu said, although the old brother's also in the antique industry for a long time, but the eye is still almost mean. You go with my brother, I take you to know a person, just also give each other long eyes. Jiang Yu's intention was to realize these things. Su highly said this. It can be seen that the other party is definitely moved. He is naturally willing to cooperate. Calling the driver, Kan Yu sat in the other party's Maybach. Taking her to a quaint storefront, the sales lady was dressed in a professional outfit with black silk, and with a sweet smile on her lips, she said, "Hello, welcome." It wasn't the first time Su Hailey had come here, and replied, "My surname is Su, I have an appointment with Professor Wang, so you can just take me there directly." The young lady said with a professional smile, "No problem, inside please." Miss lead the way to the upper VIP room. VIP room inside all the furnishings are mahogany, coffee table, tie-shirt chairs, the corner placed a few beautifully crafted vases. Su highly about the person with white hair, wearing a pair of glasses, a look of pedantry, smilingly said, "Old Su, this time, and brought over what good things?" Su highly smiled and said, "Old son, this time you're definitely going to have your eyes opened, just in time to help me see what this thing really is." Professor Sun usually had his hands on quite a few good things, and this antique store was also run by him, so he couldn't help but look forward to something that could make Su highly solemn. The moment the gold dollar took out, Professor Sun was a little disappointed. Ordinary gold dollar words, antique added value is not high, not even as good as the exquisite workmanship of porcelain. Su highly perennial in the shopping mall, naturally see the other side a little disappointed, quickly said, "You first do not rush, look at this thing below." The four big characters of Shiliang Tongbao made Professor Sun's pupils shrink, and he seriously picked up a magnifying glass to observe it carefully. Jiang Yu and Su highly did not disturb each other and sat quietly drinking tea without speaking. Professor Sun looked at it for almost half an hour, and still said with some uncertainty, "I've looked at it over and over again, and there's no problem with the stuff, it's just that I've never seen any Shilong objects circulating on the market." Su highly boldly said, "No problem, not just, I believe in my Jiang brothers." Professor Sun said cautiously, "Objects from Xiliang are really too rare, you two go with me to do a carbon identification to determine the exact year of this thing." Antiques this industry, stepped on the pit is a big pit, Su highly naturally willing to verify clearly. As for Jiang Yu, it was originally something that came out of Shillong. Real gold is not afraid of fire, and after it was established, the price of these gold dollars for themselves would only be higher. Professor Sun's store is well equipped, and he is also an old bird in the antique industry, with a carbon identification machine inside his own store. The two of them were taken to another room, and within 10 minutes the results of the appraisal came back. Professor Sun looked at the report and said, "The stuff is right, it's really from more than 2,000 years ago, and this color is just too perfect, it looks like it was carefully collected and preserved." Jiang Yu thought in his heart, it was just sent over from Shillong yesterday, it would be strange if it wasn't perfectly preserved. Professor Sun continued, "With this, it can be confirmed that the country of Xiliang has existed in our history, priceless, absolutely priceless." Today also delayed for a long time, tossing half a day finally proved that this thing is true. Jiang Yu was still busy going home to buy rice in case the Empress starved him so that the heartache. He said directly, "Professor Sun, I want to offer this thing, how much do you think is appropriate?" Professor Sun mused for a moment and said, "Xiao Jiang, you may not understand, this thing called antique has to measure its value from several aspects. First the value of the item itself, but also the artistic value, the historical value, and even the collector's value. For example, that gold dollar treasure itself is a gold casting, the value is not high, but as a general currency, the artistic value is not high. He as the general currency of Shillong, can fill the blank history, can see its historical value is priceless, but the value of the collection, a lot of antiques his value is not just the item itself, different people have collected, its value will multiply, just like Shenlong has used the night pot, can also be sold at a high price. But after some historically obnoxious people stamp their stamps on the paintings and calligraphy, the antiques themselves may even depreciate in value. It's like the ancient emperors, starting with Qin Shi Huang, emperors who had meritorious deeds would go to Taishan to seal their zen, but after Song Jinzong Zhao Han, that soft-boned emperor, sealed his zen, none of the subsequent emperors went to Taishan to seal their zen again. To use the current internet buzzword, a lot of people would say, "What's your level, wearing the exact same clothes as me?" That's probably what it is. To cut to the chase, this thing of yours you can understand is not worth much in itself, but confirms history, so it's worth any amount of money. However, if more and more things about Shillong appear in the future, this golden dollar is only worth a few million. Worthy of being a professor, the speech is simple and easy to understand. Jiang Yu understood at once. Professor Sun affirmed the value of the gold dollar treasure, implicitly reminding Su highly and Jiang Yu. If there was only one, this gold dollar was worth $1,000, and subsequent to the appearance of something on the market about Shillong, in addition to the value of gold, this gold dollar is ordinary ancient currency. As for whether it would appear on the market in the future, Jiang Yu certainly knew in his heart that there were still more than a dozen golden dollars inside his bag right now. But if done properly, the first golden treasure can be sold for the sum of all subsequent items. Jiang Yu's eyes rolled, and he didn't say anything about negotiating the price with the two of them, but instead said to Professor Sun. Professor Sun, when you say it like that, it's not good for us to bid on each other. I can contact you again in the future when I have something good, but this time, how about you look at contacting an auction house for me? It better be quick, I want to bid as soon as possible. Su Hailey is a veteran in the business world, Professor Sun is also a highly educated man, and Jiang Yu has been in the workplace for years. That's why it's comfortable to deal with smart people. All of them didn't say anything, but it's like they've said everything, and Jiang Yu also implicitly expresses that he still has the treasure about Shilong, but he doesn't say it explicitly. Professor Sun and Su Hailey both want the right price to take the antique, the most important fear of their own losses. Jiang Yu want to sell the right price. None of the three men put words in their mouths or bargained, but the things unknowingly made. Chapter 16, The Auction. If these two people got the auction done, their own subsequent treasures could be shipped out from them, and if they didn't get this done, then it could be completely said that they didn't have any treasures in their hands regarding Shilong. Professor Sun said with a smile, small ginger come early as well as coincidentally, just good tomorrow Jinling will have a Christie's auction, just in this area I still have some contacts, now we go over can help you add a plug. Professor Sun is also selling Jiang Yu a good in advance, with this layer of favor in the future, he then have good things, do not consider from Professor Sun here, in the sense of reason is not appropriate. Counting Su Hailey's driver, from Jiang Yu alone at the beginning, it now became 4 people going to the auction house together. Arrived at the auction company, Professor Sun directly led to go to Jinling in charge of Christie's auction boss, and called over an assistant, Professor Sun directly to the point. Old Wang, I've got a good one for you this time, and I must add a plug for me. The auction house's Mr. Wang replied, Old Sun you said good things, then I'll have to open my eyes, don't worry, as long as the things are suitable, we'll definitely give you a plug. Jiang Yu also no nonsense, Yuan Bao directly take out, Mr. Wang said to the assistant next to him, look at the little brother's object, the old son said good things, but I am looking forward to it. The assistant saw the 4 words Shiliang Tongbao, face once again appeared surprised look, and shook to a team of experts, a group of people in magnifying glass, and a variety of instruments, half to the gold dollar treasure began to detect. After another half hour of busy work, the leading expert said with certainty, Shiliang actually did exist. It's so awesome, just this one Yuan Bao, the historical record, can be rewritten. Mr. Wang laughed incomparably happily, ha, Lao Sun you've really brought me a big surprise, tomorrow's auction finale lot is available. Professor Sun smiled smugly, that's for sure, old Wang, I didn't lie to you, did I? Mr. Wang smiled and said, go, drink tea, after the auction please drink, this time rely on you but earned a large commission. And to his men, he said, reprint the publicity brochure and make this treasure the finale, and when the time comes, resend the brochure and the electronic file to the auction house's VIP account. Many times, business is done without realizing it, just like now, after Jiang Yu's auction item was sold, Mr. Wang could not afford to pay for Professor Sun's tea. Kong Wu sells something, Professor Sun gets a referral fee, Mr. Sun makes a big commission, and that's how the adult world has always ended happily for all. It's just the big grumblers at that auction that are suffering, like the pathetic underclass of working people. It won't be long before there are a dozen more Shiliang Tongbao in Jinling, and they are getting cheaper and cheaper. While drinking tea and waiting for the auction to issue the authorization for the auction, Yuan Bao stayed at the auction for the time being. With the authorization, Jiang Yu is very relieved. After all, it is a large global company, it is impossible to destroy its reputation because of a small antique. After drinking tea for a while, the time is not too early, Jiang Yu first farewell, tomorrow on time to come over to participate in the auction is good. Tablet and rechargeable treasure, Jiang Yu took part of it, most of them are slim young female shopkeeper is moving, 7 tablets, a dozen rechargeable treasures, Wobbly cannot see the small head of the shopkeeper. The trunk of Jiang Yu's car was quite spacious, and it was easy to put everything down. Back home, Kong Wu recorded a video on his original tablet and said, Red Whiskers, I've gotten over 10 more tablets for you guys, and a rechargeable treasure, in the future when the tablet goes black, you'll remember to use the rechargeable treasure to charge it, so it'll be easier for you to contact me later. Kong Wu said while also demonstrating how to charge a tablet with a rechargeable battery. Today, because Jiang Yu had been busy, Fong Hongfu didn't dare to interrupt, and apart from periodically letting his scouts keep an eye on the Huns' movements, he spent most of the time sitting dumbfounded next to the altar. She thought fondly, I wonder how the immortal is doing? Is the food good? Is he dressed warmly? Is he usually busy refining pills or preparing any magic treasures? I wonder if he has missed me today when he is so busy. Fong Hongfu's face reddened at the thought, her 10 fingers twisted together, her face flushed, and her body twisted. The guards behind him blinked in disbelief. The Empress was always in a motherly posture. When did she become such a small woman? However, she knew deep down that this was not something she could look at as a small guard, and that if she angered the Empress, she might really have to be killed. Standing with his shoulder against the lance, he covered his eyes with both hands and couldn't help but be curious, quietly opening his fingers a little bit. After all, at this time, the Empress was really beautiful and thrilling. It really made people not move their eyes. Feeling the gaze behind her, the Empress coldly grunted, and the guards, like frightened birds, hurriedly took their lances and stood honestly. Just at that moment the tablet appeared on the altar. Opening it to the same familiar voice brought a smile to the Empress' face. Seeing the tutorial of Kongwu unpacking the tablets inside the video, he also opened all the tablet packages in style. A dozen flat slabs worshipped in front of her, and the Empress smiled even more happily, like a bright spring flower. With this, it would be easier for her to contact Kongwu, and she wouldn't have to wonder what the immortal was doing every day. All thanks to the immortals, in just 2 short days, the people of Shillong had undergone a radical change. When there was no food and no water, everyone was very desperate, and the most desperate things in human nature were everywhere except waiting for death. Even if a grain of rice appears on the street, because a few people scramble for it, even a dozen or so lives will be lost, and the person who finally snatches it doesn't dare to cook it, but only stuffs it into his stomach at the first opportunity. Chapter 17, Participation in the Auction. Baby, I'm going to an auction tomorrow, do you want to come along? Su Qingyan was a realistic woman, and was particularly interested in those pompous establishments. Especially the cocktail parties, auctions, and such trolling places are her favorites. Especially since she was still trying to ease up with Kongwu lately, and inside her walnut-sized brain, going over there together to participate was just perfect, to stabilize the dog liquor again, and to catch a kaiju. Su Qingyan mouth corners are happy crooked, happily replied, hubby, I'll listen to you, tomorrow I go to your house to find you? You send me to the location? Jiang Yu didn't want the other party to come to his house, and hurriedly prevaricated, you can just take a taxi to the auction, it saves time and you can sleep a little more in the morning. Trojan, it's still you, husband, who cares for me? The scummy girl's kisses across the phone also made him feel sick and rush to hang up. After tossing and turning all day, Jiang Yu is really tired and goes to bed early. Tomorrow the auction starts at 9 a.m. and you need to be up at 6 a.m. to get there. The night was silent, and in the morning he woke up and washed up, and rushed to the auction early. Seeing his old lover at the door, Jiang Yu said to Su Qingyan, there are too many acquaintances here, and I don't want to put too much pressure on you, so if others ask, you can just say that you are my secretary. Jiang Yu didn't want to let the familiar people think that Su Qingyan was his girlfriend. Times are different nowadays, it's too embarrassing to have such a female ticket. His words are also in Su Qingyan's mind, can participate in the auction are not rich or noble, hanging to a kaiju, the rest of his life will eat and wear no worries. Inside the auction, everyone was gorgeously dressed and decorated in gold and blue, and it was obvious from the dress and talk that everyone was either rich or noble. Su Qingyan looked east and west, and had a few moments of the sense of Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. It was the first time she had seen so many rich people, and she had already begun to fantasize that she would live the life of a broad wife in the future, when she would have tens of thousands of dollars of pocket money every month, sleep until she woke up naturally, and only need to play poker and do beauty treatments every day. For a rustic woman from the countryside, this kind of day is already her ultimate dream. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yu's mouth, but he quickly hid it, the fish had already taken the bait. Christie's is basically a jewelry or art auction, Jiang Yu is a science man, there is really not much art sells. Some gems and emeralds, or calligraphy and paintings, and even the most outrageous auction of artists. Completely refreshed Jiang Yu's 3 views, an internationally renowned artist, to seal their own poop in the jar out of the auction, actually can sell hundreds of thousands of dollars, the idea of the rich is really too complex, he really some confused. Occasionally, sexy lingerie worn by some third-degree porn star pops up, and I'm not sure if it's really worn by the star or some gouger. Boring auction process, Jiang Yu sitting in the chair is almost falling asleep. Su Hailey and Professor Sun also see that Jiang Yu is not interested in the auction things. Professor Sun went out once in the middle and bought a tobacco stick used by a Qing dynasty king. Su Hailey also bought an old piece of furniture. Ever since arriving at the auction house venue, Su Qingyan didn't know where to go, running around the east and the west, eager to greet everyone. Some wanted to save face and responded politely, while others simply ignored her. Since coming to the auction, Su Qingyan began to observe that most of the wealth freedom is middle-aged men, but there are exceptions. Not much far from her, a young handsome man in the whole auction appeared to be a bit cranky. After all, most of the realization of wealth freedom are middle-aged people, come to the auction house to wear relatively formal clothing. The hottie looks ambient in a baseball jersey, with chopped hair and the most popular micro-parted chopped cap right now, and a slightly permed pompadour at the top of his head. Su Qinyan gathered courage, the chest clothes pulled down, thought to reveal a charming smile to go forward to greet, handsome, hello, can we get to know each other? That handsome man is about 1 meter 8 or so tall, condescendingly looked at Su Qinyan, eyes full of playfulness, the corner of his mouth showed a disdainful smile and said, and around the people to inquire about who I am, looks like a car accident scene, the whole body of the clothes do not have me a button worth, you deserve to say hello to me? The truth is often the most hurtful, the middle-aged old man has a low face value and a poor figure, but at least the hypocrisy, you can still barely say hello to Su Qinyan, just some contempt in the bottom of the eyes. But the arrogant young man is different, he will tear down the last layer of cloth. At this time Su Qinyan only feel ashamed, hate to find a crack in the ground. Time passes quickly, after Su Qinyan was defeated, she honestly returned to Jiang Yu's side, and also said with a pitiful face, people just want to help you know some new friends, I didn't expect to be disliked like this, I don't care, you have to help me buy a few good clothes. Jiang Yu smiled, but in his heart, he was very contemptuous, the other party had always been like this, blatantly asking for food. He was still patiently painting the pie, don't worry, when I have money and get a few big projects done, I'll buy you whatever you want. Blank check this thing, Jiang Yu open how much does not matter, but Su Qinyan is also naive, but also really believe. Happy said, I'll wait for you then, hubby's the best. Jiang Yu continued, then you can run more errands for me, there are many things I don't feel comfortable leaving to others. Su Qinyan nodded her head vigorously, as if she had received some important task. The auction house is also considered to be near the end, the penultimate lot is a vase used by the Qianlong imperial court, and this exhibit would have been the finale if Jiang Yu's yuanbao had not appeared. As the vase appeared, the atmosphere began to become enthusiastic, with a starting price of $5 million, and each increase in price shall not be less than $100,000. A few people coaxing between the price to 10 million, during the Su highly also bid once at 8 million, and then the price is too high to give up. Chapter 18. The price of the scene has reached white hot, the vase soared to 20 million. Jiang Yu knows that the price of antiques is relatively high, but never thought that the price can be outrageous to such a point. In his eyes, this vase, although beautifully crafted, colorful pattern, but no use value, and Jing Dejun burned out of those thrown away ordinary vases no difference, even worse than his grandfather used the night pot. After all, a nightcap can still be used without having to get up to go to the bathroom, and a vase can't pee in it. In the end, the vase was sold for $23 million, and at this point, Jiang Yu was able to understand the tip of the iceberg of the rich man's world. A bounty of artifacts exceeds one's efforts for more than 10 years. It is true that some people are born in Rome, and some people are born to be cattle and horses. Finally, Jiang Yu's consignment of the Shilong Tongbao, the auction's grand finale item, finally made its appearance. Many people are running for this thing, after all. People who like antiques to a certain extent like history, Shiliang Tongbao is just an ordinary one open gold dollar, but it means that people can unveil a corner of the mystery of the daughters of Shiliang. The auctioneer was wearing a pale yellow cheongsam, her hair was sharply coiled at the back of her head, and it was obvious that she had a very well-proportioned body, but her lower body was hidden behind the auction table, so that people couldn't see her long legs. The auctioneer said crisply, the last lot of the division's current auction today is also the most precious lot of the session, lot 50. The golden dollar treasure of the daughter state of Shillong. Although you have already learned about the origins of the Shilong Tongbao on top of the brochure, the provenance of this treasure is really shocking, and I will introduce it to you again on the spot. At this point, many auctioneers have sat up straight, the time of those involved in the auction is precious, ever, Christie's auction site has not been so grandly introduced such a lot. The auctioneers began to pontificate, everyone has read The Journey to the West, and the only time the holy monk Tang Sanzang moved his mortal heart was when he met the king of the land of daughters. The full name of the daughter kingdom is Shi Liang Female Kingdom. Before everyone just saw it inside the Jiqi novels similar to Journey to the West, or part of the wild history, no one can be sure whether or not Shi Liang daughter kingdom exists. Now, we have proof that the daughter kingdom of Shiliang actually existed in history, and today's lot, the Shiliang Tongbao, is evidence of the existence of the daughter kingdom. After my line of experts and also instrument identification, at present, can be sure, this gold dollar treasure did not as a one-piece pouring molding ancient craft, did not go through the secondary processing, after the carbon element identification can be sure, this dollar treasure from 2,000 years ago. At this point, the venue began to gasp in amazement, now it was only a small piece of gold dollar, but it represented another big step for the domestic archaeology community. Like when the initial imperial tomb of the terracotta warriors, the very beginning is just a few ordinary farmers in the digging of the ground when dug up a set of chimes. After the farmer's uncle was given a $500 bonus and a banner, archaeologists began to make their entrance, which led to what would become the eighth wonder of the world. Although many people had already learned about the finale lot from the manual, after the auctioneer's introduction, there were still quite a few people who sucked in a breath of cold air in surprise. After all, this kind of treasure that unveils the veil of history is really too rare. Most of the other stuff like this is the perverted pet peeves of ancient emperors, such as the fact that Emperor so-and-so didn't like consorts, but loved to go whoring in private, and ended up with philandering disease. The auctioneer didn't give everyone too much time to be surprised and continued, Shilong Tongbao, starting price $2 million, so is there anyone bidding up to $2 million? Okay, $2 million bid by the gentleman in the front row, take it or leave it, $2.5 million, okay, $2.5 million bid by phone. Okay, another hand is raised and the field is bidding $2,200,000. It looks like a lot of people are interested in this lot, more than a dozen people have raised their hands in a row, and now the price has reached $12 million, so, is there anyone else who can make a bid? Okay, $12.5 million from the gentleman in the front row, any more bids? Most of the people at the auction site are interested in the Shilong Tongbao. Su Hailey and Professor Sun probed Jiang Yu's mouth in advance, which did not participate in the bidding. Soon the price soared to $18 million. At this time everyone began to calm down. After all, this thing is too high risk. If the follow-up more about the daughter kingdom of Western Liang things in circulation, this piece of gold treasure depreciation than the stock falls into the water can be much faster. As the auction hammer fell, some out of Jiang Yu unexpectedly, the final price to $18.8 million, even not as expensive as the vase of Qianlong. Most of the people in the venue is still very smart. This is only the first currency found to have such a high value. Throughout the ages, no amount of various currencies has been issued that is too small, and more will surely be found subsequently. In fact, the people who spent so much money on the auction wanted fame more than anything else, as if a decade or so later, an account of a certain page of the Daughters of Western Liang would read. The first antique to circulate on the market in Xilian was auctioned at Christie's in Jinling and sold for $18.8 million by a certain merchant buyer. In the future, with this news, when you talk to other people about business, the weather field is 1 point stronger first. As for Jiang Yu, he chose to keep a low profile for the anonymous auction. After all, there was still an unknown number of Shilong's treasures that would subsequently flow out of his hands. Let Su Qinyan go with himself to the back of the auction to settle the funds, and the auction house charged 5 points of commission to settle the $17.86 million to Jiang Yu. When he went to the finance room, Jiang Yu did not let Su Qinyan follow along. He did not like people each other in the slightest, and when settling the funds, the other party will also know that he sent the Shilong Tongbao based on the amount of money. This kind of thing absolutely cannot happen. At the venue, Jiang Yu lied to each other that he was recently a little short of money, the previous collection of antiques out to sell. Casually in the middle of the scene to say that a pair of more than $1 million of calligraphy and painting is his own collection. Su Qinyan is super low segment of the fishing girl, for this kind of artwork is naturally not understand. Just think that Jiang Yu is so rich, how did he not realize before, missed such a quality man, this time no matter what he pays, he will catch the golden son-in-law. Worthy of the world's first-class company, the settlement process is fast, go in 3 minutes, $17.86 million has been credited to Jiang Yu account. First, he sent Su Qinyan home and politely refused Professor Sun and Su Hailey's desire to eat together. While at the venue, he had received calls from several rice and noodle suppliers who were now waiting for him at his house. The good thing is that Jiang Yu wants a lot of goods, and also paid a lot of deposits. The suppliers are quite patient, they want a follow-up to continue cooperation. With Jiang Yu as the god of wealth, there would be no worries about the sale of goods in the future. Chapter 19, Mountains of Food. Hundreds of tons of rice and noodles are piled up in the courtyard of Jiang Yu's house, and the small courtyard seems particularly crowded, now leaving only a passageway through which a person can barely pass. Seeing that Jiang Yu had returned, several grain suppliers looked as if they had seen a supreme beauty. "Boss, you're finally back, I've waited for you until the flowers have fallen." Jiang Yu hurriedly apologized. Excuse me, hard work to move the goods down in advance, prepared a red packet for everyone who sees it. Just booked more than 17 million. Jiang Yu is now also rich and powerful, present several suppliers of moving masters and forklift workers add up to more than 20 people, each of them 500 red packets, easily spent a small 10,000. Another closing payment to all the suppliers cost over $5 million. These suppliers to get the end of the money, the corner of the mouth, are almost grinning behind the ears, like Jiang Yu wants so many goods, and settle the bill, simply the god of wealth. They were also very understanding, and left Jiang Yu a lot of wazi, mousy, small gold bricks, and even a triple folding. The customer is God, and the customer who settles his bill on time is the god of gods. After sending off the suppliers and refusing everyone's warm invitations to dinner, he went back to his room to send a message to Killian on his tablet. Fong Hongfu, this time I will immediately send over a lot of rice and flour to you. You prepare the place in advance, remember to receive it. This time the quantity is a bit much, the place should be found spacious. The last time he teleported supplies, Jiang Yu had already discovered that he could use his mind to teleport supplies, but unilateral teleportation was particularly physically draining. This bull and horse body of his that was 99 6 times a day, after each teleportation it was like he had experienced 10 times a night. However, the Empress is different. As the #1 expert in Western Liang, the other party took the initiative to receive it, and Jiang Yu teleported over to the supplies effortlessly. In the daughter kingdom of Western Liang, there was no news from the immortals for a whole day, and Fong Hongfu was in a bit of a trance. Is the world of immortals dangerous? Are there killings for treasure every day? Or do immortals get injured while fighting other immortals? Fong Hongfu's heart fluttered up and down inside. All her thoughts were held by the immortal. Luckily the Huns were still relatively quiet these past 2 days and didn't hold her mind. In the afternoon, he received a message from Jiang Yu's tablet, and that's when a smile spread on Fong Hongfu's face. Hearing the familiar voice, and with the immortal's heart so mindful of the people of Shillong, he prepared another large quantity of grain. Fong Hongfu hurriedly replied with a tablet message. Thank you for remembering, Immortal. Red Whiskers is ready to receive it, but is Immortal busy today? Or have you been in danger? You haven't greeted Red Whiskers all day. Fong Hongfu's voice was aggrieved, proper little girl posture, petulant questioning. A female emperor spilling her guts, who could stand this? Jiang Yu felt his heart crisp up a bit. Teleport the supplies first, and with the Empress receiving them, it was easy to teleport several hundred tons of supplies. And then use the tablet to write back to the Empress. Red Whiskers, I'll call you that, you don't have to worry about me when it comes to safety. I live in a peaceful world where everyone is safe and it doesn't matter if the roads are empty or the nights are dark. It's just that in my world, a lot of people have to work long hours, up to 6 hours a day, but you don't have to worry about food and clothing. By the way, I didn't contact you today because I was busy and also to raise money to facilitate the purchase of more supplies for you. Teleport the tablet again. Western Liang Daughter Kingdom, Fong Hongfu looked at the piles of supplies and opened her small mouth wide in surprise. This is all this rice, it can catch up with the production of a small city for a year. Just in their time, planting rice is too extravagant. Millet beans wheat rice 5 grains inside, rice yield is the lowest, just taste good. With these supplies and a little saving, Xiliang would have no problem holding the city for a few more months. Fong Hongfu has always been hard towards the people. With enough food, the first time to the Ministry of Household ordered, organize manpower to arrange all the food, and then set up 10 cauldrons in front of the palace to boil congee. For the time being there is no longer a shortage of food, to boil thick congee, and remember, chopsticks floats human head to the ground. Ministry of Household Secretary Han Shuiying face excited with trembling voice said, I comply with the decree. The Ministry of Households is in charge of finances, and Han Shuiying is naturally sensitive to numbers as well. But any more powerful mathematicians can only save costs. Before she met Kong Wu, Shillong had literally run out of a grain of rice, and her fine-tuning was pointless. Now that there was enough food, it was only right that she, as the minister of the household, should keep all the people fed. The food was just too much. The imperial guards cooperated with the Ministry of Household to carry it together, and the Empress held the tablet that Jiang Yu had just teleported over. Fong Hongfu couldn't help but feel a sense of security whenever she heard Jiang Yu's voice. Hearing the immortal say that the place where she was in peace and prosperity, Fong Hongfu's eyes revealed a look of longing. All the people were living in peace and happiness, and since the ancient times, only the first emperor of the past 1,000 years, Ing Zhang, had reached such a high level. I wonder if with the help of the immortals, Western Liang will be able to usher in peace and prosperity. But the world of immortals is so strange. Ordinary people actually have to work for 6 hours, knowing that in Shillong, ordinary household servants and maids and the like only need to work for 4 hours, including mealtime. It's like a minister in the courtroom who only has to work 3 hours a day. Only the lowest and least human rights foreign slaves work 12 hours a day. The ancestors were really in good health, and it is surprising that many immortals can work like this. And the immortal did not contact the Red Whiskers actually because of the lack of money, the district of yellow and white things. It turns out that the immortal will also lack of? Still, the immortals were short of a lot of money, but Xilian had been helped by the immortals, and it was only right that she should contribute. Thinking that ordinary items immortals cannot see, Fong Hongfu's private collection inside a pigeon egg-sized night pearl, valuable, has always been her beloved thing, just to take this opportunity to give immortals. Take the nightshade and then record the video on your tablet. Redfern never thought that immortals worked so hard, that they needed to work 6 hours a day, and that they had trouble with money. I offer a small gift for the immortal in the hope that it can be exchanged for some gold and silver, and also to thank the immortal for the gift of food. Teleport the tablet with the night pearl along with the immortal. Fong Hongfu stood on the palace wall, the household department and the imperial guards moved quickly, the cauldron was set up, the water was already boiling, and bags of rice were poured into the cauldron. The people were already eagerly lining up in a long line, mostly women, with only a few children, sandwiched in the middle of the line. Each person was holding bowls and chopsticks in their hands. Although Jiang Yu had also prepared a portion of food to be transmitted over during the first 2 days, the quantity was ultimately small, and it was simply not enough for all of the people to have a full meal. Chapter 20, the Nui Nui who was about to starve to death. And the supplies were sent over. Surely the frontline warriors should be given priority rationing first. After all, the warriors do not have enough to eat, do not have the strength to defend the country, the Huns broke the city, the people cannot live. Now there is enough food to finally give the people a full meal. In the crowd, the woman hugged her son and cried, "Son, wait a little longer, you'll have a full meal soon, just pity your brother, he didn't make it after all." The child innocently asked, "Mother, where have you buried your brother? I want to take the porridge to pay my respects to him, so that he can eat too, and we can do without it after all, we had meat 7 days ago, and my brother hadn't even eaten." The woman hid her face and wept. She simply didn't know how to explain that the meat she was eating at the time was the body of her brother that had been traded for another dead child. The long line couldn't even be seen, and at the end stood a little girl with a dirty face and dull eyes. At the beginning of the food release, the Empress saw that the little girl was still in a relatively forward-facing position. It seemed that everyone knew that he was easy to bully. One by one, they directly pushed her to the very back. The girl's face was waxy and bone-thin, but vaguely you could tell from the outline that the other party was still a beauty billet. The Empress was a bit displeased, and as a person who practiced martial arts, she was very sensitive to the breath, and she could already tell from the girl's feeble steps that she hadn't eaten for at least 10 days. When the Immortals delivered food a few days ago, it wasn't much, but they put it out every day to make sure everyone had something to eat. Why are there still people who cannot eat now? Could it be that these officials are being shady? If it is investigated that food is being withheld, there is no telling how many great heads will fall at this particular time. Fong Hongfu performed light power. His gorgeous clothes were light and airy, just like the legendary Moon Palace fairy. She half squatted in front of the little girl and said, "Little sister, what's your name?" The girl said in a half-trance, "Nui Nui." Fong Hongfu looked at the girl's small arm for a moment of heartache. A small child should obviously be fleshy, but his arm was hard to the touch, only a layer of skin and bones, almost no meat. And as he spoke, his eyes drifted involuntarily, looking like he was about to be starved out. Fong Hongfu sighed, "Didn't the palace also make kanji a few days ago? Didn't you get to eat it?" The girl's expression was bland, as if nothing had happened. "I'm too small, I've always been put at the end of the line, and it was hard to receive a bowl of porridge, but it was even snatched away by someone else." The Empress asked tentatively, "What about your parents? Why doesn't anyone care about you?" The girl was stunned for a moment, and there seemed to be an instantaneous light in her eyes, but it soon dimmed, and she said absent-mindedly, "Dead, all dead." Fong Hongfu felt her heart strangled for a moment. This was her own people, unable to eat, fatherless and motherless, and had to be bullied by the others, and at any time they could leave this world. She put her arms around the girl and said, "Did your parents starve to death? Don't worry, you'll be fed in the future." The girl lifted her head and said word for word, "Both my parents died on the battlefield, they were heroes, decapitating several Huns sacrificed, they didn't die of starvation." Fong Hongfu didn't know what to say for a moment and swallowed all the words into her stomach. This was her dereliction of duty. As the king of a country, she actually let the hero's children go hungry. As she picked up the little girl, she said firmly, "Come home with me, the palace will be your home from now on, and you will never go hungry again." The poor daughter country's great men all died in battle, and now only female soldiers are left, of which there are also many casualties, and I wonder how many other children in the country are in such a situation. Even how many children had been unable to eat had already starved to death, and the worst outcome was to fall into someone else's food. The Empress had not dared to imagine. Back to the palace, the Ministry of Household Shangshu military ministers declared into the temple, now a special period. All the ministers are temporarily living in the palace. The palace maid went to notify the two Shangshu said that the Empress was in a bad mood, so that the two careful. The two second-rank court officials were a little apprehensive in their hearts. The Empress was kind and rarely lost her temper, but the Emperor was an emperor after all, and when the Son of Heaven was angry, he ambushed millions of corpses. And the fact that only the two of them were summoned must be proof that they had made a mistake in their work and were probably going to be chastised. Trembling to the Golden Palace, Han Shuiying, the minister of the household, saw that the Empress was still holding a small child, and was even more uncertain. "My lord, see the Empress," the two shoguns said in unison. The Empress said with a clear and cold look, love leveled off, do you two know the life of this child in my arms? It's a wonder that the two Shangshus could know, they could only honestly say they didn't know. The Empress began to narrate the story, telling how the child's parents had died for their country against the Huns. Continuing to blame herself, she said, I was at the very end of the kanji receiving line when I found her, and she hadn't had any kanji for several days, and was probably going to starve to death soon. The Empress told the palace maid beside her to prepare thick porridge and fill the little girl's stomach as soon as possible. And sighed, this is my responsibility, but also your responsibility. If there is no food, even so, now there is food, actually will let people starve to death, you say how to do? Can't think of a way, you guys also go to the end of the line to receive porridge. The war is tight, everything is focused on the front line. For the people in the city, it is true that there is some slack. The household secretary Han Shuiying has been thinking, as long as enough food is prepared every day, so that the people can have food. Now it did seem that she had been negligent. However, as the minister of the household, he was naturally smart, and immediately replied, Your Majesty, I'm guilty of letting the children starve to death when such a thing happened in the city, but at the moment I've already thought of two solutions. Fong Hongfu looked at Han Shuiying and said, might as well say it, and if it's not appropriate, you'll be punished with no food for 3 days. Han Shuiying Chess said, 1. The old man child body delicate and weak, why not simply separate the two teams, a team of children to lead porridge, a team of old people, guarded by the imperial guards, no one shall be in the two teams to insert the team. The site of the kanji collection had always been guarded by the imperial guards, but the group of victims was too large, and with a few children cutting in line, the imperial guards couldn't even keep an eye on them. It's much easier to keep the line separate though, they're all different heights, and the presence of an adult in a line of kids is instantly recognizable. Han Shuiying continued. Secondly, in the future, all people in the city will be issued identity cards, and in the future, all the kanji will be collected by the identity card, each person is limited to one bowl, and family members can take the identity card and collect it back together, and all of them will be recorded in the register, so as to prevent people from taking advantage of loopholes to repeatedly collect the kanji, and the children will not be allowed to bring it back home after collecting it, and will directly drink it on the spot. So two methods should circumvent the present trouble. Chapter 21 The Descent of the Immortal Pork. Han Shuiying continued, but it still needs the assistance of the Minister of War. The Ministry of Households are all civil officials after all, and the deterrent effect is not enough. The Minister of War also hurriedly chimed in, I'm willing to help Minister Han stabilize the victims, and make sure everyone has enough to eat. Han Shuiying effectively put forward the solution to the problem. The Empress is not too difficult, waved her hand and said, go down to do it, do not do a good job of this matter for the two of you is to ask. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two men breathed a light sigh of relief. At the present special time, they did not want to be the chicken that honored the monkey. Sending off the Minister of Household and the Minister of War, the Empress looked at the little Nui Nui's motherhood flooding her eyes and tears flashed in her eyes. He asked gently, Nui Nui, what else do you wish for? Let's see if I can help you. The palace maid had already brought up the hot porridge, and the little Nui Nui looked as if she couldn't feel the heat, and finished the hot porridge in 2 big gulps. Taking a light breath, he said, I want to eat meat, I want to eat enough to grow taller and stronger, so that I can go to the battlefield in the future to avenge my parents. The Empress put her arm around Nui Nui and said, from now on, you will be my disciple, I will make sure that you have enough to eat, and when the time comes, you will go into battle with me to kill the enemy. Fong Hongfu arranged Nui Nui, let the palace maid bathe and dress the little girl, and once again used the tablet to contact Jiang Yu. The Empress was already a little embarrassed, but there was no way out. As a master, no matter what, she had to fulfill her disciple's wish, and now that the city was under siege in October, she couldn't afford to get any meat. Many thanks to the immortal for the food, but today Hongfu met a little girl. Hongfu's failure to rule the country has made the little child hungry. The other party's parents have already died in the battlefield. Hongfu would like some meat to replenish the child's body. I hope that the immortal will have mercy on her. All the food teleported over, and this time, Jiang Yu didn't lose too much stamina, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The well had teleported back the tablet with a night pearl the size of a pigeon's egg. With Jiang Yu's insight and do not recognize this thing, but coincided with this time the sky is getting late, the setting sun, the pearl of the night issued a glittering light, the light of the body presents a blue-green color, a faint circle of light halo. Just by looking at Jiang Yu, he knew that this thing was definitely not ordinary, and there were not many night pearls as big as pigeon eggs that had appeared in history. One of the most famous is the night pearl that Cixi held in his mouth, but unfortunately it is now also unknown. A night pearl of this size has a conservative price tag of hundreds of millions of dollars. Of course, Jiang Yu is not ready to realize the night pearl for the time being. In a few days when the time comes to ask the Empress for a few more vases or something, like the vase in the auction house today, casually sell it, you can realize tens of millions of dollars. Unlocking the tablet and listening to Fong Hongfu's heartfelt words of thanks, Jiang Yu would smile. The Empress finally doesn't have to worry about food. I had just finished reading the message and was about to write back to the Empress when another tablet appeared at the well, and it looked like the other party had something to look for. Jiang Yu heard about Nui Nui. The other party is fatherless and motherless, cannot even grab the porridge, almost starved to death in the chaotic world. Fong Hongfu also used the tablet to take over Nui Nui's photo. These days the Empress hugged the tablet and played with it every day, and when it ran out of power, she used a rechargeable treasure to charge it, and the tablet's basic functions were pretty much screwed up. Kang Wu saw the child's bony and thin little appearance. Children of this age in China are still in kindergarten playing carefree, but Nui Nui almost starved to death. Children are sinless in any age. Kang Wu rushed to reply to the Empress with his tablet. Wait for me, it's a bit late now. I can only prepare a small portion of meat for you. Tomorrow I'll think of a way to get you more meat. At the very least I can feed a few thousand people. All this time Jiang Yu had ignored this aspect, fearing that Xilan would go hungry, all the efforts to collect food. But what Xilan lacked was more than food. All the necessities of life were necessary. Rice, flour, sauce, vinegar and tea, sugar, salt and even clothes and vegetables. 100,000 people. All these things add up to an astronomical number of people need, especially salt. People do not eat salt, no strength. Then how to fight the soldiers on the front line? First transfer the tablet over. Jiang Yu from the phone to search Ding Dong buy food. Now it is late in the day. Go to the market to buy food cannot wait. Good thing the emergence of the internet is really convenient for many people. Jiang Yu also does not care about the other, as long as it is to eat, through the order, snacks, vegetables, meat, spices, and so on through the order, directly to all goods all buy empty. Placing the order cost Kang Wu more than $100,000, and in less than 5 minutes, an 8-figure call came in. The other party said uncertainly, "Hello Mr. Jiang, are you placing a wrong order?" After all, who in their right mind would spend over $100,000 on groceries on a big night? Kang Wu affirmed, "Just get it to me as soon as possible." The customer service said to himself, "Yes sir, I'll return it to you right away." "What, you want to send it over? Didn't you place the wrong order?" Kang Wu repeated while saying, "No mistake, you send it over as soon as possible, I'm in a hurry." The advent of interconnectivity does make it much easier, and in half an hour or so, a large van with a number of delivery boys brought down all kinds of supplies. Jiang Yu bought the most meat, like pork, beef, mutton, each have a few hundred pounds. Other bottles and cans of seasonings, vegetables and fruits and whatnot. After handling, sending away the takeaway boy, Jiang Yu first notified Fong Hongfu to receive the supplies, and then the dealer to send a few boxes of countertops together to move to the yard. Along with the messy supplies, he teleported over. This time, unlike before, there were all sorts of messy things, which he had bought specifically for the Empress. Every day, you don't gain strength by drinking porridge, and you have to feed each other well. This time, there were too many various kinds of supplies for the Empress to manage on her own, and even though it was already nighttime, she still called her ministers over to help out together. Grand Maester Lin Menger was the one who knew the most simplified Chinese characters in Xiliang, so naturally she came to help as well. Lin Menger picked up the boxed pork and said, "This Immortal Realms pork, with its fine texture and loose meat, is very good to bite at first glance." The imperial chef picked up a box of sliced mutton and said, "This Xian mutton is also unusual, red and white, with a clear texture, and the slices are even thinner than cicada wings." This time the immortals have rained down all sorts of various seasonings, as well as spices from the western regions, so we can finally cook a decent meal for His Majesty. The pork in the sky is so different, just by touching it in the hand, I know that the meat is soft and loose, rich and fat. Refining the oil must be able to come out with more lard, much better than our wild boar meat which has a faggy texture. If Jiang Yu was there, he would have said that this sister was too happy too soon. She would know what good pork is after eating too many feed pigs. Although the time is a bit late, but this time the supplies are really abundant, it is just the right time to ask the imperial chef to make a table to feast the ministers. The Huns have been quiet for 2 days now. Fong Hongfu had a premonition in her heart. She estimated that the other side would attack the city again before long, so it was just the right time to have some good food with the ministers to boost their morale. Chapter 22, Attack of the Huns. The Minister of Industry unwrapped the table packaging, could not help but be surprised again. Immortals actually live in what kind of world? This porcelain vase is white and flawless, the outer wall is smooth and smooth, the body of the vase does not have the slightest impurity, it is really a heavenly work of art. Great General Wang Yu curiously said, "What is inside such a nice-looking bottle? Could it be the legendary immortal dew?" The Empress was also curious as to what was in the bottle. After all, things given by immortals had always been unusual, and instructed Wang Yu, "General, why don't you open it up and see what exactly is contained inside?" Kang Wu gives a lot of mineral water bottles, and the daughters learn to screw on the caps, and everyone doesn't need to get help from their boyfriends. Wang Yu's tall nose approached the mouth of the bottle, a stimulating flavor rushed into his nostrils. Wang Yu's eyes lit up and said, "Wine, this is the immortal wine given to us by the immortals, this item must only be found in heaven." Wang Yu poured a little bit of maotai into the cup, tasted it, spat out her little pink tongue and said, "This wine is so spicy." Ancient times are cloudy wine, which is just a little higher than the degree of beer. Between beer drinking yellow wine, there is no high number of white wine. The Empress was also hooked into the gluttony by Wang Yu, and now there is no shortage of supplies in the short term, and there is no need to treat yourself, full of a cup of maotai, spirits into the throat, like a flame from the mouth down the throat all the way down. "Good wine." A small voice next to the Empress said, "Master, I want to taste it too." Nui Nui Bling Bling's big eyes were full of innocence. A dozen or so meals were set out on the table, and her little mouth was stuffed with a bulge of grease and her lips were covered with grease. Looking at the innocence of the inamorata, Fong Hongfu was dumbfounded, and got up the idea of teasing the child, her eyes curved into a crescent shape, smilingly pouring a little bit of wine for the inamorata. Little Nui Nui defenseless mouthful of smothered white wine, white little face ting a wine red, big eyes full of tears, cannot help but cough violently, for the aggrieved Baba to the Empress said, "Master, this doesn't taste good at all." The cute little look made the people present laugh, and the ministers of Xiliang also relaxed in a rare moment. The Huns were besieging the city, and the atmosphere had been depressing to the freezing point, and a full meal and the child's vigor changed everything for the better. After buying various supplies online, and thinking that Fong Hongfu could finally have a decent meal as well, Jiang Yu went back inside his room and began to seriously study the night pearl. Rare treasures have been rare since ancient times, and Jiang Yu is just an ordinary laborer. Naturally, he has never seen such a thing as a night pearl. But the good thing is that in the information age it's especially easy to learn anything you want to learn, so check your cell phone for information about nightshades. The size of the nightshade isn't the most important thing, and the thing can now be man-made. The more top-quality night pearl texture more clear, the Empress transmitted over the texture of the night pearl has been close to the glass seed emerald. It is estimated in Sishi's mouth with the one is similar. Finding the right seller or auction house is sure to fetch a sky-high price. A hard day's work. Jiang Yu is ready to sleep. Huang Zheng called over. If it is the previous work, he will not be willing to contact with Huang Zheng. Such a person, this evening is different from the past. Now he needs a lot of supplies, all kinds of 3 religions and 9 streams of people need to socialize. More friends have more roads. The phone came from the other party's bright voice. "Brother, what are you busy with lately? I see cars coming and going in your yard. A lot of supplies are unloaded into the yard." Naturally, he couldn't say that he was raising tens of thousands of people, and Jiang Yu didn't have any suitable excuses. He just prevaricated, "Huang, it's fine to stock up on supplies lately, and wait for the right time to strike." Huang Zheng has been in the society for so many years. Naturally, he could hear that Jiang Yu was not willing to explain. He just politely reminded, "Brother, you still need to pay attention. Now many villagers are starting to talk about you. No matter what you buy, so many things, but it is recommended that you pay attention. The wind will destroy the wood that grows in the forest." Jiang Yu's back crisped up in a cold sweat. The family's ancient well is now his biggest secret. Huang Zheng has noticed that he is not normal, and then let other people know. It is estimated that the secret of the ancient well will be exposed sooner or later. Jiang Yu replied after some deliberation, "Brother Huang, don't worry, it's just a random purchase, I'll pay attention in the future." Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu began to contemplate. The ancient wells to transmit supplies need absolute privacy. Their own home yard has the intention of people just climb the wall can see clearly. Right now privacy is certainly not enough. Huang Zhang also counted himself as a reminder that he still had to find a way to make this part of the village his own territory, and at the very worst, he had to encircle the surrounding 500 meters. Or to get money, when the time comes in the name of development and demolition, let the villagers move away from this place, and then later on, just toss yourself. The road is long. Jiang Yu has a new goal, but still have to work hard to make money. Want to be a developer is not a few tens of millions of small money can be dealt with. Jiang Yu hugged the night pearl and fell asleep beautifully. Not everyone is blessed to be able to sleep with a few $100 million in their arms. The daughter kingdom of Western Liang. Last night the Empress and ministers finally ate and ate well, and in the morning the sky was just dawning, which was also the time when people were most easily tired, and the female soldiers on the city wall on watch kept yawning. The Huns under the city wall took advantage of some night color to sneak towards the city wall, for soldiers divided into a group of their respective duties, 2 carrying the ladder to ascend the city, the remaining 2 carrying 4 planks of wood. All the soldiers were lightly armed, walking on tiptoe without making a single sound, quietly approaching Xiliang like the Grim Reaper. Lightly and gently put the ladder on the city wall. Just at this time the movement was even smaller, but also discovered by the female soldiers of Western Liang. The sentry standing on the wall yelled at the top of his voice, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" A sentry passed a sound, soon spread throughout the walls, countless soldiers with the fastest speed to dress up and pick up weapons to act, to protect the family and defend the country, obliged. Sentinels beat the war drums, lit cooking smoke. The entire Shillong city people also know that the Huns are again attacking. The people have just had a few days of peace and quiet. After the city broke down after the death of the family, the people hated the Huns, hated to drink their blood, eat their flesh. Talk about the Huns are gnashing their teeth. The Empress also woke up at the first time and ordered the great general Wang Yu to guard the city, while she sat in the palace to observe the changes in the battlefield at all times. Wang Yu took 3 steps and ran quickly to the city wall, looking down at the dense Huns, and gave the first order. Release the arrows. The Western Liang defenders stood on the city wall. All the soldiers bent their bows and arrows fell like rain moving down. All the Han soldiers had a wooden board with a hook on the front end in their hands, and at this time, they raised the board over their heads without panic, and the arrows were all blocked by the board. The Han soldiers continued towards the walls unperturbed, and except for a few unlucky Hun soldiers or 2 who were shot, the other soldiers charged against the planks as if nothing had happened. Chapter 23, Anxiety. When they got to the bottom of the ladder, the hooks on the front of the planks came into play, and the soldiers rolled their bodies over and half lay on the ladder, hooked the ladder with the hooks, and then climbed up one section at a time. The female soldiers of the Western Liang were helpless against a small wooden board up, and all means of defending the city were ineffective. Bows and arrows were blocked, few stones worked, and the tried and true gold juice was blocked by wooden boards. The Hun soldiers were like kingpins shrinking inside their shells, getting closer and closer to the city walls, but all of Shillong's conventional means of defending the city were useless. The female soldiers defending the city are anxious, and for a while there is no better plan. The previous Huns are hard with Shillong, and the female soldiers of Shillong have taken advantage of a lot of advantages by virtue of their location. Now that the Huns were suddenly preoccupied with stratagems, Shillong instead began to be at a loss. General Wang Yu sensed that something was wrong and sent a messenger soldier to report to the Empress at the first opportunity. The Empress frowned deeply in the great hall and asked her ministers, secretaries, "Do you have a good plan?" The ministers whispered in the great hall, though all of them did not say why, nor did they have a suitable plan. It was the Grand Maester Chen Menger who took the lead and said, "Your Majesty, there is no suitable solution at the moment, and instead of discussing it, it is better for us to ask the gods for help early on." The Empress frowned and said with some anger, "What's the point of having you guys if you have to ask for help from the gods for everything?" Wang Yu summoned up the courage to say, "Your Majesty, after the Huns mount the walls, there is no telling how many soldiers will have to be sacrificed, so it's better to seek help from the gods as soon as possible." The Empress sighed and said, "Prepare yourselves to meet the enemy with all your might. I'll immediately ask the gods for help, and hopefully they can think of a way to help us." Recording the video with the tablet, the Empress transmitted it to Jiang Yu at the first time, but unfortunately, Jiang Yu was now sleeping soundly, and even though the Empress was in a hurry, Jiang Yu did not reply to the other party. The Huns had already attacked the city on their side, and the crowds of Huns were like cockroaches crawling up the walls one by one. Seeing that the situation was uncontrollable, Wang Yu also climbed up the city wall at the first opportunity, and the 2 sides began to fight a white-knuckle battle. The first Hun who came up threw the plank in front of him casually on the ground and rushed at the Hunis with a sardonic grin on his lips. Huns have always been murderous and cruel, and their bloodthirsty smiles make the female soldiers unable to hold back a tremor in their hearts, and they are already 3 times more timid before the battle. The Hun drew his curved sword, his tongue licked the back of the blade, and his ferocious expression couldn't wait to eat the Shillong female soldier alive. The female soldier was timid, but she had her family and country behind her, and if she didn't fight, her children were doomed to be slaughtered by the Huns. The female soldiers wielded their long swords and slashed against the Huns' curved swords, sparks flying between the collision of weapons. The Hun's scimitar was intact, and the poor female soldier's weapon cut out a large gash. The Hun cried out strangely and waved his scimitar with a fierce smile, "Little beauty, I advise you to obey me and I can leave you a whole body, if not, then I can only come while it's hot." There was some inexplicable panic in the hearts of the female soldiers, who had been on the walls before, and it was the first time they had fought the Huns in a white-knuckle battle. The female soldier roared, giving herself a boost of courage as she swung her blade and attacked again. Unfortunately, women are naturally at a disadvantage in terms of physical fitness, and after sparring for a few strokes, the female soldier was caught by the Huns in a break and directly sealed her throat with a knife. Countless female soldiers fought the Huns to the death, but unfortunately, both their weapons and fighting skills were inferior, and Shillong often paid more than 3 female soldiers to be able to kill 1 Hun soldier. The situation on the battlefield was very grim, and if it continued, in less than a day, Shillong would fall. The Empress was so anxious that she recorded video after video, and all the tablets were transmitted to Jiang Yu, but she never received a reply. In order to boost morale, Shillong sends all the military generals out of the city to meet the enemy, and Fong Hongfu also wants to go into battle with a baseball bat in hand, but in order to wait for Jiang Yu to reply to her letter, she still holds back. One can only keep praying inwardly for the warriors that they can defeat the Huns. Even if it's the worst outcome, we have to drag it out until the immortals come up with a solution, and if there's really no way out, it can only be that the heavens are going to kill me and Xiliang. Jiang Yu slept pretty well at night, after all, cradling a night pearl worth hundreds of millions of dollars. When he woke up and saw 10 flat plates stacked neatly at the wellhead, the sky fell. The Empress must have something particularly urgent to find herself, or else the other party couldn't have teleported all the tablets over. Opened the tablet to check each one, and this time made sure the sky was really falling. Xiang Nu attacked the city, Xiliang dead and wounded, Jiang Yu heart incomparable self-blame, this time he has been trying to let Xiliang eat and wear warm, as a modern man, subconsciously ignored the Xiliang is still pervaded by the fire of war. The last few days had only been a brief period of peace in the midst of the fighting, and although he had thought of giving the other side the power to defend itself, he had not been in any particular hurry, and the weapons made of rebar had not been rushed themselves. The messages transmitted from the 10 tablets were all pretty much the same, and it looked like the situation had gotten more and more critical. Kongwu re-recorded a video. Red Whiskers, you must hold on, wait for me, I'll think of a way for you right away, the tablet I'll teleport it to you first, if there's any news, you notify me at the first time. The female emperor had been tormenting and struggling for a long time, and finally waited for Jiang Yu's reply, and for some reason, he was instantly confident. Ordering to the warriors, he said, the immortals have promised to help us, everyone cheer up, with the blessing of the immortals, Xiliang will be invincible in battle. The soldiers had also seen the things of the immortal world in the past few days, immortal water, immortal rice, and magical immortal noodles, and since the immortals had promised to help, Xiliang would surely have a way to meet the enemy. The women soldiers fought the Huns as hard as they could, even if they had to trade wounds for injuries. Kongwu frowned and thought. West Liang War emergency, the Huns made a homemade siege equipment similar to a wooden board shield, since it is a wooden product, naturally the best fire attack. White phosphorus is best for modern flammables, but it's too hard to collect these days, or gasoline is more convenient. Jiang Yu drove to the nearest gas station, just drove to the last booking of rebar boss called, the phone sounded for a while before answering, the other party may be sleeping. Jiang Yu opened the door and said, "Boss, I'm the person who ordered a batch of rebar in you last time and asked to cut it into more than a meter long, now how much have you cut and polished it?" The owner's voice was tinged with sleepiness as he said, almost there, just the last bit, I'll send it to you in the next few days. Jiang Yu said firmly, no, today, no. Send it to me now and I'll give you a raise. The boss's voice was still struggling a bit as he said, brother, I haven't gotten up yet, there's still a lot of work behind me, so don't rush me, I'll be sure to do it as soon as possible. I'll raise you $100,000. It's not the money. 200,000. Brother's delivery schedule is all set for today. $300,000, it has to be delivered within the hour, I don't care how much you've done, deliver as much as you can now. Chapter 24, Fireball. Okay boss, you're so atmospheric, I'll immediately start arranging for a truck, and I'll be sure to deliver it to you the first time. The rebar boss eventually couldn't withstand Kongwu's money attack and got up like a fly, not caring if his pants were on backwards. Jiang Yu went to the gas station to fill up the gasoline, and on the way, he bought several small-sized oil drums, and after driving the car back to the yard, he pumped out the gasoline with a tap hose, and then teleported it over to the Empress and recorded a video to teach the Empress how to light the gasoline. After all, this thing does not burn without meeting an open flame. Kongwu was making a trip to the gas station, after all, there's no car and no one to refuel. Western Liang Daughter Kingdom, Fong Hongfu feels that the flowers are all gone, this Hun night attack and attack the city war. Every moment there are Western Liang warriors sacrificed. Fong Hongfu was so anxious that she couldn't wait to take the place of the warriors in the battlefield to kill the enemy, and finally waited for Jiang Yu to write back. Ministers and strategists gathered together to hold the flat screen to see the video, Jiang Yu to the ground to pour a little gasoline, hand holding a lighter gently lit, baked sound, blue flames lit up. The moment the lighter was lit, the minister was surprised and said, "Immortal magic, you don't need a flamethrower to light a flame. This must be the legendary fireball technique, what is that on the ground? It can actually ignite so easily? Immortals are truly extraordinary, grant us immortal techniques and the warriors will be invincible. The root of this flame is blue in color, it must be the legendary 3 flavors true flame, with this fire, the Huns can certainly be burned to the ground." Ministry of Public Works Secretary opened the barrel of oil, nose in the mouth of the barrel, sniffed, covered his nose and said, "The smell is so pungent, smell some dizziness, is it with this thing splashed on the Huns?" Fong Hongfu replied, according to the immortal, this substance is called gasoline and is extremely flammable, so if you use it to splash on the ladder or the Huns, the flames can easily ignite. Han Shuiying used a ladle to hold out part of the gasoline, blowing the flame refractor, put it on the side of the gasoline, inquisitive desire to make her carefully observe the changes in the gasoline. Obviously looks like water, why is it so easy to burn? Before he could react, with a boom, the gasoline had been ignited, and Han Shuiying didn't pay attention and was directly smoked by the flames into a big black face. Han Shuiying said dully, well, what a powerful flame. Just pity her snow-white little face and a stream of black smoke coming out of her mouth. Fong Hongfu's eyes lit up. This fire is so powerful. Han Shuiying was blackened without direct contact. If the gasoline was poured on the Huns, wouldn't it be a charcoal roasted live chicken? Fong Hongfu said decisively, send orders to carry all the gasoline to the city wall, prepare torches and rockets, and splash them on the Huns' ladders ascending the city to ignite them. The Imperial Guards were again engaged in the battle with gasoline. A number of Huns had climbed the walls, and the Imperial Guards again scooped out the gasoline and poured it over the Huns as if they were pouring it on the ground. A Hun soldier with a face full of blood laughed and rushed out, looking at the Imperial Guards with different armor and said, here comes another one to send death. There are already 5 dead souls under my sword. Let's see how I'm going to clean you up. The King's Guard smiled evilly at the corners of his mouth, quite literally possessed by the Dragon King, and scooped out the gasoline and poured it over the Hun. The Hun soldier with a bloodied face smiled disdainfully and said, not bad for a pussy. What's the use of splashing water if you can't beat them? Not bothering to argue with the Huns, the Imperial Guards lit the torches in their hands and rushed towards the Hun soldiers. The Hun soldiers were not the least bit afraid, and laughed as they rushed towards the Imperial Guards. The other party was already a corpse in his eyes, and the Hun soldier thought beautifully in his heart that when he won this battle, the daughter kingdom would be filled with beauties, and he would have to taste them. Even the legendary Empress, one only needs to kill more enemies, and after the generals are done playing, and the superiors have been used one by one may have a chance to get a kiss. The Hun scimitar clashed with the Imperial Guard's torch, which was still stained with gasoline, and sparks erupted, and a good deal of the ignited gasoline volleyed out, splashing right over the Hun soldiers. The gasoline ignited instantly, and the Hun soldier was instantly transformed into a fireman, with screams coming out of his mouth. The sound was beyond heartbreaking. The Hun soldier struggled and still wanted to hold the Imperial army to die with him, but unfortunately he was not given the chance. The Imperial army lance pierced through the Hun's chest. The Hun soldiers were like scorpions that had been skewered and threaded on a barbecue, struggling helplessly and desperately, but it didn't help in the slightest. In less than 5 minutes, the Hun soldiers had been burned alive. The other Hun soldiers saw their companions being burned to death and their eyes flashed with fear. Hun's tough courage is not true, but this way of being burned alive, as long as it is an individual will be afraid. Death is not terrible, terrible is worse than death, and the companions' miserable look is right in front of their eyes, and the screams seem to be still echoing in their ears. The King's Guard scooped up the gasoline again and rushed at the nearest Hun soldier. The other man twisted his head at the sight, but unfortunately his reaction was still half a second too slow and the gasoline was already poured over him. Feeling his clothes wet, the Hun soldiers were scared out of their wits, and used all their strength to run as hard as they could. The Imperial Guards did not panic and bent their bows. The tips of the arrows were dipped in gasoline, and ignited them with fire folders, and hit the Huns in the back with an arrow. The screams rang out again as the searing pain of the flames was too much for the Hun soldier to bear, and the scimitar aimed at himself and wiped his neck directly. The blood foaming from his mouth extinguished the flames a little, but unfortunately they soon burned again and it wouldn't be long before they turned to ash. The other Hun soldiers were so dumbfounded that their hands began to shiver as they held their scimitars, and the Imperial Guards took advantage of the situation by standing on the walls and pouring gasoline downward, and then igniting the ladders with rockets. There were a dozen ladders in all, and 3 were burned at once. Some unlucky Hun soldiers were drenched with gasoline during the climbing process. A rocket into the soul, Hun soldiers turned into a fireman, could not hold on to fall from the ladder. The flame was extinguished, but unfortunately the whole person turned into mincemeat. Behind them came another group of Imperial Guards carrying oil drums and pouring gasoline when they met the Huns. This is the second time today that Xi Liang has been given the gift of immortality, and the situation is starting to reverse a little bit, and the morale of Xi Liang's female soldiers is starting to come back. Kangwu went to the gas station twice, and pumped out the gasoline first thing when he got home and teleported it to Shilong. Ready to run the third time, the person who sells rebar contacted Jiangyu, first at home waiting for the other side of the rebar. Good thing that the Empress side has sent a message over, temporarily control the situation, wait a little while the problem is not too big. Boss in the face of Grandpa Mao personally came to Jiangyu delivery, the car throttle are almost stepping on smoke, the road speeding violation of several. finally drove to Jiang Yu's house, dump truck full of cut and polished rebar. The boss smiled and rubbed his hands together and said, "Man, you see what you said on the phone inside the tip?" Doing small business for so many years, the boss is also a human savant, afraid that Jiang Yu thinks to hand after reneging on the bill. Unfortunately, the other party had really underestimated Jiang Yu. Ding, PayPal arrives with $1 million. Jiang Yu asked for a total of 100 tons of rebar, the total price of $550,000, paid a deposit of $200,000 in advance, and gave the boss $600,000 bounty, make up a whole just $1.2 million. The rebar boss gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you don't see too many people who speak their mind. I'll make sure to arrange it as soon as possible." Chapter 25 Rebar Lance. Jiang Yu just smiled and waved his hand and said, "When all is said and done, it should be, help me unload the goods as soon as possible, and process the subsequent rebars as soon as possible to send them to me." This time is only the first batch, almost 20 tons of rebar. Cold War, naturally, the more gold and iron weapons, the better, and later a little bit of Xiliang armed to the teeth. The boss drove over a dump truck. Unloading is very convenient. Jiang Yu will only be the other side of the rebar all unloaded to the edge of the well, did not have more pleasantries with the boss, rushed away from the other side so that as soon as possible to the west rang to the supplies transmitted over. Jiang Yu used the tablet to notify the Empress to receive the supplies as soon as possible. After all, his small body just couldn't support a few teleports. Daughters of Western Liang, countless rebar fell from the sky. The front end was welded on the tip of the gun, polished, sharp, exudes a cold light. The back end of the winding insulating tape, grip feel better, and weapons against can also be resistant to shock. Present only the Ministry of Industry minister most know how to manufacture and build, holding a rebar in his hand, rubbing the threads with his hand, like touching his beloved's beloved, full of eyes or obsessed with the color of God. His mouth exclaimed, "Fine steel, this is fine steel, the hardness far exceeds that of iron." Heavens, I'm afraid that such a large amount of refined steel can only be found in the immortal realm. A military general picked up the threaded steel lance and exclaimed, "Such a slender lance is actually heavier than my warhammer, it's worthy of being a material made of refined steel." The military general drew his sidearm, and the rebar and fittings clashed, and the sidearm snapped in response. Now, everyone changed color. In this era, steel is extremely expensive, simply cannot be produced for military use. Only people of overwhelming status could use steel longswords, and they were as crisp as paper in front of rebar. For example, the Empress of Western Liang owns a heirloom sword, made of fine steel with added meteorite iron, which cuts iron like mud. Ordinary generals used fine iron swords, and ordinary soldiers used bronze swords that weren't even as hard as kitchen knives. So much refined steel talent in ancient times was entirely a strategic stockpile of superpowers, the equivalent of nuclear weapons nowadays. The material of steel is absolutely rare treasure in ancient times. Dry General Moxie in order to cast steel sword, even at the expense of martyrdom to the sword, which is to get a superb sword. The Empress ordered to the chief of the Imperial Forestry Army beside her, "Pass the order down, all Imperial Forestry Army is equipped with one steel lance and one steel short stick. In addition, bring along all the steel lances and distribute one to each soldier. All of them will go to the battlefield to kill the enemy together with me." The Imperial Forest Army is the most elite force in Western Liang, and is also the force that directly belongs to the Empress. Except for Fong Hongfu, no one else can mobilize the Imperial Forest Army, and is also the last barrier of Western Liang. Xiang News Center Tent, report. The scout came to report, "General, our warriors have climbed up the wall of Xiliang City. At first the female soldiers were killed by the warriors, but they suddenly took out a kind of strange fire oil and poured it on the soldiers. As long as they touched the fire source again, that fire oil would be ignited instantly, and the soldiers were burned into firemen as a whole. So many soldiers have been burned and screamed, greatly affecting our morale, and the soldiers no longer dare to attack the city with all their might." Hun General Jean Rikchan said angrily, "Wastes, all are wastes, all soldiers give me a desperate charge, who run slowly cut off a leg, who dares to retreat directly beheaded. I still do not believe that we can't take a small daughter country." Warlord Jiang Luo was a bit eager to speak. He had already sensed that there was something different about Xiliang lately. Having been besieged for so long, it was impossible for Xiliang's warriors to still have this kind of fighting strength. The kind of strange noodles that the Xiliang warriors ate during the last siege, and the sudden appearance of this kind of kerosene, which Jiang Luo had never heard of together, were things that would have signaled that Xiliang was unusual. Soldiers know themselves and know their enemies, and they will not be in danger in 100 battles, and a rash attack is originally a great taboo in the military. Jiang Luo despised Jean Rikchan in his heart. These Huns are all four-limbed and simple-minded fools. The Hun soldiers were afraid of gasoline, but they were more afraid of the Golden Sun cicada. After all, if they didn't attack the city, they would die 100%, and there was still a ray of hope to stay alive in a full-force charge. But, of course, there was a possibility that they could die even worse, and be burned alive by that strange kind of kerosene. Once again, Xiliang has reached a close call. After all, no matter what, Zhangye City cannot be broken. This is the last hope of all Xiliang people. The Imperial Guards once again stepped forward, armed with long spears and short sticks pinned to their backs. Fong Hongfu and Wang Yu led the charge, with the other female soldiers following close behind. On the battlefield, while the gasoline was useful and did scare the Huns out of their wits, it was a shame that there were only 2 barrels, and after burning 6 ladders and 20 or so Huns, the gasoline had run out. The Hun soldiers were fierce once again, vowing to avenge their fallen companions. However, this time, they were greeted by the Imperial Army, and the ordinary Xiliang female soldiers temporarily retreated, and the logistics had already steamed big fragrant steamed buns, waiting to eat their fill before going into battle to kill the enemy. The Imperial Army is the best equipped army in Xiliang, and with the rebar it is even more like a tiger, so it can be said to be armed to the teeth. When the Hun soldiers saw that Xiliang's kerosene ran out, they felt that they could do it again, and all the soldiers charged with all their might. Great General Wang Yu was the first to take the brunt of the attack, holding the lance with both hands. His lower body was calm and steady. He set up a good horse stance, and the lance was picked forward, and the Hun soldier who rushed in the first one was directly pierced into a sugar gourd. The following soldiers wielded their curved swords and slashed at Wang Yu. The Huns were already experienced in attacking Xiliang, and the wooden shafts could easily split the lances if they were chopped with full force. Out of the knife, soldiers have thought of their own cut lance. Wang Yu panic look, to take down the enemy general, is definitely a great merit. Feudal lords and worship ministers in no time. Zhangye City inside the female soldiers at that time can also be randomly selected by themselves. Before his smile disappeared, a crisp and piercing sound rang out, his ears buzzed more than once, and the scimitar in his hand was directly interrupted by the strangely shaped lance. Wang Yu retracted his lance. The sharp lance that flashed with cold light made a move to sweep the army. The Hun soldier's throat was slit on the spot, blood froth gurgled and sprayed out from his neck and mouth. The soldier eventually covered his neck and closed his eyes unwillingly. Fong Hongfu also tried her best to kill the enemy, and the soldiers following her were even more courageous. Since ancient times, the Imperial Army has been the best way to boost morale. The lance in Fong Hongfu's hand was waved impermeably, and as long as the Hun soldiers approached the Empress at a distance of 1.5 feet, they would either be picked to death by the lance or knocked over by the rebar. The hard rebar is not the same as the ash gun barrel. As long as it is hit, the injury is light. So many Hun soldiers have their internal organs broken. The Hun soldiers basically could not go more than 1 round in the hands of the female soldiers of Xiliang. Most of the curved swords in their hands were cast in pig iron, and between the collision of the weapons, they were easily broken by the rebar. An inch long, an inch strong, under the airtight Imperial Army battle formation, many Hun soldiers were poked with a dozen or so bloody holes without even a chance to resist. Chapter 26, The Empress replies to the letter. It is not true that the Hun soldiers are brave, but in the face of the qualitative gap in equipment, courage is meaningless. The Imperial Guards were blocking the walls, and the Hun soldiers who were desperately trying to climb up were faced with cold, threaded steel guns. The female soldiers of Xiliang who were replaced by the Imperial Forest Army also reorganized, each holding a threaded steel lance in their hands, and stood high on the city wall, where the Hun soldiers climbed up and pierced them with their lances. When the gasoline ran out, the Hun soldiers held up small wooden planks and tried to climb up from the ladder again, but this time the ending was completely different. The female soldiers of Xiliang used their full strength and their lances were like steel whips on the planks. From the top to the bottom, lending strength, the Hun soldiers' hands simply cannot hold the wooden board. Even if they desperately hold, 10 fingers at least half will be broken, and fall down from the ladder again. The siege lasted for a long time. Countless Hun soldiers fell down, and the ground underneath the city wall was dyed reddish-brown. As the poor Hun soldier fell from the wall, the whole thing would splatter and shatter into a shocking red flower with a casual beauty. The Imperial Guards had charged down several times. The soldiers who had climbed up the city wall had pretty much died, and the rest of the soldiers who were still attacking the city didn't have a chance to climb up again, and were either pierced into bloody gourds by their lances, or were dropped into meat patties. Huns attacking cities are filling them with human lives, and the current situation is not even useful to fill them with human lives. Central Army Tent, heard the scouts to report. Jean Rickjon frowned tightly. Grim situation, do not know what to do. Looked to the side of Jiang Luo asked. Military division, the current situation for a long time attack cannot be a good plan? Jiang Luo sighed and said, General, since we decided to attack, naturally it's better not to be merciful. It's better to use all the weapons to fight with Xiliang with all our might. Otherwise if it continues the warriors will suffer heavy casualties, and I guess it's not good to go back and explain to His Majesty. If large instruments and bows and arrows were utilized, the Huns could have actually taken Zhangye City long ago. It's just that in this chaotic era, women are both spoils of war and untold riches. Capturing more female soldiers from Xiliang can be used to trade for cattle and sheep when they return to the grasslands, as well as to trade for iron weapons with the Western countries. The women of Xiliang were all white and beautiful, and were very popular in the slave market, and now the rest of Xiliang were basically all women, and these people were in endless wealth in themselves. Using bows and arrows and large siege equipment, the Western Liang soldiers are bound to suffer heavy casualties, even those who survive are disabled, and the slaves are not worth the money if they do not sell well, which is why Jean Rickchan has been torn. The messenger continues to report that the front line has suffered heavy losses, and there has been no result for a long time, and all the Xiliang soldiers are holding a peculiarly shaped lance in their hands, which is very hard and heavy, so that an ordinary weapon will be broken in a moment when they fight against it. Soldiers were being sacrificed every moment, and Jiang Luo also advised, "General, don't let the generals die in vain, it's better to temporarily retreat and fight again tomorrow." Thinking for a moment, Jean Rickchan finally made up his mind and told all the warriors to retreat. Though reluctantly, it would be a wasted sacrifice to continue. The Huns began to retreat in an orderly fashion. "You looked at me, I looked at you." Every soldier's face was bloodstained, the black rebar had been browned with blood. Time and again the Huns were repulsed and the soldiers became more confident. And now there are divine weapons in hand, immortal blessing, Xiliang will be invincible. Winning the war should reward the three armies, but the Huns are still outside the city eyeing, and cannot be held to celebrate the feast, but let the warriors eat and drink enough is still possible. The Empress let Prime Minister Manhwa preside over the work, and each warrior who went to the battlefield could receive 2 pounds of white rice, and 2 more pounds for each Hun killed, with no ceiling, counting by Hun ears. The city gate square smothered with white rice, each people can receive a bowl, the soldiers who went to battle to kill the enemy to eat as much as they want, until they are full. Manhwa bravely continued with Fong Hongfu, "Your Majesty, right now there is already quite a lot of short-term grain, but Xiliang still needs to find a way to farm on its own, only self-sufficiency can ensure that every citizen has enough to eat." Fong Hongfu said with a somewhat saddened face, "I naturally also know about this matter, but right now Zhangye city has a small amount of land and a large number of people. Even if the whole city is cultivated, it is far from being enough to consume, and the ripening period of the 5 grains is slow, and the Xiongnu is eyeing it, and I don't even know if the people will be able to eat food before it matures." Now these problems Manhwa naturally know, even if the front is more difficult and dangerous, the people must cultivate food, otherwise Xiliang internal and external problems, long-term porridge I am afraid that will also cause mutiny. The whole city must be of one mind and give the people something to do before Xiliang can succeed against the Huns. Manhwa tried, "Why don't your Majesty try asking the immortals, maybe there are fast-maturing seeds in the immortal realm?" The Empress nodded, and that was all that could be done at the moment. Leaving Manhwa to preside over the work, the Empress went back to the altar to chat with Jiang Yu. Now as long as she had time she wanted to have more contact with the immortals, like she was possessed, her heart was always thinking of each other. Fong Hongfu freshened up and recorded the video in a well-lit area. "Many thanks to the immortal for giving us the immortal weapon. This battle Xiliang has temporarily defended, although the immortal gave enough food, but right now Xiliang still can't do self-sufficiency. I think these food immortal also wasted a lot of mana. I don't know if the immortal can have a good plan? Let the people of Xiliang plow their own fields and grow their own food?" Jiang Yu's mind was apprehensively waiting for news from Fong Hongfu. Wars were often accompanied by sacrifices, he didn't know how the other party was doing this time. The tablet teleported back to the well, a smile on his face. As long as the message was returned, at the very least there was no crisis for the time being. Seeing the familiar face in the flat panel, Fong Hongfu, who killed on the battlefield, stained his eyebrows with a little fatigue, adding a few points of lazy beauty. Now the thing that Jiang Yu looked forward to the most every day was seeing Fong Hongfu, such a beauty, even just seeing it inside a video would be pleasing to the eyes. As for Fong Hongfu's question, it was simply too easy to find crops that matured quickly and could fill your stomach. Throughout the ages, during times of famine, farmers have relied on sweet potatoes to survive the cold winters of famine. It matures quickly in 3 months, and sweet potatoes still have sugar in them, which fills the stomach quickly and maintains the physical requirements. Compared to things like rebar and rice, sweet potato seeds couldn't be cheaper. And the most important thing that human beings need on a daily basis besides sugar is salt. Last time on Ding Dong had procured quite a lot of salt, but it was still too little for 100,000 people to consume. Kongwu replied on his tablet. "Red Whiskers, I know of a crop called sweet potatoes that can mature in 3 months at the earliest and is very satiating, very suitable for your current situation. I'll send you the seeds right away. In addition, I'll buy a little bit of salt and pickles, and I'll send them to you together when the time comes." Chapter 27, The Coming of the Salt. Last time, after Jiang Yu successfully obtained the salt distributor's contact information from the supermarket manager, he immediately started to take action and booked a whole 50 tons of salt. After all, to supply the daily consumption of 100,000 people, that number was so large that it was as unattainable as astronomical. Afterwards, he dialed the supermarket manager's phone once again and bought all the squash in the supermarket without hesitation and asked for delivery as soon as possible. Today's Jiang Yu, in the eyes of the supermarket, has been the existence of super VIP customers. After all, like this, no matter what things are directly all-inclusive customers, ordinary days are also difficult to find. Jiang Yu's town happens to have a seed store. He drove there, and when he got there, he was not picky about brands and varieties, and directly bought all the sweet potato seeds. At the end of the checkout, he also asked about the planting of some of the details of the problem, but also handed over to the seller left the relevant video. In the daughter kingdom of Western Liang, Jiang Yu teleported over supplies again, and countless cardboard boxes were piled up on the altar. The minister scratched open the cardboard box. One of the ministers holding the salt bag in his hand looked a little uncertain. After all, last time Jiang Yu had already transmitted a lot of salt from the Ting Ting by Food On. The general feel and packaging are similar. The bag was filled with what looked like grains of sand, but it was heavy in the hand, much heavier than anything else felt. The minister trembled as he tore open the salt package and dipped his fingers into a bit of salt and put it in his mouth. She said in surprise, "Salt, it's salt, countless amounts of salt. Ancient mining equipment is too poor, the annual production of salt is limited, mining up is also coarse salt, purification and filtration process is too poor, mining and filtering out are coarse salt, the flavor is simply difficult to swallow. Even just coarse salt, for ordinary people is a rare thing, hard work for a few days can only be exchanged for a small amount of coarse salt, usually cooking only dare to put a little bit into it. I've never seen salt so snowy white and delicate, it's like a jewel. This salt has no more bitter flavor than we have a little bit, it's just so good it can be eaten raw. With salt, our troops will be able to win battles, and the soldiers will have the strength to cut down several Huns by themselves." Another minister picked up a bag of squash, took out a squash, looked at it and put it in his mouth, his eyes came out bright. "Salt, there's salt in this too, it's so salty and delicious. Come on, give me a taste of one." Another minister put the squash in his mouth and the corners of his mouth bent into curves. "It's just so good, I've never eaten anything so good, and it's got salt in it, so if I can serve it with white porridge, I'll never get tired of it in my life." The minister's thoughtless words at once gave the Empress ideas, and immediately said, "In the future, all the warriors, in addition to the white porridge, will also be able to share half a bag of squash, and everyone will have a share." Seeing the ministers talking about how delicious it was, the imperial guards were all a little curious about the flavor, and everyone lined up carefully, with Prime Minister Min Ro leading the way, and other ministers from the Ministry of Industry and Household Ministry helping out together. The soldiers lined up in a long line. Every soldier put the squash in his mouth without realizing it and said with surprise that it was really delicious. The soldiers lined up behind them became even more curious, and many of them had their cravings hooked and grunted as they began to gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva had been resounding in the group, and Prime Minister Min Ro was still very understanding, arranging for a few more ministers to work together to distribute the supplies. The soldiers were much more efficient in collecting their supplies, and in a little over half an hour everyone had already collected their supplies. With the squash, the soldiers wanted to eat sweet white porridge again, and even those who hadn't eaten it knew that squash and white porridge were a perfect match. The most precious material in ancient times was salt, and when digging canals, countless folk were being worked to death alive because there wasn't enough salt or sugar. In later times, a mixed emperor dug through the Grand Canal, countless people were exhausted to death because of the lack of salt, and in the end, although the canal was dug through, but the empire was also overthrown. Now in the daughters, the soldiers are fed every day and have precious salt, which is such a precious thing in this day and age. After distributing the supplies, the teleported supplies were regrouped and the ministers found a number of bags of sweet potato seeds among the supplies. After reading the instructions, the Empress learned about sweet potato breeding, and the video was comprehensive and documented the process of growing sweet potatoes. The Empress watched the video incomparably excited. 3 months, the immortal bestowed crop really only need 3 months to mature, really heavenly gift of God, with sweet potato, no longer afraid of famine in the future. The sweet potato seeds were counted by pieces, and after the court left some of them, each of the remaining people could receive 20 sweet potato seeds, and after 3 months, all of them could eat sweet potatoes and were not afraid of famine. The Empress, as the king of a country, actually did not have any great ideal ambitions, neither did she want to open up the territory nor to conquer the world. It has always been the simplest of desires, wanting to feed his people, that all need not worry about food, clothing, shelter and transportation, and that everyone can live in peace and happiness. Recently, with the help of the immortals and the acquisition of a large amount of supplies, the people have been able to eat and drink for the time being. Now the seeds are distributed, just 3 months later, all people can eat enough. After the people are full, Shilian can all soldiers, and not afraid of the Huns attacking the city. The Empress's joy is overflowing, the recent war is favorable, and there are immortal gifts of supplies, which are never given to a person, so that Manhwa ordered to go down. The city gates continue to boil porridge. Each of the people who received a bowl of porridge can add a spoonful of squash. Now the Western Liang salt stock is enough, squash depletion does not matter. Things are just food, and it's the right thing to do when they are in the mouths of the people and everyone has a sense of well-being. The people of Xiliang ate the squash, finally tasted the long-lost salty flavor, and were moved to tears. It wasn't long ago that many people hadn't eaten in half a month and were only recently able to fill their stomachs. But the usual time is still weak. The cost of mining salt in ancient times is too high. Salt for the people is an absolute luxury. Cannot eat salt, even if the food is full, the body is still no strength. Simple white porridge with squash. The people of Xiliang had reached the peak of their gratitude towards the Empress. A woman was holding a child in her hands, and the child ate a squash in his mouth and said incredulously, "Mother, was the flavor I just ate salt?" The woman touched the child's head and said, "Child, eat more, eat salt to grow your body." The child continued, "But mother, isn't it true that you can only have salt on New Year's holidays? And this dish we're eating this time is much saltier than the salt we used to eat." The mother solemnly said, "My son, you must remember that the Empress gave us food to eat and made salt available to us, and in the future you must serve the Empress to protect the family and the country and kill all the Huns." The child, though still small, nevertheless had a simple sense of right and wrong, nodded his head vigorously and said, "Mother, in the future, I will definitely eat more salt and gain more strength when I grow up, so that I can kill the Huns on the battlefield at that time." Chapter 28, The Vase. Water can carry a boat and can also overturn the boat. The people are also the same. The Empress is precisely because of the heart of the people. Western Liang can fight against the Huns to such a point. All the men in the country were killed in battle, and the women soldiers were so heroic that they were able to hold the capital city of Zhanya in the face of repeated attacks by the Huns. Now with Jiang Yu's help, he could even beat the Huns. Without the Empress' benevolent rule, I'm afraid Western Liang would have long ceased to exist. Fong also didn't forget that Xiliang possessed the ability to fight against the Huns and had been relying on Jiang Yu's help. For the time being, I don't know how to thank the immortal, but in Jiang Yu's reply, the other party kept saying that he was an ordinary person, so I'm sure it must have taken a lot of effort to collect so many things. Fong Hongfu once again wrote back to Jiang Yu. "Immortal, you have always said that you are an ordinary person." The red whisker jumped the moment. "From now on, I will call you Jiang Yu. I don't know how I should thank you. Without you, the Western Rang simply can't get through this calamity. The red whisker is unable to repay you. If not for the two worlds being separated, I can't wait to give my body to you. Can only give Jiang Yu District thin gift chat expression of gratitude, this time to give you a Xiliang unique porcelain, is our country's top capable craftsman made out. Hope immortals, no, hope Jiang Yu you like." Flatbed teleportation to today, 2000 years later, Fong Hongfu still understands that beauty is a woman's greatest weapon. When the other party talked about giving his body, Jiang Yu's heart also felt a burst of fire, a man's biggest dream, waking up in the palm of the world, drunkenly lying on a beautiful woman's knee. If you have a top beauty like Fong Hongfu, Jiang Yu can understand King Yu of Zhou and King Zhou of Shang. What is the harm of losing the world if you have such a beauty? Fong Hongfu also teleported over a vase that was covered in delicate floral patterns, and the bottom of the vase read Xiliang Imperial in traditional Chinese characters. Jiang Yu looked at the vase. Some time ago at the auction, the Qianlong Imperial vase, auctioned for tens of millions of sky-high prices. The Empress teleported over this vase of Western Liang, and it is estimated that it will not be cheap, and at least worth tens of millions of dollars. With money, Kongwu can also do something big. Some time ago, Huang Zhang had reminded him of his courtyard where people came and went every day, and countless supplies were in transit in the courtyard, and those who were interested might have noticed, after all, the supplies that had been added up over the past few days. If they hadn't been teleported, the courtyard would actually have long since been filled up. If possible, Zhang Yuqi wanted to change the ancient well's location to a secluded place that wouldn't expose his secret. But you can't change the location of the old well, so you have to think about making the place you live a quiet place. Western Liang needs all kinds of food, and Kongwu wants to expropriate all the neighboring houses near his home, freeing up a large area where he can start a food processing plant. Most of the supplies were needed in Western Liang anyway. One only needed to plan out a large warehouse at home, and the registration of the items would be under one's own responsibility when the time came, so that the supplies could be directly transmitted to Western Liang. But these need a lot of money to support them, whether it's demolishing the residents' houses, doing the residents' work halfway through the process, or the subsequent planning of the site for the factory. Fong Hongfu came with this vase at just the right time. After the auction, the money could just be given to the villagers as compensation, and if there was any left over, the rest of the money could be used to build a fence to ensure the privacy of their own yard. Said to do, Jiang Yu first called to contact Professor Sun, the other heard that he was going to auction things again, or vases produced in Shillong, said anything to open the eyes. Last time the other party helped a lot of favor, Jiang Yu is not good to refuse, he is ready to take it over to the other side at that time, if there is a suitable seller, also save the auction process. Called Huang Zheng again, the other party although at first made a mistake, but get along, character is still good. Moreover, Kang Wu and the other party had always been hairdressers, and it would be smoother to do things together with someone who was familiar with them. When the phone was connected, Jiang Yu took the lead and said, "Brother Huang, what are you busy with?" "Harm, what's a hobo like me to be busy with, skulking around? Would you do it if I found you something to do? Brothers have a good thing still think of me in addition to illegal and criminal, what you say what Huang do, things are done, we will talk about how to share the money." Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Brother Huang just put 100 hearts, can I let you do illegal and criminal things?" After a pause Jiang Yu continued, "Huang is this, I am ready to set up a factory, specializing in food processing, you can be the general manager, and I run the factory together, if you agree, we immediately set up the company, I will first inject 5 million. Huang Zhang said uncertainly, "Brother, not you playing for real?" He has been thinking that Jiang Yu looking for him is to do a small business, invest 100,000 or so small money, who can think of the handwriting is so big, the first capital injection of 5 million. Jiang Yu affirmed, "Of course it's true, if it's not a problem, Brother Huang, you go ahead and run, and if there's no problem with the public account, I'll start injecting capital. In addition to first tell you about the preliminary work, I am ready to build a factory all around my house, the development of the whole village is our factory in the end, the preliminary land acquisition and demolition need you to be responsible for." Huang Zhang is originally a big gangster, these honest villagers are naturally a little afraid of this kind of social people, let him to demolish the building, absolutely is the best use of the resources, people make the best use of their talents. Huang Zhang now feels that the scholar is dying for a friend, since his release from prison, he has not been able to find a suitable job, although the brother at the beginning of the face is still acceptable, but he can feel that the other side is somewhat looking down on him. Jiang Yu was now entrusting him with a heavy responsibility, and Huang Zhang patted his chest and said, "Brother, don't worry, I'll use the least amount of money to help you get the land." Jiang Yu hurriedly interrupted, "Huang, you misunderstood, I'm not trying to spend the least amount of money, my budget is almost 8,000 a square meter, looking for you is not wanting a certain villager to refuse to relocate to raise the price, after all, the follow-up will be demolished. If a person is successful with this method, the subsequent prices get higher and higher and the demolition can't continue. Jiang Yu's place is just a small village, even if it is a county town, the price of demolition cannot reach 8,000 yuan a square meter. Keep in mind that this is counting the price of the yard, not just the living area, and it's easy to get to a couple million per family." Hearing the offer, Huang Zhang couldn't help but praise, "Brother, this is too atmospheric for you, don't worry, I can definitely get this done for you." If the 8,000 skyrocket thing is not done well again, Huang Zhang will not have the face to see Jiang Yu again. After chatting about some more details and determining the general direction, Jiang Yu sort of took Huang Zhang under his wing. Professor Sun is still waiting for himself. Jiang Yu used a plastic bag to put the vase, first to show the other party, it is best that the other party can rely on contacts, the price is right to sell the vase, and they do not have to take the trouble to auction. Chapter 29, Mini Auction. Professor Sun carefully cupped the vase that Jiang Yu had brought with him, and could not stop praising under his breath, "Little Jiang, this treasure of yours really brightens my eyes. Look at this vase, it's just like a genie that traveled through 1,000 years of time, bringing the weight and mystery of history with it." With a smile on his face, Jiang Yu asked, "What do you think of this? It's authentic, right?" The more Professor Sun looked at it, the more fascinated he became. "Xiao Jiang, this object is a rare and precious one. Its elegant shape, smooth lines, the exquisite pattern of the bottle, as if heavenly craftsmanship, delicate and dynamic, each texture seems to tell the story of 2,000 years of age. Bottom of the bottle Shiliang Imperial seal, but also its identity of the noble identification, undoubtedly highlights its ancient origins. After 2,000 years of weathering, but still intact in front of us, this kind of quality, it is difficult to find two in the world." Jiang Yu voiced his greatest concern, "How much do you think it can be sold for?" He had come here because he wanted to use Professor Sun's connections to realize it as soon as possible, so that his demolition plan could move forward smoothly. Professor Sun pondered for a moment and then said, "Western Liang's cultural relics are relatively rare. The auction has not appeared in the auction record of antiques in Western Liang, the price is really difficult to refer to. However, this vase is more than 2,000 years ago, and well preserved, the pigment has not faded after a long period of time, its craftsmanship is really amazing. Conservative estimate, the vase price went in 30 million or more." Jiang Yu rubbed his hands together excitedly, as if he saw a well-trodden path to wealth. He thought to himself, as long as he takes good care of the Empress, all kinds of antiques will come in handy in the future. With money, you can buy all kinds of food and exquisite clothes for the Empress, and take care of the Empress in every possible way. And he can also harvest a lot, everything will step into a virtuous cycle. Jiang Yu then said, Professor Sun, do you think you can help identify a suitable buyer or organize an auction to sell this object as soon as possible? I'll give you a commission after it's done. Professor Sun responded with a big smile, no problem, according to the rules of the trade, 1% commission, what do you think? Although Jiang Yu didn't know much about these rules, he felt that this price was still within the acceptable range. As long as he could make a quick sale, everything would be fine in the future. Professor Sun, it's fine if you arrange it, I'm just looking forward to getting out as soon as possible. Preferably in cash. Professor Sun's tone was certain, don't worry, little Jiang, the people invited this time are quite powerful and will definitely transfer the cash payment on the spot. In this way, both sides are happy, Jiang Yu has the funds, will be able to more quickly prepare for the construction of the factory. Professor Sun then began to call others. He has a wide range of contacts in the collection world, and simply mentioned that he had met a rare treasure and asked if the other party was interested, and all of them did not ask too many questions and said that they would come immediately. Su Hailey was among those invited. Among these people contacted by Professor Sun, his financial strength is relatively weak, but we have quite a cordial relationship. The main reason for inviting him this time was to emphasize the friendship between each other. Furthermore, it was also good to let him open his eyes. After all, this kind of rare treasure is not everyone has the opportunity to see. Jiang Yu and Professor Sun leisurely sipped tea and chatted idly, talking about everything from the south to the north. Professor Sun took the opportunity to sidestep, trying to inquire about the origin of these antiques of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu is not ignorant people, skillful response, always insisted that these treasures are ancestral property, and now just want to realize for business turnover. His words are meticulous, no cracks, so that Professor Sun and other old geese are also difficult to detect the truth. It wasn't long before several people arrived at Professor Sun's studio one after another. Professor Sun has a wide range of friends, and these people have different styles of dress and a wide range of ages. Su Hailey was still dressed in the standard outfit, big slippers, small shorts, and a white t-shirt. Some were dressed in business attire, looking competent and calm, others were dressed in fashion, and even dyed a head of eye-catching yellow hair. Jiang Yu and the crowd simply exchanged business cards. He usually do not have the habit of carrying business cards, just one by one to accept the business cards handed over by others. After the introductions of the people, they had a preliminary understanding of each other. However, Jiang Yu only want to sell the vase, on these people's names did not care too much, naturally did not remember much. Professor Sun was the first to speak, time is precious, and as I said all over the phone, young friend Jiang has a treasure in his hands and wants to ask me to find a buyer, that's why I've gathered everyone here today. First to introduce you to the vase brought by Jiang Xiaoyu, measured 35 centimeters high, 15 centimeters wide at the belly, 7 centimeters wide at the neck. The vase is painted with exquisite, complex, and ornate floral patterns, like stars intertwined in the vase, and the bottom of the vase also has the seal of the Xiliang Imperial Production. After identification, it can be determined that this vase from 2,000 years ago in Xiliang. Su Hailey said first, another Western Liang's treasure has appeared, this time it's still a vase, but it's much stronger than the Yuanbao from last time. Old son, why didn't you inform me earlier? A middle-aged man in a suit, Jiang Yu remembered that his name is Wu Jianlin, Professor Sun said when introduced. He is a local collector with considerable strength, and Professor Sun is also considered a peer. Wu Jianlin laughed and joked, Old Su, you're not interesting enough, you knew long ago that Brother Jiang was going to sell the treasures of Western Liang, but you didn't inform me. A young man with dyed hair next to him also chimed in, indeed, a treasure like this, even if you don't buy it, it's excellent to feast your eyes on it. Su Hailey smiled and explained, I also happen to be acquainted with the Jiang brothers, before that can really do not know that he has this kind of treasure. If I know, I'm afraid that I would have already started. Professor Sun interrupted the crowd's idle chatter. Long story short, let's start the auction. There are only a few of us anyway, the reserve price is set at $10 million, the highest bidder wins. Do you have any objections? No problem. No problem. The crowd responded. Professor Sun turned to Jiang Yu and asked, Little Jiang, do you think the reserve price of $10 million is appropriate? Jiang Yu thought for a moment and then said, yes, but if the price is not ideal, can I regret the auction? After all, the people present, except for Su Hailey and Professor Sun, the rest are all meeting for the first time, so he is inevitably a little worried. In case these people colluded with each other and bought his treasure at a low price, it would be a big loss. Professor Sun patiently explained, "Don't worry, the contract will be signed after the auction is completed, and only when the signing is completed will the auction be considered officially over. Before the contract is signed, small trading activities like ours can repent the auction at any time." Kongwu nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. "That's good." Professor Sun saw this and said, "Well then, let's get started. I'll start, although I'm the auctioneer, we're all acquaintances, so we don't have to stick to too many rules. I'll start the bidding at $15 million. Su highly laughed and raised the price. "Good old Sun, you want to get involved in everything good. I'll offer $18 million. Wu Jianlin spoke immediately after. "Shilong's antiques cannot be found, I offer 20 million. This private auction was very different from the last one Jiang Yu attended. Although the number of participants was small, they were all people with strong financial resources, bidding without ambiguity, and the competition was quite fierce. Chapter 30, Road Attack. At first, Jiang Yu was afraid that these people would not bid if more than $10 million after the sale, although the vase is for nothing, but cannot be auctioned out of the actual value of the words, he will also be very sad. The young man with fashionable clothes and dyed yellow hair said, "Uncle Wu, this time the treasure is too rare, I can't let you have it, 25 million. Wu Jianlin did not let the slightest bit said, "Good boy, 28 million, this baby is really exciting, and do not blame Uncle Wu, I do not let you." The price went up too fast, somewhat out of Jiang Yu's expectation, and it was too exciting. Su Haili and Professor Sun have already given up because of the price. Su Haili has no strength, Professor Sun is a businessman, this vase is not much profit over 30 million, he naturally will not be involved. The rich second generation looked like he really liked this thing, or continued to fight. 30 million, Uncle Wu, I quite like this treasure, why don't you let me have it? Here are smart people, naturally, will not let the vase too much more than the actual value. Businessmen and collectors are wanting things to appreciate in value, reasonable and proper disposal of their wealth. And as a collector, the eyesight is naturally poisonous, and it is also clear that the value of the vase is about $30 million, so naturally, he will not lose money to buy the vase. Wu Jianlin hesitated for 2 minutes until Professor Sun urged again, "Old Wu, do you still want it? If not, the vase is a deal?" Wu Jianlin gritted his teeth and said, "I'll add another $2 million, and if anyone else raises the price, I don't want it either." This price is the result of Wu Jianlin's careful consideration. 32 million to take down the estimate can also be a small profit, and can be appreciated in the future, and then more, it is really not worth it. Surprisingly, the yellow-haired young man, who had started out as a must-have, was now unwilling to raise the price by a single penny. Instead, he humbly said, "Since Uncle Wu has already made a bid, as a junior, I'll let Uncle Wu have the treasure." From the beginning, the young man's tit-for-tat bidding was just an illusion, giving others the impression that he was determined to win the treasure, but in fact, as long as it exceeded his budget, the other party could give up without hesitation. The price of $32 million. Jiang Yu was very satisfied with this amount. Jiang Yu was naturally satisfied with the price and said directly, "No problem, let's sign the contract." Professor Sun's studio inside the preparation of the systematic contract, he and Wu Jianlin in duplicate, the two signed the big name. The vase officially belongs to Wu Jianlin. A happy outcome for all. Jiang Yu was happy with the price, Wu Jianlin got the vase, Professor Sun took an okay draw, and everyone else got an eye-opener. Su Haili in here is still quite familiar, took the initiative to say, "Xiao Jiang, Old Wu, both of you have gained something today, why don't you take the initiative to be the host, let's have a meal together." Jiang Yu had wanted to refuse, but on second thought, he would have a steady stream of treasures in the future, and after familiarizing himself with these contacts, it would be convenient to get out of his treasures in the future. Smiling, he said, "Everyone come, I'm hosting today." Wu Jianlin took the lead and said, "Then I'm not polite, Xiao Jiang, this kind of young talent, rare opportunity, feel and you contact me people become younger." Professor Sun continued, "In that case, everyone still goes to the old place, Moonwatch Tower?" Su Haili also said, "No problem, I'll book the box, Xiao Jiang hasn't been there before, so I guess he's not familiar with it." Professor Sun also said, "No problem, Lao Su, you make the call, let's all set off together. Xiao Jiang, are you driving yourself or taking my car?" Every one of these arrivals had their own drivers except Kong Wu. After all, men get together as a few hobbies, eating, drinking and whoring. Without a suitable driver, drinking after the drink will not be very spoiled. Jiang Yu wasn't very familiar with these people yet, and his heart couldn't hold anyone else after fitting a female empress in it. It's hard to whore around together, but there's nothing wrong with having a meal together. The Moonwatch is not a big, well-known hotel, but rather a place with a less visible sign. Quiet and chic, after entering the door, two very good figure, wearing black stockings, a suit, short skirt, high heel, welcome lady. In a gentle tone, she said, "Welcome, do you have an appointment please?" Su Hailey said, "My last name is Su, and I've already made a reservation." The restaurant is quiet, and instead of a lobby when you enter, there are shaded paths planted with bamboo, making for a very pleasant walk. Professor Sun and Jiang Yu explained, "The owner of this place and a few of us are still familiar with it. It's considered a place for friends to get together exclusively, and it's usually not open to the public." Jiang Yu probably also understood, this is the importance of the circle. Ordinary people and rich people are ultimately two worlds of people, only to integrate into the circle, there are more possibilities. The waiter led Jiang Yu past the small bridge into a private room, the antique 8 immortal table and Taisher chairs. A few people were seated in turn. Today, Jiang Yu was the host and naturally sat in the main seat. One of the benefits of a private club is that you don't need to order food, the chef will make an exquisite dish from the available ingredients. Of course, if there is a particular dish you want to eat, you can also talk to the chef and the other person will cook it. Save the difficult choice of ordering link, we began to chat all over the world. In the seat are successful people, insight and cultivation have, naturally will not be cold. Because of the antiques acquaintance, chatting the most is naturally also antiques. Do not know and talk about Xiliang. Su Hailey some curiosity asked, "Xiao Jiang, your family has Xiliang antiques. I wonder if you understand the existence and demise of this country?" After all, there is no record in the official history. Jiang Yu was still thinking in his heart that there was no one in this world who could understand Xiliang better than him, but he himself was the one who chatted with the Empress every day without any problem. And Kongwu was curious if the current world would change if history was changed because of him. Of course, this information was definitely not suitable to be said at the dinner table, so Jiang Yu could only prevaricate, "Brother Su, I'm not sure about the specifics, and these things are just the remnants of the ancestors." As one exquisite dish was served, Jiang Yu was able to see the tip of the iceberg of the rich man's life. Table and chairs, no protected animals, but many of the dishes have been played out, with king crab split, all the crab meat shaved out, and the shells pieced together to form a crane, delicately arranged on a plate. The pigeon is filled with abalone juice, and after steaming, the whole pigeon looks round and red, as cute as a doll. All kinds of delicate plating and cooking methods that he had never seen before opened Jiang Yu's eyes. Chapter 31 Racer Boy. At first, Jiang Yu's salary level is not low, compared to the general public, has stepped into the petty cash class. However, a meal spending more than 100,000, for him is really too much extravagance. The key was that he hadn't eaten enough at this meal. In order to enhance the friendship with those people and get along more familiarly, he also poured down a lot of wine. The dishes in the club were too delicate and delicate, most of them were just lightly tasted, and as a result, his stomach was empty, but he drank a lot of wine. Jiang Yu only felt his mind spinning, and he managed to endure until the end of the meal. The feeling of drunkenness was really unbearable, so he found a hotel nearby and stayed there. Lying on the bed, Jiang Yu still felt the sky spinning, gritted his teeth and did not let himself vomit out, thinking that a real man drinking which can vomit. After nearly 10 minutes of discomfort, he fell into a deep sleep as if he had passed out. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yu was woken up by a ringing phone. It was Huang Zhang who called and brought good news. Huang Zhang is a very strong executive. The company has not yet been formally established, it has already taken the first step to carry out the relevant work. He went to understand the intention of the villagers near Jiang Yu's house, and found that most of the villagers are looking forward to the demolition and are willing to relocate. For many farmers, all their lives, looking forward to the demolition and relocation, have the money will be able to bring their children to move their families into the city, and enjoy their grandchildren, which has always been the dream of the old generation. Huang Zhang said with a tentative tone, "Zhang, my side has asked the villagers the initial idea, your side of the funds when can be in place ah?" Jiang Yu responded with disinterest, "Brother Huang, go ahead and apply for the public account, it will be in place right after it's done. Just contact me directly when the time comes." Jiang Yu's words, undoubtedly to Huang Zhang ate a pill of confidence, so that he is full of energy to continue to devote themselves to the work. Jiang Yu still felt slightly dizzy, but fortunately the wine he drank was grain wine, not to the head, and after this sleep, the alcohol had been metabolized for the most part. For insurance reasons, Jiang Yu did not drive himself, but called a chauffeur. At this moment, he is eager to return home, as the saying goes, a day without seeing is like 3 autumns, and his thoughts of the Empress are getting stronger. Jiang Yu waited in the hotel lobby, and in less than half an hour the chauffeur arrived. His car was still parked near Professor Sun's studio, so Jiang Yu gave the chauffeur a tip, informed him of the car's location, and told the chauffeur to take a taxi over to bring the car over. During this boring and long waiting process, Jiang Yu opened the stimulation battlefield to kill time. When he was in college, he was a fan of the game, and could not wait to spend 20 hours out of 24 hours a day in the game. Later, when I was working, I worked crazy overtime every day, lived a 996 life, and when I got home, I was so tired that I just wanted to collapse on the bed, and I hadn't played a good game for a long time. Recently, it is not easy to have a little free time, then installed the game back. Thinking back to the youth of the year, Jiang Yu in the game that is a big kill, the opponent abused to the end of the flower, eat chicken is a common occurrence. But now in the hotel lobby to play for a while, he suddenly realized that the original year in the game by their own abuse of those people, now has stepped into middle age, and they are no longer young. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly, just as the valet brother also came over, he rested the screen and stopped playing. Being abused is really not much fun. After checking out of the hotel, Kong Wu leaned back in the backseat and looked in the rearview mirror in boredom. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Yu realized that there was a black Passat behind him that had been following his car for several intersections. Jiang Yu immediately frowned, his complexion becoming grave. If it was just one or two intersections, perhaps it could be explained as a coincidence, but this was several intersections, it was just too fishy. Not to mention that Jiang Yu just sold the vase today, and the card is quietly lying in $30 million at the moment. Obviously, there was a mole in the people who participated in that small auction this afternoon. Anyone who can enter Professor Sun's social circle is not a shy person, and it is unlikely that they are trying to make a fortune. Then there is only one possibility left. Regarding the matter of this antique coming from Western Liang, although Jiang Yu had never mentioned it, he had also been trying his best to cover it up. However, of those present today, those with a good mind could definitely guess that Jiang Yu must still have treasures produced in Western Liang in his hands. Especially Professor Sun and Su Hailey. At the beginning they both knew that Jiang Yu had Shiliang Tongbao in his hands, and now he took out this Shiliang Imperial vase, and it was so well preserved that it obviously didn't come from the hands of grave robbers. In that case, that leaves only one possibility: it was handed down from an ancestor. With both the dollar bill and the vase, there are obviously other objects that remain. Professor Sun and the rest of them racked their brains and could not imagine that Jiang Yu could be associated with Western Liang and still be able to send a steady stream of treasures over. Jiang Yu's forehead began to emerge cold sweat. 30 million is not a small amount of money. The family's night pearl is even more valuable, enough to make some people ignore all the risks, up to the evil intention of murdering money. Jiang Yu's mind was racing, desperately trying to think of a way to deal with it. At this moment, the driver is a chauffeur. If because of his own and let him suffer an undeserved disaster, he will certainly feel guilty inside. Call the police? But the other party is just following. There is no substantial evidence. I guess the police cannot play a role. Turn right ahead into the unnamed intersection. The charming imperial voice of Sister Qi Ling rang out in the navigation. Jiang Yu's heart clenched violently, hurriedly and excitedly said to the chauffeur boy, "Don't turn, drive straight ahead." The chauffeur boy was at a loss, but seeing as Jiang Yu was a big customer and tipped very generously, he honestly followed Jiang Yu's instructions. Little brother asked suspiciously, "Boss, are we going a different way?" Jiang Yu did not know how to explain. If he said that there might be someone following behind him or even intending to rob him, the little brother would definitely feel pressure in his heart. Suddenly, Jiang Yu thought of Huang Zhang, who had been hanging out on the road and might have a better way of dealing with this kind of thing. Jiang Yu dialed Huang Zhang's phone and said succinctly, "Brother Huang, I'm on my way home. There's a car behind me that keeps following me, and I suspect that the other party is up to no good." It was getting late, and Huang Zhang had been so sleepy that he was planning to sleep, when Jiang Yu's call instantly woke him up. Huang Zhang has been muddled since his release from prison. It's not easy for someone to appreciate himself, willing to give himself a decent job. As the saying goes, a man for a friend dies. He can't let anything happen to Jiang Yu no matter what. Huang Zhang said in a low voice over the phone, "Jiang Yu, are you sure the other party has been following you? Now you try to take the main road, even a little detour is fine. You open the WeChat shared location and I'll come over to you right away." Jiang Yu had been a good boy since he was a child, and this kind of fighting and killing was rarely experienced, so it was undoubtedly wise to listen to Huang Zhang's advice. The chauffeur boy also heard Jiang Yu on the phone and said with a slightly serious expression, "Boss, that car behind us has been following us for quite a while. Are you in trouble? For the sake of your tip, do you need me to help you get rid of them?" Little brother engaged in the service industry, the most favorite big customers. Today this single Jiang Yu gave a tip, are almost catching up with his income for a week. Kong Wu asked with some skepticism, "Are you sure you can get rid of them?" The little brother said confidently, "That's for sure. I used to be a professional race car driver, and if I hadn't been framed by my rivals for doping, I'd still be galloping on the racetrack." Chapter 32 Huang Zhang Support. He wanted to get rid of the black car behind him right away, and the words came out of his mouth, so Kong Yu paused for a moment. Think carefully, now in the downtown area, if the speeding thing is a big deal, alarm the traffic police, no one has good fruit to eat. I'm not afraid of anything else, but if I'm really caught up for 10 days and half a month, and there's an accident on the Empress side, then it's too late to repent. All he could say to the little brother was, don't speed, keep your distance from them, it's best if you can get rid of them. The valet boy blushed a little in disappointment and said, without speeding, that might have been a struggle. However, the little brother also showed amazing skills. The urban section of the speed limit of 80, the vast majority of the time the little brother put the speed of the dead limit of 79 miles per hour, not worthy of a professional. The little brother plunged left and right through the traffic, and the black car following behind immediately seemed to be strained. But the other side didn't care about speeding, and when they met the right section of the road, the throttle was welded straight up, and the two sides never pulled too far apart. On Huang Zhang's side, after Jiang Yu's phone call, the first thing he did was to get up from his bed and rummage around for a long time. The corner of the bottom of the press box, black cloth wrapped around the dead, only the very front end reveals two black holes. Huang Zhang said to himself, old buddy, from the father left has not been using you, small ginger meets the difficulties, I win the big brother, and the other side is willing to carry me, this time you have to fight. Huang Zhang found a tennis bag and solemnly put the stuff into it. He didn't have a car, but the family still had an old 125 motorcycle, a top rod machine, that had been with her father for years and was now starting to accompany him again. Recently, the traffic police have been checking tightly. Huang Zhang usually does not ride a bike to travel anymore, but today is different. Jiang Yu's side is too anxious, high-speed and convenient means of travel, there is no means of transportation that can be compared to a motorcycle. After determining Jiang Yu's approximate location, Huang Zhang set off on his motorcycle with the wind in his hair. On Jiang Yu's side, the chauffeur boy has been circling around with the other party by relying on his skillful driving. The other party had also realized that Jiang Yu was going around in circles with them and drove and started to speed up. But still did not make up their minds to do it. After all, the domestic security is really too good, now the road is full of traffic, they do not dare to act rashly. The police force was mobilized, and in such a place with easy access to transportation, it was estimated that no more than 5 minutes would be needed to arrive at the scene, and no one would be able to run away at that time. From this point of view, the two people are still very understanding. Everyone does not want to alarm the police. However, the longer the time dragged on, the more unfavorable it was for Jiang Yu. After all, the later the time, the fewer pedestrians on the road, and at that time, it was not likely that the other party would have to make another move. Everyone was waiting. Jiang Yu pinned his hopes on Huang Zhang, and if he really couldn't, he could still not care so much, and when the time came, he could just let his little brother's car body possess him and shake off the other side. Jiang Yu for the little brother's car skills are very satisfied, rummaged through the pockets, wallet inside the remaining thousands of dollars, simply a brain to the little brother. The chauffeur boy saw the red grandpa, two small eyes smiled into a crescent moon, although this single delay is a little long, but the tip is top of his income for a month. Huang Zhang's home is not too far from this side, less than half an hour, the other party's phone call to Jiang Yu's cell phone. Zhang, I saw your car, fortunately I remembered your license plate number, I saw the black car that followed you, listen to me, in a moment you turn to a small intersection, go to a place where no one is directly parked, I will follow you in the back. Jiang Yu twisted his head toward the back to look over, Huang Zhang riding a big red 125 motorcycle, one hand palm handle, the other hand holding the phone, mouth holding a cigarette, motorcycle speed almost more than 80, a look as the old driver, not the slightest panic. I don't know why, but Huang Zhang, who was obviously a stingy man, looked a little handsome at this time. After all, it's the hairy kid who grew up together. Jiang Yu believes that the other party will not harm himself in any case, said to the phone. Watch out, yellow, I'll go in at the next intersection. Huang Zhang said with a big grin, Xiao Jiang, don't worry, leave your safety to me, not a single hair of sweat will be missing. The chauffeur boy also heard the voice of the phone, without the need for Jiang Yu to speak, directly turned the car into the alley inside. The rear car did follow suit and drove into the alley, and Kong Wu parked a short distance away. Behind the Passat down 4 punks, Mouth also cursed and said, Run ah, you tm poor run ah. And the man driving. Jiang Yu said with some hesitation, why don't you forget about it, brother Huang? I'll just pay attention when I go out in the future. Jiang Yu thought simple, after all, the other side has 4 people, although Huang Zhang has a gun, but in the Dragon Kingdom, if the gun really rang, then the state of affairs will be completely different. When the time comes no one here can escape. Huang Zhang said with a big grin, don't worry, dealing with these guys is as simple as sweeping a few bubbles of dog with your hands. Since he chose to let Huang Zhang come to his rescue, naturally, he was suspicious of people. Jiang Yu took the gun from the other party, the heavy feel of the gun made his heart flinch, it was definitely the real thing. In fact, in the 9 years, almost every household in the countryside has a shotgun, then poor, 1 or 2 months are difficult to eat a meal of meat, want to improve the food, all rely on the shotgun to go to the mountains to hunt rabbits and pheasants. Huang Zhang, the shotgun, should have been passed down from that time as well, but just chose not to turn it in. Chapter 33, Shotguns. Huang Zhang walked to a few punks with a steady pace, his face was full of disdain, only to see his index finger gently hooked forward. That demeanor, that aura, just like Bruce Lee possessed, opened his mouth and said, "A few of you losers, go on together, save the trouble." When the leading punk saw Huang Zhang take the initiative to hand over the gun in his hand, the fear in his heart dissipated a few points. In his eyes, Jiang Yu looked like an ordinary white-collar man, and even if he had a gun, he probably didn't know how to use it. The punk was still uneasy and reconfirmed, "Let's talk in advance, no random use of guys." He was mainly afraid of the gun in Jiang Yu's hand. After saying this, he also threw the spring-loaded knife in his hand to the ground with extreme cooperation. Huang Zhang snorted disdainfully and said, "You guys think too highly of yourselves. Since you won't make a move, I'll make the first move." With those words, he danced with his feet alternately, so fast as a phantom that one could not see the trajectory at all. Jiang Yu had seen a similar pace in the match of boxing champion Ali, who relied on that magical butterfly step to dominate the entire boxing world. At this moment, Huang Zhang's pace is similar to it, only to see him flashing like a ghost to the side of the punk, and fiercely blasted his fist on the other side's stomach. That little punk instantly arched his back, like a boiled prawn, his hands tightly covering his stomach, the bitter water in his mouth like a fountain kept spitting out. Tears and snot also gushed out together, his vision was blurred by tears, he couldn't even say a word, all he could think of was going home to find his mom. However, he still had a trace of sense, knowing that he could not easily leave at this time, so he used all his strength to shout, "Why don't you hurry up and go together? Do you want to see me beaten to death?" The other few gangsters had also realized that they had run into a tough opponent today, and their faces became fierce. But they still did not dare to take out their spring knives. After all, the cannon in Jiang Yu's hand was no joke. The three of them clenched their fists and attacked Huang Zhang. One of them even jumped up, seeing that he was a veteran in fighting. However, in front of a practiced fighter like Huang Zhang, he looked so unbeatable. Fighting this thing, the most critical momentum, once you can scare the other side, will have won a large part. If coupled with swearing attack, the power is super double trend. Huang Zhang's feet were as if he was on roller skates, his steps were light and airy, and he was able to move in and out freely. He dodged backwards slightly and easily dodged the punk's attacks. Immediately after that, he turned sideways and raised his leg high, like a battle axe, kicking hard on the head of a small punk. That punk is young and vigorous, by this kick to the head will fall on the ground huffing and puffing up. The two remaining punks saw their two companions lose their combat power in the blink of an eye, and their hearts could not help but panic. They looked at the shotgun in Jiang Yu's hand and didn't dare to run away, so they could only harden their heads, gritted their teeth and greeted their mother to give themselves courage, and then lifted their legs to kick towards Huang Zhang, only that the attack posture was extremely clumsy. At the moment, he didn't dare to use his fists either, as if keeping his distance would give him some sense of security. On the other hand, Huang Zhang slightly crouched down, stabilized his horse stance, united his waist in horse, and then ruthlessly kicked the punk's calf. In a flash, not even a second later, the punk was holding his calf on the ground, screaming and rolling around in pain. Looking at this, I'm afraid the calf was broken by Huang Zhang's kick. The last punk, seeing the situation, finally pulled out the spring-loaded knife he relied on for survival, and holding it squarely in his right hand, he trembled and said, "Don't come over, or else I am not polite." Huang Zhang rubbed his nose and said with a disdainful face, "Come over here, I want to see how you're going to be rude to me." The punks backed up step by step, and if they weren't afraid of the gun in Jiang Yu's hand, they would have scattered their legs and run away. The little brother who was beaten into a prawn by Huang Zhang at the beginning finally slowed down and said with a trembling voice, "Lao Si, you're a ing wimp, go up on him." Huang Zhang showed no mercy, lifting up a kick on his chin, the punk's incisors flew out 2 on the spot, and the whole person fell to the ground, life and death unknown. The last punk was completely stunned, the spring-loaded knife in his hand couldn't care less, he turned his head and ran. Huang Zhang rushed up with an arrow step, flew up and kicked the punk over to the ground, then stomped on the punk's face with his big foot and said, "A few trash, with this kind of goods, you dare to touch my brother." Huang Zhang easily took control of the situation, and Jiang Yu relaxed. He walked over to the last punk and crouched down next to him, saying softly, "Dude, tell me, who sent you?" The punk twisted his head sheepishly and said, "What, who sent me here? I don't know what you mean, dude just wants to make a small fortune, can't beat you guys, admit it." Jiang Yu has not yet opened his mouth. Huang Zhang, according to the little punk stomach is a foot, mouth cursing, said, "Do not want to suffer on what you ask, you ing say what, or have you good to suffer?" The small punk covered his stomach and strained to say, "Big brother, I'll say. These punks were the typical bullies, and when they really encountered a tough guy, they immediately became honest. The gangster boss who had been kicked in the jaw by Huang Zhang woke up shakily at this moment, looking at the punk with fierce eyes and said, "How dare you?" Huang Zhang quickly turned around, pinched the other party's neck collar, and cracklingly rewarded the punk with a dozen big slaps while warning, "Shut the hell up and talk when you're told to." The punk had already been kicked out of 2 incisors by Huang Zhang, and after receiving these dozen big mouths, blood flowed like a stream from the corner of his mouth. Huang Zhang menacingly threatened the gangster next to Jiang Yu, "Say whatever my brother asks you, or I'll kill you." The little punk was completely scared and obediently said, "Big brother, you ask, I'll definitely know everything and say everything." Jiang Yu repeats what he just said, "Tell me, who actually sent you guys?" "You'd better tell the truth, I'll secretly ask the other 3 people the same question in a while, and if the answer is different, you know the consequences." The little punk's thieving eyes rolled, and once he heard this, the cunning light in his eyes instantly disappeared. Jiang Yu's words completely cut off his thoughts of sneaking around. He had to honestly say, "Big brother, it was Boss Ma Baogua who let us be sent here." Jiang Yu continued to ask, "What did he ask you to arrest me for?" At the same time, he secretly pondered in his mind, "It seems that within these people today, there is no one named Ma Baogua. Does this person have a grudge against him?" Jiang Yu asked, so the little punk answered honestly, "I don't know what I'm looking for you for, I just said that I should ask you to go over, and if it's not possible, I can use some means." Jiang Yu turned his head to Huang Zhang next to him and asked, "Brother Huang, do you know who this Ma Baogua is? I don't seem to have heard much about it." Huang Zhang was also at a loss as he kicked the punk again and said, "Who's that Ma Baogua? I don't recognize it." The little punk was really scared after getting beaten up, his eyes cowering like a scared kitten, saying, "Ma Baogua is the big brother on the road and the idol we worship." The punk's words once again angered Huang Zhang, who kicked him 2 more times and scolded, "At a young age, you don't learn, and you still recognize your big brother." Jiang Yu, however, combed out some clues from the other party's words. "It looks like Ma Baogua and one of the people at today's party are in cahoots, presumably someone's white gloves. Not to mention that these punks don't know, I'm afraid that Ma Baogua himself is not sure why he wants to kidnap himself, but is just following orders." Chapter 34 Huang Zhang's Force. No one knows exactly how many treasures from Shilong they have in their hands, and an ordinary person's life is only worth one district $1 million only, and the wealth is moving people's hearts. Continuing and unable to ask for any valuable clues, Huang Zhang looked at Jiang Yu with inquiring eyes and said, "Little Jiang, what do you think about it?" Vaguely also saw from the other party's eyes fears, if Jiang Yu decided words, these several punks one do not want to live to escape. It's just a few social trash, what should be asked has been asked. Jiang Yu naturally doesn't want to get himself into trouble, waving his hand like he's swatting a fly and said, "All of you get lost, don't let me see you again in the future." A few punks were like amnesties, rolling and crawling as they desperately fled. Usually, they are also considered to have seen ruthless people when they mix with the society, like Huang Zhang, definitely has someone's life in his hands, and that kind of fierce eyes can't be hidden at all. A couple of punks escaped, but there was still a small problem. The valet boy stepped forward and said curiously, "Yes my friend, there's still this, it looks like the real thing." Jiang Yu casually put the gun behind his back and said, "It's a lie, it's mainly to scare those punks, who still has real guns in this day and age." After saying that, he also winked at Huang Zhang, who also hurriedly agreed, Right, the main reason is that I'm afraid that my old brother is in danger and I want to scare the other party. Xiao is also a smart man, the shotgun is real or fake the bright eyes can see, but the 3 people present think it is fake, then it is fake. As for the 3 punks just now, they don't know how many cases they are carrying, and they wouldn't dare to report them even if they had a few guts. Jiang Yu asked Huang Zhang, "Brother Huang, you used to hang out on the road, have you ever heard of this character Ma Baogua?" Huang Zhang pondered for a while, carefully combed through his memory and said, "Not much of an impression, I guess it used to be just a punk, and there is no fame, maybe later mixed up well. I'll ask my former brothers for you in the next few days to see if anyone knows this guy." Jiang Yu nodded and said, "It can only be like this for now. When it rains, it pours. You can't stop living your life just because someone is thinking about you." The chauffeur boy asked, "Brother, it's getting late, do you want me to take you back?" Although it delayed the chauffeur boy for a long time, but the other party's attitude is surprisingly good. After all, money can make the devil to push the mill. Jiang Yu today to give the tip is really quite a lot. Anyone else who makes a month's salary in a day will be in a good mood, even if there are a few ups and downs in the middle. Jiang Yu asked the little brother, "Going home, definitely going home, buddy, what's your name?" The little brother smiled, "Free of your name, Wang. Wang Chang." Kangwoo then asked, like how much can you make in a month if you do chauffeuring? The little brother rubbed his hands and said, this depends on the market, when it's good you can get a little over 10,000 a month, when it's bad it's only $6,000 or $7,000. Chauffeuring is a hard job, and the more you do it the more you earn, and the little brother is not exaggerating. However, with the other party's skillful driving skills, when an ordinary chauffeur is really talented, Jiang Yu to the other party to extend the olive branch said, dude, interested in being my driver? I'll give you $12,000 a month, 9 to 6, occasional overtime, pay Social Security Provident Fund. Little brother brightened up and said, that's too much to ask, you're practically my boogeyman. Jiang Yu laughed and said, then it's a deal, tomorrow you even work, these days I'll rent you a house near my house, you leave me a phone number, I'll contact you anytime I need you. With his current wealth, his monthly expenses of more than $10,000, sprinkled with water. And after all, little brother had looked at something he shouldn't have today, so it was better to take the other person under his wing, and in the future, when the other person was by his side as a chauffeur, he would be a little more at ease. Said a few people are ready to go home together, the little brother sent Jiang Yu back. Huang Zhang also by the way, originally Huang Zhang also want to ride a motorcycle to go back, Jiang Yu direct atmosphere to the motorcycle also called a chauffeur, when the other side of the small donkey in their trunk inside. Huang Zhang followed himself back in the car just fine. When the chauffeur came, the motorcycle rode away, and Jiang Yu and Huang Zhang took the car home. Jiang Yu was a bit puzzled and asked, Brother Huang, when did you become so good at fighting? I don't even know. Although the relationship between himself and Huang Zhang was average when he was a child, but how to say that he grew up in the same village, but then the other party went on the path of illegal and criminal drops, and the two people have less contact. Anyway, in Jiang Yu's memory, Huang Zhang was not so capable of fighting, knowing that when the two people wore open pants and fought, the victory rate was 50-50, now Jiang Yu was estimated to be unable to beat Huang Zhang. Huang Zhang said with a bit of smugness, you did not ask me when I first started to mix, 3 days of fighting, a little bit of the body is good, and then I know a life sentence in prison for manslaughter because of the master of the state. It just so happened that the two of us were in a cell, and after a while we became acquainted, and the other party didn't want to lose his own mastery, so he took me as his apprentice. For the experience of Huang Zhang Jiang Yu some tisk tsk, not ashamed to be a graduate of the social university, whether it is a red university barracks, or a black university prison, every place out of talent In front of him there was the electric battery Zhou someone, after him there was Zhang Engui, the big man in the field of economy, and there was also Huang Zhang in front of his eyes, which could be the best of the best trained by the black university. Jiang Yu questioned again, Brother Huang, I see that you used Ali's butterfly steps to beat those punks today, did the master of nationalism teach you this as well? Huang Zhang denied, this is certainly not taught by the master of national studies, it's all from when I used to mix with the society and thought about how I could win in a fight. And I idolized Ali, pulled out videos of every Ali game and studied them desperately, practicing on my own in a desperate attempt to mimic the plausible butterfly step. Guojitsu strikes too viciously, this unpracticed punk, encounter is either dead or injured, fear of death, which did not use Guojitsu. Wang Chang driving, Jiang Yu and Huang Zhang chatting, unknowingly to the home, also in the process of chatting Jiang Yu understand the fighting strength of Huang Zhang, according to him, empty-handed against 20 a few strong man no problem. Jiang Yu also lamented that he had picked up a treasure, and could not imagine that Huang Zhang actually had this kind of combat power. Wang Chang rode the small electric donkey home, and when Jiang Yu was about to send Huang Zhang back as well, he hesitated and said, Brother Huang, what did you go in for in the first place? Huang Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, Xiao Jiang not to hide a word, my past is really dishonorable, when in order to make money, because smuggling in. With some disbelief, Jiang Yu continued to ask, Brother Huang, what did you say you went in because of? Thinking that he had admitted it anyway, Huang Zhang gritted his teeth and said, smuggling. Chapter 35 The Plowed West. Jiang Yu nearly failed to hold back a direct laugh and said, Fantastic, Brother Huang, do you still have channels in this area today? In fact, he had long been looking for such contacts. In the country, want to buy many things there are many inconveniences, if have enough weapons, daughter country can have a strong military backbone, face foreign enemies can be more advantageous, in ancient times, with hot weapons absolute strategic resources. Huang Zhang blinked his eyes, wondering if he had heard wrong, how could smuggling be a good thing? Like a caring big brother, he advised Jiang Yu, little Jiang brother is a man who has been there, you must not embark on the path of crime. Jiang Yu quickly consoled, Brother Huang, don't worry, I just really need some weapons urgently, the financial aspect is not a problem, the key is how to transport them back to the country, I wonder if you can help think of a way. Huang Zhang pondered for a moment before saying, how about this, tomorrow I'll try to contact my old friends from before and give you an answer afterward. Jiang Yu also did not urge, he knew that Huang Zhan was definitely of one mind with himself. Huang Zhan waved his hand before leaving, and Jiang Yu habitually looked towards the well, and since there was no tablet, he surmised that the Empress shouldn't have any urgent matters to contact him either. In the Daughters of Western Liang, 2,000 years ago, the entire population was busy with enthusiasm. Minro reported in front of the Empress, "Your Majesty, all the people are planting sweet potatoes at the moment, and according to the Immortal's instructions, the sweet potatoes will be harvested in 3 months, and by then, every single one of the people will not need to worry about starvation anymore." A rare smile appeared at the corner of Fong Hongfu's mouth. Xiliang was at a time when it was in the midst of all the troubles, the people's hearts were hopeful, and only when the country possessed strength. Fong Hongfu stood on top of the city wall, a bright smile blooming on her face, and loudly announced, "Now that the country is showing a thriving scene, the internal problems have been solved, and now only the external problems remain. Since today, the whole city to carry out large-scale conscription activities, where the age of 16 years old can be enlisted, each person can receive half a caddy of rice, 2 spoons of salt per day." Minro also said joyfully, "Your Majesty is wise, in the future everyone will be able to fill their stomachs, and with the salt supply, the soldiers will have more strength to go into battle and kill the enemy. However, Your Majesty, winter will come in a few months, and although the people don't worry about food and drink, they still lack warm clothing." As the Prime Minister, Minro, like the Empress, was most concerned about the people's lives, worrying about whether they could have enough to eat and wear. Fong Hongfu sighed lightly, "Right now in this season, even if there are cotton seeds, it's too late to plant them at this moment. I'm afraid that when the time comes, we still have to ask the Immortals for help." The people under the city walls worked hard in the fields every day after eating their fill in the city. No matter what era they live in, seeds always carry hope. Although the people worked hard, the clothes on their bodies were also very worn out. Many beautiful women with only 2 pieces of clothing, which could only cover their key parts, were still working hard in the fields, and from time to time they raised their hands to wipe the sweat from their foreheads. A young woman with a little girl who innocently asked, "Mommy, what are we doing?" The young woman's legs were slender and white, her 10 toes were dainty and cute, she was barefoot, the soles of her feet were stained black by the soil, but she presented a different kind of contrasting beauty. With a big smile on her face, the young woman replied, "We're planting food so we'll have something to eat in a few months." The little girl continued to press, "Then will we never go hungry again?" The young woman tenderly stroked the little girl's head and said, "Yes, His Majesty said that after 3 months everyone would have food to eat." The little girl's dark, glowing eyes were full of innocence as she looked at the young woman and said, "I don't know when Daddy will be back. When we have food, I'm going to send it to Daddy." A teardrop quietly slipped from the corner of the young woman's eye as she said, "Baby, Daddy has gone to a faraway place and won't come back in the future. If His Majesty has the need, in the future, Mommy may also go to a faraway place. Maybe when you learn how to farm and cook and are able to feed yourself, Mommy and Daddy will come back." The little girl smiled, revealing a few missing teeth, and said, "Then I will definitely study hard in the future, and try to see my dad sooner." Naively, she just assumed that her dad had gone far away to find food for her mom and her, not realizing that he would never be able to return. Inside the Huns' middle army tent, Jean Rikshan looked a little anxious and asked Jiang Luo, "Warlord, the troops have been resting for some days now. During this time scouts have reported that the Shillong people have food and drink, and there is also clean water. I really don't know where all of this came from. Is it possible that it was conjured up out of thin air?" Jiang Luo wryly stroked his beard and said, "General, as the saying goes, sharpening the sword is not a mistake. However, if we launch another attack this time, I'm afraid there will be no more survivors in Zhangye City. Have you made up your mind yet?" Jean Rikshan sighed helplessly and said, "The gradual fading of the Empress's stunning face is certainly heartbreaking, but if Zhangye can't be taken, I'm afraid that His Majesty will surely condemn me, and my life will be in danger at that time." Jiang Luo remembered the Empress of the country's looks, also could not help but smack his lips to express regret. As the saying goes, once the spring is over the red face old, flowers fall and people die too. Do not know, General, but it is just a red powder skeleton. How can it compare to the importance of 1,000 years of supremacy? Golden Sun Cicada let out a loud laugh at his words. "What the military master said is very true. Why don't you tell us what wonderful plan you have? How dare you boast that you can take down the Empress in one go?" Jiang Luo moved closer to Jean Rikshan and the two whispered in a low voice, and the more Jean Rikshan listened, the brighter his eyes became. He slammed his thighs and said, "Warlord, you are worthy of your name. This plan is really insidious and cunning, but it is indeed exquisite. Let's do as you say. The district is just a female empress. If she dies, she dies. The people of the daughter country are still farming peacefully." The Empress watched the people's days get better day by day, and her heart was doubly gratified, and she didn't realize that Jean Risakin and Jiang Luo were plotting to deal with herself with intrigues and tricks. Yesterday, he was chased all the way, and even though he ended up having a scare, Jiang Yu still felt a bit uneasy. If you don't happen to have the money to pay for the chauffeur's tip, and you have stayed in the hotel without going out, I really can't imagine what the end will be. There was a slight hint of coolness in the early fall, and Jiang Yu, who was only wearing half sleeves, couldn't help but shiver as he picked up his tablet and typed a greeting to the Empress. Hongfu, it's already fall on my side, and it's still a bit cold in the early morning. What season is it on your side? By the way, when I used to watch TV, I always said that there was a lack of clothes and food during the ancient famine period. I guess you guys don't have any suitable clothes. I'll immediately acquire a batch for you and send it over, and I'll be able to transmit it over in the next day or two. Busy with the farming matter in the past few days, Fong Hongfu had been relatively busy, but she was still very concerned about the messages sent by Jiang Yu, and would send someone to stand guard at the altar every day, fearing that she would miss the news from the immortals. Obviously the two are far away from each other. Fong Hongfu was not sure why. Her heart is always attached to Jiang Yu. As a high and mighty empress, she originally did not know what love was really like. At the moment she just felt deeply that missing someone wasn't a good feeling. When the general found the empress with the tablet, she instantly became all smiles again, and her bright and beautiful face made the small female generals who came to look straight in the eyes, and in their hearts they couldn't help but be jealous of the heavens for being so unfair. He himself was considered to have a delicate and lovely appearance, but compared to the empress it was a world of difference. Seeing the content of Jiang Yu's letter, the empress grew happier and happier. A person who truly knows how to care for you will indeed know what you need better than you do yourself. Chapter 36, Warm Clothing. The empress didn't know much about love and affection, but it felt good to be cared for. Yesterday Min Wung and his people were still short of clothes, and today the immortal helped him find them, a truly soft-hearted god. Fong Hongfu opened the flatbed camera and bowed slightly to the video. Thank you Jiang Yu, remember, I will call you by your name from now on. Now Xiliang is in ruins, the people are experiencing famine and war, there is indeed a lack of everything. Red food here is also the early fall, with the sweet potatoes given by the immortals, the people are not afraid of starving, but the Red Fu was worrying about the people's clothing recently, with the immortals giving, Red Fu thank you, Jiang Yu, having you is really my blessing. Jiang Yu's side said to do it, took out his phone and started to choose women's clothing from Taobao, considering that the other side needs the most is to keep out the cold. There was no heating and air conditioning in ancient times, so I guess the most important thing that Xiliang needs is warm clothing. In the past, the people of the Qing dynasty lived in dire straits. It is said that the family has why a cotton coat is good, usually take turns to wear, or who have something to go out who wear. There is still a famine in Xiliang, and it is estimated that the people's life is not as good as that of the Qing dynasty. Jiang Yu to buy clothes is naturally practical to the cold as the main. He remembered his own childhood through the military coat, that thing cold a great, and then with down pants, ice and snow are not afraid, of course, cotton shoes cannot be less. Jiang Yu, a person in a treasury commerce business military coat store, all buy empty, but talked to the store, buy more discount, the cost of each piece is only about $50, Jiang Yu bought 100,000 pieces. Matching snow boots down pants are also almost these, the certain treasure has no order, Jiang Yu, an order from a certain more than one, Xiliang has 100,000 people, one person how enough, how to also have a change of clothes. In large quantities, the price of a certain duo and a certain bao was about the same, and all the clothes cost Kong Wu almost $3 million. Put down the cell phone Jiang Yu side, feeding 100,000 people is really still a bit of pressure, really spend money like water. Luckily, though, there were still valuable night jewels in the house that could be sold when they found the right opportunity. This time, Jiang Yu bought too many things. The merchant chose logistics delivery, then the express delivery to be a few days slower, but the good thing is that Jiang Yu's home does not have to be piled up by the express delivery into a mountain. After buying something for the Empress, he opened the tablet, and the other party's stunning face made Jiang Yu itch to look at it. If he could get a kiss, he would be willing to pay any price for Jiang Yu. Kong Wu typed a message back to the other person on his tablet. Hongfu, you can talk to me about anything Xiliang needs, I'll do my best to help you, there's no need for us to be such strangers to each other. Fong Hongfu's face flushed red as she hugged the flatbed, a nice little girl gesture. Jiang Yu said that there is no need to be strangers between us, does she want to have further development with others? It's so direct, but I like it so much, the thought of being around Jiang Yu every day and being able to serve each other makes my heart feel like it's smeared with honey. Next to the little girl will be eyeballs are fast falling to the ground. When have seen the Empress such a posture, usually are magnificent, cold as frost, mother of the world, now shy like a little girl in spring. The Empress gave the little lady general a stern look, the meaning of which was self-evident. The little woman general also understood the situation and said timidly, Your Majesty, I didn't see anything. Having already bought so many things for the Empress, it was time for Kong Wu to buy something for himself. and demolition of the village. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. There is no appropriate line, whether it is selling antiques or talk about business. There is no set of good lines. When the time inevitably don't be looked down upon, and will even be so to the antiques pressure. Called Wang Chang to come pick himself up and went straight to the Four Sons store. Luxury car is the facade. The original Jiangyu to drive more than 200,000 yuan of replacement car. Professor Sun and Su highly, although he did not say anything, but unintentionally the eyes, he also felt that he hit the pussy is very low. Kang Yu has his own favorite brand of luxury car. A man should drive a big car. Ford Raptor is the first choice. Straight to the Ford Four Sons store, the sales lady professionally fitted with stockings, a smile like a flower, said sweetly, "Welcome." While saying this, he took Jiang Yu towards the showroom, but the ones on display were ordinary family mobility vehicles, and the better ones were only $500,000 or $600,000. Female sales have the unique advantage of a gentle voice. "Hello sir, what model do you want? Do you need me to introduce you?" Female sales face shape is very nice, standard melon face, fair skin, belong to the durable type. The more you look at the better. Some of the beauty though is a little bit of pimples on my face, presumably from staying up all night. Jiang Yu opened the door and said, "Not these, are there any Raptors?" Anyone who likes Fords knows that pussies drive Mustangs and sluggers go for Raptors. The sales heart is happy. There is a specified model of the customer is usually a high turnover rate. She hurriedly said, "Yes sir, we have Raptor 150s in stock at the store, would you like to test drive one?" Jiang Yu shook his head and denied, "Not this one, I want the 650. Ford 650 belongs to the luxury car, the Four Sons store rarely spot, but sales have not given up, the body unconsciously leaning toward Jiang Yu. Some pampering meaning said, "Mister, this car does not have it, or you first test drive 150, or let's pay a deposit, we booked 650 from abroad for you." There wasn't a single poor person who could afford this kind of luxury car, and Jiang Yu was still so young that he was simply the most ideal golden son-in-law for sales. Jiang Yu looked at the sales and said meaningfully, "Let's add a VX, take me to pay the deposit, arrange to pick up the car as soon as possible, and I'll pay the final payment at that time." The sales looks in front of him are not bad, although Jiang Yu gave his heart to the Empress, but now he can't go to Shillong. He is a healthy and normal man. When he meets the right female, naturally, his heart will be moved. Of course, this has nothing to do with love. Female sales for a moment did not react. "I do not know is just work or how," excited to hold Jiang Yu's arm, just a soft rubbing the hearts of the itchy. Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't push her away either, the saleswoman secretly said that there was a door and said with a delicate smile, "Sir, I'll take you to the front desk to swipe." Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the doorway, an imposing and dominant all-black waterbird locomotive landed in the doorway. Jiang Yu had always loved motorcycles when he was a kid, and yesterday when Huang Zhang went to his rescue had made him realize that commuting was still most convenient with a motorcycle. When he was a kid, he loved motorcycles but couldn't afford them. When he went to college, this love of his reached its peak, but unfortunately, he was the poorest at that time. Later, when he worked, he finally had the ability to buy his favorite things, but at that time, Jiang Yu again felt that spending several months of his salary at a time was too extravagant. For this kind of favorite, it can only be buried deep in the heart. Into the BMW Four Sons store, sales said what Jiang Yu did not care at all. He looked at the locomotive, as if he was looking at the year of their own, but also like looking at a lot of people. "Obviously, I've been working hard, but I don't know exactly what I'm working hard for. I'm afraid to reward myself for expensive things, and I feel a sense of guilt for spending too much money." It was as if he had come into the world as a mere patchwork, never daring to please himself. Having been more in touch with the Empress lately, he had seen the sorrows and joys of antiquity in his tablet, as well as the starvation of countless others. They also taught him the truth that only those who love themselves well are capable of loving others. The sales next to him was still gushing out introductions when Jiang Yu directly interrupted and said, "Swipe your card." He knew the car even better than the sale, and how many times he had looked through the vehicle information in his cell phone. Kang Yu had always considered it his ultimate dream. "It's only today that I've finally done right by my teenage self." All black body, 1,250 cubic centimeters horizontally opposed engine, quiet shaft drive, manual transmission mode, lifting windshield. Best suited for poetry and faraway places, it can take you anywhere, and with a landed price of over $300,000, it's less than a fraction of those two luxury cars. But those two cars were a living, and locomotives were his hobby. After opening the invoice, Kang Wu rode straight away. The motorcycle is not yet properly licensed and technically can't be on the road for a while. However, each place has a relative policy. For Jiang Yu, the car purchased on the same day, as long as there is a purchase tax and invoice as proof, even if there is no photo, the hat uncle stopped after the general will be released. Mercedes-Benz S800 told Wang Chang to drive away, and Jiang Yu rode his own big motorcycle in pursuit of wind and freedom. With his helmet on, all the trivia no longer seemed to concern him, and there was only the sound of the whistling wind and the scenery whizzing by on both sides of the road. The BMW shocks were no less than top-of-the-line craftsmanship, and no matter what the speed, Kong Yu had always felt as if he was walking on flat ground. Since his mother's death, Kong Wu hadn't been this happy in a long time. If I hadn't met the Empress, I'm afraid I'd still be muddled up at home. The locomotive is just one step ahead of the others, and Jiang Yu arrives home one step ahead of Wang Chang. All you see is a tablet computer sitting at the mouth of the well, and quite a bit of goldware. Not long ago in Shillong, Jiang Yu said that he would prepare warm clothing for the people of Shillong, and the Empress knew that this was something she didn't need to worry about anymore. After all, Kong Wu had promised to do all the things he had promised himself, and had been the god of his own soft heart. The Empress summoned her ministers and said with a serious look, "As you all know, Xiliang is blessed by the god of heaven, and recently my Xiliang has food, salt, and weapons for the army, all of which are bestowed by the god of heaven. It is also by the blessing of the god of heaven that Xiliang's army has not been losing ground, and in the face of endless supplies, I, Xiliang, have not been able to repay the god of heaven, and this time I have sought out all of you to discuss how Xiliang should repay the god of heaven." The Minister of Public Works said, "Why don't we build temples for the god of heaven, and all the people of Shillong will burn incense and worship the god, so that the immortals will become my Shillong protectorate god." Fong Hongfu pondered for a moment. Recently she had the most contact with Jiang Yu, and the other party had always said that he was just an ordinary person, and had always cared very little about this incense thing. But Jiang Yu doesn't care, but Shillong can't do nothing. At the very least, let the people of Shillong know who has been helping them. The Empress pondered for a while and said, "The proposal is good. Recently I will ask the immortal to ask for the look of the idol, gather the folk-skilled craftsmen, and let all the people join together to cast the idol for the immortal, but this proposal is not good enough. Does anyone have a better proposal?" Prime Minister Min Ro said, "I think immortals don't lack anything. Shillong's heart is especially important. In the mundane world, gold and silver are the most valuable. Why don't each of us dedicate our favorite gold jewelry to the immortals? Although it's nothing to the immortals who turn stones into gold, it's important to let the immortals know that I, Shillong, am willing to give the most precious things to the immortals." Fong Hongfu's mouth revealed a smile. Recently she was quite familiar with Jiang Yu's chats and knew that the other party was very interested in mundane things, affirming Min Ro's proposal and said, "The Prime Minister is right, let's each go back and prepare." Min Ro is in charge of building the idol, and Han Shuiying is in charge of counting everyone's gold weapons. The Empress took off her own phoenix crown and handed it over to Han Shuiying. "This is mine, and each of you will also prepare one to offer to the immortals." Ministers have gone back to prepare. Women naturally like gold jewelry, but in dress and eat then, the so-called gold can neither eat nor drink. In the most hungry time, a piece of gold cannot change a grain of rice. A group of ministers hand over their golden vessels to the Empress, who performs a heavenly ritual, and all the golden vessels are teleported to the well of Kong Wu's house. Unfortunately, I didn't receive a reply from the immortal in the first place, so I guess the immortal is busy for the time being with his day-to-day business. After returning home, Kong Wu looked at the various exquisitely crafted gold objects at the well, each so beautifully crafted. The best-looking nature is the Empress of the Phoenix Crown. The Phoenix Crown as a whole is hollow material, above the carving of dragons and phoenixes, in addition to the phoenix, with hollowing out the technique of carving 95 golden dragons, the most fine-placed dragon claws only hair thick and thin, can be said to be skillful work of art. Jiang Yu also couldn't help but marvel at the craftsmanship and wisdom of the ancients. There was no industry in ancient times, and such a superb phoenix crown was carved by craftsmen one by one. Many of the other gold ornaments are also stunning, including a three-legged, two-eared gold incense burner, the body of which is inlaid with starry gold decorations, and the lid of which is inlaid with dense red, blue, and green gemstones on top of hollowed-out gold. The incense burner comes with a lifelike cloud base underneath. Gold plates inlaid with precious stones, gold bracelets engraved with various pictures, and phoenix hairpins that spread their wings to ride the wind, looked as if they were about to fly away at any moment. Gold silk gourds with clear lines, gold wine cups, long lifelocks, chrysanthemum hairpins, and countless other exquisite and beautiful artifacts. From within the many artifacts, Jiang Yu only looked at the long lifelock and a large trigger finger of gold inlaid with onyx. Construction of Temple Number 38. Just these two crafts are relatively ordinary, the kind you can take out. Jiang Yu instantly thought, assuming that at the dinner party, he was wearing gold and silver, living like a thug. But take down the trigger finger in the hand and the long lifelock on the neck, clear-eyed people recognize that this is 2,000 years of antiques, absolutely priceless, invisible pretend, the most deadly. The Empress also speaks to Kong Wu in the tablet, and the minister expresses his gratitude to Kong Wu by giving him his gold artifacts. There's also the fact that Shilong wants to build a temple golden body for him, so hopefully he can take a few photos or videos with his tablet so that he can pay his respects when the time comes. Regarding the establishment of temples, Jiang Yu, as a modern man, had always felt that it was useless. However, thinking differently, the thinking of the 21st century is different from that of the ancients. In ancient times, when technology was not well developed, there was more faith in gods and ghosts. After building a temple for Jiang Yu, the people of Xiliang firmly believed that they were blessed by the gods and that they would be invincible in time of attack and battle. The people have faith and the nation has strength, just like modern people who firmly embrace proletarianism. The people of Xiliang were not sure who Jiang Yu really was, deified Jiang Yu, but the people knew they were bound to be good with a god blessing them. Even if this faith is not true, when they go into battle to kill the enemy, all the soldiers will be more courageous, and the people will labor with hope, and with faith the country will be strong quickly. Since he had already decided to help the Empress, Jiang Yu would naturally help to the end, but there was still a not-so-small difficulty for Jiang Yu. He wasn't ugly, and was even a little handsome, but facing the Empress's worldly looks, he couldn't help but feel inferior, and fell deeply into. Jiang Yu took out his tablet and wrote back to the Empress. Hongfu, seeing words is like seeing people, thank you for the gifts you gave me, these are all very well made, I like them very much, one of the triggers is very nice, I can bring it with me myself, besides, if you want to build a temple build it, tomorrow I will send you my picture through the tablet, it's just an ordinary looking one, I hope you won't be disappointed. Jiang Yu teleported the tablet over to her, and after the Empress read the contents she put the tablet against her chest and hugged it, her heart full of anticipation that she would finally be able to meet Jiang Yu. Regardless of what the other party looked like, Fong Hongfu actually didn't care, after all, within her heart, she had already considered herself as Jiang Yu's person. Seeing Kong Wu also just wanted to know what the other person looked like, you can't keep not knowing what your favorite person looks like. After Jiang Yu's side had put away all the gold artifacts, Huang Zhang called. The other party said smilingly, Zhang brother, my company registered, just missing your money, and that is, and the villagers talk about demolition and relocation, the preliminary has been negotiated, but there is a person over there happened a little thing, now not too smooth. Right now, Jiang Yu is most concerned about the demolition, after all, his secret could be exposed at any time. He answered on the phone, Brother Huan, I'll transfer $20 million to you first. You can form a preliminary team, you can find lawyers and accountants to form a preliminary team, in addition to the demolition of the money we have given quite a lot of money, specifically encountered what difficulties? Huang Zhang paused for a moment and said, do you recognize Ma Jinghua this person, we demolition occupied his place, at first and he talked quite smoothly, the other party also accepted the price we gave, but then the other party suddenly backtracked, and now want to sit on the ground, and with a few villagers to sit on the ground. Jiang Yu pondered in his mind, as a fellow village, Ma Jinghua, this person Jiang Yu still has some impression. He and Huang Zhang are considered half-peers, strictly speaking, Huang Zhang was considered a big gangster when he was young, and Ma Jinghua was considered a scoundrel plus a hooligan. Huang Zhang still has a good reputation among the villagers, is more righteous and has helped them a lot. Ma Jinghua is just the opposite, eating, drinking, whoring, gambling and smoking, stealing, all 10 drugs. Acting in an extremely roguish style, like a toad, the kind that makes you feel sick at the sight of it. On weekdays, all the villagers are respectful of him, walking on the road to meet Ma Jinghua will go around the road. But this time it's different. The world is a place where 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 the world is a place. With Ma Jinghua as the head of the public, if as a result of the demolition and relocation of the price increase, everyone is the actual beneficiary, even if he is disgusting, the villagers can also accept. Jiang Yu frowned, this matter is not really good to deal with, if you follow Ma Jinghua's way of thinking, the other party is insatiable, the lion's share of the money, when the time comes, I'm afraid that the compensation is astronomical. But if we don't care, there's no way for the demolition to continue. Jiang Yu continued to ask, Brother Huang, do you have any good ideas? Huang Zhang spat on the phone, this dog Ma Jinghua, it's really disgusting, now he's pulling a group of villagers and doesn't want to talk to us properly at all. Jiang Yu frowned unexpectedly, the other side moves so quickly, now has pulled up the hill, but also with the villagers a piece of the fight against demolition. Jiang Yu said to on the phone, Brother Huang, wait for me, I'll be right over. The Majin country is not too far from Jiang Yu's house, and it is a 5-minute walk. At this time, Ma Jinghua gathered a group of villagers, surrounded by Huang Zhang alone, although Huang Zhang looks tall, surrounded him in the center looks very helpless. Ma Jinghua shouted at the top of his voice, if you want to demolish the building, just give me this amount of money, don't even think about it. Jiang Yu went forward to pat Ma Jinghua's shoulder said, Ma, do not be anxious, is not the demolition price is not appropriate, we do not need to be so excited, convenient to talk about it together? Ma Xingguo's eyes rolled, and he already had a small plan in his heart, walked out from the crowd and said, "How do you want to talk? It won't do to have a price that doesn't satisfy me." Jiang Yu patted Ma Xingguo's shoulder and said, "Brother Ma, don't be anxious, let's both come over to talk, the price will definitely make you satisfied." Jiang Yu spoke loudly, and the surrounding villagers heard him clearly. Ma Xinguo also tricked, obediently with Jiang Yu over. Jiang Yu also no nonsense, anyway, is a blank check casually open, and Ma Xinguo country's location in the edge, belongs to the location can be demolished cannot be demolished, originally in accordance with their own planning to their own home around the formation of a standard circle. This stuff doesn't have to be the most standard though, just make sure you have privacy. Jiang Yu had a thuggish tone and even revealed his gold trigger finger saying, "Brother Ma, we are also old neighbors, just say what price you want, I'll try my best to make you happy." Ma Xinguo said with a twinkle in his eye, "My home is in such a good location, and it's hard for me to leave my hometown, so the whole yard is not too much at 15,000 per square meter, right?" Chapter 39, Demolition Negotiations. Jiang Yu smiled with him and said, "Not too much, not too much." But inwardly for Ma Xinguo has been disgusted to the extreme, the other party is really too greedy, he is the village's famous lazy man. It belongs to the kind of eating without food, the house is still more than 10 years ago the broken house, the yard are dirt walls, the so-called homeland is difficult to leave, just want more money. Jiang Yu continued, "Since Ma has already said that we're all old neighbors, we'll follow the price you said, and I'll prepare the contract tomorrow, but you must guarantee that no one else can say anything about this price." Ma Xinguo is a bit unbelievable, things are going too well, so easily agreed? There is a cheap not to take advantage of it. Ma Xinguo nodded his head repeatedly, fearing that Jiang Yu will backtrack. But inside, he was already happy, with this money, he basically didn't have to worry for the rest of his life. Jiang Yu wrapped his arm around Ma Xinguo's shoulder, and the two of them returned to the crowd with a close look, and he also said loudly, "Brother Ma, just according to the price you said, let's have a good cooperation." His voice made sure everyone could hear him, and then without speaking to the other villagers, he pulled Huang Zheng away. On the road, Huang Zheng was a little anxious. "Jiang, how much money you and Ma Xinguo talked about? In that case, the villagers' work we cannot do all." Jiang Yu said unhurriedly, "Brother Huang, don't be anxious, how much money is not important, and we don't need to give it, listen to me, tomorrow you and the villagers say this, and then resend a quotation." Jiang Yu and Huang Zheng whispered, and the more they talked, the brighter Huang Zheng's eyes became, and he repeatedly gave him a thumbs up. As the two left one after another, the villagers looked at Ma Xinguo, waiting for him to give a reasonable price. Ma Xinguo kept in mind Jiang Yu's words that he should never talk to the villagers about the price he got, or else he wouldn't be able to demolish the house at a high price. Faced with the villagers' inquiries, he snorted and said, "Mr. Jiang said that he would send us a quotation tomorrow, so we can just wait together." Some villagers have begun to look at him with skepticism, their hearts are muttering, "This Ma Xinguo is not their own get-what benefits, now do not care about the villagers?" Judging by his character, there's nothing surprising about this sort of thing. But for the time being, there was no evidence, so the crowd couldn't say anything. Back home, Kongwu was ready to be just about to rest for a while, the cell phone VX sound rings, his mouth a smile, Ford 4 Sun Store female sales sent him a voice message. Tap the voice whispered, "Little brother, thank you for helping me complete my sales mission, let me treat you to a meal in the evening." It should be said not to say, that saleswoman figure is not bad, especially when the small stockings are put on, it really makes people a little heart. The Empress is indeed magnificent, Jiang Yu's heart has long belonged to each other, but at present, the Empress is ultimately invisible and untouchable, and it is not bad to play with the small sales in front of you. Kongwu typed a reply. "Good, a beautiful woman invites me to dinner, I can't wait, let's see if we can make an appointment." Female sales saw the reply to the message, rosy lips all of a sudden spring, although working in the 4S store, rich people see a lot, but like Jiang Yu such a high-quality man, or very rare. Even if you can't catch a golden son-in-law, it's still not bad to be a girl to get some money to spend. The saleswoman hurriedly replied to the VX, "Pick a day, what do you think about today? You know, rich people are very busy, so in case you miss it today, you don't know when you'll be able to get a date with Kongwu." In the face of the impatience to take the body, Jiang Yu resolutely implement the 3 no principles: do not take the initiative, do not refuse, do not take responsibility. And it's true that he hasn't touched a woman for a long time, and Jiang Yu, as a great young man, usually doesn't like to do those things of drilling alleys. WeChat replied, "No problem, just happen to be free today, just send me a location and I'll come over." The saleswoman smiled like a flower and sent Kongwu a place in a Chinese restaurant. Jiang Yu tangled up his means of travel, the original mobility scooter was naturally unnecessary to drive, and now he had an epiphany. A man must have money in front of a woman, but money is for the woman, definitely not for her to spend. Although the S800 is high-end, But he drove over, always feel like a driver. If you let Wang Chang send himself over, obviously to pick up girls, more a lightbulb feel very unhappy. Come to think of it, the best fit was the BMW motorcycle I bought in the afternoon. Motorcycles represent different meanings. Those who can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a motorcycle must have millions of cars and will not lose face when they ride out. In the afternoon, Jiang Yu asked Wang Chang to help him make 2 trips, and the temporary license plate for the locomotive was already down. Kang Wu put on his riding clothes and AG helmet, and his well-proportioned body looked even more handsome. The BMW's quiet, long engine sounds low and booming, like a sleeping beast. The location of the female sales VX hair is not too far away. Cycling almost half an hour, passing pedestrians saw Jiang Yu have turned back. Many middle-aged men's eyes are glowing. When a man reaches a certain age, what he yearns for most is poetry and faraway places, and locomotives and RVs are the ultimate romance for men. The saleswoman was indeed a bit anxious, and actually arrived at the hotel before Jiang Yu, waiting for him at the door like a welcome guest. The other party's face was painted with exquisite makeup, and it was estimated that he couldn't even finish it without an hour or two, so it looked like the other party had already made preparations before asking him out. Kang Wu took off his helmet and parked his motorcycle in front of the restaurant, the streamlined pattern on his riding suit causing the saleswoman to glance at him frequently. Like a little schoolgirl, she gently clapped her hands together, her heels making a clattering sound on the floor, and said, "So handsome." Giving enough emotional value to Kang Wu greatly satisfies vanity. Jiang Yu smiled and walked up and said, "It's been a long time." The girl put her hands in front of her body and said with a slight wiggle, "It hasn't been that long, I just arrived not long ago." "Come on, let's go inside in order." Kang Yu smoothly took the girl's hand, and the other party only resisted twice with extremely weak strength before silently agreeing. The saleswoman looked like she was familiar with the restaurant and asked about contraindications in Kang Wu's preferences before she started ordering. It's still very inviting, unlike so many people who go to dinner and discuss their order for ages. The girl asked tentatively, "Would you like some wine?" Jiang Yu's mouth with an inexplicable smile, drunk and disorderly, that what, the other party's mind has been Sima Zhaosher, everyone knows. The saleswoman's small face was flushed, looking like a ripe red apple, with the embarrassment of being seen through her small mind. In order to ease the embarrassment, Kang Wu hurriedly said, "You can drink a little, what do you like to drink?" The saleswoman agonized for a moment, and with a clench of her silver teeth, said, "Waiter, bring me a case of ouzo." Chapter 40, Passion Like Fire. The girl usually drank very little beer and mostly drank wine. But this time it was different, she just wanted to get drunk, and if a woman doesn't get drunk, how can a man get a chance? Jiang Yu and the other party chatted about everything, eating and drinking, and as the alcohol catalyzed, the atmosphere became heated. The taste of this Chinese restaurant is not bad, especially Sichuan and Hunan dishes. Pepper and numbness flavors inspire the whole taste buds. With a cold beer, the feeling is perfect. 2 beers down, the saleswoman couldn't hide her rosy cheeks despite her makeup. In the small talk, Jiang Yu also preliminary understanding of each other. Sales name Sun Lin, standard rural girls, from childhood is also considered a beauty billet. Only the family has been patriarchal, even if the study was very good, but also did not go to college. After finishing secondary school, I rushed into society and worked hard, but most of the money went to my younger brother. With the savings from years of hard work, he helped his brother buy his wedding house and gave the other a daughter-in-law. But the other party never seemed to know satisfaction and always had all sorts of reasons to ask her for money. The last few years also finally realized that the family of origin is a bottomless pit, and started refusing to support my parents and brother, completely falling out with the family. It's a good thing that my parents and brother didn't know about my workplace and sort of dryly disconnected. It was only in the past few years that she was barely able to make a small savings, or else she was afraid she wouldn't be able to afford this meal. Now Sun Lin's biggest wish is to find a suitable person to marry, completely get rid of the family of origin. I hope that the husband's economic strength is good, you can return to the family, live a life of raising children. Beer by beer, Sun Lin and Jiang Yu's relationship is becoming more and more familiar. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Sun Lin asked Jiang Yu drunkenly, "Where will you take me in a while?" I could tell the other guy didn't drink often, or he wouldn't have gotten so drunk on 3 or 4 beers. Kang Wu was only slightly dizzy as he said, "Where do you want to go?" Sun Lin blushed even more and whispered, "Your house? Or a hotel? As long as I'm with you, I can go anywhere." Children from the countryside are still too simple after all, or maybe Sun Lin for Jiang Yu love at first sight, just the first time out to meet want to offer themselves. Top-rank women tend to control each other's emotions and make you feel like you can have her if you just give a little more effort. The mid-range salvage women will show their liking for you, but prefer to treat you as if you are on the other side of the fence, refusing all intimacy and just wanting to make you pay money. Sun Lin just wanted to give herself to Kong Wu for the first time she met him. Kong Wu was still his three principles: no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. But certainly cannot bring Sun Lin home. The secret of the ancient well is too important, and the home decoration is no better than a rural self-built house. Picking up women need to bring the woman back to the villa is right. There happened to be an orange hotel nearby. Jiang Yu had even stayed there a few times before. The hotel's atmosphere and decorations were not bad, so it was just right to stay with Sun Lin. When they went to the front desk to open the room, Jiang Yu and Sun Lin took out their ID cards at the same time, and it was obvious that both sides still had a certain tacit understanding about this kind of thing. Into the room, the hotel lights dim and ambiguous, Sun Lin's face even more red. Girls, no matter how active, this kind of thing will still be shy. Jiang Yu gently picked Sun Lin's chin, looking at the other party's half-open delicate red lips. With a faint cosmetic scent coming from the tip of his nose, he said in a playful tone, "Chick, you're so beautiful when you're drunk." Sun Lin leaned towards Jiang Yu as if she had no bones, their lips pressed together, and Jiang Yu felt two more soft masses in front of him. Ginger's heart thumped incessantly, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. It had indeed been a long time since he had touched a woman, and his hormones were rapidly secreting at the touch of his body. Dry wood and fire ignite at the touch of a button, and Sun Lin is probably lacking in nourishment, or else how come there are still a few pimples on her face? Woozy sounds came from inside the room, and 3 hours later, Sun Lin slept lazily on Jiang Yu's shoulder. One hand around Jiang Yu's sleep incomparably sweet, the saliva flowing out of the corner of the mouth wet Jiang Yu's shoulder, the violent battle so that the other party's makeup spent half, but instead, it looks even more adorable. A night without words, with a soft jade body hugging beside him, Jiang Yu also slept incomparably well. In the morning, Sun Lin had gotten up early, her soft lips kissed Jiang Yu's forehead, and a few minutes later brought back a breakfast and went to work. Jiang Yu in fact has long been awake, just temporarily do not know how to face each other. If the other party asked up counting his girlfriend this kind of problem, I'm afraid he cannot give back the answer, might as well let nature take its course. People are happy and happy, the savings of a few months to vent out. Jiang Yu red-faced riding a motorcycle home. When I got home, the tablet was lying quietly at the well. Empress said in the video. Jiang Yu, the Huns have come to attack the city again, the Red Whiskers are going to fight with the soldiers, and may not be able to reply to you in time. But I've already asked the villagers to build a temple for you, and I believe that with your blessing, the warriors will be brave enough to kill the enemy. Meanwhile, in the Daughters of Western Liang, the Huns attacked the city this time unlike before, no longer filling it with the human lives of their soldiers. The countless female captives of the Shilong kingdom were no longer attractive to the Xiongnu either, and it was not known where the Xiongnu had gotten countless large stone throwers from. Countless stones, stakes, and even corpses were thrown inside Shilong city. Fortunately, Shilong spies paid attention to the Huns' movements from time to time, and when the other side transported the stone throwers to the bottom of the city wall, they had already relocated the people in the city in advance. The people near the city gates had already migrated to the center of the city, and the Huns attacked the city with seemingly great force, but they didn't cause casualties to Xiliang at all. The Empress stood on the city wall to supervise the battle, preventing the Huns from jumping over the wall and fighting for their lives. Hun General Jin Rikchan and Jiang Luer stood in front of the formation. Jin Rikchan sighed and said, I can't imagine that the magnificent Empress will actually die of a disease, the heavens are jealous of the red face. Jiang Luo's heart despise each other again when in stand, when he came up with the idea of the golden sun cicada happy to fly. Still, he said, after General takes Xiliang, it will be one step closer to the Xiongnu's domination of the Central Plains as well. As the top master of the world, the Empress' eyesight was naturally excellent, and he could clearly see the golden sun cicada and Jiang Luer from his perch on the city wall. Bending her bow, the 12-stone hard bow was drawn to full capacity. When she was ready to shoot the arrow, the Empress was a little hesitant. If she really shot the golden sun cicada to death, then it would be completely immortal with the Xiongnu. Jin Rikchan had another identity besides being the great general of Xiongnu, the emperor of Xiongnu's extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side. Justin Xiongnu immortal Empress is not afraid, but Jin Rikchan is still the younger brother of the Xianbei military marshal. It is also based on this identity. Jin Rikchan long attack could not Western Liang is not punished, and even the Huns have no intention of changing the marshal. Chapter 41 Meteor Arrow. The tip of the Empress's arrow at the critical moment was deflected by an ancient shot at the military commander Jiang Luo. The arrow was like a shooting star, shot out from a high position, the tip of the arrow pointing directly at Jiang Luo. Jin Rikchan could become a Hun general, his personal force was naturally not weak. He had sensed it the instant the arrow was shot out, and his eyes were sharp as he looked above the city wall. In the face of the flying arrows, Jin Rikchan judged that the arrows were heading towards the military division only by a split second, which was also the intuition that was cultivated by those who had been fighting in the army for a long time in the face of danger. Zhang Luo's life. Jin Rikchan actually does not care, but for the Huns at the moment, Zhang Luo's importance is self-evident. Nomads are generally barbaric, only like to kill, Qin, chess, calligraphy and painting. The 4 books and 5 classics are not involved, and not even a few people literate. Naturally, the general IQ is not high, do not respect the immortal gods, do not read military books, battlefield strategy or rely on the military division Zhang Luo. At the very least, they couldn't let Zhang Luo die now, and when Zhangye city was broken, not to mention Fong Hongfu, the Golden Sun cicada wouldn't let the other party go. Jin Rikchan pulled hard with one hand to deflect Zhang Luo. The arrow grazed Zhang Luo's shoulder and flew past, his clothes tore, leaving a large opening of more than 10 centimeters at his shoulder. Blood flowed out, clothes were instantly dyed red. Zhang Luo looked at Fong Hongfu with hatred, his eyes were incomparably cold. Golden Sun cicada pulled Zhang Luo back. The first time he reacted quickly. If he was shot again, I'm afraid he would be killed. The Huns are under the city, the distance is too far, the bow and arrow cannot shoot the Empress. If they draw closer, the bow and arrow of Xiliang is not a vegetarian. Jin Rikchan consoled, the military division rests at ease and recuperates, the plan has already begun to be implemented. I think the female Empress won't be able to bounce around for a few days, by then Zhangye will be turned into a dead city. Zhang Luo snorted coldly and said, it's just a grasshopper after the fall. I can't imagine that a moment of inattention is still bitten back by the other side. The Huns' attack this time was thunderous, only symbolically throwing a lot of strange things into the city with their stone throwers, and apart from stones, the most numerous ones were instead corpses. There were many skilled craftsmen in Xiliang, and women could hold up half the sky in the war. When all the men in the country sacrificed their lives, the women also took their place, and the whole country practiced complete equality between men and women. What men can do, women can do just as well. Fong Hongfu's imperial guard has also always been female. All the women artisans in the country worked together, all of them dividing the labor, some dividing the stone, some carving it, some gilding it. The entire statue is divided into 4 parts, and the 4 places are tightly spliced together using mortise and tenon construction. The gilded artisan as a whole re-gilded the statue one more time, and the carved 4 parts were tightly pieced together. A lifelike statue was constructed, only in the eyes of the Xiliang people, the shape of the statue was too strange. The immortal had short hair and clothes that didn't completely cover her body, 2 arms were exposed. Beneath them sat the pig knew what, shaped like a beast, favoring 2 wheels, giving an unparalleled oppressive force. Immortals were naturally different from ordinary people, and although the Xiliang people didn't understand, they nevertheless accepted it honestly. In fact, Jiang Yu passed to Fong Hongfu was just a picture of riding a motorcycle, just do not wear a helmet. After all, the other party has long wanted to know what he looks like, has been dragging is not a thing. The ugly daughter-in-law still want to see the in-laws, they cannot always not let the female empress to know the look. Fong Hongfu but has been sincere, and occasionally even gave himself a small dance, smiling, but instead he was like a big girl, has been embarrassed to see people. The gilded statue stood up glittering with gold to look at, with the empress and the civil and military officials at its head, bringing all the people of Xiliang to worship the immortal. It was also the busiest day in Xiliang since the war started, the people whispered, but all of them looked at Jiang Yu's statue with gratitude in their eyes. It is with the immortals that Xiliang has everything it has today, and since the Empress contacted the immortals, the people of Xiliang no longer have to go hungry, and there is clean water. Every Xiliang person thanked the immortal from the bottom of his heart for his gift, and all were sincere in their offerings to the immortal at this time. The female emperor took the lead to say, today there are immortals to protect Xiliang, first giving Xiliang rice, salt, and later giving Xiliang pure steel-threaded lances, as well as clean water, and kerosene for retreating from the enemy. Relying on the help of the immortals, Xiliang was able to hold the bullet-riddled land of Zhangye, and Fong Hongfu led all the people of Xiliang in kneeling down and thanking the immortals. After saying that, the Empress was the first to fall on her knees, her white forehead touching the ground and staining it with a little dust. Although Fong Hongfu was the king of a country, but the bowing was absolutely sincere, and in her heart, she had long been Jiang Yu's person. If it's possible, after all, the other party saved Xiliang little by little, although Jiang Yu kept saying that he was an ordinary person, but with so many supplies, how would an ordinary person teleport over? He had sworn that as long as the other party could save the people of Xiliang, he would be willing to serve as a slave or a servant girl, and of course, it would be best if he could be the other party's concubine. By the time the immortal shattered the void, he or she would be able to stay with the immortal for the rest of their lives. As for the rest of the people of Xiliang, although they had very little contact with Jiang Yu, everyone knew in their hearts, though, that they could have enough to eat, and that everything was blessed by the immortals. Everyone was bowing sincerely, kowtowing 3 times in a row, 3 times to God. An oversized incense burner sits in front of Kong Wu's statue, which was also constructed by artisans along with the statue. Each of the people held 3 cones of incense in his hand, and after bowing once inserted the incense into the censer. Countless incenses were inserted inside the incense burner, and the entire statue was smoldering. The worship ceremony was considered to be completely finished, and Fong Hongfu sent 8 people to stand guard inside the temple 24 hours a day, offering incense to the statue and cleaning the idol. When the worship was over, the people who were willing to stay and observe the idol could stay here, and Fong Hongfu went back to the palace first. She can't wait to share the good news with Kong Wu, and opens the flat screen video with the same familiar bright face. Fong Hongfu said as she looked at the camera. Zhang Yu, I miss you. The Huns attacked the city again. This time the other side used stone throwers. I thought the other side would attack the city ferociously, but they didn't continue to attack the city, and they didn't even suffer any casualties. They just threw a lot of things inside the city, and a lot of corpses. Did the other side just want to disgust me? Thanks to the joint efforts of the people of Xiliang, your statue and temple have been completed, and all the people of Xiliang are so grateful to you that everyone bows down sincerely to thank you for everything you have done for Xiliang. Even just seeing your statue satisfies me. Of course, if I could serve around, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Chapter 42, The Mysterious Connection. Zhang Yu had been waiting for Fong Hongfu in the courtyard, fearing that the other party would be injured in battle. After waiting for a while, Zhang Yu suddenly had a strange feeling that, in the underworld, it was as if there was an extra layer of connection between himself and Xiliang, and when he closed his eyes, many figures always appeared vaguely. The other party knelt before them, and a look of gratitude appeared on each face. It's an amazing feeling, like a lot of people in a faraway place are remembering. But when Zhang Yu tried to perceive it carefully, the feeling disappeared again. He only vaguely felt that his connection with Xiliang had gotten a few points tighter, not transmitted from the ancient well, but truly belonging to him and Xiliang. Moreover, Zhang Yu could boldly think that if this connection was close enough to a certain point, could he one day go directly to Western Lian? He was just an ordinary man with no great ambitions. He had never loved the mountains and rivers. If he could be with the Empress one day, what would be the harm in giving up the whole world? While waiting apprehensively, Fong Hongfu teleported over another tablet, and Zhang Yu was finally temporarily relieved. He didn't know if the others would be using tablets or not. Anyway, so far every transmission had been from the Empress, and it didn't seem like the others had access to tablets. The Empress had said inside the message that the Huns attacked the city this time with a lot of thunder and little rain. Zhang Yu felt that it was not right. According to the historical records and the Empress's description, the Huns were very ferocious. It was impossible that they retreated just by putting up a show. There must be something in the middle. Zhang Yu had a bad feeling about it, but the Huns had some kind of plotting and scheming that he didn't notice for a while. Zhang Yu is also finally clear why he has a connection with Xiliang. Xiliang 100,000 people together to worship themselves, but also to build a temple, set up a golden body, relying on incense wishes. In the underworld he has a connection with Xiliang. Maybe if the power of the incense is enough, there's no chance that you can become a saint in the flesh. But right now, Kong Wu didn't feel anything special. Zhang Yu told Wang Chang to contact Ma Jingguo's wife, CFA, and invite the other party to his home. Now he has too few suitable people under his command, and there are some things that can only let Wang Chang make a guest appearance for the time being. In a small company, it's all about multitasking. Speaking of which, Ma Jingguo and CFA are also oddballs. Ma Jingguo is a scoundrel and CFA is a whore. With scoundrel, perfect match. The village knows that Ma Jingguo is considered to be a proper slacker, and has no skills, and has been eating and waiting for death. Sheffield went to sea when she was young and didn't take safety precautions, and at some point she got pregnant, having had too many abortions to be able to do so anymore. After making up her mind, CFA decided to leave the man-child, and later met Ma Jingguo. The two were kind of like-minded, and they hit it off together. But both men have their hearts in the right place, and Sheffield wants Ma Jingguo to be the child's cheap, wild father. Ma Jingguo is not a good thing, wanting CFimi to support himself. As long as he cannot go to work, the cuckold crushed the spine does not matter. In a battle of wits between the two, Ma Jingguo wins beautifully over CFA by virtue of his roguishness. After all, the other party has a child, and Ma Jingguo is a complete scoundrel. If CFA doesn't give him the money, Ma Jingguo will find a random reason to severely beat. CFA shook her sagging breasts and said in a Thai tone, "Xiaojiang, what are you looking for your sister-in-law for? Or do you want to take care of your sister-in-law's business?" Kong Wu took a step back, feeling like he had met something dirty for fear of sticking to it. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I see that you haven't been having a good time. I want to give you a chance to leave Ma Jingguo, and you can also get a large sum of money. Will you do it?" Jian Yu's smile has some inexplicable seductive meaning. CFA's heart is moved at once. Living with my Manhwa, hellish days, she is really fed up. Rushingly, he asked, Little Jiang, what do you think? Can I receive a large sum of money and still leave my Manhwa? Jian Yu began to follow the temptation. Sister-in-law, you know, I recently did not want to demolish a part of the village to build a factory, but also for the villagers to live a little better. Relying on this opportunity, you can give you a large sum of money. CFA sighed and said, Xiao Jiang, it's easy for you to say, but how do I leave that person in my house? And I am afraid that the other party will be impulsive and hurt my son. Jian Yu's voice lowered and CFA said, we this and that and then this and that, by then you will have money, but also can completely leave my Manhwa. Jian Yu finally added, Sister-in-law, I'm going to set up another company, and when the time comes, I'll buy you a house in the city, and also provide you with a decent job, so you won't have to go through all the trouble of pleasing men anymore. Jian Yu's words immediately said inside her heart, CFA some cannot believe that there is such a good thing, her life is going to be reversed from now on? In the future, leave my Manhwa, start a new life? With money and leisure and a well-paid job, she'll be able to pick up fresh meat when the time comes. CFA's lips trembled as she said, Xiao Jiang, are you telling the truth? Don't lie to your sister-in-law. Jian Yu said smilingly, Sister-in-law, don't worry, the position I have thought of for you, when the time comes, you will just go to the new company as a financial manager. The folds on CFA's face were almost wrinkled into a flower, but she still said with some hesitation, but I don't know any of these things, Xiao Jiang. Jian Yu to the other side to eat a pill of peace of mind said, It's okay, sister-in-law, the financial manager does not need to do anything, usually the following are accountants, you manage a group of accountants on it, rest assured, do a good job, I believe in you. CFA flirted and said, Xiao Jiang, you have said, then I believe you, all this time, you still call sister-in-law, anyway, it is also soon to leave that, call sister in the future, do you want sister to serve you well? Jian Yu waved his hands and said, No. This kind of old woman, he is really not blessed with, and it is also too dirty. Chapter 43, Borrowing Money. Sending CFA away, Jian Yu told Huang Zhang to re-quote the villagers, each person per square meter from the original 8,000 to 7,005. And know with my Manhwa, his demolition price is divided into 2 shares, she and CFA 1 share, but it needs a fake divorce, when the time comes, the money will be in the account of the other party. And Manhwa's demolition treaty, Jian Yu added a small hidden clause, demolition compensation difference to the couple any account has been deemed to accept the demolition terms. Manhwa had no doubt and signed his big name and pressed his handprint. Huang Zhang gathered the villagers together, retook out the quotation, stood in the crowd and said, Folks, those who are here are within the scope of our company's demolition and relocation, and now resent the quotation to everyone, the latest offer of 7,500 yuan per square meter. Originally, these people thought that after yesterday's demolition and relocation of the noise, the price of today's demolition and relocation will be long up, who thought that Huang Zhang does not eat the set, but instead, the price is also lowered. The essence is that demolition is a psychological game, and most villagers are trying to change their fate by doing so. If the price went up, it was fine, but if the price went down, the villagers were in a complete panic. Yesterday my Manhwa led the way, the villagers gathered around him and asked, Manhwa, what's going on? Didn't you say yesterday that you were going to raise the price? Manhwa never forgot, he took that extra money as not for nothing, pretending to be serious, said, Yesterday I had a good chat with Mr. Jiang, the other party's costs are too high, there is no way out of it, 7,500 a square meter is considered to be a very appropriate price, I'll be the first to sign. After saying that, he didn't care about the villagers' reactions, and strutted over to Huang Zhang, picking up a pen and signing it. The villager behind him spat a mouthful of thick spit at Manhwa, cursing under his breath, dog sharp and thin, no wonder his wife is a whore. On a normal day, Manhwa is sure to argue, and may even fight with the other side, when the time comes to lie on the ground to blackmail a sum of money. However, after signing today, the money for the demolition will be in his hands immediately, so he naturally does not want to argue with the other side, or to fall into the bag. The villagers are noisy, a group of people cannot discuss a result, was also thinking of demolition price higher, the results also became lower, which who can bear it? Huang Zhan walked to the villagers with 2 contracts in his hand, the first contract prefixed with CFA, also a demolition price of 7,500 a flat. Huang Zhang said with his voice a degree higher, Folks, I don't think we can discuss a result today, why don't we all go home and discuss, I'll also go back and talk to the boss again, and try to give you a satisfactory price. The villagers were reluctant, but that was all they could do for today for the time being. The sharp-eyed villagers saw the contract in Huang Zhang's hand and muttered in their hearts, waiting for Huang Zhang to leave and discussing with other villagers. Villager A, I saw Huang Zhang take 2 contracts, the other was CFA's, isn't there only 1 contract per household, could it be that this guy Manhwa cheated us? He asked for high compensation himself and turned around and sold us out? Villager B, I said this guy can't be trusted, and now he's got his own compensation and doesn't care about us, and the price of the demolition has been lowered, so what can we do this time? Villager C, I think we should not renegotiate with Huang Zhang, our folks, or $8,000 a square meter even, this price is not low. Villager D, I think this is fine, or else we really piss off the boss behind Huang Zhang and give up the demolition, we don't have a penny. But we can't let go of this dog Majingua, we still have to find a way to clean them up. Discuss to go, the villagers temporarily agreed, human nature is like this, always want to have more, but only when about to lose time to know, cherish the moment. Huang Zhang again informed Majingua, in order not to be too obvious, want to take 2 copies of the money, then you have to divorce your wife, when the 2 copies of 7,500 a square meter can be compensated to him and CFA respectively. Majingua naturally agrees, as long as there is enough money, it doesn't matter if it's a wife or not. And he had a kind of mesmerizing confidence, always feeling that he could eat Sheffield to death, and the other party wouldn't dare to leave him at all. Think of the time to hold 1 or 2 million demolition money, every day to eat and drink hot John's Young, Majingua feel like walking with the wind. After returning home, Majingua and CFA said the matter of divorce, the other party did not even ask the reason to agree, completely unexpected, but Majingua does not care, after all, he will soon become a rich man. On Jiang Yu's side, he picked up the phone to call Su Qinyan, who had been busy for the past few days and had no time to pay attention to each other. Su Qinyan said in a sultry tone, "Baby, you finally gave up calling me." Jiang Yu explained, "Recently is really too busy to the villagers' demolition, this is not something to ask for your help." Su Qinyan's face lit up, she herself felt that she was a bit unfamiliar with Jiang Yu lately, if there was any way to close the distance, she was naturally willing to do so. Su Qinyan said with some anticipation, "Then what do you need to let me help you with?" Jiang Yu paused for a moment, pretending to be deep, said, "It's like this, my side of the project stalls do more big, need you to help me advance a sum of money, after a few months I slow down when I will return to you." Originally, Su Qinyan thought that the most is to run errands and so on, who thought that actually is borrowing money, and it seems that the number is quite a lot. She was a little torn, if she didn't help out this time, she guessed it would be over with Kong Wu. And Su Qinyan also saw from Jiang Yu's circle of friends, the other party recently another tens of millions of dollars of business, but also bought a luxury car, is their ideal husband. If you marry each other, you will not worry about your food and drink in the future, and the life of a broad wife that you aspire to can finally be achieved. Su Qinyan fishing woman wins so many years, nature also has a lot of savings, gritted his teeth and said, "Well, you want to borrow how much?" Jiang Yu said a number with zeros, 2.45 million, if you can help, I'll give you an account in a few days, you'll put the money inside that account, I'll re-establish a company in a few days later, the finance is already found, you'll be the legal person at that time, and I'll give you an injection of 3 million. 2.45 million, exactly the money Majingua was compensated for demolition. Su Qinyan thought about it, she wanted to be with Jiang Yu and live a better life, and also have a car and a house and a job in the future time, think about it and be happy. Making up his mind, he said, "Okay, I'll let you know in advance when the time comes, thank you baby, big help." Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu's eyes become cold, this kind of disgusting female, he cannot be with each other, but can use each other, want to help Shilong in the future, he has a lot of inconvenient to come out, just need to be in the name of love as a backstabber. Chapter 44, The Plague Runs Rampant. The daughters of Xiliang, after the last Hun attack, Xiliang is quiet again. The Empress took the lead in getting the destruction back on track, smashed houses repaired, messes packed up, bodies thrown in by the Huns buried deep, and blood on the ground washed away. With the blessing of the immortal god, the city was still thriving even when the Huns were at the city's doorstep. Fong Hongfu didn't feel very right today, I don't know why I was drained, my face was red, and I kept sweating. Thinking that it might be the Huns attacking the city and helping the people to pack up together, I guess my body is overworked, so I'll just go back and rest a bit. Who knew that when the Empress returned to the palace she began to fall ill with a fever, and many of the people in the city also suffered similar symptoms. 1/10 of the people were suffering from high fever and exhaustion, and some of them suddenly fainted as they walked along the road and never got up again. The Empress was lying on her sickbed, her brow furrowed, half clear, half confused, and her mouth kept muttering, "Jiang Yu, Jiang Yu, Jiang Yu." Even the most stupid person realized at this time that Xiliang must have caught the plague. In the Han military camp, Zhang Luo was lying on the bed, his face showing a sickly pallor due to blood loss. Jean Rickchan stood at the bedside and laughed loudly, worthy of being a military advisor. Scouts report that many people in Xiliang have been infected with the plague. In less than a month, the entire city of Zhangye will turn into a dead city, and at that time, my army drove straight into the country, and will surely be able to easily take down the country of Xiliang. And the military advisor should be credited as the first one, ahahaha. It should have been happy news, but Jiang Luo frowned darkly. At first, he and Jin Rikchan were in cahoots with each other, but he was also interested in the Huns army and the soldiers' strong fighting ability. But later found that Jin Rikchan, this person is narrow-minded. After taking the Western Liang, it is inevitable that the flying birds are all good bow hiding, cunning rabbit dead traitor cooking. I guess his days will come to an end. On the contrary, he was also injured at this time, so he couldn't even run away if he wanted to. According to Jiang Luo's idea, he used the Huns army to enrich his resume, and first gained a great future for himself, and when he and his senior brother stood at the same height, he would then decide to win or lose by his own means. At the moment, his body was weak and his movements were inconvenient. Jiang Luo could only secretly pray in his heart, hoping that the Empress could survive this ordeal. Western Liang, the whole dynasty is like ants on a hot pan. If the Empress falls, the country will be completely finished. The imperial doctor's hand hung over the Empress's white wrist, his brow furrowed, and he finally shook his head to indicate that there was nothing he could do. Some people tried to contact Jiang Yu, but the supplies or paperwork couldn't be transmitted, and in the past, it was always the Empress who contacted Jiang Yu, so at the critical moment, they could only do nothing. In the real world, at 12 o'clock at night, it was completely dark, and two villagers were sneaking down the path. Rural people are more simple, do bad things when the heart is weak. Two people are different orientation, but both are looking left and right. Afraid of being discovered by others, when they walked to the door of Ma Jingguo's country, the two villagers were paying attention to whether there was anyone following behind them, and as a result, they bumped into each other back to back. In the dead of night, the two men were startled, and not daring to speak aloud, they yelped in unison like kittens. Turning his head to see, or daytime acquaintances, are the villagers of the Jiangyu demolition range. Villager A said, "What are you doing here?" Villager B asked rhetorically with a terse face, "Then what are you doing here?" The two men looked at each other with the help of the weak moonlight. One man was carrying rotten eggs in his hand, still emitting a foul odor, and the other was carrying two broken shoes in his hand. The two said together again with extreme understanding, "I'm here for whatever you're here for." Looking further in the direction of Ma Jingguo, there were already more than 20 people waiting by the fence. The man at the head of the group took the lead. "Hurry up and get over here, we're just waiting for you too." The villagers are also considered to have a tacit understanding, because Ma Jingguo, this old boy, a good demolition almost yellow. If it really does not demolish the house, then, the villagers present, which do not spend most of their lives to buy a house for their sons in the county, and even have to take out a loan, the family's life is hopeless. After the demolition of Jiangyu, the villagers can take the demolition compensation. When the time comes to go directly to the county town to buy a house, want to live separately from their children can also buy two sets. Ma Jingguo rely on demolition to enrich themselves. The villagers have seen during the day, this dog signed 2 demolition agreements, both 7,500 a square meter, adding up to 15,000, and then do not care about the death of the townspeople. Although the villagers are simple, but they are not stupid. Honest people make a grudge never overnight. Before 12 o'clock in the daytime, people are not all come to trouble. 24 people, holding all sorts of things, stinky watermelons, rotten cucumbers, rotten eggs, rocks, torn shoes, rotten cabbages, broken wood, ollie gives, all sorts of physical additional magical attacks. The leader said, "Old 5, you break the glass with a rock first, and when the man comes out we'll throw him together." The man called Old 5 nodded and his arm went full force, clicking the stone to shatter the glass. Ma Jingguo was sleeping soundly, and dreamed that he was rich in demolition, hugging 2 small netizens and kissing me, and was about to get to the most critical step, but the glass was broken, and he woke up in a flash. Ma Jingguo in the village inside arrogant and domineering used to, and the beauty of the dream was disturbed, with a stomach of anger, are not wearing clothes, just a pair of pants out of the room door. Cursing under his breath, "I see an M, with a smashed my glass, be careful I'll get you killed." Ma Jingguo has not yet seen clearly, vaguely saw a few heads at the entrance of the courtyard, saw one of the heads nodded after. A pile of stuff just flew over. Ma Jingguo could not react at all. A pile of hard large olive straight to the mouth. He was still maintaining his cursing position when olive had flown into his mouth. Those of you who eat olives regularly know that it doesn't taste good and is particularly bitter. A burst of stench attacked the mouth. Ma Jingguo directly retched out, dinner all wasted. The villagers naturally will not be so easy to let go of each other. Broken shoes, rotten eggs in turn. The rural people have a force, accuracy is also good, basically all hit on the head of Ma Jingguo. Some people with particularly good hands even hit Ma Jingguo in the nose, and the nose bone should be broken. Poor Ma Jingguo, how arrogant he was when he came out, how wretched he is now. With poop still in his mouth, he tried to crouch down and spit out all the disgusting stuff, but the villagers' attacks were like a steady stream of rain. The defenseless Majingwa can only hold his head, clench his teeth and squat on the ground, and every now and then also issued a miserable scream. Where can he still care about the mouth of Ali give? It turned out to be a mistake and made him swallow. Chapter 45 Demolition. Watching Majingwa screaming miserably, the villagers were finally able to get out a mouthful of bad breath. Afterwards, a group of people quickly left. From the beginning to the end, Majingwa did not know who actually smashed himself with those things. The next day, Jiang Yu checks the text messages on his cell phone and learns that Majingwa and his wife are already divorced. The corners of his mouth rise slightly, and everything is progressing steadily according to plan. Huang Zhang approached the villagers again. This time, he offered 8,000 renminbi per square meter and solemnly told the villagers that if they did not accept the proposal this time, the project would be replanned. Last night the villagers took a vicious breath of air, and Huang Zhang's tone this time was extremely resolute. The villagers understood that if they didn't accept the proposal, the boss behind him would really give up on the demolition. The villagers got together and discussed for a while, and agreed to Huang Zhang's program. After all, $8,000 was quite a lot. This amount of money is enough to give his son a daughter-in-law, but also can buy a house in the county town. The future and no longer need to struggle hard. After signing, Huang Zhang is responsible for renting a house for the villagers, 3 rooms and 1 hall per family, paying annual rent. The site will give each person another 2,000 yuan relocation subsidy, and not counted in the share of demolition. Within a week, everyone has to move out of here. The mood of the townspeople is somewhat depressed. After all, it is difficult to leave their hometown. However, when they thought of the large amount of compensation for the demolition, they were happy again. It has been agreed that the compensation for the demolition will be divided into 3 installments, which will be paid into everyone's account within a year. After everyone has moved out, within 3 working days, the first installment of the compensation will be paid into everyone's account, that is, the $20 million that Jiang Yu transferred to Huang Zhang's public account. On average, each villager can get several $100,000. The rest of the compensation for the time being no need to rush. Jiang Yu with the hand of antiques, demolition money is naturally at hand. Jiang Yu heard Huang Zhang on the phone to report the demolition process. The corner of his mouth showed a satisfied smile. This matter is also temporarily considered to be over. The next step is to wait for the villagers to move out. This surrounding area was considered to be their own for the time being, and when the time came to rebuild the high walls, privacy could also be guaranteed. Now all that was left was how to deal with the matter of Majingwa. After all, this person still needed to be disposed of separately. Jiang Yu called CFA, Sister Xia, if there's no problem, I can arrange to make a payment to you from my side. CFA's tone sounded very excited. Don't worry, little brother Jiang, I've already prepared my bank card. Jiang Yu suddenly had a plan. This more than 2 million, although not their own money, but cheap. This nasty guy feel also very bad. He continued with a tone full of temptation. Sister Xia, I am also ready to set up an import and export trading company. The expected investment of 5 million. I have resources on my side. The annual profit can easily exceed 10 million. I was ready to arrange for you to go to that company as a financial manager, but just a few tens of thousands of dollars in salary. I think about it, think your income is still too little, or... His tone paused, as if he had some hard feelings. CFA, on the contrary, said anxiously, Shao Jiang Yu say now in this era, who still do not want to make money quickly say, sister believe you. Jiang Yu continued, this is the case, this thing sister you do very beautiful, so I was thinking, do we want to continue to cooperate? This demolition money can be considered a share of the company, it is just that the new company's money also belongs to your management. These days you can go to the registered company for the public account. CFA said with some hesitation, little Jiang is this thing you said stable? Jiang Yu regretfully said, Sister Xia, since you don't feel secure even if I am not short of money, I am just worried about the life of you orphans and widows, you'd better not invest for the time being. I'll ask someone to buy you a house in the county in the next few days. The money will also be paid to you as promised. CFA's brain turns rapidly. The new company she is responsible for the financial, and Jiang Yu also let her go for the public account, is not equal to the money or in their own pockets. When the time comes, they can also get the shares of the company, how to calculate all the benefits and no harm. Moreover, Jiang Yu, this kind of rich people, willing to take themselves to play, is definitely a rare opportunity. Miss the future will really not. She said anxiously, don't, Shao Jiang, how could Sister Xia not believe you? I just considered it, just do it according to what you said, tomorrow I will go to do business. Jiang Yu was happy inside and said in a tone that was not the least bit different, okay, then Sister Xia let's make a lot of money together then. CFA also chimed in, make big money. Jiang Yu contacted Su Qingyan again and asked her to prepare money and her identity information. At the beginning, he said that he would set up a company for her, and this time it is not a ready-made import and export company. When the time comes to buy a car and a house with zero down payment, the things he promised are also considered to be done. The next step is to waiting for the villagers to demolish and relocate, Su Qinyan to register the company, and CFA to register the public account. But Jiang Yu felt a little distracted, I do not know why. And Fong Hong has not contacted himself today, usually not this way. Jiang Yu picked up the tablet and wrote to Fong Hongfu, I still miss you today. Are you busy planting sweet potatoes with the people? Why haven't you sent me a video all day? I'm worried about you. How are the people in Western Liang? Soon the clothes will be sent to my house, and then the people will be able to eat and wear warm clothes. I've also bought you a bit of special clothing. In our part of the world we call these things garter dresses, stockings, high heels, and some innerwear. I'll send it over to you when the time comes and you can wear it for me. The tablet teleported to Xiliang, and the Empress was bedridden and had been in a half-awake, half-dazed state. Now it is Grand Maester Lin Menger who guards the altar, hoping that the gods can send down blessings. After all, none of them can contact Jiang Yu. After waiting for a long time, she finally looked forward to Jiang Yu's tablet. Lin Menger stumbled and finally figured out how to use the tablet. She and the Empress had a good relationship and had seen each other use the tablet before. After roughly learning how to use it, she opened the album and clicked on the video left behind by Jiang Yu. Lin Menger's curiosity was at its peak. What did a god actually look like? Although there was already a sculpture, but how could it be seen as clearly as a video? Unfortunately, she was doomed to disappointment. There was only a dry well inside the video, so she couldn't see Jiang Yu's face at all. The video rang with sound, and Lin Menger's eyes widened in surprise. Speaking in such a tone of voice, just how far had the relationship between the Empress and the Immortal developed? Such intimate address, Xiliang country, but no one dares to address the Empress so, feel that the two people have been together. But think about it is also understandable, the Empress of the Magnificent, the posture is comparable to the Moon Palace China, only the heavenly immortals worthy of. Chapter 46, Connecting to Western Liang. But what exactly are the heels and stockings that the immortals are talking about? Why were the immortals' names for clothes so unique? I think they should be good things. I don't know if the immortal sent over a large number of them, so when the time comes, I can ask the Empress to reward myself with a few of them. Lin Menger naturally didn't forget about business. The current priority was still to try to contact the immortals. The plague in Xiliang, even the imperial physician was unable to do anything about it, and if it continued, it wouldn't be long before the entire city would be littered with corpses. Lin Menger was naturally gifted if she could become a university scholar. She studied the tablet for half a day and almost figured out the basic purpose. She clumsily used the camera to record a video and said to the camera, "Immortals, quickly send down the rain of blessings to save Xiliang. So many of the people of Xiliang are now infected with the plague. The Huns are despicable. With the help of the immortals, the other side can't beat us with real weapons and actually use corpses to spread the plague. The Empress is also in danger now. With such a man-made disaster, I'm afraid only the immortals can save Xiliang. Pity my people of Xiliang are plagued with many disasters." As Lin Menger spoke, her heart ached for the people of Western Liang again, and her tears fell. After speaking, she bowed down to the altar, but the altar did not respond. In the past, it was Fong Hongfu and Jiang Yu who had a single line of communication, and Jiang Yu could teleport things to Xiliang, but without Fong Hongfu, Xiliang's supplies could not be teleported to modern times. Lin Menger could only be anxious and could not do anything in the slightest. After determining that the path of teleportation tablets to deliver messages was not feasible, Lin Menger went to the newly built Immortal Temple. The statue of Jiang Yu was still standing only yesterday. Revealing her white calves, Lin Menger knelt on the ground with both knees and prayed with a pious gesture, "Immortal, immortal, save the Empress. When the time comes, let me do whatever I want." Menger can offer the most precious things to the immortal. Jiang Yu anxiously waited at home for news from Xiliang. Every time not more than 10 minutes Fong Hongfu will reply. This time it has been almost 3 hours, the flat plate has gone without a return, and there is no news from Hongfu. Jiang Yu was so anxious that he paced back and forth in the courtyard, but Xiliang couldn't be contacted, so he couldn't do anything at all. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's heart stung a little. There is a sense in the underworld, it seems that he is about to lose Fong Hongfu. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and anxiously called out in his heart, expecting a response from Fong Hongfu. His qi and blood reversed, and his face turned red with anxiety. In the courtyard, he shouted with all his might, "Hongfu!" Western Liang Palace, not only Fong Hongfu fell ill, many ministers were hardly spared. Those who showed symptoms of fever were temporarily placed in the palace. Several imperial physicians stayed in the Great Hall, keeping an eye on the physical condition of the Empress and the ministers, but in the face of the unknown plague, these people were at their wits' end. Suddenly a loud cry came from the Great Hall, Hong Fu. Frightened ministers and royal doctors, General Wang Yu also unfortunately hit the mark, infected with the plague, but it is not too serious, just a slight fever. At this time, she stood up and warned in a stern voice, "Who dares to call out the great name of the Empress? Is it possible that you want to kill your head?" After Jiang Yu let out a loud shout, a voice actually came from the opposite side, and it still appeared directly in his ears. He continued, "I'm Jiang Yu, who are you?" Wang Yu initially wondered who Jiang Yu was. Upon careful consideration, it was as if 10,000 waves were cascading in his mind. As the Empress' absolute beloved general, Wang Yu naturally knew Jiang Yu's name. Unexpectedly, the immortal's voice suddenly appeared. Could it be that the trials and tribulations of Shilong had already been known by the immortal? That's why there was a voice. The immortal wanted to manifest his spirit, wanting to help Shilong. She said excitedly, "Immortal, are you an immortal?" The immortal manifested. Jiang Yu didn't know how he should answer. He just probably felt that he had contacted Shilong. He just couldn't reach the Empress yet. Jiang Yu said frankly, "If you think that the person who has been sending you supplies lately is an immortal, then it's me. I don't know why, but I can't contact Fong Hongfu right now. What's wrong on your side? Be sure to tell me." Wang Yu heard the other party's voice, the entire hall, no one else opened their mouths, and the voice came from the air. In addition to the immortals, who else could do this? Wang Yu said truthfully, "Immortal Jiang Yu, Xiliang is now experiencing tribulations. The Xiongnu are using stone throwers to drop a large number of corpses into Zhangye city, and these corpses are carrying the plague. The entire Western Liang kingdom is now plagued with the plague. Empress Fong Hongfu has always been concerned about the people, the first to clear the corpses, inevitably infected with the plague, and is now bedridden. The whole person has been in a state of confusion, and in her sleep, she cried out the name of the immortal." Jiang Yu suddenly realized that it wasn't that Fong Hongfu didn't want to contact him, but that the other party's body really didn't allow it. The plague, both ancient and modern, is the most difficult problem to solve. The only emperor in the Manchu dynasty who actually did something good was none other than Kangxi. The entire nation was faced with the smallpox virus, and in the midst of the unclear situation, he discovered that the cowpox virus could destroy the smallpox virus. From then on, the virus was fought by giving all the citizens a boost in immunity through the planting of pox. Jiang Yu does not know what kind of virus Western Liang is infected with. When you think about it, Jiang Luo is also cruel. The ancient medical treatment is not developed. If you cannot control it, it is definitely not a virus in a country of the daughter kingdom, whether it is the Huns, the Xinbei, or even the whole of Asia cannot run away. The other party gave Jiang Yu a difficult problem, but there was no way for him not to take it, and answered to Wang Yu at the first opportunity, "You are not Fong Hongfu, and I think you must be someone close to her as well. Western Liang is facing difficulties. I will definitely find a way to save you. Wait for my news." The eunuch suddenly interjected, "Immortal, the Empress is infected with an unknown plague, and right now in Xiliang City, almost 1/10 of the people are suffering from a high fever, and the entire population is in a state of confusion. The others don't know what's going on, but the Empress is lethargic and even recites the immortal's name from time to time. Jiang Yu is not a medical student, and in the face of the plague, there is no guarantee that there will be a solution, but for Fong Hongfu, he will do his best." After the 21st century, the method of curing diseases had changed qualitatively, and everyone relied on antibiotics. Also, because of the misuse of antibiotics, many people have developed antibodies. Even a lot of ignorant people eat painkillers as sugar peas. The first to appear is kidney disease. There are many unfortunate people. Antibiotics and hormones eat really too much. The body appeared tumors, cancer, cerebral hemorrhage, and other disease outbreaks, fast the same day to leave. Unlucky, also struggling for a few years, paralyzed to leave this world. But there's no denying that for treating disease, especially in people who don't have the antibodies, antibiotics are a magic potion, a 1-2 punch of any unknown virus, while depleting the immune system at the same time. Chapter 47, Medicines. Ancient people never took antibiotics through physical contact, and naturally there was no resistance in their bodies, so once the drug was administered, the results were often extremely dramatic. Moreover, Jiang Yu also knew of another drug that was highly effective against the plague: lotus clearing plague capsule. This drug could be seen in all the large-scale diseases and was effective every time. Jiang Yu contacted the local pharmaceutical company to purchase 100,000 syringes, 200,000 penicillin, and 50,000 boxes of Lianhua Qingdian capsules in advance. The pharmaceutical salesman froze, a feeling similar to that of a real estate agent who suddenly receives a phone call saying that someone wants to buy 100 villas. Uncertain whether the other party was joking or genuinely wanted to buy, the pharmaceutical representative apprehensively left the pharmaceutical company's public account. In less than 5 minutes, the full amount of $1.2 million was transferred. From the other party's tone, Jiang Yu could also determine that the medical representative had not yet fully trusted himself. Jiang Yu purposely called again to inform the other party that the money has been transferred, and demanded that it must be shipped immediately, because all the things are urgently needed to use. The amount of medicine Jiang Yu needed was actually not that much. The pharmaceutical company he contacted was large and the inventory in the warehouse was completely sufficient. The medical representative contacted the logistics warehouse at the first opportunity and started to arrange for the shipment once the share of the drugs was determined. On the same day, the drugs could be delivered in 3 vans. Recently, Jiang Yu both busy with the demolition matters and to buy drugs, the deposit again bottomed out. Open Alipay balance, only 13 million left. He felt that the opportunity to find a few more antiques, but also to study other ways to make money, not just rely on selling antiques. After taking care of the medicines, Kong Wu once again anxiously contacted the Empress. "Redfern, how are you doing?" Jiang Yu's low baritone voice rang out in the Shillong Great Hall. The eunuch said dejectedly, "Immortal, the Empress is still unconscious, but she is still murmuring your name in her dreams. I wonder if Immortal has a solution." The imperial doctor's voice was soft and sweet, and Jiang Yu softly comforted the other party. "There is no need to be anxious, I will soon get medicines, and when the time comes to give medicine to those infected with the plague, they should get better." Jiang Yu is also not sure if people infected with the plague will be cured after taking the medicine, but things happen for people. If penicillin doesn't work, change to another medicine, there will always be a special medicine. The people of Shiliang all gathered in front of Jiang Yu's idol. Out of a total of 100,000 people, almost 30,000 came to the scene, while the remaining people who did not arrive did not come because they were not infected with the plague for the time being, in order to minimize the risk of going out. All the people were terrified that the plague would take their lives. With no way out, the only thing they could pray for now was the gods. Jiang Yu anxiously waited for the medicine at home, and a prayer came to his ears from time to time. He was constantly inwardly concerned about the Empress's condition. The eyes suddenly dimmed a bit, and Jiang Yu saw many people kneeling in front of him to pray. The image was a bit blurry, like a projector screen. These people were dressed in rags, their faces were yellow and thin, and their faces had an abnormal reddish color, all due to their high body temperature after being infected with the plague. The image of praying was just a flash, and the scene shifted to the Western Liang Imperial Palace. Empress Fong Hongfu was covered with a thick quilt, and her body still couldn't stop shivering. In the Great Hall, quite a few officials were temporarily placed on the floor, while after bedding was laid out. Several imperial physicians also laid out bedding, walking back and forth to check everyone's health and provide simple care. They soaked a towel with cold water and swooped it over each person's forehead, changing the towel every half hour and controlling body temperature in this simplest of ways. The Empress finally came to her senses after sleeping for a long time. The first thing she asked was, "Did the Immortals send a message over?" She didn't know exactly how long she'd been out, but when she woke up she started to remember Kong Wu. The eunuch next to her hurriedly said, "There's no need for the Empress to be anxious, the Immortals have long since sent a message and have now begun preparing medicines for us." Jiang Yu's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. "Empress, are you alright?" Fong Hongfu suddenly froze. The ministers had already heard Jiang Yu's voice and naturally wouldn't be surprised, but it was the first time the Empress had directly heard Jiang Yu's voice. It's the same as the voice you hear inside the tablet, but with an added sense of intimacy. Now that there were many ministers in the Great Hall, the Empress naturally could not act like a little girl as usual. Clearing her throat, she pretended to be reserved and said, "Thank you for remembering Immortal. Hongfu's body is sick and she can't get up to salute Immortal." Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Between you and me, why should we care about all this red tape? The medicine will arrive soon, I will transmit it to you as soon as possible, and you will be cured by then. The Xiangnu is still watching, you can't fall down." Many of the sick ministers' faces brightened up, and a rising voice said, "Many thanks to the Immortal for the medicine." Speak of the devil, under the effect of superpowers, the drug factory is extremely efficient. The sound of a car honking in front of Jiang Yu's house, the medicine has been delivered. Kong Wu hurriedly bids farewell to the Empress and says that he'll deliver the medicine to her in a while. The logistics truck of the pharmaceutical factory was equipped with 2 workers. However, in order to quickly unload the medicines from the truck, this time Jiang Yu, in addition to utilizing his superpowers, also did it himself. Fortunately, the weight of the drugs is relatively light, plus the driver of 4 people together, less than half an hour to unload all the drugs. Even the flower-clearing plague was delivered first, and 2 more carts of syringes and penicillin later. The driver's timing is very good. The first car has just finished unloading, the second car is coming. The workers of the first truck also helped unload the syringes of the second truck because of Jiang Yu's money power. With 4 or 5 people working together, unloading the trucks became much faster. The second and third loads of drugs were done in 20 minutes. After sending off the driver and workers, Jiang Yu hurriedly contacted Fong Hongfu again. Starting from the daytime, now as long as he tried to think about it and with Fong Hongfu's consent, or if the other party was also missing Jiang Yu, a virtual screen-like thing would appear in front of his eyes that only he could see. The sick Fong Hongfu didn't have her usual heroic aura, and her brow was slightly wrinkled, like a delicate Lin sister. Jiang Yu hurriedly teleported the medicines to Fong Hongfu, and several carts of medicines instantly appeared in Fong Hongfu's palace. Jiang Yu only felt a blackness before his eyes, his body fluttered as if he was about to fly away. Inwardly, he let out a bitter laugh. The first unilateral teleportation directly exhausted himself and fainted. This time is not much better, but fortunately, his sanity is still awake. As a social animal white-collar, Jiang Yu's body could be far worse than Fong Hongfu's. However, this time the situation was special. Fong Hongfu was sick, so he could only teleport unilaterally. Piles of cardboard boxes appeared in the palace, and those who were awake rushed to kneel on the ground and shouted, "Many thanks to the immortals for the medicine, Xiliang is saved." It is truly a great fortune for Xiliang. With the blessing of the immortals, any difficulty is not a difficulty in front of Xiliang. With medicine, the plague can surely be controlled. Chapter 48 Immortal Medicine. With an immortal bestowing immortal medicine, this district plague will surely be easily defeated. The head doctor looked at the packaging of the syringe, full of doubts. What is this thing? It is very different from acupuncture needles, and what is this transparent stick? Another eunuch also picked up and studied it, guessing, I think this must be an immortal weapon for alchemy, and the immortal may be trying to teach us the method of alchemy. Jiang Yu sent a message through the air. This item is called a syringe, and it is a medical device that will be used to treat you later. You will open the other cardboard boxes, which contain things to be used in conjunction with it. The eunuch did as he was told and opened the cardboard box containing penicillin for injection, from which he took out a box of penicillin. The imperial doctor looked at the transparent ampoule and marveled. Such a light and transparent glaze is worthy of being a heavenly palace creation, and is rare to find on earth. A sick minister picked up the ampoule, examined the liquid inside, and curiously said, "This glazed bottle doesn't have any opening, but the liquid appeared out of thin air inside it. Could it be that the bottle was cast first, and then the immortals used the method of taking the liquid from the air and filling it in? Immortal laws are not something that mortals like me can penetrate." Jiang Yu interrupted the minister's endless discussion and said directly, "Crown physician, you can break the top of the glazed bottle or use a metal object to crack the top of the glazed bottle, then use a syringe to draw out the medicine and inject it into the patient's body, and after a few hours, the medicine will take effect." The ancients had never seen an ampoule before, and it took Kong Wu a great deal of effort to get the other person to understand how to do it, detailing several times how to open the ampoule, tear open the syringe package, and extract the medicine. The next step was the injection session, and Jiang Yu commanded the minister, "Go and remove the pants for the Empress," stripping them down to the point of exposing her buttocks, and then sticking a needle into them before pushing the medicine in. Although the imperial doctor had half a clue, the immortal's order had to be obeyed, and he first kowtowed 3 times to the Empress, saying, "Your Majesty, I have offended." The Empress was still in a daze when her pants were removed. Beautiful things are always desirable, especially a beautiful body. Fong Hongfu's buttocks were different from the kind of peach buttocks shaped like those augmented by prosthetics or worked out. Her buttocks weren't exaggerated, they were just perked up just right, and their color was as white and glowing and flawless as Hatian jade. Not only Jiang Yu, other ministers usually do not have this kind of eye. Now they are staring straight at the Empress. Fortunately, the hall is full of women. Even if the jade body is seen, it is not unacceptable. The eunuch had never tried this kind of cure before, and clutched the syringe in his hand tightly, trembling and not daring to lay his hands on it. Although Jiang Yu also does not know how to give injections, but when he was a child, he often got injections when he had a high fever. When it comes to penicillin, it has always been his nightmare. Of all the injected drugs, this one is the most painful. He said to the eunuch in a gentle tone, "Don't be afraid, just control the strength of a needle and stick it in. Of course, there is no need to be too hard." With a heartbeat, the doctor used 10% of his strength, and the sharp needle didn't enter the snow-white buttocks. Ah! The slumbering Empress wooed, like a lover's murmur. The Empress was simply too tired, having worked for days and now being ill, and when the needle was stuck in, she just let out a soft cry and then didn't react again. The Empress's reaction really made Jiang Yu's little heart flutter. Worthy of being a magnificent empress, every knit of her brows and every smile was haunting. Jiang Yu forced himself to calm down. The empress has long been in love with herself. When she gets well, she can appreciate it at any time. At the moment, teaching the eunuchs how to give injections is the top priority. He continued, the medicine is already in the syringe. Push the connecting rod at the back and the medicine will enter the body. You don't need to push the medicine too hard though. Remember to keep your hand steady or your hips will hurt. It won't take long for the medicine to take effect. Anyone who gets injections regularly knows that penicillin is extremely painful. The poor little empress had a furrowed brow, and due to her deep coma, she had not yet woken up, and could only make babbling noises from her mouth if at all. When the last bit of medicine was left, the eunuch pushed the syringe hard, and with an ah, the empress finally opened her eyes. Twisting her head, looking first at the eunuch and then at her naked ass, the empress frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" The imperial doctor was so frightened that he forgot to pull down the needle and hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "The empress spare her life. The immortals sent the medicine and instructed me to cure the empress. I never meant to offend ah." Jiang Yu also spaced out and said, "Empress, this is the medicine of our world, and this is how it usually cures diseases. Are you feeling better now?" He just didn't know what to say. The medicine had just been injected. Even if it was really an immortal elixir, the effect of the medicine couldn't be so fast. Fong Hongfu stretched her brows. Since Jiang Yu had allowed the zapping, it must not be a bad thing. In this world, there was only the other party who would help himself without reservation. She looked at the syringe still on her hip and frowned. "Kongwu, what should we do with this thing now?" Kongwu scratched his head. He had just forgotten to remind the imperial doctor to pull the thing out after the injection. Rushingly, he said, "The medicine has already entered your body, just pull out the needle yourself and put on your pants. It is estimated that after 2 hours, your condition will improve." The imperial doctor flatters Jiang Yu, worthy of being an immortal medicine. The treatment is so simple and direct, and the medicine works so quickly. Normally, we boil Chinese medicine, and I'm afraid that the potion hasn't even been boiled yet. Jiang Yu did not answer. Antibiotics are something that is better used sparingly. The first time the ancients injected it, it naturally worked faster. He continued to the imperial doctor, "Not only the empress, but everyone in the Great Hall should get a shot, and the people of the city should also be summoned, and all who show symptoms should be treated. And you, imperial doctor, after spending so much time with the patients, your own body is also very important. Remember to give yourself an injection." The civil and military officials in the Great Hall blushed all of a sudden, thinking that in a while they would have to pout and get zapped. That position was just too shameful. The immortal's method of healing was really special. The ministers were ashamed. The Empress Fong Hongfu was happy after she put up her pants instead. It was much easier to accept now that she wasn't the only one who was humiliated. In addition, I have also transmitted over to you Manhwa clear plague capsules. This medicine is taken after meals, 4 capsules at a time, and it should be effective against the plague as well. Whether it's the swine flu or that large plague, the new coronavirus, this medicine has been present and has been personally tested to be effective. It is believed that with these medicines, the plague can be quickly brought under control. Chapter 49, Physicians in General. Simply giving an injection is still very simple, and after Jiang Yu, the temporary nurse, taught the imperial doctor in turn taught the 100 officials inside the Great Hall. There was an interesting scene in the palace as ministers pouted and injected each other with potions. After everyone had received their injections, the eunuch took 4 Lianhua Qingdian capsules per person according to the dosage instructed by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu also did not forget to urge, must drink more hot water. In fact, obviously the most simple and cheap and effective treatment program, by some women with ulterior motives, was played into an internet hot terrier. The body's own immunity is like a soldier. It is the veteran who has fought many battles that is the strongest. Antibiotics are like foreign aid that gets weaker and weaker one at a time. The first time may be a godsend, but after a few dozen times, the antibiotic has no fight left in it, but often, by this time, your immunity has no fight left in it either. Everyone inside the Great Hall had taken the medicine and drank the hot water, and many of the martial generals with good physique had fine beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads, which was a sign of good physique, and had now begun to detoxify. Antibiotics and immunity war, the ministers are all drowsy. Jiang Yu also spaced out and reminded them that if they want to sleep, they should cover up and go to bed. After sweating, I guess the body will be fine. With medicines, naturally, they could not just serve the powerful, and when the Empress was in a slightly better state, she instructed the eunuchs. It was the responsibility of the eunuchs inside the Great Hall to gather all the eunuchs and doctors, the healers themselves, to inject and take the medicines first. Then the imperial doctor will train the folk doctors to learn how to use syringes, and all the doctors will be requisitioned by the court for the time being, and each of them will be given 3 kilograms of rice, 5 steamed buns, 1 bag of squash, and 5 spoonfuls of salt a day. That's enough food to feed a family of 5 for 3 days if you economize. Of course, the daughter kingdom is not like it used to be, and all the people don't go hungry, but who wouldn't want to eat something good if they had the means to do so? Salt was the most precious for the ancient times. 3 spoons of refined salt could be exchanged for 1 tael of salt in the old days, and the taste was totally different. All the people in Xiliang had never eaten such delicious salt. What was needed this time was not a doctor with much medical skill either. Even an ordinary barefoot doctor or even an apprentice would be fine. At the call of the court, 1,000 doctors were easily summoned from the people, and after a simple training by the imperial doctor, all of them were ready to inject the potion. In order to prevent unnecessary casualties, Jiang Yu also instructs the imperial doctor that everyone should do a skin test before injecting drugs. After all, severe allergies can be fatal. The treatment given to the people of Xiliang is in full swing, and judging from the Empress's reaction, the effect of the medicine is not bad, and Jiang Yu was initially relieved to wait it out for the time being. The Empress woke up briefly and fell back into a deep sleep, and Kong Wu's vision returned to the real world. There was a rare visitor at the main entrance, none other than Manhwa, who had been severely taught a lesson last night. He had gauze wrapped around his head and was already bald, but now he looked alive, like a peeled egg. It just looks a little more severe and spills a little blood every now and then. A disgusting stench permeated his body and could be smelled from a distance. This guy is also poor. That night he was at home after a simple cleaning the first time to run to the hospital. The doctor wrapped up after the special instructions, not before removing the bandage, cannot touch the water. The result was that wherever Manhwa went, the stench of rotten eggs, olive, rotten sauerkraut, rotten cabbage permeated his body, and some villagers passing by covered their noses from a long distance away from the biochemical virus on him. The poor guy, whose nose was also broken, said with a thick nasal voice, "Xiao Jiang, when will our demolition money arrive?" This guy is really scared. The village people are more united. Asked him to get beaten up things. Everyone is all in one voice, do not know. There is no surveillance in the village. Manhwa simply cannot collect evidence, can only break the teeth to the stomach inside swallow, live to eat this dumb loss. But a disgusting landlubber like him had taken a beating not once or twice, and his mind was completely at ease. But he really can't afford to continue. So many things smashed crooked last night. In case they hit his eyes, he will be blind in the future. Today, he rushed over to urge Jiang Yu, so that he can also quickly get the demolition money and escape from the village. Jiang Yu naturally will not let the other side as desired, just prevaricated, "Ma, this thing is not my responsibility. Demolition money or unified payment, although I can decide the amount, but the company has a professional financial matters." Manhwa is also an old social oil. How can he not hear Jiang Yu's perfunctory? But now the other party is still his god of wealth. Say nothing cannot turn the other cheek. But the Ralasbar is not willing. He sighed and said, "Then there is no way. I can only go to my brother Mabagwa first to hide. He is still quite mixed in Jinling. Protect me or no problem." Jiang Yu looked awestruck, but quickly hid it again, stepping through the iron shoes without finding a place to get it. He had recently been inquiring as to who Mabagwa really was, when the few punks he had caught had said that it was Mabagwa who had sent people to besiege him. Unexpectedly, the other party is still Manhwa's own brother. Then the new hatred and old grudge can be together to forget. To find the opportunity, these two brothers one do not want to live well. Two guys, one scheming for his antiques and the other hindering his demolition, neither of them are any good. Manhwa lit up his brother's relationship, which is nothing more than showing his muscles and wanting Jiang Yu to quickly pay him back the money. Jiang Yu is naturally not a vegetarian. He said with a smile, "Brother Ma, for the time being I can't help you ask for the money quickly, but we've been living in a village for so many years, I'm still going to try to be responsible for your safety. In this case, I'll ask my driver to send you there, and it'll be easier on the road." Manhwa readily agreed. He was a poor man. If Jiang Yu hadn't asked someone to send him, he would have had to choose the cheapest public transportation. At this point, Manhwa is amazingly consistent in both his choice of travel tools and his choice of wife, preferring something cheap and popular. Jiang Yu called Huang Zhang and asked the other party to send Manhwa out, and in the meantime, he felt out where Mabagwa's location was, and then it would also be convenient for him to investigate who actually made Mabagwa rob himself. Huang Zhang is still very smart. Jiang Yu did not say carefully, "After all, Manhwa is not convenient next to him, just say the name of Mabagwa to understand," said to himself. "Don't worry, little Jiang, I'll definitely figure out what should be determined." Jiang Yuan gave a cry, although the phone was not on speakerphone, but also afraid of Manhwa ear good use, he and Huang Zhang did not say too much. Chapter 50, Attacking the City. Huang Zhang drove Jiang Yu's new Mercedes-Benz S800 to send Manhwa. Along the way, this guy is like Lulu into the Grand View Garden, looking at the car's accessories, and even leather seats, display screen, East Touch West look, like a lot. Ma Jingwa some self-indulgence, think of themselves sitting in a few million business car, in a few days also hand in hand a few million demolition money, is also considered a successful person. His heart is still a little beautiful thinking, in the future, and Jianyu must make good relations. At that time, he borrowed a car or something is also more convenient. With a car to pretend, at that time to pick up the girl is also convenient, they do not have to sit on the bus, after all, it is also a successful person. Huang Zheng suppressed his own disgust and chatted with Ma Jingwa along the way, mainly because he also wanted to condescend to what kind of goods the other party's brother, Ma Baogua, really was. Ma Jingwa naturally knows everything in order to pretend. Huang Zhang also got a lot of useful information. His brother Ma Baogua is also considered a gang leader, but the big sister on top is the heavyweight. Ma Baogua followed Sister Fong to mix. Speaking of Sister Fong, when she was young, society was not as stable as it is now, and a lot of business is held by the mob. Sister Fong is married to a local mob boss, but the big brother is more tragic. The young and beautiful Sister Fong was not long after marrying him, she was hacked to death in the mob chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, Big Brother's gang was supposed to be falling apart, but Fong managed to hold on to the situation and maintain the day-to-day running of the gang. Under Fong's control, Big Brother's original gang grows bigger and stronger and reaches new heights. At the best time of business, Sister Fong chose to retreat, cut most of the illegal business, successfully transformed real estate, completely whitewashed the black part of the community, all the society's patriarchs put on a suit and transformed into successful people. A few successful decisions, the gang everyone for Sister Fong admiration of a mess, for the company's control to reach the peak, and now there is a veto power, the company everyone has to listen to him. Real estate recession in the past few years, Fong is also looking for other outlets, chaotic gold, the world of antiques, collection is also a field she wants to get involved. The only female among the 7 people who participated in Jianyu's mini auction in the first place was Sister Fong, and the other party probably felt that the price was too expensive and did not bid. After Huang Zhang sent Ma Jingwa over, he wrote down the other party's address. Came back and Jianyu said the news he got, and at this time Jianyu finally reacted, so the other party wanted to do a no-budget deal from the beginning. Injustice has a head, the debt has a master, and now we have found the enemy, and it is not a gentleman to have an unrewarded hatred, but Fong is still not good enough to clean up. Years of triad bosses, not connected to the West before, Jianyu is just a small white-collar worker, the power, and the other side compared to the other side, I'm afraid that the difference is 100,000 80,000 miles. But Ma Baogua well, temporarily can find a way to clean up, his brother is a scoundrel, and still no good goods. Estimated that the brother is not capable of anything, nothing more than licking Fong's feet punks only. Ma Jingwa's character Jiangyu is too clear, really have a powerful brother has long been proclaimed all over the world, is nothing more than borrowing the tiger skin to pull the banner. The grudge is temporarily written down, Ma Jingwa and Ma Baogua's location has been memorized, first plan how to retaliate against each other specifically. A few days ago Jiangyu bought clothes from Taba has arrived, military coat, down pants. On the Xiliang side, with antibiotics and Lianhua plague capsules, the imperial doctor led the way in treating everyone, and in 3 days' time, most of the people had been cured, except for a small number of those whose constitutions were too weak. Empress Fong Hongfu was naturally no exception, having been healed 2 days earlier. The plague is scary to say the least, but once it's cured once, the body is left with antibodies, a sort of vaccine, and it's not scary when you get infected again. The Hun side is still unaware of the situation in Xiliang. A few days ago the female emperor shot Jian Luer with an arrow, the weather turned cold in the past few days, he was already physically weak, coupled with the loss of blood, and all of a sudden he fell ill, and could only recuperate in bed. Jean Rikchan came to visit Jian Luer, but naturally the main purpose was not this, he directly asked, Warlord, a few days have passed since the delivery of the bodies, I think Zhangye city has already been sick inside both the soldiers and the people, do you think it's time to attack the city? He held a sharp dagger in his hand behind his back, and if Jiang Luer's answer didn't satisfy him, he would simply end the other party. Jiang Luer's mind has not been on the side of the Huns, the army launched the final general attack, if the other side took advantage of the chaos and ran away, in the future, the Huns will not be one more big enemy. Jiang Luer's heart thumped, how could he not know what Jean Rikchan was thinking? After capturing the last Zhangye city in western Liang, his own military division would come to an end. As the top strategist of the world, Jiang Luer naturally did not want to die so unexplained. He pondered for a moment and said, General, this is naturally the perfect time to attack the city, but let the warriors take care of their protection and never catch the plague, and equip every warrior with a golden crow mask to prevent contracting the plague. Jiang Luer coughed violently and said, but our side is not clear about the specifics of the situation inside Zhangye city right now, there may be corpses everywhere, or there may be a miracle doctor in Xiliang city who has already cured the disease. Although it is said that a lion fights a rabbit, but also do your best, But the general should not send all the troops, in case of an ambush, or the soldiers have been healed, the other side with the hands of the gods. I am afraid that our soldiers will be killed or injured. If the plague is already everywhere in the other city, some of our soldiers will be enough to take Zhangye. Jiang Luo's long speech was both the truth and an attempt to save his own little life. Without sending out all of his troops, it was tantamount to a fool's dream for a weak scholar like himself to run out of a heavily guarded military camp. The other party naturally wouldn't kill themselves easily, in case they still needed them in the future. Jean Rickchan pondered for a while and felt that the other party had a point. No matter what, one should not put eggs in one basket. Sending half the troops is enough to take Xiliang. As soon as he said he would do it, Zhang Luo gathered his troops and prepared to attack the city. This time the tactics were different from the past. Each time it was a hard attack and the Huns lost a lot of men. This time, I think a lot of people in Shillong must have been infected with the plague. It is completely possible to force the city gate, rather than struggling to climb the walls, the other side of the high ground, as well as that kind of steel lance. Their own soldiers will have to sacrifice a lot of people for nothing again. Xiangnu has the best war horses. The soldiers can ride fast and approach the city wall, and then push the siege equipment to the city gate. After opening the gate, Xiliang people are still not at the mercy of others. Kim Il-Cicada felt like a genius, a great marshal who used his army like a god. And on Xiliang's side, everyone has been healed. Chapter 51, The Huns enter the city. The Empress told the warriors to prepare for battle in advance, but disguised themselves as if the interior was empty. When the time came to attract the Huns to attack the city, as long as the Huns dared to come, they would definitely let the other party taste the power of the immortal weapon lance. Originally, Fong Hongfu wanted to directly counterattack, but considering that many soldiers will be sacrificed in a white-knuckle battle, it is better to hide the weapons and wait for the time, and also to hit the Huns hard. Under the Empress's arrangement, there were only 3 or 2 soldiers on the walls of Zhangye, and the rest, the imperial guards, were in the Empress's palace, and the other soldiers were hidden in the houses along the roads. With the antibiotics and Lianhua plague capsules, all the soldiers have been cured and are now just waiting for the Huns to attack, a battle that is also the key to the Empress' comeback. This war was fought beautifully. Xiliang is considered to turn over the serfs to Sing, and at that time, the Empress can lead the troops out to pay for the lost land of Xiliang. On the Hun side, Jean Rickchan sent his most elite cavalry. It had been a siege war and the Huns' strongest cavalry couldn't be used. The horse of the steppe nomads is their strongest spear and their best shield. When the Golden Sun Cicada had just left the grasslands, it relied on cavalry blitzkriegs and could be said to have won 100 battles. Initially, when they just attacked Xiliang, it was also because Xiliang didn't have a way to deal with the cavalry, which led to countless people sacrificing their lives. Before the battle, Kim Il-Cicada prepared the fattest grass for the horses, but they couldn't eat too much or the horses wouldn't be able to run. Each cavalryman gave his beloved horse an early bath to prevent it from becoming overheated after a strenuous exercise in a while. The scouts on the walls of Xiliang city, keeping an eye on the movements of the Xiangnu, after seeing the cavalry assembling, were the first to notify the semaphore soldiers on standby below. The cavalrymen waved their flags and signaled the soldiers who were already hidden. The Empress laughed softly. Her heart is already a good idea. At this time, Xiliang is already different from the past, so I am afraid that the Huns will not fight in. All the Hun cavalrymen held their scimitars in their right hands, tightened the reins of their horses with their left hands, and their horses' forelegs pawed at the ground incessantly, a signal before the charge. With Jean Rickchan's order, the vast yellow sand rose up, and all the soldiers sought to get below the city wall as fast as possible. The cavalry was the most vulnerable at this time, and if Xiliang put arrows on the walls, a charge would cost at least a tenth of the soldiers. Luckily, everything went well, and only a few arrows were shot out from Xiliang Castle, and the trajectory of their flight still looked feeble. Jean Rickchan's heart was instantly relieved. There were very few people defending the city in Xiliang, and it was estimated that all the people inside the city had already died from the plague. More than 20 Hun soldiers pushed their siege wagons and followed behind the cavalry. The long line of horses circled around the sides to make way for the gates, and the 20 or so soldiers pushed the siege wagon as hard as they could, the huge log slamming against the gates with a dang sound. With each impact, the gates of Xiliang city would be dented inward by an inch. Each time the gate moved a fraction of a second, the Huns' morale grew. They raised their curved swords high in their hands, their mouths wailing and screaming. The city of Zhangye had been delayed for too long, and the Huns, with their naturally savage bloodline, craved for blood, wishing they could cut the throats of the female soldiers of Xiliang with the sharp blades in their hands. With a rumbling sound, the gates of Zhangye city finally couldn't withstand the repeated attacks of the Huns. Wood shavings flew, and a large hole was smashed in the center of the gates. The bolt was smashed and 2 Hun soldiers easily pushed open the gates of Zhangye. Countless soldiers wailed, wanting nothing more than to kill. However, there were no Xiliang soldiers at the entrance against the gate, and the Han soldiers just assumed that there was no one guarding the gate because there was no one left inside the Xiliang city. Heave, heave, heave. The Hun cavalry darted in from outside the city gates in great numbers, all of them with sardonic smiles at the corners of their mouths. Fong Hongfu had an accomplished smile on her face. All the movements of the Huns were not out of control. The Hun cavalry galloped, their horses clattering on the brick surface, their scimitars waving recklessly. The people of Xiliang had already been arranged by Fong Hongfu, and the soldiers were hidden inside the homes on both sides of the road. With the Han cavalry already halfway there, the Empress gave the order and the soldiers blew the charge horn. A few strong female soldiers carried a strangely shaped rack. It was the threaded steel lance that Jiang Yu had transmitted to Xiliang. Xiliang's soldiers tied many lances together, turning it into a long strip similar to a hedgehog. The sharp tip of the lance shone with cold light. If a horse jumped over it, it was sure to be disemboweled. The position of the city gate at the back was the same, with lances against the gate, heavy troops guarding the gate, and all the skilled craftsmen were sent out at the first opportunity to start repairing the gate, making sure to close the door and beat the dog. The Han soldier at the head, looking at the sudden appearance of huge thistles, used all his strength to strangle his horse's reins and shouted, "You!" The leader's soldier said indignantly, "Good you Western Liang meat ticket, why don't you surrender quickly, or else don't blame me for killing your whole family." The Empress was too far away from the Han soldiers to hear exactly what the other side said, but it was certain that it was definitely not anything good. The Empress waved her hand and said only one word, "Kill!" All of Western Liang's female soldiers scurried out from both sides of the alley, each holding a threaded lance bestowed by Jiang Yu. The alleys are narrow, not conducive to the horse's vertical and horizontal. Part of the female soldiers from both sides to raise the threaded lance surrounded and not attacked. Countless people's murderous aura. The Han horses alarmed. A lot of horses sighed and shrieked. Hai raised two front legs. It was the female soldiers at the windows that were the killers. Countless female soldiers opened the windows, hard bow arrows poking out of the windows, arrows like shooting stars. Western Liang's female soldiers are naturally less powerful than male soldiers. Archery does not achieve a full bow. Usually in Huns compete with arrows. Western Liang has always been at a disadvantage. Not this time though. A few meters on either side of the road is a distance that a small child could easily shoot through. The Han soldiers finally realized that something was wrong, but it was too late for them to wake up. Countless arrows were stuck in their bodies, and blood shot out directly. When the Han soldiers tried to turn back, the city gates were already heavily guarded, and the soldiers lined up in rows, raising their threaded steel lances and stabbing them either into the bodies of the Hun soldiers or into the stomachs of the horses. The first charge, all of them did not a Hun soldier was spared. Most of them were picked by the lance to death, and the few survivors did not charge through, but instead, all of them had colors on their bodies. For these Han soldiers, the short city gates were like a moat, and after one stab by the female soldiers of Xiliang, a new row of female soldiers would be replaced to make sure that everyone had a fighting chance. At this time the Huns also finally realized that something was wrong, but now it was really too late. Both sides of the road were houses, the horses simply could not run through, all the Hun soldiers were caught in a jar. Jin Rikchan was initially very complacent. The Hun cavalry's combat power is well known. I think it will be able to easily take down Xiliang, and at that time, Xiliang completely into the Hun version of the map. The moment the city gate was breached, a hideous smile appeared on Jin Rikchan's face. The district Xiliang could easily be taken down. Chapter 52 Capturing Hun Soldiers. Long war, he is also a little tired of it, has captured a lot of Western Liang slaves, early end, but also as soon as possible to return to the desert grassland for gold, silver, cattle and horses. It didn't go as planned. The Hun cavalry didn't go in for long before the Xiliang craftsmen started to mend the city gates, and the moment the gates closed, Jin Rikchan's heart stuttered. He didn't dare to gamble. Xiongnu had already sent out all the elite, the remaining half of the troops and horses sent out, in case they were completely annihilated by Xiliang. This great general also did his head. Moreover, Jin Rikchan believed in the combat power of elite warriors. The cavalry could not work, the rest of the infantry was sent out to no avail, and could only wait for the good news of the soldiers inwardly with apprehension. Having given the Huns a hard time for the first time, the Empress decided to show no more mercy. A white battle armor with a personal imperial guard, all of them holding threaded steel lances bestowed by Jiang Yu. The more the Empress felt that the threaded steel was truly a divine weapon, all weapons were unbeatable in front of it, and with its own threads, blood could drip down the threads without the slightest worry of blood scratching her hands. 10 miles of Long Street, Western Liang's soldiers densely surrounded all the Han cavalry. The other side completely screamed and shouted. The lance could easily poke through the horse's stomach, and when the horse jumped, it could even open the belly. Hun cavalrymen are with their horses for a day, and the horses on their hips are considered the most trusted fighting partners, so naturally they don't want their horses to die in vain. Huns for the last struggle, all the cavalry dismounted, holding a scimitar, cavalry into infantry, want to fight to the death to break out. To this day the Hun soldiers don't know why the Western Liang women in the city are different from what the general said. They shouldn't all be sick, everyone just has to worry about not getting infected. Now they see, each of the Xiliang female soldiers got complete gas, the hands of the lance cold air, although the woman, the face is also full of killing. Hun soldiers pow horses in the protection behind, holding a curved sword, just waiting for the small leader to order, tearing an opening from the Western Liang, then, all of them can rush through. The Empress was full of uniqueness and said in a neutral tone, assassination, the first style. Humph. Ha! All the female soldiers stabbed out their lances in their hands together, and the Empress had not been idle in the past few days, practicing non-stop, just so that the female soldiers of Xilong could use their lances better. It was just the simplest forward thrust, and tens of thousands of people thrusting out together was also incredibly powerful. An inch long, an inch strong, countless Huns still for not close, has been worn into a blood gourd by Xiliang. Great General Wang Yu took over the words of the Empress and said, second style, picking thorns. The great general's voice was even louder, and the female soldiers no longer hesitated, raising their hands high above the lances in their hands, and the impaled Hun soldiers all hung in the air. The effect of practicing for a long time after eating well is beginning to bear fruit. The female soldiers of Xiliang are naturally weak in strength and cannot compare to men. They can easily pick up corpses with their lances with one hand. But at this point the soldiers were well fed and had salt in their bodies, and they could barely lift the Hun soldiers with their hands gripping their lances. But many of the female Western Liang soldiers' hands were already trembling with exhaustion. Great General Wang Yu once again yelled a third time, third style, drop stab. The female soldiers of Xiliang once again raised their spears high and used all their strength to ruthlessly slam the Hun soldiers to the ground. Just one attack, one thrust, one lift, one drop, and half of the Hun soldiers were directly missing. The remaining Hun soldiers were scared out of their wits. There was a time when they thought that the female soldiers of Xiliang were just little sheep that they could rub themselves at will. Suddenly, the situation changed all of a sudden, and he himself became the meat on the plate. In just one attempt to break out, half of the Hun soldiers were sacrificed. Many of the soldiers' faces are still stained with the blood of their comrades. The Huns are just tough and brave, not ignorant, and in this situation, even if they fight for their lives again, it is estimated that there is no hope. When it came down to it, the Hun soldiers were really scared. They couldn't win the infantry battle and put all their hopes on their horses, remounting and deadlifting their horses' asses with their whips. One could only hope that the horse at one's hip would explode into a flood of energy and escape the encirclement with a single leap. Imagination is good. Wang Yu's medium voice sounded again, second formation, stabbing attack. Half of Western Liang's soldiers took half a step back and raised their lances flat in their hands, while the rest stayed in place, their lances stabbing straight ahead. The moment the Hun cavalry sprinted, the Xiliang warriors raised their lances in their hands and ruthlessly stabbed the horse's stomach, and the poor horse, before it had time to jump up, was already disemboweled, and the horse collapsed to the ground with a direct lack of stamina. The half of the remaining Xiliang female soldiers at the back once again raised their lances in their hands, aiming clearly to stab the Hun soldiers on horseback. The Xiongnu soldiers are not bad at fighting, raising their curved swords in their hands to cackle their lances, but the lances in the hands of the Xiliang soldiers are not ordinary ash poles at all. Ancient steel was rare, and the rebar that Zhang Yu had teleported over was already the best thing in this world in terms of hardness and toughness. Some Hun soldiers were luckier, barely blocking Xiliang's threaded lances. Most of the scimitars were either knocked down or simply broken by Xiliang, essentially killing them with a single blow. Xiliang began to contract their formation, the lances in their hands pointing straight at the Hun soldiers. 2 attacks, and half the Hun soldiers poorly sent out are now down to a tenth. The remaining soldiers finally couldn't hold back their inner fear and dropped the weapons in their hands, raising their hands high and saying, "I surrender, spare my life." It is said that the Huns are tough and brave. That is a windy game. When the real dead, the Huns who have no faith in their hearts, surrender faster than Fong Hongfu thought. The Empress appeared in time and said majestically, "Will you surrender?" Usually, each and every extremely backboned Xiongnu soldier knelt on the ground in unison and begged for mercy. "Empress, spare your life, we are willing to surrender." According to the cruelty of the Huns, these people are not too much to die by 1,000 cuts, but it's just that in the war of great powers, the living are always more valuable than the dead. Xiong knew all the way through the momentum, captured a lot of soldiers and people of Xiliang. These prisoners killed also killed, is nothing more than out of a mouthful of bad gas. But if you keep it, you can exchange back the soldiers and people of Xiliang, and after the war, the country with more prisoners can extort a large sum of gold and silver from the losing side, as is always the case in the wars of great powers. The Empress told the soldiers to throw out the shackles, and all the Hun captives had to be honestly put in the shackles and linked together with ropes. After the Hun soldiers put on their shackles, their expressions were thankful and frustrated that they were still alive and had not followed in the footsteps of their comrades. The frustration was also real. They had always thought that they were strong in battle and that cavalry was still the strongest type of Huns. They could not imagine that one day, they would be captured as well. After dealing with all the captives, Fong Hongfu mounted the city wall and looked at the anxious Jin Rikchan below and said, "Xiongnu Jin Rikchan, your soldiers have died and killed, and there are not many of them left now. Do you dare to fight me to the death?" Chapter 53 Clothes of Western Liang. When Fong Hongfu appeared at the top of the city wall and the cavalry attacking the city was nowhere to be seen, the last glimmer of hope in Jin Rikchan's heart was completely dashed. Jin Rikchan only felt his chest burning with anger, thinking that most of his family's wealth had gone down the drain. A breath of air did not slow down. Pu Baird sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. The whole person fell straight backward. The soldiers in the rear rushed forward to assist him and dragged him back to the tent. Under this rush of fire, the Golden Sun Cicada had trouble getting up for a while. The Hun witch doctor rushed to the tent and pierced his ears, middle of his body, and 10 fingertips with a prick needle, and squeezed out the blood before Jin Rikchan slowly woke up. With blood spilling from the corner of his mouth once again, Jin Rikchan clenched his fist with one hand and pounded it hard on the bedpan, hissing angrily, "If I don't take this revenge, I'll never be a man." Then he shouted, "Where's the military division? Call him to me and renegotiate the strategy to deal with Western Liang." At this time on the sickbed Jiang Luer learned of the Hun's great defeat. The corner of his mouth nearly grinned to the root of his ears. Now finally do not have to worry about their own life safety. Although his body was still weak, he could walk without much difficulty, and when he was notified by the soldiers, he immediately ran to the Hun's center tent. All along, Jin Cicada headstrong, to the Han master of war quite contempt, and even moved to kill, until this time suffered a heavy blow, pay a terrible price, only then awakened to the importance of the side of the strategist. Jin Rikchan let out a long sigh and said, "Military division, this time the army lost half of its number and failed to capture Zhangya. After going back the king will certainly ask for punishment. Now can you have a good plan?" Jiang Luer also sighed and responded, "It's not too late to mend, General, don't panic. The matter of attacking the city needs to be replanned. Even though we only have half of our soldiers left, it is by no means something that the female soldiers of Xiliang can easily defeat. By then, we can still hope to take down Xiliang by skillfully utilizing our stratagems. And Xiliang can cope with our plan every time. Those sudden appearances of rice and grain water sources, refined steel weapons, and burning kerosene, I think there must be a high-level person behind it, and I must not underestimate Xiliang anymore." Jin Rikchan let out another sigh, facing Xiliang. His heart has given birth to a trace of despair. The other party's response strategy is endless, supplies as if from the sky, really do not know how to win. He humbly asked for advice. "Does the military counselor have a plan?" The military advisor said with a serious look, "General, the art of war is also the way of trickery. Western Liang's repeated victories are due to the fact that we know nothing about their intelligence. First of all, we need to arrange secret agents. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. After grasping the intelligence, then combining the tactics and large-scale siege equipment, I think we will be able to completely take down Xiliang." The trap set by Fong Hongfu this time had left the Han army in a sorry state, and if Jiang Luo hadn't reminded them in advance, I'm afraid the soldiers would have been wiped out completely. Jin Rikchan struggled to sit up and said, "This matter is all up to Mr. Arrangement." Fong Hongfu was in an exceptionally comfortable mood at the moment. Since the outbreak of the war, Western Liang has always been at a disadvantage, and this time, it finally fought a beautiful turnaround battle. After this battle and the cure, her connection with Jiang Yu grew stronger, and she could talk to each other at any time. It was just that Jiang Yu could unilaterally see the scene on Fong Hongfu's side, while she could only hear Jiang Yu's voice and could not see the picture. Fong Hongfu instructed the ministers to clean up the battlefield, sweeping away the bloodstains, and the weapons were not to be wasted. Han soldiers in the hands of the curved sword is far less than the threaded steel given by Jiang Yu, but in the present day can also be called sharp. Even if the soldiers cannot use, these metal weapons can also be exchanged for a lot of money. The Empress returned to her chambers and said with a few pouts, "Jiang Yu, are people being looked at by you?" Jiang Yu unconsciously touched his nose. Although he knew that the other party could not see it, he was still a little embarrassed inside. He stammered, "Neither did I. I couldn't see very well." As a king of a country, the Empress was naturally not as shy as an ordinary little girl, but instead took the initiative to reveal her feelings. "If I've seen it, I've seen it, and anyway, I feel like I've been yours for a long time." Jiang Yu hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Hongfu, the clothes I purchased for the people of Xiliang have arrived. Receive them on your side. There are more things. Find a spacious place to receive them." Fong Hongfu came to the altar. Every time Jiang Yu transmitted a large amount of supplies, she would choose to receive them here. and it was also convenient for the civil and military officials to make statistics. When Jiang Yu's mind moved, countless supplies disappeared from the yard. Some of them were large parcels, a parcel containing dozens of military coats, and there were also large cardboard boxes filled with vacuum-down pants. After arranging for the Minister of War to deal with the Hun captives, the rest of the ministers stood under the altar. Every time Jiang Yu transmitted supplies over, it was as festive as the New Year for the ministers and people of Western Liang. Only countless large duffel bags and craft boxes appeared on the altar, roughly estimated to be about tens of thousands of boxes. The minister opened the cardboard boxes. Each large cardboard box placed dozens of pieces of down pants. The minister picked up the vacuum bag, extracted down pants, carefully examined, mouth puzzled. What is this thing that is so light, and the bag is so small? It doesn't look like warm clothing. Another minister also picked it up to check it out, and was similarly filled with confusion. Immortal clothing is so light and thin, so I'm sure immortal definition is 4 seasons in a row. The first to try it, University Professor Chen Mingye ripped open the vacuum bag, and the down pants instantly expanded automatically, becoming light and fluffy. Chen Mingye directly put her down pants on the outside, and the airy and extremely lightweight down jacket instantly convinced her. Chen Mingye marveled, "It's worthy of being immortal cotton pants, it's just too good to wear, it doesn't feel cool in the slightest." With her taking the lead, the others pressed on with their down pants. The ministers had never worn such light clothing. Ancient cotton pants were extremely heavy and made walking in them seem awkward. Moreover, the flexibility of the body of the warriors was vital when they fought. Even if there was sufficient cloth and cotton, if they were dressed too heavily, it would likewise affect the fighting strength of the soldiers. For soldiers, whether it is clothing or weapons, even if it is just a pound less necessary weight, strength and speed will be increased, not to mention that the down pants are also flexible, which can keep warm while allowing the soldiers to move more easily. The minister opened the package again, clasped a military coat in both hands, gently caressed the coat fabric, and said in surprise, "Cotton, this is all cotton." In ancient times, when the people did not have enough to eat, the priority of planting was inevitably food. Considering the climate, altitude, sunshine and other crop growth conditions, Xiliang is not suitable for cotton growth. For ordinary people, cotton is undoubtedly a luxury. Only the rich and noble families can wear cotton pants for the whole family. Most of the ordinary people can only choose to rushes. Its warmth is not good, but the victory and the price is low. Have to wear is better than nothing. The poor have no pick. Chapter 54 Fong Hongfu's clothes. The warmth of rushes is poor, only slightly stronger than a singlet, and more bulky on the body than cotton clothing. Ministry of Public Works Secretary, good-looking, eyes filled with tears. She came from a humble background, with their own talent and ability, all the way up after the imperial examinations into the service, at a young age will become the second-grade officer. Thinking back to the past, crouched Steed, wearing a saffron, high school when the scholar as if yesterday. At that time, Han Shuiying secretly vowed to let the people of the world have enough food and clothing and a place to live. We will have 10 million houses, and harbor the world's poor people with happy faces. These grand wishes have always lingered in her heart. Nowadays, although the situation in Xiliang is turbulent and the Xiongnu is watching from the outside, the people have indeed been able to have enough to eat and wear. Immortal gift of clothing, enough to let all the existing people in Xiliang each share a body, clothes and pants are complete. Since then, people no longer need to wear rags, although these are not through her efforts, but this does not prevent Han Shuiying heartily feel happy for the people. The last batch of clothes, Kangwu packed and placed in several suitcases and teleported to the top of the clothing pile. He also conveyed instructions to Shilong through the air. These boxes are for the Empress, just take them directly back to the chambers. Slightly confused, Chen Mingye wanted to drag over the box, and on the way tried to open it to find out what was going on. Jiang Yu rushed out to stop it. "Don't move, this is exclusively for the Empress, no one else is allowed to view it." Although the ministers are full of doubts, they can only follow the immortal's orders. After all, everything in Xiliang is dependent on the immortal's blessings, and the people of Xiliang should trust the immortal unconditionally. Fong Hongfu was also puzzled. In the past, all the things given by the immortals were distributed by all the people. Why was he treated specially this time? I thought that maybe it was the immortal who mentioned that he would send his own clothes, but what kind of clothes are they? Not allowed to see, he originally intended to wear new clothes, in front of the minister to show off a good. The distribution of supplies does not require the Empress to worry about, the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Households to jointly supervise. To determine the share of each household, people should be sure to let the people have enough to eat and wear warmth. Now it is a special period of time. If anyone dared to enrich themselves, the Empress would show no mercy and directly behead them. However, at this critical moment, the people of Xiliang have shown unprecedented unity. The people, the soldiers and the court have worked together to overcome one difficult hurdle after another, so it is not as if now that the days are getting better and better, there will be traitors among the masses and officials. The Empress ordered her personal guards to drag the suitcase back to her chambers, and after dismissing the guards and servants, she asked Jiang Yu through the air, "Jiang Yu, what is this thing you sent me? Why don't you allow others to see it?" Fong Hongfu and Jiang Yu were now quite familiar with each other, and both of them called him by his first name. Jiang Yu pursed his lips, not knowing how to answer for a moment, and said slightly sheepishly, "It's just some unusual clothing that many girls love to wear here in our area." Fong Hongfu said with a smile at the corner of her mouth, "I'm sure the clothes in the immortal world are definitely more beautiful, and the feather pants you sent this time are already perfect in terms of keeping out the cold." Jiang Yu laughed in his heart, wondering if the other party was a little too happy too soon. He said with anticipation, "Then open it and try it." For Fong Hongfu, opening the combination box was quite difficult, so Jiang Yu patiently taught him by hand. Fong Hongfu took out the first piece of clothing and was bewildered. "What kind of clothing is this? The body is light black, the texture is extremely light and thin, and the elasticity is excellent." Confused, she said, "How should I wear this dress? It's so light and thin, it doesn't feel right to wear it anywhere." Jiang Yu explained, "This garment is called stockings at our place, and it is a desirable apparel for many girls, so you can wear it directly on your bare legs." The Empress was a bit skeptical. "Really? I'm afraid it's not proper to wear such thin clothes." Jiang Yu took advantage of the situation to persuade, "1,000 times, you wear will be extremely attractive. The suitcase also has a halter dress, high-heeled shoes, are quite popular clothing here, you put on a full set of let me see." Fong Hongfu half-heartedly changed clothes, during which he also hid behind the screen. However, Jiang Yu's perspective straight-locked Fong Hongfu, that perfect body posture made him feast his eyes. If not for the harmonious and orderly society, Jiang Yu was afraid that he would have to write thousands of words of small essays to record the beauty in front of him in detail. The Empress said goodbye to the graceful gold and valiant white armor of the battlefield in the past. At this moment, the foot stepped on the Paris House limited edition nail high heels, legs covered with thin hidden letter black stockings, the upper body is a V-word halter dress, snow white such as knife-like shoulders exposed. The V neckline with lace made the voluptuousness of the Empress's chest hidden, and Jiang Yu's gaze was instantly firmly attracted, making it difficult to move away. The Empress moved in a manner similar to some female anchors, covering her chest with one hand. But the expression is very different. Those cheap anchors are just afraid of violating the rules, but in fact, they are eager to let the audience see clearly, in order to stimulate the audience to swipe gifts. And Fong Hongfu's shyness was by no means a disguise. She hung her head low, as if she were an ostrich, completely lost her usual majesty, and said softly, "Jiang Yu, does this kind of dress really look good? Will it be too exposed?" The shyness of that desire to refuse to welcome the appearance of Jiang Yu looked mesmerized, slightly open mouth. Saliva Lassie actually did not notice. The Empress once again asked, "Kong Wu, does it look good?" Only then did Jiang Yu wake up as if from a dream and hurriedly said, "Good looking, very good looking, Hongfu, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life." Fong Hongfu's figure had similarities to the early stick country girl groups, but her natural beauty was very different from the artificial beauty of the stick country kind. Fong Hongfu's head hung even lower, but still whispered, "It's fine if you think it looks good, after this, I will only wear it for you to enjoy." Jiang Yu was excited and said, "Good, it's a deal, no backing out." Being the Empress of a country, but willingly fulfilling her wish, this greatly satisfied Jiang Yu's vanity. And look at the Empress this meaning, although the garter skirt, black stockings in her eyes has been quite unrestrained, but it seems to be a little more bold is not impossible. Things like JK uniforms, tank tops, and even nurse outfits, stewardess outfits, cosplay, and the like. If the Empress is involved in cos anime ancient empresses, it is definitely considered to be in character. Just this reverie alone made Jiang Yu excited. Although Fong Hongfu was shy, she naturally would not refuse because she was wearing her beloved's favorite costume. She carefully measured herself in the bronze mirror. This dress at first glance although exposed, but a closer look, this Western Liang has never had the style, really unique flavor. No wonder Jiang Yu will be in love with this style of dress. She as a woman feel that it is beautiful, let alone men. Fong Hongfu put down the shyness in her heart and danced with a light pace. Chapter 55, 3 Wives and 4 Concubines. It was not the first time that Empress Fong Hongfu had offered a dance for Jiang Yu, only this time, with black silk and lace added to her body, it was as if she had grasped a kind of extreme seductive magic, just like the ultimate killing move of femininity. Jiang Yu was instantly struck by this charm, only to feel his nasal passages heat up and his nosebleed drip uncontrollably as he couldn't help but exclaim, "This sight is really hard to resist." After the dance, the two gazed at each other with deep affection, telling each other the deep feelings in their hearts, can truly feel the strong love between each other in the air. Jiang Yu was apprehensive and tried to probe. Hongfu, in your time, how was the marriage system? Do men follow a monogamous marriage system, or are they able to have many concubines? Fong Hongfu lightly bit her lower lip, pondered for a moment and then narrated, in the past, in Western Liang, there was only one wife, but there was no clear limit on the number of concubines. She paused for a moment and then added, nowadays, the tragic war has caused the number of men in Xiliang to plummet to near extinction, which is really saddening. In recent days, I have also been thinking that when the boys grow up, perhaps we can arrange 3 women as wives for each of them. After all, the country's population, reproduction and fertility is a matter of great importance to the country's fortunes. Jiang Yu's heartbeat steeply accelerated as he cautiously tried again. Then are you able to accept a situation like a man having 3 wives and 4 concubines? Fong Hongfu looked calm and frank, and said softly, this is a common thing in the world, so why not? Jiang Yu's guts grew bigger and bigger as he summoned up the courage to ask, if I have this idea, is it also feasible? Fong Hongfu's beauty was unparalleled, and since Jiang Yu had set foot in the land of Western Liang, most of the women he had seen possessed the appearance of a country that was as beautiful as a city, which caused ripples to continue to rise in the bottom of his heart, and his heart couldn't help but surge with the desire to include them all in his embrace. For example, they often accompanied by the Empress of the Prime Minister Minro, gentle and soft character, speak softly, red lips and white teeth look, people see it will have a tender care in the arms of the impulse. There is also that university scholar Chen Mengya, looks born extremely cute, timid and small, but has a striking childish face with huge breasts. Is that the successful men are fascinated by the image of stupid female secretary, as the saying goes, there is a secretary to do, all right to the secretary to find something to do. Han Shuiying, the minister of the household, is another unique flavor, the seductive royal voice, with sexy long black straight hair, anyone who sees it will be for the heart and soul. Fong Hongfu's response was beyond Jiang Yu's expectations. Her tone was flat and unruffled. Immortal, your assistance to Western Liang is as heavy as Tarzan, 3 wives and 4 concubines is only natural for you. Moreover, as long as a man truly pities and loves a woman, women will not be overly concerned about the number of wives and concubines of their husbands. This kind of open-minded and enlightened concept caused Jiang Yu to be a bit overwhelmed for a moment. His thoughts could not help but drift back to his original world, where some women, those so-called female fighters, are extremely fierce, talk about marriage, bride price, 3 gold, real estate, vehicles, tickets, and other requirements cannot be less. How many families in order to marry the bride, but in exchange for the woman a frivolous, not suitable, they rolled away all the belongings and left. Sometimes Jiang Yu secretly wondered, why many men will be in such a difficult situation. Why would you be willing to give up everything you have for a wife when all you need is an airplane cup? Jiang Yu suddenly felt bored. To Fong Hongfu hurriedly farewell, words earnestly urged her if she encountered difficulties must be the first time to inform himself, he will try to do everything possible for her to solve the problem. The loss in his heart at the moment did not stem from anything else, the Empress in front of him was so perfect, but it was like a star far away in the sky, only able to look at it from afar but not able to touch it. When the mood gradually calmed down, Jiang Yu dialed Huang Zhang's phone, inviting him to his home to discuss important matters. Huang Zhang residence is not far from here, just 10 minutes will quickly step to arrive. He is full of gratitude to Jiang Yu. In his heart, Jiang Yu is like giving him a second life. Now he has a decent job, a stable income and an enviable career. People in Jianghu have always been sentimental and righteous, and he knows how to be grateful in return. Jiang Yu did not mention the progress of the work that Huang Zhang was most concerned about, but instead inquired about another person. Brother Huang, have you heard of this person, Sister Fong? Huang Zhang heartily exclaimed, I've been exploring Sister Fong's news through various means these past few days, and I've long heard that she's also a heck of a celebrity in Jinling. Jiang Yu turned his words around and asked with a grave expression, if you and I were to confront Sister Fong single-handedly, can you be sure to protect me, Brother Huang? Huang Zhang's face showed a shocked look. In his impression, Jiang Yu had always been a well-mannered college student, and had always shied away from things in the Jianghu. Although Sister Fong has now been bleached ashore, however, any industry wants to reach the peak, it is bound to be full of thorns and bumps in the middle. There are many bloody things, but it is just the difference between legal and illegal. Sister Fong may also have had her hands stained with blood, while on the contrary, those capitalists, they kill without blood, just like that dragon foreign salesman trapped in the algorithm. The mortality rate of nearly 1%, the cause of deaths are traffic accidents, sudden death, exhaustion, and so on. It is really staggering. Those industry bigwigs can always skillfully drill the legal loophole. The phrase outsourcing will be the layers of exploitation of writers with a meager income but bear the fatal risk, and even exhaustion, due to car accidents and death can only get a little humanitarian compensation, is really unkind and unrighteous. Huang Zhang clenched his teeth and said firmly, Xiao Jiang, if I were the only one to deal with this matter, no matter what tactics Sister Fong uses, I am confident that I will be able to retreat in one piece. But with you in tow, it's really hard for me to guarantee it. Jiang Yu is also well aware of his own hands compared to Huang Zhang is too far. I'm afraid that any one of the ordinary people can easily subdue him. But there are some things he insisted on finding out, in the end who was secretly coveting his antiques? In addition, the previous sale of Yuanbao and vases have very little money left, and the business has just begun to plan. Now want to get money can only be sold again antiques. However, if this matter is not ascertained, even if he still has the golden dollar treasure and many valuable gold articles in his hands, he does not dare to sell them easily. Jiang Yu inquired to Huang and asked, "Brother Huang, when you used to engage in smuggling activities, did you have channels in that area?" With that, he stretched out his finger and made an 8. Huang Zhang never thought that Jiang Yu would have so much guts, but recalling that he had put the shotgun in his hands last time, he seemed to understand a few points. Huang Zhang showed hesitation and slowly said, "Xiao Jiang, the channel is indeed there, it's just that if we use something like this, if we deal with those nobodies it's fine to deal with them, but if we face someone as powerful as Sister Fong, then we're really on a path of no return." Jiang Yu nodded, "Brother Huang, don't worry, I have a measure in my heart and will never use it as a last resort. But with this, we can have a little more confidence when we go to negotiate with Sister Fong." "Brother Huang, you only said if you are willing to risk your life with me to the end? It's understandable if you have concerns. After all, it's also hard to get rid of the past and start over again. At this moment, if you speak from the heart, I definitely won't blame you. You will still be responsible for the demolition work as usual, and your salary will also be paid according to our previous agreement." Huang Zhang waved his hand and said in a resolute tone, "Little Jiang, what are you talking about?" "Brother Huang, I am worried about your safety. Since you are fearless, I am naturally willing to live and die with you. Wait for me to contact my old friend. This thing isn't easy to get, it's estimated to take at least a week to arrive." Jiang Yu nodded his head in recognition and continued, "I've already had someone register the company ahead of time, so I guess it can be done in the next day or two. When it's finalized, if a cash transaction is possible then cash will be prioritized, if not, I will contact the relevant people to arrange for the company to make a payment at that time." Chapter 56 Well Prepared. The company mentioned in Jiang Yu's mouth was none other than the cross-border trading company registered by CFA and Su Qingyan. In a certain essence, smuggling and cross-border trade were the same thing, just the difference between legal or not. Most women, the brain is very stupid, you impose on their goodwill and care, they often do not notice. Similarly, if someone tries to cheat, scourge them, will not be easily recognized. Time rushes by, like a white horse passing by, a few days of time passes by in a flash, and all things are progressing smoothly, without any obstruction. In the land of Xiliang, the people live in peace and work happily and are well fed, with fields to cultivate and sufficient clothing to cover their bodies. Soldiers are also treated very favorably. Not only do they have food to eat every day, but they can also get regular salt supplies. Although the army is made up of female soldiers, their fighting strength is not to be underestimated, and they are unbeatable and invincible wherever they go. On the Xiongnu side, since the last time they suffered a disastrous defeat, their vitality has been greatly injured and nearly half of their soldiers have been lost. The leader, Jin Rikchan, after this battle, has finally restrained his sharpness and no longer acted recklessly. Since the end of the Stone Age, the development process of human society, the influence of personal force is gradually inferior to the wisdom of strategy, especially in the level of the command of thousands of horses. The Golden Sun Cicada is trying to rely on the courage of the man, physical strength to obtain victory. Such behavior, naturally, difficult to harvest a good end. So, in front of the entire army, he resolutely reappointed Jiang Luo as the military division, and solemnly declared that in the future, if you see Jiang Luo as if you see yourself, make sure to honor and respect. Since then, Jiang Luo's position in the military camp jumped up, second only to Jin Risicuan, can be said to be under one person, 10,000 people. Even though many generals were slightly unconvinced in their hearts, they were suppressed by Jin Rikchan by forceful means. After the baptism of several failures, Jin Rikchan also completely recognized his own ability and limitations, knowing that it is difficult to achieve great things by force alone. Under Jiang Luo's careful planning and arrangements, the Huns sent female spies disguised as refugees, taking advantage of the cover of the night, quietly sneaked into the territory of the daughter country. They spied in secret and transmitted the information they obtained back to the Xiongnu military camp one after another, thus enabling the Xiongnu to have a thorough understanding of Xiliang's military defense, the details of its troop deployment, as well as its supplies, why there is water, food, and weapons, and where these supplies actually originate from, and other key information. Jiang Yu side responsible for the demolition and relocation matters, also proceeded smoothly. Most of the villagers have actively successfully moved away from the original residence, and now only waiting for the remaining few households move a little slow to complete the relocation of the family. By then the Huang Zheng account of the first demolition compensation payments can be arranged to be issued as scheduled. These days, although Jiang Yu's hands are not generous, however, the small life is still living a flavorful, free and easy. During the day, he would drink a few glasses of wine and watch live webcasts at his leisure. Perhaps because the days are too idle and boring, he was unknowingly addicted to it, and even slightly raised his head in respect to a few female anchors. Secretly thinking, when the hands of the antique again to find a suitable buyer, out of the cash, we'll have to meet with the favorite anchor, go to bed and fight. Anyway, Fong Hongfu for 3 wives and 4 concubines is not very concerned. When night fell, Jiang Yu often drank wine lightly while cozily enjoying Hongfu dancing. Some days ago, Jiang Yu through the network carefully selected many clothes as well as all kinds of exquisite dance clothes, to SF to pay very fast. Now all have been transmitted to the Empress side. Since then, every night the Empress dressed in different costumes to offer dance. That beautiful dance, changing shape, really let Jiang Yu feast his eyes, intoxicated in this visual feast. This kind of leisurely time is a rare treat for Jiang Yu. He often spends long afternoons with just a bottle of stout, some dried fruit, and the warmth of the sun. Just as he was immersed in this rare respite, Huang Zhang suddenly paid a visit. With his usual big grin, he picked up a bottle of ice-cold beer, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, exclaiming, "The flavor of this ice-cold beer is really intoxicating." Afterwards, Huang Zhang slowly sat down, his expression became serious and solemn, and said in a low voice, "That thing has arrived, and this time, I took one first. When trading, I'll settle directly in cash to make sure that nothing goes wrong." When Jiang Yu heard this, a flash of excitement instantly flashed in his eyes. After all, there are few men who are not in love with firearms and instruments. He eagerly said, "Quickly let me see this treasure." When Huang Zhang saw how eager he looked, he made a fuss to cautiously close the gate to prevent others from prying. And then he carefully pulled a Desert Eagle pistol from his arms. The appearance of this gun is hard and cold, and the metal body of the gun exudes a biting cold light, as if silently demonstrating to the world its strong power and extraordinary aura. Its figure was quite large, and under the reflection of the sunlight, the exquisite and delicate lines on the gun body were hidden. Jiang Yu hands received this known as the King of Pistols reputation of the Desert Eagle. Feel the heavy texture of the hand, the heart of the love of the feelings arose, for a time there is some love. Seeing this, Huang Zhang said softly, "Brother, this time I brought you a gun plus 50 rounds of bullets. Let's see, is the number of bullets still enough?" This pistol is extremely exquisite and delicate workmanship, absolutely from the US regular arsenal. Huang Zhang thought that he was also a person with a story and background, otherwise it would never be difficult to have such a special channel to obtain such a fine firearm. It's only now that he's out of the jungle that he has a chance to cage himself. Jiang Yu played with the gun in his hand, but his heart was still not satisfied. He opened his mouth and asked, "How much does this gun cost?" "I feel that the number of bullets is not enough. Next time I have the opportunity, I must acquire more bullets." Huang Zhang replied truthfully, "This is an old friend I used to know who helped me get it. He gave an extremely favorable friendship price of only $50,000, basically making no profit from it. If you still need bullets afterward, I'll try to get a few hundred more rounds for you." Jiang Yu was relieved to hear the price, and then he carefully pressed the magazine full of bullets. The 7.62 caliber Desert Eagle pistol in his hand seemed to give him endless confidence and courage. He turned around and found Sister Fong's business card from his room and resolutely dialed the phone. After the phone rang a few times, it was quickly answered. A cold and seductive woman's voice came from the receiver. This number was Sister Fong's private number, which was rarely dialed on weekdays. Fong asked softly, slightly puzzled, "Hello, who is this?" Jiang Yu said bluntly, "Sister Fong, I am the little Jiang who sold antiques with Professor Sun last time. Thanks to your favor, you left me your business card and mentioned that if you have something good, you can contact you at any time. Now I happen to have a batch of Western Lian Yuanbao in hand that I want to sell. I wonder if you are interested in it?" "Oh." Sister Fong slightly trailed off, then gave a soft giggle and said in a delicate voice, "I never thought that you would still remember me, brother. This time, you took the initiative to contact me, but is it because you miss your sister? However, the things in your hands are all serious stuff? Do not in order to coax sister to meet with you, and finally take out some worthless goods to perfunctory. If so, by then sister but will really angry oh." Sister Fong's long tail voice, even vaguely with a hint of panting, worthy of being a woman in the mob, quite prestigious big brother, a word, a line, a smile, all exudes a kind of flirtatious into the bones of the unique charm. Hearing her voice, Jiang Yu actually felt a slight tingle in his heart and was somewhat at a loss for words. He could only laugh awkwardly and hurriedly said, "Sister Fong, what are you talking about?" Huang Zhang had conducted a detailed investigation and understanding of Sister Fong through various different channels over these days. He learned that although Sister Fong came from a triad background, she nevertheless had a pretty good reputation in the city of Jinling. In recent years, she dabbled in the collection world, perhaps because of the inexperience of the first into this path, in the collection process suffered a lot of losses. However, she was never heard of retaliating against others afterward for taking a loss, and was just taken to have looked the other way. With Sister Fong's strong financial power of nearly $10 billion nowadays, common sense would say that it would not be so bad that she would rob herself halfway for a mere $30 million. This was exactly what Jiang Yu had always wondered about recently. This time, when he met with Sister Fong, on one hand, he wanted to facilitate the Yuanbao deal, and on the other hand, he also wanted to take the opportunity to investigate clearly, and even question Sister Fong face to face, for what reason he had sent out Ma Baghua's kind of people to rob himself. Huang Zhang, being a member of the Jianghu, naturally knew that this trip was by no means a simple matter. With a grave expression, he slowly pulled out a pair of finger tigers from his pocket, carefully put them on his hands, repeatedly tried the feel and strength, and then carefully put them back into his pocket. When Jiang Yu saw him acting like this, he was curious and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Huang, why don't you prepare some guys with rattles? 7 paces away from the gun fast, 7 paces within the gun and fast and accurate." Although the ancient martial arts is powerful, however, in front of the modern high-tech weapons, in the end, it is still difficult to fight against it. Huang Zhang raised his head slightly and glanced at Jiang Yu. Obviously he was also well aware of the crux of the matter. However, he still patiently explained. "Xiao Zhang, today's triad society has long been very different from the past. In the old days, most people relied on the courage to solve problems, but today, everyone is beginning to rely on the wisdom to act, and there are even a lot of people who have switched to start a collection agency and other seemingly legal and compliant business. These people know that for the sake of their own innocence, and to be able to secure a foothold in society, they will never easily touch firearms, which are dangerous and illegal. At best, they use petty tactics like pouring oil on brake pads or stabbing tires or something like that to get what they want. With Sister Fong's status nowadays, she will definitely not hold a gun in her hands. After all, under such a strict political background nowadays, no matter how deep the background is, if one dares to casually hold a gun, once discovered, there is no way to save it. The richer and more powerful people are, the more they are afraid of losing everything they have, and they will never dare to touch these things that are within the red line of the law." Chapter 57 Meeting Sister Fong. Jiang Yu, think about it right, if he is a horse halo, illegal and criminal things he will never do. After all, there's endless money to spend, beautiful women at your fingertips, sports cars, yachts, airplanes, everything, and there doesn't seem to be any reason to break the law and just be a good citizen. On the contrary, only those who are desperate will take the risk, like migrant workers who can't get their wages back and ordinary people who can't eat. Jiang Yu is no exception now, although there are hundreds of millions of dollars of antiques sitting at home, but there are still 100,000 people behind him to feed. Whether it was Sister Fong, or Professor Sun, or anyone else, anyone who stood in his way had to step on it. Jiang Yu called Wang Chang and asked the other party to send himself there, with a professional racer accompanying him, in case he couldn't beat him when the time came, it would be convenient to run away. As for the pistol, he never considered shooting it, it was more of a threat to Sister Fong, and after a while he would teleport to Shilian. As long as he wasn't caught by the cameras, no one could do anything to him when he was dead. Fong started out in the black, though there's a big difference between that and being a thug. Xianshan Land is not the place in the center of Jinling, but rather a far suburb, but away from the hustle and bustle, and the greenery around the community is particularly good. The villa complex is built around a lake, surrounded by a sea of birds and flowers. Almost 200 villas were built in this area, and Sister Fong lived in Building King 001. Counting the basement, there were a total of 5 floors, each with an area of more than 300 square feet. Each room was well planned, with various functional areas refined, and it was obvious that Sister Fong had put a lot of thought into the decoration. The last time I saw Sister Fong, it was still a small auction organized by Professor Sun, and the other party left early and didn't eat with Jiang Yu. After all, they were all big men, and it was more or less inconvenient for him to be the only woman. During the auction, Jiang Yu had been thinking about how to sell the vase, and with all the people, he hadn't paid much attention to Sister Fong. Entering the door was easy. Jiang Yu had a pistol on his waist, fearing that he would be questioned, who knew that the bodyguard would just let him go directly after a simple inquiry. Arriving at the other party's nearly 200 square meter parlor, Jiang Yu sized up Sister Fong. The other party was dressed in a silk home dress, light and smooth fabric, and you could even see the other party's snow-white skin vaguely. Sister Fong sat lazily on the sofa, wearing a pair of near-transparent garter stockings on her legs, with suspenders extending out from her snow-white thighs. You could see through the stockings that Fong was a toe painted with dainty red nail polish and had beautiful feet that wiggled casually. Clutching a large screen tablet in his hand, the logo was invisible, but you could be sure that it was definitely not Apple. Fong said somewhat absent-mindedly, "Make yourself comfortable, there's still 3 minutes left, wait for me to finish reading." Jiang Yu glanced at the content playing inside the tablet, and in his heart, he had a sentence that he didn't know whether to speak or not. The sound of anime playing in his ears, elephant carrot at carrot, elephant carrot at carrot, elephant carrot at carrot. Fong also let out a silvery laugh from time to time. Jiang Yu inwardly hated to immediately write a small essay. Family people, who understands the Yakuza big sister actually liked to wear pajamas and stockings at home to watch Crayon Shin-chan. He looked at Sister Fong in front of him and couldn't figure out how the other party would call a few yellow hairs to rob him. And the other party is now too far from the image of the Yakuza big sister. Fong was a man of her word, saying 3 minutes and taking only 2.5, just as efficient as the guy who sang and danced rap. Turning off the tablet, Fong said with a smile on her face, "I'm used to relaxing at home, mind if I dress casually?" It was only then that Jiang Yu noticed that the other party was no longer casual. This dress was just too reckless, not even paying attention to protecting the privacy of the lower chest. He stumbled, don't mind. Sister Fong continued, "Then let's get right to the point. What treasures have you brought this time? Open my eyes." Jiang Yu also does not ink, and Huang Zhang is not far from himself at the door. Even if it is just himself, it is more than enough to deal with Fong as a woman, and he still has the equalizer of beings in his hand. From inside the backpack, he took out $8 gold and placed them on the table and said, "Shiliang Tongbao, Christie's has auctioned it, $30 million apiece, I have a total of 8 here, fidelity, support identification." Sister Fong's mouth sked and said, "Xiao Jiang Kana, I know you still have a treasure in your hands, I can't imagine come up to give me such a big surprise. In this way, I carefully appraise it mind?" Jiang Yu held out a single hand, needing the other party to feel free. Fong looked down and suddenly looked at her chest and suddenly exclaimed, "Oops, forgot to post it." Hurriedly ran upstairs, and when he came down again, he had a coat on. Jiang Yu's forehead covered with black lines, he had already seen the light. The feelings of the other party did not know that he did not wear anything inside. Sister Fong took out a small flashlight, put on a pair of sensible glasses, picked up a yuanbao and turned it over and over, looking very professional, similar to the way Professor Sun looked at the time. Look at the other side of the professional stance, and not too much like often eyeballing people. I do not know why, rumor has it that the other side often in the antique above the loss. Sister Fong sked, rare and precious, I can't imagine that you still have this kind of good stuff in your hands, enough to prove the existence of Shiliang, not to mention that it's so well preserved. Not bad, set a price. Jiang Yu asked tentatively, don't you need to get another appraisal? Sister Fong patted her not too big, not too small, but very erect breasts and said, no need, my eyes are the ruler, I can tell the real from the fake at a glance. The other side of the transaction is sharp. Jiang Yu is naturally also a fastidious person. He slowly stretched out 2 fingers, meaning a yuan about $20 million. However, he also knew that this item had already appeared on the market, and selling so many to Sister Fong at one time must have been heavily discounted, but this kind of golden treasure would definitely take as much as he wanted as long as he and the Empress demanded it, and there was no problem with making appropriate concessions. Jiang Yu's base price is 8 yuanbao packaged 100 million. How to say this thing is also an antique, and he will not sell off too much in the future. Sister Fong boldly waved her jade hand and said, good, Xiao Jiang, you are also a quick person, 200 million on 200 million, sign the agreement, I'll arrange for the transfer of money and goods too clear. No, this Sister Fong is a bit too generous, right, is not to give me fake money but the transfer cannot transfer fake money it. Jiang Yu couldn't help but mutter in his heart. At this time, he finally understood why the rumor that Sister Fong is always being pitched, this is too generous, and there is not a bit of the appearance of the mob big sister? Sale and purchase agreement in duplicate. Jiang Yu saw no problem after signing his name, but also deliberately draw a line at the bottom, to prevent the other party to add unfavorable terms at will. However, the other party signed on it as Wang Hui. He did not think too much, after all, many people call and the real name is not the same, and the identity card number has been checked, there is no problem. With $200 million in the account, Jiang Yu still felt that the smoothness was a little unreal. The deal went smoothly. Another thing could not be forgotten. Jiang Yu secretly placed his hand on his waist and directly asked, Sister Fong, have you heard of this person Ma Bagua? The other party's expression visibly froze for a moment, and he asked seriously, you know this person? Where did you hear about it? Jiang Yu thought, pretend you continue to pretend, is not you sent over? To Fong, she asked rhetorically, knowingly, don't you know where it is? Sister Fong's voice suddenly shouted a few decibels higher, Uncle Lee. Sensing that things were not right, Jiang Yu took a few steps backward, placed one hand on his waist, ready to draw his gun at any time, and didn't forget to call for backup. Huan, the other party is trying to go dark. Sister Fong also continued, Uncle Lee, they were sent by Manhwa. Chapter 58 Masters of the National Art. Two thuds came from outside the door. The two bodyguards who were watching the door for Sister Fong fell to the ground, and Huang Zhang kicked the door open and ran in. A black figure appeared upstairs, holding the stairs with one hand. The whole person slid down the stairs, his body flipped around in mid-air and stood firmly on the ground. Just by taking a look at the opponent's stance, Jiang Yu could determine that 10 of himself would not be a match for the opponent. The palm of his hand slowly placed to his waist. It was not impossible to shoot when necessary. After all, it seems that now, 80% of Sister Fong and Manhwa are in the same gang, or else he wouldn't have said this name and the other party would be so agitated. But Huang Zhang also came at this time, shielding him behind him, and Jiang Yu said somewhat sheepishly, Brother Huang, the dots look a bit solid, are you okay? Huang Zhang stood in front of him as steady as Mount Taishan, craning his neck with his tendons popping, and said calmly, you won't know if you can do it until you fight. The opposite side of Uncle Lee was dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, with two eight-sided beards above his lips, his hands behind his back. Looking at Huang Zhang, he said, Junior, don't be too arrogant. If you don't want to get hurt, honestly ask and say whatever you want. Huang Zhang snorted, old things talk a lot, a hard fist is the way to go. Uncle Lee was so angry that his face turned blue. As an ancient martial arts expert, Sister Fong had spent a lot of money to hire him, and everyone respected him on weekdays. His figure suddenly accelerated and rushed straight towards Huang Zhang, aiming to take down the other party in one move. Uncle Lee slightly lowered his center of gravity, and a whip leg was powerful, fiercely pumping towards Huang Zhang. Huang Zhang assumed his signature boxing stance, nimbly taking a step backward before suddenly charging forward with one hand of the Sun character punch, punching and kicking each other. Did not touch together when Huang Zhang also feel very relaxed. After all, the prison master also said, his martial arts is already the world's first-class level. District and old man, beat each other is not easy. However, when they actually exchanged blows, Huang Zhang instantly realized that the other party was not simple, and Uncle Lee's power came in a mountainous attack. Huang Zhang's single fist turned into two arms, his waist and abdomen powered up, and his whole body twisted, driving his shoulders with strength, which prevented him from being injured. However, his body still couldn't stop falling back, thumping back 7 or 8 consecutive steps before barely stabilizing his body. Uncle Lee said disdainfully, with these two moves, a mere Western boxing, neither of you two will be able to leave today. Huang Zhang crossed his 10 fingers together and flipped his hands over, his 10 fingers making a crackling ringing finger sound. He looked serious and said, underestimating you, old thing, this time, I'm going to use my full strength, don't blame me if you get hurt. Uncle Lee's mouth was nonchalant, big talk, catch my next move first. Huang Zhang set up his stance, not the usual boxing stance that he often used, his front leg slightly crouched down and his back leg stomped and stretched, like a race start stance. Uncle Lee still has the strongest leg work power by lowering his lower body and making a half-crouching horse stance. This time, Huang Zhang made the first move, his figure was as fast as lightning, and when he was a meter away from Uncle Lee, he sidestepped his body and presented his legs at a right angle close to 90 degrees. Uncle Lee also did not show weakness, one leg slightly squatting, the other leg violently raised, the knee upward straight into the chest of Huang Zhang. The knee is the hardest place of the human body, visible. Uncle Lee moves vicious. Huang Zhang was also not willing to show weakness, his front leg was bent, his back leg was straight, his whole body weight was placed on his upper body, and he hit a top elbow, ruthlessly colliding with his opponent's knee. As the saying goes, the arm can't be twisted, and Uncle Lee was also full of confidence, but when he collided with Huang Zhang's elbow, his expression changed. The tremendous force made him feel like he was facing an earthly beast, as if he was hit by a truck. Uncle Lee flew straight out. Fly directly out 6 or 7 meters, but after all, as an ancient martial arts expert, Uncle Lee in mid-air to adjust the center of gravity of the body, legs steadily landed on the ground, a dozen or so consecutive steps back, which unloaded the power. The last step on the ground, Jiang Yu feel the rumor gently shaken. The two men had been fighting for what seemed like a long time, but in fact it was only a moment. Uncle Lee let out a light breath and sighed, 8 extreme fist, single go top, what a handsome kung fu, a first-class expert at such an age, I'm really old. In literature, there is taiji to secure the world, and in martial arts, there are 8 poles to settle the world. Older generation of national martial arts people know that Bajiquan is extremely good at actual combat, and most of the shots are killing moves. Bajiquan specializes in elbow strikes, evolved from gunplay, using the arm as a gun, and it will either kill or maim the person it touches. The single goat top is one of the killing moves of Bajiquan, which utilizes speed and inertia to concentrate the power of the whole body into the elbow, striving to solve the enemy with one blow. As Jiang Yu watched from the side, the moves that Huang Zhang used now were completely different from before in terms of power and aura. When he used to fight punks, a punch was nothing more than knocking out the opponent, and this time the power of his elbow directly toppled Uncle Lee. Huang Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief. The power of the single goat top he was more than clear. If the other party was just an ordinary person, this hit, it should be too late to enter the ICU now. He still didn't want to make a scene until he had to. Huang Zhang said in a relaxed tone, "Not bad, old man, I'm really afraid that I just killed you at once." Uncle Wang laughed bitterly. "I can't imagine, a hallowed master of national martial arts, usually actually use boxing, who would believe it when I say it?" Huang Zhang said with some aggravation, "I wasn't afraid of beating you to death, I didn't realize that you old man still had 2 tricks up your sleeve, forcing me to go all out." Uncle Lee said somewhat helplessly, "If it were usual, I really wouldn't want to offend such a young expert like you, but this time there's a reason why I must strike, and I won't be merciful." Huang Zhang's mouth was unforgiving. "Old man, if we leave it at that today, I won't bother with you anymore. Keep fighting, you can't." After saying that, Huang Zhang also gave Jiang Yu a wink, meaning that he could withdraw. Prying for news have given up. It looks like he really met a tough opponent. Uncle Lee no longer spoke. His footsteps were short and swift, heading straight for Huang Zhang. As the distance drew closer, Uncle Lee crouched slightly with both knees, placed his left hand on his waist, and clenched his right hand into a fist as if it was a cannon blasting towards Huang Zhang. Huang Zhang raised his right arm, his left arm followed, both hands blocking the opponent's punching fist, power attacking the body 3 steps, then sideways, his mouth praising, "Avalanche fist, good kung fu." Huang Zhang took 3 steps, the whole person was like flying, instantly appeared in front of Uncle Lee, sidestepped his shoulder and struck Iron Mountain leaning, straight to the other party's chest. Uncle Lee sidestepped his body, his calf paddled out quickly, and backed up to follow, as if he were a rooster running, precisely the Xingyi Quan footwork chicken steps. The fist is afraid of the young. Taishan relies on mobilizing Huang Zhang's whole body strength, and he naturally does not dare to fight hard. Sideways will be dodged. Taking advantage of Huang Zhang's old force has been exhausted, new force has not yet been born. Backhanded a cloak, straight to the back of the head of Huang Zhang. Huang Zhang naturally also have defense, lifting his right foot, stomping hard, the other leg slightly bent, waist and abdomen force flinging the whole body, the arm is like a whip, flinging hard to Uncle Lee. It is the 8 extremes stance splitting hanging. As the old saying goes, the 8 extremes plus the split hanging scares even the ghosts and gods. But Jiquan is divided into 3 ways of generating power: self-generated power, blowing air, and stomping the feet, which drives the waist and abdominal power through stomping the feet, and then transmits the power to the arms, which are sent out with the cloak stance. Chapter 59 Grade 8 versus Formal Intent. Huang Zhang's and Uncle Lee's small arms lightly touched, then quickly separated, and both of them stepped back almost simultaneously, pulling away. Uncle Lee quietly put his hand behind his back and kept rubbing the small arm that touched the other party, yet his face did not look the slightest bit different. Huang Zhang didn't give his opponent a chance to catch his breath, bowed forward, stomped his foot violently, and his fist went straight to Uncle Lee's face like a stray arrow. Uncle Lee blocked with his backhand and took a step back again as Huang Zhang pressed forward. He knew in his heart that without subduing this old man, the other party would never let himself and Xiao Jiang leave. Various stances of the 8 extreme fist were utilized one after another: the Phi Hang, the Iron Mountain leaning, the bracing fist, the top elbow, the 4 Lang wide fist, and the 8 styles of the Vajra, and the list was endless. Huang Zhang's moves came like a blizzard, not giving Uncle Lee a chance to catch his breath. Without holding on for a few minutes, Uncle Lee began to lose his strength left and right. When he couldn't dodge in time, Huang Zhang hit Iron Mountain leaning, directly toppling the opponent. However, he left 5 points of force when he made the move, so the other party was only slightly injured, not to the extent of endangering his life. Uncle Wang struggled to get up and coughed. "Young man, you've got 2 tricks up your sleeve." Huang Zhang said impatiently, "Now we can go. I told you a long time ago, you can't stop me." Uncle Wang clapped his hands and countless bodyguards in black suits poured in one after another from the villa's entrance, surrounding Jiang Yu and Huang Zhang. Uncle Wang said seriously, "If it was anything else, I would have let you guys go and would have made you a friend. After all, such a young expert is rare." He turned his words around and continued, "But you have harmed the young lady, and I will not let you go no matter what." Sister Fong suddenly said, "Uncle Wang, let them go, we have to be able to afford to lose. After all, it was just you and the other party competing in the beginning." Huang Zhang snorted coldly and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't afford to play. Do you think these shrimp soldiers can stop me?" Uncle Wang said somewhat anxiously, "Miss, is it possible to let them go just like that?" After all, you suffered in the beginning, and Missy even specifically instructed me to leave behind the people related to the original matter by any means necessary. Jiangyu touched the pistol on his belt and made an unexpected decision, saying with a big grin, "Since we're not allowed to leave, can we have a good chat, Sister Fong?" The word Sister Fong, Jiangyu's tone intensified a few points. Sister Fong didn't care, instead her eyes smiled into a curved crescent moon and said, "Of course, let's have a good chat then." Kangwoo crossed his legs in a grand manner and sat on the couch, though always keeping his pistol ready to be drawn. Opening the door, he asked, "Sister Fong, we only met at a small auction, no grudges in the past, no hatred in the recent days, why did you find a few punks to surround me?" Previously, Jiangyu also thought that the other party plotted the antiques of Shilong, but from today's transaction, Sister Fong hit the money so crisply, if there is a plot, it would have been black and white. Sister Fong raised her head somewhat dully and said, "When did I send people to besiege you? How come I don't remember?" Turning to Uncle Wang again, he asked, "Has Big Sister sent anyone?" Uncle Wang shook his head in the negative. Getting Uncle Wang's answer, Sister Fong said under her breath, "Don't you falsely accuse good people, I didn't send anyone to trouble you." Jiangyu was also a bit angry, having already torn his face, the other party still dared to do it. He said directly, "Isn't Ma Baogua hanging out with you guys? He's the one who sent people to surround me." Sister Fong and Uncle Wan looked at me and I looked at you, their faces a little strange. After a moment's pause, he said, "Ma Baogua and I hang out? Who told you that?" The news was collected by Huang Zhang, he took over and said, "The news on the road, just ask around, all say that Ma Baogua is your little brother." Fong sighed and began to speak slowly. In the past, Ma Baogua was one of the executive presidents of our company, and was considered a family man who started out fighting the world, and all of us thought that we hadn't treated him poorly. This person's hands and feet are not clean, it is said that he lost several $100 million in Macau, and he also frequently misappropriated the company's public funds. We noticed it long ago, but considering that after all, he is a patriarchal figure, and there is still friendship between us, we just warned him a bit, and none of the public funds were recovered. After that, he did start to tighten up. After a year or so, the other party, after careful planning, ambushed me on my route home and kidnapped me with a few men, demanding $1 billion ransom in the first place. Then bargaining, after a lot of effort, which raised 800 million funds. Fortunately, the other party is quite good faith, after receiving the ransom immediately released. Since that time, this man Ma Baogua has disappeared, but I heard that he recently returned to Jinling. After all, this matter was so humiliating that it wasn't spread outwardly. This time, when I found the opportunity, I just wanted to settle the old grudge together with the new. Fong's silver teeth clenched and her tone was vicious, but her appearance looked a little bit more cute. Jiangyu scratched the back of his head, after half a day, it turned out to be a big oolong. Ma Baogua has long been a traitor, and Fong also parted ways. That brain-dead bastard Ma Jingguo probably didn't even know this, and wanted to pull Sister Fong's tiger skin to pull the flag, and ended up inadvertently pitting his own brother. However, there was one thing that surprised Jiangyu, it was unexpected that Ma Baogua had a high status here in Fong, or was a founding father. Jiangyu said truthfully, "Last time when the antiques were auctioned, Sister Fong, you didn't attend the meal behind you. On my way home after it was over, a few punks followed me. After cleaning up these punks, they said they were sent by Ma Baogua. Only later did I inquire that Ma Baogua was hanging out with you, Sister Fong." Kangwoo tells of his experience of learning about Mabogu. Sister Fong's tone became calmer, and she wasn't as hostile towards Jiangyu anymore as she continued to ask, "That's why you were inquiring with me about Ma Baogua?" "Unfortunately, I don't know exactly where the other party is right now, after all, I'm also looking for him." Jiangyu's eyes lit up, he was too few in both power and available people now, but Fong was different. Adults should learn to borrow the power to fight, Fong's sister to clean up Ma Baogua, their own energy and worry, but also in time to withdraw from the matter. He said in an excited tone, "I know, I'm not going to lie, I came here this time to confirm your relationship with him, and I'm going to clean him up after I leave." Fong asked eagerly, "Where is it? Tell me." Natural nerd is only the appearance of Sister Fong, the other party has another identity, the big sister of the mob. Ma Baogua dared to kidnap her, and now the one who wanted to find someone the most was Sister Fong instead. Jiangyu himself didn't intend to hide it and directly stated the location where Ma Jingguo had gone last time. However, Sister Fong's eagerness was somewhat unexpected, and Sister Fong immediately said, "Go, leave now." Chapter 60, Searching for Ma Baogua. Jiangyu said with some consternation, "Wouldn't it be too hasty, don't you need to make some arrangements, Sister Fong?" Sister Fong explained, "This person Ma Baogua is extremely cunning, otherwise he wouldn't have been unable to catch him for so long. If you had told me at the beginning when you knew his location, there would have been more certainty at that time. During this period of time, every time we learned of the other party's location, we were one step behind him when we rushed over, and he cunningly escaped. Since Big Sister had taken the lead, Jiang Yu also wanted to find Ma Baogua, so he took Huang Zhang and Wang Chang with him and followed Sister Fong's brigade to set off together. In order to catch Ma Baogua, all the 20-odd bodyguards in the living room went out, and Uncle Wang followed along. Sister Fong quickly changed her clothes, a black tight sweater with shorts and stockings, with a tweed coat over it, revealing her straight and slender black silk calves. A group of 6 vehicles set off in great numbers towards their destination. The misunderstanding between the two was lifted, and this time it was Ma Baogua's bad luck. After all, the goal is the same, naturally someone has to be unlucky. Jinling is a place that is not too big and not too small. It is interesting to say that Ma Baogua, Fong and Jiang Yu are in the same suburb, and the drive is not far away. All this time, Fong just couldn't find Ma Baogua, and it was indeed a black light. Ma Baogua rented in an old neighborhood, a kind of urban village, complex people, messy and well-connected roads, the most suitable for escape. Last time, Huang Zhang quietly followed Ma Jinghua upstairs and wrote down the other party's door number. Uncle Wang followed Huang Zhang and gestured to the bodyguards behind him, all of them stepping quietly. Jiang Yu and Fong were at the very back of the group. After all, they couldn't help much with this kind of thing. One of the bodyguards went up and knocked on the door while the others hid at the stairway. An annoyed voice from inside said, "Who is it?" Jiang Yu and Huang Zhang's eyes lit up. The place wasn't looking wrong. The voice was more than familiar to the two. Who else could it be but Ma Jinghua? The bouncer pinched his throat and said, "Delivery man." Ma Jinghua was a bit puzzled. "I didn't order takeout?" Jiang Yu and Sister Fong are a bit nervous. If the other party doesn't open the door, the only way is to break in. If the room has a back door or the other party runs away through the window, I'm afraid there will be another change. Luckily, the bodyguard's ability to improvise was strong, and he hurriedly explained, "I don't know who called it for you, sign for it." Although Ma Jinghua was puzzled, he was completely defenseless. He was used to riding roughshod over the village on weekdays, and didn't think anyone would dare to clean up after him. The moment the door was unscrewed, the bodyguard reacted quickly and slammed his body right through the door. Ma Jinghua was toppled out by a huge force in an instant. Climbing the stairs quickly, the bodyguard who was disguised as a takeout boy at the beginning made a tackle and pressed Ma Jinghua's arm at once. Some of the other bodyguards helped hold Ma Jinghua down, while others searched everywhere inside the house, trying to find Ma Baogua. After searching several rooms, there was still no sign of Ma Baogua. 2 tall bodyguards held Ma Jinghua down, and Uncle Wang walked up and asked, "If you don't want to suffer, just tell me straight, where did Ma Baogua run off to?" Ma Jinghua said with the look of a dead pig, "You guys are trying to make me talk like this, my arm hurts and I don't want to talk." Uncle Wang smiled and went up, threw off his bladder, and with all his strength, snapped and dumped Ma Jinghua with 2 big mouths. As an ancient martial arts expert, he had used his dark strength, and Ma Jinghua's cheeks swelled up to the naked eye, and his teeth felt loose. Uncle Wang said with a smiling face, "To help you heal your mouth, can you talk this time?" Ma Jinghua's eyes overflowed with tears from the pain, being a man stubbornly not shedding a single drop, but still nodded his head aggressively and said, "I can say it." Uncle Wang grabbed the other party's hair and said with a smile on his face, "This is not a good boy, look at this, he received 2 big mouths for nothing." Uncle Wang continued, "Are you Ma Baogua's brother?" Ma Jinghua's mouth was too swollen and painful to open his mouth to speak, but he nodded honestly. Uncle Wang smiled and nodded, "The children are teachable." "Where did he go?" Ma Jinghua's mouth slurred, "I don't know." "Ha?" Uncle Wang's tone was unkind, scaring Ma Jinghua and hurriedly explaining, I really don't know, don't hit me." The 2 mouths just now really scared him. He clutched his head and lay on the ground, shivering in fear. Uncle Wang continued, "Since you don't know, how do you usually keep in touch?" Ma Jinghua explained, "My brother usually tells me to call him less, it's always him who contacts me on a single line. I moved over a few days ago, and my brother moved out after asking me a few questions, and didn't say when he'd be back." Uncle Wang asked in a matter-of-fact way, "When did you leave? What questions were asked of you?" Ma Jinghua was indeed blindsided, covered his face and pondered for a while, and didn't ask me any questions, asked me how I was at home, how my wife and children were doing, and also asked who sent me over. Uncle Wang cursed, "A dog, or a monkey? Who does he usually contact?" Ma Jinghua said vaguely, "Usually call or avoiding me, but there are a few times I have heard." The other side has a few times nodded and said, "What Professor's son, I also other cannot hear." Feeling that the questioning was almost over, Uncle Wang waved his hand and said, "Take it away." Jiang Yu and Fong are chatting in the car. Uncle Wang is doing things steadily and will handle it well. Ma Jingwa didn't even know who the hell was coming over to arrest him before he was put on his head and pressed into the car. Uncle Wang got into Jiang Yu's co-pilot and shook his head regretfully. In the back sat Jiang Yu and sister Fong. Fong said, "No one was found?" Uncle Wang sighed and said, "Dogs, too cunning, probably sensed the danger in advance." Jiang Yu came up with an idea in the back. Ma Jingwa and Ma Bagua are blood brothers anyways. Teach Ma Jingwa a hard lesson in the past few days, and after convincing the other party, let him contact Ma Bagua. Sister Fong shook her head and said, "This is a crime against the law, only the dark forces would do this. Young people, don't go down the path of breaking the law." Jiang Yu rubbed his nose, feeling very strange inside. He wasn't surprised by whoever said this, but it sounded and felt very awkward when a whitewashed black power big sister said it. However, he didn't refute it and just asked, "What then?" Now Ma Bagua can't be found either. Sister Fong said rightfully, "Of course we should send Ma Jingwa to the police station. The other party is accommodating a national A-class fugitive. The crime is not small. As good citizens, it's everyone's duty to fight crime." The corners of Kong Wu's mouth tugged and he nodded cooperatively. Uncle Wang added, "Just now, Ma Jingwa said that the other party had called a person called Professor Sun a few times. Should we follow the trail and find out who this person is?" Chapter 61, Professor Sun, the Black Hand Behind the Scenes. Jiang Yu and Sister Fong turned their heads at the same time, their gazes meeting each other. In their hearts, they were both pondering whether this Professor Sun was the same person as the one they knew. If it was really the same person, then all problems might be solved. Jiang Yu only knew one Professor Sun, and that was when he was first introduced to him by Su Hailey when he was selling yuanbao. Since then, Professor Sun has been helping him out, introducing him to the auction and the subsequent mini-auction, all of which were facilitated by this person. It could be said that Professor Sun had really helped Jiang Yu a lot. Of course, Jiang Yu was not stingy and gave a generous thank you fee every time. He knew well that if you want a horse to run, feed it good grass. However, the heart is not enough for the snake to swallow the elephant. Perhaps Professor Sun's purpose from the beginning was not just the introduction fee. The two have known each other for some time. Professor Sun is also clear that Jiang Yu's hands are not just one or two pieces of Western Liang antiques. That said, Professor Sun seemed a little off at first. As the saying goes, if one is solicitous for nothing, one is either a traitor or a thief. Professor Sun was really overly enthusiastic towards Jiang Yu. However, because Professor Sun was introduced by an acquaintance, Su Hailey, Jiang Yu subconsciously dropped his defenses. Sister Fong followed suit. "Sure enough, I told you that old Sun is not a good person." Jiang Yu asked curiously, "What, does Sister Fong still have a grudge against Professor Sun?" The two chatted, and it turned out that Sister Fong also knew Professor Sun when she was just getting involved in the collection world. At that time, Professor Sun introduced many sellers to Sister Fong. This old thing had claimed that he was only responsible for the introduction, and was not responsible for the good or bad of the collection. As a result, Sister Fong was introduced to many good and bad sellers. At that time, Sister Fong did not know the industry, and bought a lot of high imitation goods, and many people in the industry called Sister Fong a wrongdoer. The other party has a word first. Sister Fong, as a big sister in the jungle, cannot be unruly, and can only eat this dumb loss. Professor Sun has a certain social status and a professorial title, so it's not good to move him easily at the moment. Our party has many intangible protections for highly knowledgeable people, and if we casually move him, we may pay a heavy price. As in the case of Professor Zhuang in Liang, the State Council was shaken by the accidental murder of an academician by a few punks. The 3 punks were captured on the same day and all sentenced to death, and the whole of Liang was reduced from an economic town to a poor county. All the well-known companies and universities relocated overnight for fear of getting involved with Liang. Of course, Professor Sun's status was far from that of an academician, but he was a doctor after all, and what really happened to him would have an extremely bad impact. He is different from Ma Bagua. Flies do not bite seamless eggs, and now cannot find evidence of Professor Sun's illegal and criminal behavior. Bathed in the red light of our party, it is not wise to use lynching. And catching Ma Bagua, the other party is a wanted criminal, handing over to the public security organs, is definitely a great merit. Jiang Yu let Sister Fong deal with Ma Jingwa's matter. He no longer interfered, and took Huang Zhang and Wang Chang to go home first. In addition, the villagers' side of the relocation has been completed, the first phase of the 20 million, a moment to let Huang Zhang call over. All the compensation for this demolition, including the village committee's land occupation, totaled $80 million, which was paid to the villagers and the village committee in 3 installments. The next step can be to start the action. Just got 200 million from sister Fong. Jiang Yu is also rich and generous up, and then transfer 20 million to Huang Zhang, let him be responsible for the demolition of the villagers' houses. Several consecutive projects, Jiang Yu while talking, Huang Zhang seriously take notes down. First, the high walls of the house are rebuilt, all walls are now removed, the yard is expanded 5 times in size, the newly constructed walls are no less than 4 meters in height, and a large closed warehouse is built around the ancient well. Second, build a purified water tower in your yard, the kind that can produce straight drinking water directly. Third, the area to be demolished will be fenced off for the time being until the next step is considered before deciding what to build. Currently, what Shilong needs most is clean, straight drinking water. In addition to the water that Jiang Yu spent a lot of money on in the beginning, he now turns on the tap water for 3 hours every day, sometimes even for a day. Jiang Yu's water bill is now nearly $10,000 a month. Money is secondary, he is most worried about being noticed by the authorities. Abnormalities, like the original Hangzhou wife murder case, is because of the abnormal water consumption. The Public Security Department investigated and found the clues. Jiang Yu thought of this aspect of the problem at the beginning. When he told Huang Zhang to register the company, he also made a special effort to let the other party handle the water withdrawal permit, and the Water Affairs Bureau just approved it 2 days ago. Now Jiang Yu can drill wells in their own demolition contracted place. Without this permit, randomly drilling wells committed the crime of illegal mining. One can go without food, but not without water. Food is easy to fix with money, but instead, buying too much water can easily attract the attention of people who are interested in it. Just after arriving home, Jiang Yu's phone rang. He took a look, it wasn't anyone else, he had just sent Ma Jinghua in and the other party's wife called. In the face of their own nobleman, CFA said in a pleasing tone, "Xiao Jiang, these days the villagers have moved away, Sister Xia lives here on her own, and at night the quilt is cold, sister, a woman, is really afraid." As a boss, CFA has been in the pile of men, naturally know how to deal with men, fear is false, want a house and money instead of real. Afraid of arousing Jiang Yu's resentment, she did not directly state her intentions. But how could Jiang Yu not understand that the other party wanted nothing more than the house and demolition fee he had promised? This guy, Ma Jinghua, Jiang Yu did not intend to give him money from the beginning, so he carefully planned it. The other party wanted to double the price of the demolition fee and disrupted Jiang Yu's demolition process, making him hate him. Jiang Yu began to let the other party divorce. He has long known that Ma Jinghua and his buswife's feelings are not good. So through the demolition fee, provoke the two of them to divorce, and then in the demolition contract written on the account to pay any one of the husband and wife can be. Ma Jinghua submitted all the accounts and waited for the money to be spent in a beautiful way, not knowing that Jiang Yu had already contacted CFA and did not intend to give him any money at all. By the time Ma Jinghua found out, he could have completely shrugged off his responsibility with both hands and innocently said, "You didn't say you were divorced either, so I naturally regarded it as agreed by both spouses." In the end, Ma Jinghua didn't have any way out. After all, the other party didn't have any evidence. Of course, CFA that money, Jiang Yu did not intend to give, but it has to be a different method. CFA, this woman, had spent her whole life's good kung fu on enhancing her oral work and work down there, and there were villagers who had said that the other party could even do such a great job as opening the caps of beer bottles. In contrast, her IQ was naturally not high. With Jiang Yu's current identity, it is very good to coax the other party. When the time comes, let Su Qinyan call CFA. After the other party receives the transfer, if they want to take the money and run, the money spent is not Jiang Yu's own money anyway. If you don't want to run away, CFA driven by greed, naturally the money will be used to re-establish the company. At that time, a brand new import and export trading company, the legal person Su Qinyan, the general manager is also the supervisor in finance, the two people each take half of the shares. Jiang Yu did nothing, the ultimate backstabbing company was set up so watertight. Stencil. Chapter 62 Beauty of the Western Regions. CFA on the phone in the coy manner, Jiang Yu naturally know well, is nothing more than thinking about the house he promised. The domestic real estate market is seriously lagging behind in converting the supply to demand ratio, especially in the county, which is already oversupplied. Nowadays, a 3-bedroom house costs only more than $400,000, which is still dipped in the light of the proximity to Jinling. Many workers choose to commute to the Twin Cities, so that the price of the house is barely maintained. Otherwise, the houses in those small counties are estimated to be just over $200,000 a set. Moreover, Jiang Yu does not need to buy a good house for CFA. A set of decoration passable 2-room old ragged is small enough, which is for CFA, is her former thought do not dare to think of. Jiang Yu responded bashfully into the phone, "Sister Xia, don't be anxious, I'm really too busy these days. Just for today, I'll put the house in place for you as soon as possible." In addition, the demolition money will also be credited to your account as soon as possible. If you want, we can set up a new company. I still have a $10 million order on my side, so if I hurry, I can let the new company operate it. CFA was so happy that she almost jumped up, but she still pretended to be reserved and said, it's fine, Xiaojiang, I'm just asking, you're busy with your own business, I'm not in a hurry, not at all. The other party's kind of simple hypocrisy that is characteristic of rural people, both in tone and demeanor, obviously impatient, but his mouth kept denying. Time is still early, but as a set of ragged second-hand houses, this thing does not need to Jiang Yu personally worry about. Just Wang Chang idle, although his main duty is the driver, but the small company a post multi-capacity well, Jiang Yu as a capitalist, naturally cannot let each other idle. Jiang Yu called to explain the situation to him, so that Wang Chang is free to find a two-room cheap old neighborhood in the county, preferably the same day to close the deal, if not, tomorrow will also be fine. At that time, contact Jiang Yu, he will directly arrange to pay a few $100,000, for the current Jiang Yu, but a piece of cake. Jiang Yu called Su Qinyan again and said with a smile, baby, how have you been? A baby, let Su Qinyan heart happy, but the tone still with aggrieved, what else can do, every day boring to stay. Someone ignores me every day, and after waiting for so long, he doesn't want me at all. Flirting with the other party, Jiang Yu felt some revulsion in his heart, but he could only endure it when he thought that he could save more than $2 million. Now that he was holding large tens of millions of dollars in his hands, he wasn't poorly paid, but the thought of spending a not insignificant amount of money on people who disgusted him made him feel worse than killing himself. Jiang Yu perfunctorily said, these days I am too busy to get out of the way, now I'm doing hundreds of millions of demolition projects, but also at this juncture, the capital chain broke a few million. Last time I was begging you, this is not no money embarrassed to find you. Su Qinyan said generously, hey, I thought it was something. Didn't you say a few days ago, there is still a difference of more than $2 million, sis has money, sis give you. Although Su Qinyan was not smart, she knew very well that wanting to go back to Jiang Yu without spending a penny and without any indication at all was already completely impossible. And today is not the same as in the past, Jiang Yu has been from a well-off class of white-collar workers, transformed into a small tycoon. She naturally knows that they are not worthy of each other, but after all, there is a foundation of feelings. She felt that she just made a woman will make mistakes, as long as the good performance, the other side will forgive themselves. Jiang Yu smoothly said, is it really possible? If it's possible, you're really a big help. Right now, there is just one demolition household's compensation left to give. After a while, the company will have a big order, and a conservative estimate is that it can score $10 million. Although Su Qinyan heartache their own money, these can be she circled around different old man side hard-earned. But she couldn't give up the child to catch the wolf, she said with a cross heart, of course there is no problem, after all, I love you so much. You say the account number, I'll call you over. Jiang Yu did not say his account number, but the bank card picture CFA sent him directly to Su Qinyan, and explained to her the amount and username, instructed never transfer the wrong, but also in the transfer of notes that this is the demolition compensation. Su Qinyan is more assured that Jiang Yu did not lie to him, and is really a little short of the demolition money. Jiang Yu hypocritically expresses his love on the phone, Muma, thank you baby. In a few days, I'll match you with your house and car, and I've asked someone to work on the company. But there's another partner, it's the wife of a friend of mine, the shares will be half for both of you. Su Qinyan felt that her good day had come and said happily, Muma, baby I love you too. I don't know about these things, so you can just arrange it when the time comes. Hanging up the phone, Kang Wu spat, even though he didn't get a kiss, he still felt sick. After a few phone calls to deal with various things, Shilong did not need supplies for the time being, he and the Empress would contact each other every day across the room, and now that they didn't need a tablet, the two of them talked to each other every night, and they couldn't wait to sleep together. Boredom had gotten him hooked on watching live streams lately. The feeling of being able to control a woman by spending only a small amount of money was just too good. Moreover, Jiang Yu had been very honest since he was a child, and things like hunting and bar hopping had nothing to do with him. Now after the shift in thinking, things that have not been done before, Jiang Yu would like to give it a good try. Skillfully open the jitterbug, these days, Jiang Yu and the long legs, big bears, buttocks and other tags under the stay too long, jitterbug has tagged him, basically brushed all the beautiful women. However, the network is ultimately virtual, in the beautiful face under the auspices of all are beautiful. For this reason, Jiang Yu also deliberately downloaded a software, can automatically go to the face, simply network demon spotting mirror, really for Jiang Yu to save a lot of unnecessary expenses, but also inadvertently found a lot of xiaobiluo. Just opened the jittery voice, it pushed a beautiful woman to Jiang Yu, with big eyes, high nose, and a face with an exotic flavor. Jiang Yu was immediately attracted. Just because this woman and the Empress has 3 points of similarity, just 3 points, already can be called the absolute color of the world. Skillfully open the Go Beauty software. This is still Jiang Yu encountered the first beauty before and after. The difference is not big. Although the woman is pretty, not many people watch her live. The internet is so competitive now that it's past the time when you could make a lot of money if you looked good and wore little. Jiang Yu in the public screen and the other party casually chatted a few words, learned that the anchor is Xinjiang people, height 167, weight 90. He sent a small gift, saw the other party's full body photo. The body is good, almost C-cup, of course, it may be stuffed with toilet paper. The legs are white and straight and thin. Jiang Yu instantly understood why our old ancestor wanted to conquer the western region. Just this little beauty, who could not be moved by the sight of it? Chapter 63, It's easy to pick up girls. Nearly has been idle boredom. Jiang Yu nothing to do to the small anchor brush a small gift or something. Rich people boring and uninteresting life, can only barely through the network chat to comfort. For a few days in a row, every day to spend $1,000 or $800, unknowingly also brush the account to more than 40 levels. In the eyes of ordinary people and small anchors, it is also considered a big brother. The least you can be sure of with a 40+ level account is that the person is willing to spend money on the internet. As for whether the person behind the screen is misappropriating public funds or eating instant noodles every day to brush to his family, it is unknown. After all, the anchor wants to make money. It was also because of the account level that the small anchors had a good attitude towards Jiang Yu, so they wanted the other party to brush some money for them. Jiang Yu typed below, how to add the anchor WeChat. The little anchor voice is quite nice, but with the unique flavor of Xinjiang, an exotic flavor replied, brother, need 2 sunglasses oh. Can you play the internet is a novice, just listen to so many people have said, now the small anchor generally give money to have further development. He didn't get too cheesy, he just typed on the public screen and asked, can I get you to hang out? There weren't many people watching the live broadcast, only a dozen or so, but Jiang Yu's mind men understand. It's not the first or second time that an anchor woman hears this kind of talk, and all of them don't want to play with the anchor, they want to play the anchor. The anchor woman said formulaically, come over to play with me cannot be this price, first brush a sports car to see the strength. A few days ago, when Jiang Yu just played Shake Shack, he deliberately charged $50,000, and after using it for a few days, he only spent $5,000. A lot of anchors he also did not look at, send gifts or what Jiang Yu still do not understand, but then still find the sports car icon. Gorgeous special effects lit up, 2,000 a gift, the female anchor has just lived not long, or the first time to receive a gift. Slender fingers gently covered the corners of her mouth, her delicate red lips half exposed, the anchor said in a unique accent, thank you, you really swiped it for me? I have a big brother too? Most of the people who usually brush Jane are ordinary people who just love to tell a little lie and brag a little online, with the filter of the internet, as if all of them have been earning millions of dollars a year. But let the other guy pay for it when the filter shatters and basically most of them disappear in some dive. Who would have thought that Kongwu would really give money? Kongwu typed below. It looks like the right brush, so I'll swipe a few more. 10 sports car effects in a row floated up from the public screen. Anchor woman do not know what to say, who understands live for 10 days in a row, I'll look at the background, $1.50 a day withdrawals, even to pay the electricity bill is not enough. She finally has a big brother too, over $20,000 in gifts and a small $10,000 in commission, she has the motivation to stick around again. The anchor's name is Nagoyujiang Dirikas. Relying on her pretty looks, she left Xinjiang and came to Jilin to pursue her dream. She thought she could make something of herself, but the reality hit her hard. Finally having a big brother, no matter what, she couldn't give up. Didn't she come to Nanking to live a good life, and it was as if she could already see a good life right in front of her. Rushing to send his own WeChat through the background of the jitterbug, Jiang Yu's mouth smiled evilly, and WeChat added on the other party's WeChat. It was his first time, but he felt as if picking up girls wasn't that hard, and wasn't this already a good first step? The young anchor rushed off the air, it's more important to properly maintain Big Brother than the small amount of money earned from the live broadcast. Jiang Yu's WeChat sounded a beep, and an exotic voice was sent over. Brother, do you really want to ask someone out? The other party took the initiative to ask, this matter has naturally become 80%, Jiang Yu typed without panic. Of course, why else would I swipe a gift, if not to get a kiss? The first time he talked to a woman so directly, Jiang Yu was still a little afraid that the other party would directly delete his WeChat. After all, that's a bit of a humiliating statement. Who knows, the other party didn't get angry in the slightest, her voice still whispered, "Brother, you're annoying, this is another price." When you say that a female looks like a chicken, the self-appointed ones will be outraged and will feel that it's humiliating, and only the ones who are really that kind of person can take it with a grain of salt. Of course, there are grades of the little hen thing, and this one is not high grade, it's just been put on the shelf and hasn't been tried out yet. Jiang Yu knows the truth that only if you have rice in your hand, the hen will always follow you. When you scatter the rice, the hens fight for it and don't even remember who scattered it. He replied with a wealthy-type reply. Anything that money can fix, it's trivial. The other party sent over a location, inside a Netflix apartment downtown, almost an hour's drive away. Jiang Yu is also a rare move, but the business car seems too old-fashioned, ride his own motorcycle, and set off with the roar of the throttle. Once in a blue moon, Kangwoo decided to treat his little brother. In the past, when I was a child, I did not understand. I have been working hard, and I worked overtime desperately for a few taels of broken silver, and I do not know how much my younger brother has suffered after myself. Now that the days are better, Jiang Yu is not short of money, so naturally he can't condescend to his brother. BMW motorcycle is fast. On the road, Jiang Yu give full play to the convenience of the motorcycle, all the way through the left and right. It was supposed to be an hour's journey, but Kangwoo managed it in half an hour. When he arrived at the place, Now first told him to wait. Kangwoo was so fast that she hadn't finished a lot of preparations. The girl must go out with good makeup, change into a sexy dress, wash and scent all over, especially her little white feet, and spray with a boost of perfume. You can't just let each other smell like cumin when you sleep together. Normal men, all of a sudden, lose interest. A lot of women in Xinjiang have a strange smell, but Nago is the exception, and her body has always been fragrant and soft. Kangwoo didn't wait too long. 10 minutes later, Now was wearing a long black one-piece sweater with purple stockings underneath and short black boots on her feet. A singer sang it right, and my sister said that the purple color was very charming, and Kangwoo smiled and narrowed his eyes, satisfied with the woman in front of him. The other party in the video appearance is not much difference. He removed the helmet one-handed carry, smiling walked up and extended his hand and said, "Have been waiting for you for a while. Hello, my name is Jiang Yu." As if she knew what was going to happen in a moment, Nao's cheeks flashed two blushes, but she still reached out to shake Kangwoo's hand. In a small voice, he responded, "Sorry to keep you waiting, my name is Nago Yujangderix." Nao's palms were slender, with snow-white skin and tender flesh growing in the center of the palm, soft to the touch. If it didn't look so obscene, Kangwoo would have wanted to put his hand on the tip of his nose and smell it when he drew it back. Chapter 64 The Empress Sister. Jiang Yu casually asked, "Where do you want to go?" "Let's go and play around for a while to familiarize ourselves with the environment, and then we can talk about other things afterwards." As his only big brother, Nao didn't dare to have the slightest rebuttal, and said softly, "It's fine for you to decide, I'm fine with it all." Jiang Yu scrutinized the other party's dress, stocking dress with delicate makeup, obviously not suitable to be his motorcycle fender. He put the helmet into the tailgate of his motorcycle, dialed the phone to inform the location, and a few minutes later, Zhang Chang hurriedly arrived. For his first date with a girl he chatted with online, Jiang Yu naturally had to keep an eye out. For the safety of both parties, as well as for convenience, driving is obviously more appropriate. However, driving a commercial vehicle to pick up girls by yourself looks like a chauffeur in any case. Jiang Yu had already thought of all this, and before he left, he informed Wang Chang to go with him and be on standby when the time came. However, compared to the motorcycle, the speed of the sedan was still slightly slower. During the time that Jiang Yu waited for Nao, Wang Chang had only just parked his car. Jiang Yu said in a slightly showy manner, "Wait a bit first, my driver will be here to pick us up soon." A business car and driver is the picture of what a tycoon's appearance should look like, and driving over in a business car by yourself does tend to make it look like you're stealing the driver of your boss's car. Driving to a nearby mall, Nago bore a passing resemblance to the Empress and was destined to be the perfect replacement. Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't be too stingy. The first floor of the mall was full of big-name cosmetics, which were also a girl's favorite. Picking out 2 sets of divine water for each other and buying 3 more bottles of black bandage, it wasn't that Jiang Yu couldn't afford more, but he was worried that the stuff would pass its shelf life. Lazy to look for a better restaurant, Jiang Yu used to be just an ordinary person. Nowadays, although a little bit of money, but the real heavenly palace on the scenery, he has not been able to enjoy. He chose a chain restaurant upstairs in the mall that was quite famous in Jinling. When you don't know what to choose when eating, it's always a good idea to choose a chain restaurant. Even though it won't be particularly tasty, you won't have to step in the pits. Nao was not fussy, and after dinner, the two went upstairs together to watch a newly released romantic movie. In the movie theater, the dim screen creates an ambiguous atmosphere, and their bodies unconsciously lean together. Nago's small head leaned on Kongwoo's shoulder, and Kongwoo was a little mesmerized by the scent of the other person's hair. In the world of adults, everyone has their own ideas. That I am afraid of losing Big Brother and long for a better life. Kongwoo, on the other hand, needs a substitute to ease his thoughts. It's not about love, yet it's about love, and the two are together anyway. After watching the movie, Jiang Yu had long ago asked Wang Chang to go back first. Now that he could communicate with the Empress across the sky, there was no need to go home and guard the tablet every day. There was a Hilton hotel right next to the mall, and after having money, Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't treat himself poorly. Both for the sake of enjoyment and to show off, he directly booked the presidential suite with a price as high as $30,000 a night. Nago's eyes are full of little stars, no matter when, women are strong. Especially in this society, as long as a man has the aura of being rich, even if he is a pig, in the eyes of a woman, he will become Daniel Wu. The service in the presidential suite was unbelievably attentive. Now had never seen such an array of people, a dozen of them serving her, the bathtub sprinkled with rose petals. The oversized floor-to-ceiling windows had an unobstructed view of the city at night. Now came from a small place and came to Jiling just to make money. Now that she had finally seen the paper drunkenness of the upper class, she couldn't help but be a little mesmerized by this feeling. She looked at Jiang Yu with mesmerized eyes. Everything in front of her was just too dreamy. It's not too late to meet your Prince Charming at the perfect age, it's just right. The spacious and bright fitting room was bigger than her family's parlor. The huge crystal chandelier emitted a warm and bright light. On this night, the simple little Xinjiang girl now was completely conquered by the capital and was incredibly submissive to Jiang Yu. From 8 o'clock until 2 o'clock in the morning, the two of them fell into a deep sleep. Before going to sleep, Now and Jiang Yu were both excited to the extreme. Meeting people in other places, time is precious. Jiang Yu didn't want to waste it at all. Luckily, there was more than one room in the presidential suite, so the two of them switched rooms and switched beds to sleep beautifully. Another contented day. After waking up from sleep, Kongwoo put $50,000 on the bedside, and that's about the price of a diamond-encrusted one. Kongwoo has a sense of guilt in his heart, always feeling that he has victimized his fellow men and raised some kind of price. Riding on a motorcycle home, district anchorwoman only, just a substitute, not much emotion. Next time give money to continue to play as. Lying on the big bed he slept on for a few years, Jiang Yu sighed. It is really better to have a golden nest than a dog's nest. Demolition work is being carried out in an orderly manner. Huang Zhang has already found a good engineering team, excavators into the site of the demolition. The former houses have been bulldozed. After the construction waste is transported out, then build the fence, then build their own water purification plant and warehouse. Everything is gradually on track. On the Xiliang side, the sweet potatoes given by Jiang Yu had already sprouted. Worthy of being the fastest growing cash crop, it was estimated that in another 2 months, it would be ready to be dug up and consumed. In addition to developing agriculture, Xiliang now had 100,000 people left in the city, including 20,000 soldiers. Last time, Fong Hongfu led a city-wide conscription, and as long as they joined the army, each soldier would receive half a caddy of rice and 2 spoons of salt. This meant that if just one member of the family joined the army, the whole family would be able to eat fragrant white rice, a food that nobles and lords dared not even ask for in the past. And it was distributed so that everyone in the family had salt to eat. With salt, the soldiers had the strength to go into battle and kill the enemy, and the people had the strength to plow and work. There were now as many as 50,000 soldiers in Xiliang, and when Yu's second batch of threaded steel was transmitted, every soldier would be able to share a. The Empress's own sister, Fong Cherry, had a look not dissimilar to the Empress's, only her temperament was slightly childish. Now can already be seen as a beauty billet, but from the magnificent is still far away. The Empress also had a headache with this younger sister, who had never been fond of qin, chess, calligraphy and painting since she was a child, but was instead interested in dancing with swords and sticks. Ever since the Huns hit Zhengye city, she has been clamoring to go to war. In the patriotic war, the Empress was impartial to anyone. If needed, even she herself could be sacrificed without hesitation. But not this sister. Fong Sakura was her only family in the world. At the time, her mother had given birth to 2 daughters who had died of depression due to lack of favor. Later, their father also died of overwork in the woman's belly. In the brutal battle for the throne, the Empress struggles to protect herself and her sister, and luckily she wins in the end. When she became the emperor, the Empress implemented the policy of lightening the burden of the people by levying taxes and renting land back to the people. Most of the landowners' land was divided up, and the people were given land to grow and food to eat, and were no longer required to bear the heavy taxes of the former dynasty. Except for the old nobles, all the people embraced Fong Hongfu. She also revitalized the imperial examination system, changing it from once every 4 years to once a year, vigorously selecting talents for the country, and courageously enabling young people. Young people who supported the Empress began to gradually occupy important official positions in the official circle, and the old nobles could no longer make waves. It was with this series of policies that the cohesion of Xiliang was unprecedentedly strong, and all the people were united in their defense of the last Zhengye city. They held on until Jiang Yu was able to reach out to Western Liang. With the help of him, an immortal, the situation was completely stabilized. Chapter 65 The Hun Spy. However, the current situation is not a long-term solution. With the help of the immortals, the people and soldiers of Xiliang don't have to worry about food for the time being, but the Xiongnu is still like a tiger outside the city. What is more worrying is that all the water sources in the city have been polluted, which has become the heaviest thing on Fong Hongfu's mind. Winter is approaching, the sky is dry, and the river is about to freeze, making it even more difficult to get water. Nowadays, Xiliang's water source is all maintained by Jiang Yu's daily delivery of tap water on time. In addition to the development of the people, the matter of confronting the Xiongnu is equally vital, and the two sides have been locked in a protracted tug of war. The Huns were betting on the lack of supplies for the people of Xiliang, while Xiliang was waiting for the cold winter to fall. The already harsh wilderness environment, under the onslaught of the cold winter, the Xiongnu soldiers were bound to suffer heavy losses. While Fong Hongfu was chatting with her own sister, unbeknownst to her, there was a pair of eyes peering in the dark not far away. When the Empress stepped out of the doorway, the peeping figure had quietly left. The figure sprinted along the path, found an unoccupied wall, and quickly descended using an iron hook and rope, landing straight at the Huns' middle army tent. After the details were dispatched, Jin Rikchan and Zhang Luer had been waiting for a long time, just waiting to find out the reality of the city and then launch an attack. At this moment, the first scout finally returned, and he couldn't wait to report, "See the general, see the military division." In the past few days, Jiang Luo's position in the Xiongnu military camp seemed to have improved, but in reality, it was like a candle in the wind, faltering. Jin Rikchan forced him into a high position, but he had no actual talent to show, so the generals were naturally disconcerted. If he didn't fight a beautiful turnaround battle, his position as a military commander would soon be drowned in the spittle of the crowd. He asked anxiously, "What is the situation in Zhengye city? Tell it in as much detail as possible." The scout has witnessed the development of Xiliang in the past few days, the people are clothed and fed, and the warriors' morale is high. The scout sincerely believes that it is never wise to engage in a war with Xiliang at this time. He reported truthfully, reporting back to the military division, "Nowadays, there is no shortage of food in Xiliang city, and even fine rice can be eaten, there is also sufficient water, and some people can even enjoy salt. Those women are wearing heavy green clothing with excellent warmth retention, so wintering over is not a problem at all. Moreover, all have water to drink every day. There is also a strange statue standing in the city of Zhangye, which, according to the people of Xiliang, is the idol of an immortal. Now everything in Xiliang is a gift from the immortals. The people have food to eat, and the weapons of the warriors are sharp." Zhang Luer and Jin Rikchan sniffed and frowned. This was the first time they truly understood Western Liang. When the city was first attacked, every Western Liang soldier carried a transparent bottle, exquisitely crafted, filled with clear water. At that time, Jiang Luo felt that something was wrong. After all, items like mineral water bottles never appeared in ancient times, and such a portable object for holding water could not have come out of nowhere. It's just that Kim Il-Sakeda is too conceited and only wants to sweep everything away with his powerful soldiers. Jiang Luo asked, "Can you find out where these things came from? It can't be falling from the sky, right?" The scout replied uncertainly, "According to the Shillong people, these things are indeed heavenly gifts." Jin Il-Chuan angrily slapped the legs of his chair and said angrily, "Ridiculous, how is this possible?" The scout replied aggrievedly, "The Xiliang side is the one that says all the supplies are given by the gods of heaven. Whenever Jiang Yu transmitted supplies, only Empress Fong Hongfu and some important officials were present, not to mention a single scout. Even the real people of Western Liang had never witnessed this scene." Jin Rikchan said angrily, "How dare you argue, pull out and behead." Two of Golden Sun Cicada's personal guards came striding in, racking up the scout and about to drag him out. Jiang Luo hurriedly interrupted, "Hold on, if Xiliang has these supplies, there must be forces at the back to help them, just that it is still uncertain which force. Moreover, this matter must be a core secret of Xiliang, scouts have just infiltrated, it's hard to spy on such information." Jean Rickchan now trusted Jiang Luo the most. He raised his hand and said, "Since the military division is helping you plead for mercy, I'll give you a chance. If you say some more useful information, then I'll spare you from death." In order to stay alive, the scout hurriedly said, "I just poked around and found out that the Empress has been hiding her sister, and this woman must be the soft underbelly of the other side. General, spare my life. I will go and help General capture this woman." Golden Sun Cicada and Jiang Luo's eyes lit up at the same time. If they could catch Fong Hongfu's handle and even force her to surrender, this war would be over. The temperamental Golden Sun Cicada laughed loudly and said, "This piece of information is good. Get lost and go back to do it. If you don't do it well, come back or have your head chopped off." The scout bowed his head and said yes, not daring to look up at Jean Rickchan for fear that the other party would notice his malicious eyes. He had obviously done his best to spy on the information, but he almost ended up being executed. If it were anyone else, his heart would not be balanced. At this moment, the scout hated the Golden Sun Cicada so much that he couldn't wait to cut him down on the spot. Just at the moment there is no time to make a move, he can only retreat with a low brow, but in his heart, he is secretly calculating that instead of being a scout, it is better to sell information about the Huns. Jiang Luo stroked his chin and said thoughtfully to Jean Rickchan, "I've long felt that it's not right for Xiliang to suddenly have so many supplies, but now it seems that by capturing the Empress's sister, all the truth will be revealed." Jean Rickchan said with some distress, "Right now, she is hiding in Jiangye City, and there is no way for us to catch her." Jiang Luo smiled and said with confidence, "Your Majesty, don't be impatient, as the saying goes, to repair the inn in the open, to do it in the dark. Let's slowly find a way to sneak in, and we can definitely catch the Empress by surprise." After several failed battles, Jean Rickchan knew that he was not wise enough, and now he deferred to Jiang Luo in everything. He humbly asked, "What good advice does the military master have?" Jiang Luo was not arrogant and cocky. Instead, she humbly explained, "General, the soldiers have collected quite a lot of stones, so our recently constructed stone throwers can be put to use. From now on, in the open, we will use the stone throwers to attack the other side from time to time every day. Secretly, let's arrange for soldiers to dig tunnels, so that when the time comes, we can both attack the city through the tunnels and also take the Empress sister captive through the tunnels and use it to threaten the Empress." Although Jean Cicada is not very intelligent, he is an unapologetic scumbag, and this kind of threatening kidnapping scheme is right up his alley. Recently, the Huns have not attacked, but the soldiers have not been idle. Although Jiang Luo was the son of a military family, he also knew a little about the skills of the Gongzhou family, and was quite proficient in many organ techniques. Originally, the Xiongnu's stone-throwing vehicles were too poorly made and could only throw some small stones. But after Jiang Luo's modifications, the siege vehicle could now throw large stones of 500 pounds. He could also put a dozen or so small stones into the stone thrower at the same time. At that time, Xiliang City would be like a meteorite rain. If it hit someone's head, it would surely kill them on the spot. Chapter 66: Braised Pork and Crystal Elbows. After 10 days of intense hustle and bustle, all the stone throwers had been remodeled, and Jiang Luo decisively ordered to attack Xiliang once again. Han soldiers have long been unable to restrain their inner fervor, as a people born to cruelty and killing for fun, except for a little restraint when playing with women. The rest of the time, the idea of killing and slaughtering the city occupies the whole mind. Soldiers quickly form up. The Han army is arranged in a neat line. Each group of 6 people work closely together. 4 people work together to pick up the boulder into the stone-throwing machine. 1 person is responsible for adjusting the launch angle. The most front soldiers are holding a sharp blade, just waiting for a command to cut the rope. After many days, the scale of this attack is unprecedentedly grand. Hundreds of stone-throwing machines started at the same time. The size of the stones, like a downpour of rain whistling down, have fallen into the city of Jiangye. The boulder, weighing several hundred pounds, smashed hard on Jiangye's sturdy city wall, and instantly a huge crater was smashed out on top of the wall. Although the Western Liang soldiers on the city wall were aware of it, most of them hid behind the city wall, but under such a dense stone rain, there were still 2 or 3 soldiers were unfortunately hit. One of the soldiers was hit in the spine by a boulder and collapsed on the ground, unable to move, but fortunately other comrades lifted her up in time and moved her to shelter under the citadel. For the physical training of her soldiers, the Empress had always attached great importance to it, requiring all soldiers to carry 80 pounds of sandbags and run 5 kilometers every day. Although many soldiers complained about this, they did not realize that the sandbags behind them might one day become themselves, or perhaps a wounded comrade. This training program was initially proposed to the Empress precisely by Jiang Yu, because only if you truly value the lives of your soldiers will they be willing to lay down their lives for you. After a round of fierce attacks by the Huns, the walls of Xiliang City were severely damaged, and many people's houses in the city were not spared and suffered varying degrees of destruction. Fortunately, the people living close to the city walls had been evacuated in advance, and there were no casualties except for a few soldiers who were injured. The soldiers on the walls quickly withdrew and were replaced by a new batch of scouts who continued to hold their positions, always alert to the movements of the Huns. The Empress stood under the city wall with a grave expression as several soldiers carried an injured young girl to her. The young girl had just turned 16, the very same army the Empress had joined during the last national draft. She harbors a simple desire to contribute to her country, as well as to feed and clothe her family. At the end of her life, the Empress still did not give up on her, and she was willing to give her all for her country. The young girl struggled to get up and salute the Empress, but she could not help the fact that her spine had been smashed and her internal organs were severely damaged, so she spat out blood at the slightest movement. The Empress hastily squatted down and said gently, "Don't move, it's fine, there's no need to care about all this red tape. Tell me what other wishes you have right now, and I will do my best to fulfill them." The young girl asked in a weak voice, "Really?" The Empress nodded vigorously. This flower girl withered on the battlefield. This was the price she paid for Xiliang, for Fong Hongfu. No matter what, she had to fulfill the other's wish. The girl gathered her courage and said, "Your Majesty, when I was a child my family raised a pig with black and white flowers. I called it Dahlia. I loved it and played with it every day. It was like a companion to me." The girl coughed violently again, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth once more. The Empress held her hand tightly and said softly, "Don't be in a hurry, speak slowly." The girl continued, "I came home one day and found Dahlia not in the pig pen. Dad just said it had gone out to play. But when it was time to eat, there was a plate of braised pork on the table, and it was the best dish I had ever eaten in my life. The vegetable soup soaked into the rice and tasted simply delicious. I really want to eat it again." The Empress tightly held the girl's hand and solemnly promised, "Don't worry, I'm going to make arrangements, and I'll definitely let you eat red meat." Since the last time she was sick, the Empress had established a spaced-out connection with Jiang Yu. On weekdays, she only exchanged good nights and poured her heart out with Jiang Yu at night. She never bothered Jiang Yu during the day because she knew that the immortal must be very busy with his day-to-day business. At this time, Jiang Yu is at home bored with jitterbugs. Demolition works have just been launched. He has no important matters for the time being. Now that there are many people, it is not appropriate to transmit supplies to Xiliang. Moreover, the basic needs of Xiliang have been met, and the rest can be done slowly. Rome wasn't built in a day, and everything needs to be done gradually. "Kong Wu, are you there?" Suddenly, Fong Hongfu's voice rang out in Jiang Yu's mind, and the virtual figure of the other party appeared before his eyes with it. Fong Hongfu was not in the palace where she normally resided, but was standing in a corner by the side of the road. She said bluntly to Jiang Yu, "One of my soldiers died, and she wanted to eat a bowl of braised pork before she died. Can you get me some pork from your side?" Jiang Yu sniffed and there was a moment of silence in his heart. War was always accompanied by sacrifices, and every loss of life was heartbreaking. But he quickly moved on from his grief, got in his old car and drove to the food market. The car is worn but extremely well suited for commuting. The vegetable market was not far from here. In fact, Jiang Yu could buy vegetables and sell meat every day to transmit it to Xiliang. But a few hundred pounds of meat is just a drop in the bucket for Xiliang's 100,000-strong army. However, it was more than enough to feed the little soldier who was about to pass away. On the way, Jiang Yu passed by a long-established restaurant in the town, Wang Laoshu Restaurant. This restaurant is quite famous in the area and has been open for decades. The owner was an old cook with a few good dishes. Later, his son inherited his father's craft and passed on 90% of the old flavor. His crystal elbows and braised pork are a specialty. Jiang Yu parked his car in front of the restaurant, quickly ordered 5 portions of braised pork and 5 plates of crystal elbows, then swept the code to check out and informed the boss to come back later to pick it up. The whole process was smooth and unrivaled, ending in less than 2 minutes. Afterward, Jiang Yu drove to the food market. Since he had come here once, he naturally couldn't just buy a few pounds of pork. He walked to the stall selling meat and rounded up all the pork, mutton, beef, and other meats. A total of less than $10,000 was spent on some purchases. Jiang Yu's sedan was stuffed to the brim, leaving half loaded. The boss promised to call a cargo Lara later to Jiang Yu send over. On the way back, the 10 dishes packed by Wang Lao Ruthless Restaurant were ready. Jiang Yu carried the heavy food box with mixed feelings in his heart. On the way back, Jiang Yu talked to the Empress through the spaced-out connection. "Hongfu, how is that child doing?" In Jiang Yu's eyes, this young girl, who had just turned 16, was still just a child. Fong Hongfu replied truthfully, "The situation is not good. The imperial doctor has just diagnosed that she may not survive the night." Jiang Yu couldn't help but let out a long sigh at his words. Perhaps the young life could be saved with modern medical technology, but he was unable to teleport the medical equipment along with the doctor. Jiang Yu said to the Empress, "Don't worry, I'm already on my way back. The braised pork and crystal elbows will be teleported to you right away." Chapter 67, Pre-War Preparations. Ever since Jiang Yu could connect with the Empress across the sky, teleporting supplies had become much easier. With a single thought, he could teleport the supplies there, but there was still a certain limitation: he couldn't leave his yard. Jiang Yu had tried, and after going beyond the courtyard, no matter how hard he tried, nothing could be teleported to Shillong. Fortunately, the distance was not far, and in less than 10 minutes, Jiang Yu arrived home. Neither got out of the car, and a thought teleported all the meals and meats from the car to the western cooler. Now Shillong didn't need to receive the supplies on the altar either. Jiang Yu's thoughts went over, and after the Empress received it, the supplies would appear in front of her. The imperial chef had long since been on standby, carrying various meats back to the kitchen to get busy. The Empress walked over to the injured girl with the food box in her hand and opened it with her flourishing hand. The crystal elbows were crystal clear, and the elbow's cue bounced the moment I opened the food box, so similar to those girls' beautiful breasts. The Empress used her chopsticks to gently pick up a piece of fat and thin meat from the elbow that had been steamed first and then boiled had long been cooked through, and the chopsticks could be pierced in with a gentle poke. The Empress put the meat to the girl's mouth and said, "Eat, this is the elbow that the immortals just gave, it must taste good." The girl gently opened her sandalwood mouth, the flavor that she had never tasted before exploded inside her taste buds. Her face was as red as a flashback, her entire face became rosy, and she muttered, "It's delicious. It's a flavor I've never tasted before." The Empress picked up another piece of braised pork and put it in the girl's mouth. This time the other party did not speak, instead she closed her eyes and savored it. A crystalline teardrop fell from the corner of her eye, and in a slightly choked voice, she said, "It's delicious, even better than the ones I had when I was a child." Kangwu was considerate enough to ask for a couple servings of rice in addition to the braised pork. Pouring the sticky broth of the braised pork into the rice, Fong Hongfu fed the girl one bite at a time. After eating a box of rice in a row, the girl had never eaten anything so good in her life. When the Empress tried to open the second food box, the girl shook her head gently. The Empress asked gently, "What's wrong? Don't want to eat anymore?" The girl said with a strained smile, "Your Majesty, I'm full, I just don't want to be a starving man, but I have another wish, can Your Majesty grant me that?" Fong Hongfu patiently replied, "As long as you live, I can grant you as many wishes as you want, don't give up, every day in the future, I will ask for delicious food with the immortals, after eating, your injuries will surely grow a little bit." The girl shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, my last wish is for you and the warriors to try the braised pork and elbows, they taste so good, I'll pass, I'm already full." After saying that, as if realizing something, the girl looked up with a lingering glance at the azure sky, and her palm slipped feebly from the Empress's hand. The Empress didn't shed a tear, but the chopsticks in her hand were unconsciously broken. The Empress said grimly, "The meat that the immortals just transmitted over, make all of it into a meal and give it to each warrior to share out, even if it's only a spoonful of soup per person, and then see what other vegetables and meat there are inside the palace, and have all of them cooked by the imperial chefs to reward the 3 armies today." Minro bowed her head beside her and said yes, as the Prime Minister, all the big and small things about the people's lives in Xiliang needed her to be responsible for. As the Empress's absolute beloved, she could sense that the Empress had moved to true anger, and a fierce beast was hidden in her heart under her calm exterior. However, as a vassal, the greatest role was to share the Empress's worries and help her carry out his every decision, rather than questioning the other party's rightness or wrongness. Minro quietly retreated and urged the imperial kitchen to go. In total, Jiang Yu sent over a few thousand pounds of meat, but when translated to the tens of thousands of soldiers, it wasn't much, and even each person could only share a bowl of meat soup. But the good thing was that there were still quite a few things left from the previous things that Jiang Yu had teleported over, all sorts of dishes, beef jerky, instant noodles, squash and whatnot. Altogether, each person can have an average of 2 dishes and rice to fill them up. As far as the era of Xiliang was concerned, especially now that it was still a time of famine, the Empress distributed food that was more plentiful than a New Year's Eve. At the entrance to the palace, there were hundreds of long lines, and hundreds of cauldrons kept steaming rice behind them. Each soldier gets a bag of squash, a small scoop of meat, and a strip of beef jerky, and a bag of instant noodles. The noodles are unopened, so soldiers can take them back to their families or eat them themselves later. In the past 2 years, after the Huns attacked the city, everyone in Xiliang hadn't had a decent meal. Recently, with the help of Jiang Yu, the soldiers, and the people, this barely enough to eat, but it is only porridge with a little salt, and the occasional squash and white rice, it is the best meal. But this time the soldiers ate differently, having reached the standard of 3 dishes and 1 soup per person. Sort of the best food I've had in 2 years. The Empress looked at the smiles on the soldiers' faces with a pleased expression. Compared to the district's supplies, these were the most precious things. Beside her stood Nui Nui, the disciple she had taken in some time ago, and the Empress didn't eat her own portion, giving it all to Nui Nui. The little one, with his mouth stuffed with bulges, said to the Empress in a blur, "Silku, hood is good times." The Empress dotingly stroked Nui Nui's little head. "The war, it cost this country too much. Only by ending the war as soon as possible could the people be put out of their misery." After the last soldier finished eating, the Empress began to give orders. "All soldiers, start to prepare today, have a good rest and recuperate in the evening. Tomorrow against the Huns counterattack, it's time to end the war in Su." Now that Xiliang's army was strong, the Empress had planned to continue to spend to avoid casualties, and when winter came, the Xiongnu would naturally retreat. The dead girl today had given him warning that winter was coming, and the Huns were likely to retreat or fight to the death, and then the casualties would be even heavier. Instead of drying up with the other side now, it would be better to take advantage of the fact that Xiliang now has a strong army to take the initiative and solve the Xiongnu's trouble once and for all. The Empress's orders were passed down layer by the Minister of War, and the signal for a counterattack eventually reached the ears of every soldier. Although Xiliang were all female soldiers, all of them hated the Huns immensely, and they tacitly poked their lances on the ground one by one, shouting, "Kill all the Huns! Kill all!" Chapter 68, Expedition. The Empress looked at Nui Nui as if she saw the next generation of Xiliang's valor, picked up the lovely Nui Nui, and softly said, "When you grow up, Master will definitely let you be a vanguard officer." Nui Nui pouted a little, but she couldn't refute her master's decision. In the evening, Fong Hongfu and Jiang Yu said his decision. Xiongnu stayed for a long time. Fong Hongfu said to Jiang Yu in an extremely gentle tone, "Jiang Yu, I decided to launch a general attack on Xiongnu. Do you have any good ideas?" Jiang Yu murmured, "I don't know how to do it, but the emperor is not bad at starving soldiers. In a moment I will help you get some food, so that all the soldiers will be fed before they go out on the battlefield." The Empress thanked Jiang Yu. "Thank you. With food, the soldiers will definitely work harder when the time comes." Jiang Yu said with full of love, "There is no need to be like this between you and me. As long as it can be done, I will do my best to help you. There are too many soldiers in Western Liang, really looking for restaurants to order dishes. 100,000 copies are estimated to be simply not done. But there just happens to be a specialty product where Kongwu is that can satisfy Xiliang's needs. It used to be said that no duck could get out of the Golden Temple alive. Now Jinling is vigorously developing the tourism industry and launching all kinds of instant food vacuum-packed ducks, cinnamon duck, brine duck, roast duck, and plate duck. Whether it's a supermarket or a specialty store, these are plentiful on the shelves. It's basically a big grudge breed sold to out-of-towners who come to play, and Jinling locals don't even look at it. Jiang Yu called the supermarket manager at the beginning. It had been a while since he had contacted each other, but this manager did give Jiang Yu a lot of help. Without the other party's recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to find so many suppliers, and it would still take a lot of effort to turn around and buy supplies for Xiliang. The supermarket manager notes the god of wealth in his cell phone to Jiang Yu, and every time Jiang Yu calls, he makes a small profit. He straightened his body and answered the phone with a professional fake smile. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Yu opened the door and said, "Manager Yu also, we have not contacted for some time. This call is also something to ask." Kong was asking for something is not the same as the kind of friends who don't contact each other for a long time, either to borrow money or to get married. But Kongwu is different, bringing him a big commission every time. The manager cheerfully said, "Mr. Jiang, if there's anything you can say directly, I'll take care of it." Jiang Yu slowly said the purpose. "It's like this, I want to buy a batch of vacuum salted duck, cinnamon duck, all kinds of ducks can be, a total of 100,000 bags. The average price of each bag will give you $30. If the supermarket doesn't have it, you can contact it from somewhere else, the factory or not, specialty store is also okay. In any case, before tomorrow morning, I want all of them to be at my home." Jiang Yu gave a compromise price, 30. Almost there is a profit of $5, purchasing a large amount, and this thing locals buy would have been only about $40 a bag. Only out of town to travel to the Netroots carting place of the big grumbles of the species will spend hundreds of dollars to buy a bag. The manager agreed sharply, but still politely said, "Mr. Jiang, do you see the cost?" Jiang Yu directly interrupted the other party and said, "I'll call you in 2 minutes, just wait." The other party gave the account, mobile banking directly 3 million to the account. Now different from the previous, Jiang Yu is not afraid of the other side to run away. The 5-star red flag high place, any illegal crime cannot run away. And this manager is not the first time to cooperate. The other side of the work is very reliable, although this time Jiang Yu want more quantity, but all the ducks are still in the middle of the night at 12 o'clock when they are transported over. An order made this manager earn at least $300,000, and it was definitely a blessing for him to know Jiang Yu in this life. It was too late, so Jiang Yu was prepared to teleport the supplies over tomorrow. As the night passed, Fong Hongfu opened her eyes, and her chambers were filled with densely packed cartons that were exquisitely packaged in a predominantly red color, with exquisite duck patterns painted on them. Jiang Yu smiled and said through the air, "I just teleported a lot of food for you, it didn't disturb you, did it?" Fong Hongfu bowed and saluted. "With this, the warriors can kill the enemy with all their might after they have eaten enough, so how could they bother me?" Fong Hongfu hurriedly got up without saying too much to Jiang Yu. After all, he had to boost his morale today. The ministers instructed the imperial guards to move together, and 100,000 boxes of ducks was no small amount, and the imperial chef prepared plates and bowls and plated one duck at a time. The palace had run out of plates and requisitioned them from the people's homes, and in order to take down the Xiongnu, the effort of the nation was to make the soldiers eat and drink well. Luckily, the ducks were all instant food, ready to be eaten after being steamed in a pot, and a large group of people worked hard to put the ducks and fragrant rice in front of the soldiers in a little over an hour. The Empress said with high spirits, "The Xiongnu occupied my home, killed my relatives, and insulted my wife and daughter, but now we can have enough to eat and wear, and we still have sharp weapons in our hands, so let's tell me how we should treat the Xiongnu." The hatred of the warriors for the Huns had reached its peak, and the cry of the soldiers, whose relatives had all died at the hands of the Huns, was heard to the skies. Revenge, revenge, revenge. There was no need to overly motivate the morale. With the blessing of the immortals, several wars had been favored by Xiliang, and now the female soldiers had the confidence to deal with the Huns. During the morale-boosting period, the Huns came back with another provocation, and again countless stones were thrown at the walls and inside the city. Xiliang's hatred for the Xiongnu had already reached the top. Even by now, Xiliang had already gained the upper hand. The Xiongnu still didn't give up their determination to attack the city. The stone thrower attack lasted for 10 minutes, the Empress prepared her soldiers, opened the gates, and the soldiers rushed towards the Hun camp like a rolling torrent. Jinri Sakata and Jiang Luo were sitting at the front. At this moment, the great general Jinri Sakata said excitedly, "Fong Hongfu, the shrinking turtle, has finally come out, ha ha, let's see how I'll clean them up." After saying that, he also drew the curved sword at his waist, ready to be the first to charge forward. Jiang Luo's eyes flashed a trace of contempt. Huns are just simple-minded, limbs developed. Jin Rikchan, this guy forgot the pain after a good wound. Just half of the soldiers were massacred by Xiliang, and now he still wants to fight with the other side in a white-knuckle battle. He pulled Jin Rikchan back and said, "General, wait, Western Liang is raging, and the other side may have a lot of casualties in a hard encounter, and you forget that we have all prepared accordingly in the face of such a situation." It was only then that Jin Rikchan remembered that the Xiliang in front of him was already different from the past, and that indestructible lance was simply not something that the current Hun soldiers could defeat. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly said to the commander next to him, "Let the soldiers form a defensive square. The front row of soldiers take their shields and make sure to stop the other side's attack." Jin Rikchan and Jiang Luo discussed a few defensive formations against Xiliang to ensure that there were no casualties among the soldiers. The Huns are not good at battle formations and have always relied on cavalry impacts or by virtue of the naturally cruel character of Hun soldiers. Chapter 69, Professor Sun's Call. Still relying on Jiang Luo's careful training, the Huns barely mastered the basic formations such as the round formation, square formation, and one-word long snake formation. However, the Huns were stupid and cruel by nature, and could only maintain the formation unchanged, but they could not master the flexible formation no matter how much they were taught. After 10 consecutive days of unremitting efforts, the Hun soldiers assembled in just 2 minutes, and all of them stood upright in front of the stone thrower. Hundreds of soldiers formed squares, and one by one, the squares were again arranged into a sturdy straight line, guarding the stone thrower at the rear. The Xiongnu vanguard soldiers held heavy wooden shields with a small square hole in the center, and the shield soldiers were equipped with a gun soldier beside them. However, the weapons of the Xiongnu were really far from Western Liang. Most of the lances in the hands of the soldiers were only wooden, only a few were fortunate enough to be equipped with metal spearheads, and the rest were all sharpened wooden sticks. The sound of Western Liang's charge was deafening. For the old hatred and new hatred of the Xiongnu, this is the right time to settle it together. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, yellow sand filled the sky, Western Liang and Xiongnu soldiers fought each other, sharp-threaded steel lances pierced hard on the shield. Since the last Xiongnu defeat, warlord Jiang Luo had learned his lesson. Facing Western Liang, the Xiongnu's battle strategy was no longer based on flexibility, but instead focused on defending against the opponent's sharp weapons. Jiang Luo ordered the artisans in the military camp to create a large number of shields, striving to build them as thick and heavy as the soldiers could lift them. Western Liang's soldiers were unprepared. Facing the heavy shield of the Huns, the hands of the threaded steel lance lost its former power. Each full-force stab could only leave a shallow depression in the shield. On the other hand, the Xiongnu lancers behind the shields were sharp and wielded their lances like arms. Under the carelessness of the Western Liang soldiers, many of them were hit, and all of them were stabbed by the lance. Fortunately, the Huns were using wooden lances with limited lethality, and the Western Liang soldiers were only slightly injured. Zhang Luo looked at the threaded steel lance in the hands of the female soldier and couldn't help but sigh. If our side also had such a divine weapon, how difficult would it be to conquer the Central Plains? Jean Rickchan laughed out loud at his words. With the military master's brilliant plan, these weapons will be ours sooner or later. Look, aren't the soldiers of Western Liang now helpless against the Xiongnu? The situation on the battlefield was at a stalemate, and the Han soldiers hid behind their shields like shrunken turtles, never coming out to fight easily. For a while, even though Xiliang had sharp weapons in their hands, they could do nothing to the Xiongnu. The angry Western Liang soldiers used their best efforts to smash their threaded steel lances into the Hun's shields, but it was just a futile endeavor. Instead, they were accidentally stabbed by the other side's wooden sticks. Watching the situation scorch, the Empress clenched her silver teeth. These Han's military formations must have been imparted to the Xiongnu by Zhang Luo, the traitor. The Empress regretted not being able to kill him with a single arrow last time, but now she had brought herself a lot of trouble. The Huns were like a solid turtle shell, and it was futile to fight any longer. The Empress had no choice but to order a temporary retreat. The good thing about this war is that Western Liang did not have any soldiers sacrificed, only a few people were slightly injured. On the other hand, the Xiongnu side was unharmed. The Empress could not help but sigh that she had made a bad move. Xiongnu and Xiliang situation is back to square one. Before the war began, the Empress is full of confidence after the war, but afraid of the sacrifice of soldiers, a war down, just playing lonely. Undecided when it came to matters, Fong Hongfu realized that she had become more and more dependent on Zhang Yu. Not only was she materially dependent, but mentally, she had also always viewed the other party as dependent. She always relied on Zhang Yu's help to stabilize the situation, and had unconsciously put herself into the role of Zhang Yu's concubine, and when she encountered difficulties, she naturally sought the help of her husband. At that exact moment, Zhang Yu also took the initiative to contact her. Hongfu, how was the battle? Did anyone get hurt? Fong Hongfu sighed and said, the Xiongnu made thick shields out of wood, and the weapons you gave me can't even pierce them. Their shields are like thick turtle shells. Xiliang can't attack, and the Huns have the same difficulty in hurting our soldiers. Zhang Yu heard some headaches. I thought that this time, Western Liang would win a big victory. It seems that the Huns also have a high level of guidance behind them, otherwise they wouldn't be able to hold out until now. Although Zhang Yu is just an ordinary science man, he has given Western Liang a lot of help thanks to modern technology. However, he was not facing the first battlefield and was unable to grasp the changes in the situation in real time. On weekdays, he did more than provide material assistance to Western Liang. He comforted Fong Hongfu, don't be anxious, I'll think of a way in the next 2 days. For Zhang Yu, the moment was indeed a bit awkward. Although the villagers had already moved away, there were still people passing by from time to time in the surroundings. If a large amount of supplies were teleported to Western Liang, it would be bad if someone with an interest saw it. Ever since the last time he came back from Fong's place, Zhang Yu felt like he was caught in some kind of vortex. Behind it, there must be a big power staring at himself, scheming for the antiques of Western Liang. He comforted Fong Hongfu for a while, and urged her to stabilize the current situation. Everything has him, in a few days we'll be able to help each other think of a way. The plight of Xiliang made Zhang Yu unable to think of a countermeasure for a while, but he believed that the power of the internet was infinite. He posted Xiliang's situation to the Tianya forum, charged a small amount of money, and offered a large reward of Tianya coins, waiting for solutions from netizens. The cell phone suddenly rang, and looking at the caller ID, Zhang Yu's eyes instantly became bitter. The caller was no other than Professor Sunday. Zhang Yu adjusted his tone and picked up the phone. Professor Sun, hello. A bright laugh came from the opposite side. Ha, Xiao Jiang, how have you been? I have a friend who has always wanted Western Liang's antiques. You can rest assured about the price. Why don't we get together sometime? This old man was still testing his words. Zhang Yu naturally wouldn't let him get away with it. Pretending to be helpless, he said, Professor Sun, I don't have any antiques here either. Give more money, I really don't have any more here. Professor Sun sniffed and hurriedly said, Little Jiang, the vase you sold last time was acquired by this friend of mine who changed hands. He offered $50 million and is particularly interested in the Western Liang culture. If you still have good objects, now must be a good time to make a bid. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, pretending to think, and said, How about this, Professor Sunday? I'll look around the house first, and if there are still antiques, I'll contact you first. Professor Sun said regretfully, alright then, little Jiang you must contact me. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu's eyes turned icy cold. This Professor's son obviously did not have good intentions when he called. Jiang Yu dialed Sister Fong's phone, and a voice that was cold to the core came from the opposite side, making Jiang Yu feel as if he was in the middle of an icy sky and snow. Who? Looking for me for what? Sister Fong asked succinctly. Jiang Yu carefully replied, Sister Fong, this is Jiang Yu. Professor Sun just called me, look. Sister Fong interrupted indifferently, Jiang Yu? Don't know. The phone then sounded busy. Jiang Yu was confused. What was wrong with this Sister Fong? Could it be that because he accidentally saw her private parts, he's now going to cut ties with himself? Jiang Yu sighed inside, a woman's heart, it's really a needle at the bottom of the sea. No wonder the ancients said that only women and small people are hard to raise. Chapter 70. Jiang Yu sighed, Fong's side is unreliable, everything still needs to rely on himself to try to cope. Professor Sun, this old man obviously has bad intentions, but as the saying goes, there are only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Today, since he meets, although he can escape for a while, but next time the other party if he sends someone to follow, it is not good to deal with it after all. Just when Jiang Yu was worried about how to deal with this Hongmen banquet from Professor Sun, the phone rang again. Upon looking at the number, it was still Sister Fong. He helplessly picked up the phone, and Fong's lazy and gentle voice came from the receiver, Jiang Yu, Professor Sun is asking you out, right? Fong's attitude before and after is like two different people, making Jiang Yu wonder if she is suffering from schizophrenia. However, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. At this moment, Sister Fong was on the same front as himself, so Jiang Yu told him frankly, yes, he just contacted me and seemed to be quite interested in the antiques in my hands. I was fretting about it. Sister Fong said eagerly, Jiang Yu, you can't just go. I've also been investigating over the past few days and found out that Professor Sun is part of a transnational criminal gang called Luonet. This gang attempts to collect antiques from all over the world. They have brutal methods, and while they have collectors in the open, they secretly keep killers and thieves. Things they see, if they can't buy them, they steal them, and if they can't steal them, they rob them, and many collectors have lost their lives because of this. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath of cool air at his words. It seemed that he had indeed messed with a formidable opponent. He pursued, where did you get this information? Sister Fong replied truthfully, I naturally have my sources. However, this organization is huge and complicated, and I've only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg so far. Since Professor Sun has asked you out, we might as well make a plan and go meet him together. How do you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? This will also allow us to probe for information more clearly, especially that Ma Baogua, I must bring him to justice. Jiang Yu did not immediately agree, but only told Fong on the phone that he needed to think about it. He knew that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and knowing the dangers, he was naturally unwilling to take the risk easily. But when he thought that there were still more than 100,000 people waiting to be fed in Xiliang, he couldn't back out easily. If he doesn't go to the banquet today, he may be able to escape for a while, but it's not a long-term solution after all. Moreover, being in Jilin, he couldn't be too far away from home. Sooner or later, Professor Sun will have to find a way to get through this hurdle. Just as Jiang Yu was fretting, his cell phone rang again. He muttered, what's going on today? So many people are looking for me, call after call. Once he looked at the number remarks, he felt a little strange in his heart, not knowing what the other party was looking for him. Picking up the phone, a greeting came from the opposite side, Brother Yu, how have you been? The caller was Sun Wei, Jiang Yu's former colleague and his former immediate superior. In the face of this old subordinate, Jiang Yu's attitude is naturally good, smilingly replied, not bad, after leaving the job finally do not have to internal scroll, every day early to bed and early to rise, occasionally pick up girls, the day don't mention how nourishing. Sun Wei was a bit surprised when he heard this, pick up girls? That's not like your style. Broke up with your ex? Jiang Yu said frankly, yeah, broke up. I was really blinded by lard in the beginning to stay with the other person for so long. Sun Wei concurred, it's good to be separated, Brother Yu. When you first got together with her, your colleagues in the unit didn't think highly of it. Especially you, your annual salary is low, there's no need to find such a girlfriend. Jiang Yu didn't dwell on this topic for too long, and asked in return, you usually don't see a phone call, and we have a good relationship, so if there's something, just say it. Sun Wei sighed and said, Brother Yu, this is not. I was also laid off, and I want to ask if there is any good project on your side, I still want to work under you. Jiang Yu said cheerfully, I thought it was something big. You will come over directly, the salary is good, as for the project, we will slowly discuss. Sunwei, this person, when Jiang Yu's right-hand man, knocking a handful of good code, IT knowledge reserves, is a talent. Even if there were not many projects to do now, keeping him would definitely not be a loss. Letting him follow Huang Zhang to do engineering measurements would also help Jiang Yu save a lot of heartache. The demolition of things is actually not very suitable for Huang Zhang, although his personal force is strong, but his education is limited. Involved in calculations, cost estimation of a kind of work, it will be stretched. Sunwei, on the other hand, is different. He is a serious 211 science senior, these jobs are easy for him, and he can even write his own software online to complete. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Yu understood that Professor Sun's hurdle could not be bypassed after all. So, he gave Sister Fong a call and agreed that the two of them would go over together at that time. Then, he called Professor Sun back, saying that he only had one antique from Western Liang left in his hand, but there was another buyer interested, and he would bring it along with him when the time came, so that everyone could bid fairly. He had already discussed with Sister Fong in advance and asked the other party to help him raise the price. If the price was unsatisfactory, Sister Fong would buy it, and he himself would refund her the cost of buying the antique. Not long after, Professor Sun called again. Listening to the tone of voice seems to Jiang Yu in the hands of the antiques will be determined to win. Jiang Yu called up Huang Zhang and Wang Chang, these two are considered his entire squad. Huang Zhang for the fight, and Wang Chang for the escape. He also solemnly pulled out the Desert Eagle pistol from under the bed, just in case. Jiang Yu first went to find Sister Fong, the other party has long been waiting downstairs. Today's Sister Fong foot white sneakers, wearing light blue jeans, top bottom is a black anime crayon sweater, outside a white jacket. At first glance, this outfit looks like a freshly graduated female college student, how can it not be linked to the image of the gangster's big sister? Sister Fong said in an aggravated and droll manner, really, people have been waiting for you for half a day. When the big sister of the mob spilled her guts, Jiang Yu couldn't stand it and hurriedly apologized, sorry, I'm late. Sister Fong did not get angry and sat in the back seat of Jiang Yu's Maybach. Zhang Chang drove and Huang Zhang sat in the co-pilot. From time to time, Jiang Yu could smell the gusts of fragrance coming from Sister Fong's neck, and couldn't help but secretly turn his head to take a look. He didn't know exactly how old Sister Fong was, but the state of her skin was simply the same as that of an 18-year-old girl, light and fair with elasticity, and she could even see blood vessels through her skin. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, I wonder which mobster was so blessed with such lust in the first place, no wonder he died young. Suddenly, Sister Fong turned her head to look at Jiang Yu and the two of them looked at each other. Jiang Yu felt that it was a bit impolite to stare at someone else and hurriedly lowered his head. Sister Fong is not much better, her white neck is permeated with pink color. The car became quiet and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Jiang Yu took the lead and coughed to break the awkwardness, Sister Fong, you look really good today, different from what I thought. Fong responded with a bit of a stutter, really? Why didn't I realize that? Chapter 71, Unsavory Intentions. After chatting for a few moments, the two of them fell into silence unanimously. The Maybach's engine sang in a low voice, its speed was both steady and fast, and it reached its destination in an instant. Seeing Jiang Yu again, Professor Sun appeared extraordinarily enthusiastic, quickly stepping forward to give him a hug and said with a smile, Little Jiang, I've been looking forward to you every day. A trace of imperceptible coldness flashed in the depths of Jiang Yu's eyes, but his face was still smiling as he responded, Professor Sun, this time I've been milked dry by you. Professor Sun responded in a gentle tone, I found you a good buyer this time, I'm just worried that you'll. However, now that he was certain that Professor Sun was not a good person, and he was not sure if Su Hailey was in cahoots with Professor Sun, he decided not to have too much contact with Su Hailey for the time being, just to be on the safe side. In addition, Fong Hongfu gave him a batch of exquisite gold ornaments, whose exquisiteness was comparable to the gold masks unearthed at the Sangsingui. Jiang Yu picked the most ordinary gold ring from it and took it out together. When Professor Sun picked up the antique, Jiang Yu stared closely at his hands, fearing that he would pull some trick. However, Professor Sun only took a quick glance and did not make too many more confirmations. After all, Jiang Yu's things were always guaranteed to be genuine, just like Hua Chang's melons were guaranteed to be ripe. Professor Sun introduced in detail, this is the Shiliang Tongbao and pure gold Yuan Bao, and similar things have been auctioned at auctions, selling for as much as 30 million. There is also this ring with exquisite patterns, although there is no inscription to prove that it is an object of the Shiliang royal family, but the things that Xiao Jiang brought are basically genuine Shiliang items. Let's take this ring as the work of an ordinary Western Liang artisan, but the pattern is so exquisite that it must have taken the artisan a lot of effort. Ginger, how much do you think would be a better price to pack these two items? Professor Sun, this old man, the first 2 times Jiang Yu sell antiques or he set up, things are not 3, is a person can see that he has bad intentions. Jiang Yu still pretended to know nothing and said, I'm not sure about the value of these things. Since Professor Sun asked, let's pack it up for 10 million, Sister Fong and Brother Rin will each make their own offer and the highest bidder will win. The more white he acted now, the better, so that he could make Professor Sun, the old thing, let down his guard and the deal would go smoothly. He had privately negotiated with Sister Fong that the transaction price must be above 40 million, if it was not reached, Sister Fong would offer to buy it. Before Professor Sun could say anything, Yin Jilai couldn't wait to offer, I'll offer 20 million. He clearly wanted to scare Sister Fong off with the price. Instead, Sister Fong said without haste, $25 million, it's not bad to buy this yuan bao and put it back in your home. Jiang Yu secretly laughed in his heart, you have bought 8, but not enough to pose? It really should be the old saying that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she can lie. Yin Jilai was obviously unwilling to give up easily. If he backed out at this moment, the image he had built up in Professor Sun's mind would collapse. After all, it had been said on the phone that he was a tycoon who was willing to buy antiques at a high price. Yin Jilai said in a loud voice, 35 million, I can still afford this small amount of money. Sister Fong lightly patted her small white hand and said, Mr. Yin is really generous, but if you want to take these 2 treasures with just this amount of money, I don't agree, 40 million. The bidding had entered a white-hot stage, and if the other party raised the price again, no matter how much, it would be Jiang Yu's ideal price. Next, he only had to deal with the small tricks that Professor Sun might use, such as those punks he sent last time. If it was really his doing, there would definitely be other moves. Yin Jilai raised his hand again and offered 45 million. Sister Fong hesitated. According to her and Jiang Yu's plan, the offer could actually be dropped at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, Sister Fong clenched her silver teeth and said, 50 million, something this good is worth that price. Jiang Yu sneaked a glance at Sister Fong, his heart wondering, the other party offer seems a little out of the ordinary, clearly said that more than 40 million can be offered. Sister Fong winked, signaling Jiang Yu to rest assured. On Professor Sun's side, he also stole a glance at Yin Jilai. The last yuan bao was indeed sold for 50 million, but it was Professor Sun who led the acquisition, as a foreign buyer was found and the other party offered 60 million. But this time was different. Without a suitable buyer, the probability was that the Shilong Tongbao was going to lose money. As for the small ring, although Professor Sun can see that it is an antique, but the specific dynasty is not sure, its value is no way to know. Any more bids would be at a loss. However, he still gently nodded to Yin Jilai. After all, the plan had succeeded, the rest of the antiques and money would fall into his pocket, a mere tens of millions, he could still afford to pay. Yin Jilai quoted again, 55 million, Sister Fong is worthy of being a big sister, if she bids again, little brother, I'll bow to her. Sister Fong was dressed very young today, and Yin Jilai, a big bald man, calling her big sister, the picture was indeed a bit strange. Sister Fong stretches out her slender hand and says, since Mr. Yin is so interested, I, a small woman, won't compete with you. After saying that, she sneakily looks up and gives Jiang Yu a smug look, as if to say, little fellow, it's still sister who's good, right? I've helped you earn an extra $5 million. Jiang Yu laughed bitterly in his heart. It was still unknown whether this money would arrive successfully, and what exactly Professor Sun's purpose was, he did not know at the moment. Chapter 72, The Killer. The transaction process went smoother than expected, much to Jiang Yu's surprise, and without a second offer from Fong, Big Baldy Yin Jilai completed the transfer with alacrity. Professor Sun, for the sake of saving face, for the time being, not willing to tear his face with Jiang Yu, still smiling and want to invite Jiang Yu to dinner, but was politely declined by Jiang Yu. When it was time to say goodbye, Professor Sun asked seemingly offhandedly, little Jiang, in such a hurry, is there something urgent that you won't even reward me with a meal? Jiang Yu was secretly vigilant in his heart, knowing that this old man intended to probe his movements, so he snorted, Professor Sun, I'm not feeling well in this body and bones, so just give me a high hand and let me off the hook. Professor Sun did not dwell too much on this topic, but instead threw out a more pointed question, by the way, Xiao Jiang, we've known each other for so long, I still don't know where you live, it's convenient to look for you for dinner one day. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yu had already checked him out, but Professor Sun was still trying. Jiang Yu naturally understands the other party's purpose and casually makes up an address that is the complete opposite of his home. After leaving Professor Sun, Yin Jilai said anxiously, $50 million is already quite a lot, why didn't you leave them behind just now? When the time comes, both the money and the treasure will be ours. Professor Sun snorted coldly and said, it's not clear how Jiang Yu got on Sister Fong's line. She has a lot of power in Jiling. If we leave them behind today, we'll all have to eat our words. Yin Jilai said unconvincingly, so what if the power is bigger, can it still be stronger than the organization? Professor Sun angrily rebuked, stupid, do you think you're still in your United States of America? This is the Dragon Kingdom. If we make a move today, neither of us will be able to leave alive. Do you think the organization will go through all the trouble to save us? Or do you think you can do it on your own, rob or even kill someone and still walk out of the Dragon Kingdom with a clean slate? Professor Sun's words made Yin Jilai cold and sweaty. Even though he had done great work for the organization, dead people ultimately get nothing. He pursued, so what should we do now? We can't just abandon the organization's mission, can we? Professor Sun pondered for a moment and said, tell reliable people to intercept them, have Jiang Yu transfer that $50 million to the company's account, and then force him to ask him how many other treasures he's hiding. After saying that, Professor Sun clapped his hands, and a dozen strong men in black suits walked in outside the room. He instructed, you all heard what was said just now, stop that young man and find a way to force information out. Remember, keep the mouth alive, only a living person can ask the whereabouts of something. The black-clothed men nodded their heads in greeting, their movements were swift and neat, obviously all professionally trained soldiers or bodyguards. After leaving from Professor Sun, the sweaty hairs on Jiang Yu's back stood up, and his palms never left his waist, fearing that the other party would make a sudden attack. Luckily, they ended up safe and sound. Perhaps because of Sister Fong's identity, they were able to get away without any problems. After all, Sister Fong had also arranged several cars of bodyguards downstairs, with emergency callers on them, so in the event of an unforeseen situation, the bodyguards would be the first to rush upstairs. Jiang Yu drove away with Fong, both of them maintaining a high level of vigilance, purposely allowing Wang Chang to make several detours around the road to get rid of the other party as much as possible. Although delayed for half an hour, but finally safe. Jiang Yu will first send Sister Fong home. A lonely man and woman share a car, the atmosphere is inevitably a little ambiguous. Sister Fong also enthusiastically invited Jiang Yu to sit at home. Jiang Yu politely refused. The main reason was that the timing wasn't quite right now. Huang Zhang and Wang Chang were still waiting for themselves outside. After staying at Sister Fong's house for a long time, now that the situation was dangerous, the two would easily get impatient waiting. And if the time was short, as the boss himself, he would inevitably be ridiculed by the two for being short and quick. Jiang Yu drove home and was considered safe for the time being. With more than 200 million cash in hand, he was not going to sell any more antiques recently. Wait until the storm of this period of time passes, or investigate Professor Sun's details clearly. Maybach is worthy of being a top business car, traveling on the road in a smooth and steady manner. Even if the road through the speed bumps, the car cannot feel the slightest bumps. Sister Fong's home and Jiang Yu's home is a distance. The road is almost 7 or 8 traffic lights. Today I do not know what is going on, red light after red light. Jiang Yu's mood for no reason to feel a burst of irritation. Just as the green light came on, Maybach S680 started slowly, but suddenly a fully loaded dump truck came barreling in. As a former professional racer, Wang Chang's reaction is naturally not bad, but the other party came straight to them. Even if Wang Chang hit the direction in time, he was still hit in the front of the car. The dump truck slammed on the gas pedal and pushed the Maybach S680 forward for tens of meters. Violent shaking makes Jiang Yu feel the sky spinning. Good old German craftsmanship is still reliable. Mercedes-Benz tough body structure topped the other side of the impact. When it was determined that Jiang Yu's car could no longer drive out, the dump truck finally stopped. The 3 surrounding sedans also quickly drove to the side of the Maybach and surrounded Jiang Yu's car. The neighborhood here is a national highway, there were not many people passing by, and the other party is so flamboyant, it is estimated that the road has long been blocked. A dozen people holding baseball bats surrounded Jiang Yu's car. Jiang Yu mentally cursed Professor Sun, the old guy, 800 times. I can't imagine that this guy hasn't given up by now, he is still too young after all. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and said to Huang Zhang, Brother Huang, is there any problem solving these people? Wang Chang is just an ordinary racer, the force value is not high, scared thighs straight shivering, the upper teeth touched the lower teeth said, Old. Boss, before you did not say to you to drive but also to be beaten by more than a dozen people with baseball bats turn back to have to give me a bonus. Huang Zhang glanced at Jiang Yu, gave him an affirmative look, and said, Little Jiang, little Wang, you two protect yourselves. After saying that, Huang Zhang pulled open the door of the car and kicked the door hard again. The huge impact lifted the beater who was near the door directly off the ground, which showed the power of Huang Zhang's strength. Huang Zhang jumped out of the car and said, Wang Chang, lock the car door. The other fighter finally found his target and swung his baseball bat towards Huang Zhang. but Huang Zhang was flexible and easily dodged the other's attack. At this moment, Huang Zhang no longer showed any mercy. From the stance of these people, we could tell that they just wanted to be killed, so naturally, Huang Zhang wouldn't keep his hands off. The other party was not a good fighter either, and after a simple fight, they realized that Huang Zhang was a tough nut to crack, so they took out 3 people to hold him back. The rest of the people waved baseball bats and smashed hard on the glass. However, the quality of Mercedes-Benz can still be trusted. It is estimated that the tempered glass used is made in China. The baseball bat hit it. The glass did not break although it was covered with spiderweb cracks. Chapter 73, True Brothers. Jiang Yu replied with a somewhat flustered voice, Wang Chang, as long as we survive, the prize money is good, and I'll give you a big red packet when the time comes. Wang Chang once again put the car on fire. The quality of Mercedes-Benz is good, even after the impact, there is not the slightest problem. But the bite with the dump truck was too deep, and even if Wang Chang pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, the car still didn't move in place. The tires rubbed violently against the ground, raising a gust of white smoke, choking the beaters with gusts of coughing, and at the same time enraging them, the baseball bats in their hands swung even harder. Huang Zhang is worthy of being a national martial arts expert. In 3 strokes, he solved a few beaters. Those who originally surrounded Jiang Yu sedan then split out a few to drag Huang Zhang. With a click, Jiang Yu and Wang Chang's hearts thumped at the same time. The glass in front of Jiang Yu shattered, and glass slag splashed everywhere. Kong Wu's body leaned back against the other side of the car window, but there was a constant pounding noise coming from that side as well. The hitman put his hand through the car window and easily opened the car door, and in a panic, Kong Wu kicked the hitman hard on top of his palm. The other party didn't yell, but just sucked in a breath of cool air, and his eyes looked at Jiang Yu with a few more points of ferocity. Huang Zhang solved 3 more people. The difference in force between him and these fighters was huge. Basically he could solve a person in 2 moves, but these fighters were much faster and were now about to drag Jiang Yu out of the car. Looking at the opposite side of the closer and closer beaters, Jiang Yu had an idea. Simply do the opposite, forcefully push open the door of his side of the car. The closest beaters shot out. Imagination was good, but he didn't have Huang Zhang's strength, and the fighter just took 3 or 4 steps back. Jiang Yu simply jumped out of the car. Now he could not care about anything else. The Desert Eagle held in his hand, the black hole of the gun pointed at the beaters. Jiang Yu said in a cold sweat, "Don't come over, bullets don't grow eyes." Domestic handguns are a rarity, especially high-powered ones like the Desert Eagle, and for a while, the beaters were really shaken up. The situation was in a delicate balance. Jiang Yu only had 9 bullets. Even if they were bulletproof, he couldn't manage to kill all the fighters. But on Huang Zhang's side, it wouldn't take long to take down the beaters one by one. The hitman in front of the muzzle kept a subtle distance from Kong Wu, while one of the hitmen behind him approached Kong Wu on silent feet. His spirit was so overstimulated that he didn't even notice the other man. When he was still 3 steps away from Jiang Yu felt the sweaty hairs on his back explode and turned around violently. The other party's baseball bat had already swung over at his head. Jiang Yu felt his heart jerk and his scalp felt like it was electrified. Adrenaline was desperately secreted, dodging with all his strength. Perhaps because of the potential stimulation, Jiang Yu's speed was several times faster than usual. The baseball bat was coming at his head, so he's going to meet the king of hell if he's not good, and he's going to be a nerd if he's good. Jiang Yu's heart was also fuming. Regardless of whether the situation was good or not, with the fastest speed, he raised his hand and fired a shot. He was 2 meters away from the hitter, and the other guy had such a big target that a blind man could hit it. The bullet went straight into the other man's chest, and a mist of blood erupted from the beater's chest. Kong Wu doesn't fare well either. Dodging the fatal blow, the baseball bat still hits him in the arm. With a crisp crunch in his ears, he guessed that he had cracked the bone in his arm. Once the gunshot sounded, all the fighters came to their senses. In this land of the Dragon Kingdom, as long as they don't go against the military and public security, having a gun is basically synonymous with invincibility, unless of course the other party also has a gun. The fighters look at me, I look at you, tens of thousands of dollars a month. What the hell to fight for? Now it's good, eat peanuts. The fighters tacitly twisted their heads and ran, afraid that they would be the next to die. Jiang Yu's face was fierce at this time. Once he gritted his teeth. Killing one is also killing, slaughtering all of them is also the same. Instead of keeping these people to go back to ventilate, it would be better to simply slaughter all of them. These people hadn't gone far, so Jiang Yu raised his hand and fired 3 shots, 1 for each. Shooting for the first time, Kong Wu felt like he had a bit of sniper talent. Huang Zhang's side took care of 3 consecutive waves of 9 people. There are still 4 fighters left, the ones who escaped in 2 directions. 2 ran to the wildland below the national highway, trying to block Jiang Yu's sight through the trees and weeds. The other 2 were ready to drive away, a few steps away, and were already next to the car. Jiang Yu hurriedly shouted, "Brother Huang, you go after the two on the wild side, don't let any of these people get away." Jiang Yu's biggest secret is the ancient well, but the gun in his hand should never be exposed either, or the bottom of the jail cell will sit through. If even one person is let go, Professor Sun has a way of holding himself. Kongwu goes after the other two himself, raising his hand to fire a shot, and the man who was about to get into the passenger side is knocked down by Kongwu. Unfortunately, it still wasn't fast enough, and the other guy had already gotten into the driver's seat. Jiang Yu couldn't care less about the pain of his left hand being broken by a baseball bat. The first time he fired a gun, the Desert Eagle's recoil was famously large. At this time he felt that his right hand was no longer his own, his tiger's mouth looked like it was going to tear, and his entire arm was gusting with numbness. The last hitman has already started the sedan. Jiang Yu stood in front of the car 5 meters away, gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. Without too much aiming, just based on the feeling, a shot hit the hitman right in the forehead. The windshield was left with a small hole in it, the seat in the back was punched through, the batterer's head shattered into a rotten watermelon, and red and white were everywhere throughout the car. The first time he was faced with this kind of thing, Jiang Yu felt like his heart was about to jump out from inside his throat, gasping for air. The whole life was lying on the ground in a hopeless state, and with the clear blue-colored sky, he had a blood-red tinge in his eyes. In less than 5 minutes, Huang Zhang dragged the two runaway hitmen back like dead dogs. Wang Chang shivered and opened the car door, stuttering, "Boss Jiang, you killed someone." Kongwu breathed heavily and didn't answer the other party. Instead, Huang Zhang calmly replied, "No, it wasn't Xiao Jiang who killed someone, but you, Wang Chang." Wang Chang shivered in fear and asked with a trembling voice, "Huang, brother Huang, what do you mean by this?" Most of the fighters who came into contact with Huang Zhang didn't die, they were either stunned or crippled. Huang Zhang looked at Wang Chang calmly and fiercely, and pouted at one of the beaters who was lying unconscious on the ground. In the Dragon Kingdom, murder was a felony, and right now it could be said that Jiang Yu's life had been put into the hands of Huang Zhang and Wang Chang. It's better to disappear one more person if the other doesn't show loyalty. Wang Chang is not a little cutie, and naturally understood what Huang Zhang meant. Chapter 74: Disposal of Bodies. He looked at Jiang Yu and then at Huang Zhang, his eyes filled with helplessness. Jiang Yu's eyes were still cold, and there was still some spattered blood on his face. If Huang Zhang hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have realized this, but now, it was imperative to make Wang Chang one of our own. Wang Chang clenched his teeth and turned his head towards the car. Jiang Yu gripped the Desert Eagle in his hand tightly, but his right hand kept trembling. Wang Chang is not the same as these fighters, the other party is also considered to be his family. If he really does it, Jiang Yu really can't lay his hands on him. He took a long breath and thought to himself, "Forget it, let him go. It is a blessing but not a curse. It is a curse that cannot be avoided. Life and death have a life of riches and wealth in heaven, right? If you look at the wrong person, you deserve to go to jail." Wang Chang fumbled around in the car for a while and pulled out a fruit knife from the corner. Both legs were trembling non-stop though, walking back like limpets, though his eyes were icy cold as he wiped out the neck of one of the fighters. Then he looked ferociously at Huang Zhang, and the other side also meant the same thing. "Now that I've killed someone, what about you?" Huang Zhang smiled and said, "We'll be good brothers from now on." After saying that, he sharply snapped the necks of the two thugs beside him, and the sound of crunching necks breaking was creepy. For the few remaining fighters, Huang Zhang either punched the other's heart or stomped on their necks. The beater just shuddered for a moment and never responded again. Those of you who kill often know that the most difficult thing to dispose of after a murder is instead the body. Jiang Yu's few people looked at each other, looking at the corpses on the ground and not knowing what to do with them. Wang Chang was in the worst state of mind, constantly panting heavily and shivering all over. Jiang Yu was no better, looking at a field of corpses and not knowing what to do with them. Probably because of his frequent martial arts practice, Huang Zhang had a better mindset and took the lead by asking, "Take a break and figure out how to get rid of the corpse." Wang Chang trembled and said, "What to do with these? Do any of you have any ideas?" In the modern world, it's too hard to do things without leaving traces, but Jiang Yu had a flash of insight and suddenly thought that every time he teleported something to Shilong, it would be better if he teleported the useless things. Jiang Yu had tried it before, there was no way to teleport living things to Shilong, but now these corpses had no signs of life. Speaking of which, there was no difference from the pork that was teleported every time. He took the lead. "A couple of us will put these bodies in the car and drive it to my house, I'll take care of it then." The current situation was also not suitable for resting. A few people were bracing themselves, especially Jiang Yu, who had a burst of pain coming from his fractured arm. He gritted his teeth and used one hand to help drag the body. Probably because of the panic in their hearts, several people moved very quickly, and in a few minutes all the bodies were carried into the car. Wang Chang was in charge of driving the dump trucks. and Jiang Yu and Huang Zhang had one each. Kangwu left his car where it was and came back for it after he was done with it. Several people drove to Jiang Yu's home. Jiang Yu and Huang Zhang lived here since childhood. Every road leads to where in the brain remember clearly. Several people pick small roads and wild places to go, to avoid all the surveillance. Back home, driving home, Jiang Yu first sent away Huang Zhang and Wang Chang. Xiliang is his biggest secret. Even if Huang Zhang and Wang Chang is now his true brother, this secret cannot be exposed with them. After the two left, Jiang Yu contacted Xiliang at the first opportunity, and through the screen, he could see that the Empress was frowning, and boulders were falling from the sky from time to time. However, the stone throwers were limited in power and could only fly as close as the walls. Jiang Yu's voice appeared in the Empress's ear. "Hongfu, I have something I need you to take care of for me. How to get it is up to you?" Hearing the familiar voice again, Fong Hongfu felt sweet in her heart, and every time she heard her beloved's voice she felt a sense of happiness. However, this time, what Jiang Yu teleported over was different from the tone every time, and said suspiciously, "Jiang Yu, what did you teleport over this time? Why do I feel that the tone is strange?" "Just finished killing people." In fact, Jiang Yu was still a little bit shocked. He sighed and said, "Corpses, this time, in addition to the car that teleported over, the rest is corpses. When the time comes, you can look at the treatment. Burying or burning does not matter." The Empress was a bit puzzled. "It doesn't matter if you teleported over, but what are you doing teleporting over corpses, Jiang Yu?" The Empress was originally her closest person. Jiang Yu patiently explained, "Hongfu, killing is a troublesome thing in our world, and disposing of corpses is even more troublesome. That's why I wanted to send it to your side." The Empress was a bit plausible. Although Jiang Yu had said that he was an ordinary person, he would still believe it. Shouldn't a god be able to kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles, and now it seems like it's so troublesome to dispose of a corpse? However, Fong Hongfu was still very happy. After receiving so many favors from the immortals, now she could finally help the other party. He obediently said, "Okay, Jiang Yu, just teleport the body over, my side is fine." Jiang Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He was almost killed by a dump truck. In fact, some years ago, there are many such things. Many mine bosses or black-hearted contractor, in order to bid for tenders, to buy out the dump truck driver, directly run over the competitors, to disguise the murder case as an ordinary traffic accident. Now Xiliang facing the Huns defense square, even holding rebar, still helpless. If the rebar is replaced by a dump truck, flesh and blood in front of the steel torrent, is also a hot knife cut butter. Jiang Yu said excitedly, "Hongfu, one in addition to those corpses, I will also transmit a dump truck to you. When the time comes, I will transmit the video of driving knowledge to you from the tablet. You drive the dump truck to hit the Hun defense formation, it must be unbeatable." The Empress' eyes lit up and said, "Jiang Yu, you're too kind, I was worried about what to do about this." Kangyu didn't say anything, just silently teleported the stuff and the corpse over, and found another tablet to download a set of driving introductory skill videos. In his heart, he silently prayed, hoping that Fong Hongfu was not a modern female driver, but he thought that Fong Hongfu's martial arts were so strong that he should not have symptoms of uncoordinated hands and feet. At this point, several bloody corpses, 2 sedans, and a dump truck teleported to the West Cooler. As Jiang Yu expected, the body could be easily teleported to Xiliang. Huang Zhang and Wang Chang went to deal with the scene, and getting this matter over and done with. When the time comes to properly solve the problem of Professor Sun, this old thing plotting his own antiques, but also plotting to kill, lest to let him taste the power. At this time in Western Liang, Jiang Yu teleported over and made the car stop on the ground through his mind. He had long ago discovered that his mind could affect teleportation to a certain extent. Fong Hongfu tilted her head up and looked at the dump truck in front of her, XX with her mouth slightly open. What kind of immortal weapon was it that was actually so huge? Chapter 75, Disappearing Beaters. Jiang Yu carefully selected a few driving introductory videos suitable for beginners and transmitted them all to the Empress. Although these videos may produce roadkill, in ancient times there were no traffic police or road safety laws, so I'm sure it wouldn't have caused too much of a problem. Wang Chang and Huang Zhang acted quickly. Jiang Yu's Maybach has been sent to the 4S store. This incident gave him a deep lesson just right to modify the car. Overall reinforcement, the most important thing is bulletproof glass. At this moment, the people and ministers of Western Liang clustered around Fong Hongfu, looking at the dump truck and marveling, heavens, this immortal weapon is so huge, and it makes a steel-like sound when it's knocked down. This thing is shaped like a wagon, but what kind of horses could pull such a huge thing? In my opinion, the cart must be pulled by a divine dragon. But what's the point of the immortal giving us this immortal carriage? We can't pull it at all. The ministers and the people were talking. Fong Hongfu cleared her throat and said, "The immortal has already told me that this car can walk on its own, but someone needs to learn how to drive it. When we find a suitable and spacious place, the immortal will teach me how to drive, and I will teach you after I learn." The Minister of Public Works said incredulously, "How is it possible that this cart can walk on its own without livestock pulling it, and what kind of great power is it?" The other ministers also found it unbelievable. "It's worthy of being an immortal artifact, to be able to walk on its own, it's really heavenly. I must witness with my own eyes how this heavenly carriage actually walks." Kongwu patiently teaches the Empress how to open the door and release the handbrake. Fong Hongfu sat inside the dump truck, feeling new to everything around him, touching the east and looking at the west. Jiang Yu did not teach her how to start the vehicle for the time being. After all, the out-of-control dump truck was too dangerous. Once it was out of control, the people's houses could be crashed. So, Fong Hongfu let the soldiers drag the dump truck forward with a rope, while Jiang Yu taught her how to turn the steering wheel. After some stumbling, the dump truck was finally dragged to a clearing. Jiang Yu did not continue teaching. He had long ago teleported the tablet to the Empress, so that she could first understand the most basic automobile knowledge, so that the subsequent teaching could be smoother. Fong Hongfu watched the video with great interest, becoming more and more curious about the world that Jiang Yu was in. In the past, Jiang Yu had described to her the cars that could run on their own, the airplanes that soared into the sky, and the feats of ordinary people who could even ascend to the moon, all of which were heavenly fantasies in the eyes of Fong Hongfu. Just as she was fully concentrating on the instructional video, a small head suddenly poked out from the side, startling the Empress violently. Turning his head to look, it turned out to be the university scholar Chen Menger, a resourceful person. Fong Hongfu was somewhat helpless and glared at Chen Menger, as if she was looking at the landlord's stupid son. Chen Menger smiled cheekily and pouted, "Your Majesty, I also want to see how this car actually walks on its own." Chen Menger was very knowledgeable, only her personality was slightly different from the norm, and in modern terms, she was a bit dumb and silly. However, her loyalty to the Empress can be judged by the sun and the moon. After all, it was his own chosen beloved, and the bitterness in Fong Hongfu's heart could only be swallowed by himself. She said in a nonchalant voice, "If you want to watch it together, don't pop up like a ghost." Chen Menger hurriedly knelt down and thanked her. "Many thanks, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is truly the most wise emperor in the world." Taking advantage of the Empress's study break, Jiang Yu began to browse the forums. Although the problem of the squares can already be solved with dump trucks, the wisdom of the netizens is infinite, and perhaps there is a better way waiting to be discovered. Those who played the forums were keen on upgrading, and with Jiang Yu's sky-high bounty of forum coins, quite a few eye-opening ideas did spring up. During the Middle East War, a number of gas canisters were imported from my country, and simply welded to the tail fins, which in ancient times were superb Shinwu cannons. Gather some beer bottles, fill them with gasoline and make them into improvised incendiary flasks. The flames are like hawks, and I'm afraid no one can stop them. Nowadays, the management of firearms is strict, but the management of bows and arrows is lax. It is entirely possible to transmit a batch of composite bows over there, with armor-breaking arrows. The power is comparable to rifles, and in ancient times it was even comparable to sniper rifles. Actually, there are various approaches, but war requires flexibility. I'm a program ape. The owner's post gave me good inspiration. We can make a similar game, stand in the god's perspective, use modern technology to support the ancient war, so as to lead the victory. These comments are refreshing to Kong Wu, who realizes that his science student mind is still somewhat limited. The most important thing for people is to be good at listening to advice, and with the help of his netizens, Jiang Yu feels that he has become immensely powerful. One of the netizens was most pleasantly surprised by the idea of making the war between Xiliang and Xiangnu into a sandbox game, where the player can use modern weaponry to support him from a god's perspective. Of course, there are certain restrictions in the game, and can only use items that he can teleport over. Countless netizens have come up with ideas for Fong Hongfu, and the tiny Huns are still a handful. Jiang Yu sifted out those constructive comments and generously rewarded a lot of forum coins to each of the commenters, especially the netizen who came up with the idea of making a game. Jiang Yu even angrily rushed $1,000, all of which he rewarded to this brother. Sunwei only contacted Jiang Yu yesterday. For this kind of thing of making programs, it was easy for him. It was like meeting a pillow when he was dozing off. Jiang Yu transferred $100,000 each to Huang Zhang and Wang Chang to thank them for their contribution in the attack. They have experienced life and death together, although they have not warred together, but they have faced life and death together is also considered a deep friendship. The three will be true brothers. In addition, Jiang Yu also mentioned Professor Sun's information and the location of his store with Huang Zhang, telling him to find an opportunity to teach the other party a good lesson. If the tiger doesn't make a move, he really thinks he's Hello Kitty. On Professor Sun's side, he and Jilai were still anxiously waiting for news. However, time passed by and there was no reply from the dozen or so thugs sent out. Professor Sun felt vaguely uneasy in his heart. He called the hitman boss, but the off tone came from his cell phone. Professor Sun's heart thumped. He tried contacting the other fighters again, but the others' cell phones were all turned off as well. At this point, even the little cutie could also realize that something was really wrong. Professor Sun said with a moment of hindsight, "Luckily, we didn't leave any clues of Jiangyu here, or else, with the people brought by Sister Fong, I'm afraid we'll be out of luck." Yin Jilai also stroked his chest and said, "So many people have disappeared. We've investigated Jiangyu, he's just an ordinary program ape, who on earth is helping him behind the scenes? Now the organization will probably hold us accountable as well." Professor Sun murmured, "Now it seems that we're afraid that we can't handle Jiangyu anymore. I'll submit a request to change Jiangyu's threat level from D to A, so that the organization can redeploy additional manpower." Yin Jilai hesitated, would the level be too high? This level is basically equivalent to a hand of a county-level city. Does Jiangyu really have this kind of ability? Professor Sun glanced at Yin Jilai and said, "With so many trained fighters not returning, the other party is either accompanied by a super expert or possesses a thermal weapon. Which one can you ask yourself to deal with?" Chapter 76, Learning to Drive. Yin Jilai shook his head and said helplessly, "It's better to listen to you, after all, you're the one in charge here now." In Western Liang, after the Empress Fong Hongfu finished watching the video on introductory driving knowledge, she began to fiddle with the dump truck. Kongwu directed her across the room. "After watching the video, you unscrew the key door and fire up the car. Dirt truck belongs to the B-class license, can only drive the vehicle. Jiangyu himself has not driven, for the car's many buttons and functions are not too familiar. But the good thing is, the basic operation of the car are all connected, driving away should not be a problem." Fong Hongfu gently twisted the key with her flourishing hand, and the sound of the battery firing suddenly rang out. People who practice martial arts are very vigilant. This sudden sound scared Fong Hongfu's hand, shivered and hurriedly shrunk back. Halfway through the ignition process, the car stalled again. Fong Hongfu asked with some surprise, "Jiangyu, what was that sound just now and why did it suddenly appear?" Kongwu patiently explained, "All car engines make a sound like this when they fire up, so don't be afraid to try again. People will always feel fear when facing the unknown." Fong Hongfu contacted the technology after 2,000 years in advance. Naturally there was some trepidation in her heart. But fortunately, as an emperor, her mental quality is strong enough. In the case of ordinary people, it is estimated that they would have been scared out of their wits. Just as the average person would be overwhelmed by the sudden sight of quantum black holes and space leaps. With Jiangyu's comfort, Fong Hongfu gathered her courage and twisted the key door again. The roar of the engine resonated through the sky, like an ancient beast awakening. Fong Hongfu was somewhat at a loss for words and anxiously asked Jiangyu, "What should I do now?" Although she had read the driving knowledge primer and felt like her brain had learned, when it came down to it, her hands just wouldn't listen. Jiangyu was also a bit worried. He was not a professional driving school instructor, he did not know how to teach his students. He could only start teaching from the simplest. He moved his sight to Fong Hongfu's feet and told her which was the brake, which was the gas, and which was the clutch. Jiangyu emphasized the brake several times, fearing that Fong Hongfu would get it wrong. "It's not a big deal if you hit a flower or grass, but you're afraid she'll hurt herself if she doesn't maneuver well. The hardest thing about dump trucks is the manual gearbox, which is really unfriendly to newbies." Fong Hongfu followed Jiangyu's teachings, stepped on the clutch, lightly gave the gas, and put it in gear. However, only to hear gada sound, dump trucks installed. Jiangyu recalled his own experience when he was learning to drive. This time he finally understood the feelings of the coach. No wonder so many coaches have a bad temper, they are forced by the students. Even if he just saw Fong Hongfu's magnificent face from a distance with 3 points of aggression, 3 points of incredulity, 3 points of helplessness, and 1 point of unbelievability, Jiangyu couldn't send out his temper even if he had one more. A woman's beauty has always been a surefire weapon against men. Kongwu gently encouraged, "Don't worry, start over. Turn the key, press the clutch, shift back to neutral, and then put it back in gear." He tirelessly taught over and over again, but unfortunately, Fong Hongfu failed over and over again. Jiangyu felt like his head was spinning. As the king of a country, Fong Hongfu had dabbled in qin, chess, calligraphy and painting, and was highly skilled in martial arts. Who would have thought that she would be difficult by a small dump truck? Next to her, Chen Menger had been following the Empress like a little follower, sitting in the co-pilot seat watching the Empress's clumsy appearance, wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. The Empress said in annoyance, "Chen Menger, you dare to mock me, try it. If you can't learn it, I'll beat your ass up." Chen Menger had a panicked look on her face and subconsciously covered her upturned little ass. Fong Hongfu, as the top master of the world, even if it was only a slender jade hand, the strength of the hand was not something that she, a university scholar, could withstand. It's over, barbecue. If the Empress really dealt with her, it wouldn't be a slap and a purple handprint. The more she thought about it, the more excited Chen Menjer became. She felt like she was sick inside, otherwise how could she be excited at the thought of spanking? She subconsciously clenched her legs and carefully said, "Your Majesty, then I'll try?" Fong Hongfu snorted coldly and said, "Get it wrong and see how I'll clean you up." Chen Menger's eyes were tearful, but in her heart she was getting more and more excited, and her eyes were on the verge of drawing silk. She was a little torn, her skin was itching. Should she try to get the Empress to teach her a lesson? Although she was scared, Chen Mengye could also tell that the Empress was just teasing her, and would probably beat her up gently, and wouldn't really take her dog's life. Chen Menger had loved studying strange and weird things since she was a child. The few sedans and dump trucks that Zhang Yu had teleported over were the strangest things she had ever seen, and they could run on their own without a cow or horse pulling them. She had long wanted to get her hands on it and try it out. While Zhang Yu was teaching the Empress, she was also listening to the situation from the side. After Fong Hongfu and Chen Mengye swapped seats, Chen Mengye finally touched the car she had been longing for. She tried every button and rocker, inadvertently turned on the lights and wipers, and honked the horn several times. Following the method taught by Zhang Yu, she tried to start the fire. Although it was her first time touching a car, Chen Menjer's performance was much better than Fong Hongfu's. Fire it up in one go, push in the clutch, add gas, put it in gear, and hold the steering wheel tight. Zhang Yu's eyes revealed surprise, not realizing that he had inadvertently discovered a talented young girl. As the old saying goes, big boobs have no brains, but Chen Mengye is just the opposite, with both beauty and intelligence. The car drove away from its original position peacefully. Chen Mengye only familiarized herself with it for a few minutes, and under Zhang Yu's guidance, she was already able to shift gears, traveling at a speed of up to 30-odd kilometers per hour. It seemed that this driving thing really required talent, and Fong Hongfu and Chen Mengye's performance were completely at opposite extremes. The roar of the gas pedal made Chen Menjer's blood boil, and even though it was a low gear, she had already experienced the joy of driving. Fong Hongfu sat in the co-pilot's seat and frowned at Chen Mengye. Women were all careful, even female emperors were no exception. She was still calculating in her mind that tomorrow she would make Chen Menjer take 20 lashes on the grounds that she stepped into the palace with her left foot first. On the Xiongnu side, the war was stagnant. Western Liang was in a hurry. In fact, the Xiongnu was even more anxious. Every day, Jinri Cicada was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. If this continued, the Huns' troops and horses' food and grass wouldn't last long at all. At first, the Han soldiers dug tunnels day and night, trying to make a surprise attack on Xiliang through the tunnels. Later, Zhang Luo realized that the efficiency of the soldiers was too low, and the lack of oxygen inside the tunnels also made it easy to suffocate people. So, he simply let those captured slaves dig the tunnels. The slaves had a clear division of labor, some digging and some transporting the soil. The Western Liang soldiers were responsible for supervising the work, and the slaves would be whipped if they slacked off a little. At that moment, the inside of the tunnel was feverishly busy, and a few Hun soldiers were monitoring the slaves with whips in their hands. One of the slaves had gray hair and was not as strong as a young man. He could not hoe much soil even with all the strength he could muster with his pickaxe, which he held tremblingly. The Hun soldiers were extraordinarily strict with him, and he didn't dare to slacken off at all. But after all, old age and physical decline, coupled with the Huns every day to give them to eat grass roots and bark, the old man has been completely unable to do. Coupled with the lack of oxygen in the tunnels, his legs went limp and he fell to the ground gasping for air, unable to get up at all. With fierce eyes, the Han soldier stepped forward waving the solid cowhide whip in his hand and struck the old man's body viciously. Chapter 77, Cruel Dump Trucks. The slave old man kept on howling miserably, and several more bloody rinses were added to his body, causing the old man to roll all over the ground in pain. The Han soldiers had excitement in their eyes as their whips rained down on the slaves. The old man just struggled for a few moments, and as he looked at it, he had less breath in and more breath out, and his eyes rolled over, and he fell to the ground and didn't move. The Han soldier just indifferently cursed, "Waste, can't stand a few lashes, deserves to die. All you dogs listen to me, this is what happens to anyone who doesn't do their job properly." Resentment surfaced in the slave's eyes, but in the face of the scimitar in the Hun's hands, they were more numb and honestly continued to work, not daring to resist in the slightest. The Huns on the ground didn't do a good job either. Under Zhang Luo's command, they set up stone throwers and attacked Xiliang at irregular intervals every few hours. The tunnels are almost dug successfully. The stone throwing car attacked the Xiliang dare not go out of the city gate. the Huns have a big advantage, and Jin Rikchan feels that he can do it again. He came up to Jiang Luol and said, "The military master has a brilliant plan, and the beaten Xiliang has already hunkered down. It won't be long before the stone throwers blast the walls, and then we can launch a general attack." Jiang Luor stroked his goatee, his brows furrowed. The battle was going well, but he had always had a bad feeling. The person behind Xiliang is by no means a good person, otherwise it would not be possible to recognize his scheme time and time again, and each time he responded freely, making the Huns lose a lot of money. Jiang Luol trusted his intuition, but he couldn't be sure of Xilang's movements for a while. Said to Jin Rikchan, "General, do not rush to attack, as soon as possible to dig tunnels, and then let the scouts in Jiangye City as soon as possible to pass the news. There must be a demon when things go wrong, Xiliang presses the troops, or maybe the plan is very big." Jin Rikchan mused, "Then let's follow what the military division says, but daily disturbances are essential, and in a moment, we'll harass them again with stone throwers, so that they'll be exhausted, and by then, it'll be easier to take Xiliang." Various stones fell like rain, and Fong Hongfu frowned as she looked at the sky. "The darn Huns are like flies, never daring to attack head-on." Shen Menger, beside the Empress, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I've already learned how to drive the immortal weapon. In a moment, I'll drive the car as the vanguard, and when the time comes, we'll take down the Huns in one fell swoop." Fong Hongfu said with a little bit of skepticism, "Can you?" Zhang Yu hand in hand, she did not learn to understand too much. Shen Mengye is completely self-taught, so dare to be so confident? However, Fong Hongfu was sitting in the passenger side, so he could indeed tell that Chen Mengye would have no problem driving away. Chen Menger was incomparably excited. As a civil servant, she could finally go to the battlefield to kill the enemy now that she had the help of an immortal. Xiongnu attacked for days, all the people in their hearts held a vicious anger, but the other side only defends and does not attack. For a time there is really no way to take the other side. Fong Hongfu rallied the troops, Chen Menger drove a dump truck to beat the head, and the Xiliang maiden scouts were fully loaded and ready to go. Dump truck engine roar sounded. Xiliang soldiers cannot help but sigh the greatness of the immortals, actually can invent such a divine object. I guess the Huns just hear the sound will be scared less. The attack of the stone throwers came quickly, but ended quickly. After all, it was hard enough for the Hun soldiers to collect the stones each time. The gates of Xiliang City were wide open, and Jin Rikchan laughed out loud, "Set up a formation, and give me a hard lesson on this group of Xiliang pussies." He had already thought about it. This time he wanted to teach the other side a lesson. Every time the military division Jiang Luol was too conservative in his tactics and could only lightly injure a few Western Liang soldiers, this time he had to make Fong Hongfu chilled. The soldiers continued to gather their squares, advancing forward step by step, and it was simply not something that Xiliang could resist. The golden sun cicada was still immersed in his wonderful thoughts when his ears twitched twice and his eyes showed a puzzled look. He was puzzled by the booming sound that came from nowhere. A dump truck pulled out of the city gates of Shilon with its headlights on during the day, like the huge eyes of a flooded beast. Jin Rikchan was surprised. "Warlord? What is this?" Even if Jiang Luor was smart, he couldn't recognize the technological products after the 21st century. He just looked at the dump truck and said in fear, "I can feel that this thing is extremely scary." Jin Rikchan still didn't give up, saying, "I don't know what kind of demonic magic Western Liang is using. Tell the soldiers to hold on." Chen Meng air drove the car, looked at the Hun soldiers in front of her, rolled down the window and laughed indulgently. "Ha ha ha, Hun people, see how your dream sister can clean up you." The dump truck throttled down and the engine roared a few times more terrifyingly. Hun soldiers lined up neatly. Each person tried his best to hold up the shield, looking toward the dump truck. Legs cannot stop trembling. Many soldiers closed their eyes. Mouth silently recited, "This is an illusion, this is an illusion, hold on to the past." The dump truck turned into a meat grinder directly on the battlefield, crushing and pulverizing it along with the shields and soldiers. Ancient people didn't have a high level of cognition and attributed things they couldn't explain to visions. But their own companions were dying bloody deaths around them, and some poor Hun soldiers had all their intestines and stomachs crushed out by the cartwheels. The soldiers barely maintained formation, dispersed in a flurry, and Jin Rikchan hid behind the group, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, where did Xiliang find such a fierce beast? It's actually so ferocious that it kills as if it were a bag." Chen Menger drove the car with incomparably cold eyes. "Don't look at him, usually dull and stupid, but never forget that the Huns slaughtered their own relatives. With such a blood feud, killing all the Hun soldiers would not be too much." The Hun soldiers lost their armor and fled desperately. How can two legs outrun a car? After the soldiers were caught up, they were all hit by dump trucks. It was a pity that there was only one dump truck, otherwise it would only take one round of charging and all the Hun soldiers would not be able to escape. The female soldiers of Xiliang in the back are responsible for mending and closing, and some physically handicapped Hun soldiers, some of whom are missing arms and legs, and some of whom are directly crushed by the lazy waste, lie on the ground and keep howling miserably. The female soldiers of the Western Liang were kind enough to make up a cut to end the Hun soldiers' suffering. Seeing that the Hun formation was getting more and more disorganized, the vanguard officer supervising the battle held a large sword and shouted, "Don't run. If you run again, you will be executed." After saying that, he waved the large sword in his hand to cut off the head of the passing soldier. Blood sprayed out a foot high, and the severed head soldier inertia ran continuously for several meters before collapsing. The vanguard officer's deterrence was useless, and the soldiers who were run over by the dump trucks were either killed instantly or had their limbs mutilated and their internal organs shattered. Being decapitated by a vanguard officer has been euthanasia by comparison. The supervisory vanguard officer saw that he could not control the situation, and he was a Hun diehard. His eyes looked at the dump truck fiercely, and he drew his long spear behind him and crossed it in front of him. Taking 3 steps, his mouth cried out fiercely, "Damn beast, how dare you hurt our soldiers, let's see how I'll slaughter you." The figure of the supervisory vanguard officer was extraordinarily obvious in Chen Meng's eyes after all. Everyone was running backwards and he was the only one charging in the opposite direction. Chapter 78, Professor's Son's Car Accident. Chen Minger snorted, sitting down with an immortal weapon. She was invincible. The vanguard officer charged desperately, the dump truck's engine roared, and the end was obvious as the vanguard officer flew back faster than he had charged. However, the tip of the lance in the opponent's hand was made of fine iron, and relying on the force of inertia, it was deeply rooted into the front of the dump truck. Supervisory vanguard officer is also considered an expert. The vitality is very tenacious. I do not know how many bones in my body were crushed, constantly spitting blood, but for a moment not dead. The soldiers of Xiliang also gave the highest courtesy to this brave vanguard officer, and a dozen soldiers bowed to each other. Even if the position is different, loyalty and bravery are honorable. The female soldiers all together, more than 20 sharp rebar lances stuck into each other's body. The vanguard officer just struggled for a moment, then both legs completely GA. The Huns scattered in all directions, and even if the dump trucks were fast, they still could only chase one direction, and many Hun soldiers ran away. Behind the Huns' garrison was a wooded area with a number of huge trees growing in it, and the soldiers hid in it so that the dump trucks couldn't get in for a while. The attack, however, was too bloody a scene and gave the Hun soldiers the fright of their lives. Fong Hongfu stood in front of the forest, utilizing her internal energy and shouting, "Golden Sun Cicada, you can't hide for long, I'll take your life sooner or later." Take your life. Dog's life. A gust of echoes rang out, and Jean Rickchan, hiding in the woods, gritted his teeth and said, "What in the world is that thing? Who in the world is helping Western Liang behind the scenes?" Not only were the soldiers scared out of their wits, Zhang Luer also saw a dump truck for the first time, and the broken flesh all over the ground. That picture made his scalp numb just thinking about it. He took a deep breath and said hesitantly, "General, there are unfathomable forces behind Xiliang. It is unwise to force the enemy at this time. Why don't we retreat with the remaining soldiers?" Jean Rickchan turned his head violently, looked at Zhang Luo with a fierce face, and said as he grabbed the other party by the neck, "You want me to be a deserter? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now." Zhang Luo was lifted above his head by Jean Rickchan, both hands trying to break the other's palms, and both legs kept swinging like wind chimes. Golden Sun Cicada casually threw Zhang Luo aside and snorted coldly, "I only want to hear this once, next time I won't be polite." Zhang Luo instantly recognized the situation clearly and respectfully said, "Many thanks for not killing General." If it was an ordinary soldier, Jean Rickchan would have killed the other party long ago. The recent war with Xiliang was a losing battle, but it was also true that it was only because of Zhang Luo's ploys that he was able to give the Huns a little bit of a head start each time. It's just that every time Xiliang descended to strike, they got something they didn't even recognize, and every time the soldiers had to suffer a big loss. It was simply impossible for him to overturn the situation by himself, and now the only hope was Zhang Luo. The Golden Sun Cicada twisted his head and said, "You'd better show your usefulness now, or you're not far from death either." Failure after failure made Jean Rickchan upset, and the more he looked at Zhang Luo, the more displeased he became. Now he was too lazy to even pretend. Zhang Luo coughed violently twice and said, "General, that strange organ beast is too brave. It's very difficult to force an enemy, but we still have tunnels dug night after night. I see that organ beast is huge. I think it's very difficult to move in Xiliang City." Jean Rickchan said in an icy tone, "This general will believe you one more time." Of course, there was nothing Jean Rickchan could do if he didn't believe in it, and with this situation, he couldn't think of any more ideas. The Xiongnu's hard-earned stone throwers were burned cleanly by the Empress in a single fire. Shen Menger's legs were weak as she stepped down from her seat and vomited just after getting out of the car, and her eyes were full of mutilated limbs and broken arms. The excitement of driving and killing the enemy passed, and all that was left was nausea, a war in which tens of thousands of Hun soldiers had died as a direct result of her. The Empress looked at her favorite and comforted, "Dreamer, good job, this war is all on you." Chen Meng'er smiled graciously at the Empress, not wanting to say a word. The Empress thanked Jiang Yu across the air. "Jiang Yu, again with your help changing the situation, I thank you on behalf of the people of Western Liang." Jiang Yu actually wanted to say, "Don't mouth thanks, beautiful women teleported me over to play, but unfortunately, living things cannot be teleported." He said gently, "As long as you are happy and the people of Shilong live happily, that is all that matters to me." Jiang Yu's words instantly hit the softest part of Fong Hongfu's heart, and his eyes instantly became moist. As the Empress of 10,000 people, everyone only saw her in a high position of power and scenery. Only Jiang Yu knew that she had a hard life and was genuinely willing to help him. The Empress sighed. If only she could meet Jiang Yu. At that time, she couldn't wait to sleep with her arms around each other every day. The two just chatted for a few moments. After all, the Empress had to clean up the battlefield and boost morale. Xiliang is now self-sufficient with soldiers and people doing their jobs, except for the lack of water, and will soon be self-sufficient. The sweet potato seeds that Jiang Yu had teleported over some time ago had already taken root and sprouted, and it wouldn't be long before Xilong was able to eat food that he had grown himself. A lot of work in the city needs to be presided over by Fong Hongfu, and now she and Jiang Yu have become the spiritual pillar of the people of Xiliang, and only when they see the statues of Fong Hongfu and Jiang Yu every day, the people will not be afraid of any difficulties. The little Huns, too, are on the verge of being broken. Jiang Yu's matter let Professor Sun eat a big loss, and now he does not dare to act rashly, for fear that he will offend Jiang Yu. Wearing shoes is afraid of barefoot. In case Jiang Yu is anxious, the dead can have no place to reason. As for the police, Professor Sun thought not even dare to think. These years he shipped overseas, the value of cultural relics added up to nearly 1 billion, really alarm, or maybe to Jiang Yu issued a certificate of bravery, their own joy a peanut rice. Starting today, he decided to go deep and simple, not going anywhere but home and work. Driving away from his collection studio, Professor Sun drove very steadily, and just after a traffic light when he wanted to lower the speed of the car, Professor Sun's foot stepped on the brake and found it unresponsive. His face changed directly, and his right leg stepped on the brakes in a deadly manner, but unfortunately, the car was getting faster and faster, and he was about to crash into the truck in front of him. Professor Sun hit the steering wheel, the front wheels of the sedan white smoke, in situ grunt rolled up, continuously rolled a few laps, the sedan finally stalled. The car glass shattered and exploded everywhere, and Professor Sun struggled to unbuckle his seatbelt and climbed out of the window with his face covered in blood. One of them had his eyes shut tight and was still bleeding. A couple of good Samaritans on the side of the road picked him up, and a few of them said in a chorus, "Call 120. Is there no problem with this bleeding? Want to help call the police?" Upon hearing the alarm, Professor Sun alerted, "No, I'll just go to the hospital myself." Chapter 79. Mahjong was released from prison. Professor Sun is not sure if his crime is exposed, but he can't help but feel weak in the face of public security, and he doesn't dare to let anyone else call the police. But the injuries on his body were too serious not to go to the hospital. Now all hospitals were real names. He didn't even want to go to the hospital if it wasn't necessary. The passers-by were still very kind and helped Professor Sun to call an ambulance, but no one followed him to the hospital. Everyone didn't know each other and no one wanted to help advance the medical bills. Everyone just wants to keep their goodness, but never wants to pay for someone else's evil. In the ambulance, doctors and nurses briefly stopped Professor Sun's bleeding, but the doctor's next words made Professor Sun's heart sink to the bottom. "Old sir, the rest of your body is small wounds, just wait slowly to recover, but there's glass slag lodged inside your eye, so I guess the eyeball will have to be removed." Professor Sun's position in the organization today was all due to his own eyesight, and naturally, if he had a choice, he would not want to become a one-eyed dragon. He gripped the doctor's hand and said excitedly, "Doctor, save me, please save my eyes." The doctor and nurse together pressed Professor Sun's shoulders and said, "Don't be anxious, old sir, we'll do our best." After saying that, put an oxygen mask on the other party, a shot of anesthetic went down, and Teacher Sun was directly honest. The next day has been done surgery. Professor Sun felt the drilling pain all over his body, especially the eyes connected to the inside of the nerves. The whole brain is like to explode. He struggled to get up. A basket of fruit sat beside his hospital bed. He didn't know who had sent it over, but a note inside stood out. A normal visit to a patient is usually a colorful cardstock with a message of good luck. This time the note was plain black with 5 words scrawled on it in correction fluid. "Next time, be honest." Professor Sun's heart was cold. He hadn't offended anyone lately except for Jiang Yu, and the other party's movements were too fast. Professor Sun somewhat regretted that he was too impulsive, and now he ended up lying in the hospital, with a thick gauze wrapped around one eye, and he didn't know if he could heal. After Huang Zheng came back and Jiang Yu said Professor Sun's situation, the other side of the break is naturally a good thing that Jiang Yu let Huang Zheng do. This old thing fell into a half-blind, let Jiang Yu feel great joy. The two men drank beer and made small talk about what to do next in their endeavors, and in the course of a few days, the demolished facade had been built. Of course, just chatting about how to demolish the place or building what things, Shilong thinks Jiang Yu is impossible to say to Huang Zheng. The most lacking thing in Shiliang now is the water source. Every day we have to rely on Jiang Yu to transmit tap water, but the water source is just barely able to allow the people of Shiliang to make a living. Washing and bathing is a luxury thing. According to his idea, a large storable water tower is built near his house, and several large water purification devices are connected to it, and the groundwater is purified to a standard that can be drunk directly. Nowadays, the environment is so polluted that the average person eats everything that is technologically and ruthlessly alive, and the groundwater is naturally no cleaner. Especially in Xiliang in ancient times, the tap water has had a preliminary purification, but a lot of people in Xiliang after drinking or vomiting and diarrhea. Jiang Yu called to contact the construction company. Water purification project all built each other offer 300,000, Jiang Yu priced to 400,000, but the condition is that the other side must be around the clock, 2 shifts as soon as possible to complete the project. Another called a well drilling. The village has a lot of people doing this kind of business. They have a well drilling car, and then spray small ads everywhere, waiting for the employer to call. Jiang Yu has this aspect of the mind, has long left the phone. Well drilling is much cheaper. A deep well, quoted at $50,000, can be started in 3 days or less. Jiang Yu and Huang Zhang were still chatting when a sneaky figure suddenly appeared at the door. Jiang Yu took a look. Hey! Still an old acquaintance. Ma Xinghua, this guy defected to his own brother, is considered to have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Just that day just see Ma Bagua one side, and then stayed in the other side of the rental house as a scapegoat. When Fong and Jiang Yu looked for Ma Bagua, the guy was directly pressed on the head by his uncle. Inside is a bad crime. Now is the era of harmony. Torture to force confessions naturally no longer, but want to deal with him this kind of garbage, there are ways. Inside the detention center, as long as Ma Xinghua wanted to sleep, immediately there were auxiliary police banging on the gong and beating the drums, scaring him. He was instantly stirred up. For a week in a row, he did not sleep a day. The police officer, after some investigation, to determine the other side of a lot of things really do not know, but also not enough to cover up the crime, to warn Ma Xinghua some will be released. Inside the detention center, although only a short 7 days, but he is counting his fingers to live, eat or eat bad, drink or drink bad. The only support for his belief is the demolition money. With this money, out of the future will be able to eat and drink spicy. After Ma Xinghua came out, the first thing he did was to go to the bank and check his account, and looking at the balance, which was still a pitiful double digit, he felt incredibly lost. But he didn't think much about it. Maybe the demolition process is a little slower. After all, this thing is not under his control. For now it was just a matter of gritting his teeth and going back to the village for a few days and hoping that no one threw him ollie gives again at night. Stayed inside the detention center for a week, has not slept well, face withered skin and bones, wounds are slow to heal. Now Ma Xinghua is still blue and swollen. He desperately wants to go home to sleep a good night. After returning home, Ma Xinghua dumbfounded, finished, barbecue, how just go to the detention center a trip, come back when the home is gone. It's okay if we lose our home, but why isn't the money for the demolition coming in? Ma Xinghua walked around the high wall several times. Jiang Yu's new replacement of the security gate he could not climb in, and finally stole a ladder to climb in. Seeing Jiang Yu, Ma Xinghua said with a humble smile, that, Boss Jiang, I have something to leave for a few days, come back to see, you have finished demolition, the demolition money? You see? Jiang Yu pretended to suddenly realize, oh. You mean that demolition money, right? Ma Xinghua nodded his head like a pug, right, you're a nobleman who forgot about my share? Jiang Yu smiled disdainfully and said, impossible, your money has been sent out long ago, not receiving it can only be your own problem. Ma Xinghua all of a sudden anxious, he also thought of relying on this money to live a good life, but now it's good. The beauty did not sleep, but instead of sleeping in the detention center for a week, the results of the money is gone, the room is gone. This and who said reason to go? Hurriedly said, Boss Jiang, it can't be, I just checked, it really didn't arrive, you help me check if it's a mistake. Jiang Yu secretly laughed in his heart. Ma Xinghua, this dog, when he blocked his own demolition, can let the other side get a penny, their own, this Jiang word written backwards. Concerning the second half of his life wealth, at this time Ma Xinghua no longer dared to be arrogant, and could not wait to kneel down and beg Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu sneered and said, "Old Ma, we are also old neighbors, since you said it, I can't afford not to help, but remember, only this time, if you mess up again in the future, not to mention me, my brother Huang won't agree." Chapter 80 Sun Wei comes to the door. Huang Zhang and Jiang Yu had a heart-to-heart and casually picked up a brick and broke it with a punch. Ma Xinguo only heart twitch a little, sandbag big fist, if hit in his own body, his own more than 100 pounds of meat, it is estimated to be accounted for here. Huang Zhang carried Ma Xinguo's collar and said in a jarring voice, "Go, I'll go with you to check the account, if I beat the money out of you and you mess around, see how I'm going to clean you up then." Ma Xinguo lowered his eyebrows and said, "Brother Huang, don't worry, I really didn't lie, I didn't receive any money in my card, you still don't know my character?" Huang Zhang spat out a mouthful of old spit and said nonchalantly, "You guys still have character? How come I didn't know?" Ma Xinguo immediately turned red in the face, but he didn't know how to retort and could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Until now he didn't know that Jiang Yu never wanted to give him money. They are all from one village, if Ma Xinguo was honest in the beginning, Jiang Yu will not be generous. Even if he negotiated with Jiang Yu alone and wanted to raise part of the price, it wasn't unacceptable, the mistake was that this guy Ma Xinguo provoked the villagers and wanted to put Jiang Yu against everyone. Jiang Yu naturally will not let him go, things have come to this point, it is no longer a matter of money, no matter how much money is spent, Ma Xinguo, this dog, must have nothing. Huang Zhang has already taken Ma Xinguo to check the records of the call, and when the time comes, it will be him and his wife CFA tearing up, but unfortunately, Jiang Yu has long arranged CFA to understand, and it is difficult for Ma Xinguo to find the other side as if it were heaven. Huang Zhang has taken Ma Xinguo away already, and Jiang Yu's phone rings again, and Sun Wei, who contacted him yesterday, calls. The other party is already in front of Jiang Yu's house, answering the phone. Jiang Yu let the other party wait for a while, after all, their own home is now too big yard. The yards of dozens of villagers are now all fenced off. Now the area of his home is estimated to be able to compare the size of the home with also Master Yu Qian, but unfortunately, there are still 2 highway kilometers short of the Father Paul Highway, Mom Kitchen Highway. It took close to 10 minutes of walking, which brought Sun Wei to his home. The two are old colleagues, meeting is a warm embrace. Sun Wei looked at Jiang Yu's yard, surprised, "Brother Jiang, your life is also too nourishing, right? The yard area is bigger than the golf course." Kang Wu said with some bravado, "So many things have not been built yet, it is not comfortable to live now, and it is not as convenient as a building." Sitting on the seat of the yard, although Sun Wei envied Jiang Yu's big yard, but did not stay too much on the topic, instead, he opened the door and said, "Brother Jiang, I'll be mixing with you in the future, you're so big in this yard, is there any good project to bring my little brother with me?" Jiang Yu had a natural affinity for Sun Wei, and the two had especially hit it off when they were working together. Sun Wei is a very suitable cowhorse, without the other party's efforts, Jiang Yu is his immediate leader, it is impossible to get such a high salary. Cow and horse this thing, or familiar with the use of smooth, now Jiang Yu developed, the old subordinates happened to leave, just a heavenly opportunity. Jiang Yu honestly said, "I and a big brother set up a construction company, ready to dispose of my yard demolition of this place, why don't you go to that company to enter the job, then help my big brother?" Huang Zhang hesitated and said, "Brother Jiang, what do you think of the game's prospects?" Jiang Yu lit up and said, "In the future, I will definitely consider making games. The domestic Shen Zhentang most of the time is the richest man in plain sight, visible game profitability, and I now have a prototype, ready to make an ancient sandbox game." Sun Wei shook Jiang Yu's hand and said excitedly, "Jiang, I really met a confidant. After I left my job, I have always wanted to do the game, but my own funds are limited, and I don't dare to start a business casually. The two of us will work together, and when the time comes, we can surely make a fire-breaking game." Jiang Yu also smiled and said, "Cheer up, little son, I believe in you too." Jiang Yu has always recognized the other party's ability, just in this society where capital is king, just having the ability can only live a little better than ordinary people, it is difficult to achieve class leap. The more they talked, Jiang Yu simply rode his bike and took Sun Wei to the town's restaurant. The two asked for a few small dishes, a few bottles of beer, and drank and talked. The two laughed every now and then at the dinner table as they talked about funny stories from their old jobs. Jiang Yu's side is still happily drinking. Huang Zhang took Ma Xinguo back to the company and typed out the transfer records to show the other party. The username above the demolition compensation is clearly written CFA. Ma Xinguo feels that the sky has collapsed. Jiang Yu in the beginning, in order to give him a little more demolition money, induced the other side in CFA fake divorce, and now it has been faked, the demolition of things and his Ma Xinguo completely have nothing to do. Having seen Huang Zhang's force value, Ma Xinguo didn't dare to spill the beans and left in a state of dismay, holding on to his last hope to call CFA. The cold empty number tone came from the cell phone, and Ma Xinguo's last ray of hope was dashed, and his eyes looked at the sky feebly, not knowing where he should go next. He somewhat cannot figure out, obviously glory and wealth is so close to him, why in the end he is still a poor man, and even mixed his wife did not have, the old family house is no longer there, completely become a lonely poor man. That's the way the world works, no matter how sad you are, the world goes on as usual and even rains on your sadness to add to it. Ma Xinghua sat helplessly on the drenched ground, with no idea where to go in the future. Zhang Yu in a small restaurant looking out the window at the rain, a few small dishes, 2 pots of old wine, old friends chilling out, the day has a taste. From time to time, he even sneaked a few glances at Fong Hongfu, the Empress was simply too beautiful, even if he only looked at her twice occasionally, Zhang Yu felt immensely satisfied. The war was won, not in the past time just dominant, this time but in the front battlefield actually beat the Xiongnu convinced, now the other side is still cowering in the woods do not dare to come out. Fong Hongfu's long-time depressed chi finally stretch, in the future, the people of Xiliang do not have to be afraid of the Huns, the smile on his face is incomparably bright, inadvertently infected all the people of Xiliang. Even Kong Wu, who was speaking, felt happy just looking at it twice. A few people are happy and a few people are sad, and naturally some people are happy and some people are sad. In order to dig the tunnels, all the slaves that the Huns used to capture had died, and now it was replaced by soldiers to dig the tunnels. There was not the slightest light inside the darkened tunnels, so the only way to dig was to light a torch. But the air inside the tunnels was thin, the torches would snatch the oxygen from the people, and everyday Hun soldiers died from lack of oxygen. The digging of the tunnels had come to an end, but the more the end came, the more they needed to be filled with human lives. Even Jean Rikshan couldn't help but be moved by the corpses that were carried out from inside the tunnels every day. Chapter 81 Foodie Chen Menger. Kim Il-Cicada was able to tolerate the heroic sacrifice of his soldiers on the battlefield, but their inexplicable deaths in the tunnels were difficult for him to accept in any case. The commander who was in charge of digging the tunnel was now standing in front of Jean Rikshan with fear and trembling. Jean Rikshan had suffered a series of defeats in recent days, and his temper was getting more and more irritable, so if he made the slightest mistake, his head might fall to the ground. Jean Rikshan's face was frosty as he said in a cold voice, "It was just digging a tunnel, why did so many soldiers lose their lives?" The chief of the 1,000 husbands secretly slandered in his heart, "When those slaves were killed and injured, you did not see such pain, and now you want to urge the progress of the project, but also want to protect the lives of the soldiers, really want to be a whore, but also want to set up a house of cards." Of course, these words in his heart, the commander would never dare to say out. He could only tentatively reply, "General, the tunnel project is nearly finished, but the cave is deep, and the soldiers often feel tightness in their chests and shortness of breath after entering it, and when they labor for a long time, many of them fainted and never woke up. The military doctors can do nothing about it." The tunnel attack was the last hope of the Huns. Jean Rikshan would not give up lightly no matter what. Although this 1,000 husbandman in front of him was not slow in his progress, he was also taking the lives of his soldiers to fill them in, so he could only try to ensure the safety of his soldiers' lives by droning on. The Hun soldiers had been driven into the woods, a hostile, dark and damp environment. If we delay any longer, without waiting for Western Liang to attack, just the snakes, insects, rats and ants in the woods and the bacteria bred by the humid environment would be enough to make the Hun soldiers lose most of their lives. In the dead of night, the Jiangyu temple in the city of Zhangye in Xiliang became silent at this moment after the incense flourished in the daytime. From time to time, small sobbing sounds came from the entrance of the temple, accompanied by a slightly cute baby voice, brokenly chanting, "Immortal Jiangyu, I killed so many people today, I've never seen so many dead people and mutilated limbs in my life. Now as long as I close my eyes, those bloody faces are floating in front of me, I really don't dare to go home, you must bless me." Chen Menger knelt in front of the statue of Jiangyu and prayed over and over again. As for Jiangyu at this moment, he was half asleep and half awake, with that slightly cute female voice ringing in his ears from time to time, just like the little clip sound that exploded on the internet. At first, he thought that he was still dreaming, but the crushing sound continued, making him complain, "Who is it, not sleeping in the middle of the night?" Chen Menger, who was far away in Shillong, was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. "Immortal, is that you? You heard my voice?" The other party's reply caused Jiangyu to snap out of it, his head instantly becoming clear. He habitually switched his viewpoint to Western Liang, and in the past, the only person who could talk to him was Fong Hongfu, but this time the voice was different. A girl appeared in Jiangyu's line of sight, dressed in a flowery dress, with a large area of snow-white skin hidden on her chest, her breasts curved proudly, holding up the dress. A head of long straight black hair was casually pulled behind her head with a hairpin, her big watery eyes were like 2 clear springs, and her tears fell like broken beads. Jiangyu naturally recognized her, the female emperor's favored minister, Western Liang University scholar Chen Menger. He had also seen the other party several times while observing the Empress from a distance, especially when she learned to drive a dump truck without any training. In the past, Jiang Yu always thought that Chen Mengye didn't look too smart, but since she quickly learned her driving skills, he realized that Chen Mengye looked dull and cute, but she was actually too smart. Jiang Yu asked with some confusion, "You're Chen Menger? How were you able to contact me?" Chen Menger was also confused and said in a daze, "Today, so many people crashed and died on the battlefield that I didn't dare to sleep at night, so I came to the temple to pray." Jiang Yu first took out a jar of hawthorn preserves and said to Chen Mengye, "Mengye, I'll teleport some snacks over to you, so try if it's good." Normally Chen Menger was a snacker, and as soon as she heard that there was food, her eyes immediately lit up. But when she thought of the tragic situation of the battlefield during the day, she became downcast again. It was also the first time that Jiang Yu attempted to teleport something to someone other than the Empress. With a movement of his mind, the hawthorn preserves disappeared into place. Chen Menger looked at the red fruits in the plastic jar in front of her, wanting to eat them but not daring to do so. As long as she saw something red, she thought of those red limbs and arms. But on second thought, after all, it was food bestowed by the immortals, so if you didn't eat it, wouldn't you be letting the other party down? So she pinched her nose and stuffed the hawthorn preserves into her mouth, gathering the courage to take a light bite. The sweet and sour flavor instantly filled her mouth. This was the first time she had ever eaten this flavor of hawthorn. It was a bit similar to the sugar gourds she had eaten on her birthday when she was a child, but it was much sweeter than the sugar gourds. Ancient sugar had a bitter flavor in its sweetness. Even if it was made into a sugar gourd, the taste was not very good. The candied fruit that Jiang Yu transmitted over, on the other hand, did not have the slightest bitterness and only had a pure sweet and sour flavor. The delicious Chen Menger's big eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, and her mouth smiled into a crescent shape. She said vaguely, "Immortal ginger, it's so delicious, sweet and sour and raw, it feels like it tastes like both an ice candy gourd and a fresh prune." As long as Chen Mengye was willing to eat, it would be fine. With so many snacks in Jiang Yu's house, it was still easy to satisfy a girl's appetite. He said like coaxing a child, "If it's delicious, you can eat more. I'll teleport something else over to you after eating." Chapter 82, Digging Through Tunnels. Chen Menger nodded her head full of joy and said, It's delicious." She had already eaten a dozen or so preserves, and Jiang Yu figured that the hawthorn should have acted as an appetizer as well, and teleported over a few packets of chili fries, potato chips, and cola, as well as mineral water and a small self-heating hot pot. Chen Mengye picked up a pack of chili fries with a curious gleam in her eyes. "What is this?" Jiang Yu explained patiently as if he was treating a little girl, "This is spicy fries, it's a very popular food on our side." "Oh. You tear open the package and taste it?" Chen Mengye carefully tore open the package, her jade-like fingers gently picked up the spicy bar and put it into her mouth. The fiery flavor instantly spread in her mouth. She huffed repeatedly and couldn't help but say, "This chorizo, it hurts so much in my mouth, but it's really good." It was unthinkable that Chen Mengye, who looked a bit dull and cute on the outside, was actually quite smart. In that era of Xiliang, chili peppers had not yet been introduced, and with just her first attempt, she was able to distinguish that spiciness was a sense of pain, not taste. The first time she ate spicy food, I guess she was a bit overwhelmed. Jiang Yu hurriedly said, "Open the can next to you, there is a drink inside, drink it and you will be able to relieve the spiciness." Chen Mengye's face was red, and her mouth was constantly puffing, so she hurriedly opened the can and drank a large amount of Coke in a big gulp. The can of Coke bottomed out quickly, her little face holding in the red, and eventually she couldn't help but burp. Hiccup. Young girls all want to save face. Hiccuping in front of an immortal, Chen Menger was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. Jiang Yu saw her embarrassment and grinned. "No need to be embarrassed, that's how Coke is drunk, there's gas in it and everyone burps after drinking it." Chen Menger let out a long breath and said, "So refreshing, all of these are so delicious, the immortal realm is also too good, there are actually so many delicious things to eat, I want to try all of the rest as well." Jiang Yu snickered, "Little glutton, eat more if you like, I still have a lot here." He touched his nose, but the thoughts in his heart are quite complicated. Chen Mengye didn't know the concept of technology and hard work, nor did she understand food additives in ancient times. The healthiest food was the hardest to come by. A fool's errand is a fool's errand. Things just need to taste good to fill your stomach, and once in a while, food additives are not a threat to your health. This night, Jiang Yu's snacks fed Chen Mengye to her heart's content. Worried that she would be cold if she slept outside, he also teleported a tent and a quilt over. After Chen Mengye pitched her tent, she didn't rush to lie in it, but instead laid on the ground and chatted with Jiang Yu. As the two of them talked, Jiang Yu also changed his impression of Chen Mengye. It was unthinkable that under her dull and cute appearance, she had a belly full of poetry and talent. Chen Mengye also got to know Jiang Yu better, realizing that this lofty immortal was different from what she had imagined. She had always thought that the other party had a compassionate heart, spoke little, and was always willing to help the people of Western Liang. It is only after really understanding that I realized that Jiang Yu was more like a flesh and blood person, cheerful, will make girls happy, one person is enough to feed a city in Xiliang. Chen Menger couldn't help but think somewhat wistfully that how nice it would be if she could have such a husband. However, she quickly shook her head again and put this unrealistic thought behind her. Jiang Yu was so outstanding, I'm afraid that the only person in the Western Liang kingdom who could be worthy of him was the Empress. Chatting with Jiang Yu, Chen Menger's spirit completely relaxed. After all, she had spent the whole day on the battlefield killing enemies during the day, and when she suddenly relaxed, sleepiness came like a tidal wave. Kong Wu ends the conversation and pretends to be macho by urging her that she must go to bed right away. Chen Menger's heart was warm, obediently climbed into the tent, just lay down and fell asleep, obviously exhausted. From time to time, his mouth also dreamily murmured, Jiang Yu, how nice it would be if you were an ordinary person, but it's a pity that you're an immortal, I'm not good enough for you after all. Hearing the other party's words, Kong Wu wanted to yell out, just your round, full D cups deserve it. But he forced himself to hold down the thought. He didn't know if he would be able to make it to Xiliang someday, and if he couldn't, then the promise would turn into a sharp arrow that would hurt people. Western Liang won a great victory, and during the day, the Empress once again opened the barn to release food. White rice with squash, everyone can eat until they are full, each person can also share a piece of duck meat, or the last time Jiang Yu bought extra. The people ate and drank, and the whole city of Zhangye celebrated with universal joy. Although the war had hurt the people, the culprit was the Huns. The victory of the war meant that the first step of revenge was successful. Just like that great Emperor Wu in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, there were consecutive years of conquests and 100 victories. The people's lives were hard, but everyone could puff out their chests and say proudly wherever they went, I am the great Han nation. As long as the division is well known and the war is fought in the name of war, the backbone of a nation can be fought. After the revelry, whether it was the people of Xiliang or the Xiliang maidens, today was a rare day of relaxation. Except for a few people who stayed behind to guard the city gates, all the rest slept soundly. However, at this time, Xiliang did not know that not far underground, the Huns were digging tunnels night and day. The ground in a clearing suddenly caved in, and the Hun soldier whispered in a hoarse, excited voice, "It's through. It's dug through." Several other soldiers could not hide their excitement. For the sake of the tunnels in front of them, the slaves that had been captured before had been depleted, and dozens of soldiers had to be smothered to death every day. Each of the soldiers digging the tunnels were determined to die, and now that the tunnels were dug through, a few of them didn't have to die. The leading 1,000 husbandmen whispered, "Don't make any noise, first contact the scouts still in Xiliang." A few soldiers nodded together, changed into their long-prepared night clothes, and dispersed lightly to look for their connectors. The Hun's connector was named Wan Jinfeng, the leader of every intelligence report with the Golden Suncatcher. Ancient nobles would train dead soldiers, both men and women. Men would eventually be trained to be assassins, who could go and assassinate political opponents, or assassinate the emperor under the banner of paying tribute. Women are divided into two types. The beautiful ones are trained in the art of music, chess, painting, and bedtime skills, and then offered to political allies when they meet an enemy they can't defeat. They can also offer their beauties to each other to pray for forgiveness, but most of the time this method doesn't work. There are also average-looking women who need to undergo the same training as the men, but focus more on scouting than assassination. After 10 or 8 years of training, they are a qualified scout. They can go deep behind enemy lines to act as spies, or lurk in the marketplace to spy on news, or even rely on the bedside manner they cultivated as children to root themselves in greenhouses, eavesdropping on the whispers of the powerful and wealthy, and trying to find ways to catch each other's handles and offer them to their. Chapter 83 Fong Cherry captured. The whole of Western Liang was immersed in a peacefulness, 10,000 voices were heard, and everyone was immersed in a sweet-smelling dream. Wan Jinfeng silently led a few Hun soldiers and stalked towards the residence of Fong Cherry, the Empress' sister. Fong Cherry's residence is always guarded by the imperial guards to prevent her from sneaking into battle. This little girl is obsessed with dancing with swords and sticks, dreaming of one day becoming a unique, invincible female general. Although Fong Hongfu was interested in cultivating her and teaching her all her martial arts skills, after all, Fong Cherry is still too young and tender, and on the battlefield, the winds and clouds are changing, so the slightest carelessness could cost her life. Today's battle was a success, and the Imperial Guards guarding Fong Cherry were able to rest for the time being. After all, Fong Cherry was located in the heart of Zhangye City, and the Huns were currently cowering in the woods outside the city, making it impossible to threaten the city. In the evening, Fong Hongfu also brought Fong Cherry to have some fun in the city. Long-term sister imprisoned in the boudoir, Fong Hongfu's heart is also full of pity. However, when sending Fong Cherry home, Fong Hongfu sternly warned her not to go out again. The battle has been won in stages, but the more this moment, the more likely the Xiongnu will be desperate and risky. If Fong Sakura sneaks out of the city, the Huns will definitely do whatever they can to capture her. Wang Jinfeng's action was even smoother than expected. Fong Cherry's residence was empty and unguarded, and even the poison needles prepared in advance were useless. Wang Jinfeng gently waved his hand, signaling the soldiers behind him to stay put and sneak alone. The soldiers obediently followed the order and stayed in place without moving. Wang Jinfeng walked into the courtyard silently with a cat's waist and a light pace. She had been professionally trained and hardly made any noise while walking. She quietly squatted in front of the window, dipped her index finger in saliva, gently poked the window paper, first through a small hole to spy on the situation inside the house. Subsequently, she took out a hollow stick from her waist, through the hole, gently blowing, a wave of smoke from the other end of the stick curls out. Wang Jinfeng squatted down and waited patiently for the smoke to work. The drug-effective ecstasy is about half an incense stick after the onset. By then, the person in the house will be sleeping like a dead pig, easily can be taken away. The process of robbing Fong Cherry was easier than Wang Jinfeng had expected, and without alerting anyone, she carried the little girl away along the tunnels. The scouts who stayed in Xiliang even had time to recover the tunnels. After all, the tunnels were the Huns' killer weapon, and they could not be easily exposed at this moment. The entire western Liang seemed as if nothing had happened. People were still sleeping in their dreams, except that Fong Cherry, the Empress's sister, had quietly disappeared. The next morning, Jiang Yu slept beautifully. Xiliang is not bothered for the time being, and the water tower construction company has entered the field as scheduled. He prepared enough food for Xiliang to last for several months, and with his help, Xiliang has also gradually become self-sufficient. Just woke up, Jiang Yu also received a good news. He previously ordered in the 4S store of the two cars. Maybach 680 is still in the factory repair and modification, while the other Ford Raptor F650 has arrived. Saleswoman Sun Lin just called to inform him that the last time he had an in-depth exchange with her, the feeling was very wonderful, so that Jiang Yu was a little forgetful. He has long wanted to ask each other out again, but recently has been busy, and just dealt with the matter of Professor Sun. Last time Jiang Yu went to the Ford 4S store only paid a deposit, this time to pick up the car just to settle the final payment together. Inside the 4S store, Sun Lin was similar to last time, still in a professional outfit with sexy little black silk. After half a month to see Jiang Yu again, Sun Lin almond eyes with love, eyes flow, seems to have something to say, but everything is in the words. In fact, dealing with women is very simple, just to meet her two mouths, or fed will be dead to you, fed a mouth will be around and right, want to change a better man, two mouths cannot feed that would be bad, the other side will often be like kicking a ball as you kicked away. Jiang Yu is now a veritable tycoon, and the presidential suite that he brought Sun Lin to stay in last time, and the five-star hotel's big meal, are flavors she has never tasted in the past 20 years. That mouth above naturally does not need to be said. As for the mouth below, Jiang Yu did not let Sun Lin suffer, although it was only the first time, but also tossed until the middle of the night. A clear spring is almost dried up. Seeing Jiang Yu again, how could Sun Lin not be excited in her heart? Moreover, Jiang Yu still came over with the final payment, and with performance comes commission, and Sun Lin is genuinely fond of Jiang Yu. If it wasn't inconvenient inside the 4S store, she would have wanted to jump right into Kong Wu's arms. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "First go look at the car, and then we'll have dinner together after work in the evening." Sun Lin blushed like a ripe red apple and whispered, "Then will I go back at night?" Jiang Yu smiled and said, "What do you think?" After saying that, Sun Lin's face turned even redder. For a while, the atmosphere became ambiguous, and the two of them looked at each other and walked side by side to their new cars. Jiang Yu stood in front of the Raptor F650, his 5'8" height made him look small even in front of the front end of the car. Pure black body, like a steel beast, huge body, rugged lines, all the time not to provoke the man's heartstrings. The huge tires are 1.11 meters tall, taller than two tires on an average car. The V8 diesel engine, with 325 horsepower, all highlight the surging power of this mechanical beast. The car is 6.5 meters long, 2.69 meters wide, and close to 3 meters high. Fortunately, Jiang Yu lives in a rural compound, otherwise, the underground garage of an ordinary neighborhood would not be able to enter. Raptor has always been Jiang Yu's dream car. At this moment finally see the current car, Jiang Yu cannot wait to say with Sun Lin, "Go, I take you for a ride." Sun Lin's face turned even redder, as if she had thought of something shameful, but did not reject Jiang Yu, stepping on her small high heels and laboriously climbing onto the electric stirrups. It's just too tall, and even with the foot pegs, it's still a bit of a struggle for a girl to climb on. Like a little boy with a new toy, Jiang Yu excitedly got into the car, inserted the key, twisted the key door, and the characteristic air pressure sound of the diesel engine followed. Still indoors, Jiangyu did not step on the gas pedal hard, and after driving out of the 4S store and onto the main road, the sound of the gas pedal roar followed. Black smoke billowed from the exhaust, the engine fired up completely, and the sound instantly overshadowed all the sedans on the road. Jiangyu opened the window of the car, the cool wind blew, gently brushing Sun Lin's hair. She was both scared and excited, excitedly said, "Slow down, I'm a little scared." Kangwoo was too old for thrill seeking to get more and more excited by a girl's fear, and he gently lowered the speed of the car, with the sound of a mesmerizing engine in his ears. Sun Lin rubbed her chest and said slightly breathlessly, "This car is too big, even if I don't drive fast, I feel so scared." Kangwoo snickered, "Don't all you women like them big?" Sun Lin flirtatiously blanked Jiangyu, her slender jade hand gently pinched him, exhaled like an orchid and said in Jiangyu's ear, "Yours is big and exciting enough, I don't need a big car." Jiangyu's heart trembled, this little girl, obviously a pure look, this sounds itchy. Chapter 84 Goodbye Sun Lin. After the test car, Jiangyu was very satisfied, first drive Sun Lin back to the 4 store, just to pay the final payment together with the final payment. There is a saying that the way a man swipes his card is the most fascinating. A few $1,000,000 of the final payment, Jiangyu did not even blink his eyes, and Sun Lin became his little fangirl again. Sun Lin had to go to work, so Kangwoo waited for the other at a tavern not far away. The bartender was in good hands, the flame was lit and the scarlet liquid flowed between the glasses, just looking at it was a delight to the eyes. Jiangyu gently tasted a mouthful, and it was sweet with a fiery heat. Another hour or so Sun Lin off work at noon, has said goodbye to Jiangyu, the other side of the afternoon leave, just to properly accompany Jiangyu. After going back, Sun Lin didn't have the heart to go to work, and went to the bathroom to fix her makeup and meet Jiangyu with her best face. This month his performance is no longer under pressure, for Sun store managers cannot wait to go out and properly maintain customer attendance. One day Jiangyu happy, another few $1,000,000 of performance. More than an hour later, Sun Lin appeared at the tavern as promised, and Jiangyu smiled and said, "Tired from work?" Sun Lin was as gentle as water, "Thinking about being able to see you doesn't make me tired." Maybe it's because children in the countryside are early adopters, Jiangyu feels that Sun Lin is really nice, understanding and gentle. When they met for the first time, the other party was very straightforward in revealing their feelings, and never bothered Jiangyu too much in the future. He seems to be very clear, Jiangyu's world is a large forest on one side, and she, just a sapling inside. He also does not care about how big the forest is, the important thing is that there is a place for himself inside is good. Jiangyu got up and stretched out his hand, the other party obediently took his arm, and softness came from his elbow, causing Jiangyu's mind to swing a little. He nodded gently and said, "What would you like for lunch?" What to eat every day seems to have always been a problem for Chinese people, and Jiangyu didn't know what to eat for a while. Sun Lin said like a little daughter-in-law, "I'll listen to you on everything, I'm happy eating anything with you." This can make Jiangyu a little difficult, now that he is worth several $100,000,000, he can't take a girl to eat roadside stalls. Jinling is an inland city, there are not many coastal cities in the entire Jiangnan province, seafood has always been a rare delicacy in this city. Kangwoo used to yearn for a seafood restaurant that was said to be exceptionally tasty. Sort of local especially famous eat crab place, before a rich colleague also recommended him, but people and people's sorrow and joy is not the same, per capita consumption of 10,000 to 20,000, for some people just pocket money, but for some people, it is likely to be a year's salary. In the beginning, although Kangwoo's income can also be, earn big tens of thousands of dollars, but it is not crazy enough to own a month's salary to eat a meal. This restaurant is also considered a small wish that Kangwoo did not realize in the beginning. Jiangyu drove his newly arrived Raptor and took Sun Lin to downtown Jinling, where the restaurant's signboard was antiquated with 4 big words. The Feast of the Crab Fairy Painting. The name has a lot of meaning, the one who came up with the name must have something. It's a restaurant specializing in crabs, not brightly lit inside, and the black and white color scheme looks classy. One good thing, though, is that this restaurant doesn't require ordering, which is kind of a choice-phobic boon. Today, Kangwoo arrives unluckily, and there are only 2 types of crabs left in the restaurant, the signature king crab and hairy crab. But these crabs will be eaten in a variety of ways, and Kangwoo wants one just the same. Now that Kangwoo is rich, he looks confident in his hands and feet. In contrast, Sun Lin looked very constricted, and although she was guided by the waiter, her hands were a little unsure of where to place them. The waiter was well built, wearing a suit, and with this stature, it was a pity that he didn't go to be a security station gate. The other party came forward with a still-moving king crab in both hands and said, "Hello, this crab is more suitable for both of you, it was just flown in from the Manhwa country this morning, weighing a whole 5 pounds. Looking at the crab with open teeth and claws, Sun Lin was so scared that she closed her eyes and dodged to Jiang Yu's side. Kong Wu waved his hand confidently and the waiter nodded, "Then I'll arrange it for you first." The first appetizer, crab meat salad, Jiang Yu took a bite and stopped eating. There was only a little bit of crab meat in it, the rest was all vegetable leaves. On the contrary, Sun Lin liked this thing, maybe girls like to eat vegetable leaves. The second appetizer, crab meat big mixed vegetables, Jiang Yu heart cannot help but spit. Know that this is a high-grade restaurant specializing in eating crabs, do not know that also thought that the upgraded version of vegetarian Shijia. The first two dishes are a variety of vegetable leaves. The third dish tasted pretty good, crab meat and black truffle egg soup, but this dish was unpleasant for Kong Wu to eat. There was only a small water cup-sized steaming cup with egg custard inside, and Kong Wu basically lost it after eating 2 spoons. The egg custard was topped with black truffle and filled with chicken, white nuts, and a little bit of shredded crab meat. Sun Lin eats very quietly, small bites, a cup of egg custard half eaten, not finished. The next dish came again. This time it was the main course, served by a waiter pushing a cart with a large plate on top of the food cart, which depicted an ancient painting in the center. The waiter said as he walked, "Now for the two of you to present the heirloom painting Han Shizai's Night Banquet by the famous Southern Tang Dynasty artist Guma Tejong. This painting is divided into 5 parts, and tonight we have mainly selected the first act of the pipa solo and the second act of Han Shizai's two-handed drumming. Presented to the 2 honored guests." Jiang Yu sighed in his heart, "It's great to have money, it's great to know the Empress, and now even having a meal is classy. Pretending to be in front of a girl is really fulfilling." In the center of the plate is a picture of Han Shizai's Night Banquet with a man and a woman inside the picture, and the chef cleverly plated the salmon and crab meat as if they were clothes. Kong Wu picked up a piece of salmon dipped in wasabi sauce and brought it to his mouth. The sweet flavor of the salmon was sent from his mouth to his nose by the spicy wasabi. Picking up another bite of crab meat, Kong Wu had a look of determination. It wasn't the first time he'd had king crab, and it was still the same flavor as he'd expected. If the crab inside the ranking, Jiang Yu heart king crab is the second hard-to-eat crab, the first hard-to-eat nature is Yangcheng Lake bath crab. In fact, a lot of crabs are better than king crab. This thing is accounted for the big head, and all the air transported here. Things are rare for the expensive, the flavor, it's just that. Sun Lin picked up a piece of salmon and covered her sandalwood mouth and gently put it into her mouth. She looked like she was holding it in, wanting to vomit but forcing herself to do so. Jiang Yu hurriedly said, "Spit it out if you can't eat it." He used to travel to coastal cities for a few months on business, and he ate a lot of seafood generically, but some people just can't get used to sashimi, and the fishy flavor of the fish is overwhelming. Sun Lin held her eyes red and shrugged her throat hard to force it down. "Somewhat aggrieved," he said, "you spent so much money, if I don't eat it, I'm too sorry." Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. Sun Lin was still the same Sun Lin, no matter what, she would always look out for him. Chapter 85 Stubborn Fong Cherry. Jiang Yu said in a gentle tone, as if coaxing a child, "Silly girl, all these things are for you to eat. If you don't like them, what's the point of eating them? It looks like it is really a mountain pig that cannot eat fine chaff." Jiang Yu are ready to leave, just as the final main dish came up, salt and pepper crab meat. This is the main course for a king crab, most of the crab meat is in this dish. The unwrapped pieces of crab meat are in large chunks over the oil, fried until the outside is charred and the inside is tender, preserving the original flavor of the food, and sprinkled with a small amount of pretzel salt. Sun Lin Han's index finger and thumb gently picked up a piece of crab meat into the mouth, lightly bite, as a landlocked growing child, or the first time to eat such authentic seafood, the eyes could not help but light up. With food still in his mouth, he said vaguely, "Yum, this is good, try it." Jiang Yu also clamped up a piece of crab meat. The flavor is really good, but also can afford this meal of a large few W. However, just a crab, the 2 wind rolled up the general, more than 20 minutes to a crab eliminated clean. Eat a half full, the 2 like a normal young couple walking on the road. Raptor 650 placed in front of the restaurant. When the time comes, you can let Wang Chang drive back, but also together to do the formalities. This kind of small things do not need to worry about Jiang Yu. What happened next? In fact, Jiang Yu and Sun Lin both knew in their hearts, just that the 2 tacitly did not say it. Kong Wu said casually, "How did you feel about the flavor just now? Did you get enough to eat?" Sun Lin hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say. There was a pause before I said, "I'm feeling a little underfed, and that wasn't a very good meal just now." Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that he was too deliberate in front of Sun Lin. Why did he have to look rich? Who stipulated this? One is obviously rich now. What's the point of being rich if you can't be yourself when you're making money? Just be yourself, and why bother with other people's feelings? Thinking through the joints, Jiang Yu hugged Sun Lin, the other party's body fragrant and soft, gusts of refreshing fragrance attacked Jiang Yu's nostrils, cannot help but let a person mesmerized. Sun Lin gently struggled twice, her mouth pouting, it's still on the street. The other party's tone made Jiang Yu more licentious. Hands lazy waist to pick up. Sun Lin said in a loud voice, I don't care, go, didn't eat enough to take you to eat hot pot. To be honest, Jiang Yu also feel not much to eat full. Crab fairy painting feast dishes are really too delicate, and several are vegetable leaves. Jiang Yu did not eat a few mouthfuls, all rely on the last crab to eat a less than half full. He took Sun Lin to find a very hot beef hot pot in the neighborhood. The restaurant seats were 80% full, a crowded look. The moment you enter the door, Jiang Yu feels especially comfortable. This is the fireworks of the world. In addition to a slightly noisy, eat a meal to feel much more comfortable. Jiang Yu asked for a signature spicy hot pot base, 2 orders of beef, and quite a few stir-fried vegetables. The atmosphere of people's voices apparently also made Sun Lin a lot more comfortable. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face as she wiggled her dainty little buttocks, swaying in the wind as she went to help Jiang Yu mix the small ingredients. A piping hot pan with fresh beef, dipped in oil and full of flavor. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh, this is called eating. What was that just now? Sun Lynx's little mouth was stuffed to the brim, her lipstick was off by the grease, and she nodded her head back and forth and said, This time it was really full of food and drink, and it just so happened that there was an orange hotel nearby, which was not intentionally extravagant, but the furnishings of the hotel made it feel very comfortable. There was orange lemonade at the door, and the whole hotel smelled of tartness and a greenish pleasantness when asked. Jiang Yu put his arm around Sun Lin and said quietly, You haven't eaten enough, I'm treating you to something nice. Sun Lin rubbed her small stomach and said repeatedly, No need, I'm really full this time, the beef and crabs are so delicious. Kang Wu smiled and said, That's not good, you haven't had the big sausage yet. Sun Lin pouted, You're bad. The hotel's facilities are very thoughtful, the curtains are automatic, after entering the hotel slowly close themselves, the dim light makes the atmosphere ambiguous. Even though it wasn't the first time she had met Jiang Yu, Sun Lin was still shy and kept snapping her fingers to ease her embarrassment. The other party had a showy look, so naturally Jiang Yu wouldn't be polite. A hungry tiger pounced on him, and the poor Sun Lin was crushed on the bed. With the sound of moaning, the atmosphere became charming, and the gurgling brook became choppy. A few families are happy and a few families are sad. Jiang Yu and Sun Lin live a wonderful 2-person world. Fong Hongfu's sister, Fong Cherry, is miserable, and when she opens her eyes, she is in the Hun camp. Golden Sun Cicada laughed lewdly and gently hooked Fong Cherry's chin with one hand and said tishly, Little beauty, when you get to me, you have to be good and obedient, or else, humph. As Fong Cherry was Fong Hongfu's younger sister, she naturally inherited the other party's pride. Like an angry little lioness, she opened her mouth to reveal a mouthful of white teeth. Taking advantage of the Golden Sun Cicada's lack of defense, she bit down hard on the other party's finger. Blood flowed down the corner of Fong Sakura's mouth, and Jean Rickon's other hand gave Fong Sakura a hard slap, and Fong Sakura subconsciously opened her mouth, so Jean Rickchan had a chance to pull out her fingers. He gritted his teeth and cursed, Bitch, are you looking for death? Fong Cherry didn't look the least bit submissive and said through clenched teeth, If you have the ability to kill me, my sister will definitely help me take revenge. Jean Rickchan held the scimitar in his hand, the blade then on Fong Cherry's neck, and said with a ferocious expression, You think I don't dare to scold? Fong Cherry looked disdainful, bah. A large mouthful of saliva spat on Jean Rickon's face. Fong Cherry smiled smugly, If you want to kill me or die by death, do as you wish, my sister will help me take revenge anyway. Jean Rickchan wiped clean the saliva on his face, the anger in his chest burned up. As a Hun general when he was so insulted, even if Fong Cherry is beautiful, at this time he could not wait to cut each other alive. But Jean Rickchan had to admit that the Hun's fighting strength was no longer as strong as Shiliang's now, and if he really made a move to kill Fong Cherry, he and Fong Hongfu would be completely immortal. The purpose of capturing Fong Cherry is to use the other side to blackmail Fong Hongfu, such a precious piece. After using it well, it can decide the victory or defeat of this war. He naturally does not want to give up, and he does not dare to go and casually kill Fong Cherry. The breath could be taken out a bit, though, as the soldier sent over a solid cowhide whip, and Jean Rickchan lashed it hard at Fong Sakura. The whip bites on her body with fiery pain, and Fong Cherry's romper was torn open several times. She clenched her teeth in death and didn't make a single sound. She was the younger sister of Fong Hongfu, the Empress of Western Liang, so naturally she couldn't let the Huns look down on her. Chapter 86 Anxious Fong Hongfu. After Jean Rickchan got out of breath, he ordered Fong Sakura to be locked up, so that when the war started in a few days, he could use it to threaten Fong Sakura. Zhang Luer said beside Jean Rickchan, General, we just got news that the Xianbei army has already started toward Xiliang, we still need to move faster. Jean Rickchan laughed out loud at his words, my brother-in-law has come over to support me, so taking Xiliang won't be a piece of cake when the time comes. Logically speaking, when the armies of other countries came over to get a piece of the pie, Kim Il-sung should have been angry, or even just fall over and fight with the other side, but now he was actually laughing happily. Although the other party had said part of it, Jiang Luo still wondered, "General, why are you like this?" Jin Rikchan gave Jiang Luo a smug look and said, "You are a Han Chinese, you don't know, besides being the great general of Xiongnu, this general has another identity. My sister is married to the emperor of Xianbei, and the one who sends his troops to come at this time must be the great marshal of the Xianbei soldiers and horses." Jiang Luo clapped his hands and said, "In this way, I, the Xiongnu and Xianbei, will be able to combine their efforts and think that it must be even easier to take down the district's Xiliang." Jin Rikchan laughed cheerfully and said, "Precisely, and the Xianbei army marshal Hu Yanyu also has another identity. The other party is the Xianbei emperor's own brother. Truly speaking, the two of us are brothers with different surnames." The more Jin Rikchan thought, the more pleased. Hu Yanyu, and he is not the same, is the real Xianbei soldiers and horses marshal, will be outside, military orders or not, Xianbei all the soldiers are under his command. The barren land and bitterly cold climate of Xianbei were unsuitable for both grazing and farming, resulting in the people being thin and weak and often having no food to eat. Purely in terms of combat power, Xianbei is the weakest within the Hu people. It is precisely with Hu Yanyu, the marshal of the army and horses, and the emperor also trusts the other party 100%. The Xianbei army often defeated the strong with the weak because of the command of the other side, and the other Huans no longer dared to underestimate the Xianbei. Ever since Jin Rikchan's sister married out, Xianbei began to make friends with Xiongnu, and the two countries often exchanged ideas, which unconsciously aroused the scruples of other countries as well. In the past, Jin Rikchan also often discussed the art of war with Hu Yanyu, but the two people for generals are completely two extremes. Kim Il-sung was thinking about it. They were clear and clear. All plots and tricks are useless in the face of absolute power. There's nothing wrong with his idea, it's the mismatch between strength and wisdom. The only person who can do so throughout the ages is Bai Qi, the god of killing who killed 400,000 Zhao troops in the pre-Qin dynasty. As for the district Golden Sun cicada, it was not even worthy of mentioning Bai Qi's shoes. Huan Yu's use of the army emphasizes surprise and attack, and countless wars have been won at the nodes where the enemy did not expect them to be. When the two met in the past, although Hu Yanyu looked down on Jin Rikchan, but he also really taught the other side a lot of knowledge about the art of war. But Jin Rikchan is really an elm brain, teaching more and more will not learn. When the time comes, with the help of this elder brother, the small Xiliang, I believe that it will be invincible and invincible. The Golden Sun cicada kept Fong Sakura in a dungeon, which was more like a tunnel than a dungeon, a large pit dug into the ground and covered with a wooden shelf. For soldiers take turns guarding the area around the clock to prevent Fong Sakura from escaping. At this moment, Fong Sakura was lying on the cold ground, her back was in fiery pain, and a bead of blood crimped out from her back. But no amount of physical pain is as bad as heartache. She grew up practicing her gun and boasted that she was invincible within 7 paces, and in the past, the Empress had often advised her that the battlefield was ever-changing, and now she was still too young to be easily defeated. She took it all as a whisper, and only to this day, after actually experiencing it herself and being captured before even going to battle, did she understand the Empress's bitterness. Fong Sakura laughed softly to herself. It was really ironic to think about it. What general had become a captive before he even started to lead his troops? Fong Sakura thought about her sister's wishes for herself in the past, and finally understood each other's good intentions, as if she had grown up in an instant. Yesterday, Zhanye City was lax within the city, and it wasn't until noon when the Imperial Guards went back on duty that they realized that Fong Sakura had actually disappeared inside her room. These 2 Imperial Guards were also the Empress's absolute inner circle, or else they wouldn't have been able to take on this great responsibility. The Empress's sister disappeared, and the 2 only felt that the sky had collapsed, and they didn't even notice when the threaded steel lance in their hands clattered to the ground. Do not dare to hide in the slightest, even if Fong Hongfu wants to kill his head, it is also the 2 of them who deserve to lose their responsibility. However, it was not too late to mend, so he rushed to notify Fong Hongfu at the first opportunity. At this time, Fong Hongfu was still inside the palace studying the sand table. Right now the Huns are relying on favorable terrain. What method should he use to completely eliminate the Huns? Hearing the news of Fong Sakura's disappearance, Fong Hongfu also panicked at once. The other party is his own sister. If there is a long and short, he will only have Jiang Yu left in this world as a relative. The 2 Imperial Guards knelt on the ground and said guiltily, "My subordinates are guilty. It's because the 2 of us neglected our duties, which led to the disappearance of the eldest princess. Your Majesty, please chastise me." The Empress sighed and said, "I was the one who let everyone rest yesterday. I didn't think Fong Cherry could still be missing in the middle of the city. The fault is also mine. I think it might be that Fong Cherry is young and playful. The 2 of you should organize manpower and search for Fong Cherry all over the city." This is a matter of learning from one's mistakes. In the future, it is better to protect Phoenix Cherry. Fong Hongfu was still holding on to the last glimmer of hope that Fong Sakura was just wandering around the city and would come back when she had enough fun. But she knew in her heart that although Fong Cherry, this child was playful, but never disregarded the big picture. Last night she had already clearly said to her that she was not allowed to go out casually lately. According to her understanding of her sister, the other party would still be obedient. Fong Hongfu organized the Minister of the Household and 2,000 Imperial Guards to begin a city-wide search for Fong Cherry's whereabouts. Even if he turned all the places upside down, he had to find Fong Sakura's whereabouts. The vast procession, after rummaging through all the places in the city, still did not find Fong Cherry, and Fong Hongfu's heart sank to the bottom. This sister of his, even if she is playful, she is not so much. Seeing this formation, even if she knows that she will be punished, she should immediately go home. Now that the other party hadn't appeared, it was obvious that something had happened, and Fong Hongfu was afraid of appearing in the worst possible outcome. When in doubt, ask Kong Wu. Fong Hongfu anxiously cried out in her heart, Zhang Yu, I don't know what to do. After some exercise, Zhang Yu wrapped his arms around Sun Lin's soft body and went to sleep. Feeling the smoothness between the other man's skin, he slept with immense peace. After Fong Hongfu shouted several times in a row, Zhang Yu opened his eyes in confusion. Chapter 87 Leaving. Sun Lin was sleeping sweetly next to him, and Kong Yu secretly withdrew his arm and ran to the bathroom to answer. Redfern, what's the matter? It was the first time that Zhang Yu had encountered Fong Hongfu looking for him so urgently. Fong Hongfu said with a sobbing voice, Zhang Yu, do you have a way to find someone? My sister is missing? Zhang Yu hurriedly consoled, Hongfu, don't be in a hurry, tell me in detail what's going on. Fong Hongfu, being an empress, still cried and said, I'm sorry Zhang Yu, I've never told you. In fact, I have a younger sister. In order to protect her, I usually arrange him in my room, but this morning when she disappeared. Kong Wu asked carefully, it's possible that you're just hanging out, have you looked for it? As soon as he said this, Fong Hongfu became even more anxious and said in a trembling voice, I've organized manpower, and the entire city has been rummaged through, but I still can't find the other party. Zhang Yu tried his best to think calmly. It was the first time he had seen the Empress so anxious, and said with a deep sigh, what do you think is the worst outcome? Bad thoughts sprouted within the Empress, and Zhang Yu honestly said, my greatest fear is that Fong Cherry will run away to the Hun camp. In case of murder, what will my sister do? Fong Hongfu was still as steady as a mountain in Shiliang. Only facing Zhang Yu will reveal his true thoughts. His sister's disappearance has made him completely lose his bearings. Zhang Yu scratched his head with a headache. If Fong Sakura really ran inside the Hun camp, things would be completely big. Zhang Yu made his voice gentle and tried his best to stabilize Fong Hongfu's emotions. Hongfu, don't be in a hurry, don't give up looking for Fong Cherry. If it's really inside the Shong news camp, you can tell them that if they don't let go of Fong Cherry, they will directly let them exterminate their clan when the time comes. Zhang Yu is also really angry. Fong Hongfu is also his scales. It just so happens that Huangjiang has a doorway, if the Huns don't know what to do. Now that the cross-border channels were all set up, when the time came, Zhang Yu could smuggle a large amount of weapons from the Woolly Bear country. Western Liang soldiers have 2,000 AK-47s in their hands. The district Huns don't know what to do and really dare to harm Fong Cherry. When the time comes, they will directly make them die out of their country and become extinct. Of course, in the Dragon Kingdom, the risk of Kong Wu doing something like this was too high, and there was a chance that he might have to eat peanuts if he messed up. Fong Hongfu had no way out for the time being and said with a small Zhang Yu, I'll listen to everything you say. Thinking of firearms, Zhang Yu suddenly thought of his Desert Eagle, and his mind was struck by an idea, so he dressed as fast as he could, left a note for Sun Lin, kissed the other party lightly on the forehead with a bite, and left without looking back. Fong Hongfu was already anxious and on fire, so he naturally couldn't linger too much longer. Along the way, the Raptor 650 roared all the way, causing passers-by to look sideways. CL exclaimed, this is the car that men should play. Soon the eyes of the passers-by darkened. The extravagant prices and the high cost of gas were dreams beyond their reach. After returning home, Zhang Yu pulled out the Desert Eagle from under the bed. This baby was sealed up after drinking blood after Zhang Yu last time. It is strange, since the cleanup after Professor Sun, this guy honestly stayed in the hospital, not the slightest intention to retaliate, maybe Zhang Yu to get convinced. Guns are a different kind of deterrent, and this old thing won't take no for an answer. Zhang Yu teleported the gun and all the bullets to Fong Hongfu, and notified Huangjiang once again to get the other party to get a little more bullets, so that the Empress could practice more when the time came. Zhang Yu solemnly said to the Empress, Hongfu, I'm teleporting a great killing weapon over to you, make sure you use it carefully, this thing is very dangerous. Fong Hongfu nodded affirmatively, don't worry Zhang Yu, I will be careful. Fong Hongfu looked at the Desert Eagle with some bewilderment. This thing didn't look like a great killing weapon in any way. The entire weapon was unopened, and he couldn't even cut anyone if he wanted to. It was heavy to enter the hand, but it was too short to be used as a weapon, so to speak. Fong Hongfu blinked her big buring eyes and looked curiously at the muzzle, wanting to explore what was inside this small hole. One hand was already on top of the trigger, and was about to pull it when Kong Wu hurriedly shouted, "Don't move!" Even though the pistol wasn't loaded and the other party's movements were just too dangerous, Kong Yu was shocked into a cold sweat. He teleported the pistol over there, also thinking that he could take them by surprise and maybe use them when rescuing Phoenix Cherry. But not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of what if Fong Sakura didn't save it, and then Fong Hongfu cagged himself, then it would be embarrassing. Although Jiang Yu is also half a bucket of water, but at last he has fired a gun. A little bit of teaching Fong Hongfu said, "You do not point the gun at yourself, first by feeling, point the gun at the target, then load the gun and pull the trigger." He was afraid that he couldn't make sense of it, and he even looked up tutorials on the internet, how to press the bullet, how to load the gun, how to aim, and the last shot to break the watermelon. The video tutorials were very complete. It is much harder to get a gun in the country, but there are plenty of military enthusiasts, and tutorials on the use of various firearms are available inside Ironblood. The things that Jiang Yu explained Fong Hongfu accomplished very seriously every time. She pursed her lips slightly and was so serious that she saw from the beginning to the end. The video rotted a watermelon. Fong Hongfu expression somewhat full of unconcern. With her power, only need 50% of the force, the watermelon can be broken into the immediate appearance. Just shooting the watermelon to pieces, the power was obviously not enough. She had a little contempt and said, "Jiang Yu, the power of this gun doesn't feel high. It's not very useful against the Huns." Jiang Yu didn't explain anything and said silently, "You can try replacing the watermelon with wood, or even a sword, and you can test the power again." Like a little child, the Empress learns little by little to press the bullet, load it, turn on the safety, and aim it randomly at one of the pillars of the palace. Fire flashed and the bullet flew out, stopping the thick pillar. The whole bullet did not enter the pillar, leaving a big charred black hole. Fong Hongfu opened her mouth slightly. Even the darts thrown by the topmost concealed weapon experts were 100,000 miles away from this object. She murmured inside, as loud as thunder and as fast as electricity, "This object is truly a divine weapon." Jiang Yu said, "You practice your pistol well, you can use it in the future. This thing can easily take someone's life from 100 paces away if you use it well." Fong Hongfu's eyesight, the stability of the wrist, are not ordinary people can be compared. After finding the shooting trick, can already do where to point and hit, comparable to the current sniper. Jiang Yu couldn't help but tsk at his talent, and it turned out that the ancients were really stronger than modern people. No one knew the power of the pistol now. The unknown was the strongest. Perhaps it could be of use when rescuing Phoenix Cherry. Chapter 88, Sun Lin's Love. Sun Lin woke up with a grim look on her face when her pillow was not with her. But above the bed is the note left by Kong Wu. "Bitch, I have something to do. I can only leave for the time being. You have a good night's sleep. Lack of money can contact me on WeChat." Sun Lin's eyes narrowed with a smile. Kong Yu still cared about her. For the other party to have such wealth at such a young age, he must have gone through unimaginable efforts behind the scenes. Sun Lin, as a child of a poor family, was naive enough to think that being rich meant putting in a lot of hard work. It's also because of this stupidity that makes it easier for capital to exploit them, and they can never figure out why they work so hard and their card balances are getting smaller and smaller. Just like Xiangzi who pulls a cart, he can never have a cart of his own. After the water tower is built, install a smart switch inside your own room, and then, by virtue of the switch, you can control the pump. The Huns succeeded in digging a hole in the ground and hijacked the Empress sister, bringing the war to a temporary standstill. When Jiang Yu came back, the water tower construction company had already started work in full swing, and all kinds of machines were clattering without stopping. There is no way for Jiang Yu to live at home for the time being. After all, it is too noisy to be on 24 hours a day. After saying goodbye to the head of the construction company and not just entering his yard, Jiang Yu ran to Huang Zheng's house to temporarily live with the other party. Now that the countryside is better, everyone's home is a small 2-story building with lots of rooms. Of course, it was definitely more fun to stay with Sun Lin, but with the eventful situation and Professor Sun's affairs still not finished, it was safer to stay with Huang Zheng for the time being. Western Liangzhangye City, thoroughly Fong Hongfu has completely played to understand the pistol. The more she looks at her hand, this little silver thing, the more she likes. Originally, her personal force was rarely matched in the current world, and with such divine weapons, she was even more powerful. Caught off guard, anyone who went up against her, Fong Hongfu was confident that the other party would be killed in one blow. Hide the treasure first. Fong Hongfu called for the great General Wang Yu and the military general Nia Wenjing. A tone of discussion said, "Secretary, when the Huns have nested in the woods do not dare to go out, but the Huns thieves will not die, the moment or to solve the problem, the two secretaries have a good plan?" Wan Yu first gave Fong Hongfu a salute and said, "Your Majesty, at first our army was losing ground against the Xiongnu, but now, the attack and defense have changed, the bandits can go where we can go, we can completely organize our manpower to counterattack." Wan Yu also has a point, the equipment of Xiliang is getting more and more refined, in one war after another, fighting out the courage of the maiden scouts, after the trial of blood and fire on the battlefield, as well as Jiang Yu's output of supplies, in the face of the Xiongnu, the maiden scouts have been invincible. Nie Wenjing also bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I would like to be the vanguard, holding the lance given by the immortals, and when the time comes, I will let the Xiongnu have a taste of my power." Nie Wenjing has a soft look, her hair is tied at the back with two small pills, if you only look at her face, you don't know how cute she is, like a lost child from someone's house. But alas, the other party was 8 feet tall, and his body was as muscular as a small snake. With broad shoulders and a broad back, it looked like a small iron tower from a distance. He obviously had the cutest face, but his body was unbelievably powerful, and his romper was bursting out of shape. Fong Hongfu let out an appreciative cry, "Good, General Nye, just as you said, this time, unlike the past, make sure to fight out Western Liang's momentum, and let the Xiongnu know that we aren't easy to bully." Nie Wenjing and Zhang Yu said in unison, "The last general will lead the way." Xiliang organized a general attack very quickly. This evening is different from the past, every soldier's heart is holding his breath, and the feud with Xiongnu is not for a day or two, and with a sharp weapon in his hand, he naturally wants to take advantage of the victory. On the way to Xiliang, Xianbei Army Marshal Hu Yanyu asked the scout in front of him, "Did you find out clearly? My incompetent brother Jean Rikchan is a waste of space, but what is the reason why he hasn't taken Xiliang after all this time?" Hu Yanyu is a military marshal, nature is not a straw man, know your enemy and know yourself, detailed intelligence is the secret weapon of victory. Reporting to the marshal, according to the Han soldiers, there are suddenly many more inexplicable objects in Xiliang, indestructible lances, kerosene that ignites at the touch of a button, and snarling steel beasts, which are causing the Huns to retreat. The scout said in great detail, and it was obvious that he had definitely probed with all his heart, and that was precisely why Hu Yanyu frowned deeply instead. This place was not far from the center of Xiliang city, and according to the speed of marching, it was estimated that in another 7 days, one could reach the bottom of Zhangye city. Jean Risakeda, this younger brother he knew very well, not enough intelligence, more than enough ferocity, if he wasn't really scared by the fight, he couldn't possibly retreat inside the forest. However, Hu Yanyu was still very confident in himself, coldly grunted and said, "The more difficult to gnaw the hard bones, the more delicious to eat, this marshal would like to see, the small Xiliang, what exactly rely on what to survive until now." The Western Liang army had already assembled outside the forest, and Nie Wenjing, the vanguard in front of the formation, stepped forward and called out, "Golden Sun Cicada, come out and suffer death." Jean Rikchan is an acute person, and all of a sudden he couldn't help it, wanting to single-handedly try Nie Wenjing's depth. It was Jiang Luol who pulled the other side and said, "General, don't be in a hurry, first demoralize the other side and counterattack when they charge in." Nie Wenjing continued to scream outside, "Don't look at her cute looks, she is not a vegetarian when it comes to cursing." The female soldiers of Xiliang had a slow but incomparably determined pace. The Huns took a chance that they could rely on the favorable terrain and could snipe the Western Liang soldiers. Many Hun soldiers were hiding in the shadows, and cold arrows broke through the air as the female Western Liang soldiers approached. Unfortunately, they thought things were too easy, the gunslingers ducked behind them, and the cold arrows were shot at the shields. After the centurion saw which direction the arrows were being shot from, he sent out a team of 4 men, 3 shields and 1 lance. The shield defense was airtight against arrows, and the threaded steel lance was a descending blow against the Huns' weapons. A few people in a group easily poked and killed the Hun soldiers. Jiang Luor is still a little something, what wore down, at this time he has determined that the front battlefield Huns do not have the slightest hope of winning. Only by spreading out the troops and ambushing the reinforcements could there be a glimmer of hope for victory. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, and any plotting and scheming has no effect in the face of absolute force. Now that the weather has turned cold, the dew at night stings one's bones. Chapter 89, Exchange of Hostages. Hun soldiers in the forest every day by the moisture-infested body, and snakes, insects and ants as companions, 10% of the fighting force at least removed half. On the contrary, Xiliang had been saving his energy today, eating and drinking well, and with the military coats transmitted by Jiang Yu, he slept well every day. Many of the women soldiers have grown a cup size. New grudges and old grudges together, facing old opponents, the female soldiers showed no mercy, poking one after another to death with their lances. The Huns were losing ground and the war was lopsided. Listening to the scouts report the battle over and over again, Jin Rikchan finally couldn't sit still. Getting up, he found the place where Phoenix Sakura was being held and escorted his opponent to the front of the line. In order to prevent Xiliang from jumping over the wall in a hurry, Jiang Luo grew a heart and had Jin Rikchan's vice-general escort Fong Cherry, while he himself followed behind dressed as a small soldier. In front of the two armies' formation, the vice-general escorted Fong Cherry and laughed loudly, "Western Liang's pussy, look at who this is? If we attack any further, I can't guarantee his safety." After saying that, he even pinched a sliver of Fong Sakura's hair to smell it in a particularly obscene manner, with a mesmerized expression. Wang Yu raised his hand and summoned the army to pause the attack. Fong Hongfu was by Wang Yu's side, and her mood, which had been rising and falling 7 times, smoothed out instead. That's the way people are. When something doesn't happen in the worst way, she's tortured all the time, and after the dust settles and it's determined to be the worst possible outcome, it's a relief instead. Just think about how to fix this next, instead of still torturing yourself with it. It was about his sister, and Fong Hongfu couldn't slack off and personally went to the front of the line to negotiate. Fong Hongfu's first words were instead spoken to Fong Cherry, "Sister, don't act rashly, you must survive, only by living can everything be possible." She and Fong Sakura had the same mother, both of them knew each other too well, and Fong Hongfu knew that if the battle was affected because of Fong Sakura, she would definitely kill herself. Only by stabilizing Fong Cherry first, then stabilizing the Huns, and then slowly trying to figure out how to solve the trouble at hand. Fong Sakura's eyes were somewhat hesitant. Fong Hongfu rushed to strike the iron while it was hot. "Fong Sakura, listen well to what my sister said. Since we were young, aren't we two sisters together to tide over the difficulties together?" Fong Cherry pouted and nodded vigorously. The Xiongnu vice-general said impatiently, "Lest TM play emotional drama in front of me. Fong Hongfu, you honestly let the soldiers surrender their weapons and then retreat back to Xiliang, and I'll let this dear sister of yours go, otherwise, I can't guarantee his safety." After saying that, the Hun vice-general tightened the curved sword in his hand, and the sharp blade left a bloodstain on Fong Cherry's neck. Fong Hongfu took a deep breath inwardly, kept telling herself that she must be stable, only calmness can save Fong Sakura out, the other party is her only sister. Fong Hongfu took a deep breath and said, "You and I both know that the battle can be resolved very quickly with a large army charging down, and even though Fong Cherry is my own sister, I won't joke with the lives of my soldiers. The bottom line of Xiliang facing the Huns nowadays is down to the threaded steel lance transmitted by Jiang Yu, and now the Huns want to surrender their weapons, and when the time comes to attack and defend, I don't know how many of Xiliang's people will be massacred, and Fong Hongfu naturally won't gamble on the goodness of the Huns." The vice-general choked Fong Sakura's neck and threatened with a fierce expression, "Do you want to watch your own sister die in front of you?" Fong Hongfu lightly bit her silver teeth, and her face also milked ferocity and said, "If you really dare to do it, I guarantee that all of you Huns that don't want to live, and at that time, I will cut you into 1,000 cuts." The vice-general withdrew his long sword, eliminating Fong Sakura's thoughts of trying to commit suicide, and gave Fong Sakura a hard blow to the mouth, hitting the other party's delicate corners of her mouth and spilling blood. With a curse on her lips, she said, "Bitch, wanna die? I won't let you have your wish, just to threaten your sister by you." Fong Hongfu's eyes were icy cold, staring at the vice-general with a deadly stare, daring to harm his own sister. The other party was already on his must-kill list. Fong Hongfu didn't want her sister to suffer a little, and hurriedly said, "You can make requests, don't hurt Fong Cherry, I'll try to satisfy you with all the requests." Fong Hongfu also knew that negotiation was the most taboo to show weakness, but as a sister controller, he couldn't see his sister suffer a little bit of harm. The vice-general said disdainfully, "I can let him go even if you want me to, unless you come as a hostage." The vice-general's words made the Empress's heart blossom with joy. Her expression did not show any abnormality, her face pretended to be in a difficult situation and said, "Yes, but you must let my sister go first." Fong Hongfu knew that he absolutely couldn't agree too quickly, otherwise, the other party wouldn't believe it, and at that time, when the time came, his sister wouldn't be able to be saved. As long as the other party took the bait, they are holding the divine weapon given by Jiang Yu, a few shots down, Fong Cherry's side of the humane put down, when the time comes to save their sister is not a handful. The vice-general laughed out loud, as if he had heard a great joke, and laughed for a long time before saying, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You honestly come over to exchange hostages, and my side will naturally release this little ninny." The vice-general's heart thought beautifully, after truly holding Fong Hongfu hostage, when the time comes, the Western Liang group will be leaderless, and the Huns can easily deal with it. After the war, one must be the first to take credit. Fong Hongfu murmured and said, "In that case, you and I will each give up one step, and I will use my own to exchange for my sister." Fong Cherry was so excited that tears flowed down her face, shaking her head to her sister again and again. She was just a child who didn't know any better. If she caused her sister to lose her life at the hands of the Huns because of herself, it would be hard for her to have peace of mind for the rest of her life. She shouted with all her strength, "Sister, leave me alone and let the troops attack." Fong Hongfu hurriedly responded, fearing that her sister would do something bad. "Sakura-chan, you know, my sister will never give up on you, just like when you were 9 years old. There's no difficulty we can't overcome as long as we work together." Fong Sakura remembered playing with her sister when she was a child, and because she was playful, she lost her footing and fell off a cliff. My sister reacted quickly at that time and grabbed herself, both of them hanging on the edge of the cliff, and at that time I wanted to give up for fear of dragging my sister down with me. My sister held on to the edge of the cliff for more than an hour. Her clothes were soaked through in order to pull herself up, and she held on for a full 5 hours before someone came to their rescue. Chapter 90 Counterattack. When we returned, my sister took all the blame on herself and was severely chastised. Then my sister just smiled gently and waved her hand and said it was no big deal. As usual, my sister always wants to help herself after meeting difficulties. As long as these two sisters were together, no difficulty could be too difficult for them. Fong Hongfu took a step forward, frightening the Han vice-general into retreating. She laughed softly, unfolded her hands to show that she was unarmed and said, "There is no need to be alarmed. Don't you want to exchange hostages? I will exchange with you now." Snow-white teeth were exposed, and when the beauty smiled, the vice-general's eyes straightened up. At this time, Fong Hongfu was about 50 meters away from the other side. As long as she got close to 10 meters, the vice-general and the soldiers around her would be in the range of her mandatory kill. Having been practicing with her pistol, she could now shoot 100 times. Though today was only the first time he had been exposed to a handgun, a weapon of such power, used to rescue his sister would certainly be risky. But it had turned out so much better than Phoenix Cherry committing suicide or falling into the hands of the Huns. Although the shown new vice-general was slightly alarmed, he was still too eager to progress. Capturing Fong Hongfu would mean that the battle at hand was over. Fong Hongfu took one step forward, 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Resentment surfaced in the eyes of the Golden Sun Cicada behind the vice-general. The war had lasted for so long, and even the other side had now turned back to victory. All of these Fong Hongfu had contributed to it. Thinking about the other party's slender figure, her magnificent face, and pressing the other party underneath her, Jean Rickchan started to get hot inside. When he was still 10 meters away from the vice-general, Fong Hongfu took 3 more steps forward to be conservative. A smile had appeared on the lieutenant general's face. He thought he had one. Fong Hongfu's face revealed a hint of a snicker, and the vice-general was a bit puzzled in his heart. His long sword tightened in his hand, and he gripped his scimitar tightly in his hand. Fong Hongfu drew her pistol from her belt behind her, aiming it for 2 seconds just to be sure, to make sure she could blow the vice-admiral's head off. Looking at the oddly shaped weapon in Fong Hongfu's hand, the vice-general laughed out loud and said, "Little lady, what kind of thing are you holding here? It's even shorter when used as a burning stick." Fong Hongfu smiled calmly, and silently recited in his heart, 321. A tongue of fire shot out from the muzzle of the gun, a loud gunshot so loud that the soldiers who didn't know it thought it was thundering. Vice-General X maintained his arrogant smile before he died, his curved sword pointing at Fong Hongfu. With a pop sound, the other party's head directly shattered into a rotten watermelon and fell straight to the ground. The posture of holding the sword with one hand didn't even change, just the arm was straightened and the long sword pointed to the sky. The muscles of a person who died suddenly would instantly tighten, and if no one influenced them, the soldier would remain in the death position with his long knife pointing to the sky. The situation changed in an instant. The soldiers who came to the front line to escort Fong Sakura were among the elite. They reacted quickly, sensing that something was wrong, and instant forward, bound to control Fong Sakura in their hands. Unfortunately, although theirs was a quick reaction, Fong Hongfu's gun was even quicker. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in a row, and 3 soldiers were shot in the head, their heads turning into rotten watermelons. Wang Yu followed not far behind Fong Hongfu. The first time he threw a dagger, under the huge power added, the dagger was inserted in front of Fong Cherry. The blade deeply did not go into the soil, leaving only a hilt that could only be seen. Fong Sakura turned around and half kneeled on the ground, bending her wrist to the limit. She drew her dagger with one hand, flipped the blade, and cut the twine with a little bit of force. The soldiers at the back sensed that something was wrong and swarmed to take down Fong Cherry. Fong Hongfu raised her hand and fired. Whichever soldier was close to Fong Cherry was directly killed. In the crowd, there was a soldier running straight back. Who else could it be but Kim Il-Cicada disguised as a pawn? The Desert Eagle in the hands of Fong Hongfu gave him the guts or scared out of his wits. This thing sound like thunder, fast as electricity. it must be Fong Hongfu invited the thunder goddess of electricity to help, otherwise the other hand of the magic weapon how can just a spit tongue of fire, their own side there is a small soldier's head exploded and died. It was a pity that Fong Hongfu did not recognize the other party, otherwise, with the gun in his hand, he would definitely take the other party's life. With Jin Rikchan, the great general, leading the escape, the other Han soldiers lost their courage at once and threw down their weapons and fled desperately, and there was even the phenomenon of people stepping on people. Fong Cherry broke free from her bonds, and Wang Yu droned, "Princess, catch the gun." A long-threaded steel spear flew straight towards Fong Cherry, only to see her deftly leaping up and holding the spear with both hands. The moment she gripped the lance, Fong Cherry's entire aura changed, her large soft eyes had become stern all of a sudden. With a delicate cry, she said, "Within 7 feet, I am invincible." For more than 10 years of practicing her marksmanship without regard to summer or winter, she had worked hard for this moment and must prove herself on the battlefield. She is not Fong Hongfu's sister, she has a name, he is Fong Sakura, with unrivaled marksmanship and a new generation of battlefield-killing gods. Fong Sakura turned 4 steps into 2, and when he was still a few meters away from the Hun soldier, he leaped high into the air, holding his gun with both hands, the tip of the gun facing downwards, and struck a powerful jab. The poor Hun soldier was poked with a lance straight from his brain to his chest. Fong Sakura already hated the Huns, despicable and shameless, flies and dogs, couldn't beat his sister in a frontal battle, so he used himself to threaten his sister, he couldn't wait to kill this group of people by 1,000 cuts. Fong Cherry was slim and fast with her lance, easily catching up with the Hun soldiers. A dozen soldiers sensed something was wrong and surrounded Fong Sakura. Fong Cherry's eyes were ice-cold, looking around the circle, the corner of his mouth smiled disdainfully, and his lance flew like a wild wind sweeping away the leaves. An inch long and an inch strong, the Hun soldier's curved sword was a mantis in front of Fong Cherry's lance, and under the collision, it shattered into pieces like potato chips. Fong Sakura put the lance on his neck, the lance rotated around his neck in a circle, the icy cold tip of the lance cut through the Hun soldiers' necks, blood spurted out, and a dozen or so of them fell half on the spot. Fong Hongfu sneered and said, "Dirt chickens and dogs, unbeatable." The remaining Hun soldiers looked at me, I looked at you, their eyes cowering, just one move killed their guts. Twisting his head to desperately escape, at first a few people thought that Fong Sakura was a soft target, who knew that they had messed with a god of killing. Several soldiers panicked, Fong Sakura was very fast, easily catching up with the last soldier, the lance directly penetrated the other's chest. Fong Hongfu looked at Fong Cherry with some worry in her eyes and said to Wang Yu beside her, "Protect the princess and prevent the Huns from jumping over the wall." Wang Yu hurriedly led the order and asked for a threaded steel lance from the soldier next to him, carrying it to go after Fong Cherry. The two have been playing together since they were kids and are incredibly well matched. Fong Hongfu waved her hands, and behind her, an army of Western Liang female soldiers opened up, holding threaded steel lances that transformed into a battlefield meat grinder. Wherever they went, the Hun soldiers had no hope of survival and were all poked to death by their lances. Chapter 91. One of the Hun soldiers ran extraordinarily fast compared to most of the soldiers, and had been the lead first deserter. The only one who could possess such physical strength was the Hun general Jin Rikchan, who was half kneeling on the ground at this moment, gasping for breath. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Damn Shilian, damn Fong Hongfu, and that strange weapon, I hate it." Golden Suncatcher hammered his hands hard on the ground. The Shiliang soldiers had given up their shield soldiers for the sake of mobility, and all of them held threaded steel lances, in groups of a few, with Niao Wenjing as their leader, frantically chasing down the Xiongnu army. Attack and defense have changed hands, the Huns have finally stopped unleashing their cruel nature, and everyone facing death, even if they are cruel in appearance and character, will eventually chicken out. A few Shilong men chased after a Hun soldier, the soldier was named Wan Yanlai, and this was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. His life has been characterized by a fiery nature, and when he was a child, he was strangled so hard by his childhood playmate that he was almost choked to death for saying the wrong thing. Having suffered a great loss at his playmates, he tossed and turned that night, gnashing his teeth and tormented by hatred all night long. Drawing the sharp knife he carries, he kills his playmate's entire family while covered by the night and light on his feet. Red blood flowed on his hand, Wan Yanlai's throat shrugged, the blood carried a sweet scent inside that was so mesmerizing. Wan Yanlai stuck out his tongue and licked his palm. In an instant, his eyes directly widened, his saliva kept flowing, he couldn't stop his excitement, it was too delicious, the original human blood was this kind of flavor, he really wanted to drink his fill every day. That intoxicating flavor Wan Yanlai had never forgotten until he later became a Hun soldier, and that's when he realized that he had found a kindred spirit. From then on, he lived an unbelievably happy life, killing people for fun every day, and blood was the best scenery in his eyes, like a blooming flower. And so many soldiers are like him, eating human flesh and drinking human blood. Later hit Xiliang is even more so. Xiliang women find skin and tender meat is the most delicious blood he has ever drank. At that time he was still fantasizing, in the future has been in the battlefield will be good, can have eat endless meat, drink endless blood. Looking back, the female soldiers of the Western Liang had already chased after him, he had killed countless people in his life, and now he finally knew fear. In his haste, Wan Yunlai tripped over the rattan, and a few female Western Liang soldiers found an opportunity to poke their sharp lances viciously at each other. Not hitting the vitals, this time it was finally his turn. Wan Yunlai had several more bloody holes in his body, he finally saw the blood on his body, his face was a bit flustered, unlike the others who looked so good, the red blood was just too harsh. Wan Yunlai couldn't help but beg for mercy, don't kill me. New hatred and old hatred added together, Xiliang couldn't possibly never let him go. A few soldiers danced with their long spears and directly stabbed through each other's hearts. In a trance, Wan Yunlai seemed to see those people he had killed before, the soldiers' lances turning into the twisted palms of those people. The palm of his former enemy twisted to a bizarre arc and viciously clasped onto his wound. The piercing pain made him want to scream, but unfortunately, his throat had already been stabbed through by the lance, and he just spat out a large mouthful of bloody foam. Eventually, with eyes wide open, he ended his life in resignation and fear. The Huns have never been so afraid of the female soldiers of Shillong. The other side is well equipped and ruthless, and the two armies clash, destroying and strangling the Huns. It wasn't even a war, more like a lopsided massacre. In the beginning, Jin Rikchan led an army of 100,000 Huns to attack Xiliang, destroying them all the way to the capital city of Zhangye. As last time, he was ambushed, and half of the elite of the 100,000-strong army was cut down by Xiliang. Attacking again, Shen Mengye drove a dump truck to open up the road and decimated tens of thousands of Huns again, and only a pitiful 30,000 to 40,000 of Jin Risakaita's army of 100,000 Huns were left cowering in the woods outside the city. This time, he kidnapped Fong Cherry and completely angered Fong Hongfu's scales, and under the full force of the Western Liang soldiers' stranglehold, the poor Hun soldiers were only left with a mere few thousand. These people are fast runners, of course. The first one to see the situation is naturally the Hun general Jin Rikchan. It took him a great deal of effort to gather up the remnants of his army, which totaled a few thousand men. Looking at the thousands of defeated soldiers, Jin Rikchan was saddened by his heart and deeply felt that all things are not human. Right now there are only a few thousand men left, and there is no more flip-flopping. An incompetent person tends to resent those around him after his bad luck. Jin Rikchan resented the viciousness of Xiliang, resented the Han soldiers for being wasteful, resented the Han emperor for handing over this difficult bone to himself, resented himself for being unproductive, and even resented Jiang Luer. The other party had been giving himself bad ideas. Could he be an undercover agent of Xiliang? Speaking of Jiang Luer, Jin Ricochet started searching through the crowd. At this point, he had already stepped into the depths of the forest, and for a while Xiliang could not come after him. After counting the remaining soldiers, the first order given by Jin Rikchan was to find Jiang Luer, alive and dead. Besides, Jiang Luo, when he was in the Hun camp, he had already noticed that something was wrong, and after Xiliang started the war, he was the first one to run away without everyone realizing it. Unfortunately, the forest terrain was intricate, with gullies and ravines, so Jiang Luo didn't run far at all. Running on the road, Jiang Luer deeply sighed, 100 useless as a scholar, his intellect is sufficiently insidious, but really actually running, his two short legs are really not enough. Desperately, he ran wildly, but unfortunately, his speed was too slow compared to the ferocious Huns. Not long after Jin Rikchan ordered his capture, poor Jiang Luer was caught by the soldiers. Running all the way, Jiang Luer looked very wretched, kneeling in front of the golden sun cicada gasping for air. Jin Rikchan looked at Jiang Luer with a teasing smile and said, "Where is the military master planning to go?" Jiang Luer let out a bitter smile. In the past, he just wanted to escape. After all, he had not yet put it into action, but this evening was different from the past. He was captured by the other party himself, and the other party's cruel character. He thought that he would not let himself go. He sighed and said, "Since I have been caught by the general, I am naturally at the mercy of the punishment, only that I am also considered to have made a contribution to the general, so I hope that the general will give me a way to live." Jiang Luer said with a cruel smile on his face, "If you want me to let you go, you can, as long as you help bring the dead soldiers back to life." Jiang Luer closed his eyes as if he was resigned to his fate. He still had the bones of a man of letters. Even if he died, he would die decently, rather than pathetically kneeling and begging for mercy. Originally, Jin Rikchan wanted to finish Jiang Luer with a single slash, but thinking about it, he preferred to see the other party struggling before dying. Golden Day Cicada opened his large hand and viciously choked his opponent's neck. Jiang Luer's face rose red, a breath clogged in his throat, subconsciously opened his mouth wide to try to breathe, but there was not the slightest bit of air. Chapter 92 Conspiracy reappears. At the time of life and death, no one wanted to die. Knowing that he could not beat the Golden Sun Cicada, Jiang Luo could only take the trick. He spelled out his last breath and said, "General, I still have a way to deal with Xiliang." Jin Rickchan frowned, knowing that the other party might have swindled himself in a life and death situation. He still subconsciously put down the other party. In fact, Jin Rickchan himself was also clear that if he hadn't faced Xiliang, just by virtue of Jiang Luo's scheme, he would have already won a great victory. Western Liang's equipment is too advanced. Even the fine iron swords cast by the Huns and even the Great Moon Kingdom, which has the best smelting technology, are no different from tofu dregs in front of Western Liang's rebar. It's like that saying, in the face of absolute force, all plots and tricks have nothing to hide. Although Jiang Liu's scheme was useful, it was just a pity that when it really came to the battlefield, firepower was the thing that determined victory or defeat. Golden Sun Cicada's face was as normal as ever as he calmly said, "I hope you can give me a good idea, or else you still won't be spared from death." Jiang Luo, as a military advisor, was naturally smart enough in the head, and he hurriedly offered his advice. "General, as things stand now, it is no longer possible for us to win against Xiliang in a frontal war." Golden Sun Cicada kicked Jiang Luo in the chest, his eyes wide with anger, and said, "I still need you to say that, don't I know it? I think you've lived long enough." Having lost consecutively, Jin Rickchan was already in an irritable enough mood, and his opponent was still rubbing salt into his wounds. Under the anger, naturally, there was no good fruit for Jiang Luo. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Luo timidly looked at Jin Rickchan and carefully said, "General, at this time we can't cause external trouble for Xiliang, but we still have a hand in the past. We can still cause internal trouble for the other side." Jin Rickchan said with interest, "Oh? What does this mean? Tell me." Hearing the other party's words, Jin Rickchan hurriedly said attentively, "General, you've forgotten that we've also left scouts in Xiliang City, and although it's not the best time now, it's still possible to close the net." Jin Rickchan said with a disdainful expression, "A few people in the district, what use can they be?" Jiang Luo hurriedly explained, "General, since ancient times, water and fire have no mercy. We could have contacted the scouts and asked the other party to set fire to Zhangye City. At this time, the sky is dry, and there is a lack of water in the city of Xiliang, and if it is serious, even all the people in Xiliang will be burned to death. At that time, we don't use a single soldier. We can just as well beat the other side, although it's just a miserable victory, but it's still better than now." Jiang Luo did not dare to say further, just said, "The wrong thing has been beaten. Smart people will not make the same mistake twice." At this time, the Golden Sun Cicada has been defeated, woefully back to the Huns, and there is even the possibility that it will not be able to return under further pursuit. But a fire, by the time the internal worry and external trouble west of Xiliang certainly have no time to care about him. At least you can save your own life, in case the fire cannot be controlled. By the time Xiliang will certainly lose troops, even more powerless to pursue Xiongnu. As for what Jiang Luo said, that was the best possible ending. The Xiliang that could still stand under multiple attacks, wanting to be overthrown by a single fire, was ultimately too easy to think about. The Golden Sun Cicada pondered quietly. As things stood, it was time for those scouts to play their part. After he withdraws his troops, the scouts will still be uncovered one by then, and a big fire, even if all of these scouts are executed by Xiliang, it will be worth it. Jin Cicada lightly patted the other Jiang Luo's cheek and laughed wickedly. "Good plan, worthy of being a military advisor. Temporarily leave you alive. Military advisor is still good to follow me around to give advice." Jiang Luo let out a sigh of relief, bowed her head and said, "All according to what General said." Inside, he finally relaxed. No matter what, for the time being, he had finally survived. Western Liang's soldiers were still searching for Huns in the forest, but most of them were now sporadically hiding in corners, and after being caught by the female soldiers, they would fight back desperately before they died. These Huns, knowing that they would surely die, no longer cared about being injured, and were not even afraid of death, but only wanted to limit one for one. Many female Western Liang soldiers missed and died with the dogged Hun soldiers. After all, it's a war, and there's nothing you can do about it but pay attention in your next life. The remaining Huns can no longer afford to turn the tide, one by one to find, but also worried about being killed by the other side of the same. It is better to temporarily withdraw their troops, let the other side starve to death in the forest. The few remaining Hun stragglers were faced with the harsh conditions of the forest, lack of clothing and food, and just malaria could have killed them. There was no need for a chase. The cold weather and harsh natural environment doomed only a few to make it out alive. The war was won, and Fong Hongfu couldn't wait to report the good news to Jiang Yu. She said delicately, "Master, thank you for your help, I got my sister back." Kang Wu rubbed his ears and said uncertainly, "What did you call me?" Fong Hongfu said rightfully, "Master, isn't that how it should be called? In fact, it should have been called this way a long time ago, but people have always been embarrassed." Jiang Yu looked at Fong Hongfu's delicate face through the air, and the other party's mouth's dainty cry of master sounded involuntarily heartfelt. Because the two people are in different timelines, their ability to understand the word master is completely different. Fong Hongfu only meant it literally, not to mention that she had sworn long ago that as long as Jiang Yu could save Western Liang, she would be willing to serve as a slave or a servant. As for Jiang Yu, it is completely erotic idea. Think about Fong Hongfu, such a beauty, even if you can't touch it now, but you are obedient to yourself, the sense of accomplishment is still bursting. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth were grinning to the roots of his ears, but he still calmly said, "You can call it that when no one is around in the future, but in front of other people, you can still just call me Jiang Yu." Fong Hongfu was puzzled and said, "Why? You are my master." Jiang Yu patiently explained, "Hongfu, you are the king of a country, how can you easily become a slave as a servant girl, but when no one is around, you can use this as a boudoir fun just." Fong Hongfu was touched to the core, unable to imagine that even now, Jiang Yu was still so considerate of himself. If he married this kind of person, even as a concubine, he thought that he would be happy. Since Jiang Yu said it, Fong Hongfu naturally wouldn't refute it, and said petulantly, "Naturally, it's all according to master." Jiang Yu smiled gently, "That's good, normally, you can call me Jiang Yu, or as you used to call me, it's fine to call me immortal." Fong Hongfu has always been obedient to Jiang Yu, and only in front of the other party, will change back to a sweet little girl, just a name, of course, it's all what Jiang Yu said. The two were still chatting away when there was a sudden knock on the door, and Sugar's timid voice rang out, "Sister." Chapter 93. Fong Cherry has grown up. Fong Hongfu raised her head, only to see Fong Cherry looking at Fong Hongfu with tears in her eyes and a pitiful look. Fong Hongfu's vegetative hand brushed the other's cheeks and said with a smile, "It's not aggravating, my good-looking sister has cried into a little flower cat." Fong Cherry let out a wow sound and jumped into Fong Hongfu's arms, saying as she cried, "Sister, it's all my fault, or else the war wouldn't have started earlier." Fong Hongfu touched Fong Cherry's head and said, "Silly sister, didn't it turn out well? This time Xiliang returned with a big victory, but how did you get out?" Fong Cherry let out a sob and said, I don't know, I was sleeping well during the night, and the next day during the daytime, I already appeared in the Hun camp DTTB. Fong Hongfu's eyes became stern for a moment as he questioned Fong Cherry and said, "Cherry, are you sure you didn't sneak out on your own? Don't swindle sister." Fong Sakura replied seriously, "Sister, although Sakura is playful, but she has always listened most to the words spoken by her sister, how could it be possible that I would sneak out by myself after my sister had just finished her instructions at night?" Fong Hongfu's eyes became deep. Fong Cherry suddenly appeared in the Hun camp like this. Besides sleepwalking, the most reasonable explanation is that there are sharp spies here in Xiliang right now, secretly holding Fong Cherry hostage. As a female emperor, Fong Hongfu thought things through in a flash. She laughed coldly in her heart, "It is worthy of being a golden sun cicada, up to now, still left to hand, do not know at what time, actually planted spies in the Western Liang, it is worthy of being a great general." Fong Hongfu quickly hid her expression. In the future, it was still necessary to protect Fong Sakura. She frowned her willow eyebrows and gently stroked Fong Sakura's wounds, tears of heartache welling up inside her eyes. Fong Sakura shook her head and said, "With sister holding me, the wound stopped hurting a long time ago." Fong Hongfu gently removed all of Fong Cherry's robes and saw the deep wounds from the leather whip, causing her heart to sting a few more points. Clean the wound with warm water and lightly sprinkle it with gold sores. The piercing pain caused Fong Cherry to groan and suck in a breath of cool air. Fong Hongfu was heartbroken. "You little ninny, you still say it." "Not now, with the cover-up, how much can be blatantly shipped in then? Taken from the people, used in the people, Jiang Yu's current affluents are relying on the sale of Xiliang antiques, naturally, should also feed the people of Xiliang." He shouted at Fong Hongfu through the air, waving his hand openly, "Hongfu, get ready, I'll treat everyone in Xiliang to a delicious meal." Fong Hongfu were a little embarrassed and hurriedly said, "Immortal, now Xiliang quite a lot of food and drink, there is no need to help anymore, it's better to let the people be self-sufficient." Jiang Yu said indisputably, "Recently the people and soldiers of Xiliang have finally gotten well, but it's been a long time since they've eaten any good food. How can I say that I have to give you a taste of something really good? Wait for me, I'll arrange it for you in the next few days." Jiang Yu was ready to treat the people of Xiliang to a hot pot, something that was definitely a rare delicacy in ancient Xiliang. However, going to the market to buy seasonings to think of a hot pot to satisfy 100,000 people is not even close, to say the least. Collecting ingredients is a big job. Where there's a will, there's a way. Thinking that the beautiful women of Xiliang can be fed and clothed, Jiang Yu was full of motivation. Fong Cherry blinked her big beering eyes, and asked Fong Hongfu with an innocent and worshipful face, sister, are you talking to an immortal?" Fong Hongfu nodded and said, Sakura, you can be saved all thanks to the divine weapon bestowed by the immortal, you must be grateful to the immortal. Fong Cherry nodded affirmatively, and then said with a crooked little head, but sister, what exactly does an immortal like, and what should I do to show my gratitude? Speaking of this, Fong Hongfu blushed, the gifts sent over by Shiliang, Jiang Yu basically liked them. But to say that the most pleasing thing for the other party would definitely be his own dancing for Kongwu in those weird outfits. For example, that kind of strange stockings, so thin material, where Phelan did not wear something like no difference, but I do not know why, on the contrary, the whole leg becomes good looking, and then with a short skirt, put aside the exposure factor, simply beautiful. But isn't Fong Sakura too young now? I don't think she wants to start dancing. Fong Hongfu swept her head down again and glanced at the other party's chest, well, it wasn't small anymore. However, this was something that Fong Hongfu didn't know how she should explain to Fong Cherry, so she could only stammer, immortals like girls to wear pretty clothes, I'm not sure about the rest. Fong Sakura bowed her head and contemplated for a moment, then suddenly raised her head, her eyes widened, and she said like a great smartass, I know, immortals like girls to look good in their clothes. She then said in surprise, I still have a golden wisp of jade coat, or you gave it to me when it was my birthday, sister, why don't I just give it to the immortal, you won't be angry, sister, will you? Fong Hongfu was a bit speechless, she wanted to say that the immortal's favorite clothes were not this clothes, but she didn't know how she should explain it. Golden witch hazel is also one of the treasures of the world, clothing all over the use of mulberry silk woven, with the same process and the same rendering of silk, since ancient times there are 1 or 2 silk 1 or 2 gold say, visible such process of precious. By hammering and chiseling and pulling and stretching, little by little, the gold nuggets are stretched into gold wire, which can only be done by a few of the best goldsmiths of the world. Extracted gold silk was embroidery needle threading, needle by needle in the clothing chest, and finally formed a beautiful golden peony, just a piece of clothing. It will take several top craftsmen to spend several years, the middle of the possibility of failure, visible in the preciousness of this thing. Although Fong Hongfu is the king of a country, but only by chance to get this thing, love sister heart of her and give this thing to her sister. The stuff was really good, but it was a pity that Fong Sakura had completely misunderstood the other party's meaning. Never mind, it's good stuff anyway, we'll be wrong. Fong Sakura went off to prepare the gift with a full heart, thinking beautifully in her heart that the immortal would surely like the gift she had prepared. Bouncing along the way, full of youthful vigor, and Fong Hongfu's magnificent beauty are completely two kinds of beauty. Chapter 94, Buying Meat. Jiang Yu is a little worried, the big words have been said, but want to invite 100,000 people to eat hot pot, and also ensure that everyone is full, this is not a small thing. The first solution is naturally the hot pot base, which is also the simplest. Jiang Yu or contact the former supermarket manager, the two are also old acquaintances. Jiang Yu opened the door and directly asked for 100,000 hot pot bases and 300,000 dipping sauces, which definitely couldn't be eaten all at once, but all these things with packages were well stored, and the excess could be left for Shilong. Now the supermarket manager has gotten used to, every time Jiang Yu talk is a big deal, the base and dip add up, discount wipe a zero exactly 1 million. Just one supermarket's inventory was not destined to meet Jiang Yu's needs. Many times in this supermarket manager cooperation, the other party's ability is still guaranteed, all kinds of goods can be easily matched to Jiang Yu. You don't have to worry about this side for the time being, when the time comes, it will be sent directly to your own warehouse, anyway, the warehouse has been constructed now. The most worrying thing is the mutton. Compared to the province of Mang, Xinjiang, the meat in Jinling is not good, most of the beef and mutton are synthetic. It's basically all in one bite. Bones to pick the hardest to gnaw, the first solution is the source of meat, but Jiang Yu knows a butcher store, the quality is very good. Of course, supplying 100,000 people to eat, the beef and mutton inside the tiny store was naturally not enough. But Kongwu can find suppliers and even factories through the store. Everyone's beef was rounded up by Jiang Yu, because Jiang Yu bought too much quantity, the owner of the store-friendly gift manufacturer's contact information. The farm is a long way from the distance and is still in a village on the outskirts. Nowadays, large-scale farming are hard to see in the city, of course, as long as the large-scale farms, the quality of the meat is hard to say, all loose-feed meat. In contrast, small-scale farms of farmers have rather better meat taste. Jiang Yu also did not call, with the address, it is more convenient to kill directly, anyway, this kind of farm is not likely to be unoccupied. Driving his own Raptor, a full 2 hours of driving, to a small village, Jiang Yu looked for a long time to find. The village is not large, the farm is located in the end of the village. Compared with those large manufacturers, it is really a bit run down. The signboard at the entrance is in disrepair, the words on it have faded, and the screws of the signboard lost by the door have rusted off, making it look crooked. An old man in plain clothes drives a tractor loaded with grass. Jiang Yu walked into the farm with a big grin, but unfortunately there was no one inside. After the old man parked the tractor, don't look old, but his hands are still very agile, jumping down from the tractor at a light pace. The old man looked at Jiang Yu with an unfavorable face and said, "Posterior, what are you doing here? We don't welcome strangers here." The old man's tone was hard and determined, a huge contrast to the other's kindly image. This matter, in fact, Jiang Yu does not know the rules anymore. All kinds of farming enterprises, even the smallest, are not welcome strangers. Although these animals will one day be placed on the dinner plate, but the modern society, although the technology is ruthless, live a lot. Sick and dead animals do not have anyone dare to eat. Strangers enter the farm without disinfection, not knowing what viruses they are carrying, and when the animals are infected, they may be wiped out. Seeing that the old man's face was not good, the 100,000 people of Xiliang were still waiting for their food. Jiang Yu naturally did not want to disappoint them. Smiling and handing a cigarette, Jiang Yu showed his intention and said, "Old man, I came to buy mutton. Get the dead can be, killed can also be, but I want a large number." The old man backhanded look at the mouthpiece of the cigarette. "Good guy, 9 to 5, not he can usually afford to smoke the rare goods." Cigarettes as a socializing tool. The old man really looked at Jiang Yu much more smoothly, but still slightly disdainful. "Want more? How much more can there be?" Jiang Yu said truthfully, "I'm going to ask for 100,000 pounds of fresh lamb, 100,000 pounds of lamb chops, and if that's not enough, 200,000 pounds of live sheep will do." When Jiang Yu finished speaking, the cigarette that the old man elder had just lit accidentally fell to the ground. He stumbled, so many words, right now, I might not have any." Looking at the scale of the other party's breeding, Jiang Yu also had a number in his heart, and estimated that there were not so many. He said with some regret, "Then how many do you have?" "Just slaughtered live sheep will do. You can also introduce some other farms with good meat quality." Jiang Yu was still very satisfied with the Munkler outlet store farming method. Nowadays, in this era, the farmers who feed grass to cattle and sheep are really too few. Munkler outlet store online said, "You don't worry, I know all the farmers around these villages. You want fresh beef and lamb as much as you want." Jiang Yu waved his big hand with a rustic look and said, "Determine the price, then let's slaughter the sheep and weigh them together at the time." He and Munkler outlet store made a deal to butcher the lamb, remove the entrails, and count the bones 20 a pound. Estimating that other farms are about the same price, the old man took Jiang Yu to several other farms, adding up to 200,000 pounds of fresh lamb, costing Jiang Yu a total of 4 million. After the slaughtering and processing of the farm, the lamb will be vacuum packed and sent to Jiang Yu together at that time, and we will strive to deliver it to Jiang Yu's home today. With the lamb taken care of, all that's left is vegetables and fruits. As for the pills and stuff, Kangwu is not going to buy them. After all, these things are technology and ruthless work. Vegetables and fruits. Jiang Yu looked for a few large wholesale markets in the neighborhood. The city inside the vegetable market and fruit stores and whatnot are delivered from these large markets. Various vegetables and fruits. Jiang Yu asked for 300,000 pounds, which is estimated to be enough to feed the people and generals of Xiliang. All finished. The time is not early. Jiang Yu is also lazy to wait. Directly drive home anyway, by the time it will be sent to the home. Today's day, he spent a total of $6 million. The money is a small matter. Think of the girls in Xiliang can be happy to eat. Jiang Yu on the corners of the mouth cannot stop the smile. When I got home, the golden witch hazel was neatly laid out at the well. Ever since Jiang Yu could talk to Fong Hongfu, it had been a long time since he had teleported something at the well. He and Fong Hongfu had developed some sort of induction that allowed them to teleport various items to each other. However, Jiang Yu couldn't leave his courtyard or else the connection would disappear, but he could still talk to the Empress across the sky. The golden wisp jade coat was dark green in color, like a delicate and introspective ink jade, and the peony embroidered with gold thread on the chest was dignified in its introspection, with a slight body fragrance on it. Jiang Yu hurriedly asked through the air, "Hongfu, are you giving me gifts again? How can this be good? Moreover, this time, the clothes don't look like they're for me in any way." Fong Hongfu blushed slightly at her question, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. Chapter 95, National Hot Pot. Fong Hongfu stammered, it was Fong Cherry who gave it to you as a token of appreciation. After all, it was thanks to your pistol that she was saved." Jiang Yu scratched his head, but did not think much about it. Maybe girls like different things. After all, it is a gift, just accept it. And the value of this dress is not ordinary. When the Ma Wang tomb unearthed the vegetarian Zen clothes, no gold silk embroidery, is also a national treasure. And this thing, with Fong Cherry's gush of body odor, could be sold by hand as a last resort. The farm just called and contacted her. It's all automated slaughtering now and the lamb has been processed. Just a couple more hours, and it'll all be packaged and delivered to him. Still thinking about it, the supermarket manager moved quickly, and the hot pot base and dipping sauce had already been delivered. Fearing that there are not enough pots and pans on Fong Hongfu's side, Jiang Yu ordered another 50,000 sets of charcoal-fired copper pots, all from local manufacturers, and with Jiang Yu's superpowers, he guaranteed that they could be delivered today. Jiang Yu first transmitted the hot pot base seasoning and told Fong Hongfu not to rush to eat it. There were other things behind. Vegetables and fruits were also delivered, a total of 15 large trucks with accompanying forklifts, otherwise loading and unloading the trucks would have been a problem. After the vegetables and fruits were unloaded, it was already late in the evening when the lamb arrived, which took a lot of effort to slaughter and process. This time is different from the past. Just let the people of Shillong eat well, counting pots and pans. A meal will cost Jiang Yu 7 million, visible to feed 100,000 people. The huge expenses, even if now Jiang Yu's small savings, also feel stretched. The heart also can't help but sigh. Feeding 100,000 sisters is really too tiring. No wonder so many men don't like to get married, most of them are struggling to feed one. West Liangjiang City, Fong Hongfu looked at the mountain of supplies on this ground, and the corners of her mouth opened up in joy. She had the people in mind, and as long as they could be fed and clothed, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Shiliang is hot and busy. Jiangye City is backed by the mountains. There is an inexhaustible supply of wood. Even the ordinary people's homes are not short of firewood. Hundreds of families had charcoal stoves. After all, they needed charcoal to heat their homes in the winter. Fong Hongfu ordered Han Shuiying, the Minister of Households, to preside over the people. Each household can be allocated a carbon fire copper pot, distributed according to the population. On average, each person can be allocated 2 kilograms of mutton, 5 kilograms of vegetables and fruits, 3 kilograms of noodles, as well as hot pot base and dipping sauces. After the distribution of these things, Shiliang has stepped into the evening. Winter days get dark early, the sun goes down, the sky rubbed black. Shiliang. The people of every household in Shiliang sit around the table, unlike modern times, where meals are served on solid wood tables, and you need to sit cross-legged on a kong to eat. Whenever it's mealtime, the smoke and mirrors rise on time in happily affluent countries. Compared to the Tartars, who drank blood and hair, the Han people were more family-oriented. Living well, eating on time, and being with their families every day were more important than anything else to the Han people. Outside, the cold wind howling, Jiangye City households lit oil lamps, weak light, steaming meals. The bottom of the red oil pot gurgled and bubbled, and the families of the people of Shillong were happy. It had been a long time since the invasion of Western Liang that a family had eaten properly like this. Walking into a random one, the room is very simple inside, but it is better than clean and tidy. Steam rose up. The inside of the room is water vapor. People who used to be hungry for a long time, looking at a table of food, moved to tears. The people want not much, just to eat and wear warm. The little girl inside the room picked up a piece of mutton and put it in her mouth. Hot mutton in her mouth. The girl's voice gulped and she couldn't stop huffing. The voice blurred and said, "Yummy, yummy." The old man next to me kindly said, "If it's good you can eat more." The girl nodded her head repeatedly and said somewhat innocently, Grandma, can we eat hot pot every day from now on?" Grandma touched the little girl's head and said with a smile, "I believe that His Majesty and the immortals will lead us to that day. But you may not be able to see it, granddaughter. In the future, you have to be loyal to the Empress, and one day you'll be able to live that day." University Sergeant Chen Ming is home, the snack food in front of his mother. A good girl look, sitting demurely in front of the table, the aroma of the hot pot drilled into the nose, greedy non-stop swallowing saliva. Just do not dare to move chopsticks. She didn't dare to move her chopsticks until Mother Chen nodded. Chen Menger's family lineage is not illustrious, but it is also a well-known literary family. The so-called literati sour, family rules are naturally strict. In the past, he could not speak easily at the dinner table at home, and then joined the dynasty as an official. She was considered a small position in the family, and could speak at the dinner table. Chen Mengyat picked up a slice of mutton and put it in her mouth, and Ruck's eyes widened with a surprised expression. She couldn't help but sigh. The food given by the immortals is also too delicious. If I could eat hot pot every day, I would be willing to let me marry an immortal. Mother Chen gave Chen Menger a blank look and said, "You child, why are you still always thinking of beautiful things? The women of Shillong, who doesn't want to marry an immortal? It's just that your old mother me. If I hadn't married your father, I would have to be moved towards an immortal as well." Chen Menger didn't say anything, but there was just a smirk in the depths of her eyes. Don't look at her. She usually looks dull and stupid, but she thinks she wants to. She can be smart. No one knows that she can secretly contact the immortals. Compared to other people, it's definitely a step faster. The dining room inside the palace, this time it was a family banquet, only her apprentice Nui Nui and her younger sister Fong Cherry. The other ministers went home, and the food was delicious, but it still felt tasteless to eat. The Empress simply let the servants together on the dining table. Usually the Empress is also easygoing. The table servants are not constrained. The entire Western Liang resounded with laughter from time to time. Several families were happy and several were sad. The only unhappy ones were the group of traders led by Wan Jinfeng. The supplies for Western Liang were led by the Ministry of Revenue each time, and the residents received them with their identity nameplates. Although Wan Jinfeng and the girls had blended into Western Liang, they had no identity nameplates at all. In the cold wind, Wan Jinfeng's lips were dry and cracked, biting into the cold and hard dry food. Looking at the 10,000 lights of Western Liang, her eyes were hateful and fearful. She hadn't eaten hot pot before, but bursts of flavor rushed into her nostrils through the window every now and then. The people are so happy that they are bound to hate the invaders who destroy this happiness. Moreover, Xiliang still has advanced weapons, so wouldn't it be easy to deal with the Huns? Even when the need arises, the entire population can be made soldiers with only simple training. Even for herself, if she exposed the identity of the Hun spies, and the cohesion of the people was so unprecedented, I'm afraid that none of them would be able to walk out alive. Chapter 96: The Helpless Wan Jinfeng. Wan Jinfeng used to be trained as a dead soldier. The specifications of clothing, food, housing, and transportation were not low, and she found it hard to live inside Jean Ricken's military camp, let alone now. While she was feeling sorry for herself, a cold wind blew over, freezing her again. The other dead soldiers weren't much better, and the most he'd been asked when they met up recently was when he could get out of here. Now inside Zhangye City, even the most ordinary people were living much better than their group of dead soldiers. Especially the city from time to time wafted out gusts of rice, or they have never eaten anything. Even if the will of the dead soldiers is strong, at this time in the city of Zhangye is also 4 sides, no one does not want to go home. Wan Jinfeng really can't stand it anymore. Now that the army is defeated, it's not that important to fight or not to fight for news. She took her subordinates and hid inside the tunnels. The location chosen at the beginning was hidden, and the dead soldiers covered it up so well that the tunnels have not been exposed until now. Jean Richan did not directly escape also because of this tunnel. He waited for his brother Hu Yenyu to come to attack the city. He still has this tunnel in his hand as a killer, then you can take Xiliang with a bang. Wan Jinfeng's group of dead soldiers, cats in the tunnel, one close to the other, felt much better than on the ground. The cellar is a big natural winter and summer warehouse, and the dead soldiers can still snuggle up for warmth. Wan Jinfeng blew his nose hard and hugged his most plump henchman. His body still couldn't help shaking. Unable to hold out any longer, Wan Jinfeng sneaked out of the tunnel and ran outside the city. It's not a good idea to keep going on like this, and these agents don't have identity tags, so they'll all be exposed after a long time. There wasn't much point in continuing to lurk, and this little dead soldier of his couldn't make waves. Wan Jinfeng was dexterous and scouted for a long time over the mountains on the way, and only with great difficulty did he find the hiding place of the Golden Sun cicada. The two met and looked at each other with disdain. Fong Hongfu felt that Jean Richan was a waste of time. He provided enough information and even helped capture the Empress sister in the end, and the other party still suffered a great defeat. Jean Richan felt that the intelligence provided by Fong Hongfu was not useful in the slightest. There was no key information at all, and as of today, he did not know the source of those divine weapons in Xiliang, or even why that steel beast appeared. All of these were not known, so what use was there for this kind of sharp detail? Wan Jinfeng starving and freezing every day. The people of Xiliang are well fed and well dressed, and the sight of it makes her heart even more wrathful. What Jean Richan said in a humorless voice, "General Jean, there's no point in us continuing to lurk. When are we going to ask my sisters to retreat?" Instead of answering positively, Jean Richan snorted and said, "Jean Fong, this time you still have an important mission. Complete the final mission and let's retreat together." Jean Cicada will also need to use the other side. While only one Jean Fong they can go to set the fire, the Hun soldiers are all men, and they will be exposed when they enter Zhangye City. Wan Jinfeng was a bit annoyed. After a long time of lurking in Xilong, her 10 fingers had been frozen as thick as a radish, and every night when she slept she gave out a drilling itch and pain, and she didn't want to go home at all times. The Golden Sun cicada was now defeated, and it was unexpected that this guy was still undeterred and actually wanted to assign her a mission. She said in a good-natured manner, "General has now reached such a situation, I wonder what other tasks are arranged for my concubine." Jean Richan smiled and said, "Now that the frontal war has been lost, but Jean Fong, you are a woman who can completely disintegrate your opponents from the inside." Wan Jinfeng hurriedly excused herself, "General, all my sisters are only a few dozen people. Now that Western Liang's army is strong, with more than 50,000 elite soldiers, what can we do with these dozens of people?" Jean Cicada finally diagrammed the dagger and said to Wan Jinfeng, "You can take your sisters and set fires everywhere in Zhangye City. The Xiliang side is bound to be tired of dealing with it, and if hundreds of fires are lit at the same time, the entire Zhangye City will be turned into a flying ash." Wan Jinfeng's eyes were icy cold, looking at Jean Richan as if he had killed his father's enemy. The tunnels dug by the Huns were in remote corners of the city, and because of this, the tunnels were not easily exposed. If you want to make a big mess in the city by setting fire to it, you must necessarily set fire to the center of the city. After the flames burned, Zhanya City is bound to be in chaos, obviously man-made arson. The city will immediately be martial law. By then her dead sisters, 10 inside the run out of are considered lucky. It would be difficult for her to survive this catastrophe, even for herself. Dead soldiers are good at assassination and infiltration, but in a real battlefield, a dozen soldiers can easily poke them into a hornet's nest. One Fong nonchalantly refused. General Jin, although we are dead soldiers, my master only asked us to assist you. There's no way Fong can carry out this kind of mission that is obviously a death sentence. The dead soldiers had all been raised together since childhood and had deep feelings for each other, and before they came they had agreed that everyone would go back in one piece. As if he had expected it, Jin Rikchan took out a deed of sale and handed it to one Fong, saying with a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. The king gave me your deeds of sale a long time ago, now you are the outcasts, this one is yours, if you don't believe me see for yourself. When Fong received the deed of sale, her heart sank straight to the bottom. The fact that this thing was in the hands of Jin Ricochet meant that she had been completely abandoned by her master. Wan Jinfeng's heart was as if it was dead. Instead, he broke the pot and said, "Don't think you can make me just start a fire, I must bring my sisters back alive. Kill me if you have the ability, anyway, my sisters won't listen to your orders after knowing that." Jin Rikchan let out a light laugh, his palm gently patted Wan Jinfeng's cheek and said, "How could I possibly kill you? You're my baby, if you don't listen honestly, do you think your sisters can leave Zhanye alive? The gates of Zhanye are closed. You poisonous rats living in the dark corners without any identity nameplates, none of you will be able to run out when the time comes. If you want to leave through the tunnels, I'll have the lancers guarding the entrance of the tunnels, and I'll stab one of them to death if one of them comes up. Do you think any of them will be able to leave alive?" Jin Rikchan smiled mischievously, looking like he had eaten up Wan Jinfeng. Wan Jinfeng gritted his teeth, and in his heart, he hated to eat Jin Rikchan alive, but he didn't dare to do so. First, she couldn't beat Jin Rikchan. Even if she was lucky enough to kill the other party, she wouldn't be able to walk out of the Hun camp, and her own sisters would still all have to die in Zhanya City. Jin Rikchan said easily, "I'll give you half an incense stick of time to think about it. If you set fire to Shilong, you people will still have a chance of survival. If you don't obey, huh?" Kim Il-Cicada didn't continue, but the threat was very obvious. Chapter 97 Majin was doorstep. Wan Jinfeng looked as if all his strength had been taken out of him and said with resignation, "No need to think about it, I'll help you set the fire." People like her, who were like rootless floating weeds, had no choice but to struggle for survival in the cracks. Jin Rikchan couldn't help but laugh and said, "This is a good boy, don't worry, now the sky is dry, Shiliang City is on fire, the flames must be burning. When the situation is chaotic, this general sent troops to pick you up." Only he himself knew how much Jin Rikchan's words were believable, but, losing on the battlefield, his heart had been filled with pent-up anger. Setting fire to make it difficult for Fong Hongfu, and even burning a large number of Shiliang people to death as a result, he could also console himself that this war was not a complete defeat. Everyone had mutual casualties, only the Hun side suffered heavy casualties. Compared to the stormy Shiliang, Jiang Yu's little life was incredibly nourishing. Now that there is no lack of money in hand, and the warehouse and water purification project have been built, the next step is to help Shiliang fight a beautiful war step by step. He always had a wish in his heart. After Qin Shi Huang had unified the Six Kingdoms, he did not continue to fight, but instead chose to build the Great Wall of China. If a modern man had helped, and the first emperor had unified the world, even the monkeys on the other continents, wouldn't everyone not have to live so tired by the time we get to today, 2,000 years later? You don't have to empty 3 generations of savings on one house or work 12 hours a day. The Dragon Kingdom could also become number 1 in the world, and there would be nothing left for the old US. Of course, the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to be working hard. Jiang Yu also needs to guide Fong Hongfu to become a qualified emperor. Not only the warehouse, but the first generation of the finished product of the game developed by Sunway was also completed, and Jiang Yu even tried playing it when he had nothing else to do. Essentially, the developed game is still similar to the Red Alert category of offense and defense, but with a breakout element. Through the identity of a modern-day immortal, the user sends down blessings for the ancient Empress, helping the other side to turn around their vulnerability and win a battle. Recently in the relevant procedures, after the end of the game can also be listed, then in the game piece by piece to unlock the modern supplies, to help Fong Hongfu back to victory. Kongwu is ready to make a really exquisite free game, and also show those companies on the market who only know how to pit money. In addition, his cross-border trading company had been set up, with Su Qinyan as the legal person and CFA as the financial director. Two people for money are incomparable desire. Every now and then on the phone to Jiangyu, asked the company when there is an order, but were Jiangyu put off, the current stage of the arms and other control of things are not so much demand. Outside Jiangyu's newly built high wall, a sneaky figure walked on the road, looking around for fear of being seen by others. Not Ma Jingwa, who else can be? This guy out of prison in Jiangyu here ate a closed door, learned that his demolition money all by the wife embezzlement. Call I don't know how many times in a row. At first the phone was turned off, then it was empty, couldn't get in touch at all. At first, he was overconfident that he could control his wife 100% by violence. Now, people are nowhere to be found, and every day he can only nestle inside the walled room in impotent rage. Ma Jingwa, this person has a low IQ, cognitive absolute. In fact, very early, he went to the hospital to check, diagnosed with Super Hung syndrome. For a peaceful and stable society, is definitely a big trouble. Originally already in the hands of a few million is gone, he is naturally not willing, but there is no way to find CFA's trouble, and now even people cannot find. He did not think of finding each other's whereabouts through technical means, and even went to the police station to ask for the other party's latest cell phone number, as well as residential address. The result was obvious, a big shutdown at the police station. Later, he went to squat at the place where Sheffield often went, and still no one was seen. There is really no way, the demolition money he still wants to come back, naturally came to Jiangyu's trouble. It was different now, and the high wall in front of us had become a roadblock. When the initial construction, Jiangyu took into account the privacy, the construction of the outer walls are more than 3 meters high. Ma Jingwa, a middle-aged balding old man, only domestic violence when there is strength, so that he climbed the wall, exhaustion cannot climb up. After searching for a long time, Ma Jingwa stole a ladder from the village, which climbed to the wall, more than 3 meters high. He brewed for a long time, but still did not dare to jump down. In the heart does not meditate, my demolition money, eyes closed, face fierce, jumped directly from the wall. There was a crunch and, unsurprisingly, a misaligned bone in the ankle. Ma Jingwa's face was sweating from the pain, and he didn't dare to shout for fear of startling Jiangyu. Jiangyu, demolition of this area is not a good way to go, just cleaned up the debris, the ground is still left a lot of big pits left by the excavator. Ma Jingwa carefully walked forward, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow in the direction of Jiangyu's house. Jump down, fracture dislocation is really too serious. This, walked not a few steps, Ma Jingwa's ankle is swollen like a bun, the color has changed. But for the sake of money, these are small things in his eyes, mediocre life, as the old rogue, although some people are afraid of him, but more is to look down on him, want to change the status quo, change money after changing the social circle is the most effective. Looking back on his wasteful life, this demolition under the auspices of Jiangyu will be his greatest opportunity to change his fate. Looking at Jiangyu's room, there is still a faint light. Ma Jingwa hard, even if it is a threat to the other party, but also to get their money back. As for the money given to CFA, the other party can only admit bad luck and let them dogfight with each other again. Jiangyu is so rich now, it is still easy to get this money over. Ma Jingwa thinks well, as for whether it can be implemented down in the end, it is simply a daydream. He has been a lazy man who has been a good cook all his life, and others have never been reasonable. His ancestral home left behind was demolished, the compensation should rightfully be given to himself. Jiangyu must be reasonable. He squeezed a dagger in his hand and fumed in his heart that he must get this money, but not more than he wanted, and he didn't think it would be considered fraud. After sneaking and lurking at the door for a long time, Ma Jingwa clenched his teeth, thinking that if he succeeded, he would have a few $1 million, and it would be worth it to be clothed and fed for the rest of his life. Pushing the door open with a clang, the commotion was so loud that it was hard for Jiangyu not to notice. Once he saw that it was this guy Ma Jingwa, Jiangyu's heart pumped for fear that this guy would jump over the wall in a hurry and cause incalculable consequences. Now the other party is a standard old bachelor, that is, not old enough can be assessed on the 5 households. Don't mess with a bachelor, all alone, who knows if he'll dare let you take a life for a life. Jiangyu is just a modestly rich man with many happy days ahead, and is guilty of not bothering with a solitary toad like Ma Jingwa. Chapter 98, Brainwashed Ma Jingwa. Ma Jingwa, dagger tip pointing to Jiangyu, forced to calmly said, You, Jiang brother, my demolition fee you did not arrive, now I am really too poor, pocket a penny no, or you help re-give brother a demolition fee. The other party came to ask for money. Jiangyu immediately had a great determination in his heart. If he was just asking for money, then this matter would be much better. He said in a calm tone, Brother Ma, don't be in a hurry, we are all old neighbors, how much do you want? You say a number, the money is all negotiable. Ma Jingwa waved his dagger and said excitedly, You gave all of my demolition money to that CFA, now don't think you can just give me a few $1,000s to get rid of me. Jiangyu want to laugh out loud, he is still afraid of the other side to ask for less, a few $1,000s, when the sentencing standard is too low, the other side from the prison out is also a trouble. Fearing that the other party backtracked, Jiang Yu took the initiative to say, "Ma, how about this? The demolition money thing, I also have a mistake, did not call the payment to your account inside, I will now repay you, or in accordance with the number of demolition call you, do you see, not enough, I will give you an additional 1 million. Ma Xinghua harder going crazy with joy, but the surface did not reveal abnormalities, calmly said, Xiao Jiang, we are also old neighbors, I do not want to hurt you, this matter you to make the decision is good, I just want to return to belong to my demolition money. Desert Eagle has been transmitted to Fong Hongfu Defense, there is no firearm in hand, his safety is not guaranteed for the time being, at the moment it is still the best to stabilize Ma Xinghua, the district money, it is not like they do not have it, Ma Xinghua is such a poor man, it is better to satisfy but. Jiang Yu directly said, Brother Ma, you directly give me a bank account number, don't give it wrong this time, I'll make a payment to you now. Ma Xinghua has been blinded by money and happily sends his bank account number to Jiang Yu through VX. Now mobile banking is convenient, transferring money in seconds, receive the money, Ma Xinghua said cheerfully, Xiao Jiang, speak of the people, in the future you are my Ma Xinghua good brother. Jiang Yu is a little helpless, now how he is also considered a small status, if the social circle knows that he has this kind of friend, I do not know what kind of other people will be looked down upon. Purpose reached, Ma Xinghua also did not stay too much, do not want to make a big deal, he is a scoundrel also dare not really put Jiang Yu how. Limping with a leg limping away from Kong Wu's house, the money is inside the bank card, but it's not in the bag after all. Taking it out as soon as possible is the way to go, and the only money that is truly yours is the money you hold in your hands. Ma Xinghua just left, Jiang Yu turned his head to call the police, directly saying that he suffered a robbery, the other side of a huge amount, robbed directly after the long go. Jinling is also one of the top cities in the country in terms of law and order, this amount of robbery, the last time it happened was a few years ago. Jiang Yu provided complete clues, and even the other party's bank card number, the Ministry of Public Security immediately contacted the bank to freeze the other party's payment account. The police officers handling the case lamented that they hadn't met this kind of stupid thief for a long time, and the robbery actually used internet banking. In fact, this is also Ma Xinghua's stupid place, Jiang Yu home there are a lot of antiques, he casually hold away a piece, when it comes to the time to easily realize a few million. It's still a bottom-feeding, shrewish scoundrel after all, who doesn't know what's really good for him. Ma Xinghua had just left Jiang Yu's house for 500 meters when he was pressed on the head by the police who came out at light speed. Of course, even if the other party ran far away, it was impossible for him to run away in front of the current Heaven's Eye system. The cops laughed at him for being a dumbass robber, and the guy got all worked up and yelled that he hadn't robbed anyone and that the money had been given voluntarily by the other guy. Close by as well, Jiang Yu looked lively from the side and said, yes, indeed I volunteered, after all, the other party was holding a knife, so I couldn't do it if I didn't volunteer. Ma Xinghua became even more agitated at his words and kept struggling, Jiang Yu, you bastard, you're punking me. Jiang Yu clasped his hands on his shoulders, pretending to be afraid and said, police uncle, control this robber, the other party still wants to hurt me now. The police officer in charge pressed Ma Xinghua's neck and said seriously after controlling the other party, be honest, you'll suffer if you go in. Poor Ma Xinghua, like a monkey that was dishonestly pressed on his head, struggled further to no avail and could only be impotent and furious. Jiang Yu to show the police transfer records, lock Ma Xinghua huge amount of robbery, the area of a few million, in exchange for Ma Xinghua 20 years cannot come out, even if out of the small old man, Jiang Yu think this deal is very super value. And the money won't last more than a few days, and the stolen money will be returned the same way it came in when the officers have investigated. Poor Ma Xinghua is just happy to have the millionaire experience card for a few days. However, this matter also gave Jiang Yu a warning, Ma Xinghua this kind of ordinary scoundrel can sneak into his own home, visible to their own security measures really poor to what point? His waste egg brother has been resolved, and later on, he will find a way to resolve the other brother Ma Bagua, cut the grass to get rid of the root, compared to Ma Xinghua, Ma Bagua is the real ruthless person. When the other party sent punks to intercept their own car, this revenge Jiang Yu has always remembered. The next thing is to wait, Jiang Yu's side of the evidence is clear, the case is clear, it is estimated that it will not take long, Ma Xinghua judgment will come down. On the Hun side, Wan Jinfeng still yielded, and it was not possible not to yield, following the orders of the Golden Sun Cicada, and honestly setting fires to go, they still have a glimmer of hope of living. Otherwise, I'm afraid that all of them must die, and since Wan Jinfeng is in the Hun camp, he himself will be the first to die. Though the day would always come for a dead soldier, however, she hadn't lived long enough at the moment to naturally fear death. Jin Rikchan sends a few soldiers to escort Wan Jinfeng back, and he is also afraid that Wan Jinfeng will run away. Pieces have to be played for what they are worth, even if they are cast-offs. From this point, Jin Rikchan underestimated Wan Jinfeng, and the soldiers who came back reported that Wan Jinfeng was even more anxious to return to Xiliang than they were. The last time Fong Cherry was captured, Fong Hongfu also noticed that there are sharp spies within Xiliang, and the intensity of the investigation is getting bigger day by day, and after dragging it out for a long time, once they are exposed, none of them will be able to escape. Inside the tunnels, the dead soldiers led by Wan Jinfeng gathered together in piles. Originally they were expecting Wan Jinfeng to bring back clothing and food, and then retreat together to leave this hellish place. Is heaven, your hell? The better the people of Xiliang live, the more difficult for these sharp details, and in contrast, their mentality is more and more imbalanced. What's more, Wan Jinfeng also brought back bad news. They had to continue their mission and find a way to set fire to Zhangye City. According to the Golden Sun Cicada, after the flames burned, they could take advantage of the chaos to escape. Chapter 99. Wan Jinfeng is forced. But Wan Jinfeng wasn't a little cutie either. Right now she didn't even believe her toes in Jean Ricochet's words. The other side picks them up and takes them back to the camp, or they can have spearmen guarding the tunnel entrance, and as soon as they come out, they are doomed to be poked to death by the spears. A woman's intuition is more accurate. Wan Jinfeng had already sensed when she was in the Hun camp that Jean Ricochet had already moved to kill herself. Wan Jinfeng carefully studied the terrain. Zhangye City 3 walls. Want to leave from the walls is tantamount to a fool's dream. There are only 2 ways left, one of which is to trust the Golden Sun Cicada and leave through the tunnel. There is still someone on the other side to receive them, and if things go well, the sisters can all leave alive. However, Wan Jinfeng did not believe in Jean Ricochet in the slightest, and after discussing it with her sisters, they all felt that this path was also unreliable. Then there was only one last way left. Zhangye was surrounded by mountains behind them. When the time came, they could retreat inside the mountains, although the environment inside the mountains was harsh, but there was still a silver lining. They were united together, there was still hope to survive. Although Wan Jinfeng hated the Golden Sun Cicada, he likewise hated Fong Hongfu, and if the other party had honestly surrendered, the war wouldn't have stalemated to such a point. This time, setting fire to Zhangye City was a lesson to the other side. Wan Jinfeng and the girls decided to spend a day inside the tunnels to recuperate their strength and move again tomorrow. That night, compared to the warm quilts of the people in the city, Wan Jinfeng felt the cold so piercing in the tunnels. It was a good thing the group of them were cuddled up together and everyone took turns on the very outside, otherwise they would have been too cold to sleep at all. This night, Wan Jinfeng thought a lot. Her whole life, her childhood was as a slave, most of the time stayed in the dental office. The human teeth often abused them. Later, they were bought by their masters, and although it was hard to be trained as dead soldiers, at least they could satisfy their food and clothing, and their masters were gentle and usually cared for them. A warrior dies for a friend, and at that time, Wan Jinfeng vowed to repay his master properly in the future. After becoming a dead soldier, she beautifully completed one mission after another just to get compliments from her master. Ever since she was a little girl, the one thing she carried in her heart the most was her master, and the rest was the partners she was training with. In Wan Jinfeng's eyes, these are her family. Thinking back to the beginning, sleep in their own side of these women are a yellow hair girl who can think, now also all developed body perfect, think seduce men is also no harm. It's just a pity that being sent to Xiliang to carry out the mission, the woman's most powerful weapon, is useless instead. At dusk the next day, the fire was set to take advantage of the chaos, so Wan Jinfeng did not act in the morning. Before she left, she stared at each of her sisters' cheeks dead in the face, trying to impress the other's face deep into her heart. All nodded together and set off on their mission together. When Xiao Xiao Ishui cold, a strong man once gone, will not return. They each know that after the execution of this mission, I am afraid that only a few will be able to live. The Minutemen carried 5 pounds of kerosene each, and fire folders were prepared in advance. Although the kerosene wasn't as flammable as the gasoline given by Jiang Yu, it was enough to pick a good place. Wan Jinfeng has been a sharp detail in Zhangye City for so long. Which location has a straw pile, which location has a firewood pestle, where the houses are dense, she has long had a map in her heart. Ancient people had little recreational activities and went to bed early, and at the 11th hour most people had gone to bed early. The sound of beating the gong sounded. Wan Jinfeng group of people agreed to set fire together in 20 or so places. Winter is already dry, and when combined with flammable materials, fire rushes to the sky. Wan Jinfeng and his group didn't stay, they all fled towards the back of Zhangye City, and when they encountered a suitable place to light a fire on the way, they sprinkled kerosene again and lit it up with fire folders. Ancient mostly wooden buildings, the most afraid of flames, when the first Qilong people after noticing, rushed to put on clothes hissed, "Fire, fire, quickly get up to extinguish the fire!" The shouts woke up a sleeping people. Seeing the fire everywhere, the people spread the word, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, all the people consciously extinguished the fire. The fire spread too fast. Even if everyone in Xiliang tried to extinguish the fire, they still couldn't catch up with the speed of the fire's spread. It was good that there was no shortage of water in the city for the time being. With the pure water that Jiang Yu had transmitted over, the existing wells in Xiliang could also be used to put out fires. In ancient times, there is no large-scale firefighting equipment. Even if the people have worked hard enough, the fire is still not under control, and even spread more and more intense. Fong Hongfu, as the Empress, naturally knew about the fire in the city the first time it happened. There were fires in more than 20 places in a row that looked human-caused at first glance. Just at this time a scout came to report. A group of ragged clothes don't know when the sharp detail appeared. Others put out the fire, they set the fire, and are still desperately running to the back of the mountain. Although the same women, but compared to the Western Liang people, their bodies are ragged, not even a hand a military coat, recognize each other naturally easy. The Empress hated and gnashed her teeth angrily. Damnable Golden Sun Cicada, now that the army is defeated, actually still not dead, actually do such despicable things as setting fires. Even if you are angry, the first priority today is to extinguish the fire, otherwise the whole city of Zhangye is burning up. The trouble will be big. Of course, those dastardly spiky Fong Hongfu did not intend to let go, sending 50 elite imperial guards to chase Wanjin Fong and the girls all the way. At this time, the Golden Sun Cicada outside the city, seeing the fire burning inside, patted his chest and laughed. Ha, it's finally burning. The military division is really brilliant. It's best to burn all of these stinking ES to death. Jiang Luo let out a bitter smile. Man's knife and chopping board, I'm a fish meat. Now he was completely living on the nose of the Golden Sun Cicada. Naturally, he did not dare to take credit for himself. Instead, he praised Jin Rikchan. It is still the general who was wise in the imperial court, so that Wan Jinfeng can honestly go to set the fire. As for me, I am just casually helping the general to come up with ideas. There is nothing to use. Jin Rikchan clapped his hands together and said, pretending to have a sudden realization, it's still the military division that you reminded me of. Wan Jinfeng's matter has not been resolved yet. After saying that, he winked at his own guards and made another neck-wiping motion. Who had helped him do his dirty work not once, nodded and set off. From the very beginning, he was not prepared to let Wan Jinfeng and the girls come back alive, and there couldn't be any existence inside the Hun camp that dared to defy him. It's also fortunate that Wan Jinfeng was smart enough to pick a route early on, depending on whether or not he can run out alive this time. As for Fong Hongfu, as an empress, she naturally had to share the suffering with the people, and in the face of the monstrous flames, she picked up the water basin and took the lead in extinguishing the fire. Unfortunately, just a pot of water was too little and did not help the fire in the least. The ministers also rushed to advise, Your Majesty, don't, the fire is too dangerous. Fong Hongfu lightly gnashed her silver teeth and said with an unwilling look, but if it continues, I'm afraid that the entire Zhangye city will burn. Chapter 100, Fire in Zhangye. As soon as Fong Hongfu's words fell, the fire roared and burned even more violently. The heat wave hit their faces, and Fong Hongfu and the ministers backed up. 1/10 of the entire Zhangye city was already burning, and if these flames were strung together, the entire city would turn into a sea of flames, and by then, the entire city would be destroyed. Grand Maester Chen Menger was the first to say, Your Majesty, it's better to contact the immortals, the fire can't be delayed any longer. Everyone in Shilong City took the initiative to put out the fire, but as the fire burned, the flames got higher and higher. There was a time when manpower was exhausted, and in ancient times when there was a lack of means to extinguish fires, the people had no choice but to throw water on the flames with a wash basin. If it was a small fire source found at the beginning, it would have been simple to extinguish. Many of the flames are now up to the roof, and only a little bit of water thrown on it would have had a negligible effect on the fire. Fong Hongfu sighed. It was true that he still had to look up to the immortals. Zhang Yusai just sent Ma Jingguo to the police station after the incident to make a statement. He is already an adult. Reversing the right and wrong such a small thing, naturally, is to put a good hand. He took the initiative to transfer the money, which has now turned into Ma Jingguo breaking into a house with a knife and robbing him of his millions of deposits. After solving this annoying guy, Kongwu was still in a good mood at home. As night fell, he was also a bit puzzled. What was wrong with Fong Hongfu today? Every day at this time, he should contact himself, or dance for himself before going to bed. How is it that there is no movement at all today? Just when he was about to see what the other party was doing, Fong Hongfu's voice appeared in his ears. Jiang Yu, there are Xiangnu's sharp spies on the Xiliang side. They are setting fires everywhere in Zhangye city. The fire is now uncontrollable. Do you have any way to extinguish the fire, or else the entire Zhangye city will be turned into a scorched earth? Fong Hongfu's voice was tinged with sobs. Zhangye city was her last resort. If the city was also lost, even if she fought off Jin Rikchan or even killed the other party. In the future, there will still be Silver Days N, Dog Days N, when there is no city, the people are displaced. I'm afraid that the Western Liang really have to die and extinct. Jiang Yu frowned. This thing called fire was no joke. Even in modern times, a poorly handled situation could cause countless casualties. Some time ago, Jinling ended up on fire because of the indiscriminate parking of electric cars, and many people were buried inside the fire. There's no time to lose in putting out the fire. Fong Hongfu was also lucky that Jiang Yu had just completed the warehouse, although there were no workers yet, but everything was very formal, and in order to meet the fire inspection, a lot of fire extinguishers were prepared in advance. He had memorized a few spots to put the fire extinguishers, and drove his raptor, rushing around the inside of the yard. When I returned, it was a truck full of fire extinguishers, both foam and water-based. Jiang Yu first transmitted the fire extinguishers. Now it is too late. Want to procure fire extinguishers again is definitely too late. Wait until tomorrow's time. It is estimated that Shillong has already burned clean. Still need to figure out how to fix the fires in the west. On the Xiliang side, Fong Hongfu looked at a round red fire extinguisher, somewhat unable to understand. She thought that Jiang Yu would transmit water to her. These iron bumps in front of her didn't seem to be of much use. Just as Jiang Yu's voice surfaced in his ears, Hongfu, I've already teleported over a part of the fire extinguisher. After you open the safety bolt, the mouth of the pipe will be aimed at the fire source, and you can extinguish the fire by pressing the handle, and there's a method of use on the top of the fire extinguisher as well. Fong Hongfu has always believed in Jiang Yu unconditionally, and learned to pull out the safety bolt from the instruction icon above the fire extinguisher, and rushed into the fire with the fire extinguisher. Seeing that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, there was a rumbling sound, and the flames pounced on his face, and it was about to scorch Fong Hongfu's dress. The minister and a few of the people exclaimed, "Watch out, Your Majesty!" Especially Chen Menger, this little nymph, who was already timid, was now even more frightened and closed her eyes. Fong Hongfu felt the heat wave, burning his cheeks with a burst of pain. The fire extinguisher hose was aimed at the source of the fire, pressed the handle with force, and a large amount of foam gushed out. The flames, which were still incredibly cocky, fell back in front of the fire extinguisher. Fong Hongfu went all the way forward, and the flames looked like they didn't react, and they were directly extinguished by a small area directly. A bucket of fire extinguishers was used up, and the flames of the house were extinguished by at least a third. Fong Hongfu threw the fire extinguisher aside and said to the imperial guards around him, "Everyone, each person will receive a fire extinguisher and split into 5 directions to extinguish the fire. In addition, we must rescue the people in time, so that there are no casualties. Shiliang will not give up on any of the people." On Jiang Yu's side, there were less than 100 fire extinguishers inside his warehouse, which was still too few for an ancient city. But it was nighttime, and it was too late to make any more purchases. What's more, Huang Zhang and Sun Wei were responsible for getting these. Even if Jiang Yu unleashed his banknote ability, it would be too late for the other party to send them over now. Kang Wu opened his clever little brain. Extinguishing the fire requires a high-pressure water gun, but the fire truck's super high-pressure water gun can't be got. And at all now. But as long as the water can be sprayed out, extinguishing the fire shouldn't be too much of a problem. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered that when he built a good warehouse a few days ago, the opening and cleaning bought 2 high-pressure car wash machines, and this time, the fire can be used just right. I originally bought this to hose down the warehouse floor, and when I ran out of it, it just sat in the corner and ate the dust. However, the ancient power supply is not a good solution. Jiang Yu used to buy a few outdoor power supply when camping, as well as pedal 3-wheeled janitorial car that can hold water. All 3 things add up to exactly 1 improvised fire truck. Saying yes, Jiang Yu first filled the tricycle with water, and then teleported the high-pressure water gun, the tricycle, and the outdoor power supply together. This is not as simple as a fire extinguisher, and Jiang Yu carefully taught Fong Hongfu how to use it. High-pressure water gun connected to the power supply, the pumping pipe is placed inside the cleaning car, the motor works, the high-pressure water jet out 10 meters away. There is no high building in ancient times, this height is already enough to use. Fong Hongfu slightly opened her small mouth. Jiang Yu's thing was just too amazing. A square lump, together with 2 tubes and a piece of iron lump, could pump out water so high, no one would believe it if they said it. The imperial guards went around with fire extinguishers, and with the addition of modern technology, there were only 3 or 2 places left for a dozen fires, and there weren't many fire extinguishers left. Fong Hongfu led the way with a few imperial guards behind him, pushing the tricycle towards the source of the fire. A source of fire disappeared. In the back of the mountain to see the audience, one Jin Fong only feel the whole body cold. She knows, this time it is really finished. Shiliang will not let go of her. Extinguish the fire after I am afraid that it is the time of her death. Taking a deep breath, he seriously said to his sisters, "I'm afraid this time is different from the past. Xiliang will try their best to catch us. We must hide our figure well in the mountains. This time the basket pass is too big. I'm afraid that if we are caught, we will die." Chapter 101 Chasing the Huns. That night, the people of Xiliang saw a miraculous scene. In the face of the blazing fire, their empress looked like a god descending from heaven. Handheld high-pressure water gun flames in front of the empress retreat. Not long, all the flames are all destroyed by the empress. Jin Rikchan watched from outside the city as the flames inside Zhangye's city disappeared little by little, and hammered his fist on a big tree in resignation. Damn, actually setting fire is useless. What exactly did Fong Hongfu use to extinguish the fire? Jiang Luer heart thumped. Right now really the momentum has gone. No matter what, no matter how, whether it is playing in or frontal war, the Huns are the defeat of Xiliang. There were still 5,000 remnants left, and if it continued, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for these 5,000 people, including Jin Rikchan, to be massacred by Xiliang. Fong Hongfu extinguished the flames and left some of the soldiers to make good. Fong Hongfu split her army into two. She led the soldiers to the back of the mountain to catch the sharp details. If they dared to set fire to Zhangye's city, Fong Hongfu would definitely not let them go. Regardless of any situation, people's property should come first, and this was Fong Hongfu's guideline as an emperor. The other way of soldiers will be led by the Great General Wang Yu, to make sure that the Xiongnu will be completely annihilated. Originally, Fong Hongfu considered the casualties of the soldiers, and it is not good to unfold the formation inside the forest, leaving the Golden Sun cicada inside the forest to perish on its own. Anyway, the other side is only left with a few thousand remnants of the army. This time when Xiliang was set on fire, Fong Hongfu completely understood that if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. No matter when, the Xiongnu will never die in our Xiliang heart. Wang Yu sent out troops to look for the Huns inside the forest outside the city. The few imperial guards inside the city who had chased Wan Jinfeng in the first place had already come back to report that the Minutemen led by Wan Jinfeng had all sneaked inside the forest at the back of the mountain. Fong Hongfu led the imperial army to surround the entire back of the mountain, but looking for these Minutemen but let her hurt her brain. The back of the mountain are lush dense forests, caves and swamps all over the place. The terrain is very complex, a dozen or so people hiding inside, and dripping into the sea there is. Nye Wenjing half kneeled on the ground and replied, "Nua." As a general, this war he was very confident. A few dozen people, the army drew into the mountains, like a meat grinder to them churned. Outside the city of Xiliang, compared to the secret agents in the back of the mountain, the Han army is much better to find. The Golden Sun cicada had gathered a few thousand people. Even if it was hidden, the eating and drinking of a few thousand people would leave traces, and finding each other would be easy. Western Liang soldiers each feet on cotton shoes, wearing a military coat, hands with cotton gloves. Cold and harsh climate does not affect each other in the slightest. On the contrary, the Huns were much more miserable. Most of the soldiers were still wearing single garments on their bodies, and many of them had already frozen to death under the howling cold wind. At first, Kim Il-Cicada was afraid that his position would be exposed and strictly forbade fireworks in the army, but the soldiers were so cold that dozens of them froze to death every day. Soldiers who survived would pull off the clothes of their comrades and put them over themselves, and the bodies were thrown directly into the fire, where the body fat would keep the flames burning brightly and bring warmth to their living comrades. The black smoke and firelight were especially obvious at night, and Wang Yu was leading the army to easily find the opponent's position. The soldier in the back didn't say a word, just a wave of his hand, and the women in the back didn't say a word, staying as close to the Hun position as possible. At this point the Huns who were too cold to stand were circling the fire and roasting it, leaving the soldiers sleeping on the ground. In front of the pile, two Hun soldiers were still chatting. Hane complained, "At this point when is this day going to end? Not to mention the defeat, I'm freezing to death." Another soldier rushed to say, "Hush, don't you want to be killed? Is this kind of talk for a small soldier like us to say?" Soldier A negatively complained, "But if we keep dragging this on, we won't even need to fight, we'll all be dragged to our deaths here, and if it snows heavily, we won't even have barking mice to eat." Soldier B agreed, "Who would have thought that the tiny Xiliang couldn't be taken, and that it was even close to dragging us to our deaths?" Soldier A gossiped, "Many people have said that Xiliang has the help of the god of heaven. Those thread-shaped hard lances, as well as those food, kerosene, are all blessings sent down by the god of heaven. If we oppose Xiliang, we are disobeying the will of the god of heaven, and will not be allowed to die in time." Soldier B's eyes also began to despair. All the abnormalities that appeared in Xiliang now, the most appropriate explanation with the gods, anger the gods to send down the heavenly punishment, I'm afraid that all of them will not live. The young leader hurriedly interrupted the two, "What are you talking about? You two don't want to live." As soon as the words fell, the little leader was already penetrated through his body by the lance, blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. The female soldiers of the Western Liang had already touched close without realizing it, and the poor leader was killed by a single blow. The two skirmishers exclaimed, "Enemy attack, enemy attack!" The still sleeping Hun soldiers stirred and copied their weapons. The two small soldiers had just finished yelling when they were pierced through the body by the lance, and in front of the Western Liang's divine weapons, the Huns did not have the slightest room for resistance. In the face of Western Liang's onslaught, it is simply a small knife cutting tofu, easily tearing up the Hun formation, 5,000 Hun soldiers, an impact of 5,000 soldiers only 4,000. Golden Day Cicada inside the camp would have been sleeping soundly, these days would have been defending against Western Liang, 3 or 2 times to put on the protective armor. Seeing that the defeat was finalized, Jean Rickchan stood out and shouted, "Brothers, the Western Liang ladies have come just in time, let's grab their weapons and strip them of their clothes so that we can survive the winter." With that said, Kim Il-Cicada retreated surrounded by his personal guards, leaving the soldiers to resist. At first, the Huns were defeated in front of Shilian and easily slaughtered half of their soldiers. The remaining soldiers sensed that something was wrong and desperately resisted. Even if they were poked into their bodies by the lances, they would hiss and charge forward, allowing the lances to penetrate their bodies and get close enough for the Shillong female soldiers to seal their throats with a single slash from their curved swords. Chapter 102 Sister Fong's Call. The lances on the dead soldiers would be pulled out by their companions, who would then use them to fight against the Western Liang soldiers. The clothes of the dead female Shillong soldiers could not be wasted and were stripped off and put on themselves by the Hun soldiers. Even if Western Liang only had a small number of soldier casualties, having their equipment blown up was an irreparable loss. The Hun soldiers also finally realized that they had really come to a dead end this time, and the female soldiers of Xiliang would definitely not let them go. One by one, the Hun soldiers were completely inspired to be ruthless, and all of them fought with the female soldiers of Xiliang 4. Fong Hongfu's side wasn't going well either. The mountain paths were too hidden, Wan Jinfeng and other dead soldiers were good at sneaking around, and it was hard for ordinary soldiers to find them. Taking advantage of the night, the other side will also engage in a sneak attack, carelessness, a dozen soldiers by the other side of a sword, the military coat was taken off by the other side. The rebar lances were inconvenient to use in the forest and were left in place by the dead soldiers. Searching all night with no gain, counting the number of soldiers who had returned, and even sacrificed a dozen people, Fong Hongfu was furious. Angrily holding Nia Wenjing accountable, "What are you doing?" Thousands of troops went looking for a dozen or 20 people, and instead of finding them, a dozen people were sacrificed. Nia Wenjing said with fear and trepidation, "Back to your majesty, the thieves took advantage of the night to cover up, the soldiers couldn't search at all, and the other party was proficient in sneaking. The soldiers who fell alone were attacked by the other party with a knife to seal their throats in a sneak attack, and they didn't even find the other party's position." Fong Hongfu frowned, thinking differently. The dead soldiers were hiding inside some cave or burying their bodies with leaves. The search difficulty was indeed very high. Moreover, the soldiers usually trained in battle formation and were not good at sneaking and assassination, so it was understandable that they suffered a loss in front of the dead soldiers. Fong Hongfu changed her strategy and said, "In that case, the soldiers are divided into 10 people for a group, 10 people hold a group to search for the spies, catching each other need not be merciful, they can be chopped up on the spot." Originally, Fong Hongfu also thought to set out a little information from the mouth of the details. The sacrifice of soldiers completely annoyed him, might as well slaughter all the pain and suffering. In addition, the last time to lure the Huns to attack the city, Fong Hongfu also captured a lot of Huns, and originally thought that they could exchange prisoners, but the captives of the Shillong Huns did not leave a single survivor. God has the virtue of good life. Fong Hongfu also do not want to slaughter unresisting Hun prisoners, simply all sent to labor, only need to work 6 hours a day, that is, 12 hours. But it requires a bit of hard work, 2 shifts, the only thing you usually eat is grass roots and bark, and you can share half a bowl of water a day, and with 3 years of work, these men can be released. With these assurances, the Huns were expected to work a little harder, but Fong Hongfu believed that under these harsh conditions, it wouldn't take 3 years, and it was expected that in a year's time, none of the captives would be left behind. To return the favor, since the Huns did not treat the people of Shillong well, there was likewise no need to give their soldiers a chance to live. On Jiang Yu's side, after Fong Hongfu finished taking care of the chores, and talked to Jiang Yu for another hour. The two seemed to have endless topics to talk about. Jiang Yu liked the other's stunning face, and Fong Hongfu was also eager for Jiang Yu's world. The flames were extinguished and there were no casualties among the people, so Jiang Yu was completely relieved. It was getting late, so Jiang Yu fell into a deep sleep with thoughts of Fong Hongfu. The next morning was woken up by the phone ringing. Kong Wu didn't even look at who it was and answered the phone in a daze. Charming mixed with a cold voice came, "Why are you still sleeping? Are you a pig?" Originally just being disturbed, Jiang Yu was a little impatient, directly and nonchalantly retorted, "You're the pig, your whole family is a pig. The face of Sister Fong on the other side of the phone was green for a while and white for a while. She took a deep breath to calm her anger and said, Jiangyu, I've inquired about Ma Baogua's whereabouts, do you want to arrest him together? Next to Sister Fong, there was also a girl with a delicate figure and pretty face, exactly like her, who covered her mouth and snickered when she saw her sister suffer. No one knows that in fact, Sister Fong has a twin sister. The older sister is cold and seductive, the younger sister is delicate and lovely. The older sister is a big sister in the mob, and the younger sister is in college for her PhD, which happens to be in archaeology. Even when the black boss was looking at his sister, but Fong's heart ached for her sister, instead of her sister to marry the other side. Naturally, Sister Fong is not a vegetarian, and has bribed her family's nanny to add pig feed to Big Boss Black's meals every day, sometimes adding some oxytocin or something. All sorts of extra stuff, and Black Boss lived up to his name and died of high blood pressure plus brain bruising after 6 months. Sister Fong, as a strong woman, secretly trained many of her own inner circle and smoothly took over the Black Boss's estate. Poor Black Boss, illegal pot all their own back, the results are all picked by Fong's sister, so that men still bite control their own pants. Of course, at this time, Jiangyu naturally did not know that the opposite side of the phone was two sisters, but after all, Sister Fong is an acquaintance, and the other party's status is not low, so you can't continue to be angry. Especially this guy Ma Baogua, it couldn't have been his own decision to hire the punks to intercept him in the first place. Whether the black hand behind the scenes is Professor Sun, or someone else, so far Jiangyu does not know whether Ma Baogua and Professor Sun are related. It would be fine if it was just Professor Sun alone, but there were 6 other people at the mini-auction that day besides Sister Fong and Professor Sun, so who knows if there are still people watching from the shadows. Immediately answered on the phone, Sister Fong, my good sister, sorry, I just woke up and didn't hear your voice, Ma Baogua has a clue, of course I can't miss it. A good sister called Sister Fong's goosebumps off the ground and replied coldly, don't get close, who is your good sister? Jiangyu was a bit puzzled, it felt like every time Sister Fong's voice was quite gentle, this time how cold But he didn't think much of it, he just gave a sarcastic smile and said, Sister Fong wait a little while I'll go find you, and then if there's a clue, we'll go find Ma Baogua together. Hanging up the phone, Sister Fong looked to the side, this baby sister of hers didn't know what was wrong with her, lately Jiangyu's name came out of her mouth from time to time. Thinking that this lovely sister of his finally has a sweetheart, as an elder sister, naturally, she has to help the other party to keep a good eye on her. It is just at this time that his men have inquired about Ma Baogua, so they will meet this outlaw together, and also see if Jiangyu is responsible as a person. If she ran away when she was in danger and couldn't protect her sister, then Sister Fong would never marry her sister to the other party. Chapter 103 Finding Ma Baogua. Sister Fong's real name is Wang Fong and her sister's real name is Wang Hui, and they were also known as twin sisters in junior high school. Then the sister did not go to college, the two later separated, the sister into the factory to work, which led to the later script, the two staged a civet, the sister became a broad wife, the sister continued to study. Jiangyu put on his clothes and called Huang Zhang to get ready to leave, just as he got one more piece of good news from Wang Chang. The last time I faced a hitman, my own Mercedes-Benz S680 was wrecked and later sent to a repair shop for repairs. Jiangyu also asked Wang Chang to contact security companies and modification agencies, arming the car from the inside out to the teeth, the body as a whole reinforced, plus a layer of manganese steel, all replaced with bulletproof glass. If he encounters another attack, Kanyu just needs to sit in the car, and the other party won't be able to take him in the slightest. Jiangyu first asked Wang Chang to retrieve the car, and he was more comfortable driving his own safety fortress on the road. This time, looking for Ma Baogua, there is no need for Wang Chang to travel with him, the other party is just a driver, and can't help at critical moments. The other party hadn't slowed down from the bloody incident he experienced last time, and he still often said that he had nightmares every night when he chatted with Jiangyu. Jiangyu ate his breakfast without any panic, and after he finished eating, it happened that Wang Chang drove back with Huang Zhang. The driver changed to Huang Zhang and went directly to Fong's villa area. It's been a time since I've seen Fong, and when they meet, Jiangyu even wants to give each other. The rotten building is not far from Fong's place, it's only half an hour's drive. This place is still a well-known domestic real estate boss's land, construction to half, the capital chain completely broken, just do a good job of the general framework. Pity just pitted the people at the bottom, 2 generations of hard work, and in the end, what they got was just an empty shell to live in. Because of this, it is cheap to Ma Baogua that goods, the neighborhood is rare, is a perfect hiding place. Jiangyu and Sister Fong set off together in a total of 3 cars, and I don't know what Sister Fong thought, but she actually sat in his car. The other woman's pants were pantsed, though her fish-lipped heels showed off her big toes painted with red nail polish. The snowy white ankles instead made you wonder more about what the calves looked like. Wearing pants to hide the skin color, but the leg shape cannot be hidden. No wonder when the black boss can look at Sister Fong, on these two straight long legs clamped on the waist, which man can stand ah? The other party sat with a serious face next to Jiang Yu, and he didn't know that the Fong sister he had seen before and the current one were two people. He just felt that the other party was much harder to get along with. Along the way, Jiang Yu also did not speak, eyes watching the nose, watching the heart, looking at Sister Fong exposed to the white ankles too. Kong Wu and the others will just wait outside. In fact, no one noticed that there was a person hiding behind the corner fence not far from Jiang Yu and Fong. The other side peeked out his head, just look at the looks, and Majingwa 80% similarity, worthy of being a blood brother, not Ma Bagua, who else can it be? This guy is also smart enough to know that he's a wanted man and never stays at a hotel. Even if they temporarily landed in a rotten building, they did not dare to live inside the house, but instead slept in a hidden corner of the fence. It's the fear of being discovered by someone else who can make a quick run for it when the time comes. Seeing that someone was searching, Ma Bagua was already ready to run away, only for Jiang Yu and Fong to block the exit next to him. The bad building is poorly planned, there is no gate constructed yet, and it is surrounded by high walls, so the odds are that climbing it will expose it as well. After Ma Bagua saw Sister Fong, his face revealed a sinister look and said spitefully, "Stinking, it's not just borrowing you some money to spend, I can't imagine that you can still find me now." After seeing Kong Wu, he flipped a photo from his phone and looked at it several times to confirm it. It wasn't Professor Sun's order for him to find someone to intercept Jiang Yu in the first place, but another tycoon asked him to help, and as long as he could intercept Jiang Yu, the tycoon could give him 1 million in cash. Ma Bagua, as a bad gambler, lost all the money he got from Fong at the gambling table. Recently a Luo network organization approached him and gave him a picture of Kong Wu, and if they can catch this person, they can give him a reward of $50 million. Be alive, but disabled doesn't matter. Ma Bagua came back just for Jiang Yu. After all, now there is no more money, make another fortune to satisfy his extravagant life. Even if Luonet, a criminal organization, had more international influence, when it came to the Dragon Kingdom, its tentacles still couldn't reach in. But it doesn't mean they don't have a way. For example, it's a wanted criminal like Ma Bagua is a good breakthrough. For a small fee, you can get the other person to do the job for you. Originally, Ma Bagua was already ready to run away, but one arrow kills two birds. Jiang Yu and Sister Fong are in the vicinity, one way or the other, might as well find a way to earn the bounty now. From his waistband, he pulled out the blackened pistol, which he had gotten with the help of the Lorax organization. In the past, Ma Bagua would use a gun, and usually went to the shooting club when he had the chance. Jiang Yu and Fong were not far away, and he was still confident that he could clean up Fong with one shot. As for Jiang Yu and Huang Zhang, one breaks his legs, and the other is just a straight shot as well. He and the Luo Network Organization had already agreed that after crippling Jiang Yu and restricting the other party's mobility, when the time came, he would directly report his location to the Luo Network Organization and the bounty would be paid into his account. As an international criminal organization, that reputation is still there. Chapter 104, Shot. The blackened muzzle of the gun stuck out from the corner, and Ma Bagua said in his heart that it was a pity. Thinking about Sister Fong's delicate face and slender body, it's a shame to die, it would be nice to have a good time. Fong Hongfu's call suddenly appeared in Jiang Yu's mind with an urgent tone. Jiang Yu, are you okay? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Jiang Yu replied, what happened to Hongfu? Fong Hongfu said eagerly, Jiang Yu, you have to be careful, I don't know how to describe it, but there is a bad premonition, it seems like you are about to encounter danger. There was no way to explain now what kind of connection was between Jiang Yu and Fong Hongfu, and he trusted each other unconditionally. If there was one person in this world that could be trusted 100%, it would be Fong Hongfu. Jiang Yu's heart also jerked as he calmly observed the surrounding area, just in time to watch the other side's gun aiming at Sister Fong. Jiang Yu did not dare to think of anything else in his heart. Sister Fong was also considered his good partner. No matter what, he could not let anything happen to the other party. In a millionth of a second, Kong Wu flew and tackled Fong to the ground. Bellowing, he said, watch out, this guy's got a gun. Jiang Yu only felt as if he had been stung by a mosquito on his shoulder, and immediately a line of blood pushed out. The other side has a gun, naturally cannot be brute force. Jiang Yufeng's sister pressed under the body, the other side of the body of the percolating fragrance from time to time drilled into the nasal cavity. He was incomparably glad that the Empress had reminded him, otherwise, he really didn't know what would happen today. Sister Fong stiffened in place and didn't move. After 3 seconds she gave Jiang Yu a blank look and whispered, where did you put your hand? It was at this time that Jiang Yu felt that his palms were soft, his hands subconsciously curled up a bit, and he even forgot about the pain in his shoulders. Don't say it, the feel is absolutely top-notch. At this moment, Ma Bagua angrily cursed, damn, how did this guy know I was going to shoot? The three people on the other side were hiding in the blind spot of the viewpoint, and the bullets could no longer reach them. With a weapon in his hand, Ma Jingui is not the least bit afraid, keeping a distance of more than 5 meters from where Jiang Yu is, ensuring that the gun in his hand is fast and accurate within 7 steps. It was only after a long time that Jiang Yu felt the pain in his shoulder as if he had been bitten by a poisonous snake, and was torn open by the bullet, but fortunately the wound was not deep, and was bleeding outwardly. The other side fired a shot, so naturally they won't let them go. At this time, Ma Bagua hid behind the nearest wall with fierce eyes. Since the first shot was fired, none of these people can run away, and it has to be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise the other party will be in trouble if they call the police. Ma Bagua dodged and held his gun ready to shoot, but there was no one left where Jiang Yu and the others had just been. At this time, Jiang Yu's several people hid in the corner. The pain made him cannot help but breathe heavily. He whispered, call the police first, the other party has a gun, too long we will suffer. Fong nodded, trying not to make a sound, and dialed 110. Not finding Jiang Yu's men, Ma Bagua was so desperate that he laughed maniacally and called out, come out. I'll kill you all. The three of them, Jiang Yu, were light on their feet, catatonic and unnoticed by the other side, and converged with a few bodyguards inside the rotten building. Compared to outside, the rotten building has complicated terrain in many steps, making it easier to dodge bullets. A dozen men were finally assembled, but they were still powerless against the pistols. Ma Bagua heard the movement inside the rotten building, like a cat catching a mouse. The corner of his mouth disdainfully said, you can't get away, all of you will die under my gun. Huang Zhang frowned and said, if this goes on sooner or later this guy will catch me, no I'll go and find a way to screw him. Jiang Yu was a bit pale from blood loss and hurriedly pulled Huang Zhang and said, don't go over, it's too dangerous, let's deal with him like this. Jiang Yu said a few words quietly, and Huang Zhang nodded and said, okay, I'll go tell them. There were quite a few building materials inside the rotten building, piles of quicklime, broken bricks, and whatnot everywhere. Uncle Wang Qingwan led the bodyguards with a brick and a handful of quicklime. Jiang Yu took Sister Fong and the bodyguard and split into two. The two of them ran with great strides, making a commotion that immediately attracted Ma Bagua. The guy, pistol in hand, said nonchalantly, you won't get away with this. Meanwhile, the bodyguards hid in the stairs as Kong Wu and Fong ran forward step by step. He fled, he chased. Ma Bagua felt that his $5 million is almost there. Jiang Yu cannot run much further, to the top floor. He can take down the other side with a shot. When don't hit the head, break the legs can still return the reward. Ma Bagua is still thinking beautifully, a handful of quicklime on the face, and the inside of his eyes looks like he has been sprinkled with chili noodles. It hurt so much that he covered his face with both hands and didn't dare to exert himself, wincing as if his hands were claws. Take advantage of his illness, take his life. A dozen bodyguards with bricks unambiguously, thunderbolt all smashed on Ma Bagua. Huang Zhang and Uncle Wang bricks were the most accurate, with one hitting Ma Bagua on the head and the other on the other's hand. His head was knocked out, his eyes were blinded, and the gun was gone from his hand. Bodyguard reaction is not slow. Ma Bagua hands no gun, this time not on went on, drew out the body of the stick, crackling dead draw in Ma Bagua body. A few sticks in the area, on the spot, Ma Bagua smoked honestly. Huang Zhang reacted quickly, the first time to kick the pistol away. It is you and me, the bodyguards have been under the death hand. Crackling swinging stick hit Ma Bagua body, crisp bone cracking sound resounded from time to time, interspersed with Ma Bagua's gusts of miserable screams. Finally subduing Ma Bagua, Jiang Yu let out a long breath, closed both eyes and fainted. Sister Fong next to her was on the verge of crying in a hurry, rushing to shake Jiang Yu, her voice choking, how are you doing? Don't die, don't die. It was the first time that someone had blocked a bullet for her heart trembled, and her heart unconsciously filled with Jiang Yu's figure. And how would he explain to his sister if the other guy died? He desperately shook Jiang Yu and said excitedly, don't you die, as long as you live, I'll marry you, I'll give you all my money, and I won't be able to spend it all in this lifetime. Jiang Yu violently coughed twice weakly and said, don't you shake me, my head is so dizzy, let me sleep for a while, let me sleep. He heard what Fong said, but he was too tired from the blood loss and didn't have the strength to molest the other man. That sentence Fong blurted out. Jiang Yu had already passed his test. That sentence just now was considered him shouting out for his sister. As for his own inner thoughts, he didn't dare to look deeper. As a sister herself, how could she steal the one her sister liked? Everything is settled and the police are finally here. All things happen very quickly. Subdue Ma Bagua actually only used 5 minutes. The alarm for said the other side armed. The officers were armed to the teeth and out at light speed. The officer in charge looked at Ma Baoguo, raised his pistol and pointed it at Huang Zhang. Don't move or I'll shoot. Chapter 105. Which one is the criminal? Huang Zhang honestly raised his hands and said with a simple smile, Officer, the gunman has been subdued by us. The policeman pointed his pistol at Huang Zhang and said, You kid, be honest, I don't believe that you're not an outlaw in this condition. Huang Zhang honestly got down on the ground and said with a smile, Officer, you can confirm this person's identity, he's a national class A wanted, and all of us are. When she opened her eyes after a good night's sleep, Fong was by her side with a haggard look on her face. Jiang Yu's eyes were a bit confused as he said, How long have I slept? Fong said in a gentle tone, It hasn't been long, just half a day's sleep. The bullet didn't hit Kong Wu head on, it was just a graze that would heal quickly. Kong Wu gently rubbed his shoulder and said, It still hurts a little. Fong said in an anxious tone, Doctor, the person woke up. The ward doctor rushed over with a nurse and briefly looked at Jiang Yu and said, No problem, you can eat after another 3 hours, eat more pig liver and red dates, you still need to make up more. Fong let out a long breath and patted her chest, Great. Jiang Yu's voice was slightly hoarse as he said, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Sister Fong hurriedly asked, What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you, no, I'll ask my aunt at home to make it and send it over. Sister Fong's family lives in a mansion and naturally has all the necessary equipment. The maids, cleaning nannies and doormen add up to a dozen or so people, and it is still easy to find someone to deliver food to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu only felt that his throat was dry and itchy, and his mouth had no flavor at all, so he said to Sister Fong, I want to eat something with flavor, my mouth is too bland. Sister Fong nodded and lightly patted Jiang Yu's palm and said, Don't be anxious, you rest for a while, I'll call and notify the family to make it for you, but you can't eat spicy food to prevent the wound from becoming inflamed. Kong Wu didn't bother to speak and just nodded. Fong Hongfu's voice resounded in his mind once again, and the other party was still anxiously asking, Jiang Yu, how are you? After Ma Baoguo shot the gun, the situation was too critical, and later on, Jiang Yu did not reply to Fong Hongfu. This made the Empress anxious, contacting Jiang Yu every few minutes, and the other party never responded. Originally, Fong Hongfu was anxious, this time even more are anxious to cry. Unknowingly, Jiang Yu has also become the most important person in his life. Jiang Yu said with a somewhat weak voice, I suffered a small injury, and the situation was so critical just now that it was too late to reply to you. Fong Hongfu said in a more urgent voice, Injured, how do you feel now? Jiang Yu hurriedly comforted the other party and said, It's fine, it's just a small injury, it won't take long to heal. Fong Hongfu asked in a matter-of-fact manner, Where and how did you get hurt, and is the gold sore medicine on your side good? The Empress, after all, is her favorite person, Jiang Yu patiently explained, It's the gun I gave you last time, accidentally grazed by a bullet, just a little bit of blood loss, quickly healed. Fong Hongfu said with a choked voice, Were you injured by the kind of immortal weapon that was given to me last time? That thing is powerful, fortunately it is only a graze, Jiang Yu, if you have a long or short, I have no way to give you revenge, but I can bring the whole of Xiliang to give you a burial. We can't see each other for a while, but there's no point in me living without you. Jiang Yu was inwardly immensely moved, and the sacrifices Fong Hongfu had made to him were equivalent to Manhwa Tang's online romance and then martyrdom. This is the kind of thing that would move anyone. Of course, Fong Hongfu's beautiful and well-behaved, the other party also always put Jiang Yu in the first place. In fact, the other party has also long been the most important person in Jiang Yu's heart. Xiliang's day didn't go well either. Fong Hongfu couldn't contact Jiang Yu and spent the whole day in fear. The back of the mountain with Wan Jinfeng is the leader of the spies, at first a group of 3 to capture, by the other side to find a loophole, but also assassinated more than a dozen soldiers. Later on, the strategy was changed, 10 soldiers were in a group, the soldiers protected each other, the tragedy of being assassinated did not take place, but the progress of searching for the spies did not improve either. After searching for a day, dozens of Minutemen were clearly hiding in the mountains, and tens of thousands of people searched for a day to find one person. No matter how hard one looks, not a single detail can be found. In addition, the soldiers led by Wang Yu, and the last remaining soldiers of the Huns wore into a scorching. A small number of Hun soldiers also robbed the equipment of Western Liang. Facing the pressure of the Xiliang army, the Han soldiers felt the threat of death, and all of them doggedly jumped over the wall, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, and attacked the Xiliang female soldiers by any means. Wang Yu didn't dare to push too hard, and the situation was completely deadlocked here. Jinai El Cicada, this guy is still a thief, did not run away too far, he even still has a good fantasy. The rest of these soldiers put up a good fight. It's not easy to grab Xiliang's equipment. When the time comes, it's easy to slaughter Xiliang's soldiers, and Xiongnu will be able to bounce back from that. It was also with fond fantasies that Kim El Cicada didn't retreat too far, keeping a relatively safe distance in the hope of flipping the game in the end. It's just that he thought too well. The female soldiers of Xiliang surrounded the Hun soldiers, and now they are still worrying about food and clothing. Basically belongs to the conditions of 3 days starvation, 9 meals, not to mention the war. At night even the fire to keep warm do not dare to, after all, afraid of exposing the position by the Xiliang soldiers slaughtered. Fong Hongfu is still most worried about Jiang Yu's body. As for the Golden Sun Cicada, he is not worried now. When the time comes, tens of thousands of troops will pour out. The Huns are only a few thousand people. No matter what, it's impossible to hold back. Fong Hongfu just doesn't want to push too hard yet. Every soldier is her sister, until it's necessary. She's never willing to cause unnecessary sacrifices. On the contrary, it is the back of the mountain of a few details let a person headache, find and cannot be found. Keep these people like fish in the throat, and they are everywhere to set fire, not killed in order to correct the criminal law. The people are difficult to believe. Chapter 106 Sister Fong's Escort. Jiang Yu was also very concerned about the situation in Western Liang. He for Fong Hongfu and Xiliang as if they were their own carefully pampered daughter, afraid that the other side freezing, heat, or even catch a cold, after all, but they are a little bit of hard work to bring up the baby. Jiang Yu asked Fong Hongfu, I don't have much to do. How is Western Liang? Did you take down the Huns? Have all the spies been caught? Speaking of this, Fong Hongfu sighed and said, there is no need to worry about the Xiongnu. It has not been able to turn up the storm, but those Minutemen are all dead soldiers. Lurking in the mountains is really difficult to look for, and invested huge manpower and resources to not be able to find these people. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows and thought, these spies plagued the people of Xiliang. They absolutely could not be spared. But just how to catch them? For a while, Jiang Yu was also in trouble. Modern police are still looking for people through police dogs, so it is clear that biotechnology is still the most reliable, but the dogs are all living bodies. Even if they are well trained, they cannot be transported through the ancient well. Sister Fong was also coming back soon. Jiang Yu said, Hongfu, you wait first, I'll think of a way in the next day or two, and I'll definitely help you find these spies then. Fong Hongfu obediently said yes. For Jiang Yu she was absolutely trusting. After all, the other party had already helped Western Liang solve so many difficulties. A small spy, no matter. It just so happened that Sister Fong arrived at the hospital room with a lunchbox. I don't know if the other party went home and washed up. This time when she came back, Jiang Yu obviously felt that Sister Fong looked much more radiant. The meal was simple: white rice, simmered liver tip, and red date and lotus seed soup, all of which were warming and nourishing. I'd been hungry for a long time, and even though the anesthetic strength hadn't completely passed, Jiang Yu couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he smelled the aroma of the food. Next to the hospital bed was the table, and what Jiang Yu had done was not a major surgery, so he sat on the bed and picked up a bite of pork liver and put it in his mouth. It was tender and smooth, with just the right amount of heat, and I could taste that the chef who made it was in good hands. Jiang Yu gave a thumbs up and said, yummy, yummy. Sister Fong flavorfully blanked Jiang Yu and said, don't be in a hurry, no one is going to grab it from you, like a starving man. Kongwu was really hungry. It's nighttime now. It's still the breakfast he had when he left in the morning. Men don't count on elegance in their eating, they wolf it down. It wasn't that Sister Fong disliked Jiang Yu. The other party had just finished a minor surgery, so it was better to chew and swallow slowly. Anyone's words can be disregarded. The warmth of a beautiful woman's voice must be listened to. Jiang Yu took a few large bites and began to chew and swallow slowly. A sip of red date and lotus seed soup tastes sticky and sweet, and after the lotus seeds are bitten in the mouth, a fresh flavor fills the air. A small bowl was drunk up by Jiang Yu in 2 gulps, and Sister Fong, like a little caretaker, gave Jiang Yu another bowl. A plate of food was wiped out clean by Jiang Yu, 2 bowls of rice, 2 bowls of soup. He covered his stomach and lay on the bed contentedly. After the body is carb-loaded, it just makes you feel happy. Sister Fong spoke up, don't be so stupid in the future, just protect yourself. What kind of fool takes a bullet for someone else? Jiang Yu scratched his head and said, we've also dealt with each other. I'm a man, I can't let you, a girl, get hurt. Sister Fong had an anxious look on her face, wanting to say something and didn't know what she should say. She also didn't dare to say to Jiang Yu that the one who met with him during the day was her sister, and now her sister was worried about his well-being and had come to visit again. The biggest fear in relationships is deception. It's better to put this off for as long as you can. Sister Fong changed the topic with a playful smile. Jiang Yu, you still have antiques from Western Liang in your hands, right? This time the one who came was Wang Hui. This chick is an archaeology fanatic. Naturally she wants to see more antiques in Jiang Yu's hands, more to verify the traces left in history by this dynasty of Xiliang. However, Jiang Yu does not think so. Can be connected to Western Liang is his biggest secret at the moment, naturally cannot be easily exposed. He said guardedly, it's just a few small objects passed down from my ancestors, and my generation is no good, all of them have been defeated by me. Wang Hui questioned, impossible, see you sell antiques do not hurt look no you still have a lot of inventory, a few days to take out to me to open up the eyes, please, I beg you. Although Wang Hui spilled her guts to kill Jiang Yu, but a matter of principle is a matter of principle, and no matter who it is, there is no way he will agree to it. Jiang Yu directly said, no more, really no more, the rest may have been hidden by my mom, and now that my mother has passed away, I don't know where to look. Wang Hui pouted her little mouth and said in a resigned manner, alright then, you must contact me when you find it in the future, I'm just taking a look, don't watch your baby. Jiang Yu nodded his head to agree with the other party, but inwardly he was very wary. In the morning, Sister Fong was not so interested in Western Liang antiques. This is what is wrong, non-stop inquiring about their own antiques, he but just saved the other party's life, not so fast to envy. She, Wang Hui, should find a man with such a sense of responsibility and entrust herself to the other party in order to feel secure. Actually, it wasn't Jiang Yu's credit that he was able to save Sister Fong today, but rather Fong Hongfu's intuition. The connection between him and Fong Hongfu was getting deeper and deeper. At first it was just that he could transmit things from inside the ancient well, then they could have conversations between them, and then as long as Fong Hongfu agreed to it, Jiang Yu could also see each other's images. Somehow a new connection had been established, and they could sense each other in advance, no matter who was in danger. According to what Fong Hongfu said in the afternoon, this perception wasn't clear, but it was very accurate, more like a celestial sensation. Just like many people monks cultivate to a certain level, is able to meditatively sense the time of their own death, and even many monks will prepare for the aftermath in advance. Of course, with this layer of protection from Fong Hongfu, Jiang Yu could also make advanced predictions when facing danger. Jiang Yu and Wang Hui chatted about other topics for a while, and in the single-room ward, it was inconvenient for a lone man and woman to be together, so Jiang Yu already wanted to send off his guests. Wang Hui directly said, you because of your sister's injury, I naturally can't leave you alone in the hospital room, you honestly sleep, anyway, there is a bed next to me, I'll just make do here for one night, you're a big man who's still afraid that I'll eat you? A girl said this kind of words, Jiang Yu naturally is not good to drive away the other party again, besides, having had the experience of being taken care of by a big sister of the mob close to the body, saying it can be bragged about for a lifetime. Chapter 107 Game Modes. The body inside the anesthetic has not been discharged cleanly, Jiang Yu's head has been drowsy, and did not care about Sister Fong, fell asleep in a daze. Wang Hui's bed is not far from Jiang Yu, the other side of the body of the elegant perfume flavor he can smell from time to time, provoking the Jiang Yu heart itchy. Meditating on the four greats is all about relaxation before barely falling asleep. Wang Hui was no better, it was the first time she had shared a room with a man, and her little heart kept pounding. If Kongwu were to suddenly wolf out, and he liked the other person so much, would he not resist, or would he submit? What a tangled question. It was only until the sound of even breathing came from Jiang Yu's side that Wang Hui breathed a sigh of relief, and in her heart, she was a little lost, although the other party was injured, he was too unsettled. It was abominable for the other party to turn a blind eye to a great beauty of national color herself. The next day Jiang Yu was woken up by a phone call, and it wasn't long before Sunwei came over, and Huang Zhang was in charge of arranging the other side. To Sunwei rented a good office building, he himself is responsible for recruiting the formation of the team, but also in the IT industry, who also has a few peers and good friends, Sunwei really something less than 10 people in a small team, easily set up. This time, contacting Jiang Yu even brought good news, the game he asked to be made, had already been made. He had sent the finished product to Kongwu's cell phone. After looking forward to it for a long time, now that there was finally a result, Jiang Yu was in a good mood. Open the game. The first screen is the war-damaged version of the Empress makeup provided by Jiang Yu, delicate red lips, delicate features, the face looks slightly tired, but also inspired a man's desire to protect. When you enter the game, the first unlockable character is Fong Hongfu, and as you progress, you can unlock more beauties. Players stand in God's perspective and help the endangered Xiliang, which can be turned around with supplies and all kinds of high technology. The game has a lot of freedom, and players can decide for themselves exactly what supplies to teleport, though it's important to control the specs, and it has to be something that civilians can get their hands on. Jiang Yu tried to play a little, the overall feeling is very good, especially the painting style, maybe he gave Sunwei Empress of the picture is too exquisite, the other party just copy can. Sunwei, as a power tech geek, made a game that was still refined enough. Dialing Sunwei phone, Jiang Yu re-described to him the situation in Xiliang now, so that his first pass to make out a similar situation. Kongwu also wanted to see if the netizens had a better plan. Sunwei pondered for a moment and said, Brother Jiang, I'll be direct, we're all IT practitioners, isn't this hurdle too simple? Actually, Sunwei is right, the game needs to be fun, but at the same time it needs to be playable. A competent game operation is one that makes the player feel a little bit closer to passing the game, but it's just that little bit closer. I've abused players 1,000 times, but players treat me like their first love. Jiang Yu said into the phone, Sunwei, don't be anxious, there is a second level in the future, the third level. At first it is still important to be simple, to attract the interest of the players. Jiang Yu, after all, is the big boss, and Sunwei still listens to the key decisions. He continued to ask, Brother Jiang, is our game going to go for a fee-based model, or a free advertisement model? Jiang Yu smiled and said, neither of these two modes are needed for now. Sunwei questioned, then how do we make a profit? These are the only two mainstream profit models on the market right now. Jiang Yu said in an inscrutable manner, we have implemented a full free, and the advertising fees invested in the early stage on top of Jitterbug Racer are going to reach more than 10 million. Sunwei said in incomprehension, Brother Jiang, we'll have absolutely no chance of making a profit this way, and even the company will fall into a loss for the next year. Jiang Yu calmly said, Sunwei, you listen to me, the initial loss of a little money is nothing, men do things to have a pattern, the future we make money when it is still behind. Sunwei argued, but Brother Jiang, right now, employee salaries, and the company's operating expenses, all of these are losing money every month. Jiang Yu sprinkled water tone said, Sunwei, these you do not have to worry about, the company's accounts do not have money, I will give the account capital injection, to ensure that the company's healthy operation, the early stage is the team to grind well, the future there are still hard battles to be fought. Jiang Yu is a wholly owned big boss, Sunwei even if he still wants to argue again, thinking of the not so famous salary he gets, he can only honestly shut up. Finally, he said with Jiang Yu, Brother Jiang, according to your requirements, everyone on the team can be done in the afternoon if their hands and feet are quick today. Jiang Yu happily said, then you work hard, after you finish the game the first time online, the advertisement also remember to follow, in addition, everyone sends 3,000 bonus, Sunwei you send 5,000, recently everyone has worked hard, to everyone to arrange for 5 days of transferring, let everyone have a good rest. Sunwei is really confused Jiang Yu, as the boss, to the employees really no words, but after the game is made, but do not want a profit. Speaking of which, they haven't been working hard lately, basically 9 to 5, and now that they're done with the project, there's actually a paid vacation, so where can they find this kind of godly job? Instead, Sunwei is afraid that the company won't make a profit, and if Jiang Yu goes bankrupt, he won't be able to find this kind of godly job in the future. In fact, how does he know Jiang Yu do this game is not to make money, more is through the player's decision making, so that the Western Liang invincible. Hanging up the phone, Wang Hui's big round eyes gleamed as she looked at Jiang Yu and said playfully, I can't imagine, you have other industries. Jiang Yu humbly said, it's all a little bit of small industry, it's far worse compared to you, Sister Fong. Wang Hui's small mouth pouted, not knowing what she should say to the other party, she was not Wang Fong, but the other party's sister. He said in a yin-yang tone, I'm a little girl, but I don't have your lofty ideals to start a business without thinking about profitability. Jiang Yu touched his nose, still really do not know how to explain, can only prevaricate, I think making money or cannot rush, everything step by step to do well, there will always be a profitable day. Wang Hui gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up, now in this fast-paced era, there are not many people who can really keep their hearts. Lover's eyes, Wang Hui how to look at Jiang Yu feel smooth. In a gentle tone, he said, by the way, what do you want to eat in the morning? I'll ask Auntie to make it. As soon as the topic was opened, Jiang Yu was really hungry and said, covering his stomach, donuts, tofu brains, and 2 halogen eggs. Although Jiang Yu was in Jinling and pitted the south as a culinary desert, he preferred northern flavors for breakfast instead. Wang Hui nodded, with a warm smile on her face and said, I'll go call Auntie and ask him to make it for you, and you'll eat more in a while, the wound will grow faster. Chapter 108 Sister Fong. After Fong left, the little nurse came over to change Jiang Yu's medication, recently not working, or maybe it was connected to Shilong, improving Jiang Yu's physique under unknown circumstances. The wounds have all scabbed over, and the nurses are amazed at Kong Wu's recovery. The doctor had said to Kong Wu after his checkup that he could be discharged tomorrow, but of course, he could be observed for a few more days to be conservative. Jiang Yu is not in a hurry, after all, in the hospital there is a great beauty to take care of himself, at home cannot enjoy this treatment. In addition, the last time Ma Jinghua casually entered his home, this incident also gave Jiang Yu a warning that the security of the home still needs to be upgraded, or else any cat or dog can get in. Just now he had already called Huang Zhang and asked the other party to install a few more surveillance cameras near his house, the kind with 360-degree dead angles. And now the surveillance is also very intelligent, but also can capture the figure of unfamiliar people in advance warning. Jiang Yu in the home can be in advance to deal with, really cannot, but also 36 plans to go to the upper plan. Fong left for half an hour and came back, carrying steaming donuts and tofu brains in her hands. It is said that girls are particularly troublesome to dress up. This time Fong came back, changed into a slimming clothes, black jeans wrapped straight thighs. Makeup is also a lot more delicate, smooth hair casually draped over the shoulders, a good modification of the face, the lipstick color has changed, ant red seductive and cold, giving people a feeling of wanting to get close to and rejecting people. Fong casually placed her breakfast on the table and said, "Eat, have some more." Jiangyu still couldn't get his head around it and said suspiciously, "Sister Fong, why do you feel like the whole person has changed after a trip out?" Panic rose up in the depths of Fong's eyes and she stammered, your illusion, I guess, it can't be, where have I changed?" She muttered in her mind, "Is it so obvious? She should be more careful in the future, don't let this kid see it." Jiangyu scratched his head without thinking much about it, although the temperament and makeup changed a bit, but the looks were exactly the same. Maybe Fong wanted to change her style. After eating breakfast, Jiangyu touched his stomach. I don't know if other people have this kind of feeling. Anyway, he felt especially happy every time he was full. It's a nice day to go out for a walk. Life is all about exercise, and when the blood circulates faster, the body gets better faster. The environment of the hospital is not bad. The inpatient building below the construction of a small park-like place, many hospitalized patients come here to walk. Jiangyu was simply bruised on his shoulder, not even hurting his bones, walking with a light pace. Compared to other patients, especially those in wheelchairs and wearing casts, he was simply energized. Breathing in the fresh air, Kong sighed that it was good to be alive after the robbery. Last time, he casually went to Ma Baogui or miscalculated. Who would have thought that the other side actually had a gun? Sometimes the world is very big, sometimes it is very small. Inside the small hospital, Jiangyu also met an acquaintance the other side with an eye mask, revealing only one eye, accompanied by Yin Jilai. Not to mention who else was Professor Sun at the time, although Huang Zhang had already told him about the other party's misery, but Jiangyu still felt heartfelt happiness when he witnessed it with his own eyes. The old man had been up to no good and deserved to go blind in one eye. Jiangyu gave a bad smile and went forward to greet him. "Professor Sun, what a coincidence, how come we still bumped into each other in the hospital?" When the other party saw Jiangyu, his eyes widened slightly and he asked with some surprise, "Why are you here? Hasn't the organization already resent the assassin? And logically speaking, it's only right that Kongwu has already been captured at this point." Jiangyu pretended to be confused by his understanding and asked in return, "I also want to ask you, Professor Sun, what's wrong with your eyes?" Professor Sun is not stupid. Recently he did not offend anyone. When the car accident, 80% is the ghost of the kid Jiangyu. However, due to the lack of evidence, they can only swallow this bad breath. He pretended that nothing happened and said, "Ugh. It wasn't a minor accident, nothing major, just an eye injury." Jiangyu said with a crooked corner of his mouth, "Really, Professor Sun, how can you be so careless? Is there any hope of being cured? Won't you be blind in the future?" Professor Sun's mouth is almost askew. Hit people do not hit the face, scolding people do not reveal the shortcomings. Jiangyu, how this kid is specialized in their own wounds salt. In the face of this vicious concern, he still had to pretend that nothing had happened. After all, he had initially found thugs to block the other side, and now none of these thugs had come back, and it was considered dead, as long as he fought to the death and did not admit it. Professor Sun said with a smile on his face, "It's all minor injuries, even if I only have one eye left, it doesn't affect my ability to appraise antiques." Jiangyu said meaningfully, "Then you have to protect your other eye, Professor Sunday." Professor Sun's eyes flashed with a moment of ferocity, but he quickly said as if nothing had happened, "Don't worry, little Jiang, I will definitely protect myself in the future." Without further words, Jiangyu snorted and left with Sister Fong. It's really not an enemy to meet Professor Sun inside the hospital. After going down to walk for a while, Jiangyu went back to the ward to lazily sunbathe, and Sister Fong was beside her like a little maid, her veiled hand putting fruits into Jiangyu's mouth from time to time. However, Sister Fong's expression was indignant. How can she say that she is also a person of status? When has she ever taken care of others like this? Thinking that the other party is her savior, she suppressed her resentment and continued to take care of Jiangyu with a smile on her face. She also meant to say, "The Professor Sun that you just bumped into, are the other's eyes related to you?" Jiangyu continuously denied, "No way, it's not me. Who knows what that old guy, Professor Sun, goes to do when he doesn't learn." Sister Fong didn't get to the bottom of the matter. She just said in a tone similar to her mother's, "You're still young, don't just go down the path of breaking the law." Kongyu rubbed his nose. It always felt weird for a former black boss to say this. Also did not continue to go deeper in this topic. Many things how to do. Jiangyu himself has a sense of proportion. It was a nice day, and even though there was nothing physically going on, a lot of people came to see him. Huang Zhang and Wang Chang came together. The three of them are lifelong friendship. The two naturally care about Jiangyu. And now the two of them have a privileged life and a decent salary given by Jiangyu, for which the two of them are heartily grateful. The two send a lot of fruits and supplements, wishing that Jiang Yu can be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. Sunway is also here. The progress of the games project is just short of the last point. The relevant procedures have long been done. Today just busy to take the time to look at Jiang Yu. The work to the men to do it is good. Two other people who surprised Kongwu came as well. Chapter 109, Ex-Girlfriends. His own hospitalization thing Jiang Yu did not, and Su Qinyan and CFA said, and now the two people in it come to visit Jiang Yu, presumably to see the circle of friends he sent. Later, he asked Huang Zhang to get the address of the ward, and that's how he found this place. These 2 days Su Qinyan has been sending microblogging to Jiang Yu, between the lines is very worried, but Jiang Yu lazy to reply, and then set up non-disturbance simply as invisible. Ma Jingguo was sent in by Jiang Yu himself. It is estimated that there are not a few years cannot come out. CFA almost did not die of joy when she knew the news, and in the future, no longer need to be afraid to walk on the road to be recognized by Ma Jingguo. Living with Ma Jingguo all the time had been an absolute nightmare for CFA, and now she was finally relieved. Speaking of which, CFA's gratitude towards Jiang Yu is definitely like a torrential river. Seeing Jiang Yu is simply more intimate than seeing his own father. If she hadn't been really old, she would have hated to give herself away. When Su Qinyan came, Jiang Yu sent Fong away first. After all, the other party is still his nominal girlfriend. He wasn't a piece of wood, so he could naturally sense that Sister Fong still meant something to him. To avoid the appearance of the Shura, it is better to keep the two sides from meeting for the time being. Of course, it was also because he would have to use Su Qinyan in the future, otherwise, Jiang Yu would have kicked the other party away long ago. Su Qinyan and Jiang Yu said with a honeyed look, "Honey, you've been too busy lately, you haven't contacted me for a long time." Jiang Yu hurriedly distanced himself from the other party and said, "Where's the hospital? Don't be so close, it's not appropriate for others to see." Su Qinyan's heart stung for a moment. Once upon a time, it had been herself who had disliked Jiang Yu. She used to feel like she deserved a better life and a better person, and she did get lucky in the beginning, leaving Kongwu to briefly fall in with big money. But soon her big brother got tired of playing with her, and she took the money she had worked so hard to save over the years, thinking that a new big brother would soon take a liking to her. It turned out to be tragic that the person who looked at her in the first place was just plain blind, and after leaving Kongwu, no one ever looked at him again. Even if there is only that meager amount of sexual resources left, all the people you meet are poor. Although a good horse doesn't eat back grass, but this back grass of Jiang Yu was also too fragrant. Young talent, good income, and willing to spend money on his girlfriend, such a big grudge can't be found in a lantern. But in just a few short months, everything completely changed. Kongwu lost his job, but was richer, and the kind of richer she'd had a hard time reaching in her life. Previous contact with the so-called big money or tycoons, even if wearing gold and silver look rich, many times still feel the other side of the miserly, and the other side of the cultural heritage is extremely low. In comparison, Jiang Yu was naturally a good choice. When they first lived together, Jiang Yu and Su Qinyan spoke to each other lovingly, feeling that they deserved better, and that it was too much of a commitment to be with a workaholic like him. But the free market is real, and it gave Su Qinyan a big slap in the face. Su Qinyan naturally did not dare to show his aggression, and in the future he wanted to be a rich wife but also rely on Jiang Yu. She said in a good manner, "Hey, we have not seen each other for a long time. This meeting, you are still injured. These days I will stay over here to take good care of you. What do you want to eat? I will cook for you, and then give you nourishing soups, by the time you get well fast." Jiang Yu naturally won't let her stay here. He has enough company with Sister Fong, and now when he sees Su Qinyan he remembers his own failed relationships in the past. It's really disgusting to look at. Immediately said sternly, "What's the use of you staying here? Your cooking doesn't taste good, and there are caregivers and aunts here to take care of me. And you don't go to the company to busy yourself with the company you just set up, but instead, you're adding to the chaos here at my place." In fact, the company set up for Su Qinyan is an empty shell. The whole company on Su Qinyan a legal person and CFA a financial. Jiang Yu is ready to use this company to buy a little bit, usually inconvenient to buy things. The so-called arrangement of work, in fact, this new company would work or not, every day is Su Qinyan and CFA two people wide-eyed. He also bought the company several bitcoins in advance to facilitate payment. Su Qinyan was on the verge of shedding tears, and said in an aggrieved manner, "Didn't you say that my cooking was delicious in the past?" Jiang Yu said in an impatient tone, "That was before. Don't you know how rich I am now? The ants I hired are all licensed chefs, so you can do whatever you're told to do. You didn't have so much nonsense in the past." In the past, when the two people lived together, Su Qinyan did not look up to Jiang Yu, and he was usually busy working overtime. They couldn't even say a few words a day. Now Jiang Yu also do not care about Su Qinyan, even if the breakup does not matter. When the time comes to re-identify a company's legal person will be fine. The day-end base inside more than one, this kind of small things with money easily can be solved. But Su Qinyan is just the opposite. Now Jiang Yu is her lifeblood. In order to get to the top, want to be the other party's real girlfriend, their own not much savings also lent out. If Jiang Yu do not want her, then there is really nothing. And after breaking up and getting reacquainted with Jiang Yu, she herself knows clearly that this is the closest she has come to becoming a broad wife, and if she gives up, I'm afraid that she'll really have to live out this life in mediocrity. Su Qinyan took one step and turned back 3 times, and left reluctantly. A woman still needs to know how to do things, and only a woman who knows how to do things has a chance to make the other person feel her tenderness. Having sent everyone away, the noisy hospital room once again went dark, except for the floor of condolences left behind. Sister Fong also came back. Jiang Yu supporting each other excuse is too lame. Fong's sister as an old man, naturally understand. She joked, I can't imagine, a diamond bachelor like you actually found such an ordinary girlfriend. The way Su Qinyan looked at Jiang Yu was different when she came in, so naturally she couldn't hide it from Sister Fong. Kongwu let out a bitter laugh and said, correction, ex-girlfriend. Sister Fong said with a look of disbelief, ex-girlfriend? Then why come over to see you? Jiang Yu took a deep breath to make up on the spot. In fact, we broke up a long time ago, and then the other party has been trying to get back together. I did not agree. After all, the two weren't right for each other in the first place, and then the other person started self-harming, and I just couldn't look away and reluctantly agreed to get back together, and I've been as distant as I can ever be ever since, and so far this is the second time we've seen each other. Jiang Yu said it half-truthfully. After all, he did break up with Su Qinyan in the past. Fong said with a bit of a grimace, so that's how it is. However, she believed what Jiang Yu said. Compared to that, Jiang Yu's current wealth and status, Su Qinyan as a girlfriend is really not worthy of Jiang Yu. Chapter 110, The Game Goes Live. Fong also breathed a sigh of relief. Since she wasn't her real girlfriend, it was much better, and she had significantly more chances. The two were going to break up sooner or later anyway, and he had just taken advantage of the situation. A woman's love brain comes up, everything about the other person feels good, and Fong feels that Jiang Yu is particularly kind, even if it is an ex-girlfriend cannot afford to hurt. Sister Fong said thoughtfully, Jiang Yu, would you think that a widow would be unlucky? In comparison, would you choose a girl who is already unmarried? Fong herself has been struggling with whether or not she will be disliked by the other party, being the undead and the fact that she is still older than Jiang Yu. And she also knew that Kongwu was the one her sister liked. Was it really good for her as an older sister to take her love across the board? Jiang Yu didn't answer positively. Instead he said thoughtfully, identity, wealth, status, these are all external things. All I know is that if two people truly love each other, they can withstand all difficulties. It was as if he answered, and as if he didn't, but Fong's smile became incredibly bright. The 6 palaces have no color, and a smile back is 100 winks. Fong's kind of beauty was cool with a sweet cool beauty. The other party's smile was rare and of course beautiful, to smile as if the ice and snow were melting. Sister Fong gave Jiang Yu a flavorful blank look and said, little pervert, you know how to coax your sister to be happy. Jiang Yu took advantage of the heat to hold the other party's soft and boneless hand and said, which is not, I can say, are sincere. The atmosphere became a little bit ambiguous, and there seemed to be a charming flavor in the air. Kongwu came a little closer to Fong's lips, and at the critical moment, the little nurse pushed open the door of the room. With ambiguous eyes, he said, stop kissing, it's time to take your medicine. Sister Fong's face flushed red like an apple and said in panic, no, I didn't. Stuttering and unable to speak, he panicked and ran for the door. The little girl said in a commonplace manner, Shiwada, a few days ago also met a pair of panting in the ward, to say the least, the man's fighting strength is quite strong, lasted more than half an hour it. Jiang Yu watched his eyes and nose and didn't care to answer, like a child caught doing something wrong. The little nurse gave the medicine a mouthful of hoard with white water tons and tons and tons. The little nurse didn't forget to give Jiang Yu a thumbs up and complimented, so well behaved, great performance, you should be rewarded with a little red flower. Kongwu just wanted to hunker down on the hospital bed and ignore the other man. It was estimated that Fong would be back in a while. Sunwei had just informed that the game was ready. The brothers in the studio were still moving fast. Jiang Yu lay on the hospital bed to try to play for a while. Sunwei is worthy of the veteran programmer ape, made the game painting style exquisite, especially Jiang Yu asked to carve a few beautiful women, the painting style realistic. Bring out 100% of the beauty of the Empress, Chen Menger, and Han Shuiying. Although Sunwei is a little reluctant to purely free online, after all, Jiang Yu is the boss, everything still has to be Jiang Yu prevail. In addition, Jiang Yu also urged Sunwei, do not be afraid to spend a little money, all kinds of publicity must keep up, maintain the user's word of mouth is more important than everything. At noon the sun is just right, Jiang Yu's entire body has become lazy, simply sunbathing in the sun to nap comfortably. Sister Fong did not know when she came back, and saw Jiang Yu sleeping sweetly and could not bear to disturb. With his hands resting on his chin intently looking at the side of Jiang Yu's face, he muttered, "This bad guy, he doesn't look handsome either, how did he charm me?" In fact, many girls face to save the life of the hero is difficult to themselves. Like many firefighters, the girl from the fire after the rescue, later married each other to the firefighters to give birth to monkeys. Jiang Yu was sleeping so soundly that drool came out from the corners of his mouth, and Sister Fong drew out handkerchief paper to gently help Jiang Yu wipe it clean. The more she looked at Jiang Yu, the more her heart was moved, and Fong gently leaned her head on Jiang Yu's shoulder, quietly feeling the other's heartbeat. Who knew that Jiang Yu suddenly rolled over and used Fong as a hugging pillow, firmly hugging each other. Fong tried to struggle twice, but she simply couldn't break free from Jiang Yu's big hands. Since she couldn't resist, Fong simply gave up the treatment and started enjoying herself, her body pressed against Jiang Yu, feeling the other party's uniquely male scent. It has been a long time not close to the male sex. Fong's sister Fong heart trembled, Jiang Yu behind the seemingly a wave of heat, wanting to melt each other like. What is more excessive is that Jiang Yu hands are not honest up, hands bravely climbed the peak, so Fong's sister hard like a loach, in his arms constantly twisting. There was a desire to get up and give Jiang Yu a slap, but he really couldn't be bothered. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere on Jiang Yu's side, leaving one person in the office to frantically throw traffic to the short video, all the rest of the people were sitting together staring intently at the computer screen. Currently the first chapter of the game to resist the Huns has been done, followed by a little bit of the second chapter of the third chapter will be updated. Of course, the specific contents of the back still need to be decided by Jiang Yu, then it will depend on the back of the Westriang meet any more difficulties, Jiang Yu, and then present the difficulties through the way of the game. In time, the wisdom of the players gathered together to help Shilong invincible and invincible. It's time to let the market test the fruits of everyone's hard month of labor, even if it's not profitable, the sense of accomplishment of being recognized by others is important. All the colleagues in Sunway's studio didn't dare to blink their eyes, but unfortunately after 10 minutes had passed, the numbers on the screen didn't move at all. Sunway couldn't help but say to the colleague next to him, "Look at how little Winecast streaming is doing, why is there not a single download?" My coworker was just about to get up when the numbers on the screen jumped a bit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20, 30. The numbers were slow, but increasing a little, and a little girl in the back jumped up and said, "Great, someone's downloading." The little girl was so startled that all eyes were on her, making the girl embarrassed all of a sudden. The atmosphere came to a weird pause, and that's when Sunway took the lead. It's really great that everyone took the first step. All of them embraced countless days and nights of hard overtime by a group of them. Although Jiang Yu gave generous overtime pay and bonuses, but everyone works not entirely for money. Fulfillment is also an important thing. The game has been downloaded over 100, and everyone is calmed down. Sunway took the lead and said, "Comrades, everyone is ready to work overtime, the game is online and ready to fix the loopholes." Everyone was energized and went back to their work. Probably because many people saw the advertisement at the beginning of the new game is not very trusting, 10 minutes of downloads just barely over 100. But with a good start, Sunway believed that the work that everyone had put their hearts and souls into together would be a big hit in a few days. Chapter 111 Brave Kongwu. 2 hours later, the game had over 5,000 downloads, and 3 hours later, over 10,000 downloads. Sunway has been paying attention to the data. To be honest, a small factory new game this kind of download volume can only be considered moderate. It wasn't until the 5-hour mark that downloads exploded and word of mouth about the game took a sharp turn for the worse. There are now over 500,000 downloads and countless people have rated it 5.0 out of 5 on the App Store. You can basically get 0 bad reviews, and many users commented below. It's the first time I've played this type of game, although it's a small factory, but the painting style is exquisite, and it looks like a work of sincerity. The Empress is so good looking, it would be great if it was my wife, and Shen Menger is so cute. Didn't you all realize? This game is so conscientious, no charge and 0 ads, I've already recommended it to several of my friends. It's the first time I've met such a good manufacturer in this fast-paced era where all manufacturers pit their hearts against their money and make games with their feet. This game is so addictive, I've recommended it to several of my friends and can't stop playing it. Yeah, we are unit co-workers. At first I was the one who played it first when I was touching the fish, and now everyone I've settled on has started playing it. At night, Sunway worked overtime at the company, looking at a positive public opinion, excited. Even if it's all free now and the company can't make a profit for a while, the joy of being recognized by others is an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Sunway excitedly called Kongwu. In the dead of night, the two of them, Jiang Yu and Sister Fong, were wide-eyed in the hospital room, and the atmosphere was ambiguous and overwhelming. Just as Sunway phoned to break the ambiguous atmosphere, the other voice said excitedly, "John, I admire you too much. According to your ideas, our game was a big success. Now downloads have more than 500,000, and is still growing rapidly." John Yu was also surprised, unintentional, at the beginning of making out this game. John Yu just wanted to get more programs to support Western Liang. Who would have thought that it would actually be a hit? He tried his best to look calm and said, "It's even more important to stabilize the data at this time. Also, I was going to give you guys a break, but now that the number of downloads has skyrocketed, it's a test for both the servers and the data. Tomorrow you go to rent the server in addition to let the brothers overtime a few days, overtime pay triple, the promised bonus and then triple, you and everyone to say goodbye, let everyone work hard, after a few days, and then unified arrangements for everyone to rest." Sunway patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Brother Jiang, I will definitely arrange this matter for you clearly. Brother Jiang, you are also too powerful, completely free of charge. This move is really high, although not profitable for the time being, but our company's reputation immediately reached the peak, all the players are praising our game to due conscience." This point Jiang Yu also did not think of, free as to want to download a few more players, who can think, actually can rely on this move to reverse the word of mouth. It is also that the domestic game market controlled by Hangzhou Leishan Zhentang is really bad, everything is based on the pit of money, the kidnapped players have no choice at all. Ginger Wu games came out like a breath of fresh air, even as this one game could change the entire market. Hang up the phone, Jiang Yu is still hard to hide the happy look. Entrepreneurship to make money is one aspect, more is the social value, and the feeling of being recognized. Although the game is not a physical industry, but with a good reputation, as long as it continues to do so, Jiang Yu feels that he will also assume part of the sense of social responsibility in the future. People are too happy will inevitably do something out of the ordinary. Jiang Yu's sub-joy do not know how to express, hold Fong's sister and forcefully kissed each other's lips. Both of them froze at this moment, and Fong still seemed to have an incredulous look in her eyes. "Jiang Yu, this kid is a little too brave, but what is the matter with his own little heart thumping non-stop?" A long silence greeted the hospital room, and the two of them looked at each other for a moment, not knowing what to say. Jiang Yu licked his lips, the just smooth texture with a flavor of fruit lipstick, the genus made him a little unfulfilled. Sister Fong's eyes looked straight at Jiang Yu, froze for half a day and finally reacted, gently taking her index finger at Jiang Yu. The provocative meaning was very obvious. Jiang Yu, also not willing to show weakness, stood up and looked down at Sister Fong. The aggressive meaning of the eyes is getting stronger and stronger, the two cheeks are getting closer and closer. The two touched their lips together and silently closed their eyes, quietly feeling each other's body heat. Jiang Yu's big hands also began to be dishonest, causing Fong to be a little shaken, but did not resist, instead closing her eyes and Jiang Yu closer. Fong, who was held by Jiang Yu, gasped and whispered, "Don't monkey around, close the door first." Jiang Yu is naturally a good boy who obediently listens to the good boy. "Close the door." The word resounded with the sound of the woozy voice, the back of the subtle non-verbal can be described. 3 hours later, Sister Fong lethargically leaned into Jiang Yu's arms and drew circles, pouting, "Little badass, you're still pretty good." Jiang Yu also said with a bad smile, "Sister Fong, I also didn't expect you to be so moist," said Sister Fong. Her face flushed red and she said furiously, "You still say that?" Fingers gently twisted Kong was pectoral muscles, slightly painful with a little itch. Jiang Yu hurriedly begged for forgiveness, served I won't dare to do it again. Both were tired from the strenuous exercise, and after flirting they fell asleep together in each other's arms. 10 hours later, the game's download volume exceeded 1 million, and all kinds of favorable comments were like a tidal wave. Ancient Beauty Raising Program, don't look at this name as very middle-aged, but the game is really fun, and those beautiful women don't know how to carve them out, it's too good looking. It's been a long time since I've played a game with such a conscience, and the last time I played a game like this was when I was in middle school playing cracked versions of various single-player games. Ooh, I want the Empress to be my wife so bad, such a good-looking girl, I don't want to leave the game every now and then. The subject matter is particularly original, and it's the first time I've played a game like this, which gives it a refreshing feel. Just poked around with the planners for insider information, now this game is only the first chapter, I guess someone will pass it soon. When will the second chapter come out? At present, Sunway is responsible for the development of this ancient beauty raising program. The number of downloads exceeded 1 million, reviews exceeded 100,000, and there has not been a bad review. Good operation IP, the future is absolutely phenomenal. Mega IP, just like the phenomenal games, Fairy Sword Kaiwanswan, Plants vs Zombies. As long as it continues, even if it stays free, by the time it operates the peripheral movie and song, all the peripheral, it will be astronomical by then. Chapter 112 Compound Bow. A lot of times it's like that, even if you're not in it for the money, if you put your heart and soul into something, the money will come naturally. In the evening, Sunway called again. In addition to excitedly reporting the good news, the other party also brought a not-so-good news. Sunway said with a somewhat heavy tone, "Brother Jiang, the first chapter of our game was made too easy, and now someone has already cleared it." Jiang Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this and hurriedly asked, "How did you get through? Quickly tell me about it." Sunway said in a somewhat aggravated tone, "Brother Jiang, why do you sound quite happy? There will soon be a second person with the first pass, and by then players will abandon the game." Jiang Yu said with a steady voice, "It's fine, I'll update the second level as soon as possible." After finishing with the other party, Sunway sent the player's clearance record to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu watched and sighed repeatedly, and had to say that this person really had ideas. And then re-talked to Huang Zhang and their direction of the update, because it is the first time to do the game. Jiang Yu knows that the players like the freedom, but itself is a breakout game. Surely it is still necessary to add all sorts of limitations to the players. Now the first level of this ancient beauty raising program is a test of the player's sky-high ability to use whatever tech the commoners can get their hands on to support the ancients. But not in the second level, where there are no restrictions on supplies to support the ancients, but very strict money restrictions. Against the yuan, each player can only exchange 10,000 soft dollars for supplies to support the ancient times and see what kind of soldiers can actually be built. At night, with Fong accompanying him, Jiang Yu slept incomparably well. He also couldn't help but sigh, probably because he was getting older and really needed a woman's company. Having been with Sister Fong for the past few days, Jiang Yu hadn't even contacted Fong Hongfu. At night, while Fong was asleep, Jiang Yu and Fong Hongfu said across the room, "Hongfu, tomorrow I will send over a batch of supplies to you, so that when the time comes, I can help you find the spies, and I can also launch a general attack on the Golden Sun Cicada to end this war." Fong Hongfu was also really burnt out in the past 2 days, and the frontal battlefield had not launched a general attack for fear of casualties. The details of the back mountain have not been found, and the scouts have also sent news that the Xinbei army is also on the way, and when the time comes, it may not be another war. Fong Hongfu sighed and said, "Jiang Yu, Hongfu's talent is shallow. At this time, Western Liang is surrounded by wolves, just drove away the Huns, and now the Xinbei army is about to march on the city. Everything still depends on you to help Hongfu. Your kindness to Hongfu has never been repaid in this life. If I could, even if Hongfu were to become a slave or a servant girl, I would definitely repay your kindness, Jiang Yu." Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Don't be anxious, Hongfu. When the time comes with a new weapon, no matter who it is, you can easily beat away the other side, and there is no need to be a slave or a servant girl. There really is a day when it's enough to give your body to the other side." Fong Hongfu's face turned red, and her voice was like a mosquito fly as she said, "If we can meet one day, everything will be according to you. No matter how long it takes, Hongfu will definitely keep her intact body for you." For a time, Jiang Yu also do not know how to say, or ancient women chastity concept heavy, in the face of Fong Hongfu's feelings, he was also afraid to owe each other. After all, separated by more than 2,000 years of space and time, if he couldn't go over there himself, wouldn't Fong Hongfu have to end up alone? But lately, Jiang Yu had a feeling that with Shilong's faith, and his own help over and over again, he had gotten closer to Shilong. Perhaps one day, he could pass through the space tunnel and descend to Western Liang then. The next day, Fong woke up in Kong Wu's arms, the two of them crammed into the tiny hospital bed. In the morning, Jiang Yu completed the discharge procedures. It was just a small injury, there are no stitches, and then come to the hospital every week to change the medicine on the line. Although it was a bit sad to part with Sister Fong, it was obvious that Fong Hongfu's situation was a bit more tense right now. Sister Fong was also a little reluctant to let go of Jiang Yu, but mature women know that a good man is like sand, the harder you push, the faster he runs, and with proper relaxation, the other person will stay in the palm of your hand. Leaving the hospital, Wang Chang drives a Mercedes 680 to pick up Jiang Yu. With today's tight schedule and heavy task, the game passers just used a very simple method to transmit 2,000 composite bows to Shilong and integrate a composite bow unit. It is the same thing in ancient times. When you are poor, you strike with precision, and when you are rich, you cover with fire. The coalition fired alternately, and the bows and arrows attacked the enemy unceasingly. Even if they were defended by shields, with the power of the modern composite bows, they could easily crush each other. Although Jinling here is not considered the capital of e-commerce, there are many large e-commerce companies located here. Jiang Yu searched on Taobao for a large e-commerce company for bow and arrow equipment nearby, determined the address, and Wang Chang drove him there. Compared to those explicit boutiques, the decorations of e-commerce companies can be much lower. There was no renovation at all, and a group of staff were busy packing and shipping inside a warehouse. Explaining his intentions to the employee, Kong Wu finds the owner of the company. The rest is bargaining. Jiang Yu is seen on the internet, the store's hot models of compound bow online price of more than 1,600. Jiang Yu directly opened the door with the boss and said, "Boss, I also came here in admiration, and now I urgently need 2,000 compound bows, but I definitely can't go by the price on the line. I'll offer a mouthful of price, 1,200 apiece." In fact, many e-commerce merchants are also particularly annoyed: traffic costs, operating costs, courier costs, customer returns, and even refund-only woolen party. While there isn't the biggest rent expense of a brick and mortar, the overall cost hasn't gone down much, especially in the last few years when the e-commerce industry has really gotten harder and harder to do. The boss said with a bitter face, "It's naturally my honor for you to come over in person, and to ask for so much is also taking care of my business, but this price of yours is truly too low. I have no profit left." Of course, the owner talks a good game, but there's actually a profit, almost another $50 per bow and arrow. Jiang Yu took the boss's lifeblood and said, "I'm not sure if I'm making money or not, but you don't have return troubles for the bows and arrows I bought, and you don't need to worry about bad reviews, but of course, if it's substandard, then I won't let you off the hook either." The owner, being the poor electrician that he is, would have struggled a bit more. But he knows himself that besides the visible costs above, the biggest cost for large e-commerce companies is inventory. In order to return the cycle of depletion, his inventory of compound bows is now close to tens of thousands of bows, and he does not know how long it will take to realize the cash only by selling on the online platform. But Kongwu here is different, instantly relieving the pressure on inventory. The boss pretended to be in meat pain and said, "Brother, knowing each other for a while is destiny. In that case, I'll sell it to you at your price." Chapter 113: The Power of Arrows. The deal price was negotiated. 2,000 bows and arrows cost Jiang Yu $2.4 million, but compared to his hundreds of millions of savings, it was all small money. Jiang Yu has made a payment, and in the afternoon, the boss will arrange a vehicle to send over. Having solved the front field weapons, all that was left was to find the backcountry spikes. The old man playing the game is genuinely smart enough to think of connecting a drone to a thermal imager. The spy in the backcountry was easily located through the drone connected to the thermal imager image. When he left, Jiang Yu had already arranged for Huang Zheng to buy the latest DJI drone and thermal imager, and it was estimated that he had already finished buying in return by now. Back at home, Jiang Yu charged the drone before linking the thermal imager to it. After getting good, Jiang Yu tried to operate some. The overall feeling is not bad, basically is a foolproof operation, for modern people are very on hand. However, Jiang Yu was still a little worried about Fong Hongfu. He had already discovered last time when he taught the other party to drive, that Fong Hongfu was naturally nerdy about mechanics and electronics. In the afternoon, all the compound bows were delivered to the home, and Jiang Yu was afraid that the boss would use the second best, and deliberately drew out dozens of bows and arrows to check them, and all of them had no problems. Jiang Yu once again conversed with Fong Hongfu through space. "Hongfu, I've teleported a batch of weapons over to you. Are you ready to launch a general attack on the Huns?" Fong Hongfu said in an excited tone, "It's long been ready. Every warrior in Western Liang is eager to be able to get rid of the Huns." Jiang Yu explained, "There are 2,000 bows and arrows, and in order to help you find people, I also bought you a thermal imager and a drone, so it will be easier for you to find people when the time comes." Fong Hongfu's head was confused. She had no idea what drones and thermal imagers were, but it was the compound bow whose name sounded like a good thing. However, looking back on the past, as long as it was given by Jiang Yu, it was all good stuff, and the threaded steel lance was still unbeatable now. However, Fong Hongfu was still confused. The more powerful the bow and arrow, the more difficult it was to draw the bow. How did Jiang Yu solve this problem? It should be known that ordinary soldiers couldn't draw a heavy bow. What's more, now that Xiliang were all female soldiers, they were inherently weaker than men in terms of strength. For Jiang Yu, Fong Hongfu still believed in him 100% and said heartily, "With the help of the immortals, this war will definitely be unbeatable." More than 2,000 bows and arrows, as well as drones, were transmitted together to Fong Hongfu. Jiang Yu was afraid that the ancients would not be able to assemble it, and deliberately told that e-commerce boss to assemble all the composite bows, so that the soldiers could use it when they got their hands on it. Although Fong Hongfu was 100% convinced of Jiang Yu, she was still unsure of the power when she looked at the composite bow in front of her. It was important to know that ancient hardbows were over 1.5 meters in length, but the compound bow in front of him was just over half a meter in length, and it couldn't even reach across the chest. The household secretary's vegetarian hand gently touched the bow and arrow, murmured in his mouth, "The body of steel is like a heavenly creation." She didn't know the power of the bow and arrow, but the exquisite workmanship was not something an ordinary artisan could do. Even if they were skilled craftsmen, I'm afraid it would take more than half a month to polish out the prototype, not to mention, the complex construction was not something they could imitate at all. Fong Hongfu took a composite bow and found arrows again. The ministers were even more surprised to see the arrows. "Pure steel arrows, can this little bow shoot them out?" This arrow is so sharp, I'm afraid it can even be used directly as a weapon. Wasteful, these fine steel used can be used to build how many divine weapons, actually used to build arrows, wooden arrows can be used just as well. It's no wonder that the Empress and these ministers don't understand, after all, there is a generation gap of more than 2,000 years between them, and in order to maximize the power of the composite bow, the shafts of the arrows are made of steel, otherwise how can they shoot through the explosion-proof shield? On the schoolyard, Fong Hongfu's vegetative hand was full moon drawing his bow, and his brow wrinkled up slightly and unnoticeably. After succeeding to the throne, there was a period of time when she used to practice archery so hard that she could basically reach the point of piercing a poplar at 100 paces. This composite bow was only about 50 stones of bow power when fully drawn, a power that had an effective range of at most 50 paces. When two armies face each other, we shoot arrows at a distance of 50 paces, and the local shoots arrows at a distance of 100 paces, the consequences can be imagined. Aiming at the arrow target, Fong Hongfu still chose to trust Jiang Yu. Perhaps the mystery of this bow and arrow lies above the two small wheels on top. The moment she let go of her hand, the arrow flew out at an incredible speed, and Fong Hongfu saw the thing she could least understand. Only to see the bow and arrow shoot straight through the center of the target, so fast that the center of the target didn't even move a bit, the arrow went straight through. Behind the target there was a wall of earth half a foot thick, into which the arrow plunged deeply, leaving only a little bit of the arrow feather on the outside. Chen Menger stepped forward and complimented, "Your Majesty is so powerful. With this arrow having such power, Your Majesty's power must have improved again." General Wang Yu also stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty's civil and military achievements are the best in the world, and the power of this bow and arrow is definitely the first in the world." The Empress opened her small mouth and said incredulously, "Obviously only 50 stones of power are needed, but the power of the bow and arrow shot out is already more than 200 stones, immortal weapon, truly an immortal weapon." Fong Hongfu didn't know how to explain. Instead, she handed the compound bow to Wang Yu and said, "Just try it too and you'll know." As a general, Wang Yu's martial arts were not as good as Fong Hongfu's, but his riding and archery were not bad either. Only to see her draw the full bow, and with an incredulous look in her eyes, she directly asked, "Your Majesty, how is this bow and arrow so light?" Fong Hongfu Bean nodded with a smile and said, "You'll know if you shoot it out and try it." Only Wang Yu's arrow also passed through the target and was deeply inserted into the earth wall at the back. At this moment, Wang Yu finally understood Fong Hongfu's surprise and murmured, "Immortal weapon is really an immortal weapon, it's too powerful, a small bow and arrow actually has such power." Fong Hongfu's eyes carried excitement and ambition. With such a powerful bow and arrow, world domination would not be difficult. With these 2,000 bows and arrows, as long as the formation arrangement is reasonable, any country in the current generation is not a match for Xiliang in the frontal battlefield, and the tragic experience of the Hun siege will never be repeated again. Fong Hongfu's new heart thanked Jiang Yu from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he could talk to the other side, Xiliang began to change for the better little by little, until today, it already had the capital to fight for the world. Fong Hongfu said to Jiang Yu through the air, "Jiang Yu, you are too powerful. The person Hongfu admires the most in her life is you. There is actually such a magical bow and arrow, there is no longer any fear of soldiers sacrificing their lives in long-distance battles." Jiang Yu couldn't help but start to feel smug in his heart, although he knew that these bows and arrows weren't produced by himself, but being worshipped by the first beauty of the world like the Empress, as a normal man, the happiness simply couldn't be stopped. Jiang Yu adjusted his emotions and said to Fong Hongfu, "It's not just the bow and arrow, I've also teleported over new goodies for you." Chapter 114 Drones Looking for Spies. The drone's maneuvering was too complicated, and Jiang Yu taught Fong Hongfu little by little. Power on, take off, turn on the thermal imager, and control the direction of flight with the direction buttons. Something that was simple enough for modern people, but it was difficult for Fong Hongfu. This time only bought a drone, while in the last firefighting prepared a lot of outdoor power supply for Xilong. Jiang Yu were taken back to recharge and retransmit back to Fong Hongfu. It was fine for Fong Hongfu to practice, but he was afraid that the other party would hit the wall, and by then, the drones couldn't come back. By another and delayed, Chen Mengye accompanied Fong Hongfu, and then weakly raised her hand next to her and said, "Your Majesty, also do not let me try, just what the immortal said, I feel that I understand most of it." Jiang Yu had also instructed Fong Hongfu that unlike cars and compound bows, drones were more fragile, so he was afraid of impacts and falls, causing Fong Hongfu to be careful all the time for fear of breaking the immortal weapon. Chen Mengye was born in a family of books, usually loved to learn. Jiang Yu transmitted quite a few things above the simplified Chinese characters, although they do not know the pronunciation, but the simple and traditional Chinese characters are originally common. Now many words Chen Mengye know the general meaning. She had just listened to Jiang Yu's explanation while hugging the drone manual and gnawing furiously, confident that she had understood 50 to 60% of it. Fong Hongfu might be naturally suited to dancing with swords, her power was naturally not low. Instead, Chen Menger, who had been dabbling in this kind of learning, instead familiarized herself with the new mechanical structure very quickly. The drone was seen wobbling and taking off, looking awkward but maneuvering at the very least without crashing or hitting a wall. Chen Mengya played for about 5 minutes, all the buttons tried once, already can basically control the takeoff and landing. Short distance flight is not a big problem. Turning on the infrared camera, Chen Menger pointed the lens on herself and the Empress, and the red figure appeared in the screen, which was clearly visible even when hiding behind obstacles. Chen Menger smiled confidently. With this thing, whether it was surveying the enemy or searching for spies, it was all a matter of hand-holding. Fong Hongfu was a bit depressed. Whether it was the car last time or the drone this time, she couldn't figure it out. Was she a stupid woman? If this goes on, will he be disliked by Kongwu in the long run? Fong Hongfu summoned the army, and compared to the Golden Sun Cicada in the frontal battlefield, Fong Hongfu obviously hated Wan Jinfeng, who was playing tricks behind the scenes, even more. These spies obviously knew it too, so they had been hiding in the back of the mountain and didn't dare to venture out. The soldiers have been searching for many days in a row, and still no traces of the other side have been found. The dead soldiers were already proficient at sneaking around, and the biotracks were cleaned up. Fong Hongfu brought Chen Mengye to the foot of the mountain, accompanied by a scout. This was the elite that Fong Hongfu had carefully selected from within the Imperial Forest Army. With just their feet, traveling 100 miles in a day was no big deal. Chen Menger controlled the drone to take off and turned on the thermal imaging to hover over the mountain. The soldiers below were still in groups of 10, forming a large encirclement to search for the spies led by Wan Jinfeng. At this time, one of the spies was named Aichi, and they, the dead soldiers, had no names, and had been codenames since they were young. Of course, after the status is upgraded to become a squad leader, just like Wan Jinfeng, their master will bestow them with names. The dead soldiers weren't exactly spread out, and were there to look out for each other. A1 and A2 were a group, and at this moment, the two of them were hiding inside a deep pit covered with fallen leaves. Kichi said resentfully, "These soldiers are endlessly searching, it's annoying as hell." A2 sighed and said, "We set fire to Zhangye City, the Empress probably hates us to death, and would like to find us and grind our bones to ashes." A1 snorted and said, "Just these big-headed soldiers, want to find us in our next life, this time it's better to give them a little lesson, or else, endlessly looking for us to annoy the hell out of us." A2 said seriously, "Don't mess around, in case we are found out by then, I'm afraid the two of us will die without a burial place." Aichi said angrily, "Isn't waiting here all this time just waiting to die?" "I don't care, I must do it this time, even if it means grabbing some food." The first time they searched the mountain, all of them risked slaughtering dozens of soldiers and looting their equipment. With the military coat, the problem of keeping warm was solved for the time being. But they had a big problem with food. They had a small amount of food with them, but it was frozen hard, almost like rocks. Hiding in the mountains for fear of being discovered by the Western Liang soldiers, they didn't dare to light a fire, and when they were hungry, they ate frozen dried food with frost. Occasionally, when I find a hibernating snake or squirrel in the mountains, I just skin it with a knife and eat it while it's still hot, even if it's a good meal. Although the dead soldiers were still in good physical condition, even an Iron Man could not carry such consumption. There is a saying that a good man can't stand 3 bubbles of dilution, not to mention that these dead soldiers are also women, and it is even more difficult to get through the menstruation, not only bleeding in the front, but also pulling blood in the back. Last time Kichi had gotten lucky and snagged half a duck leg off a soldier, and even though it was a bit air-dried, it was a delicacy she'd never tasted before. That's exactly why she wanted to make a desperate attempt to maybe get out of the encirclement. It's just a shame that she's thinking too much about everything that's going on. Chen Menger maneuvered the infrared drone, and a number of red figures were presented inside the thermal imaging. You can't see the looks inside the thermal imaging, but it's still easy to tell the Han spies from the Western Liang soldiers. The simplest point, all the Western Liang soldiers were in groups of 10, slowly approaching the inside of the mountain on the periphery. The dead soldiers either fought alone or in groups of 3 or 2. The pits where A1 and A2 were hiding weren't far from the ground, and the outlines were faintly visible inside the thermal imaging. Good grief, Aichi actually dared to sneak his head out to watch when he was sure that no soldiers were moving around. Chen Menger saw clearly inside the thermal imaging and switched off the thermal imaging to reveal the original picture. Chen Menger and the scout next to her said, "Have you determined the location just now?" The scout was originally a native of Zhangye, and as a child he often climbed to the back of the mountain to play. She nodded and said, "My lord, this place is Crouching Dragon Slope. When I was a child 5 had been there many times." The Empress took out a token and said, "Take 2 groups of soldiers and find them, remember to leave them alive, show the soldiers this token and they will obey you." The scout nodded and ran straight up the hill as if his feet were on wind turbines. Chen Menger continued to search with the drone, bound to find all the spies. The scouts found 2 teams of soldiers near Wulong Slope. The ones who came to search the mountain were all Imperial guards, naturally recognizing the Empress's accompanying waistband, and without saying a word, they followed the scouts. Chapter 115 Uncovering the Spies. Inside the pit, A1 and A2 were still arguing. You let me out. With my sneaking skills, killing 3 or 5 soldiers and then getting out isn't difficult at all. A2 advised, it's better to drag it out honestly, these soldiers will give up when they get tired of searching. Anyway, the other side can't find us. In case you're found, the soldiers will still continue to search then, and it's not good for all of them, just like when A5 was found a few days ago. A1 said defiantly, I'm not like the others. Besides, I just can't stand the fact that those female soldiers are well fed and well clothed, while we're nestled in the pit starving and freezing. Suddenly a voice interjected, you don't have to starve and freeze now. Honestly, put on the shackles and follow me. For the time being you cannot be killed. The scout's mouth with a smile. Catching 2 spies is also a great merit, and as a part of the Western Liang, he is also considered to be a contribution to the country, with honor. The 2 dead soldiers' hearts thumped in fear, and A2 hurriedly shushed them and said quietly to A1, don't make a sound, the other side might be blowing us up. The scout didn't bother to be polite with them, commanded the Imperial guards, directly overturned the camouflaged withered leaves, casually threw 2 shackles on the ground and said, bring it on honestly, or else don't blame me for being impolite. A1 and A2 looked at me and I looked at you, also realizing the exposure. From behind him, he took out the threaded steel lance he had grabbed in Shiliang and wanted to jump out of the pit to fight. Being enemy soldiers and daring to set fire to the city of Zhangye, they knew very well that they would not have the slightest chance of survival even if they tied their hands, but instead, they would have to be tortured and have their information extracted by the other side. The scout said on the spot, kill them. Though the Empress had told to leave her alive, as an Imperial guard, she had always been well aware that the Empress put people first, and that intelligence was important, but people were more important. Dozens of Imperial guards stabbed out their lances, the 2 Minutemen had no resistance at all, and with a dozen more holes in their bodies, they left this world with unwillingness. After settling the 2 spies, the Imperial guards took care of the aftermath, and the scouts hoofed it back down the mountain. She was also burdened with the heavy responsibility of delivering information. The scout knelt down in front of Fong Hongfu and said, Your Majesty, I failed Your Majesty's mandate. The spies wanted to fight to the death. I was afraid of the soldiers' casualties and ordered them to be killed. Fong Hongfu smiled and said, well done, a soldier's life is the most important thing. Take the token and continue to pass on the message. If you can't keep them alive, it doesn't matter if you kill them. Chen Mengye has long been through the drone, found several locations where the Minutemen are hiding. All told the scouts, one by one, these people are all out. The whole back of the mountain from time to time resounded with the miserable screams of the Minutemen. At first the scouts wanted to stay alive, but each dead soldier had a poison sac in his mouth, and after being subdued, the first time he bit through the poison sac and died. The subsequent dead soldiers simply gave up, found the other side's hiding place, and directly let a dozen soldiers poke the other side to death with their lances. Running back once more, the spies were all spotted in position by the drones, and cleared out cleanly by the scouts. Fearing that she had missed something, Chen Mengye also carefully searched the area twice more with the drone, and indeed did not find any more sharp details. Fong Hongfu also did not delay and ordered the withdrawal of the army, preparing for a general attack on the Golden Sun cicada. At this time, it was freezing cold. The small water pool in the back of the mountain had already formed a thick layer of ice, and in the huge ice crevice, Wan Jinfeng shivered and poked his head out. When faced with a probe, she made a snap decision to hide in the icy water, and the Western Liang soldiers inspected several circles without finding her. Her body had already suffered from severe temperature loss. Good thing she had long ago hidden her military coat inside a nearby rock crevice. Her face was frozen blue. Wearing it still didn't warm up. She felt like there were countless steel needles sticking in her whole body. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn Golden Sun cicada, almost all of my sisters are dead." When the dead soldiers were found one after another, Wan Jinfeng already felt bad and found a way to hide inside the ice in advance. By mistake, the thermal imager couldn't find her, and really let her get away with it. Wan Jinfeng forced himself to endure the cold and followed the Western Liang army from afar. Back in Zhangye City, Fong Hongfu reorganized his army. He had recently discovered that almost all of the victorious battles had been fought by her imperial army, and that the combat power of the ordinary soldiers in Western Liang had not significantly improved. Of course, it also had something to do with the equipment. All the supplies that Zhang Yu had teleported over had to be distributed to the Imperial Guards first before the rest could take their turn to be distributed to the ordinary soldiers. At the moment, the combat power and equipment of the ordinary female soldiers in Xiliang needed to be upgraded, and without truly being baptized by the fire of war, the soldiers were ultimately just hothouse flowers. The next time the Xinbei army attacked, the common soldiers would be needed to contribute. The 2,000 imperial guards in the city had already been fully armed, carrying composite bows and threaded steel lances. The lances in the soldiers' hands were already hungry and thirsty, and they had long been expecting an order from the Empress. The Empress stood at the pointing platform and without speaking too much, her face was cold as she said, "Generals, launch a general attack." The female soldiers of the Western Liang women raised their threaded steel lances in the air and said in unison, "Kill the Huns, kill the Huns." Fong Hongfu only needed to sit in command. The person who executed it was still General Wang Yu, and the 2,000 people set off towards the outside of the city with murderous vigor. The Xiongnu 10 classes were now left with roughly 3,000 soldiers, or the first time Xiliang had attacked with fewer troops than the other side. In the dense forest of the Huns compound, Wang Yu took over from Nia Wenjing to take the main attacker. Xiliang soldiers retreated, Huns still when the female soldiers were afraid of them. At this time a small leader arrogantly said, "Xiliang pussy, afraid of grandpa." Wang Yu said with an icy face, "Dogs, catch this guy and I'll pull out his teeth one by one. Prepare to shoot arrows." There were still quite a few weapons left on the Hun side, the army was only a few thousand strong, and the bows and arrows were even richer. In the past, when Xiliang and Xiongnu were shooting at each other, the arrows of the Xiongnu soldiers could be shot out 100 paces farther than the Xiliang female soldiers. Although the bows and arrows of the Western Liang looked strange, however, the Han soldiers were not afraid in the slightest, and those of them were already proficient in riding and archery and Hu. The Western Liang soldiers were divided into 3 rows, with the front row of soldiers raising their shields and the 2 rows of soldiers behind them holding composite bows. On the contrary, the Huns have no camp in the slightest, some of them hold their shields in their hands, some of them hide behind the trees, and some of them stand outside with a big grin, certain that the female soldiers of Xiliang cannot shoot them at all. According to ancient common sense, the harder the bow the bigger the arrow, the smaller the bow and arrow held by the female soldiers of Xiliang. The Huns didn't even care about it. Wang Yu shouted, "Release the arrows." The first row of soldiers shot their arrows out through the gap between the 2 shields and then pushed to the back row to load their arrows. The second row of soldiers stepped forward and drew the bowstring full, and the arrows flew out with a whoosh. The Xiongnu soldiers were also not willing to show weakness, each of them opened their hard bows and shot against the Xiliang soldiers. Chapter 116, The situation is lopsided. Just the first wave of counterfire, the Huns' bows and arrows all stuck on top of the shields of the female soldiers of Xiliang. On the contrary, on the side of the Huns, the situation was lopsided, and the soldiers in the bright side were directly shot through and through by the composite bow. Soldiers with shields in their hands had their shields shot through, and were even pierced in the brain by bows and arrows. The few lucky ones who hid behind large trees relied on cover to avoid the bows and arrows. The Xiliang soldiers didn't stop at all, shooting 3 rounds of arrows in a row. A few thousand arrows flew past, and only a few hundred Hun soldiers were left in the area. These hundreds of people are still all scared out of their wits, and these people can't even understand, even if they want to break their heads, why Xiliang's shooting skills have improved so quickly. Even the bravest warrior within the tribe who opened a 300-stone hard bow didn't have this kind of power. The front row of Western Liang soldiers charged forward neatly with their shields raised in their hands, and the soldiers in the back row who moved forward some distance continued to shoot arrows to ensure that not a single living soul was left behind. The Hun soldiers were completely scared, and without any weapons in their hands, they desperately tried to take the road in the forest and run wildly. Unfortunately, the 2-legged man were to run away from the bow and arrow, and in the end could not escape the fate of being shot into a hedgehog. There were also soldiers who hid behind trees, closed their eyes and prayed silently to the gods, expecting them to appear and save them. Pity where there is a god in this world. After the Xiliang female soldiers approached, these people still couldn't escape the fate of being shot. Nia Wenjing led the troops behind him to clean up the battlefield, and the Hun soldiers didn't have the slightest hope of escaping. When the war first started, Kim Il-Cicada had sensed that something was wrong and was the first to start running. In this battle, Xiliang did not have a single casualty and annihilated more than 3,000 Xiongnu. But the Western Liang soldiers didn't care about a man in a military coat, agile as a monkey in the forest, jumping up and down to run wildly into the distance. The other party was wearing a military coat, and the soldiers subconsciously felt that it was one of their own. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be if not Wan Jinfeng? Golden Day Cicada's milky hostility was used up, and he desperately took the road and ran wildly on the road. The last few of his personal guards were sent out by him to block Xiliang's pursuers. In the sea of people, Jin Rikchan had long changed into the clothes of a small soldier, and it was not easy for Xiliang to find him, and Wang Yu also saw this, and did not send anyone to pursue him at all. Jin Rikchan said hatefully as he walked, "Damn Xiliang, where on earth did he get so many supplies and treasures, causing this general to lose his hooves?" When I find my big brother Huyenyu, I'll make sure he helps me teach you guys a lesson, and then all those treasures will be mine and Huyenyu's. At this time a nice voice suddenly appeared behind him and said, General Jean, you'd better worry about yourself. The Golden Sun Cicada turned around violently and said in surprise, Wan Jinfeng, you actually haven't died yet. Wan Jinfeng abhorred, General, you're not even dead, how can I be willing to die? Wan Jinfeng was the only one inside the dead soldiers who had escaped, all of her sisters were already dead and the only thing keeping her alive was revenge. Although it was the Western Liang soldiers who killed A1 to A15, Wan Jinfeng knew very well in his heart that his sisters were forced to die by Jin Rikchan. If the other party hadn't asked them to carry out an almost impossible task, they wouldn't have died horribly. Wan Jinfeng's heart is also very clear, their own power alone, facing the strong soldiers and horses in front of the Western Liang simply do not have the slightest hope. It is better to fight to the death to kill the Golden Day Cicada, but also be considered as a revenge for their sisters. Jean Re Cicada laughed indulgently and said, It's really that a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. With you, this waste of a woman actually dares to come single-handedly to kill this general, you really don't know how to write the word death. Wan Jinfeng sighed and said, I know I'm not as good as the general, but things always need to be done, and if I die because of this, it just proves that I deserve to die. As soon as the words fell, Wan Jinfeng lifted his threaded steel lance and scratched a spear flower to attack the Golden Sun Cicada. The tip of the cold and glittering gun was pointed straight at the throat of the Golden Sun Cicada, bound to kill him with a single blow. The Golden Sun Cicada had been baptized by many battles and had an amazing intuition of danger, otherwise it would not have been possible for it to run away ahead of time every time it encountered danger. Dodging the lance's sudden thrust, for the Golden Sun Cicada, small quick steps approached Wan Jinfeng. He did not dare to fight hard. How many Hun soldiers suffered a big loss on the lance of Shiliang? The hard steel ordinary weapons will break at the touch. An inch long, an inch strong, as long as the distance was close, even the best lance was useless in front of the scimitar. Wan Jinfeng obviously realized this problem as well. Dragging his lance with one hand, he took one step and flew backward. With only 2 steps left between them, Jin Rikchan brandished his scimitar and tried to slit Wan Jinfeng's throat. Wan Jinfeng erected his lance and blocked it in front of him, sparks flying everywhere as the curved sword and lance collided. One strike did not succeed, instead, a piece of the scimitar was chipped off. Jin Rikchan erected the scimitar and teased upwards, trying to cut off Wan Jinfeng's fingertips. The other party's attack was like a blizzard. For a moment, Wan Jinfeng had some difficulty to fight, his hands loosened his lance and dodged the other party's blade. A smug smile appeared at the corner of Jin Rikchan's mouth as he reached out his other hand to grip the threaded steel gun barrel, trying to snatch his opponent's weapon. Wan Jinfeng knew that the weapon was his only hope in a head-to-head fight with Jin Rikchan, and he was bound to snatch it back from Jin Rikchan with both hands on the weapon. Jin Rikchan smiled disdainfully and waved his scimitar to slash at Wan Jinfeng's shoulder. The other party dodged the slash, the lance belonged to him, and he would feel free to take Wan Jinfeng at that time. There was no way for the opponent to fight hard with himself if he didn't dodge and get hurt. Wan Jinfeng gripped the gun barrel with both hands, without the slightest intention of giving up. The machete slashed at his shoulder, cutting a large gash, and the cotton inside his military coat was stained red. Wan Jinfeng freed one hand to grab Jin Rikchan's arm in a death grip, his mouth puckered up in a way that he wanted a kiss. Jin Rikchan thought that the other party's expression had changed in pain, and was about to gloat when pitch-black liquid sprayed from Wan Jinfeng onto Jin Rikchan's face. Golden Sun Cicada only felt a blackness in front of his eyes stung like pins and needles. He didn't want his curved sword and lance anymore, and covered his eyes as he retreated back and forth. The mouth kept screaming miserably, "Aya, my eyes." Wan Jinfeng pulled out the scimitar stuck inside the bone and let out a long breath. Sure enough, I'm still alive for a reason. The last of the poison nan was used for revenge. She sat down on the ground and panted heavily. Even though the fight with the Golden Sun Cicada was only a few short moves, the pressure of which was simply unbearable. She was also not worried about the Golden Sun Cicada escaping. The venom in her mouth saw blood and sprayed on the other party's eyes, and she simply couldn't run far after being blinded. This kind of poison, in fact, Wan Jinfeng himself has no hope of escape, although not swallowed, but as long as the dip into the mouth, basically there is no possibility of survival. It's just that the poison came a little later. Drawing out the dagger he carried with him, Wan Jinfeng plunged it into Jin Rikchan's thigh. Chapter 117 Golden Sun Cicada's Death. Wan Jinfeng's eyes were fierce as he said, "This stab is for Aichi. This stab is for Koji." The stab was for A15. Blood had crimsoned the ground, and both of the Golden Sun Cicada's legs had been stabbed into a hornet's nest. The whole body was just too painful, and Jin Rikchan bit off 2 of his own teeth, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth as he said, "Bitch, if you have the ability to kill me directly." Wang Jinfeng laughed triumphantly. Sisters, I've finally avenged you, as you said, go to hell. The final slash cut through the golden sun cicada's throat, and the other man, blood still foaming from his mouth, collapsed with a relieved look on his face. Wang Jinfeng leaned back and fell to the ground. His face was covered with the blood of the golden sun cicada. Panting heavily, his voice weakly said, Sisters, I have counted on helping you to take revenge. It's about to be poisoned, and I'll be coming to stay with you soon. Her vision became more and more blurred, and the sky was only a slit in her eyes. Outside the woods, Hu Yanyu rushed with his Xianbei army and finally reached the edge of the woods where the golden sun cicada was. The scouts had long since passed on the intelligence that his untalented brother, Jin Rikchan, was losing ground under the attack of the Western Liang, and was at risk of total annihilation at any time. The two had been close since childhood, and Jin Rikchan's sister was married to the Xianbei emperor, and he was the imperial brother. Between countries, Xianbei and Xiongnu have long been allied, and the two are still somewhat related. Hu Yanyu naturally wants to save Jin Rikchan. Now that it was getting late and it was difficult to march into the forest and there were snakes, insects, rats and ants, he told the soldiers to stay put for the time being and rest for the night before entering the dense forest. In the forest, a wretched figure stumbled out. The man was dressed in a green shirt, with a treacherous 8-character beard above his lips and a goatee below. His face was covered in dirt and there were many tiny cuts scraped by branches. Just as he ran out of the forest, the Xianbei soldiers put their long swords to. As a Han Chinese, these Hu soldiers didn't even treat him as a human being. Slaughtering him was similar to slaughtering a sheep in the tribe. Zhang Luo knew deep down that he still had to prove his worth. He was harboring great ambitions and hailed himself as the future saint of soldiers, and he must not die in this inconspicuous corner in front of him. Want to live, naturally want to prove their own value. Zhang Luo smiled and said, really cannot hide the military master's eyes of the fire. In the next is the military division of the Huns, but right now, the Huns have been defeated, in the next can only escape. The Xianbei soldier looked at Zhang Luo with skepticism and said, you are the military advisor of the Xiongnu? The Huns would use a Han as a military advisor? I think you still don't want to live. The feud between the Hu people and the Han people has been going on for thousands of years, and since Emperor Shi Huangdi built the Great Wall of China, the Hu people have all been stopped in the cold and bitter land beyond the border. From that time on, even with the change of dynasties, the war between the Hu and the Han never stopped. When the Han army was superior, it drove the Hu people farther into the bitter cold. Hu people advantages now, all the way into the Han, burning, killing, looting, no evil, under the national hatred, the two races have long been incompatible. Zhang Luo hurriedly explained, Master Jun, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. What's more, I also want to utilize the Hu people to allow me to make great strides. A man next to him, who looked like a small head, said, you lock this guy up first, I'll report to the general, and then everything will be decided by the general. The soldiers escorted Zhang Luo and locked the other party into the barracks. The young leader truthfully reported to Hu Yanyu about the capture of Zhang Luo. Hu Yanyu frowned and pondered. In the past, Jin Rikchan wrote in his letters that he did have a Han Chinese military advisor, and the other party still had a few talents, but they were not deathly loyal to the Xiongnu. The little chief made a clicking gesture and said, General, then the little one? Hu Yanyu waved his hand and said, bring the other party on first, I'll see how much skill there is and whether it can be used for me. If not, then it's not too late to kill. The young leader nodded, as you wish, General. Hu Yanyu also moved to cherish his talent. According to Jin Rikchan, Zhang Luo is a soldier family heritage disciple. Naturally, the use of soldiers is not bad, and then again, he can also learn a part of the intelligence of Xiliang from the other side's mouth. As the military saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. Zhang Luo was finally brought up to meet Hu Yanyu, but the other party was different from what he thought. Not as rough and tumble as the golden sun cicada, and a far cry from the unkempt look of the other Hoosiers. With his hair tied neatly at the temples, a white coat, and delicate embroidery on his chest, at first glance, it was impossible to tell that the other party was a Hu. Instead, he looked like a noble son of a large Han Chinese family. Zhang Luo stepped forward and saluted and said, never would I have thought that the great general of the Xianbei would actually be dressed like this. It's a world of difference from what I had imagined. Hu Yanyu smiled and said, I used to travel around before, and my teachers were mostly Han Chinese, so I naturally learned how to dress like a Han Chinese, but I'm a real Hu man. Hu Yanyu had to admit that, in terms of cultural heritage and knowledge of all kinds, the Hu people are less than 1% of the Han people. Most Hoosiers could not read or write and grew up in a barbaric environment, accustomed to solving problems with their fists. Zhang Luo hurriedly blew up rainbow farts and said, General can sink his heart into visiting famous teachers all over the world. I am really impressed. Hu Yanyu modestly said, what I have learned is miscellaneous but not refined. How can I compare to you, sir? You are the rightful inheritor of the military school. Zhang Luo bent down and saluted, and laughed bitterly. The general has discounted me. What a soldier's legacy, man, on the battlefield or being defeated by the Western Liang. Hu Yanyu was interested. Oh? I am also curious if Mr. really is a soldier's son, with Mr. S talent, should not be defeated so miserably is right. In addition, where did my indomitable younger brother Jean Rikshan go? Two things need Mr. to solve the puzzle. Zhang Luo sighed helplessly and said, I am not losing in terms of strategy and military tactics, nor is it about timing and location, but nay, Western Liang has all kinds of weaponry that has never been seen before, so there is no possibility of winning against the other side at all. As for General King. Chapter 118 Xinbei Garrison. Zhang Luo continued, I don't know exactly where General Jean is at this time. Everyone has been scattered under the charge of the Western Liang army. Hu Yanyu frowned as he continued to ask, weapons and equipment that have never been seen before. Please tell me more about it, sir. This general is very interested. Zhang Luo honestly said, the Western Liang soldiers were holding a kind of lance with threads, and ordinary weapons would shatter like tofu when they collided. They also have a steel monster, like a machine beast, that's a total meat grinder on the battlefield. There are also powerful bows and arrows that ordinary soldiers can draw that can easily shoot through earthen walls. Fong Hongfu also has a silver-colored hidden weapon in her hand that can spit out tongues of fire to kill people when she raises her hand. These things are unheard of by me. It's almost as if they were given by the gods of heaven. Hu Yanyu said in a tone of disbelief, is it really so? These things don't sound like the real thing. Zhang Luo sighed and said, General, I know that these things sound unbelievable, but they are true. Otherwise, how could the Huns lose when facing Western Liang? Hu Yanyu stroked his chin and thought about it, although it sounded unbelievable, but Xi Liang did actually defeat the Huns. His own scouts had also sent back some of the intelligence, which basically matched what Zhang Luo had said, such as the threaded steel lance, and the scouts had described the power of that weapon to themselves. No weapon has yet been able to survive a head-on collision with this thing intact. Hu Yanyu frowned. What Zhang Luo said sounded like a fantasy, but she really believed it. He had wanted to soldier on and support the Golden Sun Cicada himself as soon as possible, but he didn't think that he would end up being a step too late. In that case, I'm afraid we can't just go to war now. It's normal for a war to have sacrifices, but they should never be caused by the stupidity of the commander. Hu Yanyu was known as the king of Xinbei soldiers. Naturally, he was responsible for every one of his soldiers, and absolutely could not be in a situation where he knew nothing about it, and the soldiers caused unnecessary sacrifices because of themselves. Hu Yanyu immediately switched policies and raised his hand to order, stop camping, all of them enter the jungle and simply camp inside the jungle to stand by. The Xinbei people had lived inside the forest for a long time, and all of them were flexible in stature and no different from monkeys in the woods. In the dense forest, all Xinbei soldiers are special forces. Compared to the other Hu people, the Xinbei people were not proficient in horsemanship, and their archery was also sparse. But the group was extremely good at fighting in the territory, and when they got inside the dense forest, it was like coming home to their own house. Digging holes and climbing trees is a breeze, and you can even dig tunnels. In the summer, the whole forest could be dug up with traps everywhere by these people in less than half a month. Unfamiliar people attacking randomly, traps that can't be defended against, and spears being thrown from trees. When the Hu people were fighting chaotically, Xinbei didn't take the initiative to attack, that is, inside their own country's dense forests, almost completely wiped out the incoming soldiers of other countries. It could be said that as long as they were in a dense forest, Xinbei soldiers were invincible. Of course, winter is not like summer. There are no dense branches or leaves to hide them, and there is no frozen hard ground that is not diggable with a shovel. When the decision was made to send troops, Hu Yanyu was initially opposed to it. After all, Xinbei, unlike Xiongnu, had very limited combat power on the front battlefield. In the end, he really could not resist his imperial brother's softening, and it is true that he can get a big share of the spoils with the overthrow of Western Liang. The easiest thing to do is to capture a large number of women, and then you won't have to worry about procreation in your own country. Population is an absolute bonus in any age, and only a sturdy underpinning can hold up the pyramid above. However, now, if you want to attack Xiliang, you can only do it slowly, otherwise you will also suffer a big loss just like the Xiongnu. On the side of Xiliang, it finally got rid of the threat of Xiongnu completely. This war has struck the morale and the essence of the female soldiers of Xilong. All the female soldiers' faces were filled with a confident look. Women's guts were originally relatively small, several times slaughtered by the Huns. Even if hatred could support them to fight with the Huns, deep down, there was still more or less fear in the face of the cruel Huns. Not now though, having slaughtered the Huns as cleanly as they could, the soldiers finally had a clear perception of their fighting ability. And with this big win, there will be no fear of future wars. after cleaning up the battlefield and making sure that no Huns were left alive. Fong Hongfu knew that Western Liang had today's fighting strength, naturally without Jiang Yu's help. Now when the people of Shillong worship Jiang Yu, they call him Grandpa Jiang, although the statue of Jiang Yu still looks young, but this kind of appellation of grandpa does not refer to the age, but more of a kind of honorary title for the great man who saves the suffering of the people. When giving incense and offerings to Jiang Yu, Shillong would say that he was worshipping the old master. At this time the war was won and Fong Hongfu organized a grand ceremony to worship the lords. Everyone in Shillong knew that their country had been sheltered by Master Jiang, who had given the soldiers divine weapons. The people were given rice and white flour, so that all the people of this country could be fed and clothed, and kept away from the miseries of war. A large incense burner was placed in front of Jiang Yu's statue, which could accommodate dozens of people at a time to offer incense to Jiang Yu. Fong Hongfu rationalized the arrangement and divided the batches to ensure that everyone could take incense, even the soldiers who had just participated in the war were not left behind. No one complained. Now that Shillong had these days, everyone was genuinely grateful to Jiang Yu. During the first few wars, Fong Hongfu had discovered that faith was a good way to maintain national unity. As it was now, everyone in Western Liang believed in Jiang Yu, and as long as it was an oracle, the people of the country were twisted into a rope, showing unprecedented cohesion. It didn't take long for everyone to have burned their incense, and today was special in that only incense could be burned, not just prayed. Fong Hongfu was the last to pay her respects, and she was about to whisper something to Jiang Yu when the city project Manhwa brought a strange plant. Manhwa is, as her name suggests, gentle in nature and stable in her work. Only to see the other party holding a dry and crumbly plant and reporting to Fong Hongfu, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty." Fong Hongfu asked in a somewhat puzzled manner, "Min Aiching seems to be looking very happy, could it be that there is something else to be happy about other than winning the battle?" Manhwa smiled and said, "It's true that nothing can be hidden from Your Majesty's eyes, the seeds that the immortals transmitted over in the first place have now completely matured, though." Fong Hongfu saw the other party's unfulfilled expression and asked, "What is it that makes it difficult for the Aiching? If you have something to say, you can say it directly." Manhwa let out a bitter smile and said, "It's nothing really, it's just that this crop matured by the immortal is really weird looking, it doesn't look like it can come out." Chapter 119 Sweet Potato Feast. The Empress waved her hand and said, "I thought it was something, in a moment I'll personally ask the immortals how to eat." Fong Hongfu took a whole sweet potato plant handed over by Manhwa, frowned and smiled bitterly. "This thing is indeed a bit ugly. No one who doesn't know anyone who looks at a freshly unearthed sweet potato will think it's edible. The black-green seedlings and red-black fruits, which are still covered with dirt, don't look like something edible by any stretch of the imagination." Fong Hongfu shouted through the air, Jiang Yu, are you busy?" On Jiang Yu's side, after transmitting the supplies to Fong Hongfu, he replanted his yard once more. Relying on demolition, he has a large amount of vacant land, just built a warehouse and a water purification tower. There are still quite a few places not used yet. Jiang Yu decided to build a few more grain silos, plus a few grain deprocessing production lines. When the time comes, directly acquire food from the nearby villagers, store it in the granary first, and when needed, directly transmit it back to Shillong. In addition, the ancient people lack of oil and salt, many of the modern and common snacks, in ancient times, absolutely 99 into rare. For example, sauce slabs of duck, beef jerky, ham hocks, instant noodles, marching rations, and so on. Just defending the city would have been enough for the supplies he provided long ago. But Jiang Yu had gone to such great lengths to naturally not just cultivate female emperors who would only guard their own acres and acres of land. Hearing the familiar pleasant voice again, Jiang Yu replied with a heartfelt smile, "What's the matter, Hongfu? What's wrong with the war?" Fong Hongfu said unhurriedly, "Jiang Yu, the bows and arrows you gave are really too powerful. Now that the Huns have been completely annihilated, I was going to ask, the seeds you transmitted to me in the first place, the crop has now grown, but with this look, how should I eat this thing?" Jiang Yu looked at Fong Hongfu. The other party's white palm was holding an unattractive crop, which was indeed a ripe sweet potato. Jiang Yu rightfully replied, "It's normal for you to think it's inedible when you see it for the first time, but as a staple food, sweet potatoes can be eaten in a variety of ways. They can be boiled, steamed, buried in a charcoal fire and roasted, and put in a pan and fried, and it's just as simple as washing it before you do it, and you don't need to put any seasoning on it either." After listening to Jiang Yu's explanation, Fong Hongfu also counted clearly, mainly because of the preconceived impression that sweet potatoes in ancient times looked simply like small monsters. According to her thoughts, she had expected to have to go through a complicated procedure many times to deal with what looked like a poisonous thing. Since it can be eaten, then Fong Hongfu was relieved, summoning the minister to the top of the Golden Palace, today to a sweet potato feast. In fact, when Jiang Yu teleported over to this crop, it wasn't exactly for eating. The many advantages of sweet potatoes are unmatched by any other crop. They grow fast, mature quickly, can be grown for 3 seasons a year, are not easily spoiled, and are easy to store. It's simply the best military food in ancient times, and with that, there's no need to fear famine. Ancient military rations are corn steamed and then dried, so repeated more than 10 times, the 100 pounds of corn 10 to 20 pounds, soldiers eat when the water is then brewed open. Not only does this stuff go up in your belly if you eat too much of it, but it also tastes predictably like the equivalent of a compressed cookie with no flavor whatsoever. Sweet potatoes are different. Imagine marching, hungry soldiers nibble on a mouthful of steaming sweet and soft sweet potatoes, fighting strength is bound to be higher. In the Golden Palace, Fong Hongfu was sitting at the first place, and on his left sat his younger sister, Fong Cherry, and his disciple, Nui Nui. The following according to the order of sitting civil and military officials. The head of the natural is the Prime Minister Min Ro. She is selling sweet potatoes to the ministers. On each person's table were 2 plates of sweet potatoes, steamed and baked, red and dripping with syrup and looking very inviting. Min Ro introduced, adults, what lies before us is a crop grown from the seeds sent to us by the immortals, called sweet potatoes. This crop grows quickly, has a sweet flavor, and is satiating, so everyone can try it. Nui Nui shrugged her nose and said, Master, this red stuff smells and tastes so sweet, Nui Nui wants to taste it so badly. Fong Hongfu stroked her head and said dotingly, okay, Nui Nui will taste it first. Chen Menger looked at the sweet potato in front of her and said, that ugly thing looks pretty good when it's done. Looking at the flowing honey potatoes, Nia Wenjing also said, this color looks appetizing, and it's a far cry from when it was just dug out of the ground. The baked sweet potatoes were indeed so dainty and colorful that the ministers all had their fingers in their mouths. Nui Nui opened her little mouth and stuffed in a chunk of sweet potato and gulped it down. Whoa, hot, 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 but so sweet. The droll appearance caused the civil and military officials in the Great Hall to laugh delicately. Fong Hongfu said from the top, loving ministers, move your chopsticks and taste just what kind of food the immortals have prepared for us. Fong Hongfu gently used chopsticks to pick up a small piece, slightly opened the red lips, gently sent into the sandalwood mouth, chewing 2 mouths, said, very wonderful, good flavor, the love ministers also taste. All annihilated up the sweet potatoes in front of them. The civil officials eat fragrant elegance, the military officials gulp. The sweet potatoes, freshly made, were slightly cool on the outside but piping hot on the inside, and cries of scolding rose up in the Great Hall. Min Ro's eyes lit up. The Prime Minister, as the head of the 100 officials, in addition to monitoring the 100 officials, the rest is concerned about people's livelihood. The people not having enough to eat has always been a big problem for her, and sweet potatoes are a crop that grows so quickly. At first I thought it was awful, but now after I tasted it, I was instantly sure that it tasted like this, and could be a total staple. And the advantage of easy storage, can be completely used as a food reserve. In the future, Xiliang no longer need to worry about famine. Immediately said to the Empress, Your Majesty, the seeds given by the immortals last year are still too little, plus the plantable area in the city is too small. On average, each household has only planted less than an acre of land. Starting next year, we should vigorously promote these crops. Each person should plant at least 3 acres. After storing them up, the people no longer need to worry about starvation. Fong Hongfu said with a clap of both palms, Aiching, good proposal. The ministers also chimed in, God bless Xiliang, Your Majesty, no longer need to worry about starvation. Only someone who has been through a storm would want to give someone an umbrella. During the Hun siege, all the ministers here were starved, and some even died of hunger. Not to mention the people. When there were 16 cities in Xiliang with a population of more than 1 million, only a mere 100,000 people were left now. Those who died in battle were some of them, and many more died of starvation. The officials who survived naturally wanted the people to all have enough to eat. With crops like sweet potatoes, everyone's wishes can finally be realized. Although it wasn't as delicious as what Kongwu prepared every time, the crop of sweet potatoes brought something called hope. Officials began to reformulate plans to develop the country, and after the soldiers were strong enough to fight, they could regain the lost land step by step. Chapter 120, Sweet Potato Strategy. The specific implementation of the rules, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Households, 3 ministries jointly, to encourage the people to open up the land for cultivation. Fong Hongfu also emphasized that it must be light. The people open up their own land, farming 50 tax 1, must make every family's granary is piled up. After the specific program Min Ro and the 3 ministers discussed, then submit the folders to Fong Hongfu. As an emperor, she couldn't do everything herself. Taking Nui Nui and Fong Cherry back to the chambers first, on the way Nui Nui hiccuped and said, "Master, the sweet potatoes that the immortals gave us are really tasty, letting Nui Nui eat as much as she wants is not enough." Poor little Nui Nui, she is still so small, and catch up with the war and famine, and only after following Fong Hongfu to eat normal meals. How do you know what tastes good and what doesn't taste good? In her eyes, anything that could fill her stomach was good. Fong Hongfu simply picked up the little inamorata and said gently, "Master guarantees that in the future, the inamorata will never go hungry again, and all the people of our Western Liang will never go hungry either." With the time spent with this little girl, Fong Hongfu likes her more and more, understanding, hardworking, recently can eat a full meal every day, also grow meat, living like a porcelain doll. Fong Hongfu also intended to cultivate the other party. In addition to practicing martial arts, she also let her go to school at the palace's academy, and every day the little one's schedule was full. Not once did Nui Nui cry out in pain or tiredness. When practicing martial arts was too hard, he shook his head and recited over and over again the phrase that Fu Zi had taught himself. Heaven sends down a great task, but it must first be hard on the heart and mind, laboring on the bones and muscles, and emptying the body. After a short time together, Fong Cherry also liked the little Nui Nui, pinched each other's cheeks and said, "Little girl, eat well and then accompany sister to practice martial arts." Oh. Turning her head to Fong Hongfu again, she asked, "Sister, haven't the immortals teleported over anything fun lately?" Sakura also wants to open her eyes. The desert eagle that Jiang Yu teleported to Fong Hongfu last time completely broke Fong Cherry's perception and kept pestering her to want one as well. However, when Jiang Yu gave the pistol to Fong Hongfu, he said that it was not easy to come by, so Fong Hongfu did not open his mouth. Fong Hongfu refused. "Immortals have a lot of work to do in the day, and I can rarely contact him, and the last immortal artifact was really too dangerous. I will give play to it when I have the chance in the future." Fong Sakura pouted and commiserated, "All right then." Fong Hongfu rested first, leaving her to teach Nui Nui the art of spear. Inside the Great Hall, all the other officials had already left, leaving only the three ministries of industry, rituals and households and Prime Minister Min Ro. Chen Menger left early, and at this time knelt in front of Jiang Yu's temple and said brokenly, "Immortal, since the last time you chatted with Menger and gave her food, Menger has thought of you day and night, and wondered when she would be able to hear your voice again." Chen Mengye was different from Fong Hongfu, or perhaps her connection with Jiang Yu wasn't strong enough to do a conversation with Jiang Yu all the time. Of course, Kong Wu could find her anytime he wanted. It's just that the last few days have been a bit hectic, and I was accidentally injured while arresting Mama Bagua. Just got out of the hospital and hoofed it to purchase a compound bow. Still just taking it easy today, and not forgetting to keep an eye on the outcome of the battle in Western Liang. Chen Menger's voice appeared in his ears. This nerdy and genius little ninny had always been fresh in his mind. Smiling, he greeted, "Menger, the last time we chatted until now, there was not a few days in between. How come you still want me all of a sudden?" Chen Menger's eyes revealed a look of surprise as she happily said, "Immortal Jiang Yu, you can really hear me? Great, I just missed you and wanted to hear your voice. I originally wanted to try talking to you, I didn't think I could really hear you." Jiang Yu joked, "I can naturally hear when Menger misses me." In his heart, he also couldn't help but sigh, it's still the ancient girls who are good at cheating. Now that Chen Mengye is soulful to herself, who would have thought that she was bought off in the first place with just a few packets of chili fries and a little snack? Chen Menger muttered as if she were talking to herself, "Immortal, Menger doesn't know what's wrong. Every day I think of Immortal, one day without seeing him is like 3 autumns, it's like there's a kitten scratching in my heart. This little girl is too simple, do not even know that she is in the spring." Jiang Yu is not good to point out. Instead, he got another big pile of snacks from home and teleported it over saying, "If you miss me you'll eat some snacks, you'll be happy when you're full." Chen Mengye, as a snacker, immediately smiled with joy when she saw Jiang Yu teleporting over mountains of snacks. The sadness of longing vanishes without a trace in the presence of uneaten food. It suddenly occurred to Jiang Yu that since Chen Mengye liked these things, it was expected that the rest of the people in Shilong liked them as well, so he could teleport a little bit more open bag ready-to-eat food, and just let Fong Hongfu make the arrangements when the time came. Things like chicken claws, chicken thighs, marinara, salami, ham hocks, whatever, plenty of sultan meat, should have been good in ancient times too. And these handy things are perfectly suited to be used briefly as marching rations. Chen Mengye looked satisfied and ate while shredding with Jiang Yu. Most of the time she was the one talking and Kong Wu was listening attentively. Not only is this little ninny cute, she's also a bit of a chatterbox. Work, life, and even what kind of dresses he likes to wear are all told to Kong Wu. I don't know how much longer we would be talking about it if it wasn't really late. Jiang Yu felt that the state with Chen Mengye was very much like an online love affair. The two people missed each other, had endless words to say, and wanted to see each other, but it was difficult. In his heart, he cursed himself for being a scum. The real wife is obviously Fong Hongfu. Speaking of which, Fong Hongfu was very busy fighting the war these days, and hadn't even videoed with herself. Just as he was thinking, Fong Hongfu's shy voice entered his ears. "Kong-woo, do you think this outfit looks good?" Jiang Yu looked at the other party, only to see Fong Hongfu placing her hands in front of her thighs in a squirming and shy manner. Wearing a short pink plaid JK uniform with a short top that revealed the other's flat belly. The short skirt covered half of the thighs, revealing a section of the thighs slim and rounded, and practicing martial arts for many years also gave the other party a good body shape. With white silk still on her legs and small leather shoes on her feet, the haze made those thighs feel even more beautiful. Compared to the sexy black silk, it was obvious that Fong Hongfu's white silk was more appealing. After all, the other party is a real yellow flower big girl, the kind of innocence twisted shyness, married women in any case cannot be imitated. Kong Yu looked dumbfounded and forgot to answer for a while. Fong Hongfu said in an aggrieved voice, "Doesn't it look good?" It's really hard to get into the eyes of Hongfu with her bushy willow posture. Looking at that appearance, immediately aggrieved to cry out, Jiang Yu hurriedly comforted, "No, Hongfu, it's really beautiful." I didn't react for a moment. As a female emperor, Fong Hongfu would only display this kind of little girl posture in front of Jiang Yu. She snorted with a satisfied look. Being complimented by someone you like just stops the joy. Chapter 121, Buying a House. With the war being so tight these past few days, Fong Hongfu hadn't even shown his dance moves to Jiang Yu for quite some time. Today is fine, finally she can have a good chat with Kong Wu. She can't see each other's face either, but every time she has endless words with each other. Fong Hongfu danced like a stunning, astonishing dragon, and looked unique in her ancient dance in a partial sexy costume. Under Jiang Yu's gesture, Fong Hongfu no longer coiled up her sideburns, and her 3,000 green threads scattered down as if they were a waterfall. With the bouncing, the hair covered half of her cheeks with a kind of Judean beauty. The beauty of the world, beauty, wine, food for the most, Jiang Yu a piggy look was charmed cannot be extricated. That night, in his sleep, Jiang Yu was all about Fong Hongfu's figure, the other party teasing himself with a coquettish smile, his green onion-like fingers gently tracing over his chest, making him unable to himself for a while. When he got up in the morning, Kong Wu laughed bitterly, his underwear was really wet. Speaking of which, the last time this looked like this was when he was in college, and Kong Wu has rarely had this kind of shameful behavior since he's been working. In the final analysis, it was still that Fong Hongfu was simply too beautiful, and Jiang Yu simply had trouble controlling himself. Just got up not long ago, Jiang Yu has not yet eaten breakfast. Sun Lin suddenly came to the phone, the other voice crisp said, "Baby, recently busy with what? Are not pay attention to me." The other party's tone was still a little bit aggrieved, although Jiang Yu had not agreed to it, but the two of them had a deep relationship after all. It was now more in a state of lovers yet to come and friendship above all else, and gave Sun Lin the illusion that she could turn at any time. Jiang Yu was indeed too busy these days, and had just gotten out of the hospital yesterday. He sighed and said, "Alas, suffered a small injury, recuperating at home, afraid that you are worried, so I did not tell you, just went home to recuperate." Sun Lin said in an anxious tone, "Where is the injury? How is it serious?" The other party's tone is really anxious, for Jiang Yu, or Jiang Yu's money is absolutely sincere. Jiang Yu comforted, "Nothing major, and did not hurt the bones, regular change of medicine is estimated to take less than a month will be good." Sun Lin worriedly said, "You're a big man, must not be able to take care of yourself. It just so happens that I'm resting today, you send me a location, it just so happens that I'll go over and take care of you." Sun Lin really wanted to take care of Jiang Yu, but the location of his home, absolutely cannot tell the other party, the secret is exposed for him, absolutely infinite trouble. Jiang Yu murmured, "It just so happens that I want to go out for a walk, so I'll go over and pick you up, and you can still accompany me to do some shopping." Now in his relationship with the woman is still a little more, and cannot bring them back to their own home, his house is still too little, just by a few sets, when the golden house is also convenient. Tell Sun Lin to wait for herself at home first, just in time to drive to her house. Jiang Yu, as a native of Jinling, he is well aware of the several large plates in the neighborhood. Which developer's house to buy has been in the back of your mind for a long time. Pick up Sun Lin. Jiang Yu's home is located in the village and town. Jinling is also located in the country's new first-tier cities. Even if it is a suburb, the price of housing is not cheap. Home prices have jumped in the past few years, and an average 3-bedroom home is now listed for as little as about $1 million. Compared to the old days, moving axes for millions of dollars can be a much better deal. Jiang Yu naturally could not buy an ordinary large 3 rooms, but he could not use the villa, and when the time came, too few people lived there, and it was troublesome to maintain it. It turns out that the two most famous developers in town are Evergrande and BGG, but now that Boss Su has run away, the only good houses that Jiang Yu can choose from are BGG. Going to Sun Lin's house to pick up the other party, sitting on top of the co-pilot of Jiang Yu's super domineering raptor, Sun Lin said with some concern, "Jiang Yu, where are you injured? You look pretty good or have you suffered internal injuries?" Jiang Yu was helpless and didn't know what Sun Lin's little head was thinking. The internal injuries were all messed up. Hurriedly explained, "It's fine, just a little bruise on the shoulder and a slight tear in the muscle, you'll have to hole out this internal injury." Sun Lin was also concerned, and seeing Jiang Yu sitting in front of her with a dragon's vigor, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Curious, he asked, "Where are we going today?" Jiang Yu smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't be anxious, it will be here soon." The car stopped in front of the sales center, and Sun Lin was puzzled. "What's the point of coming here?" Jiang Yu rightfully said, "The sales office, of course, is to buy a house." The sales office of a large developer is different. The security guards are 1.8 meters tall. Two security guards opened the door and said in a loud voice, "Welcome." Jiang Yu has heard of this property, all of which is well decorated, as well as a staircase of good quality king. With only one family on the entire floor, you basically have your own home right out of the elevator, which is truly zero common area. Of course, better quality means higher prices, and today, when real estate is going downhill, the price is still firm at over 30,000 a square meter. Of course, Jiang Yu preferred is the type of this neighborhood, more than 200 square meters of large set area, convection balcony lighting is super good, in the daytime at home can enjoy sunbathing. Of course, the most impressed him or developers finishing, good whole house customization can be directly turnkey. It can be seen from the car that Jiang Yu drove, with rice in his pocket and absolute strength. The salesgirl made him a cup of fine Fong, roots standing in a glass of water. Jiang Yu took a sip, and the faint aroma of tea reverberated inside his mouth. While chatting, the salesgirl inadvertently introduced the advantages of their property. Sure enough, the best sales will be the ones where you don't feel like the other person is selling. In fact, the more the sale of luxury goods sales, emotional intelligence tends to be higher. There is no such thing as a bridge of people inside the novel. The salesman looks down on the customer, and even do not allow people to try the clothes. Ultimately, it's just an inferiority complex. Jiang Yu interrupted the other party and said, "There's no need for introductions, let's go, take me along to see the model room." The saleswoman smiled delicately with red lips, revealing a mouthful of white teeth and said, "Yes sir." Looked at the house type and decoration, Jiang Yu was still very satisfied. The developer, in order to quickly sell the building back to the blood, the decoration with good materials, no formaldehyde flavor inside the room. The most satisfied Jiang Yu is the convection balcony, this perfect lighting. Yang pulled the curtains, gentle sunlight on the face, lying in a massage chair, spend a leisurely afternoon, do not mention how cozy. Behind also looked at a few types of households. Jiang Yu are not very satisfied, also do not want to see again. Directly to the sales lady said, "Convection balcony type, directly to me to get 3 sets. The sales lady's eyes lit up at once. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Yu was carrying Sun Lin, she wanted to soften her body to fall into Jiang Yu's arms. Number 122 Sun Lin cooks. You know, their property is not cheap, more than 30,000 a square meter. Higher prices also mean better quality, 3 houses totaling more than 7 million. She has a real estate sales, can take a point commission, 3 sets of houses sold, plus bonus mess, directly small 100,000 to hand. Many people couldn't earn these salaries in a year, and she, an ordinary little salesperson, would have laughed happily if it weren't for the sake of maintaining her image. Direct full payment for 3 suites. The moment you swipe your card, the sales lady finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. The invoice has been issued and the house book will be ready in 7 working days, so you can just come and get it then. At this time the benefits of well-decorated houses are more obvious. The developer on the spot to the keys to Jiang Yu. The room is not furnished, buy a bed directly to turnkey. Of course, Jiang Yu naturally can't move in directly without anything, leaving the sales office to get on the car. Sun Lin asked from the co-pilot, "Jiang Yu, what are you doing buying so many houses?" Kong Wu smiled and said, "For you to live, what else?" Sun Lin said uncertainly, "Don't you have a house of your own?" Jiang Yu just smiled and said, "I live in the village, it's usually inconvenient for you to go over and look for me. Instead of letting you live in that old raggedy little place, it's better to buy a few sets first." Sun Lin once again saw Jiang Yu's financial strength, and there was no difference between buying a house and buying cabbage. Of course, all the properties all write Jiang Yu's own name. He firmly remembered a principle: money this thing, just for women to see. Small money can be spent, big money to spend is completely a big wrong kind. Sun Lin was touched and surprised. "Jiang Yu, you're really good to me, but you bought so many houses in one go? The current market is not too sensible, right?" Jiang Yu just smiled and said, "This house thing is just for living, and this type of household I like it better, so I bought a few more sets. Let's go buy appliances." He naturally couldn't be honest with the other party that he had bought several houses just to make it easier to bring back different women. When a man has no money, the woman is always around with a different opinion, and in severe cases, the two will fight. But it's different when you have money, just like the current Jiang Yu. Even if you don't buy anything for Sun Lin, the other party will be obedient and stay with you. There is a furniture city nearby. When choosing furniture, Jiang Yu is too lazy to use his brain. Anyway, it is also for Sun Lin to live, let him choose his own. Not to mention, Sun Lin's girly girl is quite heavy and chooses things that are mainly pink. Betting also bought a few pieces, also with Pikachu prints. Jiang Yu himself also chose 2 sets, most of them are simple style. After all, the other 2 houses also need furniture. Furniture is done, the rest is home appliances. The 21st century internet selection. There is a saying quite good, when things do not decide to choose millet. It's not that Xiaomi stuff is of much better quality, it's just that you can be assured that it won't be bad. And a brand made big, the supply chain is incredibly strong. Now the home is about intelligent interconnection, a gateway with smart speakers. You can easily control all the furniture and appliances in the whole house, and even control the car in advance before traveling. For this reason, too, there is significantly more dependence on a brand. Straight to Xiaomi Home, including smart switches, a full set of furniture and appliances all matched. Add up and spend more than 100,000 Jiang Yu. The other 2 houses Jiang Yu is not ready to change millet. Huawei supply chain is also good, with a full set of Huawei intelligent furniture. Following Jiang Yu for a morning, Sun Lin could see what it meant to spend money like water. Many people don't recognize that the thing called money is just a monetary unit, and the value of its birth is the monetary transformation, which only makes sense if it is spent. In one morning, Jiang Yu spent more than $8 million, which also included treating Sun Lin to a fast food meal at noon for convenience, and the 2 of them spent $80. Either you can't afford good food or you are simply trying to save time. In the afternoon, called to open cleaning and electrician, furniture and home appliances into the home. In the Jiang Yu's money offensive, workers service first class, all the appliances are placed in accordance with the location. All done, Sun Lin also diligently changed the 4-piece set on the bed. Jiang Yu fell on the bed at once, let out a long breath and said, "Finally done." Sun Lin hugged Jiang Yu's arm next to her and said, "Will this be our home from now on?" She had never lived in such a nice house before, with perfect greenery inside the neighborhood and separation of people and cars. When you get off the elevator, you're in your own home, the stairway door is plugged in, and you can have all the fun you want, and you can even just heckle. Large floor-to-ceiling windows, soft daylight shone on Jiang Yu's face, and Sun Lin's eyes became hazy. She had never enjoyed these, it was all given to her by this man. In one's life, the material pursuit is nothing more than good clothing, food, shelter and transportation. Now she lives in a house that is more than 90% of the city. Jiang Yu pinched Sun Lin's small face and said, "Yes, this will be our home from now on, but I'm usually too busy, so the time to come back is expected to be relatively small." Rich people, no matter what they do, there is always a reason. No matter how busy they are every day, there is always a reason. Of course, only they know exactly what they're up to. It's like a certain Juchi anchor who feels like she has a headache from being on air for 2 hours a day herself, but blames the hitman for not trying hard enough. Sun Lin pressed her soft little face obediently onto Jiang Yu's palm and said obediently, "No matter when you come back, I'll wait for you obediently at home, and as long as you're back, you'll have a hot meal." Listening to the other party's simple and sincere confession, for a moment, Jiang Yu was really touched, but if he wanted the other party to be his girlfriend, he was still far from it. The thing about women is that as long as they don't have a reasonable identity, it's only the man who holds the initiative. Kangwu rewarded the other with a kiss saying, "You're the best." Sun Lin suddenly responded, "What are we going to eat tonight? We just moved to a new home, we have to cook for ourselves." Jiang Yu also got up and said, "Then let's go grocery shopping, just as the pickup truck is still loaded." Sun Lin grew up in a family condition is not good, very young began to cook on their own, years of sharpening, but also developed a good cooking skills. To save money, she usually cooks for herself, and it has always been her desire to cook for her favorite people. The two drove off and there happened to be another Sam's supermarket nearby, so the 2 of them were just in time to do some major shopping. All kinds of spices, vegetables and fruits all over the place, and all kinds of meats, just in time to fill the newly purchased refrigerator to overflowing. Seafood also bought a lot. Jinling's yellow wine is not bad, with seafood, the flavor is called an authentic. A candlelit meal with a beautiful woman is definitely the best thing in life. Chapter 123 Sun Lin, the Wise Wife. Sun Lin also carefully selected a black chicken, saying that she would give Jiang Yu a good tonic and soup. In fact, she wanted to find a village to buy authentic farmhouse local chicken, only now the access is too little, the market is full of fast-growing chicken. I finally decided to buy it at the grocery store to save money. When she got home, Sun Lin kept busy in the kitchen. Today she was wearing a stocking skirt, slippers on her feet, and an apron tied around her body, revealing her long, slender legs. Jiang Yu also did not idle. Sun Lin, cutting vegetables, stood behind and close to each other, greedily sniffing the perfume of each other's neck. Hands went up and down each other's bodies, constantly. So that Sun Lin pouted, do not get, but also cooking, night at your mercy is not okay? Jiang Yu didn't go too far, fearing that Sun Lin would be distracted and cut her hand. Pulling his big hand out of his chest, he sniffed at the corner of his mouth and said lewdly, baby, that smells good, I'll wait for dinner later then. Sun Lin said as if she were driving someone away, go now. There was nothing else to do, so Jiang Yu lay on his bed and swiped short videos. After casually playing around for a while, Sun Lin was definitely a virtuous daughter-in-law and had already prepared 6 dishes and a soup. A dish is placed on the table with all the colors and flavors. Jiang Yu picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and brought it to his mouth and said, it smells so good. Sun Lin was like a child who had handed in a perfect answer sheet, and with a smile at the corner of her mouth, she said, it's good that you like it, I'll make it for you every day in the future. Opening a bottle of yellow wine, with seafood, and a few other dishes, and a bowl of fresh chicken soup when he was full, Jiang Yu felt that his entire body was hot. The two drank a bottle of yellow wine, a wine that just goes to the head but doesn't get drunk, just slightly tipsy. Only one light was turned on, and under the dim light, the Sun Lin in Jiang Yu's eyes became more and more beautiful. In conjunction with the slight intoxication, Sun Lin's slightly red cheeks looked exceptionally beautiful. Jiang Yu picked up the other party and laughed loudly, let's see where you run this time. Sun Lin gasped, what a monkey's rush, come on, satisfy you. The first day in a new home is just the right time to compose a perfect piece of music. After fighting until midnight, Kang Yu was already injured, so it was just the right time to take a nap. Sun Lin has already woken up early to go to work, yesterday to buy a house. When Jiang Yu has thought of it, he has long promised Su Qinyan to buy a house for each other, today it is just arranged. After all, the other party worked hard to give themselves as a legal person, this company they have to use later, the promise of the other party or to fulfill early. Kang Wu dialed the phone, cleared his throat, and forced himself to hold back the nausea as he said, baby, how's it going? Su Qinyan said somewhat in a bad mood, you don't even accompany people, I stay in the company every day, there's nothing to do. How good can it be? Jiang Yu was sick of it in his heart, but he still said on the surface, I'm usually too busy, and there are still tens of thousands of people to feed, so it can't be helped. Su Qinyan also knows that her future good life still depends on Jiang Yu. She collects her emotions and says, baby, I know you are a busy man, or to be career-oriented. Right, what are you looking for me for this time? Jiang Yu smiled and said, didn't I promise to buy you a house, it just so happens that I'm free today, so I'll take you along to buy it. Jiang Yu has asked Wang Chang to inquire, now those developers should print an advertisement, help the children, the house is lagging. Because of this, developers have come up with a lot of tawdry maneuvers, and zero down payment is one of them. A lot of stupid women who want to take small advantages are fooled, suddenly appearing rich second generation, treat food and drink, but also want to help her buy a house. It was too late to realize that you had been duped, long after you had signed the papers and were saddled with a 30-year mortgage and your body was hitched to it. Trying to turn back to someone else, the so-called rich kid has transformed into a real estate agent. Pick up Su Qinyan, the other party sat in the Raptor co-pilot, East touch West look, eyes envious said, Jiang Yu, this car is so big, to be quite a lot of money. Jiang Yu waved his hand and said, not much money, it's just for transportation. Su Qinyan also does not understand the car, heard Jiang Yu said that it is not worth money, and stopped asking, but in his heart, he felt that Jiang Yu was particularly earthy. X being rich and not driving a Mercedes-Benz BMW Audi, but actually preferring pickup trucks, that's poor taste. When she arrived at the sales office, Su Qinyan signed the contract in a daze. After finishing, Jiang Yu pretended to swipe his card, but in reality, he didn't pay a cent. After the house was bought, Su Qinyan also carried a mortgage of up to 30 years, to pay back more than 4,000 per month. Jiang Yu thought gloatingly, hoping that the pressure on the other party would not be too great in the future, and that he would be able to pay off his 30-year mortgage on time. Originally, he also wanted to take out a loan to buy a car for Su Qinyan, but considering that the meal has to be eaten one bite at a time, Jiang Yu was not in a hurry. It only makes sense to put in the last straw when the camel is about to die. In the afternoon, Su Qinyan also wanted to eat a meal with Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu was really lazy live each other, casually find an excuse to push off their own busy big purchase to go. Having sold a lot of antiques in the past, Zhang Yu had more than 200 million renminbi in his hand at the most. Later, the demolished place has to be rebuilt, the grain depot and the assembly line, all these things cost money like water, and just bought 3 more houses, and now Zhang Yu has only 100 million left in his hand. But he wasn't the least bit panicked, there were still quite a few antiques in the house that were ready to go at any time. Of course, these heirloom treasures, Zhang Yu was definitely not willing to sell them until he had to. With more and more money in the future, their other business will gradually take off, just like the current game, although it has not yet made money, but as long as you can reasonably operate the IP, in the future will definitely make a lot of money. The clan concept of the country is relatively heavy, if possible, Zhang Yu still hoped that he can leave these good things to his children and grandchildren. In addition, when he gave Chen Menger a snack yesterday, it suddenly occurred to him that he might be able to prepare some instant food for the antique soldiers. It's just too much trouble to find manufacturers for these things one by one, it's easier to shop online. Kang Yu opened Sambo and searched for the same. Marinated chicken legs average $3 a piece, direct order 500,000 articles, consumption 1.5 million, less than 2 minutes, the merchants are stunned, rushed to call over, asked Zhang Yu is not the wrong order. Kang Wu emphasized that he hadn't made a mistake in buying it and urged the other party to ship it as soon as possible. Harbin red sausage is $5 a piece, and the same buy 500,000 and spend 2.5 million. There are also compressed cookies that are essential for modern marching, 15 pieces per pound, Zhang Yu directly buy 200,000 pounds, a total of 3 million, with this thing, the soldiers are not afraid of hunger on short-term marches. Tiger skin chicken claws have little meat, but the flavor is great, and chewing on the bones is a great way to relieve stress, at $2 a pack. Zhang Yu took 500,000 packs for a total of 1 million, and when the time comes, they can also be distributed to the soldiers together. Chapter 124 Buying Snacks. The main food, of course, cannot be forgotten, 3 dishes and 1 soup in the self-heating pot, the pre-made dishes are $15 a copy, Zhang Yu bought 500,000 copies, this is the most expensive, cost Zhang Yu 7.5 million. But when he thought that the female soldiers of Shilong could eat hot meals on the battlefield, he felt that it was all worth it. Also, naturally, fat geeks can't forget their favorite happy water cola. Don't look at the fact that in modern times this stuff is synonymous with unhealthy, but in ancient times, sugar and salt were the most precious supplies. Coke is rich in sugar, and drinking a bottle of it can quickly restore your strength. It just so happens that there are manufacturers of Coke here in Jinling. Zhang Yu called the manufacturer directly and gave him a first-class distributor price of 1.5 yuan a bottle. A case of 24 bottles for $36, Zhang Yu directly took 100,000 cases, a total of 3.6 million. One can imagine the female soldiers, exhausted from long hours of fighting on the battlefield, pulling out a bottle of Coke and drinking it all in one go. The exciting bubbly sensation delivers pleasure, with enough sugar to replenish energy, and it only takes 3 minutes to cola back. The idea of continuing to fight on the battlefield with a sword in your hand is perfect when you think about it. After everything was bought, it cost Zhang Yu close to $20 million, but it was definitely worth every penny. With all these things added up, Shiliang's 50,000-strong army would not have to worry about logistical supplies for 3 months of marching. There is a world of difference between the fighting ability of a well-fed soldier and that of an enemy soldier who lacks clothing and food. At this time in Western Liang, Fong Hongfu still does not know that a large amount of supplies are about to be ushered in, and Zhang Yu also wants to give her a little surprise. A girl's life is all about freshness. At this time, Xiliang and Xianbei were separated by a dense forest and open space, and neither side dared to act rashly. According to the description of the scouts sent out, at the moment, all the people in Jiangye City were living in peace and happiness, everyone had thick cotton clothes to wear, and the soldiers were well equipped, with lances in their hands that could easily open golden crackstones. Hu Yanyu was afraid to follow the old path of the golden sun cicada, so naturally he didn't dare to attack at will. Fong Hongfu would also send out spies from time to time to plan how to do Hu Yanyu in one breath. But the Xianbei soldiers are different from the Huns. This group of skinny people are simply like savages, easily climbed the mountain, up the tree and down the river, like a slippery loach is difficult to deal with. When he fought against Xianbei in the past, Fong Hongfu suffered a great loss because of this. These monkeys also do not set up a battle formation, is to climb trees down to the river to engage in a sneak attack, taking advantage of the soldiers do not pay attention to the javelins and stones thrown from the trees, careless, the real sacrifice of many soldiers. Xianbei Huyanyu looked like he had given up on attacking Xiliang and kept guarding the dense forest. Many soldiers even climbed into the trees to build watchtowers to keep an eye on Zhang Yeqing's movements. Of course, not all the soldiers were hiding in the trees. Huyanyu's handsome tent had a charcoal fire burning faintly, and a pot of hot tea was cooking on top of the flame. Huyanyu said with a light sip, "Zhang brother is extremely clever, can certainly help me break this predicament. but at the moment, and you are under my incompetent younger brother Jean Rickchan, I think that also left to deal with the backhand of the Western Liang. Zhang Luer let out a bitter smile and said, I am not hiding from the marshal. At first I did think of a lot of ways, but Xi Liang is like a god in heaven, equipment supply and our army compared to simply a descending blow, all the plotting and scheming and the absolute force are useless. But if we're talking about backhandedness, I don't know if I'd count it, but I did keep a hand in it. Hu Yanyu was worried, hurriedly asked, what is the military master's brilliant plan? Quickly tell. In the recent past, there was no longer any way to keep waiting, the soldiers were not well fed or housed, and their daily consumption was astronomical. Zhang Luer arched his hand and said, Marshal, do not discount me, as a defeated general under Xi Liang. Talk about any brilliant plan, just when I wanted to sneak attack Xi Liang, let General Jin dug a tunnel in advance, but now it is not used. Hu Yanyu said excitedly, does the military division still remember where the tunnel is? This plan is wonderful. With the tunnels, when the time is right, Xianbei can launch a general attack on Xi Liang in a direct surprise attack, disintegrating the other side directly from the inside. Zhang Luer said rightfully, naturally, I know the location, I'll draw down the map for the marshal here, so it will be easy to find the location when the time comes. Zhang Luer and Hu Yanyu got along very comfortably, compared to Jean Rickchan who couldn't move without wanting to kill someone. Hu Yanyu's qualities had already evolved from a savage to a socialist. The two of them had quite a lot in common, whether they were chatting or discussing their learning in art of war, and they even wanted to become brothers with different surnames. Hu Yanyu had been studying inside the Han Academy, focusing on Confucianism and Taoism, fading most of the savagery of the Hu. The tunnel had inspired him greatly, and with good tactics deployed, the tunnel could definitely be the key to victory. Compared to the stormy Xi Liang, Zhang Yu's side was much more leisurely. But about the game, Sun Wei developed an ancient beauty-raising program that reaped good reputation in the first pass. The second level Zhang Yu all of a sudden raised the difficulty to hell level, players complained a lot, and even suspected that this game is simply impossible to pass. In the first level, Zhang Yu did not limit the money, and players could buy modern supplies to teleport to ancient times at will. But on the second level, there are still 100,000 people to feed in ancient times, but players can only use 100,000 renminbi to buy modern supplies. This would also include food, weapons, etc. The average ancient can only spend $1 per ancient and still win the battle. Many players try over and over again and end up failing over and over again. After being abused 1,000 times, you suddenly have a direct flash of insight, think that maybe you can get through the game with a different set of supplies, and finally turn off the game with a grumble. So far, no one has been able to get through the game. It just so happened that Sun Wei called, the other party's tone of voice stammered, and the phone looked like he wanted to say something. Zhang Yu said directly, Sun Wei, we are also old colleagues, if you want to say anything, you can say it directly, no need to beat around the bush. Sun Wei gave a sarcastic smile and said, Brother Jiang, see if we should lower the difficulty of the game a little bit. Right now there isn't a single player who has passed the game, and the public opinion on the internet isn't too good. Zhang Yu said in a firm tone, this definitely won't work. No one has cleared it, just that the game world is too open and the players haven't thought of a way to clear it yet, but the harder it is now, the happier they'll be when they clear it. Sun Wei was still hesitant to speak and said, but Brother Jiang, we've already been cursed on the internet now, which isn't good for subsequent IP development. Zhang Yu explained, don't care about the moment, by the time a player passes, the winds of public opinion will naturally change. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yu will never modify the difficulty of the game. The purpose of making out this game is to draw on the wisdom of the masses to help Xi Liang. Change the difficulty and then the original purpose of the game is meaningless. Chapter 125 Distribution of Snacks. Besides, with the infinite wisdom of the country's people, Zhang Yu didn't believe that he would be difficult by a small game. When Kongwu first made out this game, it was for the players to go through their own ideas and give themselves a more direct way to help Xi Liang. Spending less money and being more helpful to Xi Liang is what Zhang Yu is thinking right now. The next day, the snacks that Zhang Yu had bought had arrived one after another, and in the afternoon, he once again conversed with Fong Hongfu through the air and said, Hongfu, I've bought you a little bit of snacks again, so vacate the vacant warehouse and I'll teleport it directly to you. Fong Hongfu said with a slightly weak voice, thank you Zhang Yu, what are all the things that were teleported over this time? Zhang Yu keenly sensed that Fong Hongfu was out of sorts and hurriedly said, Hongfu, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? I'll transmit over a large batch of instant food and various snacks for you, so it will be easier for the soldiers to march and eat when the time comes. All day today, more than a dozen truckloads of goods piled up Zhang Yu's warehouse, just in time to be transmitted together this time. Fong Hongfu gently frowned and said, it's fine, I'll find the warehouse right away. Instead of answering positively, she pulled away from the subject. Jiang Yu grasped the root of the problem and pursued. In the end, what happened? What else do we need to hide from each other? Fong Hongfu blushed red and said, I had a red tide today, my stomach hurts. Jiang Yu slapped his thighs. He was a big man, thinking of 1,000, thinking of 10,000, and ended up forgetting the most important. Western Liang is now the entire country is a woman, all people have to menstruate, the ancient safety and hygiene conditions are poor, usually use the regular vacation band plus grass ash. Although grass clippings are sterile, which is not as good as a tampon. Jiang Yu hurriedly said, don't be in a hurry, Hongfu, during tomorrow, I'll transmit over a batch of supplies for menstruation to you. Fong Hongfu blushed and said, Jiang Yu, we don't have a shortage of period tapes here, so we don't need to trouble you. Shi Liang had always been favored by Jiang Yu without any obvious return, and Fong Hongfu had always felt overjoyed in her heart. Jiang Yu didn't give the other party a chance to refuse and directly clapped his hands and said, it's decided, I'll directly teleport you there tomorrow. For now, I'll teleport the food to you first. Fong Hongfu had already prepared the warehouse in advance, and in the blink of an eye, piles of craft boxes appeared inside the warehouse. I have to say, money is to be able to do whatever you want, because buy more, the e-commerce delivery is really fast, afraid that Jiang Yu will apply for a return in advance. After all, when the time comes, the cost of logistics can be enough for businessmen to cry. Jiang Yu also made a point of explaining, Hongfu, the supplies this time are not staple food, they can be used for temporary use as military rations when marching, and they can also be rationed to scouts, so that they can replenish their strength and time to eat hot meals when they are long distance detecting the enemy, instead of having to nibble on dry rations. It's not that he's afraid of eating him poor, what Jiang Yu is most afraid of is that the ancient people have eaten too much technology and ruthless work, and in the end, before they can go to war with the enemy, their own people will be dead. Of course, even if this stuff is unhealthy, how it tastes much better than the cold, hard, dry food of ancient times. Fong Hongfu didn't mince words either, tallying up the troop categories. Light cavalry and scouts are often required to go out on missions and keep a constant watch on the enemy. These two troop types are by far the most grueling and also dangerous, often requiring scouting the enemy and even going behind enemy lines. When marching, with better supplies, I'm sure the march will be faster. Fong Hongfu ordered that all scouts, before each mission, could be allotted 10 chicken legs, 10 chicken claws, 5 red sausages, 5 packs of compressed cookies, and 6 boxes of self-heating rice. Fong Hongfu wasn't heartbroken about this little bit of stuff, it was mainly because she was considering that whether it was scouts or light cavalry, they all had to pack light and carry too many supplies, which would affect the speed of the march when the time came. Moreover, the scouts are now tasked with scouting the movements of the Xianbei, and basically come back in 2 days at the most, and the ones allotted are enough to eat. This just finished a scouting mission back to the city, all the Shilong people are loyal to the country and to the female emperor. Every time the scouts went out they would do their best to complete the scouting mission, but in their hearts they would inevitably complain that being a scout was just too bitter. Not to mention the wind and food, especially the food, which was processed to be hard and toothless for the sake of the stomach. You also can't make a fire to boil water at will, it will easily expose your position and no good end if you are captured alive by the enemy. On the contrary, the other soldiers trained in the city had a bowl of hot meat porridge to drink, even if the food was poor. Nowadays, the people don't need to receive the relief porridge anymore, and although the remaining food at home is not much, it is enough for the family to make ends meet. Today, when she came back to hand in the mission, the camp was bustling with activity. She was a bit puzzled. Usually this soldier type of scout was not a good job, everyone could not wait to avoid it, but today, why did so many people rush to become scouts? She thought people were coming over here for something, and in any case there was absolutely no way so many people would sign up to be scouts. She asked the woman in line, "Sister, what are so many people doing here today?" The female soldier said rightfully, naturally, it's to become a scout. Now that they are treated differently, everyone wants to be this soldier. With a little disdain, she said, the treatment is different from the past, how good can it be? Don't you still have to sleep in the wind, or the sky is the quilt, the ground is the mattress? The female soldier interrupted, that's for sure, there's naturally hard work involved in becoming a scout, but the food is much different now. With anticipation she asked, could it be that now that the military rations have been upgraded, the supplies you carry with you will be softer to swallow in the future? Even if she was already a mature scout, the one thing she couldn't stand straight away was this, it was just too hard to eat, and her stomach ached afterward, like she had swallowed a big stone. The female soldier pretended to be a senior tone and said, little sister, you are too ill-informed, who still eats those things nowadays? If you can pass the test, just taste it and you'll know, whether it's red sausage or chicken claws and legs, it can be too delicious. The scout then asked, and if one was a scout before, where does one go to claim these things? The female soldier who hadn't passed the test yet nudged her mouth and pointed to the small warehouse next to her and said, there's someone there to hand them out, but I'd advise you to be a good boy and take the test or you'll be knocked out when the time comes. The scout walked straight to the warehouse next to him as if he hadn't heard him, a little curious as to how good it was that so many people didn't care about the risks and hard work of being a scout. You know, before there was a war, the most sacrificed soldiers were the scouts. The female soldier in line for the test hurriedly said, "Sister, you honestly go to the back of the line. Randomly receiving things will really be beaten out." Chapter 126 Chen Menger's Gift. The scout just left the female soldier with a lofty back. Now she couldn't wait to try it. How delicious it was that it had drawn such a line of people who wanted to be scouts. Once inside the warehouse, it was significantly faster on this side compared to the other side of the line of people trying to pass the test to become scouts. The person in charge of distributing the supplies just needs to be identified after the scouts go directly to the back, and then there will be a special person to distribute the supplies. She showed her belt tag, and the person in charge didn't make things difficult at all, just glanced at it and said, "Go to the back and get your supplies, someone will give them out to you piece by piece." Not long after, he came out of it holding a cardboard box. It was filled with all sorts of snacks and compressed cookies, and she couldn't wait to take out the red sausage the female soldier had just mentioned, tearing open the bag and biting off a small piece. Flavors of meat, salt, and various spices filled the mouth. A vision appeared in front of her eyes, as if she saw the deceased dowager. Could this be happiness? After days of nibbling on cold, hard, dry food, her mouth had faded out to a bird, and all of a sudden, when she ate something so delicious, she felt like she had lived in vain before. Did nothing during that time, for sausages in a packet, and seriously eliminated 3 sausages. At this point she was immensely proud and satisfied that she was a scout, and passed by the female soldier she had struck up a conversation with to offer the other woman the sausage that was still left in her hand. Patting the female soldier on the shoulder, she said, "Cheer up, you can be a qualified scout too." After saying that, she only left her back to the other party. She had to hurry back to hand in her mission. The female soldier opened her small mouth slightly and said in surprise, "So it really is a senior." The female soldier next to him who had come along for the test was drooling as she looked at the sausage in his hand. Expectantly, she said, "Sister, can you share a small piece with me? Just a little bit, I want to taste it." The female soldier, like a little tigress, clutched the sausage to her chest and said, "No, this is what my seniors gave me. I haven't even eaten it myself. I want to go home and give my mother a taste." A few others who wanted to request it said in a bored voice, "Che, cheapskate." But they bar none knew that these things were really only distributed by scouts now, and there was no way for anyone else to get a taste except to become a scout. Jiang Yu naturally didn't forget Chen Mengye, the snacker, and left a lot of each snack. Spacing out, he asked, Dreamer, are you busy?" Chen Menger was still holding the book and gnawing on it. A confused look surfaced in her eyes. Suddenly she reacted and said, "Immortal Jiang Yu, is that you actually took the initiative to look for Menger?" Jiang Yu directly said, "Menger, I've left quite a few snacks for you, so it's just right to teleport them together for you." Chen Menger said anxiously, "Immortal, wait, I'm in the study, wait for me to go to the bedroom to hide the stuff." Chen Mengye grew up with strict family rules, not allowed to eat at any other time except for 3 meals a day. So for things like snacks, Chen Menger obviously liked them more than others. She was seen sneaking around her own mother and carefully making her way to her room. Ancient rooms are simple, but Chen Mengye's bed is still hung with a pink gauze net, and the rest is some simple living supplies like a basin and candlestick. She knew that the immortal's side could see her, and thinking about bringing the other party to her boudoir, Chen Menger's face flushed. In a voice like a mosquito, he said, "Immortal Jiang Yu, there's something you can teleport over." Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly this little ninny was quite shy. Without molesting each other any further, he simply teleported several large boxes of snacks. Several oversized cardboard boxes appeared in front of her eyes, and Chen Menger almost fainted with happiness when she saw so many snacks. Even her shyness was forgotten as she said with a happy face, "Immortal Jiang Yu, you are too good to Menger." Jiang Yu also began to sigh. Ancient women are still naive. A little snack can be touched to this point. He snickered, "And what is Dreamer going to do in return?" Chen Menger nodded her head and said, "How does Immortal know? Menger also has a gift for Immortal." She took out an open jade pendant from her waist, the texture of which was warm and clear, with a lifelike dragon and phoenix hovering over it. Chen Menger blushed and said, "This was left to Menger by her father when he was still alive, saying that in the future, if Menger met a man of her choice, she would give this jade pendant to the other party." Chen Menger pursed her lips, her little cheeks puffing up a bit as she raised her head and said, "Now I want to give this jade pendant to Immortal Jiang Yu." Chen Menger's expression was shy, but it was incomparably serious. Jiang Yu did not know how he should reply for a moment. Like Chen Mengye, such an untainted woman, no matter what, he was too afraid of failing the other party. Before Jiang Yu could answer, Chen Mangya raised her cheeks in aggravation, her big brin eyes dropped two big pearls, and she cried. Is the immortal unable to see dreamer? The girl cried. Jiang Yu was anxious at once and said with his hands full, no, I like Menger very much, I'm just afraid that I'm sorry for you. Chen Menger snorted and said, you are a high and mighty immortal, Menger never asks for anything, name and fame and all these are worldly concepts, as long as the immortal likes Menger as well, that's enough. The other side has already said this, Jiang Yu again dare not answer, is really not like a man. He smiled warmly and said, Menger, if we can meet someday, we can definitely be together then. Chen Mengya chatted with Jiang Yu while eating her snacks contentedly. It seemed that as long as he chatted with Kong Wu, all his worries were gone. After eating and drinking, Chen Menger hugged her book and went to chew on it again. Jiang Yu touched the jade pendant that the other party had transmitted to him, and it still carried the faint body fragrance of Chen Menger's body. The jade pendant was pale green in color, without a trace of miscellaneous colors. The carving was exquisite, and it was slightly cool in the hand. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was a rare and good item. Jiang Yu refound a necklace to hang the jade pendant around his neck. This is not just a jade pendant, but also a young girl's love and expectation of herself. It was priceless to him, and he wouldn't sell it no matter how much it cost. In the short term, Jiang Yu wasn't short of money either. In the past, he realized that he was too stupid to be able to connect with the ancient times and only cared about a little bit of antiques. In fact, a lot of things in the ancient times could create unlimited wealth in the modern times. Jiang Yu stopped bothering Chen Mengya to let the other party read well. Stealing half a day's leisure, Jiang Yu cozy lying in the yard on a deck chair, just want to squint for a while. The phone rings. Sunwei came to the phone. Recently he has been busy with ancient beauty raising program this game, how happy the first level is, how sad the second level is. But this time, Sunwei brought good news over the phone, Brother Jiang, someone has already cleared our game. Jiang Yu also did not expect it and hurriedly asked, so fast, how did the player do it? Chapter 127 Game Pass. Jiang Yu is really curious about how to help Western Liang turn the tide to defeat the Huns with a district of 100,000 pieces. Hurriedly, he asked over the phone, how did the other party do it? After all, the game is now on hell level difficulty. Sunwei's tone was somewhat excited as he said, Brother Jiang, you don't know, this player is really a genius. He relied on 100,000 pieces to fully arm 100 people and get out 100 ancient special forces. Players train out 100 special forces, Ran loads everyone up with composite bows, light armor, and rebar. Relying on these 100 soldiers, interspersed sneak attacks back and forth, hard to consume the Xiongnu 100,000 soldiers, but Xiliang also did not have any people left. The ordinary soldiers died of war and starvation, and the people also basically starved to death. One had to admit that the player was quick thinking, focusing limited resources on a few hands to form a sharp pointy knife that easily tore through the opponent's defenses. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and said, take out $10,000 from the company's account to reward this player, and then send out his strategy video for other players to see, and to give other players an idea of how to clear the level. With the first player through, rumors about the company will soon go away. The two were still chatting and Kong Wu heard it over the phone. Mr. Sun, someone has passed again, and this time it's completely different from the method used by the last person. Commander-in-Chief Military. Kong Yui came down with interest and said, tell me again what the second person used to get through. Sunwei repeated Jiang Yu's words over the phone, and the staff member next to him began to narrate. This player chose the cheapest equipment, arming 4,000 men with a $3 helmet each, a piece of rebar, Liberty shoes at $8 a pair, and PVC plastic with controls, arming 4,000 soldiers with all of this, and killing through the entire Hun with these 4,000 heavily armored special forces. After Jiang Yu heard it, he inwardly had to admit that the Chinese people still had wisdom. It's only been a day or two, and the hell difficulty is already cleared. Continuing to Sunwei said, the second player who passes the level sends 5,000 bonuses, and at that time, also post the strategy, to give more players to pass the inspiration, lest others say that our game is unable to pass the level. This time the first player to pass the level compared to the second who used the exact opposite approach of quantitative change triggering qualitative change, killing through the entire Huns by relying on 4,000 modern heavily armored soldiers. The way the two players cleared the level gave Kong Wu a whole new inspiration. He was perfectly capable of helping Fong Hongfu create an ultra-highly refined troop type that would become a sharp sword for Western Liang. Like the Great Tang Xian Yun 18 Cavalry, Tiger Leopard Cavalry, and Feilin Army. The military power of these soldiers was firmly held in Fong Hongfu's hands, and these people were also the absolute sharp knives of Xiliang in the future, the capital of the world. Jiang Yu had painstakingly expended a lot of manpower and resources, so naturally, it was impossible to cultivate an Earth Emperor who was partial to a single puppet. Jiang Yu's ambition wants to change the course of the whole world, and return my Han people to the great mountains and rivers, not to give the Manchurian Tartars the slightest opportunity. After history has changed, looking back at the present, the great powers are actually myself, and everyone in modern times can live and work in peace and contentment, strictly enforcing the 5-hour workday, and utilizing the superb international status to monopolize the business to gain high profits, and this is the modern and beautiful world that he hoped could be changed through Shilong. While thinking about how to better help Sai Ryung, Kong Wu calls again. Sister Fong's sweet voice came, "Good you Jiang Yu, discharged from the hospital and you don't give a damn about ignoring me, forgetting how I took care of you in the first place." A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yu's mouth. Sister Fong's body was something he ate up. Even if Sister Fong didn't contact him, he would still contact the other party. He hurriedly weaseled his way out of the situation, which is not true. "I was just about to contact you one of these days, positive." Kong Wu was a bit puzzled. Is it true that after having an intimate relationship with a man, the whole person's attitude towards you will change? It was fantastic to see that the cold and colorful Sister Fong was now a good and soft girl. Sister Fong was also good at coaxing, saying softly, "Then I'll go pick you up and come out for a meal together." It just so happened that Jiang Yu hadn't had lunch either, but he was talking to Fong about one of the addresses where he had bought the house last time, his own home that could really be connected to Shilong, and he didn't want anyone to know about it. "When I first bought the 3 finely furnished houses, they were already furnished and equipped with all the appliances. One of the sets was given to Sun Lin to live in, and Jiang Yu drove himself inside the other set of houses to wait for Sister Fong. Not long after Jiang Yu arrived, Fong arrived as well. Jumping out of his own Raptor, Kong Wu got into the other man's Maserati President. Fong made small talk. "What do you want to go eat?" This 1,000-year-old problem was instantly difficult for Jiang Yu. He scratched his head and said, "I don't know, why don't you decide?" Sister Fong hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't we just go eat at the Jinling stall? That's what I missed the most when I used to study abroad." This hotel began as a fly house, but the Jinling cuisine to do the flavor is particularly authentic, and then more and more business. Jinling everywhere is the branch. Jiang Yu said with some doubt, "It's fine, but when did you go out to study abroad? Why didn't I hear you talk about it before?" Sister Fong's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and she hurriedly said perfunctorily, "It's not a big deal, don't worry about it." Instead, his heart fluttered, thinking that he must not be exposed. Kong Wu's thicker lines hadn't realized by now that Fong was a twin. The one who came today wasn't her sister Wang Fong either, instead it was her younger sister Wang Hui. Jiang Yu really didn't care. The other party just didn't talk to him about studying abroad in the past, and his own investigation wasn't necessarily accurate. Today Wang Hui was dressed sexy, with a long top wrapped around her ass and the bottom half of her body in Parisian black silk. Kong Wu habitually put his hand on the other's thigh. His hand felt silky smooth, and the corner of his mouth showed a demented smile. Wang Hui's body stiffened for a moment, not knowing what to do. When her sister came back from the hospital last time, she told her everything that happened with Kong Wu. At that time, she felt especially sad in her heart that her own sister had robbed the one she liked. But things have already happened and can't be changed no matter what. Remembering the moment when Kong Wu took the bullet for her, she still can't hold back her thoughts and asks the other person out. Wang Hui knew in her heart that Jiang Yu treated herself as her sister Wang Fong, and the two of them had already had the most intimate relationship, so she thought that touching her thighs would be a normal thing to do. Wang Hui felt aggrieved in her heart. Obviously it should be her boyfriend, but now it was her sister's. However, she didn't stop Kong Wu, she just clenched her legs to keep the other from going too far and gave Kong Wu a blank look and said, "Stop it, we're still driving." At this time Wang Hui really responded to the lyrics, "You have the smell of her perfume on you, it is my nose that commits the crime. Erase everything and sleep with you." Chapter 128, A Clean New Home. Inside the Jinling stall, a human fireworks. At this time, people are booming, and now and then also push the cup. The lively atmosphere gives one an unconscious sense of security. Jiang Yu took a deep breath as the scent of a meal rushed into his nostrils. The flavor of Jinling cuisine is somewhat close to Huayan cuisine, but the savory flavor is a little heavier, and the practice is more homely, not like the state banquet so lofty. The two of them didn't order too much, and who knows how hard it is to eat on a plate. It has nothing to do with price and needs to be more respectful of the hard work of the farmer's uncle to produce. Jiang Yu used to come to school a few times, basically suitable in classmates rubbing meals. For him at that time a meal a few $100, this place for him is really a bit extravagant. Then when I was working, I could afford it for a couple $100, but I was too busy to eat it a few times. After many years, I tasted the flavor again, and I have to say, it was like going back to the time when I was in my youth. Wang Hui gave Jiang Yu a piece of braised pork and put it in Jiang Yu's bowl and said, "Eat more quickly." Kongwu silently eliminated the rice in his bowl. After eating and drinking enough, the two walked out of the restaurant hand in hand. Jiang Yu rubbed his stomach and said, "Where to go in a while?" Wang Hui pouted her lips and said after thinking for a while, "Why don't we go watch a movie?" Wang Hui completely did not expect that the progress of Jiang Yu and her sister is really too fast. She would prefer to be like an ordinary couple, the two of them shopping malls together, catching dolls, going to the cinema, and even pressing the road together. Kongwu also rarely did this kind of thing with girls. His own ex kept saying that these things were too childish and that he might as well just give her money. Poor Kongwu was so stupid at that time that he believed whatever the other party said. Kongwu shook his head, banishing the memories of the past from his mind. Intercepting Wang Hui, he said, let's go watch a movie." Wang Hui's voice was a little worried and happy. "Slow down, be careful of dropping me." Put Wang Hui in the driver's seat and went around the car to sit on the passenger side. Wang Hui chose a newly opened couples movie theater with top-notch audio and video configurations. The best feature is that there are no seats inside the theater, they are all double beds with their backs against each other, similar to a foot spa town. Couples face covered with a sterilized blanket and settle in for a movie. In the dim light, when watching a movie, when you are in the depth of love, no one will notice if you do something small. Wang Hui is watching the same old romance movie, and Kongwu doesn't watch it for long before drifting off to sleep. On the contrary, Wang Hui, not to mention watching intently, was moved to tears. The more touch sticking to Jiang Yu's distance the closer. Jiang Yu, half asleep and half awake in a hazy state, also felt each other hot delicate body. Jiang Yu subconsciously put his hand on a soft and comfortable place, stretched his neck and leaned on Wang Hui's head. Compared to the uninteresting movie, Wang Hui's hair scent was more restful. Wang Hui body a moment on the stiff. She is still a young girl, before which people touch the sensitive area. A time at a loss for words, she fixed on the bed and did not move. In her heart, she secretly spat, "Jiang Yu, this guy is really horny." At the end of a movie, Wang Hui finally eased up, and Jiang Yu felt that this time he could sleep much better than at home. After the movie, there was no driving, and the two of them were bored as they pressed on to the main road. Wang Hui twisted her two index fingers together, her face flushed red, and she felt awkward in her heart. Late night boys and girls walking down the road and not going home, we all know it in our hearts. Wang Hui's mind had already cursed Jiang Yu a million times. Stinking Jiang Yu, don't know to take the initiative, how long do you want people to wait, walking feet hurt. The other party was cursing in his heart. Jiang Yu naturally did not know, but he was also a bit confused. Today's Fong, how to feel strange, the last time that should happen not have happened, how to feel so shy today, is not want to be intimate with yourself again? After walking for almost 20 minutes, Jiang Yu couldn't help but open his mouth. Why don't I take you to my house to take a look, you're tired of walking too? A man inviting you home means that he is willing to let you into his life, much better than going to a hotel. Wang Hui pursed her lips and smiled and said, "Good just to see how you're home, not too messy and then let's go buy some wine, I want to drink a little." If a woman wants to get a little tipsy, it's a good idea to have a drink with a man. Jiang Yu said smilingly, "Don't worry, the house is clean." That set of houses is Jiang Yu's new purchase, just opened and cleaned, a day has not lived, more than clean, simply spotless. On the way, Jiang Yu bought a bottle of red wine, and bought some small dishes to drink, for fear that the light drinking to Fong drink more. Until now, having already examined the goods by hand, Jiang Yu still couldn't distinguish between Sister Fong and Wang Hui. The new home was so clean that it was spotless, it really stunned Wang Hui. She was surprised and said, "Jiang Yu, are you obsessive compulsive, this place is too clean." Kongwu said vaguely, "I like a cleaner place, so I pack more carefully." Casually glossing over the topic and placing the wine and food on the table, Kongwu inquired, "Join us for a drink?" Wang Hui gladly sat on the table, and Jiang Yu turned off some of the lights, making the atmosphere seem more ambiguous. The light reflected on Wang Hui's face, holding the swaying glass of red wine in her hand, the scarlet wine entering her throat. Wang Hui's white cheeks flushed. Kongwu looked hungry, took a sip of red wine, and pinched a piece of wasabi-flavored chard, suppressing his urge to do so. In fact, Jiang Yu is not a person who likes to drink red wine, although the current wealth is not much, but most of the red wine on the market he can easily consume. At this stage of his life, things are done with his preferences in mind, and in his eyes, a refreshing beer is just better than wine. The two of them drank and chatted, and it was obvious that Wang Hui was a little nervous, and her speech was a little stuttering. She knew in her heart that her little lamb was going to enter Jiang Yu's tiger's mouth tonight. After a few glasses of wine, Jiang Yu and Wang Hui were both slightly drunk, and he said in a slightly confused manner, "Sister Fong, you look so beautiful right now." Wang Hui was a little aggrieved in her heart. She guessed that her first time was handed over in such a confused manner. Jiang Yu, this idiot, couldn't even tell the difference between herself and her sister. However, he is also really fond of Jiangyu, and if he misses out this time, I'm afraid that he won't meet another man who is willing to help him block the gun in his life. It's like how many women who have been in a fire or an earthquake, or even tried to kill themselves in a moment of desperation, choose to marry a firefighter shortly thereafter after they are rescued by a firefighter. However, Wang Hui is still very aggrieved in her heart. Obviously it is the person she likes, but she let her sister get there first. Chapter 129 Sister Fong for the first time. Normally she always listened to her sister, but this time was different. She wanted to rebel for once, and in the face of true love, she should be brave enough to pursue it. Under the effect of alcohol, the two of them were getting closer and closer, and Jiangyu gently kissed Wang Hui's delicate lips. When she was about to take the next step, Wang Hui held her big hand and refused in a small voice, "Don't be in a hurry, go take a shower first." This has to be said about Jiangyu's foresight. Just when he came home, Jiangyu had already gone to the bathroom to turn the water heater on early. Inside the bathroom, Wang Hui's luscious body was a feast for Jiangyu's eyes. Last time and Fong's sister did not look too carefully. This time Jiangyu more found Fong's sister's beauty, and even feel more than the last time or erect a few points. Jiangyu was intoxicated and pressed against Wang Hui's chest, the faint scent of her body drilling into her nose. Feeling the softness of the other person, and the beating of their heart, as if they were expressing the love in their heart to themselves. On the bed Jiangyu felt something different. Wang Hui cried out in pain and frowned deeply. This is when Jiangyu felt wrong. The last time and Fong's sister in the ward cannot have this feeling, like a holster like hooped, and a little pain. Surprised, Jiangyu asked, "What's going on? You're not Sister Fong?" Wang Hui didn't have any expression. Her delicate reddish lips came to Jiangyu's lips and whispered, "Don't think of anything else, kiss me." At the critical moment, Jiangyu didn't want to think that much, and the two of them started to get carried away. In the morning, when Jiangyu was sleeping, Wang Hui secretly picked up the phone and said lazily, "What's the matter, sister?" Sister Fong asked in a stern tone, "Wang Hui, where have you been?" Wang Hui said in a frank tone, "Of course it's here in Jiangyu." Fong's anger could be heard on the phone, questioning her, "You spent the night with Jiangyu? Didn't I tell you not to contact this person again?" Wang Hui snorted and said, "On what grounds? Is it just that I asked you, sister, to help me take care of Jiangyu, and as a result, you took the lead, and now you're actually telling me to stop touching him? Wasn't it me who liked the other person first?" Fong was silent for a long time. He knew that he was definitely at a disadvantage in this matter, but there was nothing he could do about it. Emotions are something that come and go, not something anyone can control. Fong sighed and said despondently, "But what are we going to do now that both of us have had sex with him?" Wang Hui said in a broken voice, "I'm not hiding it from you, it's still my first time. Jiangyu should have found out as well. Either you give up or we share it together, sister. Anyway, we can share everything together since we were kids." Fong corrected, Hui, "It's different, this love thing is selfish." Wang Hui smiled disdainfully and said, "What else? I won't give up, so give it up, just like when you took care of me when I was a child, and give up everything to me." Fong was silent. Having lived with her sister all her life since she was a little girl, she took on the burden of being the older sister. Anything her sister wanted she would give up to the other. Even if her sister had been spotted by the black boss in the first place, as a sister, she was willing to enter the game with her body. But this time was different. There was only one love in a lifetime maybe, and this time she didn't want to give in to her sister, she wanted to fight for it too. But to turn against one's own sister because of a man was definitely something Fong couldn't accept. In the end, Sister Fong said hopelessly, "Confess with Jiangyu, if the other person is willing, the two of us will share a man. After all, since we were little all of our things can be shared." Wang Hui couldn't talk about being happy or sad, but the good thing was that she hadn't lost Jiangyu or her sister, and this result looked good. Hanging up the phone, quietly climbed into bed, snuggled in Jiangyu's arms, sweetly make up a sleep. After exercising so late last night, the two of them slept until sunrise, when Kongwu stretched before getting up. It felt so good last night. It hurt a little bit, but the tightness was a really rare experience. Wang Hui kept blinking in Jiangyu's arms, her eyes just didn't dare to open. Kongwu plugged her nose and laughed, "Get up, little lazy cat, still pretending to sleep." Wang Hui's face turned red and rubbed her nose in complaint, "You've rubbed people's noses, ask you." Jiangyu stood up, clasped his hands on his shoulders, scrutinized Wang Hui, and said condescendingly, "Tell me, what is your relationship with Sister Fong, and why do you look exactly the same?" The other party definitely had no malice in touching himself, or else he wouldn't have been able to come up and hitch a ride on his body. If she was disguised as Fong, she wouldn't have left such a big loophole. After all, the difference between a virgin and a non-virgin was just too obvious. Wang Hui pouted her lips, "It's a blessing that can't be avoided. It's better to be honest and confess." She said tentatively, actually, I have a twin sister, and the two of us alternated when we faced you, and it was me and you who were together when we arrested Ma Bagwe together. A long time ago Ma Bagwe kidnapped me, and my sister paid a large ransom, and then I've been trying to find out what happened to Ma Bagwe and hand him over to the police so that the other party can be punished appropriately. I was the one who went with you to catch Ma Bagwe in the first place, and when you took the bullet for me, I decided that you were the one, and would not marry any man in my life but you. As for my sister Wang Fong, a few days ago, she said that she was thanking you for saving me, and by the way, let me rest for a few days, and promised to help me take care of you. Who would have thought that, saying that she was taking care of it, she ended up taking care of it inside the nest. Wang Hui's tone was full of resentment, as if her beloved toy had been taken away from her. At this time Jiang Yu, even if the line is thicker, also finally understand. No wonder many times Fong's sister before and after are not the same, sometimes high and cold, sometimes cute. The original and their own get along with has always been two people. Understanding everything, Kang Wu asked the key question, then what about you two sisters now, and still two of you have spent the night with me over. Wang Hui said shamefully, sister, and I said that if you can accept it, you can treat the two of us still as one person, or even three people living together. Jiang Yu frowned as if thinking, and after half a day of silence suppressed his excitement and opened his mouth. If that's the case, that's really cool. Wang Hui had been worried, afraid that Jiang Yu wouldn't accept her or find the relationship too monstrous. Who knows, Jiang Yu actually looked very excited. What is going on? In fact, Wang Hui how to know, if the woman is compared to the set of cards, twins, good-looking mother and daughter, these are the top ranking of the water seashore card. Chapter 130. What man wouldn't want to have an unimpeded battle with his twin if the display didn't allow it? Wang Hui was glad and disappointed, afraid that she would lose Jiang Yu as her favorite person, but the other party's level of perversion was clearly out of her expectation. Pouting, and you're such a little pervert. Jiang Yu directly pounced on the other party and said, I'm not horny, where did you get the chance? And a good workout and start the day happily. At this time in Western Liang, Fong Hongfu frowned and said, it's not a thing to continue like this endlessly, and now the Shen Bei are guarding the outside of the dense forest, neither attacking nor defending. Do they have any good strategies to deal with it? Nie Wenjing waved her fists and said angrily, when the Xiongnu bullied me in Xiliang, it was hard to defeat them, but now the Shen Bei are coming back to join in the fun, so let's fight. Han Shuiying, the minister of the household, voiced a different opinion. Your Majesty, in my opinion, with the help of the immortals, Xiliang has just regained its vitality, and at this time it's all the more important to recuperate. It would be better to send out emissaries to negotiate peace, even if it costs a small amount, but it will allow the common people to recuperate and the country to become stronger. Great General Wang Yu said angrily, Han Shuiying, what are you talking about? Have you already forgotten how the Lakers brutalized us back then? Now you actually want to have peace talks. I'll be the first to disagree. Han Shuiying retorted, it is precisely because the Hu people beat my country and harmed my people. Now that Xiliang is in ruins, it is easy to open the war. The people still have a hard time. Only when the people are rich, the country can be stronger, and at this time it is even more important not to open the war easily. Nie Wenjing was so angry that her face turned red and said, I don't care about all your dangling things. All I know is that the Hu people bullied us in the first place, and now we have to fight back, even if we have to die on the battlefield. Han Shuiying continued, soldiers also have families, and may even be the backbone of a family. Too many unnecessary sacrifices, and how many families will be broken? It doesn't take much, just 3 years, give me 3 years, by then the granaries of Xiliang will be overflowing, the country will be rich and the people will be strong, and the people will be fit and strong, and you can fight all you want. We, the Ministry of Household, will pour out all our finances to help your Ministry of War. But not now, there is already a fiscal deficit, the people do not have food in their pockets, and they cannot increase taxes, resulting in a lack of people's livelihood. How can we easily go to war? Civilian ministers and military generals argued that war was definitely needed, but the civil ministers were in charge and believed that the nation should recuperate at this time. The military generals are the main fighters, focusing on the national spine. If they don't fight back at this time, in the future, the Hu people will still endlessly bully Xiliang. The two sides argued the face of the red. Civilian ministers to Han Shuiying Min Ro mainly, they are from politics before the ordinary people's children. The most concerned about nature is whether the people can eat and wear warm. The military generals were led by Wang Yun Ye Wenjing of the Ministry of War, who believed that as long as they yielded once, the subsequent Hu people would endlessly harass Xiliang, and that since they had already started the war, they could not yield even if they fought until only a single soldier was left. They each had their own reasoning, and neither of them could convince the other. Fong Hongfu sat in the main seat and listened to her head. She is also the main war faction. Fong Hongfu firmly believed that only by completely convincing those hateful Hu people, these people will not dare to come to commit crimes in the future. However, Min Ro and Han Shuiying had a point. Right now the country really should take a break. The sweet potatoes have just ripened a crop, and the people's granaries are just filling a bottom, and even now they don't have enough to eat. Fong Hongfu simply said, "Don't argue, what the secretaries of love have said is reasonable," but Min Ro and Han Shuiying's comment about compensating the Hu people to allow them to withdraw their troops, this matter should not be brought up again. During my reign, even if I fight to the last soldier, I will resolutely implement the three no's principle: no cession, no indemnity, and no peace. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, and the king dies for the gods of society. Even if I am the first to charge on the battlefield, I cannot lose the backbone of the country. However, what Min Ro and Shuiying said is not unreasonable. We can first send people to peace talks, but there will not be any compensation. If the Xianbei have the sense to withdraw their troops, the hatred will stop for the time being, and after the nationals have recuperated, then we will think of revenge. If the other side doesn't know what to do and gathers a large army in advance, then fight, just like driving out the Huns, and let the monkeys of the Xianbei have a taste of their own medicine. Ending the argument, Fong Hongfu gave a complete pat on the back for this matter. Min Ro was the first to step forward and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to act as an emissary to Xianbei and persuade the other side to withdraw their troops." Wan Yu retorted, "Where is the turn for you, a civil servant, to go on a mission? If I go on a mission, the district Xianbei will certainly be captured handily." Han Shuiying also argued, "I proposed the peace talks, so naturally I should also negotiate, and I can also explain the pros and cons to the Xianbei and convince them to withdraw their troops." Nie Wenjing also stepped forward and said, "I should most definitely go in this matter, and if we really can't come to an agreement, I'll still be able to kill my way out when the time comes." It was still possible for Nie Wenjing to kill out as a top land general, but it was thought to be a slim hope. A new round of debate began in the courtroom as to who should go on the mission. The job was not a good one, and if the Xianbei refused to negotiate peace, the probability was that the missionaries would not return. And the person who sends the mission can't be too light in status, or the Xianbei will feel that there is no sincerity. Fong Hongfu has the intention to directly remove the Xianbei army, but these people are as slippery as loaches, dexterous as monkeys. The real fight, Western Liang may not be able to suffer a big loss. At this time, Chen Menger suddenly stepped forward and said, "I think there is a person who is very suitable, however, I am a bit afraid to speak." Although Chen Mengye was the absolute favorite of the Empress, but this living treasure who appeared whimsical at times, the ministers didn't think she could come up with any good ideas, and even the Empress couldn't do anything with her. Minro gave a helpless laugh and said, "Menger, at the moment you should still study hard and get less involved in national affairs." It was the Empress who came to be interested. The ministers were talking to themselves, and indeed they all had a point. There's no one in Western Liang who's afraid of death, all of them are good pussies, but who's the best person to go on the mission? It's best to both make Xianbei feel valued by the other side, and to be highly skilled in martial arts, and preferably to be able to come back and kill them if the negotiations fall apart. The Empress said, "Menger, I forgive you for your innocence. What exactly is the candidate, you tell me?" Chen Menger pondered for a moment and said, "I feel that the young Princess Fong Cherry is the most suitable to go to the peace talks. No matter the force, or the status and position, she is the most suitable candidate for the negotiations." Inside the Great Hall was silent in an instant. Everyone knew that Fong Cherry was definitely Fong Hongfu's scales, letting the little princess risk her life. Even if someone could think of it, they would definitely not dare to say it. On the contrary, Chen Menger's character was incomparably straightforward, and she directly suggested that the Empress send out Fong Cherry. Prime Minister Min Ro said in a stern tone, "How dare you? Could you, Chen Mengye? The princess is 1,000 gold. How can she do such a thing? Come on, people, give me to escort her down. Let her go home to reflect." Chapter 131, Pistol Practice. Chen Mengye was cute and simple-minded. Many people liked her, and Min Ro was no exception. Right now, letting Chen Mengye leave was also for the sake of protecting the other party. In case Fong Hongfu got angry, Chen Mengye would definitely not have any good fruit to eat. Just as someone was about to come and escort Chen Mengye down, Fong Hongfu waved her hand and said, "Wait." She gazed at her mind and made a pondering gesture. She had to say, Fong Cherry went ahead to go on the mission is indeed very suitable, and practicing guns for years, Fong Cherry's martial arts is not bad. Really talk about the collapse, be careful can also kill out. But Fong Sakura was her only sister and her last family member in this world. She had just been rescued from inside the Hun camp, and now she was a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Fong Hongfu felt her heart throbbing with pain. If possible, he even wanted to personally go on the mission in place of Fong Sakura. But it can't be done. Right now Xi Liang is in a critical period. If something happens to himself, I'm afraid that the development will be lagging behind for another 10 years or so. When the time comes, the people will be beaten if they fall behind. Fong Hongfu was silent for a long time, and no one in the entire court dared to disturb her. A needle could be heard in the Great Hall. She let out a long breath and said, "Just do what Chen Menger said. I'll personally go talk to Sakura. Although Fong Hongfu was heartbroken, but Fong Cherry was born in an imperial family, and since she enjoyed glory and wealth, she naturally had to take on the responsibility she should. Moreover, she was also very assured about Fong Sakura, who had been dancing with guns and sticks since she was a little girl, and had indeed practiced a good martial art, even more so than herself. Before the peace talks, he himself would then equip her with a secret weapon and send out soldiers ahead of time to wait for support at all times, and he thought that he could also ensure that Fong Sakura would be able to return in one piece. The matter has been finalized, no matter retired from the court, civil and military officials each busy with their own business. Fong Hongfu came to Fong Cherry's chambers, sisterly love. Fong Cherry surprised to see Fong Hongfu, sister, how come you didn't deal with the imperial government today, and you still have time to come and play with me? In the face of his sister's enthusiasm, Fong Hongfu was a little unsure of what to say, and stammered, no, it's fine, just came to. Fong Cherry gently hugged Fong Hongfu and said, sister, this time you have to believe me, the district Shinbei, even if I don't agree to negotiate peace, I can easily leave. Cherry has grown up low, last time I was caught by Xiong Nu, it is really the other side is too despicable, this time I will definitely guard against the other side. Fong Hongfu heart does not want to give up, but as a royal, this matter Fong Cherry obliged, but not all the way, give that baby to Fong Cherry, plus her own superb marksmanship, at least there are more than 50% of the chances can be killed out. Fong Hongfu pulled Fong Cherry's hand and said, let's go, sister will take you to a place. Returning to Fong Hongfu's chambers and walking through the tunnel into a secret room, Fong Hongfu solemnly opened a box with a white pistol inside. Last time in order to rescue Fong Cherry, Jiang Yu put his own desert eagle to Fong Hongfu. This thing in his hands is really a curse, one day to be investigated later to be bad luck, might as well give this to Fong Hongfu. It had to be said that Fong Hongfu's shooting talent was indeed top-notch. The first time he touched a gun, just by simply training himself, he was able to achieve 100 shots within 100 meters. Just by using it once, Fong Hongfu lamented that this object was too powerful to be used easily, and in case it was lost, or missed by some powerful country, there would definitely be endless consequences. After the war was over, the pistol was kept secretly in a secret room, and even though Fong Sakura begged many times to see the weapon that her sister had used last time, Fong Hongfu did not agree. Fong Cherry looked at the white desert eagle and opened her small mouth in surprise and said, sister, is this the immortal weapon you used to save me last time? You were going to give me the immortal weapon for defense during the peace negotiations? Fong Hongfu didn't say anything, but nodded her head to show her acquiescence. Fong Cherry was so happy that she jumped up all of a sudden, and said excitedly, I've long wanted to study how this immortal weapon actually kills people. It can actually leave bloody holes in the other person's body when the person is completely unresponsive. Fong Hongfu dotingly touched Fong Cherry's head and said, Cherry, this time, sister will teach you to use this immortal weapon, but you have to remember that this object is extremely powerful, so be sure to use it carefully to avoid injuring yourself. Fong Sakura nodded and said, sister, don't worry, Sakura will definitely use the gift from the immortals appropriately, but just how powerful are the immortals that they can actually create such a powerful weapon? If all the soldiers can be equipped with one each, I think the world is within reach. Fong Hongfu snorted and said, Cherry child, what beautiful thing you think, a handful are already so rare, but also delusion that every soldier has, and sister learn how to use this. Fong Sakura's eyes widened and her small mouth opened slightly, so it wasn't that the power was weak, but that the arrow target was too unsturdy. Fong Sakura said excitedly, sister taught me. He already had a picture of himself holding the desert eagle in his mind, crisscrossing the Shinbei camp, and by then Hu Yen would also be cut down by himself, making everyone in the Shinbei fearful. Chapter 132 Fong Cherry's Negotiation for Peace. Fong Cherry knew deep down that she had practiced martial arts so hard just to become a gaijin female general. At that time, the crotch of the white stallion, a red dress, 10,000 troops in the bush to take the enemy's head is like a bag, the battlefield come and go like the wind, as long as you hear their name, all people do not dare to bully the Western Liang. Fong Hongfu naturally knew that this younger sister of his had grown up loving to fight and kill, and handily reteaching the other party once more. Compress the bullet, load the magazine, turn on the safety, and cock the gun, all in one go. Placing the pistol in Fong Sakura's hand, Fong Hongfu stood behind her and instructed Fong Sakura, 2 dots aligned, aim at the target, and then pull the trigger, it will fire, you try it. Fong Sakura closed one eye to plausibly take aim with one eye, her finger pulling the trigger. The bullet was fired, and the bullet hit the archery target squarely, but it was the first shot, and it didn't hit the center of the bull's eye, which was like 6 rings. Fong Hongfu encouraged from behind, Sakura did well, much better than her sister's first time. If you can hit the bull's eye from a distance of 100 meters, you can take this gun to negotiate with Shinbei. Fong Sakura also inherited Fong Hongfu's shooting talent. Of course, just now, Fong Hongfu was praising her. Truly compared, Fong Sakura was very far from Fong Hongfu who touched a gun for the first time. Fong Cherry nodded happily, closing one large eye and practicing her shooting more carefully. Fong Hongfu was also to make the other party more familiar with firearms. When the real battle was going on, the distance to the enemy would definitely be very close, and at that time, any random shot could hit the enemy. Almost 50 rounds had been used, and Fong Sakura had been able to hit 100 shots. I have to say, the ancient people who don't play with cell phones just have better eyesight, and the lack of technology and intake of mean stuff makes them more stable in the palm of their hands, and they shoot fast and hard. After practicing accuracy, the next step was quick draw and rapid fire. Only when the speed was fast enough for a real conflict to occur could Fong Sakura make sure that she could eliminate everyone around her in a split second. Fong Sakura was given a day to familiarize herself with the firearms, and she lived up to her expectations, and within 100 meters, she could already hit 100 shots. These two sisters' marksmanship was much better than Zhang Yu's. The next day, Fong Hongfu prepared several hundred rounds of bullets for Fong Sakura, all hidden under the opponent's frontal short strikes, the body being wrapped around a good threaded steel lance. Fong Sakura was dressed in a sharp short fight, her arms and ankles were wrapped with ribbons, her long hair was tied behind her head, leaving 2 short locks of hair in front of her, and she was dressed in a sharp outfit as if she was someone's jade-faced gentleman who had gotten lost. Near the time of departure, Fong Hongfu gave 1,000 instructions. Sakura, make sure you keep yourself safe. If we can't negotiate, we can also just go to war. I only have you as a sister, make sure you take care of yourself. Fong Cherry smiled and said, don't worry sister, within 6 feet, I am invincible. After saying that, he even posed a handsome pose with his lance. Even if Fong Sakura's martial arts skills are high, in Fong Hongfu's eyes, she is still her own sister who wears crotchless pants, so naturally, she is not assured that she will go deep behind the enemy lines by herself. She had personally selected 200 Imperial Guards, all of which were the best of the best, elite soldiers who could fight 1 against 10. Everyone was equipped with the best armor, with composite bows in their hands and threaded steel lances on their backs. A round of arrows raining down was enough for those monkeys of Shinbei who only climb trees to drink a pot. If something happened to Fong Sakura, these soldiers would be the first to charge and rescue Fong Sakura back. Outside the woods, Fong Hongfu also arranged 10,000 elite soldiers, ready to go to war at any time. After all, facing the tens of thousands of Shinbei's army, a mere 200 people could easily be put behind bars. Fong Hongfu had already prepared for both, preparing to negotiate peace on one side, but also ready for war at any time. The civil and military officials stood on the city wall to see off Fong Cherry and the 200 Imperial Forest warriors. The 10,000 troops had already gone ahead to prepare inside the dense forest. Including Fong Cherry, including 201 people, everyone has a rattling arrow on their body, and if an accident occurs, the rattling arrow is shot into the sky, and the 10,000-strong army will directly start to enter the dense forest to fight with the Shinbei head-on. The journey was smooth, after all, now that there were composite bows and threaded steel lances, Xiliang was no longer weak, and the Shinbei, except for a handful of scouts, no one dared to cross the dense forest to commit crimes. Arriving at the border of the Shinbei garrison, the 200 Imperial Army warriors had already hidden themselves, and Fong Cherry stood in front and shouted. Fong Cherry, the eldest princess of Western Liang, has come to make peace with the Shinbei and has sent someone to greet me. Fong Cherry had already determined that she had arrived at the border of Shinbei, but apart from a few tents in the distance, the tens of thousands of troops were completely missing. At this time, a small soldier slid down from the tree a little bit, looked at Fong Cherry with bad eyes and said, "Who are you? What sincerity do you have in coming to negotiate peace?" Fong Cherry tilted her head and said arrogantly, "I am the eldest princess of Western Liang, I myself am sincerity." At this time, inside the Shinbei tent, the soldiers are good at climbing trees, stand high and see far. In fact, all the movements of the Western Liang Huyan you clear. At this moment, he was still discussing with Jiang Luo, military master. Western Liang just sent a mere 200 soldiers to actually dare to approach our camp. What do you think their plans are? Jiang Luo frowned and thought, Marshal, I don't know, but be careful, the Xiliang of now is different from the past. Even if it's just a mere 200 people, it's not to be underestimated. Hu Yin said disdainfully, Xiliang has not looked down on my Shinbei too much, our soldiers are dexterous, even stoning them to death is easy. In the midst of the discussion, a small soldier at the door came and reported, General, the eldest princess of Xiliang has come to the front of my garrison, and has come alone to negotiate peace. Hu Yan said with interest, Oh? That's interesting, call the people in and I'll hear how to negotiate peace. Fong Cherry walked into the Shinbei camp in a high and mighty manner. As the eldest princess of Xiliang, the faction must be sufficient, neither lose people nor lose the battlefield. Hu Yinyu also thought that this time Xiliang came or traditional negotiations. Since it is a negotiation, it is necessary to pay attention to the momentum, the first to overwhelm the other side head first, the negotiation in order to obtain compensation. But Hu Yin, you were to know, if Xiliang really want to cede the land, when the 16 cities, how can fight only the last Zhengye city? Even at the end of the fight, when the men were all dead, the remaining women formed an army to continue the resistance. Hu Yin, you suppressed with words, I can't imagine that Xiliang actually sent a yellow-haired girl to negotiate with me, is there no one else? Fong Cherry countered, I am the eldest princess of Xiliang. If we really talk about it, you, a general of the district, have to salute this princess when you see her. What's the matter? The barbarians of Xinbei are also ignorant of the rules. Since it is a negotiation, it can never show weakness. Losing her Fong Cherry's face alone is small, losing the face of the entire Western Liang is a big thing. Chapter 133 Escape. Hu Yenyu's face turned blue with anger, pointing at Fong Cherry, you. Fong Cherry didn't let it go in the slightest, and said with the appearance of a bratty young lady, you still don't salute when you see this princess. Hu Yan rose and fell high in his chest, letting out a long breath to force himself to calm down. He also had peace talks in mind. After all, now he had no clue about attacking Xiliang head-on except for that tunnel. Hu Yanyu said in a calm tone, this general is not going to argue with you, a little girl. Tell me, the conditions of the peace talks. If it satisfies this general, it is not impossible to withdraw the troops. Fong Sakura said with a naive face, the condition is that there is no condition. Hu Yinyu's head was full of question marks. He thought he heard wrong and asked again, you mean with your mouth you want this general to withdraw his troops? This kind of thing, the successive dynasties to talk about peace has not happened, even if they are not willing to pay reparations, for the sake of decency, will be married to a princess or something, even if it is no longer good, the temporary enthronement of a courtesan as a princess, but also can be peace. This no conditions, all of a sudden Hu Yinyu confused, was ready to Leonize, all of a sudden choked back. Fong Cherry solemnly explained, my sister Fong Hongfu, not willing to have a war between the two countries to kill people, so I persuade you to withdraw your troops, but the compensation, you do not want to think about it, all of the people in Xiliang are dead, and it is absolutely impossible to compensate for it. Hu Yanyu sneered and said, so you think this general came over with tens of thousands of troops to joke with you? To come when you want and leave when you want? The soldiers' food and grass consumption is astronomical every day, and you want me to withdraw my army based on your words? Fong Cherry said seriously, that's why my sister sent me to make peace. It's because she's afraid that you've been guarding this place and have consumed too much food and grass, so she wants you to hurry up and withdraw your troops. Fong Cherry practiced martial arts all year round, practicing 3 summers in summer and 3 volts in winter. In addition to being highly skilled in martial arts, even though she was still young, she had forged a strong Taoist heart, and she didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright when facing all the people inside the tent. Hu Yanyu slapped his chair and said angrily, you are making fun of this general. Come on people, take this little girl down for me, tie her up and exchange supplies with Fong Hongfu. I would like to see how much grain and grass her own sister can actually exchange. Fong Sakura reached for her thigh with one hand, ready to draw her gun at any time. Her eyes looked sharply at Hu Yanyu and said, do you want to start a war? Then don't blame me for not being polite. Hu Yanyu laughed disdainfully, catch you, and I'll see if the Empress still dares to go to war with me. Negotiations completely fell apart. Fong Cherry held a pistol in her hand, her eyes like a little lioness. The tone of voice coldly said, since you are not willing to talk, just send you to see King of Hades. Hu Yanyu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Having spent many years on the battlefield, he had developed a keen intuition, and for danger, he also had a perception that far exceeded that of normal people. The desert eagle gulped out fiery snakes, and the bullets went straight for Hu Yanyu's chest. Hu Yanyu had long since sensed the danger and grabbed Zhang Luer to block in front of him. A bloody hole appeared in Zhang Luer's chest and blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. He himself never thought that he hadn't died at the hands of the Golden Sun Cicada in the first place, but he had planted his head here in Hu Yanyu. Since they had already made their move, there was absolutely no mercy. Fong Cherry continued to fire, and several of Hu Yanyu's personal guards were cleanly shot in the head. Who would have thought that Fong Sakura still had such a terrifying weapon in her hands that could easily take someone's life just by moving her fingers? Frightened, Hu Yanyu hid under the table and didn't even dare to come out, fearing that he would be shot in the head next. Fong Sakura had wanted to strike while the iron was hot and directly finish off Hu Yanyu. But she always kept in mind her sister's advice to keep her life safe at all times. Fong Sakura doesn't live for herself alone, there is her sister behind her who expects her to come home. Moreover, there were no more bullets in the pistol, and it would still be a waste of time to continue loading it. Fong Sakura put away the pistol, rolled nimbly in a circle, and left Hu Yanyu's tent. It was then that Hu Yanyu ventured forth and shouted, find her for me. Fong Sakura pulled loud arrows at the first time, and the 200 soldiers outside who received the signal were the first to charge from towards the inside of the Xinbei army camp. A few soldiers outside the tent realized that something was wrong and copied their weapons to rush to Fong Sakura. The pistol was out of bullets, and there was no point in using it at this point. Fong Sakura drew the threaded steel lance at her back. The tip of the lance was like electricity, and the lance came out like a dragon. The soldier who rushed to the front had already been run through the throat by the lance before he could react. Thinking of the humiliating experience of being captured by the Huns last time, Fong Cherry was deeply disgusted, and this time, she would make sure to give these damned Huans a taste of their own medicine. Fong Sakura picked herself up high and struck a forceful blow, attacking the second soldier viciously. The soldier held a spear in his hand, but only the tip of the spear was iron, and the shaft behind it was all ash poles. Fong Sakura tried his best to attack. The wooden stick was directly split in two, and the Xianbei soldier's head was hit and his brain was cracked. The soldiers who rushed at the front died the fastest, and the soldiers at the back were not the least bit afraid. Fong Cherry's martial arts skills are no longer high, but also just a little girl. They were outnumbered and outgunned, so it wasn't easy for them to deal with a little girl. Fong Sakura also knew that it was too late. He was only one person, facing thousands of troops. Even if he consumed, he could. Raising his hand, he fired a shot into the sky, and a Xianbei soldier lying on a tree fell straight to the ground. With the long gun placed behind her back, Fong Sakura gripped the pistol tightly, her nimble figure resembling an ape inside the forest. Far behind the few soldiers pursuing on the ground. Chapter 134, Reinforcements. But there were still countless Xianbei soldiers in the trees, and every now and then they would throw down some strange things. But the good thing is that the killing power is limited, and the most powerful ones are blowguns and darts. Fong Sakura was extra careful with the darts. These Xianbei monkeys' darts were all hardened with poison. Even if they just grazed the edge, they could poison someone. Xianbei soldiers swore and nimble, but commented that the nutrition is not good, strength are limited. Even if the person can climb the tree, there is no way to carry two heavy weapons. This was what allowed Fong Sakura to barely be able to fight. If everyone had thrown down boulders, Fong Sakura would not have been able to hold out long ago. But now it's also particularly strenuous. After all, you have to be constantly on guard against falling rocks. From time to time, Fong Sakura ducked into favorable terrain to avoid the attacks of the soldiers in the trees. The first time Xiliang and Xianbei went to war, it was one man by himself against an army of thousands. The 200 elite soldiers lurking inside the dense forest were charging inside at that moment, but they were also stopped by the Xianbei soldiers. The Xianbei soldiers relied on their high position, and for a while Xiliang didn't have the slightest solution. But fortunately at this time in winter, the leaves have already withered and faded, still can barely see the Xianbei soldiers on the trees. The Imperial Guards held composite bows and bent their bows, each round of arrows raining down a few Xianbei soldiers in the trees. But the soldiers' advancement was greatly affected, so many of them had no way to continue advancing, and trying to rescue Fong Sakura was out of reach. Even if they were to fill it with human lives, and the Xianbei desperately threw stones from the trees, the Imperial Guards could not break through. The head of the Imperial Guards pounded his hands on the ground and said viciously, "Damn it! At this rate the princess will be isolated." After confirming the direction, Fong Sakura dashed through the forest. The Xianbei soldiers in the trees harassed Fong Sakura from time to time, but no one dared to come down and fight her head-on. At first the few soldiers on the ground were still chasing after Fong Sakura, and were partially thrown off by her. The rest were either picked off by lances or shot by bullets. Now Phoenix Sakura just needs to watch out for the occasional aerial objects that appear in the sky. The Xianbei soldiers also found out that the little lady of the Western Liang princess is tough and brave, and there are also divine weapons in her hands, and the ground on the other side of the battle. Even if hundreds of people come out together, they will be kited to death by the other side. Fong Sakura ran and dodged at the same time. Years of practicing the gun created sharp eyesight and accurate intuition. Facing the falling rocks, she could easily pick them off with the tip of her gun. But there are no absolutes, and a light, sharp stone that looks like it's hitting the water extremely well. The angle of the stone was tricky. Fong Sakura had just used the tip of her gun to pick off a dart, and at this time, it was the time when the old force had been exhausted and the new force had not yet been born. Fong Sakura twisted her body and tried to avoid the rocks as much as possible. The sharp edge of the stone grazed Fong Sakura's shoulder, leaving a bloodstain. Fong Sakura frowned as if nothing had happened, gripping the lance in her hand and proceeding to flee. Fong Sakura knew in her heart that she absolutely could not stop here, otherwise she would be captured again. The so-called 7-foot invincibility would turn into a joke, and she would still need her sister to worry about it, and would have to go through the trouble of rescuing herself again. The soldier whose stone hit Fong Sakura grinned and shouted, "Brothers, step up, I've hit her, a few more hits and this little won't be able to walk." Before the words left his mouth, gunshots rang out and the soldier who had just spoken fell straight down, his head poking the ground and exploding like a watermelon. The entire forest was suddenly silent, fearful that they would be the next to be named. The soldiers all knew that Fong Cherry had a divine weapon in her hands, but no one had expected that it was actually terrifying to such an extent. Fong Sakura hid under the tree where the soldier who had just been killed was located. The surrounding trees were filled with Shinbei soldiers. Leaning against the tree trunks, she could avoid the opponent's attacks to the greatest extent possible. However, the situation had both advantages and disadvantages. Although the Shinbei soldiers were good at sneak attacks in the trees, however, the branches of the trees also blocked the line of sight, so that these soldiers could not easily aim. Fong Sakura shot down the headliner, and the other soldiers were overwhelmed with fear that they would be the next to be pistol whipped down. Taking a long breath, the rest could not be too long, and with her feet powered up, Fong Sakura once again ran desperately. Compared to the Huns, Shinbei soldiers are indeed more difficult to deal with, touching and not being able to touch. If it were not for the fact that Fong Cherry had a gun in her hand, she really couldn't take these people at all. Fong Cherry ran for a long time. The supporting 200 people finally saw Fong Cherry's figure from afar. The small leader raised his hand and shouted, "Don't release arrows, the princess is killing back, be careful of shooting the princess." The 200 men in support did not do nothing, all of them unanimously, regardless of their own safety, desperately charged inside the woods. They hadn't attacked in, but now that the princess had killed her way out, if they didn't charge at this point, they were really of no use at all. Entering the Shinbei position, darts, stones, and deadwood came down as if they didn't need money. Western Liang female soldiers are tough and brave, as much as possible with weapons to block, really cannot block, simply tube also do not care, just to save to Fong Sakura. At this time, Fong Cherry also got anxious inside and hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, I can kill my way out myself, don't sacrifice for nothing." The first soldier finally rushed to Fong Cherry and said excitedly, "Princess, humble servant will kill out with you." The two girls were holding hands, and as the elite among the Imperial Guards, their martial arts skills were naturally not bad. Fong Sakura danced her lance, defending against the rocks in front of her, and the female soldier stood behind her, defending against the rocks behind her. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, and for a while, the attacks of the Shinbei soldiers were useless, and all the stones were all knocked down. As Fong Sakura charged, the 200 people who came to support her also charged together, just to rush out as soon as possible. Shi Liang had no desire to fight, his speed was naturally fast, and even if someone was injured, his comrades around him would carry the other person on their backs, just to evacuate as soon as possible. It wasn't far from breaking out of the Shinbei's camp, and the situation was grim as the Shinbei soldiers desperately threw miscellaneous objects. At the critical moment, there were sudden earth-shattering shouts. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 10,000 soldiers that Shi Liang was guarding at the back also rushed over, and the powerful composite bow inspired a round of arrows. The power of the compound bow was worlds apart from the ancient hard bows, and countless arrows were shot at the trees. The sharp arrows went straight through the tree trunks, and many Shinbei soldiers thought that they could escape by hiding behind the tree trunks. Either they were pierced by arrows through their heads or through their chests, and there were quite a few unlucky ones who were directly nailed to the trees by composite bows. Just moving would involve the wound, and you couldn't move in the trees, and the slightest movement was a miserable ghostly cry. A round of arrow rain passed, and thousands of arrows flew into the trees, shooting down dozens of people, and many more were nailed to death. The remaining Shinbei soldiers were so frightened that they didn't dare to move, and they all forgot to continue throwing the stones in their hands. Taking advantage of the time when the Shinbei soldiers froze, Fong Cherry led the 200 Imperial Forest troops to run desperately and furiously, just wanting to evacuate the enemy position as soon as possible. Chapter 135 Purchase of Protective Gear. As long as we leave this dense forest, Shi Liang's soldiers are strong, these Shinbei monkeys as long as they dare to come down from the tree, waiting for them is 10,000 arrows through the heart. 200 elite Imperial Guards, straining to escort Phoenix Cherry away. Facing the support of tens of thousands of troops from Shi Liang in the rear, the Shinbei soldiers did not dare to approach at all. Inside the Shinbei tent, Hu Yenyu's face turned green with anger. The scouts came to report on the battle, reporting to the general, "Fong Cherry is agile, and Shi Liang still has soldiers to receive them, we didn't catch each other." Hu Yenyu's eyes were about to spit fire in anger. The scout happened to touch the mold, Hu Yenyu cracked a dozen slaps, and the poor little soldier's teeth fell out. Both eyes rolled over, completely fainted. Hu Yenyu gently probed the nostrils, the little soldier was actually killed. Casually threw the little soldier to one side, Hu Yenyu seems to be a scholarly, but in fact, the inner darkness and viciousness, the death of the little soldier for him, and the death of a chicken is not much difference. Fong Sakura finally broke out with 200 elite soldiers, and Fong Hongfu was waiting at the front of the army early on. Going forward, he hugged Fong Sakura and said excitedly, "Sakura, this time, you have suffered." If it wasn't for the sense of mission as a royal, Fong Hongfu wouldn't have let Fong Sakura go to the peace talks no matter what. But this time it turned out okay. and as long as Fong Sakura came back, it was for the best. Fong Sakura grinned her little mouth and said, "Sister, Sakura's not working hard, I'm a female general, and I'll have to fight for my sister in the future." Fong Hongfu cried and laughed and said, "You child, since you were a child, you've always liked to dance with swords and sticks." After saying that, he kept observing on Fong Sakura's body, and his hands still kept groping up and down. "Heartbroken," she said, "let sister take a look and see if there is any injury anywhere." Fong Hongfu accidentally touched the injured shoulder, and Fong Cherry couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss. It had to be said that Fong Sakura had been excellent, running away from 1,000 soldiers and only suffering a slight injury. Fong Hongfu's face was cold and his tone was like ice as he said, "Who did this?" Fong Cherry pouted, "Sister, don't be angry, it was just accidentally lightly smashed by a Xianbei soldier, which female general is not injured." Fong Hongfu looked like nothing after, calmly said, "Don't worry, sister will give you revenge, let's go home first, and properly let the imperial doctor give you some treatment." A gentleman's revenge is not too late in 10 years, Fong Hongfu is not a gentleman, but he is not in a hurry to take revenge today. Lead the army to withdraw to Xiliang first, then together to discuss how to attack Xinbei. Since we have to fight, we must once hit each other. Pain, only pain, people will be honest. Returning to the palace, the eunuchs were called in to scrutinize Fong Cherry's body. Fortunately, this time did not hurt the bones, all are superficial injuries, bandaged and rest a few days will be fine. In the morning Jiang Yu left the house he bought last time, temporarily excusing himself as having something to do, letting Wang Hui take a nap while he returned to his rural hometown. The two places aren't that far apart anyway. Yesterday 2 players both cleared it, and after posting out the strategy, more players have cleared it one after another. But it's still the same idea as the first 2 players, either take the high-precision route, arming soldiers to the teeth, forming a sharp knife with a small number of soldiers, piercing the enemy's defenses, and going straight up to the high ground to capture the enemy commander-in-chief alive. There's another way to think about it is to find cheap enough supplies to use as substitutes to arm as many soldiers as possible and increase overall combat effectiveness. Jiang Yu is now also considered a small landlord, naturally 2 methods to try together. He bought 50,000 motorcycle helmets online just as he was swiping through short videos the last few days and saw a news story about an electric car owner who was rolled inside the wheels of a big truck. Wearing a helmet named Mustang brand, big car tires from the electric car owner head above the pressure, the owner actually nothing happened, miraculously survived, and finally went to the hospital to check on the body is only a slight bruise. Such a conscientious business, Jiang Yu naturally want to take good care of each other's business, a one-time purchase of 50,000 motorcycle helmets. At $150 a helmet, 50,000 totaling $7.5 million, motorcycle helmets are much safer, full helmets cover a wider range of areas, and also don't obscure vision, and are a little more expensive, but they work much better than helmets. Jiang Yu also procured enough acrylic plates online, cut them, and when the time comes to iron a few holes and link them with wire, it's ready-made armor. Hard and wear resistant impact resistance, especially swords and knives category of light weapons, cut in the armor and scratching the itch is no difference. These were for arming ordinary soldiers, and naturally, Jiang Yu had prepared quite a few high-end goods as well. Last time, Jiang Yu teleported over 2,000 composite bows to Fong Hongfu, and in ancient times armor was an absolute rarity. The Xianbei and Xiangnu, including those who attacked Xiliang this time, were the poorest of the poor, and the soldiers wore rattan armor or a small amount of leather armor that was essentially unprotected. The Hu people were poor and couldn't afford good armor, and had wanted to use Xiliang's resources for armament supplies after taking it. However, the hard bone of Xiliang was far harder than they had imagined, the Xiangnu had been all but wiped out, and now the Xianbei were in a tangled mess and in a precarious situation. The issue of armor was naturally difficult for Jiang Yu, and there were many ancient armor fanatics in modern times. He searched on a certain treasure, the Song Dynasty armor piece armor more than 500 a set, consists of multiple steel armor pieces through a similar mortise and tenon structure, plus wire, and lined with thick cowhide fixed. A set of armor has a total of 6 parts, front chest armor, back armor, 2 pieces of shoulder armor, and 2 pieces of skirt armor. Jiang Yu bought 2,000 sets in one breath to equip Fong Hongfu's imperial army, a set of armor 500 pieces, a total of 1 million yuan spent on Jiang Yu. To protect his soldiers' heads, he also bought 2,000 rugby crash helmets online, with which the enemy would have a hard time trying to hit the head. A helmet costs $400 and another $800,000 for Kongwu. After buying everything, plus his usual consumption, Jiang Yu now has less than 80 million left in his hand. I have to say, feeding 100,000 people is pretty spendy. It wasn't that Jiang Yu couldn't afford more armor and rugby helmets. If he equipped all of Xiliang's soldiers with this kind of armor, in case of a mutiny, Fong Hongfu would be in danger. But as long as she was armed with the imperial guards who were absolutely loyal to Fong Hongfu, she would be able to sit steady in a fishing boat no matter what happened and let the wind and waves rise. Jiang Yu's favoritism was always just Fong Hongfu alone, and when you really count, Chen Mangya, this little nerd, also counts as one. As for the rest of Western Liang, Jiang Yu was completely in love with the house. With these equipments, Xi Liang is now not worried about food and clothing, although they are all female soldiers, but they also have the capital to pursue the world, and do not need to be afraid of being slaughtered by the Hu people again. Jiang Yu excitedly connected to Fong Hongfu and asked, "Red Whiskers, how's your war with Xianbei going these days?" Chapter 136. Fong Hongfu sighed despondently, speaking of which, his own sister had just retreated from Xianbei, and facing this current situation was really not a good thing. After talking to Jiang Yu about what had happened, Fong Hongfu said with some fatigue, "It's just this situation at the moment. The situation in front of us is really annoying, these monkeys of Xianbei, fighting and not leaving." However, Jiang Yu stood outside of the situation, but instead, he thought of a good suggestion at once. "Hongfu, you just said that the entrance to the city is a dense forest, and it's now in the winter season, so if you set it on fire, the problem of Xianbei will be solved." Jiang Yu's thinking is actually the same as many modern bosses. If you find a problem, then there is no need to rush to solve the problem. First think of a way to solve the problem people. Fong Hongfu hesitantly said, "Jiang Yu, it's not that I haven't thought about this idea, but without this dense forest, there will be less natural barriers in front of Zhangye City, and in the future, it will be easier for other countries to attack." Jiang Yu said with certainty, "Hongfu, it's hard for others to come in, is it also hard for you to march out, so it's all the more reason to burn this forest, otherwise how will you be able to chase the world in the future?" In fact, Fong Hongfu never had this kind of ambition. When her throne was all rushed, her biggest purpose was to want the people of Xiliang to live in peace and happiness. She said with quite a bit of concern, "Jiang Yu, Xiliang is just a small projectile country, and right now, its military strength is only a full 50,000 people, and even if all of the people are in the army, there are still only 100,000 people. Compared to those big countries that have millions of troops at every turn, Xiliang is still too weak." Jiang Yu did not persuade Fong Hongfu, instead he told the illusion, "Hongfu, in my world, there is a famous hussar general in history. He was young and 17 years old when he led his troops to the battlefield, leading only elite cavalry in a blitzkrieg. At the beginning of the battle, led 800 elite cavalry to give up millions of troops, against 100,000 troops, across the grassland beheading more than 2,000 enemies, but also captured the ant of the Huns at the time, even if it was only a distance of a few hundred people, the enemy was to come without a shadow, without a trace of the hussar general to kill the courage to. It is this general who has beaten the enemy so much that he dares not take another step into the Middle Kingdom. So, do you understand, Hongfu? Troop strength doesn't represent fighting strength, the chief's strategy does. I believe you can take the world by storm, the district's tiny Xianbei, what's there to fear?" What Jiang Yu said about the champion marquis greatly encouraged Fong Hongfu. The large-scale wars in this world still relied on numbers to win, and the purpose was also to grab territory. The strategy of the champion marquis was different from the past. When everyone was busy grabbing territory, a rash person came out who was not interested in the territory at all. See people, without saying anything is a beating. After the beating want to call the big brother to help, the other party has long disappeared without a trace. Without even touching the other side's hair, just when you think the boss is around and it's so easy to relax your nerves, the other side kills back. Originally thought that the boss was their backer, this time, the other party even beat you and the boss together, completely knocked you guys out. It was this kind of surprise attack that the champion Ho beat all the Xiongnu people to death and crippled them, and recovered a large part of the territory. Jiang Yu continued, "And Hongfu, your world should not have this kind of tactics. Under the enhancement of the equipment I gave you, when the time comes, as fast as lightning, come and go like the wind, beat all the Hu people crying out for help. Xiliang lost territory we will snatch back." Fong Hongfu said excitedly, "Jiang Yu, I'm sure you can make Xiliang one of the top superpowers at that time." Since connecting to Jiang Yu, Xiliang's days were getting better and better with the naked eye, and that was her biggest bottom line. Jiang Yu corrected, "Hongfu, you remember, in this world Xiliang counts two, no one dares to count one." Fong Hongfu pursed her lips and was inwardly moved to say, "Jiang Yu, I believe that with you this world is also at your fingertips, but the scenery above the top is only meaningful if you share it with me." It's not the first time that Fong Hongfu has made a sizzling and courageous confession. Jiang Yu firmly responded, "Don't worry, Hongfu, one day we'll meet each other, and then we'll travel the mountains together and see all the great scenery of this world. In addition, I have bought you a lot of things. You give these things to the soldiers to arm, as soon as possible to start a decisive battle against Xianbei, clear the obstacles in front of you." With a thought, Jiang Yu teleported the motorcycle helmets, PVC plates, rugby helmets, and fine lock armor that had already arrived to Fong Hongfu. Compared to the mountains of food piled up each time, this time the supplies weren't too much. However, PVC plates are finished products. Jiang Yu personally, cutting and combining, burning out the holes with charcoal, and then connecting together with twine, the matter of combining out a set of armor. I'm afraid that Shilong won't be able to read the tutorials and understand the armor crafting. After working on these armors, all the ordinary soldiers of Shilian were protected and didn't have to fear anyone in a frontal charge anymore. Ancient skilled craftsmen quite a lot. PVC sheet processing method is also simple. Fong Hongfu mobilized all the domestic craftsmen, all put into processing cutting PVC sheet work. With the efforts of the country, it won't take more than a few days for all the PVC sheets to be processed. The rest of the equipment was easier to deal with, pulling out 2,000 Imperial Guards, each with a piece of lockjaw armor, a composite bow, and a rugby helmet. With these armed to the teeth equipment, when the Imperial Guards truly arrived on the battlefield, it was simply like God blocking God and Buddha blocking Buddha. Also, the Huns were cruel and poor. Though not useless, the Huns were famous for their horsemanship and their horses were well fed. After defeating the Xiongnu, Shilian captured 1,000 good war horses, and there was more than enough for everyone in the Imperial Forest Army to share one horse each. Chapter 137. Really set fire to the mountain, only rely on 2,000 Imperial Army, with come and go like the wind of the warhorse, as well as composite bow, lock sun armor, can beat the Xianbei cannot find north. Even if Hu Yenyu is more proficient in the art of war, in front of absolute power, it is still useless. It's like putting a gifted kid with an IQ of 200 plus and Hercules in the same gladiatorial arena, and it's obvious to the naked eye how it will end. Fong Hongfu was arranging everything in order when Nia Wenjing ran to the main hall holding a small soldier who was injured all over like crazy. Wendy shouted desperately, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" Fong Hongfu frowned and said in a bad mood, "Wenjing, why are you panicking? You are also a general. What is the decency of your windy and flaming appearance, and who is it that you are holding in your arms? If you are injured, why don't you hurry to find the eunuch?" The little soldier in his arms unconsciously murmured, "Your Majesty, save us, Your Majesty, save us." Wenjing said anxiously, "Your Majesty, there's news from Lu Ruyan, the minister." Lu Ruyan was when the military minister of Western Liang, and Fong Hongfu grew up together playmates, when Fong Hongfu on the throne as emperor, or Lu Ruyan support. At first, Xiliang had 16 cities. Facing the attack of the Hu people, Lu Ruyan was in command of the army, but unfortunately, the huge gap between the strength of the troops and the equipment, Xiliang lost every step of the way. The 16 cities that were there in the beginning are also only the last one left, Zhangye City. It was only because Lu Ruyan was not afraid of danger and tried her best to block the enemy's main force, that Fong Hongfu had the chance to be trapped in Zhangye City until Jiang Yu's rescue. The scout had just finished speaking when both of his eyes closed. He was too heavily injured and directly fainted to death. Fong Hongfu's face was both happy and anxious. Her good sister was still alive. There was nothing more delightful than this kind of thing. However, the other party had encountered danger, and he himself must find a way to bring back Ruyan Lu. Without the other side blocking the main force in the first place, Xiliang would no longer exist now. What's more, Xilong never made a habit of leaving his sisters behind. Fong Hongfu ordered, "First send this scout to the Imperial Doctor, make sure to preserve the other's life, and by the way, the 3 life-saving immortal pills that the immortals transmitted over, give her one to use." In addition to the anti-inflammatory injections, Kangwu also transmitted over 3 epinephrine in the first place, which was considered a gift from the manufacturer. There was no private purchasing channel for this thing, there were only 3 in total, and Jiang Yu had purposely instructed it first that this was a life-saving agent for serious injuries, and that it would be life-threatening if an ordinary person injected it. And it was not certain that she would be able to get this medicine in the future, so she was told to be sure to use it sparingly. This scout had come back desperately to report the news, and now was the moment to use this potion. Saved, the scout is a hero to all the world, and if not, a hero to all the world, but posthumously. Fong Hongfu called for the guards to continue to pass on the order. The Imperial Forest troops who have just received new equipment, all of them match fast horses, put on armor, and bring all their weapons with them, go out of the city around the dense forest, and use the fastest speed possible to go and receive Marshal Lu Ruyan. Remember, ladder configuration, snipe sections, in addition to the pursuing Changs, be careful of the Xianbei in the rear, make sure to stop the Changs and Xianbei outside, and protect Ruyan from getting hurt. Now Xiliang is a race against time. Lu Ruyan is in the dense forest outside the city. Xianbei has not yet noticed for the time being, but it is also a matter of time. There is also the Chang pursuers. If the first step of the Imperial Army, I am afraid that Lu Ruyan will be in danger. Fong Hongfu looked like she remembered something again, and said to the guards next to her, "Call Han Shuiying, the Minister of Households, and the current Minister of Public Works, and have them come over to see me as fast as they can." It was the first time that the Empress was in such a hurry, and the two ministers didn't dare to slow down, rushing inside the palace. Fong Hongfu directly ordered the two to say, "The Ministry of Households and the Ministry of Industry cooperate fully. Just now the immortal transmitted over the armor materials, convene the nation's skilled craftsmen, there can also enlist the people to help. Make sure that within 2 days to make all the armor all out. If you can't do it, the two of you will carry your heads over to see me." The female emperor's order was issued, and the two ministers knelt on the ground and said without hesitation, "Minister, obey the decree." When the Empress was so serious, anyone knew that something big must have happened. As a subject, you must share your majesty's worries, and obeying orders is the best way to do so. The entire country of Xiliang sprang into action, and the Ministry of Works summoned all the registered artisans. It doesn't matter what category, jade maker, stonemason, blacksmith, carpenter, in short, as long as there is a hands-on ability, all of them are gathered. The Ministry of Households posted notices in every household informing the people that each household must send at least one person to help out at the Ministry of Works, that the survival of the nation is the responsibility of all, that this is not a negotiation, and that those who don't go won't get any of the food distributed by the state in the future. Except for those who are 60 years old or older, those who turn out to help with their entire family will be honored with the title of Honorable House. Of course, it wasn't a waste of time to help. A strong laborer who contributed could share 3 pounds of rice a day, 1 or 2 pounds of salt, and sometimes meat. Of course, if you want silver, you can. After the work, the Ministry of the Household will be a one-time payment. Anyone who dares to withhold this money, 9 clans will be executed. But the vast majority of the people chose to ask for grain and salt after the famine. Everyone was scared of starvation, and although their families had sweet potatoes that could fill them up, no one minded the amount of grain. And work meals, to ensure that meals have meat or meat products, just to Jiangyu last transmission over the past marinade take out part of the people to taste. The well-equipped soldiers rode their steeds and opened the city gates to rush out like a gust of wind. At this time, behind the dense forest, Lu Ruyan with more than 200 remnants of the army, when the 30,000 troops went out to face the Hu people who were ahead of the equipment and combat power. The enemy was decimated by more than 50,000, and the remaining 200 or so people were wounded and crippled, basically lightly wounded soldiers dragging the seriously wounded ones with them. Even the commander-in-chief, Lu Ruyan, was hit by a cold arrow and is now in a precarious situation with a high fever. Chapter 138, Fully Armed. The vice-general said in a broken voice, "Marshal Ruyan, why don't we just charge straight through? If we continue to wait here, I'm afraid everyone will be exhausted, not to mention the Chang tribe behind us are still eyeing us." Lu Ruyan's body rolled, her eyes were red, and her voice was hoarse as she said, "Wait, I've already sent someone to send a letter to the emperor. If the emperor still has any strength left, he will definitely do his best to come and save us. If the letter has not been delivered, then it proves that Jiangye has been surrounded by layers and layers of encirclement. Even if we pass through the dense forest, going back would be a death sentence, not to mention, with these 200 of us, facing the Xinbei garrison, and with everyone injured, I'm afraid that not 100 of us can go over there." The adjutant general said with a sobbing voice, "But Marshal, people are dying every day because of their wounds, lack of water and food, so we can only sit back and wait for them to die? These are our sisters." Lu Ruyan also hadn't drank water for a long time. She felt her throat start to dry up and crack, and said with great effort, "It's precisely to let everyone go back that we have to wait. We've already killed our way here. Even if we bring back one more person, it's worth it. I can't bear to see my soldiers die in a siege by the Xinbei." The adjutant general was silent for a moment. Whether she broke out or waited, it seemed to her to be deaf. Waiting in place is nothing more than the back waiting for the guillotine to fall on their heads, and the breakout stretching their heads to die instead. And what exactly is going on inside Jiangye City? No one knows the city, even if His Majesty is still there. They dare not think about this. At this time the Western Liang Imperial Forest Army is fast horsewhip around the dense forest, all soldiers one person to ride, horse-break people do not rest, incomparable to ensure that the fastest speed can arrive outside the dense forest. When Lu Ruyan treated the soldiers as if they were his own flesh and blood, many of these imperial guards were selected from the ordinary soldiers, who had been favored by Lu Ruyan at the beginning. At first, Lu Ruyan was just a small military department member, and Fong Hongfu was just an unfavored imperial daughter. However, the two men had similar philosophies, and both took it upon themselves to love and protect the people and soldiers of the world. But unfortunately, Lu Ruyan character trait, do not understand the road for the official, refuse to accept bribes, even if talented, can only sit on the bench in the position above, a long time cannot be promoted. Later, when Fong Hongfu was in danger, Lu Ruyan put her life on the line to stand up for Fong Hongfu, not for any other reason than to let the people of Xiliang live a good life. Fong Hongfu also lived up to her reputation and sat in the highest position. From then on, the two are both girlfriends and absolutely trusting good partners at work. Both aspire to the people of Xiliang have enough to eat and wear, and the soldiers are strong and powerful. Fong Hongfu also, up to expectations, in the reign of these years of conscientiousness, vigorously promote young officials, so that those in their positions do not seek their own politics of the old stuff all rolled. Fong Hongfu promoted young officials, and Lu Ruyan did much the same, vigorously promoting young officials in the Ministry of War and encouraging young people to go to the battlefield from the army to make achievements. Vigorous reforms to improve the treatment of soldiers, eliminating bloated and useless institutions, and strictly investigating the Ministry of War for empty pay. Countless soldiers have become the beneficiaries, and there are also many people promoted by Lu Ruyan inside these imperial guards. In the face of certain death situation, Lu Ruyan sent 30,000 troops to stop hundreds of thousands of Hu people army. Everyone felt that the other side has no hope to come back. When the Phoenix Red brush her a few days without food, every day tears soak lapel. Marshal worthy of being a marshal, Lu Ruyan managed to buy time for Shillong, and everyone evacuated to the last Zhengye city. This place has a dense forest in front and high mountains behind, most suitable for defense and counterattack, and it is also by relying on this last city that Fong Hongfu can survive until Zhang Yu's support. But now that Lu Ruyan had returned alive, any soldier in Shillong, or even the common people inside the city, should thank the other party for daring to sacrifice and ushering in a turnaround for the 100,000 people inside Zhengye city. This was also the reason why the Imperial Guards desperately wanted to get Ruyan Lu back. At this time, inside Shiliang city, a place was specially vacated and a dozen assembly lines were arranged. The craftsmen were responsible for cutting and punching the holes, and the people behind them were responsible for linking them with wire and assembling the PVC plates into simple armor. All of them formed a dozen long lines, starting with the first process, each one completing a process until the armor was made with a final check. The rest of the people pushed unicycles with dozens of suits of armor and helmets on them and sent them inside the barracks at the first opportunity, sending them down 100 at a time in units of centurions until they had armed the entire 50,000-strong army to the teeth. With the efforts of the nation, counting the craftsmen adding up to 10,000 men enlisted, on average, each man would only need to make 5 suits of armor. There was no need for 2 days of dead orders from Fong Hongfu, and after only 1 day, all the armor had been assembled. Soldiers change into shiny PVC body armor, wear yellow helmets, step on liberation shoes and carry rebar. If Zhang Yu were to see it, he would find it very comical, but Shiliang didn't think so. This was 50,000 light armored soldiers armed with hyper-dragon mace. This kind of top equipment, other countries at best only a few thousand riders. Shiliang can do all the soldiers are armed. With these equipments, in the future to fight with Xiongnu again, Shiliang soldiers to 1 against 10 is not a matter of concern. Seeing that the soldiers had put on brand new equipment, the Minister of the Household and the Minister of War returned to the court together to resume their duties. When the Empress learned that everything was ready, her dragon face was so pleased that she immediately decided to reward everyone. Household Secretary and Ministry of Industry Secretary to supervise the people greatly meritorious. The two can go to the snack warehouse inside the latest models of snacks at random, but not allowed to cart. You can always get to the body cannot be loaded. Zhang Yu's latest transmission over the brisket in the Western Liang is definitely hard currency, plus the famine has just passed, all the people's stomachs have no oil, brisket chicken legs red sausage and so on is really too gluttonous. Not to mention the current famine era, even in times of peace, eating meat is a luxury. In the past harvest years, many small landowners, hands of a few acres of land, do not worry about food and clothing, life is quite comfortable, want to eat meat have to bear the pain to buy. I guess a month will also dare to eat a once. The people also helped a lot in assembling the armor this time, so Fong Hongfu naturally wouldn't forget them. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn the boat. She knows that only when the people are well off, Western Liang is truly strong. Chapter 139. Any people who participate in the assembly will be rewarded with 10 pounds of rice, 3 pounds of salt, and a bag of their choice of brine chicken thighs or red sausage. All the participating craftsmen doubled their rewards, and this time, Fong Hongfu distributed the grain, and when Zhang Yu transmitted a large portion of the grain, there wasn't much left. But Fong Hongfu was not worried. After all, there are still a lot of sweet potatoes in Shiliang now, enough to eat until next year, and the people don't have to worry about going hungry. As for pure water, Zhang Yu delivers it to Shiliang every day, and the wells and moats that used to be poisoned by the Huns are now purified to the point where the water is drinkable. Everyone was armed. Fong Hongfu was concerned about Lu Ruyan's safety, but she couldn't joke with her soldiers' lives. And with the imperial army running around the clock, there was little difference between attacking earlier and later on your own side. Fong Hongfu immediately ordered all soldiers to rest and recuperate tonight, and early tomorrow morning, the army would start. At this time, Lu Ruyan troops were still wearing single clothes, the cold wind was piercing the bones, many soldiers were freezing their faces, and a lot of people had their fingers and toes frozen off. In all, there were more than 200 people, more than half of them infected with wind chill, and there were quite a few minor and serious injuries, and only a few dozen healthy people. They also didn't dare to make a fire to keep warm, whether it was an ancient war or a modern war. The most frightening thing on the battlefield was the heat source. Because of this, how many soldiers contracted trench foot disease, and in the worst cases, even had their limbs amputated as a result. Now that it was night, it would be more obvious that the fire exposed its position. At that time, the front and rear attack, I'm afraid that the 200 people who tried their best to run out, not one of them will be left. Lu Ruyan's whole body was boiling hot, obviously the temperature was cold, but she felt like she was inside a furnace. In a trance, she saw the Empress come to pick herself up with a warm smile on her face and said, "Ruyan, come with me, let's go live a good life." A shimmering light emanated from the Empress, so beautiful that it was as if Lu Ruyan had seen the most beautiful thing in this world. She subconsciously took the Empress's hand, feeling the other's warm body heat. Lu Ruyan said guiltily, "Your Majesty, I am incompetent. I brought out 30,000 sons and daughters. Not only did I fail to stop the Chang tribe, but now there are only 200 people left." The Empress smiled amiably, "Ruyan, you've done your best. No one will do better than you. In the future we don't care about the mundane world. The two of us, the ruler and the minister, will wander the world together." After saying that, the Empress' hand gently rubbed Lu Ruyan's cheek. Feeling the warmth of the other's palm, Ruyan Lu closed her eyes and enjoyed it. Once upon a time, this was the security she desperately yearned for. Lu Ruyan does not know when it started. Maybe it was a childhood playmate, maybe it was the later friendship between the ruler and the minister. But she herself to Fong Hongfu has long exceeded the love between the ruler and the courtier. She just wants to be with Fong Hongfu every day, even if it is just looking at the pair from afar. She is also incomparably satisfied. If she accidentally touched His Majesty's soft palm, Ruyan Lu would be happy for days. With Fong Hongfu, she didn't show any respect to all men, and even felt disgusted inside her heart. In favor of facing Fong Hongfu, that feeling of not being able to stop your heart from thumping as long as you were close, you simply couldn't suppress it. It was also the case that later on, when the Hu people attacked Xiliang, Lu Ruyan decided to sacrifice herself at the critical moment. She absolutely would not allow Fong Hongfu to die. As long as she thought about this matter, her heart ached like a knife twisting. Even if she knew that she would be defeated, she had no choice but to rush out with 30,000 soldiers and horses, just to give Fong Hongfu and the people a chance to live. Thinking of the people, Lu Ruyan tentatively asked Fong Hongfu, "Your Majesty, how are the people of Xiliang resettled? Have you retreated to Zhangye city, and are the people all still alive?" Fong Hongfu gently lifted Lu Ruyan's chin, her delicate red lips getting closer and closer to Lu Ruyan as she said in a frivolous tone, "Ruyan, to me, apart from you, no one is important." As soon as Lu Ruyan jumped into Fong Hongfu's arms, her eyes kept shedding tears, and her hands tightly embraced Fong Hongfu, wishing to melt the other party into her body. She wiped away her tears and calmly said, "As much as I want to go with you, you are not His Majesty. Thank you for the warmth you brought me, but I'm going back. Xiliang needs me to guard it, and His Majesty needs me to guard it as well." Lu Ruyan took a step away, and before her eyes, Fong Hongfu turned into a weird and twisted face, her mouth hissing shrilly, "Come with us, it's all because you killed us, don't try to run away, go to hell with us." She took a closer look. These faces were all the enemy troops that her own had decapitated in the first place, a twisted face and broken head, piled up into a mountain of flesh, rolling down and chasing towards Lu Ruyan. Her eyes were determined and her feet were on the ground as she raced towards the back. Xiliang was still waiting for her, and she couldn't die here no matter what. And even if she was going to die, Lu Ruyan wanted to see Fong Hongfu one more time, gently stroking the other party's cheek with her hand. In the trench, Ruyan Lu exclaimed excitedly, "Hongfu!" The feverish body suddenly sat up straight, sitting up in shock in a dying dream. Lu Ruyan gasped for air. The sky was already faint with a little bit of light, reaching out and barely able to see 5 fingers, and the vice-general next to him didn't move an inch to take care of Lu Ruyan. Lifting her back, she said, "Marshal, are you all right? You've been calling out His Majesty's name since just now, and just now you even woke up and sat up straight away." Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and coughed violently twice, forcibly relaxing and said, "It's fine. Maybe it's just an infection of wind and cold that caused the nightmare. How many shifts is it now?" The adjutant said as follows, "Marshal, it's already the 4th night, and the scouts just came back to report that the Chang soldiers are stationed 3 miles away from us, so I guess it won't take long for us to be exposed." Lu Ruyan asked quietly, "Have the reinforcements from Western Liang arrived?" The vice-general said in a somewhat desperate tone, "I sent my men to wait at the edge of the forest all this time, and I haven't seen any reinforcements from Western Liang yet." Lu Ruyan murmured and said, "Wait, at the same time get ready. If the Changs discover us, let the warriors launch a final wave of charge. Prepare to fight the Changs for their lives. Xiliang daughter soldiers, there is no coward, otherwise it would not be from the original tens of thousands of people, and finally fought to only a few hundred people left in this area." Now to the moment of survival, in front of the Xianbei blocking tiger, after the Chang group of wolves has been completely exhausted. Lu Ruyan had already prepared herself for the sacrifice. If Western Liang did not support herself, she thought that Fong Hongfu would not have a good time. Then he himself would put his life on the line, and in the end, he would help Fong Hongfu a little bit, and along with these 200 or so remnants of the army, he would launch a suicidal charge. Even if they delayed the Chang for 1 more hour, the main city of Western Liang, Zhanya, would have 1 more point to live. Chapter 140 Charge. After the 5th night, the sky just dawned. Under the leadership of Fong Hongfu, all the soldiers of Xiliang put on their PVC battle armor. The Xianbei soldiers had been guarding inside the dense forest, seriously hindering the march of the Xiliang soldiers, and it was time to make a decision. Great General Wang Yuer led the troops, with Nie Wenjing as the vanguard officer, and all the soldiers would participate in the battle. Min Ro said to Fong Hongfu with some concern, "Your Majesty, we don't leave any soldiers guarding the city in case of an accident?" Fong Hongfu said with certainty, "There are no accidents, what's more, I have left a backhand." Looking at Fong Hongfu's confident expression, Min Ro didn't say anything else. The immortals were helping His Majesty more and more, and His Majesty was becoming more and more confident. Min Ro naturally wouldn't ask what Fong Hongfu's backhand was, believing that His Majesty had his own decision. At this time inside the Xinbei Marquis, Hu Yenyu, although familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, but the kung fu of raising qi is still far from it. Think about Feng Cherry single-handedly, actually get away from their own army. As long as you think about this matter, Hu Yenyu is furious. The Xianbei people are small and thin, a frontal war. It is difficult to survive under the charge of iron hooves. It's also Huyan's way of improving the battle method, trying to increase the survival rate of the soldiers, but this method is like having the wrong skill points, with dexterity full at the expense of strength and attack. The scout pulled a long report. A smoke ran to the inside of the martial tent and said, "Marshal, scouts came to report that they found 2 waves of Western Liang's elite cavalry meandering around the back from the dense forest. These people are equipped with elite equipment. All of them are equipped with a bow and arrows with wheels at both ends. They are dressed in Locke's armor, and they are holding a long spear in their hands." The scout's body shuddered involuntarily as he remembered the experience of being dominated by that horrible bow and arrow, a bow and arrow that could pierce through trees as thick as a bowl. It was terrifying to think about. Hu Yenyu's eyes rolled. He didn't dare to strike. He waited in the woods for a long time just to wait for an opportunity, and now it seemed to him that the opportunity had finally come. "Ha ha 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 ha. The main soldiers of the Xiliang soldiers want to surround me. This marshal just attempted them. Pass down the order." The whole army assembled. In addition, pay attention, Xiliang may set fire at any time. Hu Yenyu naturally did not know that Lu Ruyan was not far behind him outside the dense forest. After all, the smaller the troop, the more difficult to detect. Normal thinking felt that Fong Hongfu wanted to encircle Xianbei to start a grand decisive battle, and for him, it was also a heavenly good opportunity. At this time, the Chang clan, breaking up the large force, split into small groups to search for Lu Ruyan, who was hiding. The nearest small troop, from Lu Ruyan hiding place, only a few hundred meters, they raised their heads through the lush grass. Through the hay can vaguely see each other's silhouettes. Inside the Hu people, the Chang troops had the strongest fighting ability, complete with armor, and all shaved their hair into money rat tail braids in order to ride horses better. Years of war, all the Chang soldiers had fierce eyes and were quite wolfish. Each of the Western Liang soldiers gripped the weapons in their hands, ready to fight at any time. Many of the soldiers' hands were trembling slightly as they held their swords. They had been displaced all the way, sick and injured, and had not even eaten a full meal, and I'm afraid that their physical strength now made holding their swords laborious. If the Chang soldiers found out, the consequences could be imagined. Every Western Liang soldier's face was filled with despair, and I'm afraid that the current situation is completely powerless. The sound of hoofbeats rang out. The Western Liang soldiers heard it, and the Chang were no exception. The ground all began to feel a shaking as the Chang soldiers gave a strange cry and rushed over to where the hooves sounded. The Hoosiers are generally not smart, and when they meet a strange movement, their first reaction is not to avoid the danger, but to rush over to find out what is going on. The place where Ruyan Lu and the girls were was unsurprisingly found. Ow! The Chang soldiers let out a strange cry and excitedly rushed towards Lu Ruyan. The other Chang soldiers seemed to have understood, and they were whimpering and charging. Lu Ruyan coughed twice with great effort and said, "Prepare for battle, sisters, fight to the death with these Hu-wolves." Not a single person wanted to surrender. Even the soldiers with broken legs propped up their crutches, wanting to fight the Hoosiers to the death. Being women, everyone knows that losing against a Hoosier is even worse than dying in battle. The Western Liang army had already assembled in front of the dense forest outside the city. Fong Hongfu was holding a composite bow with rockets on it, and many soldiers behind him were also holding bows and arrows. The tips of the arrows carried flammable materials and were coated with gasoline, which burned with black smoke. I only saw Fong Hongfu give an order, release arrows and burn the forest. Hundreds of rockets were fired into the forest, and at this point it was dry and the fire was on the verge of breaking out. The blazing firelight was reflected in Fong Hongfu's pupils, and she muttered, "Ruyan, wait, I will definitely save you back. As long as we wait for the woods to burn out completely, when the Xiliang army starts, if the Xianbei have survivors, then they will make up for it, and if they don't, it's just right, they can just count the harvest." Xianbei Commander-in-Chief Hu Yanyu learned of the news of setting fire to the mountain. Hu Yanyu looked up to the sky and laughed long and hard, and continuously high-fived 3 times and said, "Finally out of the army, all the people give me," rushed inside the tunnels in the surprise attack on Xiliang, into the Zhangye city after, no matter whether it is the soldiers or the people, those who resisted to kill without amnesty. Unlike Jin Rikchan, who prided himself on being a wise general, Hu Yanyu naturally could not rely on the lives of his soldiers to fill the gap. Even if he captured Zhangye city, it would be a lose-lose deal for him. Hu Yanyu had waited a long time for this opportunity. Ever since Jiang Luo had told him about the tunnels left behind by the Huns, Hu Yanyu had been thinking about what he could do with them. However, seeing the fighting strength of the Western Liang soldiers, and there are still 50,000 troops in the city, the real frontal war, Xianbei in front of the Western Liang, I am afraid that there is no power to fight back. But this time is different. For Hu Yanyu, now is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to directly steal home, and when it comes to defending Zhangye city, Xiliang will be completely finished. Everyone on Ruyan Lu's side had been discovered, and it was pointless to hide at this point. Lu Ruyan took the remaining remnants of the army with her, and pitted the 200 men who couldn't even organize a decent charge. Many of them used their weapons as crutches and rushed towards the Chang soldiers with determined eyes, only at a much slower pace. An evil smile appeared on the face of the Chang soldiers, and these last few remaining female soldiers of the Western Liang had wanted to make a decision for a long time. He waved his large sword, fantasizing about the image of chopping off the female soldier's head with one slash. If the sword was fast enough, the opponent wouldn't even be able to feel the pain, and the blood would spurt out a foot high. The Western Liang Imperial Guards had already seen Lu Ruyan from afar, and their 2,000 men circled forward from each side of the dense forest. The soldiers were marching rapidly day and night, with tired looks on their faces, but fortunately, they finally caught up. The head vanguard officer shouted desperately at the top of his voice, "Ruyan Shangshu, pull back, we're coming to support." Chapter 141 Chang Square Formation. Lu Ruyan and the soldiers' eyes immediately lit up, and more than 200 people turned back in unison. Not far away in 2 directions, thousands of steed cavalry galloped in, raising wolf smoke and rolling, their feet trembling slightly on the ground. Lu Ruyan immediately and decisively ordered, all lightly wounded and able-bodied, guarding the last of the team to cover the evacuation of their comrades, seriously wounded and disabled to help each other retreat, be sure to ensure that all can go home. The Xiliang formation changed automatically, the front changed to the rear, and the charge changed to retreat. Unfortunately, there were only a few dozen lightly wounded and able-bodied men, not a single decent weapon in hand, swords with curled blades and broken spears. These people are just trying to fight for a way to live for their comrades with their flesh and blood. Ruyan Lu rushed at the first one, her arms trembling from being off the hook. Chang rushed at the front as a cavalryman. He recognized Lu Ruyan at the first time, his big mouth directly grinned. "This is the other party's commander-in-chief. Look at the current situation. Lu Ruyan's physical strength has long been exhausted. After beheading and carrying the head, it must be another great merit." "Hiya." The soldier smiled cruelly. Lu Ruyan was no longer a person in his eyes but a promotion tool for sealing the throne. He was already getting closer and closer to Ruyan Lu, and the cold blade was mapped in Ruyan Lu's pupils. She wanted to raise her sword to resist, but she was too tired, and with all her strength, she still couldn't lift her arm. The Western Liang reinforcements behind them were not far away from Lu Ruyan, and the fastest rider on horseback droned out, "How dare you hurt the general?" Selection of Imperial Guards are the elite of the elite, archery not to say 100 paces through the poplar, but also 50 paces must be hit. The female Western Liang soldiers drew their bows with all their might, their eyes condensed as if they were lightning, unaffected by the swaying horses. Shoo! Violent air-breaking sounds rang out, and the arrows were like thunderbolts, and the naked eye could not follow the traces at all. The sharp tip of the arrow shot straight through the Chang soldier's brain, leaving a finger-sized bloody hole. The soldier even remained in the slashing position, only that the man had been driven down from the top of the horse by the force of the arrow. The arrow went on, and the tremendous force killed another horse before it gave up. Ruyan Lu gasped. She just felt as if she had walked inside hell. The commander of the Imperial Forest Army ordered, "One team will follow me to rescue Marshal Lu, and the second team will guard the rear to prevent the Xianbei villains from sneaking in." Rolling smoke rose from inside the dense forest. The mountain fire was already burning, and the Xianbei could charge out of the woods at any time. One of the purposes of Fong Hongfu sending out the Imperial Forest Army was also to prevent the Xianbei from raiding from the rear and not being able to rescue Lu Ruyan. The Imperial Guards put their composite bows back behind their backs and galloped their horses with their lances in hand. The Changs and Lu Ruyan were too close, and it was especially easy to accidentally injure them if they shot arrows at random. It was just as well that the Imperial Guards could still try out the new armor and compete with the Chang to see whose weapons were actually sharper. Lu Ruyan, they just rely on their legs. Naturally they can't run behind the Chang soldiers, but the Imperial Guards are riding precious horses on their hips, all of them come and go like the wind. Early on, they crossed over to Ruyan Lu and the others, and the leader didn't forget to say, "Marshal Ruyan, you take your sisters and go to the back first, the people from Team 2 will take care of you." After saying that, the man raised his riding crop and smacked the horse's ass, and the horse's hooves flew and ran a few more points faster. She stretched out her threaded steel lance, the tip of the lance flashed with a cold light and stabbed directly at the armor with a huge force of inertia. The Chang's armor was like tofu dregs in front of the threaded steel lance, and it was directly penetrated. The Xiliang soldier used both arms to raise his lance, lifting the Chang soldier's body above his head, and then threw the other party out with force. It smashed into another Chang soldier. It was discovered that Ruyan Lu's soldiers were only a small group, and that the larger force was now not assembled. The Imperial Guards had only made one charge, and the small group had already been killed. The Imperial Guards weren't in a hurry to charge anymore, backing up a little to protect Ruyan Lu and the girls back to safety. The Chang soldiers began to gather in local formations not far away. The soldiers find their bearings, some with spears in their hands, others with shields, and form a square in all four directions. The Chang spears were different from the Western Liang's. Each spear was almost 5 meters long wooden stick with the tip of the spearhead sticking out densely. Next to the spearmen were shield soldiers, and these soldiers held their shields high to protect the spearmen. From afar, the square formation of these soldiers looked like a hedgehog, with densely packed spears like sticking out stinging needles. The Chang leader can't help but feel smug in his heart. He has tested this formation countless times, and it works 100 times, whether it's a cavalry charge or an infantry assault. It can't help the square formation in the slightest, and in the end, it will all be poked into a bloody hole. The only disadvantage of this formation was that it was slow-moving. Hundreds of soldiers could only move forward step by step in a consistent pace. But as soon as they were touched by the spear, they were in the soldiers' range. This hastily formed square had only a few hundred men. A complete large square would require 2,000 men. The Chang soldiers looked down on the combat power of the Xiliang female soldiers from the bottom of their hearts, thinking that 5,000 soldiers could already take care of the 2,000 Xiliang people in front of them. The soldiers at the back were still forming squares in an endless stream, and the soldiers in the frontmost formation had a uniform pace, the ground shaking slightly every time they took a step forward. The Chang soldiers were still far away from Xiliang, seemingly a few hundred meters, and it would take at least 10 minutes for the entire square to move. The head of the Imperial Guard raised his hand, looked at the other side and said, "All of you, don't release your arrows." Everyone understands the reasoning behind spooking a snake, and as soon as the bow is fired, casualties must be maximized. Lu Ruyan also finally withdrew to the second team's position. An Imperial Guard stepped forward, assisted Lu Ruyan and said excitedly, "Marshal, slow down, we're home." Ruyan Lu said in a hoarse voice, "Is there any water? It's best to get some food for the wounded." These people's wounds deteriorated, running all the way. There are still a lot of grass roots and bark in their stomachs, and they seem to still have spirit. All of them are the breath that was strained on the battlefield, but in fact, they are already in critical condition. The soldier who assisted him hurriedly said, "Where are the cooks? Hurry up and start a fire to cook food. Don't let the marshal go hungry." After saying that, he also pulled out a marinated chicken leg from his arms and said, "Marshal, you should eat a little bit to pad out first. The meal will be ready soon." Lu Ruyan said angrily, "What kind of behavior is this from you guys? You're at war back there and you actually want to cook." The soldier said with a superb sense of relief, "Marshal, don't worry, the first team can take care of these people. They're not firing yet. Let's eat ours first, and then we'll replace the first team." Lu Ruyan felt as if there were some incredible changes in the current Xiliang, and she couldn't say anything about it, thinking that since the soldiers had said it, it must be something they were sure of. 142nd Alternate Offense. Lu Ruyan tentatively bit down on a small piece of chicken leg, her eyes widened uncontrollably. Having traveled all the way through the wind, she hadn't known how long it had been since she had eaten something so delicious. The best part is that this stuff is actually so convenient, you just need to tear open the package and eat it. Lu Ruyan was surprised. There's actually meat inside Xiliang, and it's still such a delicious chicken leg. Where did this come from? The soldier proudly said, "Marshal, it's normal that you don't know about it when you're out and about. These things are given to us by the immortals. When we go back, you'll know." A dozen soldiers temporarily guest cooking class, set up a large pot, lighting firewood, cooking smoke. The Chang general saw after the nose are angry crooked, Xiliang is really a bit of bullying, at this time the two armies against each other, the distance is only a mile, Xiliang soldiers actually dare to build a fire to cook, uncle can tolerate and cannot tolerate, is too much to look down on people. He commanded the first square and said, charge me, show these western Liang pussies what we're made of. Unfortunately, the speed of the square formation could not be increased, and it was still like a turtle crawling. In the first line of the Imperial Guard, everyone had dismounted, and the horses moved to the back, forming two rows in a single-file serpentine formation. Bending their bows and arrows, the soldiers in front of them had their bowstrings drawn into a curved moon. The commander of the first group raised his hand and bellowed, release the arrows. 500 arrows were like bullets, the trajectory of which could not be seen by the naked eye at all. The power of a compound bow was comparable to snapping an ordinary hard bow 5 times, and the arrow firing speed was naturally not comparable to an ordinary bow. When he found out that Xiliang wanted to release arrows, the Chang leader hurriedly ordered, everyone, defense. An accomplished smile appeared on his face, the Chang shields were the toughest in the hands of all the Hu people. The shields were made of good hardwood, with iron nails inlaid in the front, so it was impossible for a bow and arrow to penetrate the shield soldier's big shield. The shield soldiers put their round shields up on the ground, their bodies half crouched on the left side, and the spear soldiers half crouched on the right side, with their wide shields just covering the bodies of both men. After releasing their arrows in the front row, the soldiers of Xiliang automatically retreated to the back row, bent their bows and arrows and moved forward, another round of arrows raining down. 2 waves of arrows shot past, and the Chang commander's smile was fixed on his face. The arrows easily penetrated the shields of the Chang soldiers, and many of the bows and arrows were stuck directly in the faces of the Chang soldiers. The composite bow with carbon steel arrows could even easily shoot through the blast shield, even if the Chang's shield was as hard as it was, it could not escape being shot through. Despite the shield protection, half of the Chang soldiers were dead or wounded after 2 rounds of arrow rain. The Imperial Guards didn't give the Chang soldiers a chance to react at all, the 2 teams alternated firing, bending their bows and arrows once again, and the arrows fell as if they were raining down like a canopy. A square formation of several hundred Chang soldiers, after 5 rounds of arrow rain, there were only a dozen people left before they could react. Lu Ruyan, who stood at the back and watched the battle, opened her mouth in surprise. This heavy bomb was much more shocking than tasting the chicken leg at the beginning. She really couldn't help but ask, this is the first time I've seen this kind of strong bow, as if it's a few degrees more powerful than the arrows shot by the strongest warriors with the hardest bows. The second team of soldiers next to him proudly said, Marshal, these are all bestowed by the immortals, Xiliang is no longer the Xiliang of old, the Empress has said that from now on, no one can bully Xiliang. Marshal, wait a little longer, the food will be cooked soon, and if you're curious about anything else, we can take our time and talk while we eat. The second team's commander said anxiously, first teams, you guys kill slowly, leave some for our second team as well, we want to take credit when we come out. Ruyan Lu had never thought that Xiliang could actually be powerful to such an extent, like a dream. The pot was steaming hot and still cooking porridge, a white rice she'd never seen before, and it smelled incredibly sweet. She didn't forget to urge, don't let that Zhongwenhua guy go, quite a few of our sisters died at his hands. Zhongwenhua is the deputy commander of the Chang tribe, this person is treacherous and cruel, and likes to use torture to torment people. Many female soldiers of the Western Liang fell into the hands of the other side did not have a good end. In order to quickly let Lu Ruyan have a bite of hot meal, what the soldiers put in the pot was originally the rice that was steamed last time. The water is just boiling and the thick rice porridge is ready to go down, with a slice of sausage inside the porridge, fresh and meaty. The soldiers picked up a bowl of porridge and brought it to Ruyan Lu, who hesitated and finally asked the question he was most concerned about. Sisters, how is the Empress living now? She didn't dare to ask this question easily, for fear of getting bad results, in case Fong Hongfu had any accidents, or even if the other party was humiliated and kissed to get it, then Lu Ruyan couldn't even eat a bite. The soldier said with a frown, Marshal, since the help of the immortals, the Empress has been a different person compared to before, with a bright smile on her face every day, just like... Ruyan Lu anxiously asked, just like what? The soldier stammered and hesitated, it's like being in love. Lu Ruyan let out a long breath, her heart both happy and sad, like she had lost her most precious thing. The soldier gave Lu Ruyan another bowl of porridge, and didn't forget to exhort, Marshal, eat slowly, it's no problem to get full, but don't overstuff yourself, we're not short of food now. Turning back again, he shouted, second team, all of you have eaten your fill, get on your horses with the old lady and follow me to slaughter the Chang traitors. Zhong Wenhua, the commander of the Chang tribe who was responsible for lining up the troops, was still wearing a smile, but at this moment, he was instantly fixed. Xiliang was just a group of female soldiers in the district, and the bows and arrows carried on their backs didn't look like hard bows, but they actually had such power. Zhong Wenhua never expected this, and he hurriedly shouted out a defense formation. The nearby trumpeter blew the defense horn. The formation that the Changs had already formed turned from a square to a circle, shields were combined together, spears stuck out from inside the gaps of the shields, and the circular shields protected the Chang soldiers in 360 degrees without any dead end. The second team in front of them surrounded the entire Chang formation in a circle. The horses were not fast, and the Imperial Guards held composite bows to ensure the accuracy of their shots. At this moment, Zhang Wenhua was surrounded by Chang soldiers in the center of the formation, trembling and shivering, his lips trembling as he said, "It's alright D, it's alright D, the Chang defense is invincible." Chapter 143. As soon as Zhong Wenhua's words fell, a pure steel arrow had already pierced through the shield, the tip of the arrow only half a finger away from his eyes. He was so shocked that he clasped his head with both hands, gasped for air, and hissed in despair, "Defense, defense." Countless arrow tips pierced through the shields. The ordinary shield soldiers did not have the good fortune of Zhong Wenhua, and in order to defend, they could only use their bodies to die against the shields. The bow and arrow went straight through the shield and lodged in the soldier's body. The Western Liang soldiers also did not attack, riding on their horses, kept firing arrows, and many of the Chang soldiers were shot dead and wounded through their shields. Like a frog boiled in warm water, every time the Western Liang soldiers released arrows, dozens of screams were bound to appear in the Chang's round formation. The formation appeared to be unchanged. In fact, it was just not clear from the outside. Whenever a shield soldier fell, the spear soldiers next to it would immediately block the gap. A few rounds of arrows rained down. There were already quite a number of spear soldiers holding 3 spears a person. At this time, Lu Rian in the back, while drinking the steaming thick porridge, watched the Imperial Guards killing the enemy. The flames of the mountain forest in the back had already spread 100 meters away, and a burst of warmth and heat waves came from the air. The place where Rian Lu was staying in front of him had some weeds though, which could easily be burned to ashes when the time came, and there was no risk for the soldiers. The Imperial Guards were also a bit puzzled as to where the Xianbei soldiers had gone. They waited for the tens of thousands of troops from the other side to rush out, only to come up lonely. At this time, the main force of Xiliang, wearing PVC armor, holding a threaded steel lance, wearing a motorcycle helmet, waiting for the Xianbei soldiers in a strict line, also did not see a shadow. Nia Wenjing wondered, "Damn it, where are all these Xianbei monkeys going? Why can't we see any of them?" At this moment, inside the tunnel, the Xianbei soldiers complimented, "Great General's brilliant plan. I'm afraid that Western Liang would never dream that we are actually inside the tunnel." Hu Yanyu said with a triumphant smile on his face, "Fong Hongfu, let your equipment be as good as it is. This time I have stolen home. See how I can capture you alive." The small soldier next to him, crouching in the narrow tunnel, couldn't help but compliment, "General's plan has 1,000 generations. This time, you can surely crush Western Liang in one fell swoop." Hu Yanyu knocked the young soldier's head and said with a smile, "Hurry up and go. I'll remember you for a great merit if you kill the enemy bravely on the battlefield later." Who would have thought that instead of burning them down, a fire would usher in the perfect opportunity to attack? Inside the tunnels there is a peaceful atmosphere. Xianbei seems to have one. The tunnel entrance was still some distance away from Zhanye Chengdu city, and at first Jian Luer had repeatedly assured that Fong Hongfu would not discover the tunnel entrance. By the time the Xianbei clansmen spread out like bees and attacked with all their might, none of the remaining small number of soldiers and people in Xiliang would be able to survive. The problem that had plagued him for many days had been solved, and Hu Yanyu felt that the sun was much brighter, but it was a pity that there was no sunlight inside the tunnels. The tunnel exits were narrow and only allowed a maximum of 5 soldiers out at a time. Hu Yanyu hid in the corner and ordered, "All of you, charge and kill all of Xiliang's pussies." The 5 soldiers at the head of the group directly overturned the tunnel entrance and pushed their arms and legs together, wanting to go out and make a big show of themselves. Several people had just seen a glimmer of daylight and subconsciously closed their eyes, and when they opened them in a trance, they vaguely saw a round hammer flying at their faces. Before he could scream, red and white tofu brains had already exploded out. A few other Xianbei soldiers didn't fall in favor either, their brains were all shattered. The Chang soldiers in the back were still in the clouds, splattered by the messy plasma. A voice in a jar came from above and said, "Hu Yanyu, have been waiting for you for a long time, come and suffer death." Xianbei soldiers looked up, a few full-body bright silver armor, head with well-made helmet, even on the feet wore iron shoes, ankle like the armor of the mountain armor, holding Xiliang just rebar, just the top is different, welded with a lead ball. The Xianbei soldiers in the back threw down the corpses of their comrades, looked at the heavily armed soldiers, and said with a ferocious look, "Just a few of you? You also want to stop our Xianbei tens of thousands of troops, brothers, climb up and slaughter them." As soon as the soldier's words left his mouth, the fist-sized hammer landed on his head. There was another shower of tofu brains, clattering over the heads of the soldiers behind them. Another soldier continued in a jarring voice from inside his armor, "Hu Yanyu, come out and die. Our sisters are still waiting for you." Hu Yanyu inside the tunnel clenched his fists, his teeth were about to be clenched, and said hatefully, "Damn Jian Lure, didn't he say that the tunnel entrance wouldn't be discovered?" One of the soldiers at the front struggled to get through the crowd to report, "Marshal, the bad news is that we've been discovered by Xiliang, but there's good news." Hu Yanyu asked eagerly, "What's the good news? Say it quickly or be punished by military law." The soldier who reported the news honestly said, "Marshal, although Xiliang sent people to guard the cave entrance, I looked through the gap and found that there weren't many of them, they were just wearing strange armor, and there were only a few of them guarding the cave entrance I guess." Hu Yanyu pursed his lips. Now that he was riding the tiger, he had to rush out no matter what. Tens of thousands of people were inside the tunnels, and if Xiliang blocked the hole, it wouldn't take long for everyone to suffocate alive. He said to the crier beside him, "Pass the word, everyone rush out of the tunnels with all their might, or else everyone will die here." At this time, the Western Liang's summoning officer scattered and ran wildly to the palace where Fong Hongfu was. Uttering a word, he knelt down on the great hall and said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, as expected, the commanders guarding the entrance of the cave discovered that the Xin-Bei soldiers were trying to climb out from inside the tunnels, and the few who showed their heads in the beginning have all been knocked to death with their weapons by the commanders." Fong Hongfu had a relieved smile on her face as she said, "It's true, Hu Yanyu, this time you can only wait for death." Min Ro, who was next to him, asked, "Your Majesty, you already knew that Xin-Bei would come out from inside the tunnels?" Fong Hongfu said with understanding, "Since the last time the Han spies set fire inside the city, I have already sent people to search everywhere for tunnels. Apart from the city gates, there's only one way to go, and the effort is not enough, so I really found it after all." Min Ro hurriedly complimented, "Your Majesty is a great man of letters and martial arts, and you are as good as God in anticipation. You have long discovered the trickery of the Xin-Bei, but now that our domestic defenses are empty, what should we do about it?" Fong Hongfu said with a wave of her veiled hand, "There is no need to worry, although there are no soldiers in the country right now, but the exit of the tunnel is narrow, and the 18 people I sent over there are enough for defense." She mused again and said, "But just in case, let's send 18 more people. You guys go over there and help now, the gear is already on anyway." Chapter 144, Gopher. The ministers suspected that they had heard wrongly, that there were only 18 men guarding the entrance to the cave, and that they were afraid that they would not be able to guard it, and that they would send out another 18 men? What kind of tiger-wolf talk is that? However, the ministers had long since realized that the 18 people in front of Fong Hongfu were well equipped, and were not the same as the equipment of even the most elite imperial guards. But the ministers had the good sense not to ask more questions. The Empress would naturally speak when she wanted to. Whether it was the 18 men sent to guard the tunnel entrance or the 18 men standing beside the Empress, they were all leaders of the Imperial Army. Nearly 10,000 people of the Imperial Forestry Army, of which 2,000 elites were assigned composite bows, totaling more than 40 commanders, which were the highest martial arts within the Imperial Forestry Army. Fong Hongfu separated out more than 30 of them at once and distributed the best equipment to them. 18 men first stood guard in the Great Hall in case of unexpected deeds, while the other 18 guarded the tunnel entrance and sat waiting for Xin-Bei to take the bait. Their two sets of equipment are also different. The last time Jiang Yu, after teleporting all the equipment, suddenly brushed the full armor fighting on Jitterbug, and all of a sudden inspired to get 18 sets of heavy armor from the internet. These 18 sets of heavy armor were not the thousands of sets of armor that had been transmitted over in the past, but rather, Jiang Yu had specifically sought out an armor master to customize them based on the Western Liang women's figures. Armor inside and outside 2 layers, the inner layer of the whole for the armor, the outer link piece for the armor, all using ultra-high strength alloy to build. The ancient sword cut off cannot hurt the soldier in the slightest. The faces were also covered with green-faced alloy masks to protect the soldiers' faces from being stabbed in the face. Jiang Yu was also specially fitted with bulletproof vests and bulletproof pants, so that even if the sword stabbed in through the joints, they could not help the Western Liang soldiers in the slightest. Jiang Yu also saw from the game inside the full armor fighting inside the players wearing armor, sledgehammer smashed in the head are fine, but instead get up and continue to put into the fight. This kind of super refined armor, in ancient times, is simply a descending blow. Even if the soldiers stand in place, with the ancient level of smelting, want to cut people to death is estimated to know how long to cut. These 18 sets are the heavy armor soldiers that Jiang Yu equipped Fong Hongfu with. The other 18 sets are different from the heavy armor soldiers. Jiang Yu configured each of them with an explosion-proof shield, a body armor, explosion-proof helmets, and the outer layer of the standard light armor. Considering that there is a slight possibility that light armored soldiers could also make short work of it, but rebar is slightly bulky and can't be used like heavy armored soldiers, and even less so with a warhammer attack. But Jiang Yu thought of the revolutionary martyrs at the time, holding a three-pronged bloodletting king to beat the small Japanese holding their heads. The three-pronged spike is lightweight and easy to carry, and as long as it's stabbed, you're basically just waiting to die. Just the right match is 18 three-pronged military spikes to make up for the lack of attacks by lightly armored soldiers. The most terrifying thing was that Jiang Yu had found 18 repeating compound crossbows through Huang Zheng's connections, which could be loaded with 12 arrows at a time, and their power was not even remotely close to that of a compound bow. But a compound crossbow can be fired in bursts, almost comparable to a desert eagle. Jiang Yu could imagine that with these 18 composite bows, occupying the terrain, it would not be a problem for 18 people to defend against thousands of people. Jiang Yu was unwilling to have too many forces that didn't belong to that era of Western Liang, so he just prepared 36 sets of equipment for Fong Hongfu to use as a killer weapon. In the Western Liang courtroom, although Fong Hongfu sent out these 18 people to look very powerful and domineering. Blast shields in hand, body armor, blast helmets, and crossbows on their backs. But compared to the tens of thousands of Shin base army, the number was still too small, and several ministers tried to voice their concerns. However, Fong Hongfu being the emperor, the ministers did not dare to question it easily. The others didn't dare to say much for fear that Fong Hongfu would be furious with the dragon's face. The ministers who have a heart know that Fong Hongfu has always believed in the immortals, and all these equipments were given to Xi Liang by the immortals, so if they randomly questioned the immortals, they would inevitably be cleaned up by Fong Hongfu. However, these people didn't include Chen Mangya, as the female emperor's favorite. Chen Mangya didn't bully herself, but instead became more and more greatly intelligent. Genius is on the left and madman is on the right. Chen Mangya is proficient in arts and mathematics, and it is especially easy to learn things like mechanical driving, which is the most difficult thing for ancient people to do. It can be said that the IQ is superb, but emotional intelligence, basically nothing. Chen Meng'er herself is also clear that the minister and Fong Hongfu know that the other party is a lovely big smart. The other party speaks as a child's words. Sometimes Fong Hongfu wondered how on earth Chen Mangya, a dull little girl, had developed so well. Sure enough, Chen Meng'er lived up to her name and stepped forward to say, "Your Majesty, even if we add your 18 personal guards, there are only a mere 36 of them now, and even though they occupy the geographical advantage, it's still very difficult to win, isn't it?" Fong Hongfu made a sudden realization and said, "Meng'er is right, then let's all take a look together. Meng'er, you drive the steel beast given by the immortals. If there is any accident, you will press the battlefield then, and there is still earth in the car just enough to block the hole." Many ministers face some hesitation. Western Liang people brave and fierce, this is a fact, but no one is willing to sacrifice in vain. If Xianbei really attacked over the cave waiting just Fong Hongfu and full of civil and military, Western Liang can be all wiped out at once. Minro hurriedly advised, "Your Majesty, no, must take care of the dragon body, now an immortal help. Even if we lose for a while, we can easily fight back later. If Your Majesty, your dragon body is sick, the Western Liang group of dragons without a master, facing the Hu people will really have no way." Fong Hongfu said with a firm face, "There is no need to think about this, my mind is made up. I also believe that the immortals have given us the equipment this time. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, the king dies for the gods of the earth and grain. If it is really climbed out of the tunnels by the Xinbei, then it is also that I should have this calamity." As the king of a country, Fong Hongfu had already made a decision, so whether the ministers were willing or not, they could only follow them there together. The good thing is that after several major blood changes, Xi Liang is now full of young officials, and has also experienced famine wars, so it's not too scared to go over there. Chen Meng'er originally wanted to persuade Fong Hongfu, but thought that as long as he was in the dump truck, he was invincible, and if he really couldn't, he could still unload the truck with pneumatic pressure and directly bury the pothole first. How to get the dump truck to turn the bucket and unload, Jiang Yu has long been taught. 18 well-equipped leaders of the Imperial Forest Army led the way, followed by the civil and military officials led by Fong Hongfu. As for Chen Meng'er, bouncing off to drive a dump truck. At this point in the tunnel entrance, the female soldiers in full heavy armor with bulletproof liners had been transformed into burly men from the outside. Is holding a long hammer of rebar steel happily playing a gopher game. Poor Shenbei soldiers, has passed less than half an hour, the cave mouth of the more the pile of corpses more and more, out of the more the chance to come slim. In order that the soldiers behind them could come out quickly, Hu Yanyu ordered that all the corpses piled up at the entrance of the cave be dismembered. Chapter 145, Climbing Tunnels. The Shenbei soldiers then threw out the holes of dismembered bodies, and after emptying the holes, they organized a charge. Unfortunately, no matter how many times, it was still the same result. The Xianbei soldiers ventured one to die. The corpses of the Xianbei soldiers had all piled up, and countless grinding corpses had been thrown out from inside the tunnels. Xiliang's 18 heavily armored soldiers. Every now and then you can see the occasional arm, thigh, head, or something like that, flying out of the limbs have been piled up into a small mountain. The Empress, with her civil and military officials, stood calmly behind the 18 heavily armored soldiers, and a heavy cavalryman trotted all the way, panting. Your Majesty, since we just found out that the Xianbei wanted to break through the tunnel entrance, our side has taken turns manning it and has now wiped out several thousand of the enemy. The Empress Tarzan said without changing her face in front of her, keep defending, you guys are at your sides to prey on the battlefield. The 18 leaders of the Imperial Guards with blast shields said, yes, sir. The 18 men split into 2 teams, with the front 9 kneeling on one knee, raising their compound crossbows and aiming at the hole with full concentration. The 9 in the back sat down on the ground and began to rest in place. Whether it was a composite bow or a composite crossbow, now that Xiliang could skillfully utilize the formation, he could ensure that the arrows would not stop. However, the tactics of the composite crossbow was different from that of the bow and arrow. When the soldiers in front shot all the bows and arrows inside the magazines, the soldiers in the back once again replaced them, and the 2 teams shot all the bows and arrows alternately, so that the other side did not have the slightest opportunity to take advantage of them. The Xianbei soldiers had gone crazy, all of them gathered together. The temperature of the tunnel was getting higher and higher, and many of the soldiers were already out of breath. After numerous attempts, there was never a way to break out. Hu Yanyu stood not far from the tunnel entrance, behind a long line, a crow's head, cannot see the end. Because he was closer to the tunnel entrance, Huinyu did not lack oxygen, but the war never advanced, and Huinyu frowned tightly. If it's still like this, I'm afraid that after another hour, all the soldiers will be suffocated to death inside the tunnels. The art of war is expensive in versatility, since it can't be rushed out. Hu Yanyu immediately ordered, soldiers in the front, whether it's darts or blowing arrows, as far as possible, hit the other side's armor vacant position, while the other side is poisoned, let's rush out with a brain. The Xianbei soldiers did not know how to use strong bows, and their riding skills were sparse, the only 2 skills they could take. One is the dexterity of the body, climbing mountains and trees in no time, and the second is the poison dart blowing arrows, although the power in the strong bow compared to the far worse, but the perennial use of blowing arrows, Xianbei monkeys are naturally accurate is not to say. Within 10 meters, you can easily shoot a mouse. Many countries hated to have war with Xianbei, not because the other side was so strong, just because Xianbei relied on their geographical advantage to climb trees or cliffs and attack with darts and blow arrows. Really fight with each other, it is like facing a group of poisonous mosquitoes, hit and cannot hit, but the other side can also bite you all over the bag. At the closest distance from the tunnel entrance, the Xianbei soldiers were huddled together, with 10 soldiers standing in front and 10 soldiers standing behind. Those in front held darts in their hands, and those behind raised blowguns, aiming at the vulnerable parts of the joints of the Xiliang heavy armored soldiers. The darts and blowguns shot straight out. Quite a number of Western Liang soldiers were hit and shot in the joints. However, the heavy armor inside the Western Liang soldiers' mouth corners showed disdainful smile. Jiang Yu has long considered this situation. The soldiers inside the inside wear bulletproof vests, even bullets cannot be pierced. The district flying needle darts simply cannot hurt the heavy armor soldiers. One of the heavy armored soldiers said in a jarring voice, Xianbei tortoise grandsons, you can only nestle inside the tunnels and wait for death. These small toys, they can't hurt us at all. Right away, let you taste the power of our Xiliang bows and arrows. The Xianbei soldiers hunkered down inside the tunnels and didn't come out, and the heavy armor soldiers couldn't help each other for a while. There were crossbowmen behind them, though, and the heavy armor stepped back as all the crossbowmen stood at the mouth of the cave. Raising the strong crossbow in his hand, the war between dart blowguns and strong crossbows has officially begun. The crossbow soldier in the front row of Xiliang pulled the trigger, the arrow was strung, and the trigger was pulled again. The action was done in a single motion. On the contrary, Xianbei soldiers, darts and blow arrows shot out. Xiliang crossbow soldiers put the mask of explosion-proof helmets downward, the whole body armed with airtight. Darts and blow arrows hitting the body were not even as good as scratching an itch. Scratching an itch still had a little bit of feeling, and the Xianbei's attack had no way of affecting the Xiliang soldiers at all. On the contrary, Xiliang's crossbows and arrows, composite crossbows are comparable to bullets in terms of power, and bows and arrows can easily shoot through the Xianbei soldiers attacking in front of them. Even the remaining momentum was not reduced, and the arrow stuck inside the thigh of the rear soldier. The magazines were not even emptied, and each Western Liang soldier just shot 3 arrows, and those who attacked at the forefront turned into corpses through and through. Even quite a few Xianbei soldiers in the back kept howling miserably. The arrows pierced into non-fatal places inside their bodies, but the pain was simply unavoidable. Having sacrificed so many people consecutively, the Xianbei soldiers were completely scared out of their wits. At this moment, a soldier desperately tried to cross the crowd, knocking over many of his own comrades, and shouting, "Help! I don't want to die, help me. Hu Yanyu took a look. The situation had the beginnings of chaos, as a qualified commander-in-chief drew out the dagger he was carrying, and simply wiped the soldier's neck. Blood sprayed out from inside the soldier's neck. Hu Yanyu grabbed the soldier's hair. The other party was not completely dead for a while, and blood frothed out of his mouth in a hoo-ha hoo-ha. Hu Yanyu grabbed the other side and said, "Those who disturb the military will be killed without pardon." As a qualified leader, of course, he knows the reasoning of giving a sweet date with a slap, but at the moment, in this kind of scene, there are really no sweet dates. Hu Yanyu still brainwashed, "Brothers, only by rushing out can we survive, otherwise, all of us will be trapped here, and whoever is the first to rush out will be rewarded with the first registration merit." It's an empty promise, but it's certainly inspiring. There is only one person who has collected all of the 4 great war heroes of antiquity throughout the ages. Xiang Yu, the king of Western Shu, collects the 4 major battle feats: first to ascend, trap, capture the flag, and decapitate the general. The divine valor review is unmatched in the ages. Even this god of war only gathered the 3 major feats of trapping, capturing the flag, and decapitating the general in the last battle of his life, the Battle of Geisha. Hua Zhaodi, the god of war, collects the 3 major feats of trapping, beheading generals, and capturing flags. It's also fortunate that it's winter, otherwise these soldiers would have suffocated to death long ago. Hu Yanyu's brows were furrowed. He would never have imagined that what he had seen so far was just a dozen or so Western Liang soldiers, and that their fighting strength would actually be so strong. Calling the adjutant beside him, he said, "Let the brothers charge another wave. Remember to leave the bodies of their comrades behind, and when the time comes, dismember the bodies and pile them up into a ramp at the entrance to the tunnel, so that the brothers can run straight up there without having to struggle to climb up." Saying this order, Hu Yanyu already had no hope for this war. Any army, which must be people-oriented, is doomed to lose the heart of the army if soldiers will not be treated reasonably, and even the remains of dead soldiers are not respected. Even if they took Xiliang in this war, the soldiers of Xinbei couldn't hold Zhengye city, and the return of Xiliang's main force would be the death of Xinbei, who had suffered heavy losses. Xinbei charged again, and in front of Xiliang's strong crossbow, it was really showing how many people died. However, this time the Xinbei learned to be smart. According to the tall and short, fat and thin, the bodies of comrades collected, neatly stacked in the tunnel entrance. After nearly 100 people had died, a staircase made of corpses appeared inside the tunnel. Throughout the battlefield for several years, Hu Yanyu has never been so suffocated, being blocked in the hole to fight, cannot come in and out of the hole. The advantage of the Xinbei soldiers cannot play out in the slightest. He couldn't wait to change the tide of battle, this time with a human rank, and once again ordered his soldiers to charge. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, according to the vice general's report, the soldiers outside the tunnels were only a dozen or so as long as he could rush up to the 100-man squad, it would be enough to change the tide of this battle. Hu Yanyu once again boosted morale and made the soldiers charge desperately. At this time the empty promises such as sealing the vassal and worshipping the prime minister were no longer useful. Instead, Hu Yanyu said the most truthful thing, that only by rushing out would everyone have any hope of surviving. Xinbei soldiers are not little cute. The ones who suffocated alive inside the tunnels have already numbered dozens of people, and now all of them feel out of breath, and I'm afraid that if they delay any longer, they will all die here. In the face of life and death, the soldiers in the front row erupted with courage, stepping on the bodies of their comrades under their feet and charging forward desperately. Unfortunately, courage is not equal to force, and under the cold, strong crossbows of the Imperial Guards, the Xinbei soldiers are still just sending them to their deaths. However, with the steps this time, the charge was indeed much faster, and there were even 1 or 2 Xinbei soldiers who took a few steps out of the tunnel entrance before they were shot. Some people rushed out, gave great encouragement to the Xinbei soldiers. The air inside the tunnel is getting less and less, now everyone wants to rush out and take a big breath, even if it is worth dying. It is always better than suffocating in the tunnel. Seeing that there was a 1 in a million chance that the situation could be reversed, Fong Hongfu immediately ordered, heavy armored soldiers guard both sides of the tunnel entrance, and if Xinbei soldiers are venturing out, use hammers to hit them in the head. There were 4 more heavily armored soldiers on one side of the tunnel entrance on both sides, and the poor Xinbei soldiers, now wanting to get out, needed to break through a round of gopher first, and face a one-shot pea shooter. It was difficult, but nothing could stop the Xinbei soldiers from charging out of the tunnel entrance. Alive and rushed out of the family fortune, feudal lords and worship ministers, and even the history of the world, died in the countryside, a handful of yellow earth buried in the tunnel inside. Any person knows how to make a choice. The Xinbei soldier at the forefront is named Wang Xiaoer, and like most of the others, his family is poor and he decides to change his fate by joining the army. He was the only son in the family, and when his mother tried to give birth to the second, she died in childbirth a long time ago. There was only one father left in the family who was a good gambler, and the only thatched cottage in the family, as well as 2 acres of thin fields, were also lost. Luckily he ran fast, otherwise, he would probably have been lost as a slave by his father at the gambling table as well. Children of poor families, the military is the best way to change their fate. No money to study, naturally cannot go into politics, practicing martial arts cannot afford to buy herbs to beat up the body, no capital in business, and even want a farm, the family's fields have been lost by the father. Wang Xiaoyi's biggest wish is to earn 10 acres of good land inside the military camp, a small piece of fiefdom, and return home to marry a wife with a big ass and good breeding, to open up a branch for the old Wang family. If there were any extra bounties left, he would like to try a couple of bets. He wanted to know what kind of magic this thing had, that it could actually make his old man lose everything. A lukewarm career in the military, he was an ordinary man who didn't get any credit for anything. But this time was different, it was the closest he could get to making a mark, and when the time came, he himself would be able to live a rich life with an aunt-in-law who had his heart set on him. However, his dream was not finished yet. A sledgehammer flew down from his head, and the last image Wang Xiaoyi saw was so red, he didn't know what was so red, red hot and dazzling. This color is so beautiful that one just wants to stay in the moment. And, of course, he got his wish, and life stayed forever in that moment where the beauty was nothing more than blood smashed out by a hammer. Numerous soldiers were just like Wang Xiaoyi, some with longing, some just woodenly rushed forward, the same could not escape death. War, originally, is a cruel meat grinder. There is no one who is right or wrong, only you die and I live. Wave after wave of Xianbei soldiers charged and countless soldiers died. No wonder that the ancient famous generals are not able to open, at this time to occupy the geographical advantage. Xiliang sent a total of 36 soldiers, or 2 waves of people resting in turn, are hitting the Xianbei soldiers dead and wounded. Blood, limbs piled up more and more in the tunnel entrance. After charging a few times, Xianbei soldiers had to repack the tunnel entrance. A total of 50,000 soldiers, battle deaths of battle deaths, smothering deaths of smothering deaths. Hu Yenyu also finally recognized the fact that he planted. It is estimated that all of these people will die in this. As the old saying goes, a husband is only a husband if he can bend and stretch. Chapter 147, Numerous Casualties on 2. Dozens of charges were organized, with no progress except for countless more bodies. According to what Hu Yenyu thought, breaking through the defense of the tunnel entrance, his 50,000 soldiers could turn Xiliang upside down. Reality is so cruel, a mere tunnel entrance is like a moat for the current Xianbei soldiers. At this point even filling it with more human lives would not make the slightest bit of sense. Hu Yenyu was originally the biggest dependence is the internal emptiness of Xiliang, but he never dreamed that the district more than 30 people actually can stop their own 30,000 troops. Most ancient battle formations still relied on numbers, and those who could do more with less were famous generals in history. Right now there was no point in fighting any longer. Hu Yenyu hid in the corner of the tunnel to prevent the bow from hurting him. Hu Yenyu rushed towards the tunnel entrance and shouted, "I am Marshal Hu Yenyu of the Xianbei, let Fong Hongfu come out and talk to me." Fong Hongfu waved her hand and told the soldiers to stop attacking. Taking 2 steps forward, he said softly, "Hu Yenyu, if you want to live, hand over 100,000 quintals of grain and 50,000 pounds of pig iron, and I can be lenient and leave your dog's life behind." The price quoted by Fong Hongfu could be said to be devoid of sincerity, but it was indeed the thing that Xiliang needed the most at this stage. Grain is never too much for any one country, and as for pig iron, the strong bows of Xiliang are now enough, and for feathered arrows, only 20,000 of them were transmitted in the first place. Of course, Xiliang himself still has a stock of tens of thousands of feathered arrows, so there's no need to be in a hurry in the short term, but this kind of strategic level material is not too much for anyone. These 2 things are the Hu people are the most lack of. Hu people savage, do not know how to plant, as for smelting, but also know nothing, all the iron is to send a war fortune robbed. Fong Hongfu's was pretty much all the inventory of the small country of Xianbei. People for the knife and chopping board. Hu Yenyu inwardly want to curse, but he dared not, tearing the face he only dead. Hu Yenyu pondered for a few seconds and said, "Everything is negotiable, but I don't have so many supplies right now. Can you let me go and wait until I return to Xianbei to ask for them from the great king?" Fong Hongfu said in an icy tone, "Then you go to hell." Hu Yenyu hissed and shouted, "You don't want to talk peace properly at all. There is no sincerity at all." Fong Hongfu snorted and said, "You guessed right." Fong Hongfu was impossible to let Hu Yenyu go, for 2 reasons. Xianbei, even among the Hu people, is the most despicable and shameless, backstabbing and going back on their word abound, definitely a villain among villains. If Hu Yenyu hadn't hurt Feng Cherry in the first place, there would still be room for things to maneuver. When he sent Feng Cherry to negotiate peace, Hu Yenyu had no intention of letting Feng Cherry back, and Fong Hongfu, as a sister controller, could never let Hu Yenyu go. For Fong Hongfu, there were only two people who mattered the most, one was Jiang Yu and the other was his sister. Hu Yanyu was going crazy, never imagining that his hallowed Xianbei Grand Marshal's commission to negotiate peace would end up being rejected by the other side. He said angrily, "Brothers, there is only one line of life left, everyone rushes out together to capture Fong Hongfu alive. We fresh people's great men absolutely can't harbor the death of being suffocated inside the tunnel." It was also clear to the Xianbei soldiers that they had no choice but to charge. Even if they ran back now, not to mention the fire in the mountains and the thin air inside the tunnels, these people couldn't run back. The Empress waved her hand, fearing that the Xianbei would jump over the wall in a hurry, and all 36 men in total were deployed. The heavy armor soldiers were fighting gophers in the front, and the strong crossbow soldiers shot arrows to kill each other as soon as they ventured out. The Xianbei soldiers were like a wave, charging wave after wave, but unfortunately it was just leveling up more corpses. The soldiers were like the bugs inside the movie Egyptian Mummy, wave after wave, they simply couldn't be killed. The heavy armor soldiers waved their arms were sore and soft, the tunnel opening was already narrow, the crossbow soldiers' high-powered crossbow arrows could even shoot through 3 people, and the arrows still had residual power that didn't go past a small portion of the ground. Fong Hongfu and the ministers stood behind them. Many of the civil ministers were so scared that they closed their eyes tightly. It was not because they were afraid of the Xianbei rushing up, it was mainly because the picture was just too bloody. Most of the civil ministers are readers, the blood has even overflowed the hole, there are limbs and arms everywhere, where they can see all this. Fong Hongfu had the look of not crumbling in front of Taishan. When she had sent out her troops, she had decided to take a risky move. As the king of a country, he is naturally well calculated, and at first he has been relying on Jiang Yu to help him, but also because Xi Liang is really at the point of exhaustion. But it was different now, the Western Liang soldiers had the best equipment, the strongest fighting force, and her ploys had a use. Since ancient times, there are top strategists, using themselves as bait to win the sky and half a sun, although Fong Hongfu cannot do to win the sky and half a sun, but using themselves as a bait to win a big victory over the Huns is still possible. Since he had already made his choice, he also trusted his soldiers 100%, although there were only 36 of them, but with the advantage of advanced weapons, he could definitely wipe out the other side. At first the Xianbei didn't dare to charge, after all, the hammers and bows and arrows were unforgiving. Now that the air inside the tunnels had become less and less, all the Xianbei soldiers charged desperately. With an army of 50,000, the air gets thinner the further back you go, and these people are all tied to marshals, generals, vanguard officers and whatnot. Each time, the big-headed soldiers were first allowed to charge ahead, and when the war was almost over, they would come out together and pretend to be there. Win and clean up the battlefield, lose and run faster than anyone else, and at the very least you can be sure you'll stay alive. But it was different inside the tunnels. The air at the end was so thin that it was almost gone, and many people opened their mouths wide, desperately trying to breathe fresh air. The veins on his neck were showing as he held his breath, his eyes spitting out like they were about to fall to the ground. Seeing that they were about to die, these people exploded with unprecedented strength. Pushing and shoving the people in front of them, the whole Xianbei line was in a mess, people pressed and crowded. Many soldiers did not even have time to go, has been pushed to the ground, countless people stepped on him, already thin air, in the ground is the slightest bit of gasping for breath, can only smell the military trench foot of his comrades to die. The situation was a complete riot, and the people in the back were still yelling. Quick punch! Quick punch! Quick punch! In the eyes of these people, the lives of the soldiers in front of them were not worth mentioning at all, and the only thing that mattered was that they lived. The Xianbei army, totaling 50,000, was shot and smashed to death by thousands, suffocated by tens of thousands, and trampled to death by thousands. There are now only 30,000 men left at full strength, and that number continues to dwindle. The more the Western Liang soldiers killed, the more the corpses finally completely blocked the tunnel entrance, extending out like a large graveyard of human flesh. Chapter 148 Capturing Zhong Wenhua alive. At this point, even if the Xianbei soldiers used all their strength, it would be impossible for them to come out from inside the tunnel entrance. The jig is up, and the Empress decides to add the finishing touch to her victory. To the Minister of Works beside him, he said, "Find some of the gasoline that the immortals have given us and light the cave to keep them warm." The Minister of Public Works said with some hesitation, "Your Majesty, is this move against human decency?" Fong Hongfu's eyes glared at the other party with a stern look that seemed to have an indescribable meaning. She said without haste, "Lord Shangshu, if I remember correctly, your parents were in Dunhuang City, right? Dunhuang City happened to be overrun by the Xianbei, and these disgusting guys from the Xianbei love practicing head subduing techniques, and I'm afraid that your parents' heads have been stuffed inside the altar by the other side by now. You actually speak morally with these Xianbei thieves?" She once again gave the Minister of Works a deep look. Fong Hongfu knows that to be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. The Wu people hurt my people, occupy my home, and even some cruelty to eat the children of Shilong raw. What's more, the battlefield is supposed to be a place of victory and defeat, not morality. As if realizing something, the Minister of Public Works hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I don't share the same fate as Xianbei. I just saw so many people died and felt pity, but these Xianbei dogs and thieves don't deserve any pity at all. I'm going to go and get the gasoline and burn her and them alive." After saying that, the Minister of Public Works ran all the way, fearing that he would not be able to burn the Xianbei soldiers if he was slow. Fong Hongfu stared at the back of the Minister of Public Works, gently frowning, not knowing what she was thinking. Every now and then, there are still Xianbei soldiers drilling out from the tunnel entrance. The first thing these people come out is no longer to charge, but instead a big mouthful of fresh air greedily. That look was like a season-old smoker who hadn't had a cigarette in 10 days or so and then took a particularly refreshing drag. Of course, there's no use crawling out, you'll either get your head hammered in or shot through the head. Outside the dense forest, the Kingsguard had waited a long time for the flames to ignite in front of them. Luckily, experienced soldiers ignited the straw in advance and burned out a flame barrier. But after such a long time, not a single Xianbei soldier had come out, so there was only one possibility left: the other party had traveled to the direction of the Shiliang city gate. At this time, outside the dense forest at the city gates, Nie Wenjing, who was leading the troops, and the Imperial Guards were also of the same mind, and since the Xianbei didn't appear outside the city gates, they ran out of the dense forest while the flames were still burning. At this point, since it had been a long time since I had seen Xianbei, there was no point in continuing to stay here. Nie Wenjing split out half of his troops and horses to go back to the city first, letting the vice-general hold the spot. In case the Xianbei really rushed out from here and were burned with only one breath left, half of his men would be enough to greet them. At this time, the imperial city was empty. It was better to return to the city as soon as possible. In case the Empress was in danger, that would be bad. Outside the dense forest, the second team regrouped around the Chang defense to release arrows, and the first wave of arrows was released, killing a part of the men. The Chang's square formation looked invincible, but it was just too bulky, and the Imperial Guards rode around in a circle, not even touching the edge of Shiliang soldiers. The captain of the second team shouted again, "Release the arrows!" Thousands of arrows flew past, and powerful composite bows shot through the opponent's shields, and across the shield squares, one could hear the soldiers inside howling miserably. The Chang soldiers were well-trained and ruthless, directly throwing their wounded comrades out from inside the defense square, and then shrinking the defense formation from over 1,000 at the beginning to a few hundred now. These people held up their shields and moved backward step by step, trying to get away from the Imperial Guards surrounding them. But the speed, well, is really not to be complimented. After all, is a square formation of several hundred people, also holding a heavy shield, walking up, then the author next door to the 120-year-old grandfather's speed is still slow. The Imperial Guards also slightly changed their formation, maintaining an absolutely safe distance from the Chang battle formation. After all, a 6-meter spear poking at your body is not pleasant. The captain of the second team ordered again, "Release the arrows! Release the arrows! Release the arrows!" 3 rounds of arrow rain shot out. The Chang soldiers inside the square formation were scared out of their wits. They didn't have the heart to maintain the formation any longer. They threw down the shields in their hands and ran wildly. Originally both sides were frontal war. Now the situation became lopsided. The Imperial Guards began to hunt unilaterally. Lu Ruyan from the back shouted, "The other party's leader Zhang Wenhua is inside, find a way to capture him." Along the way, Zhang Wenhua had made her suffer, and it was only natural to catch the other party at this time. The second captain bent his bow and took aim at the man inside the crowd who wore different armor. The arrow shot out and went straight through the opponent's thigh, and Zhang Wenhua fell to the ground clutching his thigh and howling miserably. Unperturbed, the second captain bent his bow again and shot through Zhang Wenhua's other thigh. The arrow stuck more than halfway into the ground, nailing Zhang Wenhua's thigh to the ground. He clutched both thighs and sat up violently, an inhuman howl escaping his lips. That wasn't all. A cold arrow flew out of nowhere and shot right into Zhang Wenhua's ear. This arrow was not shot by the second captain. It was purely because Zhang Wenhua, the guy who did all the bad things, was unlucky enough to be hit by an arrow. He kept pounding his hands on the ground in pain, his eyes so clueless that he didn't know where to protect anymore. Zhang Wenhua felt that the world had changed. Wasn't Shilian a little sheep in the beginning? Now why did it have such a terrifying fighting force and such powerful equipment? He had never seen such powerful bows and arrows. Where did he get these things? The reason for rushing over here was to divide up the rest of this main city in Shilian, but now, he had wasted 2 legs and lost one of his ears. He could feel that the bones had been pierced by the bow and arrow, and he was afraid that he would have to live with a wheelchair for the rest of his life. The situation in front of him was not right, and the large force of Chang behind him, holding up their shields, set up a defensive square and retreated backward step by step. Before the battle even started, the commander-in-chief was captured alive by the other side. Anyone else would know that retreating was the wisest choice. Fortunately, the Chang's vice-general took over Zhong Wenhua's position in time, which prevented the mess from becoming a mess. The Imperial Guards rode their horses to keep a distance from the other side and kept firing cold arrows. Every time they fired an arrow, a Chang soldier would fall, but the soldiers behind them quickly raised their shields to replace them, maintaining the defensive formation. The second captain chased out a mile away and didn't continue to pursue. It wasn't wise to start a war at this point. In order to search for Rui and Lu, the Chang clan had spread out their troops, and what they encountered now was only a small force, which happened to have Zhong Wenhua, a big fish, inside. However, when encountering a large force and falling into an encirclement, the cavalry's advantage is not shown, and it is feared that there will be heavy casualties. And there weren't many arrows carried this time, only 25 arrows per person, which was already the limit. After all, the city was the most important thing. Chapter 149. The poor enemy could not be pursued. The Chang soldiers really rallied together. All the arrows of the imperial army were consumed, and they could not kill all the Chang people. At this time, Lu Ruyan was completely stunned at the back, and never thought that Xi Liang could actually have this kind of combat power to chase the Hu people around. The head of the imperial army smiled and said, "Xiangshu, when you return to the city you will know, now Xi Liang in long ago is not the beginning, will definitely surprise you. In the future, the Hu people no longer dare to violate my central Xi Liang." Lu Ruyan moved to tears, so finally waited for this day. Western Liang is no longer weak. The captain of the second team drove his horse back to the position with the Imperial Guards, with a spring in his step and a smug look on his face. Living Wang Yugui's same expression, two soldiers behind the ground dragging is precisely the Chang chief Zhong Wenhua. It was only a short hour from the time he was captured, but Zhong Wenhua had completely lost his Chang leader's faction. The bones of his legs were shot through, and he lost one of his ears. So he couldn't even walk, and could only be dragged by the Western Liang soldiers. The wounds were untreated, his face was white after losing so much blood, and the pain was making him come up for air. Two soldiers pressed Zhong Wenhua down in front of Lu Ruyan and said, "Xiangshu, what should Zhong Wenhua do?" Lu Ruyan looked at the other party with amusement and said, Zhong Wenhua, I never thought that you would end up like this." Zhong Wenhua stalked his neck and skimmed his head, saying with a hard face, "If you want to kill or die, do as you please." The words immediately succumbed, only for the Shilong soldier on his left to grab his injured ear. Most of the Imperial Guards were promoted by Lu Ruyan. This Zhong Wenhua guy showed a look of defiance. The Imperial Guards naturally had to convince him. The soldier next to him said, "How dare you disrespect Minister Lu? This time it's just a small punishment for you. If it's the next time, I won't be polite." Zhong Wenhua muttered in a low voice, "What kind of bull Xiangshu, but just a defeated general." The exchange resulted in another soldier stepping hard on his wounds. That's how Hoosiers are, intellectually dishonest, cruel and straightforward. It's no wonder Zhong Wenhua has been getting cleaned up all the time. It's really because he doesn't even know the most basic way of reading people's words. Zhong Wenhua rolled all over the ground in pain, and this time he learned his lesson, tightly closing his mouth, with a lowered brow and an expression of not daring to speak. Lu Ruyan didn't count with the other party and said without caring, "I'm here defeated, but my purpose has been achieved. At first, I just wanted to hold you back to give Shiliang a ray of hope. Now it seems to be much more than that. Though my face is haggard and my clothes are ragged, I stand here, but you don't stand a chance anymore." Zhong Wenhua still wanted to retort, but he couldn't find any reason to do so he could only lower his head. The purpose has been achieved. Now even if the Shin Bei want to come out cannot. The fire inside the dense forest can still burn at least 3 days and 3 nights. The heat and smoke of the flames was so thick that none of these men could have survived running out of the tunnel entrance. The soldiers Lu Ruyan brought with her were wounded and crippled, and by going back a minute sooner, she might have avoided the death of one of the wounded. At this time in Jiangye City, Nye Wenjing had already returned to the city with the general soldiers. Compared to the tunnel entrance, the city was stable and peaceful. At this moment, the tunnel entrance was already littered with corpses. Xian Bei soldiers had died in wave after wave. The corpses and blood had completely blocked the tunnel entrance. The Xian Bei soldiers hadn't moved for a long time, not knowing whether they had been suffocated or were completely scared of being killed. After Nye Wenjing learned of Fong Hongfu's location, he took half of his soldiers and went there in great numbers. Chen Menjur inside the dump truck, looking at the blood and limbs outside, has already vomited in the car over and over again. Even the bile is almost clean. Although the last time I experienced driving a dump truck to kill the enemy and saw a lot of blood, but as a girl, I really can't accept this kind of scene no matter what. The other ministers are not much better. Vomiting their own father has forgotten what it looks like. With a large army pressed into action, everyone was not panicked, and at the very least, life safety could be guaranteed in time. To be merciful to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. Fong Hongfu, as a qualified ruler, naturally knew that cutting the grass to get rid of the roots. Now that the Xinbei soldiers were still inside the tunnels and hadn't breathed fresh air for an hour, all half dead, cleaning up the battlefield was a breeze. The Empress ordered that the tunnel entrance be redug and opened, with the heavy armored soldiers in the front, and the crossbow soldiers firing cold arrows in the back. Now the hatred between Xiliang and all the Hu people is already indelible. If it were Xiongnu who had this kind of opportunity, they would also not hesitate to behead all the people in Xiliang even. After letting the soldiers take good protection, carry away the corpses, now that the weather is cold, it is not easy to produce corpse odor, otherwise, this job is not really good. Inside the tunnels, Xianbei soldiers' corpses were everywhere, all suffocated alive. The death was incomparably horrible. Many people still maintain the pre-birth posture, strangling their own necks, their mouths and noses overflowing with blood. The heavily armored soldier moved forward in small steps, occasionally stepping on corpses, mending them with his hammer first, whether the enemy was dead or alive. It's been too long since we've breathed oxygen, and there's not a single living soul inside the tunnels. The dimly lit tunnels, illuminated by flashlights in the hands of soldiers, looked like a dozen suns from a distance. Almost walked more than 100 meters, the Western Liang soldiers also feel their throats tighten, all the people behind them, in the continue to be smothered in the tunnel inside. Just then a figure stormed up and tried to pounce on a heavily armored soldier. The light from the flashlight was so bright that the man subconsciously closed his eyes and couldn't see clearly. But in the eyes of the crossbow soldiers in the back, it was as if it was daytime. The man's movements were clearly visible, and even those with good eyesight could see the sweaty hairs on his face. Upon closer inspection, who else could this person be if not Hu Yanyu? The tunnel had been sealed for a long time, and with his tenacious vitality, he had actually survived until now, originally thinking that he would climb out from inside the pile of corpses after Xiliang withdrew his troops. Who would have thought that Xiliang would have to clean up the battlefield, putting his plans in jeopardy? Now that they've been discovered, they can only fight to the death. Although Hu Yanyu's martial arts did not dare to say that the world's top, but dozens of people could not get close or easy. However, even the best martial arts skill is afraid of pistols. Ditto for the crossbow, a dozen crossbows fired in unison, directly shooting Hu Yanyu into a hedgehog. Not even hedgehogs counted, as the enormously powerful crossbow bolt shot straight through the opponent's body. Poor Hu Yanyu is also considered a lord, who can think, finally actually buried in a tunnel mouth. The dozen or so soldiers didn't dare to take any more risks, dragging Hu Yanyu's body and preparing to return to the background. It's not that he's afraid of the fighting strength of the Xinbei soldiers, it's not worth it if he goes too deep into the tunnels and suffocates himself to death. Back on the ground, the Minister of Works had also sent back gasoline, and Fong Hongfu ordered the tunnel entrance to be sprinkled with gasoline. Even if the Xinbei still have leaks, they can't escape the gasoline's poisonous fumes, and after burning for an hour, they will fill in the tunnel entrance. Shortly after, the Imperial Guards also returned with Ri and Lu. Lu Ruyan and Fong Hongfu were both monarchs and sisters, not to mention, Lu Ruyan still had an indescribable feeling towards Fong Hongfu. Looking at Lu Ruyan's wasting away, Fong Hongfu felt her heart broken. Once upon a time, her own good sister actually let the war destroy her into the current situation. Fong Hongfu hugged Lu Ruyan and said with teary eyes, "Ruyan, it's really bitter for you." Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, "As long as you are alive, Your Majesty, nothing is bitter. I wanted this book to be longer, but it fell apart and things didn't work out as well as I would have liked, and it didn't end well, but it does give the reader a little bit of room for reverie. Also, the outline is attached so that readers who are catching up can revisit it, and the outline is slightly disorganized, so forgive me. The golden finger connects the ancient and modern worlds, and the ancient well in your house can transmit ancient and modern materials. The Empress's army was besieged, the water was poisoned, and the people ate their children in the year of famine. The Empress had supplies to win her first battle, but soon there would be new difficulties, and after the siege the Huns would launch a new attack. The siege lasted for 3 days, and Jiangyu only transmitted a small portion of the supplies, all of which were mainly water and rice, which only ensured that Xiliang would not starve to death, but the Huns had already redrawn their weapons. All the Hun soldiers re-equipped with a large wooden board, with 2 hooks on it. The soldiers climbed the ladder, carrying the wooden board, meticulously holding the ladder handrail to climb up a layer. Whether it is a bow and arrow, or a stone, can be blocked, a hand of curved swords. The land battle of the cold warrior Xiliang female soldiers are not rivals at all. The protagonist has learned through the ancient well that he can communicate with the ancient daughters to transmit the first simple supplies so that the people and soldiers can be fed. Kangwoo encounters his ex-girlfriend's pestering and is incredibly disgusted when he remembers the feelings he gave in the past, and the other person finds out that Kangwoo is rich. Jiang Yu on the way to the shopping accidentally met two people. One is the village of jobless big mongrel Huang Zhang, street skater persona, and his ex-girlfriend Su Qinyan. Jiang Yu CPU each other to take out the deposit, register the company so that the other side to become a legal person, zero down payment to the other side of the loan to buy a house and a car, draw a big cake to the other side of the dowry, and finally to create a rich second-generation persona. Su Qinyan was cheated. Round and round, Jiang Yu to find the excuse to kick each other off. In addition to the most basic supplies, Jiang Yu anxious, unlock the sound, you can talk to the Empress, no money later dispose of the golden treasure, in exchange for 2 million funds, Jiang Yu timely transmission of the pass-cut HRB 400 rebar processed into a pointed whistle stick, the back is also thoughtfully wrapped with insulating tape shock absorbers, rebar easily interrupt the curved blade, Hun soldiers get hit by the one on the bones, and even direct internal injuries and die. After 2 disastrous defeats and heavy casualties, the Xiongnu finally decided to begin to lay their hands on them, and began to send their spies to Xiliang, trying to infiltrate them in terms of information, and the internal situation of Xiliang was also hungry to begin to be known by the Xiongnu. Warlord Zhang Luer began to play dirty, using stone throwers to throw the corpses of female soldiers of Western Liang inside the city, waiting for the plague to spread. The second time, he used the stone thrower again, and by then, this time it was the real thing, and Xiliang could only defend in haste. Huns completely dogged, do not care about the death of the Empress, and the female soldiers of Xiliang, with bows and arrows and human tactics began to attack the city. The men were born again, the female soldiers, even if they are high up, shooting arrows are not as far as the other side. The Empress was infected with the plague at this time, and Xiliang was already in jeopardy. The Huns were so desperate that they dug a tunnel to kidnap the Empress's sister. Kidnapping the Empress's sister in order to force the Empress to compromise. Jiang Yu at this time began to ask for help on the internet, and even their own hands to do the wargame issued a bounty, the Empress of the situation how to break out of the victory. I did not think, inadvertent marketing, so that the game directly fire, he began to update the game, the subsequent version of the prize is higher, but the game began to charge, he also made a large sum of money, nothing also began to give the Empress of the books, most of which are books of war, and want to let the other side to learn the art of war. Jiang Yu transmits gasoline and gas canisters to the Empress and instructs the Empress to use a stone thrower to throw the gas canisters down, and after the gas canisters explode, half of the Hun soldiers are blown up, and the stone thrower's large siege equipment is burned. Jiang Yu first contact drug companies, get antibiotic anti-inflammatory injections, unilateral transmission over, there is the Empress to receive, only need to be in the yard, can also be transmitted for a year. Instructed to let the minister to operate the spanking injection, during which the Empress half asleep, incomparably shy, at this time to unlock the screen, focusing on describing each other's snow-white buttocks. Through modern technology to send over the composite bow and hunting arrows, arrows touch must die, with high technology to add, the Huns attacked the city completely failed. In the real world, Kangwoo has gotten into trouble with the Luonet organization, and the threat level is currently at level A, and will continue to rise in the future. With Jiang Yu's help, Fong Hongfu obtains a drone infrared detector and quickly finds the heat source, catching all the spies, only Wan Jinfeng runs away, and in the end, Wan Jinfeng will kill the Golden Day Cicada. The Xianbei army was stationed in the dense forest and was in a dilemma. The news that Ruyan Lu was not dead came back, and Fong Hongfu tried her best to save Ruyan Lu, sending out 2,000 elite soldiers equipped with lock armor, rugby helmets, threaded steel lances, composite bows and steeds. Desperate times, 2,000 soldiers in Xianbei and Chang short war, Fong Hongfu set fire to the mountain, sent all the soldiers decided to fight with Xianbei to the death. With the tunnels left behind, Xianbei decided to raid Xiliang and fight the other side to the death. Fong Hongfu relied on 36 soldiers to beat the other soldiers back to the tunnels little by little. Jiang Yu and Fong in the encounter, the two together to find Ma Baogua. Ma Baogua has a gun in his hand, the two encountered danger, Jiang Yu hero to save the beauty, captured the heart of Fong. Kangwoo is familiar with the two Fong sisters and buys motorcycle helmets, PVC plates, rugby helmets, and ancient lockjaw armor for Xilong. Ambush is not written. Jiang Yu to Fong Hongfu also transmitted heavy armor fighting 18 sets of heavy armor, an explosion-proof shield, explosion-proof helmet, lined with explosion-proof armor, outside the locking armor, back Juga crossbow, hand-holding three-pronged military spikes bleed the king, the absolute elite a total of 36 people, 18 tanks, 18 shooters. The Imperial Guards were all promoted by Ruyan Lu. Capture Zhong Wenhuo alive and fight off the Chang. The Ministry of Public Works is the sharp detail, the right time to catch each other. One of the 16 capital cities of Xiliang, Dunhuang, was occupied by the Xianbei. Luan, one of the 16 main cities of Western Liang. The war ended with a celebration banquet to welcome back Ruyan Lu. Buy sanitary napkins in large quantities so that the female soldiers of Shillong will have more fighting power when they fight with Hu Yenyu, and get a large number of traditional Chinese medicine formulas so that Shillong will help to produce them when the time comes, including the Yangong Huan pill, Pinsawan, and Dingkundan. Expel the Huns, pacify the 5 Hu, and pursue the world, another traveler meets.